I have lived in an orphanage since I can remember. And those kids always called me a bad child because my mom went to prison right after I was born. When I was 4 years old, I finally waited for my mom to pick me up. I thought she would be gentle like I imagined, but as soon as she saw me, she called me a little bastard and reluctantly took me out of the orphanage. In the 6 months I lived with her, I learned everything about my dad and that woman. I heard that my dad was doing well, got married, and had 3 daughters, making me the 4th. But my mom said I didn't deserve to be compared to them because my blood was dirty. I could only sleep on the floor and eat her leftover scraps, because I had a face like my dad's. It seemed natural for her to hit me, but I never blamed her. That day, I went to the convenience store to buy the cheapest instant noodles. As soon as I reached the roadside, I saw a car knock her down. Amid the huge noise, I watched her draw an arc in the air and crash heavily to the ground, and the surroundings instantly erupted. Someone took out their phone and whispered about it. She lay in a pool of blood, her eyes wide open, staring directly at me. I was trembling all over, still clutching that bag of noodles, at a loss for what to do. I bought the noodles. Shall we go home? Shall we go eat? Blood kept oozing from the corner of her mouth, as if she wanted to say something. I squatted down close to her and managed to squeeze out a sentence. What will you do? I left you behind. What will you do? Before I finished speaking, the light in her eyes suddenly faded, and she lost her breath. I stared blankly at all of this. The driver who caused the accident said nervously, "It was your mom who suddenly rushed out. It has nothing to do with me. Where's your dad? Can we communicate properly?" I ignored him and kept shaking my mom's body. "Mom, hit me. Mom, please don't ignore me." But no matter how much I shook her, she didn't respond anymore. The crowd gradually gathered around, and someone cautiously asked, "Little friend, where's your dad?" I looked up, tears blurring my vision. I don't have a dad. I only have a mom. For a moment, everyone fell silent. The aunties looked at me in shock, and many had red eyes, casting sympathetic glances. Someone filmed this scene and posted it online, and it quickly went viral. In the video, a delicate little boy is sitting on the ground crying for his mother, which tugs at people's hearts. In the comments section, someone said, "I know this little boy, his mother was in prison before and used to beat him every day. Poor little Wincy is crying so sadly after his mother passed away." As the popularity rises, a question has been raised: who will give little Wince a home? At this moment, in a luxurious office building, a woman walked into the office holding a mobile phone. "Mr. One, I've discovered a business opportunity." The handsome man lazily raised his eyes. As the woman handed him the phone, he casually took it and opened the video. The heartbreaking cries of a little boy instantly pierced his ears, and he couldn't help but frown. The most annoying thing is kids. They make people irritated. But the woman looked excited. This child is different. He is an orphan. His mother just passed away, and he will most likely go to a welfare home. If we find an adopter to package him, he will definitely become a hot seller. Moreover, she skillfully paused the video and zoomed in. Look at this. What a divine face. A rare little puppy look. The commercial value is definitely high. The scene freezes at the moment I am holding the 3 flavory noodles. The police officer holding my hand. My tender little face filled with despair. My eyes fixed on the pool of blood on the ground. So fragile it makes one's heart ache. The man glanced casually, but suddenly his gaze sharpened, zooming in and in, staring at the features of that little face, sending chills down his spine. Is he really an orphan? The woman's eyes sparkled. That's right. Not only is he an orphan, but he is also a poor orphan. I just checked. His mother is named Wen Mengyao, who went to prison 5 years ago for intentional injury, and after being paroled, she brought her son home. I heard that they often hit and scold children. Whoever can grab this little delicacy will definitely make a fortune. President 1, you really need to think it over. Hearing the name Wen Mengyao, Wen Jingyun's mind buzzed, and a storm surged in his heart. She was indeed his vicious 6th sister. She had severed ties with Wen Jingyun 5 years ago, taking advantage of Chiye's drunkenness to climb into his bed, ultimately hurting Wen Jingyun's 5th sister. Wen Jingyun opened the video and looked closely. The little boy's face was simply carved from the same mold as Chiye's. He immediately took a screenshot and sent it to Chiye. "This is your son. Did you know? You actually have a son. That woman Wen Mengyao actually gave birth to a son for you." Their conversation was unprecedentedly long, and Chiye quickly replied with a question mark. He seems to have just finished a meeting, staring at the face that looks almost exactly like his, except for the mouth. Her phoenix eyes darkened, her fists clenched, and her expression turned gloomy. That woman took advantage of the situation back then, and now she actually caused this kind of trouble. "Where is Wen Mengyao?" Wen Jingyun quickly replied with a video. In the video, Wen Mengyao was lying in a pool of blood, and a little boy was crying heartbrokenly beside her. Someone asked, "Where is your dad?" The little boy answered without hesitation, "I don't have a dad." After hearing this, Chiye was furious. It was obvious what Wen Mengyao purpose was in giving birth to this child. yet she told her son he had no dad. What kind of operation is this? He was about to put down his phone, but his finger unconsciously tapped on the video again. In the footage, a little boy was crying heart-wrenchingly, calling out for his mother. But when Mangyao could no longer respond, his heart tightened suddenly, and his fingers unconsciously clenched the phone, knuckles turning white. To think there's an illegitimate child out there, if when Mangru finds out about this, the consequences would be unimaginable. When Jingyun's message followed closely, this absolutely cannot be known by Wen Mangru. Back then, when Mangyao caused her to lose a kidney and go blind in one eye, she just had corneal repair surgery. If she finds out you have an illegitimate child, she would definitely collapse. He was, of course, well aware of what happened that night. He was so drunk he was unconscious, and when Mangyao approached him disguised as Wen Mangru, that night became an indelible stain in his life. I didn't expect that this stain would leave a mark. Feeling anxious and troubled, his phone rang continuously. His 3 daughters simultaneously sent various angles of the car accident scene photos, accompanied by questions. Dad, where did you get this illegitimate child? I heard you betrayed mom once back in the day. Is this child from that time? Dad, you really let us down. He furrowed his brows, his expression heavy. His daughter's questions made his feelings even more complicated. All 3 of these children inherited his and Wen Mengru's high intelligence, so he couldn't hide it. But the child's appearance was indeed exactly like his. It was highly likely that he was his biological son. At this time, when Jingyun created a group and added Chi as 3 daughters, when Jingyun said in the group, the 3 ancestors all know about it. I didn't keep it a secret. Let's discuss what to do with this child. Should we send them for adoption? The eldest daughter spoke first. If he is really our father's biological son, then he is related to us by blood. It's strange to send him away for adoption. Who knows? He might come back one day. It's better to just let him fend for himself. The second daughter hesitated for a moment. How can we bear to do that to such a small child? Let's send him abroad for adoption. That way, he won't show up in front of us again. The third daughter chimed in. He could still be seen abroad. Forget it. Letting him fend for himself is the most reliable option. When Jingyun sighed, you guys are something else. After all, he is your brother. The 3 children laughed in unison. Haha, what good can come from a woman like that? Don't say he's our brother. Uncle, you don't want him either, right? Shiya's expression was gloomy. After a moment of silence, he decided to investigate thoroughly. He said coldly, where is she? I want to do a paternity test. Yan Lai was curled up in a chair at the police station with snacks piled up next to him. The police walked in and saw this scene. The 4-year-old doll had long hair down her back, and the whole thing looked like a little doll in a window, so beautiful that it made your heart palpitate. How did such a child end up with such a fate? She walked up in pain. Little E, why don't you eat? Is the snack not to your liking? Yan Lai looked up timidly. This is what Auntie put here. I can't eat it. The police lady was stunned. Her eyes reddened, and she choked. Eat it, eat it. Auntie just gave it to you on purpose. Thank you, Auntie. I don't want it. I have instant noodles. Ee immediately took out the Sanchini noodles. I can have the soup when mommy finishes the noodles. When is mom coming back? The police lady was dumbfounded for a moment, not knowing how to answer. Mom eats a bowl of noodles so she can have soup? What kind of devil mom is this? Chapter 4, Daddy doesn't like me. He'll kill me. The police lady was furious and took her in her arms. Your mom, she won't be coming back. Yan Lai's heart thumped. Why? Because she. Miss hesitated for a moment, still not able to say the word death. For the sake of it, she went to heaven to be a hero to go. Yan Lai cocked his head. What's a hero? Just, like on TV, really powerful adults. Queen of the magic fairy castle? Yen came to ask simply. The young sister's eyes lit up and she nodded repeatedly. Right, she went to become the queen of the magic fairy castle, so there's no way to take care of you. Yan Lai hung his head sadly. Missy, however, froze. Don't you wonder why mommy didn't take you there? One by one, the other policemen followed her out and looked at her. Her little powdered face was filled with sadness as she shook her head. My mom told me that when she has a good place to go in the future, she'll leave me at home to die and not take me with her. Speaking here, she held her mouth to cry, but held her tears strong to keep them from falling. Knows that mommy will always have to go. When the time comes, has to be happy for mommy and can't be sad. But she was still so sad that she wanted to cry out and covered her eyes. But is alone again. The cops looked at her sadly. Even the old director who had seen the world couldn't help but show a look of pity and was very distressed. Such a poor little girl, still suffering. The moment Shannon stepped in, he saw this scene. The little girl who resembles him by 9 points nestled tearfully in the arms of the police sister, holding an instant noodle in her hand, so cute and petite that it is simply adorable to the point of being foul. He was breathing a little hard, even as the 3 teenagers had dark eyes. This kid, it's too cute too. Yet they came to their senses at the same time. No way. This child is that woman's seed. That woman used to be the best at pretending to be innocent, and this child might have gotten her true skills as well, so he wants to pretend to be here. Shannon and his eyes gradually coalesced fishy. The other three teens wanted to step forward, but he stopped them. Listen first. The director noticed him and was just about to open his mouth to speak when Shananha shook his head, signaling him not to say anything. The director rushed to silence, but wondered, this child seems to be exactly the same as this famous Shannon with ah. The director of the board immediately lit up the eyes of eating melon. The police lady over there also noticed Shannon with, startled, and uncertainly looked to Yenlai. Little sister, are you sure you don't have a father? If not, then who is this unbelievably handsome and suave-looking man who looks explosively handsome? And the three little teenagers who looked so much like her. Yenlai tearfully nodded and shook her head. Shannon narrowed their eyes viciously. What's that supposed to mean? Yenlai said, I do have a father. As soon as this little milky voice came out of his mouth, everyone put their eyes on Shannon with again. Shannon and his face was even more ugly. The three brothers snorted. Here it comes. Here it comes. The time has come to want to smooth the relationship. But little sniffled and softly said, but, Mommy says I'm a bastard. That daddy doesn't want me anymore and doesn't like me. So, I don't want to find daddy. The words fell like a thunderclap from the ground, shocking everyone to freeze. Don't look for daddy? The corner of the police lady's mouth twitched, and she subconsciously looked at Shannon with, but what if your father is there? What if your dad came to pick you up? Yenlai shook her head. Dad won't come. Dad doesn't know that exists. Mom said that dad once tried to kill and when he sees again, he will definitely kill Police? Shannon with, three brothers? Yenli Xing. What kind of bloody show is this? Can we call the police? Chapter 5. I'm dirty. Dad. Right in the middle of this dead silence, Yenlai wiped the tears from her face and picked up her smile with renewed strength. Can take care of herself. Can cook noodles. With that, she got down from the policeman's arms and bowed down to her. Thank you, sister. I'm going home. Wait. The police lady subconsciously shouted at her. You haven't taken your snacks yet. When she finished, she wanted to blow her brains out. Is that the point? Yenlai sniffed, looked seriously at the snacks, discreetly, took out the smallest lollipop from it, and said curtly, Sister, I only need this one. Mom said that this thing is very expensive, and that after buying it, Mom will have to sleep on the street. So sister, you can put all these things away. Thank you, sister. She gave the police sister another solid bow. I'm going home to wait for my mom. Turned around and suddenly saw a bunch of people in front of the police station at some point, suited and booted, like one of those very powerful adults on a TV show. Yenlai looked up and met a man's sharp gaze, with one hand in his pocket and an oppressive force around him that was hard to ignore. He looked at her coldly and without words. The atmosphere went cold. The crowd couldn't help but gulp at the father-daughter recognition. Yenlai surprised wide-eyed, looking at Shannon and the clear and handsome features. Suddenly water mist in his eyes. Small steps moved to him, continued to tilt his head to look at him, and then looked at the three teenagers behind him. Shannon had mixed feelings in his heart. His daughter, now in front of him. Perhaps it was because of the relationship of blood relatives. He unexpectedly and inexplicably felt a sense of closeness from this little girl, but the stronger the feeling became, the more he looked gloomy and didn't want to talk, until Yenlai timidly held up a packet of instant noodles. This is for you, uncle. Stunned, he looked at the unidentified brand of, at first glance, cheap food and frowned. What's this? It's noodles. The little girl smiled brightly and tears came to her eyes. It's delicious. She recognized Dad. Dad really does look exactly like her. But Mom says Dad won't like her when he sees her. But even just once would be nice. She wanted to be close to Daddy. Yenlai bravely stuffed the instant noodles into the man's palm, pinched his fingertips with her small hand, and tilted her head to look at him admiringly. Uncle, your hands are really big. It's as big as the other kids' dads. She's got Daddy's hand. Yenlai took a contented step back and bowed down to them. Goodbye, brother. Goodbye, uncle. Saying that, she walked out with her short little legs, her back so precocious and pitiful. Shannon actually had a trace of intolerance. How come? Turned around and saw the man standing haughtily in the doorway, his expression cold. I suspect that you are my daughter. Follow me to do a paternity test. If you are. His eyes darkened, and as everyone watched, he murmured, I'll take care of you. Yenlai stared wide-eyed in surprise, instantly bursting into tears, and did not speak for a long time. Mom, you probably don't know. While you were queen of the magic castle, Dad came to see me. He's so good-looking, like a prince. He's coming to get me. Will you be happy for me? Yenlai followed Shannon with and came to a very pretty black sedan. It's bright and shiny just by looking at the exterior. She pursed her lips timidly. Shannon took the lead to get on the car, followed by the three teenagers, and the car became a bit crowded. She hesitated, looking down at her dirty dress and shoes, which had accumulated no small amount of dirt from not being washed. For the first time, she felt inferior because she was dirty. Yan Lai stood outside the car door, hesitant to speak. Shin Anha gradually lost his patience. Come up. She shuddered at the comment, looking down and sulking as she tugged at her skirt. I'm dirty. The three teens looked at her in dismay. She pressed her head even lower. The oldest Shinjingji sneered and said in a sarcastic manner, then you go to the trunk and stay there. The trunk matches you just fine. Little Ee sniffed and looked to the trunk heartily. That's fine. Shinjingji? Chapter 6, Dad, will we see you again? Also okay? Anything will do. He got angry. Don't you dare show your pity in front of us? Think we can't see it? Ee shivered, not knowing how he got angry. His eyes also followed the red, helplessly shook his head. I didn't. Mom said that I was dirty, and usually won't let me sleep on the bed, saying that I will dirty her bed. Ee didn't mean anything else. Brother, don't be angry. The four men were stunned. Shinan and his expression was even more ugly. Your mom won't let you go to bed? Yan Lai nodded fearfully. He was suddenly angry. This Yan Zi guy took his money, didn't abort the baby, gave birth to his seed, and still wants to abuse her? If you don't like it, why did you have to have it to give him trouble? His tone was low. Come up here. Don't make me say it again. Stunned, Yan Lai hurriedly stepped into the car, his gait a little awkward and difficult, then cautiously sat down against the chair. As soon as she sat up, a sour smell really filled the air. Shinjingji pinched his nose in disgust. Big sister, don't you take a bath? You stink. Yan Lai shivered, and pursed his mouth in an inferior and timid manner. There is no hot water at home, and I can only wash my face, and Mom doesn't care about her. All she does is wash her face and hands. Shinjingji bared his teeth. People like you shouldn't be alive. Your mom is no good, and neither are you. The other two brothers also sneered and raised their lips. She felt a little sniffly, but was used to it, and clutched the hem of her skirt in consternation, not daring to speak, only daring to sneak glances at them with her afterglow. Shinan with annoyance picked up the cell phone, felt the little girl glancing at him, coldly swept over. Yan Lai shivered at his look and lowered his head again hastily, like a little puppy nobody wants. Annoyance floated through him. By the time he got to the hospital, and the blood draw was dry, he didn't want to continue with her and sent her straight to the orphanage where she had been. I'll look for you when the results come in. Yan Lai was anxious and lifted her eyes to look at the tall man. Intuition told her that Dad didn't like her. It's just like Mom said, he'll only hate her when he sees her. He won't like her. Shinjingji is even more a face of boredom, holding his arms and looking askance at her. Yan Lai, you now also do not be complacent. Think this is your father. The results did not come out, anything does not count. You are not allowed to say to people that this is your father. Understand? Yan Lai nodded obediently. I know. She was so sore that the four men's eyes met. No tricks, right? But Shinanha didn't bother to talk nonsense with her and turned around to get into the car. Yan Lai stood in the twilight and suddenly spoke. Uncle. The four of them stared back, their faces exquisitely cold and arrogant, as if it were winter. She stood under the dim streetlight, her features similar to theirs, but her tattered dress was out of place. There is an invisible gulf between refinement and scribbling. She looked at him expectantly. Will I ever see you again? If not your daughter, I would like to give you a gift. Is that okay? Shinanha looked at her pleasing brow, didn't say another word, and leaned down into the car. There's a 7-day wait for a paternity test. In the past 7 days, Yan Lai's affair has been widely publicized by the community, and the heat has only increased with so many childless couples online wanting to adopt her. However, the orphanage side said that because Yan Lai intended to do a paternity test with someone, we have to wait for the results to come out to confirm whether it is a biological relationship before deciding whether to adopt. But she believed that the man was her father. She felt it strongly. When the orphanage aunt saw her drawing with the greeting card, she couldn't help but smile. Ee wants to find her own father so badly. Yan Lai scribbled with a worn crayon and nodded heavily. I like Daddy. Daddy is definitely my daddy. He's so tall and good-looking. Chapter 7, The Child. He doesn't want to recognize. The young teenager reading across the room lifted his eyes to sweep her up. Auntie kissed her cheek. We, are going to enjoy our blessings in the future. And when the results of the paternity test come out, you'll be able to have a new home. Whatever home it is, it's certainly better than her own mother, the murderer. Auntie got up and left to take care of the other children, and Yan Lai continued to draw nicely. Suddenly, a cool teenage voice came from across the room. They won't want you. Yan Lai moved, raising his eyes in confusion. Reflected in her eyes of the young man's bones are very good, even though only 10 years old, but his figure is a little taller than the same age, but also can already see the future of the grown-up handsome. He crossed his legs, holding a Cinderella storybook in one hand. His phoenix eyes were cold, Don't get your hopes up. She pouted. No way. Daddy will be here to pick me up. Don't tease me. Gu Huai came to the orphanage 2 years ago. Everyone said he was the illegitimate son of some big shot who had been put in an orphanage after his mother died of an illness and the big shot disowned him. Gu Huai was fierce and could fight. No one dared to talk to him when he came. He was like a violent lion, biting anyone he saw. She used to be always bullied in the orphanage because of her cute looks, and when Gu Huai saw her being bullied, he helped her fight, taught her to resist, and protected her. In the entire orphanage, Gu Huai was only close to her. When Auntie couldn't control Gu Huai, she was the one who helped pass on the message so that Gu Huai would listen impatiently for a few moments. Everyone teased her about being Big Brother's favorite. The day she was picked up by her mom, Gu Huai didn't show up, but when she returned to the orphanage 7 days ago, Gu Huai was the first to pop out. She likes to stay inside her room and doesn't like to play outside. Gu Huai used to like to play outside, and always accompanied her these 7 days, reading fairy tale books while spouting off about the princess being sick in the head. He was one, gentle but not too gentle. Gu Huai sat down next to her and analyzed with an old-fashioned mind. You were picked up by your mother for a year. Did that man come to see you? He didn't, did he? People think your life is dirty. Even if you are really their daughter, they won't tell the truth. A few boys who came and heard this and shouted, Big Brother, do you just not want Yan Lai to go off? She came back for you to be happy. You don't even love to eat when she's not here. Gu Huai's face changed as he copied the storybook and smashed it at them. Get lost. Yan Lai sullenly squeezed the brush and looked at the figure on the greeting card. Even less happy. Will it? Even if the paternity test comes back right, won't Dad recognize her? Shinanan looked at the paternity test in his hand with a dark face. The identification showed a 9,991% probability of paternity. Yan Lai, his own daughter. All 3 sons were cranky to varying degrees when they saw this report card. Shin Jingji reacted the most. I don't agree. I don't agree even if this guy is biological. She's not qualified to be our sister at all. We can't recognize her. Just that inferior gene of her mother. What if she will still kill my mother in the future? Both brothers didn't say anything and silently looked at Shinan with. But what they revealed between their brows was that they didn't want to recognize Yen coming either. A sister born to their own mother. They'd dote on. But what is the meaning of the incoming message? She was born to be unwelcome in their family. She's Yan Zixie's daughter. Shen Anha pondered for a moment, but still discarded the paper in his hand into the paper basket. He had been very busy these past 7 days, but when he had free time he always wondered what if Yan Lai was really his daughter. He raised it or not. Chapter 8, You're Not Daddy's Boy. When he and Yan Zixie that night had already broken Wei Yang's heart, but she was kind and didn't pursue the matter, and didn't bring it up again for so many years. But if she was told that that night had given Yan Zixie a daughter, would she be able to accept it? She's so soft. After a moment's silence, he made his decision. I disown her. Several of the brothers were instantly beaming with joy. Shin Jingji was so happy that he was about to jump up. Then I'll go and let her know, so that she doesn't think about us anymore. I can't wait to see her reaction when she finds out the result. Ha 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 ha. With that, he turned and walked away. Shinanha was silent for a moment and said, I'll go too. A few brothers were stunned, but they had no problem with it and readily agreed. On the other side of the orphanage, Yan Lai had finally finished drawing the greeting card for Shinan with. Today is the 8th day. The gifts she had prepared could be delivered today, followed by a loud shout from outside. Yan Lai, your father is coming for you. She rose from her chair in surprise and darted for the door. A long way away, parked in a familiar car, a man stood in front of the orphanage. It's Shinjingji. He was holding the latest model of Apple phone in his hand, swiping it in his hand with some impatience. When he looked up and saw Yan Lai running towards him, with a string of little tails behind him, all of them are curious about whether they want to have a father or not. He wrinkled his nose in disgust, like a bunch of little trashy meetings. Yan Lai views him, only feeling him shimmering, and more cautiously takes his place in front of him. Hello brother. Her grape-sized eyes blinked with anticipation. Shin Jingji's face cleared up slightly when he saw her. I have to say, this guy is good looking for his age, he said in a hushed voice. The results are in. Yan Lai swallowed nervously and nodded. Yes, you are not my father's daughter. Shin Jingji's eyes were dark, and he said bluntly, in the future, don't climb into my father's relationship. The words fell, like a blow to the head. Yan Lai froze. All the expectations in her heart suddenly collapsed, and she asked uncertainly, not uncle's child? Right, no. Shin Jingji looked at her with cold eyes. In the future, you should stop saying you have a father to everyone. Those kids in the back roared with laughter and rolled on the ground in an exaggerated manner. Ha 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 ha. Yan Lai doesn't have a dad. Yan Lai doesn't have a daddy. Why do you want to brag? Bragging rights. Yan Lai, your father is dead. Shin Jingji yelled back. Your father is the one who died. Those kids were stunned and made faces and ran off. Our dad was supposed to be dead. He was disgusted. What good kids can come out of a place like this? Yen Lai is nothing more than this kind of kid. Yen Lai was still blinded, but she had another thought in her head. Brother, wait for me. I'll go get you a present. She ran back with her short little legs. Shinjingji wrinkled his eyebrows for a moment and turned to get into the car. In the car, Shenan and his other two brothers looked at him in silence. He hesitated. Let's go. Yen Lai quickly rushed to the door with the greeting card, only to see that the black car was already gone and yelled, "Brother!" No one responded. She squeezed through the doorway and rushed out, holding up the greeting card in her hand. Brother! Brother! Wait for me! The car rushed around the corner. Yen Lai followed behind, crying and shouting, "Brother, don't go! Brother, don't go!" Shinjingji looked depressed, and when he looked back inadvertently, he suddenly saw Yen Lai's tiny figure following the car. Stop the car. Chapter 9, Yi will never have a father again. Shunanan looked up with a somber expression, and saw Shinjingji running out of the car and running towards Yen Lai. On the way to the sycamore tree, Yen Lai held up the greeting card in her hand, wiping her tears as she cried, and as she ran, she suddenly tripped and fell on the ground. Shinjingji, breathing stagnation, rushed to her, just wanted to help her up. Yen Lai has been strong to climb up. Her hands, her knees, were worn bloody in the moment, but instead of crying out in pain, she stood on her tiptoes and, with tears in her eyes, handed him the card with both hands, her little hands shaking with pain. Brother, this is my gift to you. The other brothers and Shinanwith got down from the car and looked at her with complex expressions. She sniffled and pointed her little finger at the flowers on top of the pink greeting card. This is a bow. This is a little star. And this is the card that E got for helping Auntie with her work. It's pretty, isn't it? No, it's not pretty. It's even corny. This was the most trashy gift Shinjingji had ever received in his life. He didn't know what to say, but he saw her say earnestly, "Open it, brother." Shinjingji opened it, and what was presented to his eyes caused him to be stunned. It's a painting. The painting has a blue sky, white clouds, and 4 people. The 4 are in order of size. Shinan and the other 2 sons walked over, looking grave as they listened to her softly introducing her. This is uncle. This is big brother, second brother, and third brother. She pointed to the puppies on the ground again. These are the puppies that protect you, and I drew you crowns. Yi was very happy. Uncle is the king. You are the princes. Her wounds were still bleeding and her smile was still wide. It's just that this painting is so small. There's no room for a castle. Shinan with mixed feelings in his heart, like hanging a big stone in the heart. Yen Lai, you are not my daughter. You are not sad? Not sad. Yi smiled and shook her head, her pretty eyes greedily looking at him. Yi knows that daddy won't come, but uncle can come. Yi is very happy. It's just that Yi is not destined to be with uncle, not uncle's daughter, and delayed uncle's time. Shinan inexplicably felt a sour nose. You still understand fate? Aha! Yen Lai nodded. Auntie said that as long as it's fate, our new mommy and daddy will come, so we just have to wait for our new mommy and daddy, who are on their way. As we were talking, the orphanage aunt rushed out angrily. Why did you come? Who let you go out? You're not afraid of being hit by a car, are you? It was only when she finished speaking that Auntie saw Zhang's family. Shin Anha's face darkened with a brush. Who told you to talk about her? Auntie was so startled that she didn't know how to respond, but Yen Lai said, not Auntie. Auntie gave me the greeting card. With that, she limped towards her aunt. Auntie, let's go back. Auntie turned white with fear and reached out to clutch her, not even daring to look back. Yen Lai waved at them. Bye uncle, brother bye. She smiled brightly, but the moment she turned her head her face fell and she held her mouth to keep from crying out. Auntie frowned. Why are you crying? Yen Lai didn't say anything and was carried back in her arms. Ghostly, Shinan and followed. The moment they stepped into the orphanage, the children swarmed at Yen Lai and ran in circles around their aunt. There's no daddy, no dad. The corners of Yen Lai's mouth were held back, and she finally couldn't hold it in and howled. Auntie was at a loss for words. Does the wound hurt? She shook her head and wailed. Uncle is not my daddy. I'll never have a daddy again. Chapter 10, Live Broadcast Family. We're here to adopt EE. Auntie's heart ached from her crying, and she coaxed with tears in her eyes. Little heart, don't cry. You'll get a new daddy in the future. And that's a bad daddy. You'll get a good daddy next, okay? She wasn't comforted in the slightest, and cried to the point of near oxygen deprivation. But EE really likes uncle. Shinan stoically clenched his fists. That aunt sighed at that. She is an adult. How can she not see? The 2 people with a mold inside the car, and a rich man driving a luxury car. The clothes are enough to feed and clothe the child for a year. How is it possible to say it's not your own father? Isn't it just disowning it? He's got 3 sons standing behind him. The baby's mom is also sinning. Isn't it a child's sin to give birth to a baby who doesn't love his man? Well, don't cry. Don't cry. Oh, Auntie put you to sleep. To find you a new daddy. Call your new daddy and tell him to come pick you up, okay? Yen Lai was sent indoors. Shin Anha's face was somber. And suddenly, a black shadow flashed by and hit him on the shoulder. He frowned and looked over to see a fine-looking boy standing there with a stone cupped in his hand. You lied to her, didn't you? She's your own daughter, right? Shin Anha was stunned and did not reply. Gu Huai had a maturity in his eyes that didn't fit his age, and looked at the three boys behind him with contempt. You guys clearly don't miss her bowl of rice. Even if you give her the cheapest food you can, why do you want her to remain an orphan? Shinanwith gazed at him and also lowered his eyes to ask himself. Yeah, why let her remain an orphan? It's because she was born without her own permission. Is not liked by him. Shin Jingji angrily stepped forward. It has nothing to do with you. Yes, it has nothing to do with me. But Yen Lai is under my cover. She is my little brother. Gu Huai waved the stone up and down and glared fiercely at Shin and. She's so good looking. Aren't you guys worried about her being in danger when she grows up? He had grown up knowing how much danger a good-looking person would be in if he wasn't good enough. But these things, and your lordship doesn't know about them? Shin and his face changed slightly, as if he had been reminded of this. Yeah, Yen Lai is a rare and beautiful billet. The potential for growing up is unlimited. But if she's an orphan, then the dangers of the future will have her dealing with her adoptive family, and all the members of the opposite sex she meets along the way growing up. The more he thought about it, the more somber his face became. Gu Huai snorted coldly. Just like that, and you're not moved. You rich people really aren't any good. He casually threw the stone to the ground and proudly left. Then there is no need for you to care. Yen Lai is my little brother. I will cover it from now on. If you dare to come again. He stared back coldly. I'll leave you alone. Shin Jingji's face was gloomy, staring at Gu Huai as he drifted away. I think the most dangerous opposite sex on the way of Yen Lai's growth should be him. As soon as the words left his mouth, a car suddenly came down in front of the orphanage. The man held up his cell phone and got out of the car, his tone excited. Live family members. I'm now at the entrance of the orphanage. Families continue to give me likes up to 100,000. I'll be ready to adopt Yi's sister. The live broadcast was hot. After all, Yen Lai was considered a small internet celebrity recently, and many people were paying attention to this poor child. Shinan and his face changed, wrinkling his eyebrows at the man holding up the cell phone. But right after that, one by one, the cars stopped from the door, and several cowboys and ghosts holding up cell phones smiled brightly at the camera. I'm here to adopt Yi's sister today. The woman held up her cell phone and said, Look, I've brought my son and daughter and we're going to make Yi the youngest of our family. The kids say, cheers to welcome Yi's sister. She winked at the child. The two children smiled brightly. Welcome sister. We've come to take our sister home. Chapter 11. She doesn't want them. They're not good people. Shin Jingji's face changed, feeling that something was not right. These people are all here to adopt thee? It's too much, isn't it? No matter how good-looking Yan Lai is, it's not to this extent. The boss of the Shin family picked up his phone and swiped it. Seeing the trending words on the microblogging site sneered. They are not here to adopt the absentee. They are here to get money. Yan Lai's look was spotted by a big director with numerous awards, and the director tweeted hoping to get contact information to make her the daughter of the male lead in the disaster movie he's now preparing for. The gold content of this director is known to all Chinese people, and the lead actor is an award-winning movie star. Opening with a movie star. It's safe to say the future is unlimited. Now the hot search has blown up. Yan Lai, not just a poor little girl, but a rising child star. A huge moneymaker. Shin Jingji was furious. If these people can't adopt, don't adopt. Adopting her for money and bringing her home, who knows if they will treat her well. Shinanan watched coldly as the gang entered the orphanage holding up selfie sticks, like tourists, smiling coquettishly at the camera. His eyes narrowed, and suddenly he stepped inside with his legs. The three sons were stunned. Dad, what are you doing? His tone was unmistakable. Take her home. Yan Lai sobbed and nestled in her old aunt's arms, crying so loudly that her head was not clear. She didn't understand why she wasn't her uncle's daughter. It shouldn't be wrong, but why isn't she? She couldn't figure it out. Had mom lied to her? Auntie took the paper to wipe her tears and snot, and patiently coaxed. Okay, little don't cry anymore. Your heart is broken even after you cry like this. Auntie knows that you are sad right now, but if you keep dropping your golden peas like this right now, you won't be pretty anymore. Yan Lai was sad. Her heart ached, and it hurt so much that she couldn't catch her breath. She looked at her aunt in a pitiful manner. Auntie, will never have a father again, will she? Auntie's face changed and she held her hand. How could that be? You're the smartest kid in our orphanage. All the kids combined can't learn as fast as you, so you'll have a dad. Better than this one, okay? Little was not comforted. What's the point of having a better dad? She just loves that dad. Dad who looks exactly like her. When Auntie saw that she had stopped talking, she knew that he was unhappy, and was about to say something more, when there was a sudden clamor in the corridor. "Live family, I'm in the hallway now. Let's go find our little EE first, shall we?" Stunned, EE raised her eyes to the doorway and saw a person holding a selfie stick cell phone looking around. Suddenly, someone locked their eyes onto her. "Found it!" She was startled, and just as she tried to get up, these adults rushed to her with an arrow stride, pointing their cell phone cameras at her. "Oh my god, baby, you're E, aren't you? You look even better in person than in the picture, and you're so beautiful." That's what they said, but none of them looked at him, just looking at her through the inside of the live feed. She was puzzled and looked at her aunt with some trepidation. Auntie shielded her directly to her side and said vigilantly, "Where did you come from? Who let you in? Do you know the rules? No filming is allowed here. Hurry up and turn off the live broadcast." The anchors looked at each other and pulled up a smile. "What are you doing, Auntie? We are here to adopt this child, to see which one of us is destined for this child, so that we can take her home to raise her properly. She is not an orphan?" EE's heart thumped at his words. To adopt her? Her watery eyes glanced over at a couple of smart-looking adults, and two older siblings who were not looking good, and she shook her head in resistance. She doesn't want it. They're not good people. Chapter 12, Did you adopt me for money? Auntie sensed her resistance and lied in a serious manner. EE is doing a DNA test with someone right now, and most likely her grandma and grandpa will come to pick her up. So you guys hurry up and turn off the live broadcast right now, and if there's anything we'll talk about it outside. Don't talk about it in front of the kid. The anchors smacked their lips and sneered. A man strides forward and pushes his aunt out of the way. Auntie was caught off guard and fell out of the shot. Yen Lai was directly surrounded. She moved backward in fear. "Don't you come any closer." But this male anchor smiled badly and sized her up, his eyes looking at her uncomfortably. "EE, you're so pretty. Are you still an orphan now? Is your family coming to pick you up or not?" Another female anchor held up her cell phone and stuck it to her. "EE, we have a brother and a sister in our family. If you come to our family, you'll be the youngest sister in our family, and Mom will definitely love you very much when the time comes. Moreover, do you know that you've been spotted by a big director now? You can become a big star in the future. When you become a child star, Mommy will follow you around and take good care of you." "How wonderful." A man pushed the woman away, looking contemptuous. "That's for you to say. Are you serious about wanting to adopt EE? I think you want to eat people's dividends, so that they can become child stars and become your family's cash cow." He held up his cell phone to Yen Lai, righteously said, "EE, Uncle told you as long as you choose Uncle, Uncle will absolutely heart and lungs to you, take you as their own daughter is pampered, and Uncle specially understand, without the ability to procreate talent can be adopted, you will soon be able to become Uncle's daughter." But that being said, this one individual held up her cell phone as if she had a cell phone face, and her eyes didn't even fall on her face. The other anchors got upset and stepped forward to dislike the man back. "I say, what do you mean your daughter? We're here too, so we can't be allowed to run short. We're going to adopt her as our daughter too. Don't any of you argue with me. My family's conditions are the best. I can afford her. She's going to be an entertainer in the future. I can afford to pay for her piano lessons and dance lessons. Can you?" The more they argued, the more they flourished, and they even began to fight. Little EE looked on in shock, but in her heart she was becoming more and more aware. These are not people who want to adopt her. They don't really want to be her mom and dad. She doesn't want it. Auntie was trapped outside and couldn't squeeze in. "Get up. Stop arguing. There are strict rules for adoption. You can't just come here and take it away. Please hurry up and get out. You're scaring the baby." These adults ignored it and kept holding up their cell phones in front of Yen Lai. "EE, listen to me. You choose me, although there is a brother in our family. But don't worry, I always want a second child. As long as you come to my house, I will give you piano learning dance. All the girls can learn. I all with you to learn on. You can also become a big star, can earn a lot of money." The anchor woman pushed him away. "What a stinky face. EE, you look at Auntie. Auntie is very pretty. Auntie's family has money and a house and a car. Auntie can personally be by your side when you are at work. You choose me. I really like you. No, 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 pick me, pick me." Yen Lai was surrounded in the center, her small face white. Looking at this one grim face, her eyes were extremely wide, and she asked very softly, "You guys, did you adopt me for money?" Chapter 13 Reporting these unscrupulous anchors, Yui asked softly. A few of the adults didn't even hear what she said, and even got more and more argumentative. The viewers inside the live broadcast room couldn't stand to watch. "You're scaring her. What's wrong with you guys? You guys look at yourselves. Are you guys trying to adopt a child now? No, you're trying to get a money tree to take home. That's enough. Get the hell out of here and stop it. The state has clear rules. The conditions for adoption are very harsh. I don't know what the anchor with the child is doing. Isn't he just trying to rub it in front of the child? She's already lost her parents. Heartbroken EE. Hurry up and protect her. Even little EE is asking if you guys adopted her for money. Aren't you ashamed? Roll. As a mother of a child really cannot see this. You guys hurry up and go. You really want to do good for the child? You just want to fulfill your desires. Meanwhile, unscrupulous anchors vying for significance is on the hot seat. The accompanying video features clips of the anchors fighting over a child, talking big about making vows and showing their ugly adult faces. Then there's the look of Little Italy at a loss for words, asking if they're here for the money. It was heartbreaking to watch. The accompanying text reads, "Is what these adults want to give a bright and shining future for a child? Or do they want that child to give them a life of clothing and food?" Netizens have already scolded the pot. This gang of anchors are sealed. In order to rub the heat, anything do not want. Even the face do not want. A small child just lost his mother. So in front of her, so farce, right? Didn't you say EE had already had her DNA analyzed? How can there still be people here? What are the staff of the orphanage for? How can they let such a group of anchors in? Can't you see they're crowding out that orphanage aunt? Auntie couldn't get in at all outside. These guys are like robbers. They directly trapped EE in the innermost part. Heartbroken EE. These guys don't even genuinely like her. They're just hot for her. Even the director who saw the intention of Yen also forwarded the video to denounce this behavior. I hope that the person who can adopt the child is sincere in wanting to adopt her. If it is for the sake of profit, I would rather give up this child, but also absolutely not willing to let her become a tool used by adults to earn money. The heat on both sides has only increased. Several of the anchors' pop-ups became progressively more unpleasant. The pop-up screen is all in the scolding anchor role, but the anchor to see the heat up, more and more heartless, righteously refute for their own. I am sincere for the good of EE. I also said, I am the only one in this is not of fertility of the man, but also intends to their own future will never be born again child. I adopt EE one is enough. Pop up, asterisk 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 Q. Get out of here. You hear me? All of you get out now, or I'll have the platform block your numbers. Brothers report them together. Seeing the bad situation, several anchors could only hurry to grab Yenlai to force her. Come on, EE, tell us if we have made you uncomfortable. We truly want to adopt you. You don't have a family right now. You're an orphan. You should feel very happy. Where does it come from? Happy? She wasn't happy at all. How could she be when she had just lost her favorite uncle? She glanced at her aunt who was trapped outside and milked her refusal. I don't need you guys. Please get out. Chapter 14. Gu Huai appears to save EE. A few adults were stunned and became even more upset. Hey, what do you mean by that? We're genuinely doing you a favor. How can you let us out? She was calm and persistent. I don't want to be adopted right now. I don't want to be adopted by you either. The adults rounded their eyes. Who are you to choose not to adopt us? Aren't you just an orphan? It is. Orphans still get to choose their parents these days. Ha, it's not bad if someone adopts you. Do you think you're so cool just because you're a little hot? What's wrong with you, kid? Yen Lai's eyes widened in surprise. You're the ones with no manners. Her chest heaved up and down in anger and she stood up to run away from them. But the adults stopped her even more rudely. The word is not yet finished. We've come to adopt you with good intentions. Yen Lai was blocked from getting up, didn't stand still, and fell on his butt as a dull pain suddenly hit him. Auntie exclaimed, EE, did you fall and hurt yourself? Yen Lai endured the pain and patted her ass, and was just about to get up when another pair of big hands reached out in front of her to pull her. Here, take my hand. Hold mine. Hold me. She frowned even more in disgust. She didn't want to be touched by them. She hated these people. At that very moment, a black shadow snapped out and opened those people's hands. The teenager's mid-air voice then rang out. A bunch of demons and devils, get the hell out of here. Little EE raised her eyes in surprise and met Gu Huai's smooth jawline. He held her close, like a coyote pup, eyeing the adults intently. There was a sudden change in style in the live broadcast room. Holy, a childhood friend fell from the sky. The little handsome boy is so handsome. I like it. Aw, I was so angry, but why did I suddenly bump into it? It's so strange. Little brother looks good. What a boyfriend. Little EE looked at Gu Huai in shock. Gu Huai, why are you here? The anchors also reacted quickly, looking Gu Huai up and down. Who are you? This kid? Who are you to tell us what to do? We can do whatever we like. Not you. Get up. Without saying a word, Gu Huai looked toward the door. Get something to smash them out. The anchors were startled to see several young boys standing behind them, staring at them like wolves, copying books and cracking them. Get out. Don't come to us. Get out. The adults were caught off guard and were knocked back, finally giving way to a rout. They panicked even more. What are you doing? Are you crazy? We're here to adopt a child. How can you do this to adults with no education at all? Gu Huai angrily rebuked. Upbringing? You came to the orphanage looking for upbringing. What about you? You somehow rushed in here and went close to the Yen intention without conforming to the rules. Where is your upbringing? He gripped Yen Lai's hand tightly, like an upright mountain, and his body didn't even shake. Little Yi's eyes were glowing. Brother Gu Huai. Sure enough, it's the most handsome. One of the female anchors yelled up. You kids are so rude. I'm telling you, I'm recording it all here. I can see your face. What? Sister, you're the one who's rude. Okay? What's wrong with you? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Gu Huai's eyes coalesced with a fishy look, and he was even facing her camera straight on. Yen Lai is under my cover, and I'm the one who will protect her. You think I'm afraid of you just because you recorded a video? He copied the Cinderella book on the table and hit it hard towards the anchorwoman. Get the hell out of here. Chapter 15, Congratulations on your arrival. You have a home. The live broadcast instantly exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The little boy is powerfully explosive. Yen Lai is covered by me. Aha! What kind of poignant story is this? I feel as if a living novel has appeared in front of me. Isn't this the hero and heroine of my childhood? I can't believe I think a little boy is handsome. I can. Why don't I take better care of myself? Sister is willing to wait for you for a few more years. I can too. Sister is willing to wait for you. Ha 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 ha. Sisters, put on your bitter teas. He's still a child. He's EE's. You're not allowed to rob him. The live hotspot once again blasted on a phrase, Yen Lai is under my cover. The video is all about Gu Huai looking at them in an underhanded manner and calling a bunch of his little followers to smash these anchors. Ha 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 ha. That's not a cool text ending? I can't believe I saw the cool ending in front of a bunch of kids. What kind of overbearing teenager and his little dainty sister? I can't. I'm bumping into it. Can I see the two of them together in my lifetime? He's so brave. His body isn't even shaking, and his eyes are like a little wolf cub's. Fantastic. I can't believe I'm envious of a little girl. Bump bump bump. EE may have had a hard life, but she's really good and awesome. She's also brave and fights back, and she has a boy by her side who's willing to help her. Little handsome man rushes. Protect your own future daughter-in-law. This more and more people flooded into the live broadcast room, all of them complimenting Yen Lai and Gu Huai. Shinanen had been watching from inside the corner, looking at Gu Huai like a little wolf cub, protecting his daughter. He narrowed his eyes darkly, wanting to step forward, but he pressed on. There's a live stream. He's not good at showing up. He gave Dean a look. The director of the orphanage pushed the door in and shouted, Stop arguing. I've just received the news that Yen Lai's family is already on their way, and he'll come to pick up Yen Lai and take him home. So please leave quickly now. Don't wait for me to call the police to ask you to leave. The anchor's faces changed at first, not expecting this result. The live broadcast room, however, was filled with shouts of, Good, it's even better. Ha 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 ha. You guys get the hell out of here. They all frowned in disgust and muttered, What the hell? We're not happy to adopt if you want us to, so what's the point of pretending? Do orphans still raise themselves? They left in droves, casting resentful glances toward Yen Lai before leaving. Gu Huai clutched Yen Lai's hand tightly and watched the group of anchors go away. As soon as the man left, the room quickly became much quieter, instantly relegating itself from a noisy food market to a peaceful classroom. Yen Lai breathed a sigh of relief and looked gratefully at the orphanage director, saying in a milky voice, Thank you, director, for your help. Dean grunted. What are you thanking me for? What I just said is true. Your family has come to take you away. She was stunned, and Gu Huai was also stunned for a moment. Who is that family? Shinan with. It's me. Yen Lai's heart thumped when she heard the familiar voice and looked around. Shinan with a powerful aura wrapped around him came with his 3 sons on long legs. His well-tailored suit was out of place in the style of the somewhat outdated-looking orphanage, and those sharp eyes fell on her as if they could penetrate her heart. Why come? I know your own uncle, and your own uncle will take you home. Your mother's brother. Shin Anha paused and said, In the future, you will have a home. Chapter 16. What is the meaning of this? I don't want to say goodbye to you. Yen Lai's eyes widened in disbelief. She has a family? She timidly clutched the hem of her shirt, very unsure. Even though EE is not uncle's child, uncle is taking EE to uncle? Shinan and his eyebrows twitched imperceptibly, and he skimmed his head sheepishly. Yes, your uncle will give you a residence, and from now on, you will no longer be an orphan. EE froze and looked at him without saying a word. Auntie, however, wept with joy and hugged her in her arms. Great, great EE, you finally have a good home. You must take good care of yourself when you go back this time. Never, never come back. Little EE blinked her watery eyes, still unsure. She has a home, and a home where you can meet your uncle? Yen Lai's eyes steeply glowed with a little bit of radiance, secretly raised the corners of her mouth, but for fear that her uncle would think that she was complacent, she hastened to cover it up. Nonetheless, she was happy. Shinan coldly swept at her. originally not wanting to have a meeting of the eyes with her, but seeing this scene, a trace of warmth steeply rose in his heart, and the depression instantly dissipated without a trace. It was as if the snow and ice were melting and spring was blooming. Shin Jingji and the others had sullen faces, but they couldn't say anything more about their father's choice, and could only prepare to welcome their half-sister home. Gu Huai left quietly. He left without anyone noticing. A few boys followed him. Seeing him like this was a bit heartbreaking. Boss, you said you obviously like Yan Lai so much. Why can't you stop her so she doesn't leave? Or you can stay with her until she leaves. Another kid also scratched his head. That's right. You can't be there every time something happens to Yan Lai, and then leave after she's fine. You two are good friends. Shouldn't you eat candy together and get beat up together? That's called sharing the same pain and suffering. Uneducated, can you not talk nonsense? Gu Huai sat grimly on the slide, a hint of hostility gathering under his eyes. All of you leave. Don't surround me. It's annoying. The little teenagers' faces changed. They didn't dare to say more and hurriedly turned around to leave. Indoors, Yan Lai was still lost in thought. She turned back and looked at the classroom. The bored Shinjingji, who threw glances this way from time to time, and then looked at the other two brothers who didn't bother to look at her. And for a moment there was some hurt feelings. Where's Gu Huai? Auntie pondered a little and shook her head. I don't know. That kid might have gone somewhere to have a disagreement. The last time you were taken away by your own mother, he didn't eat for days, and after a while he was fine. Yan Lai frowned and turned to run out. Auntie, where are you going? Shinjingji put down his cell phone, looked grimly at Yan Lai's back, and took a step towards her to chase after her. Yan came to see Gu Huai on the slide. He sat alone on the platform of the slide, looking out into the distance all by himself, his body gilded by the sun with a furry golden edge. It's warm. It's lonely. She felt sad for no reason. Gu Huai. As soon as the soft voice left his mouth, Gu Huai's figure stiffened and he glanced sideways. What are you doing here? Yui wrinkled her eyebrows. She didn't know why Gu Huai made a scene every time she left, and softly said, I want to say thank you. Thank you. The way you saved me just now was really cool. Like a masked knight. Gu Huai's eyebrows jumped and he became even more annoyed. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I wish I was really a masked knight. She sniffed helplessly. Don't swear or auntie will scold you again. Gu Huai wrinkled his eyebrows and turned around, looking at her from on high. His tone grumpy. Am I afraid of her scolding me? I'm not afraid of anything. I'm not afraid of heaven or earth. Yan Lai, then why don't you say goodbye to me? Why do you hide every time you part from me? Gu Huai was stunned, and the expression on his face steeply collapsed. It was as if something else had collapsed as far as it could go, in the eye, and disappeared. None of your business. He looked away again. I don't want to say goodbye to you. Chapter 17. What is the meaning of this? I'll see you at the top. Yan Lai lowered her eyes in disappointment, looked at Gu Huai or did not say more, turned around and walked away. Gu Huai's breath stuttered as he watched her disheveledly walk towards the short legs towards the orphanage. He suddenly slid down the stairs. Wait! Yan Lai's footsteps lurched, turned back to look at him, and was violently embraced in Gu Huai's arms. She was stunned and asked in a milky voice, Gu Huai. This was the first time Gu Huai had hugged her. Gu Huai closed his eyes tightly, like a fish in his throat. His words were squeezed out with difficulty. Listen to me. The rich people's life isn't as good as you think it is. Although they take you away, they may not necessarily be truly heartbroken. You have to take good care of yourself, and if someone bullies you, just follow what I've handed to you and fight back. Learn whatever they want you to learn, and learn it to the best of your ability. Piano, dance, English, everything they give you to learn. You're not like your mom. You can live a better life than your mom, because you are smart. When you're older and stronger, you won't need to care if the people around us love us or not, and we won't need to depend on them. Understand? Little Ee listened to the clouds and she memorized it all, but she suddenly felt sad again and reached out to hug him. Will we see you again? Gu Huai was her favorite. Gu Huai wrinkled his eyebrows. Water mist seemed to well up in his eyes, and nodded his head sullenly. I will work hard and climb up desperately, and we will meet at the top. Little Ee's nose turned sour and she looked up at him. How far is the top? Gu Huai was stunned and quickly brushed his head away. Go find your brother. He didn't answer. Ee sniffled, finally not giving up, and hugged Gu Huai tightly. She didn't say anything, just held his wasted body in a death grip. Gu Huai's lips trembled as he buried himself in the nape of her neck, and then, ruthlessly pushed her away. Go! With tears streaming down her face, little Ee didn't say any more and turned to leave. Shinjingji stood in the corner and reflected this scene in his eyes. Yan Lai didn't turn around, because it was hard to cry. So naturally, she didn't see Gu Huai silently watching her shed tears. He grunted coldly. Watch it. He then said that the most dangerous member of the opposite sex on the road to the future of Yanai was him. It's not nice to look at. Luckily, the boy is an orphan and can't be seen again. After the whole formalities, Yen Lai huffed and puffed in her aunt's arms, saying goodbye to everyone. At the goodbye ceremony, Gu Huai still didn't come. Yen Lai followed Shin Jingji with his own small package and looked back at the orphanage. Auntie waved at her with tears in her eyes. Little don't come back. She was teary-eyed and looked at the tall bodies of the four men, a little bewildered. Is it true that she won't be coming back? She was reluctant to leave, but in the end, she didn't see the figure of Gu Huai seeing her off. Gu Huai dully cowered in the corner and watched Yen Lai get into the extremely beautiful Maybach business and disappear in front of his eyes. His whole heart was empty and he looked around. There's no more coming. Not that one. The little crybaby who had timidly poked her head out of the crowd to gawk at him from the first moment she saw him. Neither did the one, quietly poking him in the palm of his hand and looking at him curtly and smiling. The little toddler. He turned around lost in thought. Suddenly, there was the sound of brakes at the entrance to the orphanage. Gu Huai looked back in surprise, and what met his eyes was not the business. Instead, it's a Rolls-Royce. Auntie froze, and then she saw two bodyguards coming down from the luxury car, and another old man with a dignified face and wearing Chinese clothes leaning on his crutches, walking step by step inside the orphanage. Gu Huai's face changed slightly, and he clenched his fists warily. Auntie took the initiative and stepped forward. May I ask who you are here to see? The old master's gaze faintly swept across the room, finally landing on Gu Huai. I'm here to pick up Gu Huai. He's my grandson. Chapter 18, show up in front of our mother and you're dead. Everyone's faces changed, and they neatly looked at Gu Huai. There was hostility in Gu Huai's eyes. The old man was calm and collected. There were flashes of fire between the eyes. The old master looked him up and down provocatively. Good looking, tall, good proportions, and his eyes are on point. Come with me. From now on you'll be the heir to my Gu family's business, and you'll have whatever you want. Gu Huai sneered and turned to leave. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and swept coldly at him. Do you know the Yen family and know the Shin family? Elder Gu's cold eyes. Which Shin family, which Yen family? Gu Huai, the biggest one. Elder Gu's eyes rolled, and the bodyguard beside him tried. Young master should be talking about Shinan's marriage with the Shin family and the Yen family that is linked to him. Elder Gu raised his eyebrows and nodded. How is it possible that we don't know each other? We are family friends. Why are you asking? The top three big families in the country of Huaxia were none other than their three families. Gu Huai pondered a little and made a condition with him. If I go back with you, is there a probability that I'll meet the Shin family's child and the Yen family's child? Elder Gu was puzzled. That's for sure. I'll personally organize a dinner party for you, and at that time, I'll let you meet all the children in the circle, and you'll be the only eldest grandson of our Gu family. Gu Huai's eyes sank. You said it, I want everything. Master Gu was impatient. Well, if you want the star to buy it for you, and if you want the island to buy it for you, and the boat and the car to buy it for you, can we go now? He proudly raised his head. I only want the Shin family's daughter. Elder Gu? Want someone? He finally began to look at Gu Huai squarely. There's something about this grandson. A very different style from his indolent son. Rather like him. He raised an eyebrow in interest. It's fine if the Shin family is willing to stay with you. You can keep it or marry it if you want. Gu Huai didn't say anything. Get in the car. The corners of Elder Gu's mouth twitched, and he and his bodyguard looked at Gu Huai's cold and arrogant back. But where did the Shin family get a daughter? Didn't their family have 3 boys? Yen Lai sat constrained in the car, staring blankly at the scenery. Shin Anyu sat across from her, frequently placing his gaze on her. Is there nothing you want to ask me? Wouldn't she want to say something after backtracking like that and adopting her back? Yen Lai looked back and shook his head. No, Mom says not to ask what you shouldn't. She wasn't too interested either. Shin Anen frowned. The reason I brought you back is not because you are my daughter, but because I know your uncle, your mother's brother. Shin Jingjie picked up the conversation. Your mother has 4 brothers and 1 sister above her, and the sister is my mother. I don't know if you know that. Yen Lai pondered a little, thinking of the name his mom recited every time he got drunk. Undeclared. She pursed her lips. No. Shin Jingjie's face showed sarcasm. Your mom probably didn't scold my mom less, did she? Yen Lai was stunned and shook her head. Mom scolds sometimes, but mostly she just cries. Shinan and his eyes went cold. What are you crying about? She softly said. Cry for your sister. The carriage fell instantly silent. Yen Lai felt the atmosphere cold. Shrinking his neck. Said the wrong thing? Shun Xiuyan, the eldest young master of Shin, broke the silence. No matter what, your mother and your aunt were not on particularly good terms, and you should also know that your mother attempted to kill your aunt, so you are not allowed to appear in front of your aunt because you are making a mistake as her daughter. Understand? Shin Zai, Shin's second youngest son, hummed and laughed. Speaking in human terms means that if you dare to appear in front of our mother, we'll just throw you out. Chapter 19, $1 million a month. Tell me if it's not enough. Little trembled in fear and hurriedly nodded her head. Knows to mess with it. Will not appear in front of auntie. With that, she hurriedly looked out to hide the panic. She knows everyone doesn't like her. Mom always said, too, that her birth was a mistake. She'd gotten used to it a long time ago. Yenlai quietly looked out the window and continued to be lost in thought. Suddenly, a card was placed in front of her. She was stunned and looked at Shinon with along the card that was handed to her. Unsure, Shinon and his eyes sank. This is 2 million. It is your pocket money. Take this money to buy clothes for yourself. But if you pipe me again, it is 2 months later. 1 million a month pocket money. Too little to say to me now. $1 million a month. How much is $1 million? Her head buzzed. How many bags of Sancho Ichi noodles does that buy? Shinjingji snorted in mockery. You just know your crappy Sanchoism. This money can buy several houses of Sanshuang. Poor bastard. Little Yi sucked in a breath of cold air and waved her hand in a flattered manner. Uncle, this is too expensive. I can't take it. While her mother usually scolded her for $1, her uncle was able to give her the face of several houses. She can't have it. Shinanha was too lazy to talk nonsense with her and transferred the card to Shinjingji. You take care of it. You take this money and go buy her a bunch of clothes. Throw away all the second-hand clothes you took from the orphanage. Don't let her live poorly in Yan Lixing's house. Shinjingji was dumbfounded. Why me? Shinzano cackled. Third brother, aren't you the closest to this new little sister of ours? The greeting card that was just given to you. You still secretly seem to be holding it. Who's responsible if you're not? Shinjingji was even more furious. Who said I looked at her worn-out greeting card? I didn't even look at that piece of. I'll just take it and shred it with a paper shredder today. Saying that, he stared at Yen Lai warily. Don't you listen to what he says. I don't like your crap greeting card. I'm not looking at it. Little Yi blinked in confusion. If you don't like it, you don't like it. Why emphasize it to her all over again? She nodded her head good-naturedly. Yes brother, I don't believe it. I don't believe it at all. Shinjingji. Shinzei laughed his head off. Ha 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 Shinjingji. Looks like you'll have some fun in the future ha 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 ha. Shinon and the corner of his mouth if anything hooked upward. Looking out the window. Hang Lung is here. You take her in to buy things. I will let the bodyguard come to you. By what you look after yourself. But that money is for her. You are not allowed to take it. Shinjingji angrily jumped out of the car. A small sum of money, who cares? Let's go. Yen Lai clumsily followed behind Shinjingji with her short legs, politely waving her hands with them. Bye uncle. Bye brother. Thank you. The car door slammed right shut and started to leave. Shinjingji urged her with particular impatience. I really don't understand why I have to care about this little of yours. Not enjoying a good holiday. Having to get into this mess with you in here. Little Yi blushed and lowered her head in a particularly apologetic manner. Her milky little face climbing with fear. I'm sorry brother. I've caused you trouble. Why don't you go home? I'll be fine on my own. Shinjingji was stunned by the way she was about to cry and smacked his lips. Come on. With this IQ of yours, you're not sure where you'll lose it all by yourself. He turned and walked into the mall. Follow me in. Chapter 20, What Came to Be. Just a little bit of cuteness. Little Yi hurriedly followed him with her short legs. Stepping through the door, the mall inside the TV instantly caught her eye. Her eyes swished brightly and her mouth dropped open in awe. Is this a place that sells clothes? The places she used to follow her mom around to buy clothes were kind of narrow lanes, crowded with people, and not nearly as pretty. It's so beautiful here. The floors reflect her. Yen Lai looked at herself in a daze, then noticed the small shoes stained with old dirt, and looked at Shinjingji with a bit of self-consciousness. She subconsciously pulled away a little. Shinjingji realized that the little milk group didn't follow him, and once he turned his head, he saw Yen Lai walking along the road with his head discreetly lowered, just like a listless little milk dog. The aura is very low. He hated it and yanked her down. What's going on? Little Yi shrank in fear, thinking that he was going to hit himself, and hurriedly raised her hand. Mom said to keep a distance from her outside, or else Yi will disgrace her. I'm sorry brother, I shouldn't have gotten so close to you. Her voice was shaking. Shinjingji had a bellyful of fire and wanted to say that she was moving too slowly. When he heard this, his face changed slightly. Your mom won't let you walk next to her? He was never allowed to be out of his mom's sight when he was little. Why is her mom doing this to her? Lai shivered, afraid of being beaten. I'm sorry brother, you told me the rules. I'll follow them properly. Say it again. Shinjingji's heart thumped, and he couldn't say a single word of the reprimand that was on his lips, and said in irritation, the rule is that you have to follow me around. Do not move an inch. Don't leave my sight. Do you hear me? Little Italy shivered. I hear you. Shinjingji hummed. She was afraid that he was still angry, and timidly tugged at the corner of his coat. I am sorry brother. I don't know. I am thinking that I am too dirty to walk beside you. Shinjingji ridiculously tilted his head. What does your mom tell you all day long? Why do you have such low self-esteem? At the mention of her mother, Little Yi's nose soured a little and she cooed. Mommy says I'm a mistake. And mistakes don't deserve to live well. Shinjingji was stunned and his anger subsided. This little guy, all this time, grew up with his mom treating him like this? His mom compliments him and his brothers 800 times a day. Compliment him on his good looks, compliment him on his intelligence, compliment him on his personality. But her mom is. Xiao opinion he did not say anything. The heart is more and more uneasy. Timidly shook the hem of his clothes. Brother, do not be angry. Do not dare. The corner of Shinjingji's mouth twitched, squirming as he glanced at her small tender hand, coldly and arrogantly brushing aside his head. I'm not angry. Yan Lai breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that brother isn't angry. I promise that I definitely won't avoid you this time. Shinjingji looked at her askance and continued to walk forward. Little took short steps and struggled to keep up. He was walking fast, and her short legs were a little backwards. Shinjingji feigned unintentionally slowing his pace. Little quickly ran up to him, stole a glance at him, and walked alongside him. Passers-by saw her and let out a gasp. Oh my god, this little girl is so cute. Her brother is also pretty. Oh, how can this brother and sister have such a high face value? They both seem, damn it, trying to trick me into having a daughter again. How can she look so pretty? Why do I think this little girl looks a bit familiar? Lai looked around, a little puzzled. Are they complimenting her? She never heard compliments like that when she was with her mom. Most of the people were pointing fingers at her, saying that she was the child of a whore murderer and wouldn't grow up to be anything good, while others said she was pathetic. She had never received so many compliments. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn upwards, and she pursed her lips to sneer, not daring to let on. Shinjingji squinted at her. Look at her wordlessly arched brow, her smile hidden, and the light pearly swirls under the corners of her mouth. Smile extra sweet. The corners of his mouth tended to rise as well, and he wrinkled his brow to suppress them. It's just a little bit cute. Not much. Chapter 21, Defending Your Brother's Dignity. Shinjingji's afterglow glanced at Yan Lai, and was a bit enraged. But I don't know why I'm on fire. It could be that he kind of wanted to hold her hand right now. He casually pointed to a children's clothing store that he frequented. You go there and wait for me. I'm going to the restroom. Remember, your head must be up for me. The pie must be full. If I know that you have done something that disgraced me, I'll really beat you up. You hear me? Yan Lai nodded busily, lifted his leg and ran over. Chest up, heads up, chest out and head up. She was like a little chickadee, entering the store majestically. Shinjingji looked at her back and felt funny. It's so cute, and this little girl is smart. Self-care is pretty good. Shinjingji finished his thought and hurriedly shook his head again. No, 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 no. She's not cute. She's not cute at all. Yan Lai entering the store on short little legs, slowly gathering his aura, a little tight and dirty. The clerk saw her and walked up to her with a frown. Are you lost, little sister? Yan Lai politely shook her head. No sister, my brother brought me here to buy clothes. He said for me to wait for him for a while in this store first. The clerk blushed and looked her up and down again. Little was wearing one of those old dresses that had been donated. A long, haltered, aqua blue dress with some very, very tiny stains on it, and a pair of old, creased and scuffed doll shoes on her feet. None of them can exceed 100, but they've got over $100 worth of buttons on a regular dress in here. What kind of poor guy shops here? The corner of her mouth climbed up into a mocking smile and she said in a conspiratorial manner, Little sister, I think you'd better go out first. It's easy for you to delay our business in our place. It's not good if there are germs brought in. The other siblings are very golden. Little blinked her watery eyes, looked outside, and did not find Shinjingji's figure. She shook her head firmly. No, if I leave my brother shouldn't be able to find me. He's gone to the bathroom. He'll be back soon. The female clerk laughed even more sarcastically. No you can't. You can't just stand in our store without buying anything. And we don't even know what kind of person your brother is. What if you steal something in here? So it's better to ask you to get out. The visitor frowned. She won't steal anything. She argued reasonably. Sister, my brother said that he really needs to be here for me to wait for him. I can't leave. Sister, please let me wait a little longer. Just a little while. I promise I won't touch anything. The clerk pushed her out forcefully. But when I say no, I mean no. Please stop pestering me like this. What's wrong with you kids? After saying that, she picked up Yan Lai and threw her out of the store like a chicken. Little looked around blankly. Still no sign of her brother, and her clueless hands squeezed her skirt at her sides. Then she'll wait in here. The clerk saw her standing in the doorway and not moving. Her face sank, and she simply ran out of patience. I said you kids don't understand human language, do you? I told you to get out of here. You're so poor. You'll delay our customers from entering the store. Was trembling with fear. Her fleshy little face was full of helplessness. and she asked in a milky voice, "Can't I just wait for brother at the door?" The clerk was tough. "No. Your brother can't even afford a button. What are you waiting for over here?" Yenlai's face changed and she also became a bit angry. "How can you talk about my brother like that? My brother is not that kind of person. He said that if he asked me to wait here, he can do it. You're not allowed to laugh at him like that." Chapter 22, You siblings are poor. You can't afford it. The clerk raised her eyebrows, her 5 senses fluttering as she laughed with a sneer. "Yo, that's really embarrassing. Poking at your poor people's tiny dignity, isn't it? You're a little kid who still knows how to defend his own family." Shinjinji walked out of the restroom, and from a long distance, he saw Yenlai arguing with the store clerk at the door. He frowned. Yi was so angry that her face turned red, and she roared milkily, "You can say I'm poor and sour, but you can't say that about my brother. My brother is so beautiful, like a prince. He's not like that." She was very articulate and spoke in strips. "And uncle gave money before brother brought me here. You can't talk about brother like that." The clerk laughed out loud, looking around at the passers-by coming over, still mocking to the extreme. "Aya, you kid. I really don't know whether I should say you're pathetic or praise you for being smart." She leaned down and taunted, "The clothes we have here are not something people like you can afford. Do you understand? Your brother brought you here, so I guess he went to the wrong store, or he didn't have the pussy to count. You're affecting the image of our store by standing in front of it like this. How can we sell our stuff?" After that, she scanned up and down. "I see you look like this. I guess your brother is not much better. Brother and sister are probably the same poor." Lai's brain buzzed and she gave her a fiery shove. "You're not allowed to talk about my brother." Instead of being propelled, the clerk got annoyed and raised her hand to push her away. "You're looking for death. Who let you touch me? Dirty or not you?" Little Yi fell straight to the ground, her eyes abruptly red. The passers-by really couldn't stand it and yelled, "Why are you bullying the children?" "Exactly." The clerk was stubborn. "It wasn't me who bullied her. She was looking for death herself, dressed so poorly, saying she's waiting for her brother here. Who knows if she's a thief?" The passerby helped to argue. "What thief? How can such a small child steal? And you have just been laughing at this child's poverty. Do you have any moral heart at all? Cabinet sisters are marvelous, aren't they?" The clerk, at a loss for words, continued to point hard at Yenlai. "Am I wrong? She's supposed to be poor and shouldn't be here." There were already abrasion wounds on Yenlai's body, and now the blood stains were showing, but she held back the pain and looked at her stubbornly. "You insulted my brother first. I won't allow you to talk about my brother. He brought me here to buy something. He's a good man." Shinjingji's heart thumped, and a flash of light crossed the bottom of his eyes. The manager of the mall passed by and saw him, and hurriedly came up attentively. "Young Master Shin, why didn't you tell us about your visit? Why didn't you tell us you were coming? You didn't say you had someone with you, so I'll go shopping with you." Shinjingji glanced at him slyly and didn't say anything. The clerk on the other side was emboldened. "What's wrong with insulting your brother? I'm sure your brother is just a poor man, and he's not allowed to be insulted." A cool teenage voice interjected at the right time. "Is the popper this young lady is talking about me?" All of a sudden, the atmosphere was quiet for a moment, and Tom looked towards the source of the sound. Shinjingji was wearing a white shirt with well-tailored suit pants and a pair of immaculate white shoes on his feet. He has handsome features, peach blossom eyes like a cat, lazy and not lose reserve, broken hair messy fall in front of the forehead, looks but also about 10 years old, but the aura is all open, and even to be a head higher than the manager next to him, and slowly walks to the front of the sales clerk. Little Yi was overjoyed. "Brother Jingji." The female clerk's face changed and she looked at Shinjingji in shock. Chapter 23, Let's buy it all. "Okay, Yi." Shinjingji bent down to pick up Yi and carefully looked at the abrasions on her body, overlapping with the rubbing from today's card delivery. His eyebrows climbed into a huff and his tone was extraordinarily gentle. "Does it hurt?" Yi softly shook her head. "It doesn't hurt, brother. I didn't protect you. I don't care how I say it. My sister has been laughing at you. Don't be angry, okay?" Shinjing Resign's grip on her hand tightened, lifting his eyes to look deeply at her. "I'm not angry," he said. "It's my dignity you just argued for and defended." Shinjingji slowly straightened up and looked at the small clerk whose face was a bit pale. "This brand, your family runs it?" The clerk's face changed at first, and he waved his hand hastily. "No, it's not run by your family. What are you as a roadblock dog?" Shinjingji walked straight towards her. "You sell brands, so you consider yourself a name brand? What right do you have to obstruct your customers?" The clerk's breath caught in his throat and he couldn't speak. How could she not recognize Shinjingji? Shinjingji was the most generous client she had ever flattered. "Every time I come here I have to buy hundreds to hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of clothes. New products are never selected in their entirety without batting an eye." A few sales clerks have been scrambling in private to cultivate a relationship with Shinjingji. "But, how is he?" She laughed harder than she cried, and asked, "Without hope, it is not possible, is it, that you are her brother? Shin Jingji sneered. Yes, coincidentally, I am her brother. There was a gasp of surprise. The passers-by laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, face slapped face slapped face. Just now, some people still said that people are poor and sour. But this is not absolutely rich. 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. Do not deceive the children to be poor. Ha 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 ha. Cool ending. I'm counting on this scene for dinner today. Little handsome, let me tell you, while you were away, she damaged your sister explicitly and implicitly. And your sister is pathetic. The shopgirl backed up and vainly defended. No, it's not like that. Please don't believe it. I just had a momentary misunderstanding. I took her for someone else's daughter with a thief who looks like her. I'm really sorry. Shin Jingji narrowed his eyes derisively. Is that so? But I heard clearly just now that it was my sister you were mocking. What do you have to lie about? He took Yi's hand and brushed past the clerk without even looking at her. Manager, tell her to get lost. I don't want to see her again. The mall manager nodded attentively and looked seriously at the female manager. You're fired. You can leave. The shopgirl's face changed greatly, and she said hastily, Dota Shin young master. I'm sorry, I still have a mortgage to pay. Life is hard. I'll give you a discount, okay? I'll subsidize myself. I'm willing to make up for my mistakes. Shin Jingji didn't turn around, as if he didn't hear. She then hastily begged Yen Lai, little sister, help me talk to your brother. Yi looked at her blankly, and Shin Jingji swept the clerk away as he turned her head around. He looked out of the corner of his eye, as if he were gazing at a dog. Get out while I'm in a good mood. The shopgirl's breath hitched and her head buzzed. Shin Jingji led Yen Lai towards the women's new clothing. His tone was light, but also hidden a trace of imperceptible favor. We all want it, okay? Yi was a bit overwhelmed. Brother, this is too much. I can't wear it. Shin Jingji smiled in a harmless way. It's okay, change it, wear it for a day and then throw it away. Lest any blind pig see you and taunt you next time. Chapter 24, Look, she's really beautiful. Shin Jingji snapped his fingers. His tone was flat. This year's new models for girls, except for the pink dress. I'll take all the rest. And by the way, I'll find another dress for her to wear. The other sales clerks instantly glowed and said in unison, Yes, young Master Shin. There was also a female sales clerk who took the initiative to half kneel in front of Yen Lai and smiled. Miss, change your clothes now. I'll serve you. Yen Lai is flattered. These adults are too good for her too. Followed by that shopgirl's crying cries, Yi was brought to the mirror by the shopkeepers. They kept complimenting her. Little sister, you look so beautiful. Yeah, skin's okay. Is young Master Shin your own brother? How come we've never seen you before? Yen Lai shook his head in confusion. No, she didn't know how she was going to explain their relationship. But these shopkeepers then accepted the setting spirit especially naturally and nodded. So you are cousins? I really envy you for having such a brother. You will surely be very favored when you grow up. That's right, you see how much your brother loves you. He directly wrapped it up for you. This can be the legendary little bossy president. Right. Ha 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 ha, you see how well people are cast. They've been heroines since they were little. It's a life I envy now. Yen Lai stared blankly at these shopgirls holding different clothes and comparing them to her body. A little bit of wandering. And looked at Shin Jingji who was sitting on the side. Shin Jingji was followed by an adult in a suit who kept bowing his head, seemingly apologizing to him. He still looked unhappy, and glanced toward her unobtrusively. She smiled gratefully at him with a crooked smile. Thank you, brother. Shin Jingji's face changed slightly and he silently averted his gaze, looking at the sky and the earth but not at her. The shopgirl brushed her hair, put on a new pair of socks, a blue shirt with khaki pleated pants underneath, and a pair of Chelsea boots on her feet. Her inked hair was cascading, one side of it pinned behind her ear, and her khaki beret matched her dress. The shopgirl's heart melted as she looked on. Ouch! It feels like I'm matching dolls. Yes, this hair is so thick and long that I envy a little child. Little Yi looked at herself inside the mirror in shock. It's like being a different person, wearing clothes that are true to size and refined beyond words. Is this still little Yi? The shopgirls laughed out loud. Of course it's you. You're so good looking. Who else could it be? After saying that, they pulled her to Shin Jingji. Their tone could not hide their excitement. Young Master Shin, look, how beautiful your sister is. Shin Jingji inadvertently raised his head and reflected Yen Lai into his eyes, instantly freezing in place. Lai twisted his hands in a particularly unnatural manner and looked at him nervously. Is brother good looking? Shin Jingji was dumbfounded. Yen Lai had a pair of very pretty eyes, round-looking and upturned at the end, with a Muppet cat-like purity and delicacy. The nose is quietly straight, the lips are thick and shapely, and the face is so fleshy that you can't help but want to pinch it. It wasn't that the dress set her off so well, but because of her beauty, it changed the whole vibe of the dress. While he knew she was good-looking, He never thought the guy would look this good. Though resembling her father, her features were clearly on the feminine side and accommodated her demeanor into it. So beautiful. Chapter 25, He doesn't understand the world of the rich. The female sales clerk came to Yi's ear and muttered in a low voice. Look, your brother is looking at you all dumbfounded. Oh, you're very beautiful Yi. Yan Li's heart thumped and asked uncertainly. Brother, does Yi look good? Shinjingji abruptly returned to his senses. The knot in his throat rolled up and down. Don't open his head and said, like a person. The shopgirls looked at each other derisively, and it was all in the air. Nice guy, and an arrogant brother. Yan Li nervously walked up to him. Thank you brother for buying me the clothes. I love them. Shinjingji cleared his throat, the tips of his ears reddening. Well, I don't care if you like it or not. He rose condescendingly and glanced at her with the rest of his eyes. Go to someone else's house again. I'll pay the money and have everything delivered to the address I gave you. The clerk smiled and nodded. Okay young Master Shen. Shinjingji walked towards the counter with the card, spending a total of $260,000. Yan Li was confused. How much is $260? 000 again? Why couldn't she hear 100? Or 1,000? Or a block? But only 10,000 after she came here? The two walked out of the store together. Passers-by's gazes instantly coalesced on the two of them. OMG. Look at that brother and sister pair, that's so cute. Wow. This little boy is so handsome. The little girl is so delicate. And she's wearing such nice clothes. So stylish. The atmosphere was even more exaggerated than the compliments just now. Little Yi's face was hot and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Reflected in her eyes were clothes that no longer had any dirt on them, and still smelled faintly of new clothes. It was her favorite flavor. So far, she'd only sniffed it once. Today is the second time. It's because of the brother. She looked at Shinjingji gratefully and reached out to hold his hand. Shinjingji's footsteps paused and he looked at her in surprise. Yan Li didn't find the gesture inappropriate, but simply took his hand and looked around. His heart somehow jumbled a few beats, and he hesitantly drew his hand back, but subconsciously wrapped it around her small hand. Yan Li didn't feel anything, just a reflex to tighten her grip on his fingers. A hot current roiled steeply in Shinjingji's heart. Even this heat flowed and tugged at the corners of his mouth. There was an indescribable sense of serenity as the two siblings strolled slowly like this. Yan Li sneaked a look at Shinjingji's side face. It was the first time she had been out shopping with her family without being scolded. She was especially happy and looked greedily at Shinjingji again. Shinjingji noticed her gaze and looked at her askance in displeasure. What are you looking at? Little Yi choked and hastily withdrew her gaze, saying sullenly, I just feel happy to be out with you. Thank you brother. You were really like a prince when you were protecting me just now. She looked at him sincerely. I like you, brother. Shinjingji's face changed at first, instantly reddening into a pig's liver color. Don't flatter me. I don't listen to any flattering. With that, he took a deep breath and pulled her inside the cell phone store. Get a cell phone. The clerk sized up his outfit and smiled. The latest model out of the Apple iPhone 14 Pro Max. You know it? Shinjingji glanced at Yan Li's small hand, estimating that he couldn't even grip it. She doesn't deserve that. Well. The corner of the clerk's mouth twitched. And what kind of style would you like? Shinjingji's gaze faintly scanned the store. Just 14. Clerk? Is 14 any worse? Is he polite? The rich man's world he doesn't understand. Chapter 26. What is the meaning of the beast? Yan Li tugged on his hand and said in a milky voice. Brother, I don't want a cell phone. It's too expensive. Shinjingji didn't take it seriously. The clothes you're wearing, from top to bottom, are enough for you to buy 3 cell phones. Stop talking. Yan Li. Shinjingji bought her a cell phone, a phone card, and brought her a small child's phone watch. Took her shopping again for school bags, shoes, pajamas, everything. All of them were mailed to Yan Knight's home. After buying almost everything, Shinjingji contacted the driver to pick him up and beat a path back home. Go home. Yan Li followed him upside down and couldn't do the math anymore. She acquired a bunch of clothes, a bunch of bags, and a cell phone, and a tablet, and so many more weird things, even dolls. My brother is such a good man with a cold face and a warm heart. She likes her brother. Loved it. Shinjingji looked askance at her with downcast eyes. It was obvious that Yan Li's aura was changing. She has gone from being timid and self-conscious at the beginning to being able to walk with her chest out and a sparkle in her eyes. It was very different from the first time we met. That's what his sister looks like. He will be satisfied and initiate a video call in the group. Yan Li Xing picked up. What does the great nephew want? Shinjingji saw his dangling appearance, wrinkled his eyebrows and said, I've already bought clothes for Yan Li. All the things are all moved to your house in Thompson inside. What's your house password? Yan Li Xing was stunned for a moment. Surprised. What? You've already picked up Yan Li, but you still want to put me here. What are you thinking? When little Yi heard this, she looked at Shinjingji in awe. Shinjingji also glanced at her a bit awkwardly and quickly put on his Bluetooth headphones. Apparently, The uncle didn't want to raise her. Intentionally disoriented, she lowered her head and looked out the window in awe. Will she have to be sent back? Within the video, Shun Xiaoyan, Shun Zeno, and Shinan of the Shin family entered a video call. Shinan with said, although we have a lot of properties under our hands, but I am worried that Wei Yang will visit those properties, so I have no way to put Yan Lai in my house. It just so happens that you have a lot of unused houses. You help me to take in for a while until she becomes an adult and goes to college. Yan Lixing was ridiculous. You call that a while? Why don't you just let me raise her and then let her give me an old age? Shun Anha's face sank. You know, the money won't be less. Yan Lixing was very resistant. It's not a matter of money or not. Right now it's this child I don't like. She is Yan Zixi daughter. Even if Yan Zixi is my own sister, she is still my enemy. Why should I raise my enemy's daughter? I owe her. The more he spoke, the angrier he got. Are we going to help Yan Zixi clean up her mess just because she's dead? This child should never have existed in this world. She should have gotten rid of it in the first place. Xin Jingji frowned. Yan Lai wasn't such a bad kid. At least he thought. He said in a hushed voice, if uncle doesn't want to, we'll sell another suite and we won't need him to raise it. We'll raise it ourselves. No, he takes care of it, anyway, and it saves time. Shinan vetoed, no. All our houses are at risk of being seen by Wei Yang. This child can be recognized at a glance as long as she is seen by Wei Yang. She has already suffered a big blow from what happened in the first place. She can't be stimulated again. Yan Lixing couldn't understand. Then give it up for adoption. Shananha's face became more and more ugly. This child is a big tree, valued by big directors, and will probably become a child star in the future. Many people want to adopt her, but every one of them is scheming against her. What if she is used to become a money tree without freedom? Would you be willing to do that? Yan Lixing choked, unable to speak. That's a definite no. At least this is the offspring of his Yin family. How can we let someone else get away with this? Chapter 27, Dead outside also do not like to come to the intention. Shinan said in a deep voice, you make a price. I'll give you the rent. I don't need you to control her. I'll hire a nanny for her. She just needs to live at your place. If you don't agree, I'll have to go find someone else. Yan Lixing had a headache and held his forehead, and said no more. Forget it. The house password is 752,777. Xin Jingji sighed in relief. Got it. Yan Lixing looked unhappy. I will go to see this child in a while, but I also make it clear at the same time that I don't need you guys to pay the rent. This child my assistant has seen. She has said that this child has a business opportunity. I intend to let this child enter the entertainment industry and sign up for my company, so that she can logically live in my house. At that time, even if Wei Yang knows that I am living in my place with a girl, I can also say that I've raised an orphan with quite a lot of talent. No problem. Xin Jingji didn't agree. But uncle, she's still young. Isn't it bad for you to let her enter the entertainment industry now? The other two brothers gave him a rather surprised look. Shin Zeno taunted. Jingji, are you feeling sorry for your sister? Rated after shopping with her? Favorable feelings up you up? Shin Jingji? I'm the one who didn't have a strategy. Shinan disapproved. It's not like Wei Yang doesn't watch TV. What if she sees it? Yan Lixing was speechless. Yan Lai now how much business opportunity you do not understand when the time comes to talk about it. Yan Zixi died. Wei Yang still think that this is your child? Shinan pondered for a moment and did not refuse. Yan Lixing didn't have a good temper. It's settled. I'll go back after work. After saying that, he hung up the phone and called his female assistant. Xian Duo, come home with me after work. Xian Duo instantly tensed his nerves. Mr. Yan, I've followed you for so many years. Are you finally moved by my beauty? But I have someone I like. The two of us are impossible. Yan Lixing, didn't you have your eye on a beauty child before? That child is my niece. I'm going to give her to you. What are you thinking in your head? Xian Duo choked and laughed away awkwardly. You're moving so fast. And this is how you've taken this little child star home. I even saw her on the hot search today. Whatever. He's not interested. After 8, Yan Lixing took Xian Duo to the Thompson neighborhood. Xian Duo couldn't hide his excitement. We need to meet our little netizen soon. I don't know if this little girl is good to get along with. Does she listen? Can I become her agent? Yan Lixing drove the car and sneered. Right. I'll just make you her manager straight away. And you'll just take one of her kids. Xian Duo nodded happily. Although it's my first time being an agent, please don't worry. I'll never make a mistake. Saying that she thought of something else. Speaking of which, this is your niece. Your niece has been living in the orphanage all her life. Don't you have to be a little excited to see her after all this time? Yan Lixing furrowed his sword brows, in an unhappy mood. Excited? Ha! He lazily opened his mouth. Yan Lixing is to die outside. Jumping from here, seeing the child will definitely not have a moment's movement. With that, he took the elevator to his floor and entered the house. Yan Lai, who had been anxious, cackled at the sound and stood up directly from the sofa, his body tense. Yan Lixing strides towards her. Seeing her from afar, his footsteps lurch. Little Yi bit her lower lip and timidly said, "Hello, uncle." Yan Lixing's face changed, and the string in his head swished and collapsed. Why is this kid so cute? It's even better than in the photos. Chapter 28, Did your mom ever scold us? Qian Duo lost control and pounced in front of Yan Lai, looking her up and down. "Aya baby, you're too pretty. You have a bright future at first glance. Let me introduce myself. My name is Qian Duo. From today onwards, I will be your agent, and I will bring you to earn a lot of money in the future." "Okay baby." There was some confusion on the part of Yi. "Make a lot of money?" Yan Lixing came back to his senses, annoyed, and lit a cigarette. "Right, our family does not raise invalids. You have to earn your own living expenses and tuition fees for yourself at a young age, or else I'll give you such a big house to live in for nothing." Xin Jingji was not pleased. "Uncle, speak politely. She's just a child." Little Yi quickly waved her hands. "It's fine. I'll work hard to earn money. She wants to stay, so she will try and repay them for their willingness to adopt her." Shinan and his other two sons walked in and frowned when they heard this and stepped straight into the living room. Yan Lixing flicked the ashes of his cigarette. "Qian Duo, you go home first. Tomorrow you'll bring her to the director's interview again. I have something to say to her now." Chandler nodded and looked around at the men with handsome brows. Excellent hormones filled the room, but it was chilling. She gave the little girl a sympathetic look and lifted her leg to leave. The atmosphere in the room abruptly became cold and solemn. Shinan fixedly looked at Yan Lai, and then glanced at the third son. "The vision is good." Xin Jingji was non-committal. Yan Lixing disdained. "What's the use of dressing well? The heart is good. I'm afraid that on the surface pretending to be naive, behind the scenes on the face of some of the rotten things that cannot be on the stage," he said, narrowing his eyes and taking a drag on his cigarette. "How did your mom die?" Yan Lai's brain buzzed, and her little face turned pale. "What? Mom died?" The atmosphere froze for a moment. Several of the men were uncharacteristically surprised. Xin Jingji's eyes stopped. "Uncle, don't talk nonsense. Yan Lai's mom just went to the sky. She didn't die at all." He had just tentatively asked Yan in the car what he had come for. The boy didn't think his mother was dead at all, but very innocently told him that she had gone to heaven to be the queen of the magic fairy castle. Only a child could believe that. Yan Lixing's face changed slightly, embarrassed. "Then, the Empress Lord went to heaven. Why didn't you notify me earlier? I at least prepared a congratulatory gift to send to the Empress Lord's planet. Xin Jingji glared at him. "Who would have thought you could ask? Coming up and asking how your mom died. Is that a question a carbon-based creature can think of?" But little Yi vaguely felt that something was not right, and in a small voice, she pursued the question. "Excuse me, is my mother dead?" When she opened her mouth like this, the faces of the people at the scene changed, vaguely flooding with a bit of intolerance. The corners of Yan Lixing's mouth twitched, and he was a little bit vain. "I said the wrong thing. Your mom did go to the sky to be the queen of the so-and-so Crabtree Castle. Xinjingji, it's the queen of the magic fairy castle." The corner of Yan Lixing's mouth twitched. Yes, the queen of the magic fairy castle. But how did your mother live with you all before she went to become the queen? Did she ever scold us?" Yan Lai blushed slightly and lowered her eyes in embarrassment. Yan Lixing saw through it at a glance and narrowed his eyes cruelly. "Yan Lai, don't play mind games in front of us. What we hate the most is girls who play mind games. What did your mom say to you? You have to give a truthful account or I won't raise you." Little Yi shivered. A hint of awe climbed between her brows, and she said shakily, "Mom didn't say much to me. She didn't like me. She just told me that I'm Dad's child, and that Dad was happy with his 3 sons, and that I was the most superfluous one." She timidly said, "She usually doesn't talk much about you guys, just a few words when she's drunk, and the person she beats and curses the most is E." Little E looked up again. "But please believe E, Mommy didn't talk about you all the time. She really didn't." Chapter 29, Don't Hit E. This last sentence, Xiao Yi said with urgency, afraid that they would not believe it. Xinjingji's heart ached vaguely when he saw her like this. Honestly, this explanation is just not a happy one. Does it make them feel better to think that her mom won't scold them to scold her? Yan Lixing's eyes were even more vicious. Then what? What does she usually take to earn money? Yi sniffed and shivered, her eyebrows knitting into a twist as she struggled to speak. She may be small, but she understands that what her mom does is not a good business. She shook her head. Don't want them to know. Yan Lixing's eyes sank. Then why did your mom get into a car accident? Yi sniffed her nose and hesitantly said, she was chased and beaten by a woman because the woman's husband was going to give my mom money. And then, the woman suddenly ran out and beat my mom up. And we already had no rent or money for food at that time. And my mom ran away in fear. And when she ran out into the road, she was hit by a car. All of a sudden, The room was dead silent. The hostility in Yan Lixing's eyes intensified. You mean, your mom asked for money from a man with a daughter-in-law, right? The atmosphere gradually became condensed. Yan Li nodded in shame. Yan Lixing stepped in. Does she do this kind of thing often? She clenched her lower lip and stopped talking. Yan Lixing continued to press. Is it true that every time you see a different man? Have you lost count of how many men you have? Little Yi's body trembled. Still not speaking, Yan Lixing took a deep breath and violently manipulated the ashtray on the table and threw it towards the ground. Asterisk. Yan Li reflexively jumped up and ran under the table, cowering and shivering. Yan Lixing almost collapsed. Yan Zi, she is so lowly to herself. Since she was a child, when has our Yan family ever shortchanged her? She had to step by step to spoil herself into this state. Now that she's dead, she's still dead, and has left us with such a drag. Why didn't she take this child with her to die? Little Yi was so scared that her face turned pale, covering her ears, and her eyes were extremely wide. So scary. Uncle came to beat her. Shen Anha's heart clenched as he looked at her like this, striding to her. Come out. She was so scared she burst into tears. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Please. Shen Anha's face changed slightly. No one is trying to beat you. Come out. Yi kept backing up. Don't hit me. She still remembers an uncle she didn't mess with. She just looked at him and he dragged her to the ground and beat her violently. She was, at that moment, being flung around in the man's hands like a piece of trash. But she also resisted with all her might to bite the man. But when her mom came, she stopped struggling. But the man said, I'll pay you. Mom was standing in the corner, so she didn't come up. At that time, she also suddenly lost the strength to struggle and cried as the man beat her. So scared, she didn't want to get hit. Yan Li cried hoarsely. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Yan Lixing gradually calmed down and looked at her in surprise. Shinan with tugged at her. Where are you wrong? You're not wrong. Come out. Yi didn't listen at all. As if blindfolded, crying out and heading inside. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She cried out like that, causing everyone to freeze. Shinjingji couldn't look away and pushed his father away to crouch under the dining table. Absence of intention. I am Shinjingji. You wake up a little. No one is coming to beat you. No one will beat you. I'm by your side. Chapter 30. I won't let you suffer. Why do you come? Shinjingji? Brother? Yan Li looked at him with teary eyes and slowly came to her senses. Brother? Shinjingji nodded heavily. It's me. She suddenly bawled and jumped into his arms. Brother! They're going to beat me. I don't want to be beaten anymore. Yi didn't do anything wrong. Brother, please help me, beg for mercy. Please. Shinjingji hugged her tightly, smoothing her back one after another. No one will beat you. You are a member of our Shin family. Didn't I say so? You never have to look up to anyone in our family. You're definitely the best. Yan Li cried and trembled with shock. Yan Lixing gradually came to his senses and was very guilty. It's not like I said anything about her. I was just angry. Shinjingji chided. She's only 4 years old. She's a little baby. You can't drop things in front of her even if you're angry. On the side, Shen Xiuyan wrinkled his eyebrows. No, I don't think this reaction of hers is right. She formed a kind of conditioned reflex. It's obvious that someone hit her after dropping something. You ask her. Shinjingji heart thumped, cupped Yan Li's face. You tell brother. Someone has beaten you? Little Yi's tearful eyes nodded. I've been beaten. That man, he dropped the bottle of wine and came to beat me. Beat me several times. After beating me, I gave money to my mom. My mom let him beat me. But Yi didn't do anything wrong. The little crybaby's soft voice made the hearts of the people in the room clench. Shinjingji listened to the shortness of breath, a hand in her arms. Good. You're not wrong. No one says you're wrong. It's okay, brother in. Shinan and the bottom of his eyes tumbled with a shadowy sky. Watching Yan Li whimper, the otherwise delicate little girl became a wreck. He even imagined the image of his flesh and blood being yanked out from under the table and beaten. He clenched his fists deeply. Find that man and I will make him pay. Without saying a word, Shin Xiuyan turned around and went to make a phone call. Shinan slowly squatted down and calmly looked at Yan Li. Li sniffled, his grape-sized eyes containing tears as he looked at him. Uncle. Shinan with subconsciously reached out and wiped away her tears, looked at her fixedly. Yan Li, you remember, from today onwards no one will dare to bully you. Those who have bullied you in the past, I will make him pay. Even if we don't like you, we will definitely not let you suffer half a bit of insults. I will break their legs and feet, to avenge you. Little Yi stared at him in bewilderment. Shinan and his eyebrows were frozen with frost, just like the bad guys with shady eyebrows on TV, but she felt that he was good. She came out of Shinjingji's arms and opened her arms to gently give him a hug. Thank you, uncle. You're so nice. Shinan and his heartstrings moved slightly, reaching out his hand and placing it on her thin back. It was the first time he had ever touched this child of his. For some reason, he was wanting to hold her until she slept peacefully. He ghosted her up. Go to bed. little Yi buried in his shoulder. Milky huffed a humph and looked at Shinjingji. Brother accompanies. Shinjingji followed her without hesitation. Okay, brother accompanies you. She was put on the bed. Shinjingji picked up a wet towel and wiped her face, and also handed her a bear. Let the bear sleep with you. Yan Lai nodded, holding the bear in one hand and grasping Shinjingji's hand with the other, closing her eyes peacefully. Shunan stood silently, their complexion condensed. Shen Xiuyan knocked on the door. Dad, found it. Chapter 31. I am the father of Yan Lai. Silence in the dead of night. There was dead silence in Manchester. In a dilapidated basement, the man sat on the floor looking horrified, his hands and feet bound, next to several other men who were doing the same. Shinan, with an iron rod in hand, stood under the shaking light, his eyes showing murderous intent. The men were gagged and kept whimpering. Shinan snapped his fingers. The man in the very center had his cloth ripped off and shouted, "Brother, we haven't offended you, have we? Please, let us go." Shinan give his men a look. The henchman picked up his cell phone to show them the picture. Has this child ever been seen? Have you ever hit her? The man's face changed at first. How come? Her? Who are you? What is your relationship to him? Relationships? Shin Anha narrowed his eyes viciously. His tone clouded. I'm her father. The man's pupils plummeted. Father. Shin Anha casually handed the iron rod to his men. Immediately there were heartbreaking screams from the basement. He sat on the worn-out recliner, legs folded, countless killing intent piling up in his eyes as if he was able to devour people in them. He was only slightly satisfied when the man gradually screamed and lost his sanity, and the people next to him pissed their pants in fear. That's when the cell phone rang. Shinjingji, she's already asleep. Shinan got up. You guys continue. After saying that, he left with a big stride, and the miserable screams traveled farther and farther away, gradually disappearing. Shinan walked outside, looking up at the starry sky. The stars were shining, and one of them was very bright. He narrowed his eyes in contempt. Yan Zishi, this is really you dying or I won't let you go. Doing that kind of hookup in front of his kids. Gave birth to his child and never contacted him and raised his child as, even if he didn't want this child should never suffer again. He said with his men, pick a highly educated nanny to take good care of her, and remember, you must like children and investigate for any black history. The man nodded. Okay, Mr. Shen. On the other side, Yan Lai hugged the bear tightly and grunted unsteadily a few times. Teardrops slipped from the corners of her eyes. Shinjingja stayed by her side for a full hour, wiping away her tears. Shin Xiuyan and Shin Zeno stared straight at him. Shin Zai sneered. No, Shinjingji, you should be the one who hates her the most among us. Now how come after a day of getting along, you're like a different person? Shinjingji silently withdrew his hand and straightened his spine. I just feel that there is no one to comfort her. Crying makes me upset. Nothing else. Shin Xiuyan, heh. Shin Zeno mocked. Although Yan Lai is pitiful, but you mustn't forget that her mother almost killed our mother, and that her mother used some improper means to make father and her have Yan Lai. Yan Lai is a dirty child. Shinjingji's eyes were deep. She's already replaced that layer of skin. The clothes she's wearing now are the best. She's not dirty. Shun Xiuyan, heh. Shinjingji pursed his lips, said no more, and got up to leave. There was already a pile of cigarette butts inside Yan Lixing's ashtray. The whole house was filled with smoke, and he and Yan Lai were the only two people left in the house. He hesitates and walks to the room where the absentee comes from. Yan Lai slept uneasily and woke up violently when she heard the door open, looking at him with a horrified face and ducking under the covers. Yan Lixing wrinkled his eyebrows, extinguished his cigarette and said impatiently, Don't be afraid. I won't harm you. I was just angry just now. It's not like I'm angry with you. Yan Lai stared at her in a daze, but gradually calmed down, his black and white eyes staring at him. Yan Lixing, annoyed by her look, didn't know what to say and turned to leave. Suddenly Yi said, Uncle, are you my mom's fourth brother? Chapter 32, what is the meaning of this? Call me uncle, not uncle. Yan Lixing's footsteps lurched and he looked at her in surprise. Yan Lai hugged the bear that Shinjingji had prepared for her and softly whispered. Mom had said that her fourth brother was a particularly grumpy person, but she also said that although he was grumpy, he was very nice. Yan Lixing cocked his head, momentarily unable to discern whether what she said was true or false. Your mom even mentioned good things about us? Yan Zi, she should hate them the most. Yan Lai nodded. Mom would tell me about you guys when she was drunk. She said you're all very smart people and she's the only one who's stupid. And she'd say that you're usually the one who likes to make fun of her for having a low IQ. But then there's times when you're there to help her. So I know you. Yan Lixing laughed in exasperation. When did I laugh at your mom's low IQ? I never dash. He suddenly remembered the image of his previous contact with Yan Zishi. Yan Zishi showed off in front of him. Look, fourth brother, I finally passed the 6th grade. It's so hard. He scoffed. Is 6th grade hard? Do you realize that Wei Yang got a 9 in IELTS at your time? Yan Zishi was stunned and his face sank. What do you mean? This is my hard-earned exam. It's not like I'm different from you guys. Is it fun for you to talk like this? He laughed out loud. Yes, yes, yes. You worked hard to pass the exam. Who made you the dumbest person in our entire family? You're not like us. I can't appreciate your kind of hard work of succeeding in an exam with great difficulty. At that time, Yan Zishi's face reddened like a big tomato, and did not get angry with him, but just turned around and walked away forlornly. I didn't realize that she was pissed off to this day at his joke. Yan Lixing snapped. Your mom can be so careful. Lai raised an eyebrow and helpfully defended. No, I don't know what happened between you guys, but mom cries after every drink and she says you guys are never happy with her. She still remembers the first night after she was picked up by her mom, full of joy, that she got drunk and started beating her. When he got tired of fighting, he took her in his arms and cried. Why? Why do they not like me no matter what I do? Because I'm the dumbest one in the whole family? Because I was born a mistake? Then tell me what's right, Yanai. Why do people like us? Why do we live? It was a phrase she remembered to this day. The most her mom had ever told her was that her birth was a mistake. It's always followed by the addendum that she's also at fault. Wrong. Born wrong. Yan Lai slowly propped herself up. I know that mom made a big mistake. She's a murderer. She's guilty of many sins. But uncle, mom, he really just wants to get a word of praise from you guys. Even though she's done wrong, and I'm not asking for you guys to forgive her, but I hope that you guys don't think that she's really bad. Is that okay? She'd always thought her mom was pathetic. She had always felt that she and her mom were in the same boat. Yan Lixing's heart was depressed, and when he heard her words, his heart was not in the right place. Yan Zishi is dead, and forgiveness and unforgiveness seem less important. He turned away, waving his hand in annoyance. I know, go to sleep. I'm not leaving. I'll stay here until I find a nanny. And don't you ever call me uncle again. I'm your fourth uncle. Just call me uncle. Little Yi was stunned, her eyes suddenly bursting with vigor, and she nodded heavily. Aha, uncle. Yan Lixing gave her a twisted look and grunted. Don't be cocky. You have an interview tomorrow morning. You'll have to work hard and pay your rent. I don't have a good relationship with your mom. I don't have to support you. She nodded heavily. I will. Chapter 33, Shinanha. Is your child with Zishi still alive? In the Shin family villa, the woman jolted out of bed and sat up breathing heavily. Shinanha came straight to her and sat on the edge of the bed with concern. Wei Yang, did you have another nightmare? Yan Weiyang's eyes went black, and she slowed down for a while before looking at Shinanha with a sweaty head. Anha, I dreamed of Zishi. I dreamt that she was trapped in the swamp. I couldn't pull her up no matter how hard I tried, and finally watched her being buried alive and dying. Did something happen to her? Shinan, with a thump in his heart, calmly wiped the tears on her face. What are you talking about? Yan Zishi has long been out of prison. Do not know where to run to the face of the wild. You do not care about her. Do not forget. You're because of who removed a kidney? Yan Weiyang grabbed his arm urgently. No, Zishi saved me. She didn't try to kill me. She was just framed by that man. She really did save my Anwith. She only took the blame for the crime because she was ashamed of me. I've been saying this for so many years. Please believe me. Help me get her back. Shin Anha sighed helplessly and clutched her hand. Wei Yang, when Yan Zishi confessed to the crime, she was bent on assassinating you, and the evidence is overwhelming. You have to have a degree of kindness. Even if she's your younger sister, she isn't genuinely taking you as her sister. Understand? The light of expectation in Yan Weiyang's eyes died out by inches, and she lowered her hand, lowering her head in disappointment. Shinan got up. I'll go get you some water. Yan Weiyang suddenly said, I remember. You and Yan Zishi have a child. That child, she gave birth to? Shinan with a footstep and wrinkled his eyebrows. I've already paid her to abort it. How could she have given birth to it? He sounded annoyed as if he was trying desperately to set aside a stain. Don't mention it again. Yan Weiyang looked at his back, did not say anything, and touched the cell phone to make a call. The number you have dialed is empty. Please check before dialing. She furrowed her brows and tweeted to Yan Zishi. Zishi, are you still in prison now? Did you get out? When you said you didn't want to abort the child, where are you guys now? What kind of life are you living? I want to see you guys. Don't worry, my sister doesn't mean anything else. If you encounter difficulties in your life, you can come to me, or if you don't want to talk to me, just give me the card number. My sister will give you the living expenses, and want you to live well. Being a single mom must have been hard for you. Sister is worried about you. All the messages went stone cold, not a single answer. Yan Yan's head hurt and she closed her eyes. Her headaches are getting worse. After Yan Zishi went to jail, she closes her eyes and still remembers the scene where Yan Zishi, with his short hair combed and wearing a prison uniform, looked at her through the glass. Sister, I have been sentenced to life imprisonment in their hearts, so what difference does it make if I'm innocent or not? The background of Yen Zishi's friend circle is still a group photo of Yen Zishi standing with her holding the trophy for first place in equestrian. The first item of content is the back of her about to enter in her wedding dress. A blurry Shannon could still be seen on the stage with. The accompanying words are, "My sister got married. Married to the man I have loved for more than 10 years. So I want to cry. But not because of the man. Because my sister married a man. The dog man must make my sister happy ah." Her nose flared and her head hurt so much that it almost exploded. So she could only rush to quit and look at other software to distract herself. But the #1 hot search caught her attention. She clicked in and Yen Lai, who was looking at the camera and weeping, instantly caught her attention. What about this kid? How come it's so much like that? Chapter 34. Why does this child look so much like her husband? Yen searched the comments section for clues, found the name of the orphanage, and made a fire call. The other party picks up. Hello. Her heart thumped and she tried. Hello? I was reading on Weibo that your orphanage has an orphan waiting to be adopted. It's called EE, right? May I ask if she's still around now? That child has been taken by her family today. We have plenty more here if you have adoption needs. Yen was a bit surprised. Can I ask in what capacity it was taken? What's wrong with being a father? Yen Wei Yang wrinkled her eyebrows and hung up the phone in disappointment. No more. I'm disturbing you. She put her phone down and soulfully turned on the video of Yen Lai again. How it looks like. But since this child had already been picked up by the biological father, then it proved that it wasn't Shinanha and Yen Zishi's child. Just a kid who looks like them. She's out of her mind, isn't she? If she did give birth to that child can't be an orphan. She'd better stop imagining things. Early one morning, Yen Lai was sleeping soundly when Xian Duo burst into her room with a refreshed look and lifted the curtains. Come on, my little money tree. It's on. Yen Lai rubbed her eyes sleepily and got up with her bear in her arms. Is he going to make money? The milky accent heard Xian Duo's heart softened. Put the 2 pieces of clothes he had picked out in front of her and compared them. Yes, we'll go to the interview first today. And if the big director sees you, you'll be rich. You can earn a lot of money. Today's interview with Director Lee is very high in gold. Won numerous awards. That is, a movie star is also a Grand Slam movie star. If you take advantage of the opportunity, it's a high start and you go straight to being a child star. Yen Lai nodded dumbfounded, washed up and changed into a decent set of dresses, walking along with Qian Duo. Qian Duo looked at her in a favorable way. When I first saw you on the internet, I instantly fell for you. If you can get the big director's appreciation today, I'll take you to Naughty Castle. Yen Lai's eyes glowed. Really? Qian Duo nodded. Of course it's true. I can't lie to you. But let me tell you, we might be late because the other party notified us late and purposely waited for us for a little while, so you must behave well when you go in. Yen Lai is even more excited. Hurry to wash up. And quick. Naughty Castle, Naughty Castle. Inside the audition hall, a delicate girl walked out. The girl was about 6 years old, with a balled-up head and chin raised like a proud little peacock. Beside her stood a woman with the same delicate face, and the two looked to be mother and daughter. The proud demeanor was almost identical. The staff sent them off with a smile. Please just go back and wait for our news. We will let you know whether you pass or fail by SMS notification. The girl towered over her with confidence. Auntie, although you say so on your lips, surely this leading lady must have settled on me? Staff? The noblewoman gently touched her daughter. Mihoshi, don't say that. It's not certain. There might be very good kids competing with you. Don't be proud. Zhao Meishi didn't think so. Mom, I just think I'll be successful. The girls who interviewed with me just now are not as rich as our family. I'm sure I'll be able to win this time's leading lady. If not, let Dad buy it. Chapter 35, just waiting for you La Xiaoyi. The staff kept an awkward yet polite smile on his face. It's a good thing for children to be confident. Or you taught them well. Then please go back and wait for the news first. Excuse me. With that, the staff returned to the lobby. As soon as he closed the door, he saw Director Lee grumpily flipping through the profiles of these interviewees. There's not a single one I like. Especially that Zhao Meishi just now. Acting is something? I asked her to play a poor little girl who suffers a lot, not a big peacock. Who are you showing your teeth and claws to? I'm so angry with her. I can't help but feel angry when I look at her. You guys didn't say anything about screening. The assistant director was particularly embarrassed. The corner of the mouth of the staff member who had just sent Zhao Meishi away twitched. Director Lee, don't be angry. This Zhao Meishi's family is rich and powerful. Surely she should be given a little bit of a thin face. And this child seems to think that this female lead is definitely hers, and hasn't gone far yet, so she might hear it. Director Lee closed the cast profile. Casting her? Am I crazy or is she crazy? Kids don't know any better, and parents don't know any better, do they? He looked to the others grumpily. Has the child called Little E not been found yet? The staff glanced at the time. I found it. It's just that her agent only contacted me this morning, and it's a bit too late to notify the interview. but they're on their way this way. Should be here in half an hour. Director Lee's face cleared up a little when he heard this. You're sure this kid can come, right? The staff member was a little bit sheepish. I'll go out and wait. At the exact same time, Chandos ran towards the interview hall pulling Yen Lai with him. Zhao Meishi's mouth was dry from acting just now, and she was ready to take a drink of water first, when she heard a rush of footsteps from a long distance away. Yen Lai was wearing a little aqua blue dress, and ran after Chen Duo. She blushed. Stop. Yui stopped and watched as Zhou Muhoshi crossed to her. Here for an interview? She nodded as she was shaken by Zhou Mihoshi's delicacy. Chandler piled on a smile as well. Yes, we're here for an interview. Excuse us please, we're running late. Zhao Meishi towered over them and crossed in front of them again. The actress has already been decided. Now the female lead is me, so you guys don't need to go in. Besides, people like you who can be late even for the interview are not dedicated at all. Don't lose face. Xian Duo's smile suddenly disappeared, pulling Yen Lai inside. Sorry, even if the female lead decides, I'm going to bring my artist to stick to the last moment. Excuse me, Zhao Meishi sneered, but auntie, it's useless for you to bring this sister, but it's just letting waste the director's time. Surely you won't be able to choose, making a fool of yourself. Just then, the staff anxiously stepped out of the room, just in time to see Yen come and beaming with joy. Egu baby, our director is waiting for you. Zhao Meishi face smile suddenly disappeared. Watch the female staff who was still polite to her just now eagerly rush to Yen Lai. Our director is now waiting for your presence. The time is just right. The last person has just finished. I'll take you in now. With that, she led Yen Lai into the interview hall. Once the door was closed, only Zhao Meishi, Zhao's mother, and Xian Duo were left in the waiting hall. Xian Duo stood still for 2 seconds, then suddenly turned his head and grinned at Zhao Meishi. Hey. Chapter 36, Why does this child look so much like his brother-in-law? Zhao Meishi immediately felt that her face couldn't be put on hold and frowned in annoyance. Xian Duo walked to the sofa and sat down, grimacing. What's going on here, your highness? Didn't you just say that the female lead has already settled on you? Then how come the female lead is still waiting for our EE to come now? Could it be that you're making a fool of yourself? Zhao Meishi was stunned and bit her lower lip. Zhao's mother looked unhappy and angrily rebuked. You speak politely to my daughter. Xian Duo rolled his eyes. Okay, your highness. No problem, your highness. Your highness, hurry up. When the results are announced, don't pierce your crystal heart. Zhao Meishi was so angry that she clenched her fists and sat down directly on the sofa. Humph. I'm not leaving yet. Anyway, I'm the final female lead. That guy definitely can't be chosen. I'll just wait here. Xian Duo hummed a little. Then you wait. Anyway, Wei took the Mary Sue heroine script. The role will definitely be hers. I don't believe my vision will be wrong. Little EE stood a little nervously in front of the group of adults, her little hands tugging at her skirt. The moment Director Lee saw her, his eyes were already glowing, and there was no way to restrain his admiration for her. Little sister, has anyone ever complimented you on how beautiful you are? EE shivered and softly said. Some directors. Director Lee smiled openly. It's okay, you don't need to be nervous. I also know that this is your first time acting, but I think, no matter it's your temperament, or the way you cry, it's especially in line with my imaginary heroine, so I am asking you to come and help me to act a scene. If you act well, I'll give you candies. How about it? The staff looked at Director Lee as if they had seen a ghost. That's a quick change of face, isn't it? Just now he faced all the little actors with a stinky face the whole time. How he looked like Cinderella's stepmother. And now she's turned into a fairy godmother. And candy? Like a princess. Yen Lai deserves to be a heartthrob. Director Lee looked to his assistant director. Go get Yen Lingyun and let him meet this little heroine I've chosen. Let the two of them play opposite each other. The assistant director nodded and sent a message to Yen Lingyun. Yen Lingyun, who was in the restroom, received the message and frowned. The agent, surveying his face from the sidelines, said tentatively, Director Lee asked you to go and play against his heartthrob? Yen Lingyun knocked down the phone with a bad look on his face. Yes, I really don't understand why he has to like a vegetarian. Obviously this is a very good movie. He has to have a vegetarian to act. What if the performance is bad? Broker, he is a big director. Shoot a fire one. The role is very picky. Must meet the expectations of the genius, have to have a strange temper. Lee is not hit the wall, will not die of character. Yen Lingyun stood up in annoyance. Then let him die. If I had to choose, I would definitely choose that little actor from before. This kid is a vegetarian. His acting skills are definitely not good. With that, he entered inside the interview hall. Zhao Meishi, who was waiting in the hall, straightened up in surprise when she saw him and watched Yen Lingyun's back disappear in the doorway. Wasn't the one that just passed, the starring uncle? The lead actor is there too? Then why didn't anyone come when she just participated in the interview? Xian Duo yelled inside. TSK, 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 this our family is just different. During the interview, the male lead will personally come to interrogate his little heroine. I wonder if certain princesses have this honor. Zhao Meixi's breath stuttered and she glared fiercely at her. What's so rare? She won't pass anyway. I'm the real heroine. Yan Lingyun walked into the interview hall with a weary look on his face and went straight to the director. I'm here. Director Li was overjoyed. Lingyun, come on, pair up with this little girl of ours. This one is Yan Lai. Coincidentally, it's the same last name as yours. Yan Lingyun was stunned and turned to look behind him. Little Izzy blinked at him with the same bewilderment. The atmosphere stood still for a moment. Yan Lingyun's heart thumped. The kid? This kid's face? How does it look so much like his brother-in-law? Chapter 37, Imagine Your Mom Gone. Yan Lingyun took out his cell phone with a shocked face and flipped through the family group. However, they saw that inside the group of only a few of their men. Yan Lixing posted, Yan Zix's child was not aborted, and is now grown up, called Yan Lai, and is now living in my home, and with accompanying pictures. The second brother answered, 6. Third brother, and he hadn't been looking at this family group that he had blocked because of his busy schedule, and the photo above is not far from the little girl in front of her. Even the little girl herself is much better looking than in the photo, and a little less photogenic, but it's beautiful enough without being photogenic. This guy, surprisingly, it was his niece? Yan Lingyun stared at Yan Lai in shock as his entire body froze and stood still. Director Li teased, what's wrong Lingyun? The little girl is so beautiful to you that you don't know what to say? Why are you standing and frothing? Yan Lingyun suddenly reacted and looked at Yi once more. Little Izzy cocked her head, still puzzled. She just felt a wonderful sense of familiarity with the uncle in front of her, who seemed to look a bit like her mother as well, and it's the same last name as hers again. It can't really matter, can it? Yan Lingyun was displeased by her look and decisively refused. No, not this child. This child is illegitimate. He would have watched all the plays he acted in, and would have made a big show of letting a lot of people see them, and if they had been seen they would have definitely been exposed. Absolutely not. Director Li felt puzzled. Why not? Xiao Yi is very good no matter in appearance or temperament. Now we need to verify her acting skills. If it can be sculpted, I'll definitely want her. How can you open your mouth and say no? You can't be an adult and be prejudiced like this. Yan Lingyun was decisive, but she definitely won't be a good actress, because her mom is just not good. The words came to an abrupt end. Nervous, Little Italy was baffled. Why did he mention her mom? Director Li just thought it was bull ********. Her mom? What's her mom got to do with it? He had learned that mom was a murderer. But so what? What's it to the kid if his mom killed him? Yan Lingyun snapped out of it, a little out of sorts himself. He turned his words around. Anyway, I still support that it's the original young actress. That actress is a bit older, but she's experienced, she cries well, and she's the best person for us. Director Li was helpless. I told you, the background setting of this child is at the age of 4 or 5. The biggest one who came to audition today is only 6 years old. That child you are looking at is 9 years old. How can it still fit the script persona? Yan Lingyun bit her lower lip and gave Yan Lai a disgusted look, knowing that it was impossible to fight for it. Then let's make it quick. Little Yi shivered at his look and lowered her head a little sadly. Why is it that all these uncles who look like their moms don't like her when they see her? Yan Lingyun was in a bad mood. She won't pass anyway, that's all. Little Yi shuddered and muttered defiantly. Yi will pass. Yan Lingyun didn't hear. What? She raised her eyes, a pair of big eyes that looked like grapes reflecting determination. Yi will definitely pass. To stay, in order to be in top phase with brother Gu Wai. Yan Lingyun pulled the corners of his mouth in disgust, ignoring her and going to stand aside. This kind of defiant energy is really exactly like her stupid mom. Director Li smiled kindly. Whatever grandpa tells you, think about it and then act out what grandpa told you. Understand? It's your first time acting. I want to test you to see if you can cry. Little Yi nodded nervously. Director Li said, imagine your mom dying. Where does it come from? Yan Lingyun? Staff? Chapter 38, don't think too much, just recognizing you. Director Li suddenly responded, waving his hand in a particularly awkward manner. Of course. It's either your current mom or that fake mom of yours who died in front of you. Little Yi wrinkled her eyebrows in thought, gradually becoming disoriented. Director Li lowered his tone. Now, around you, there are a lot of adults lying on the ground. They are crushed by bricks. The ground is all covered with blood, and your mom is right in front of you. So crouch down and take a look. Yan Lingyun sneered and hooked the corners of his mouth. I'm afraid it's not an open mouth. Expressionless stick reading. The image of her mother collapsing in a pool of water snapped into little Yi's mind. Mom's body convulsed, and those beautiful eyes showed a desperate, listless look. What do you do? What will you do when I die? Her body shook with disbelief as she crouched down and froze. Mom? With an extremely light cry, Yen Lingyun's face climbed up in surprise. Guide Li followed the advice. Shout at her. Yen Lai pursed up her lips and unwillingly reached out her small hand to touch the nothingness, shaking it gently. Mommy, mommy, mommy. Her cry was higher than a cry of despair, and her tears came down in big drops, pooling in a small puddle right on the floor. The staff froze. Outside, Chandler was getting goosebumps from hearing it. Zhao Meishi bit her lower lip and was very upset. Mom, she must have cried really hard, right? But indoors, Yen Lai cries without losing her beauty. Director Li's expression also grew deliberate. Then you looked up and saw Dad. Little Yi snapped her head up and met Yen Lingyun's eyes. Yen Lingyun's heart thumped as if it had been taken in by this gaze. It was as if they had really become father and daughter who snuggled up to each other. It's amazing how expressive this guy is. An obsessive light gradually rose in Director Li's eyes. You saw your father. He was covered in filth. Looking away from you. What are you going to do? Yen Lai stared at him dumbfounded, teardrops falling silently as she grabbed her skirt handily. Dad? Yen Lingyun's breath stuttered and his eyes reddened as he looked at her quietly. She ran straight into his arms. Daddy! Yen Lingyun stumbled 2 steps from her pounce and hugged her. Little Yi cried without breath. I can't wake up mommy. She ignores me. She ignores me no matter what. Daddy save mommy. All she could think about was Yen Zishi falling inside a pool of blood. The flying red skirt was a nightmare she could think of when she closed her eyes, so she cried out with one cry after another. Daddy! Please save her! Please save her! She hissed. Yen Lingyun wept. He looked at Yen Lai and could no longer see that annoying shadow of Yen Zishi. He squatted down and embraced Yen Lai into his arms. Daddy is here. From now on, Ee will live with Daddy. Daddy will always be there. The staff moved to look at the two with red eyes. Director Li had long since burst into tears. Swishly stood up and applauded. Bravo, bravo, bravo. You're too good. You're the one I'm looking for. Immediately following, countless staff members also clapped their hands, and the applause was thunderous and long-lasting. Yen Lai, still drowning in grief, looked at them uncertainly. Yen Lingyun clasped the back of her head with one hand and wiped her tears, smiling away with tears in his eyes. I really underestimated you, little thing. She sniffled and milked. Do you like Yi yet? Yen Lingyun was stunned and dumbfounded. Don't think too much. It's just recognizing you. Chapter 39, Welcome, my heroine. Chandler, who had heard the applause in the waiting hall, rose out of his chair uncontrollably. I knew she could do it. Zhao Meishi's face steeply turned ironic, panicking and holding her mother's hand. Mom, is Meishi going to be replaced? Mom calmly shook her back. Don't worry, even if they pick someone else, Mom can pay to get you back. Zhao Meishi pursed her lips in aggravation. But I just want them to really like me. She looked over at the happy Chandos, kicked the table in annoyance, and walked away in defiance, muttering, that guy isn't good looking either. But I still had a spa day this morning. How can I let her overtake me? Yen Lai nestled in Yen Lingyun's arms for a long time. For the first time, Yen Lingyun had a kind of patience with children. He smoothed her back again and again, the shock in his heart long since unspeakable. This turned out to be the daughter of his, anything but good, sister. He clearly hated this child, but this child proved to him with strength that she was really good. She was born to act. But how could Yen Zishi, who only has a well-developed motor nerve, give birth to such a child? She was clearly the worst gene in their family. Yen Lingyun was filled with shock, and the excitement of discovering the genius was far more than his dislike of the child itself. He held out his hand to Yen Lai and said amiably, from today on, you're my leading lady, and I'm looking forward to acting with you. Little Yi blinked her watery eyes, held a few of his fingers in her small hand, and nodded heavily. Thank you, uncle. Yen Lingyun was dumbfounded. It should be called uncle. Yen Lai, huh? Director Li stood up excitedly and was full of praise. The acting is natural, and it's also particularly infectious. Lingyun, do you believe that if this child can keep this up, she might be able to become a movie queen in the future? Yen Lingyun looked at the beautiful Yen Lai and shook his head with a complicated expression. I don't know, but the only thing I do know is that this child she is different from what I imagined. Director Li was smug and pinched his waist. You see it, you see it. I told you I had a good eye and I would punch you in the face. And you just don't believe any of you. The staff hurriedly arched their hands and bowed to him in a decent manner. I owe Director Li. We make amends to you. Director Li has a unique vision. Director Li, it's our shallow knowledge. Don't be so mean to us. Little Yi looked at them and broke into a smile, beautifully holding onto Yen Lingyun's hand. She's flattered. She's staying. It's so good. The time after that was when Chandler signed contracts with them. Director Li made the call on the spot and was paid handsomely. Chandler was overjoyed. Yen Lai was waiting for her in the waiting hall and could hear the staff raving about her acting. She's happy. Mom would smile if she knew that she was now a starlet and earning money. and she wouldn't have to worry about money anymore, would she? Immediately following, a soft female voice came from the front desk. Excuse me, is Yen Lingyun here? The voice was like magic, drawing her to seek it out. A woman stood in the doorway on a hot summer's day, wearing a thin aqua blue jersey with suspenders, a comfortable pair of floor-length wide-legged pants on the bottom half, her inked hair coiled up in a pin with a dangling fringe. There was also a superb icy emerald bangle on her slender wrist. Just looking at her side face was gentle. Little Yi couldn't help but be a little lost in thought. Chapter 40 Meeting Yen Wei-yang for the first time. The staff member said with the woman, Mr. Yen is inside right now. You can just wait for him a little bit in the waiting area. Yen nodded with a smile and made his way to the lounge area just in time to sit across from Little Yi. The two of them looked at each other. Little Yi snapped her gaze away, afraid that people would think she was rude. Yen Wei-yang, however, had his eyes glowing. It's you? Yen Lai was startled. She knows her? Yen Wei-yang took the initiative to sit beside her, her gaze eagerly looking her up and down. I even saw you online yesterday. I didn't expect us to meet today. Your name is Yi, right? Little Yi was attracted to her beautiful eyes and couldn't take her eyes off of them. Nodding, yes. How could any ant be so good-looking? Like a fairy. Yen Wei-yang was born with oriental beauty, phoenix eyes and nose, lips thick and shapely, extremely white skin. There is a shallow tear mole under the corner of the eye. Words and smiles are all kinds of style. Little Yi blushed as she looked at her, feeling that she looked familiar, but she didn't dare to look at her more. Instead, Wei-yang carefully looked her up and down, her gaze intricately tracing her brow. Did you come here to audition to be a minor actor? She nodded honestly. Sister Chandler told her that she was not allowed to talk to or walk with random strangers outside, but she felt that the ant didn't look like a bad person. Yen Wei-yang sniffed. A hint of undetectable despondency flashed under her eyes. You just came out of the orphanage. Where's your mom? Little Yi replied naively. Mommy went up to heaven to be the queen of the magic fairy castle. Yen Wei-yang froze. There was sympathy climbed up his eyebrows, quickly smiled away. Then in front of me is your highness. Disrespectful, 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 disrespectful. Little Yi was overjoyed and waved her hands shyly. No, 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 Yi doesn't deserve it. Mommy didn't even take me with her when she went to heaven. I'm not her highness. She smiled more gently and snapped. Who said that? Haven't you ever seen those cartoon princesses who have to go through trials and tribulations on earth to become the most powerful witch before going up to heaven to become the new queen? Yi was stunned for a moment and her eyes showed surprise. So, auntie, what you mean is that mom didn't take me away because she wanted me to try to become a good witch? Yen Wei-yang nodded. Of course. Your mom just wants you to study hard on earth, so you have to work hard to grow up. Isn't that how it's always played out in anime? She nodded nervously as realization dawned on her. Yeah, that's really how it all plays out in the cartoons. Yen Wei-yang smiled brightly, and her eyes became a little complicated again. You really look like a person. Puzzled, she cocked her head. Like who? Yen looked at her fixedly. My sister. Little Yi was stunned. Water mist gradually welled up in Yen Wei-yang's eyes, turning her head away and choking. She said, you really do look like my sister. Your mouth is exactly the same as hers, and moreover, your temperament is very similar as well. She somehow felt a little sad and grabbed the hem of her shirt. What about your sister, auntie? Isn't she better with you? Yen Wei-yang was stunned and broke into a smile. Yeah, not with me anymore. It's like she disappeared from the world. No matter how I look, I can't find her. After saying this, she realized something was wrong and hurriedly wiped her tears. I'm sorry, I'm so out of line. How can I say this to a child? Just forget about it. Little Yi wrinkled her brow and didn't say anything, nuzzling her mouth painfully. Auntie, it's okay. Yi can comfort you and stay with you. Yen Wei-yang glanced at her in surprise. Tears came out again, controlling her emotions with difficulty. I just miss her too much. Just the thought of her makes my heart ache. Trying to discuss her with those around her and none of them want to talk to her in a calm manner. Yen Zixie's name. As Yen Zixie himself would say, everyone sentenced her to life in prison in their minds, unable to be relieved until death. Chapter 41, The Wei-yang is good. You're not allowed to be good with her. Yi frowned in pain. Feeling that Yen Wei-yang was crying so much that she was going to lose her breath, she reached out to cover her face. Don't cry, auntie. Your sister surely doesn't want to see you cry either, so don't cry anymore. Otherwise I want to cry too. Yen Wei-yang looked at Yi's red eyes, dumbfounded. Why don't they all say that daughters are good? I've given birth to 3 sons. I just don't have a lovely daughter. How much I want a lovely daughter like you. With that said, she gently took Yi in her arms. For some reason, she couldn't help but feel like she wanted to be close to her when she saw this child. She eased up and dryly jerked off the ice bracelet and put it in the small satchel of Yen Lai. This is for you. Yen Lai was flattered. Don't auntie. I can't take things from strangers. Yin Wei Yang gently clasped her hand. It doesn't matter. This is what I sent you. It's not food, and you don't need to be nervous. Thank you for listening to me. I'm sure you'll be a very famous actor in the future. Let's see each other again later when we have the chance. As she spoke, Shen Duo walked out with the contract in her hands with a glowing smile. Go it's a success. Sister will take you to play Naughty Castle. When she finished speaking, the smile on her face suddenly disappeared and she looked at Yin Wei Yang in shock. Mrs. Mrs. Shen saw Yen come to the attention? Yin Wei Yang was also surprised to see her. Ms. Chien, did you bring this child to the interview? This child is your little auntie. Shander cut her off eagerly. She's my sister-in-law. Ah no, I'm her sister-in-law. She's got her hands full, as if she's got something big to cover up. Yin Wei Yang snorted. Why are you so nervous? I didn't ask you anything. Shen Duo broke out into a cold sweat. I'm just introducing myself because this child was just adopted by our family. I'm afraid you'll misunderstand. Yin Wei Yang cried and laughed. There is nothing to misunderstand. This child is very good. I like it very much. Chandler's smile froze at the corners of his mouth. Then you probably wouldn't like it if you knew who this child was born to. Probably had the heart to kill the kid. Yin Wei Yang turned around and whispered close to Yen Lai. I'll give you this thing to put in your pocket. Hide it. Only let yourself know. Don't tell anyone. Just think of it as a gift I gave you growing up. It's our secret. After all, she's a newly adopted child, and it's not certain that she'll be treated genuinely. This emerald of hers is just over $100,000, so maybe someone will miss it. Yen Wei gave a little thumbs up. Pull the hook. Little blinked and silently tucked the bracelet into her pocket. Pull the hook. Shen Duo got more and more scared the more he looked at her, and took the initiative to go forward. Mrs. Shen, I should take her away. I'm sorry for letting you still help with the child for a bit. Yin Wei Yang smiled warmly and softly. It's okay, I like girls too. The 3 boys in my family aren't sweet at all. Unlike this little girl, who is cute and exceptionally understanding. I wish I had a daughter. Her eyes were full of fondness as she looked at little Chandler couldn't hang on to his smile and nodded with a giggle. Holy crap, this is too dramatic. She didn't even know what to say. Yin Wei Yang looked deeply at and leaned down to nod her cheek. Kiss auntie, okay? Lai was good enough to offer a kiss. Boo! Yin Wei Yang liked it so much. So good. Auntie is leaving. See you next time. Little waved at her reluctantly. Following that, Shen Duo nervously tugged her to the side and said fervently, I'm telling you, the next time you see her, you stay away from her. You hear me? You're never allowed to talk to her again. Chapter 42, Meeting Jiaomeishi. Yen Lai was still immersed in Yen Wei Yang's gentleness and was even more bewildered when she heard this. Why? I like this aunt very much. Chandler was nervous and wanted to say that this person was your mom's sister, but the words were swallowed. She looked at her with particular caution. Don't look at this auntie very well. In fact, this auntie, she is very sick. She will die if she talks to people. Little was struck by lightning. Is it that serious? Then wouldn't she have just talked to me and Shen Duo fussed. Yeah, it's very hurtful. So if you like that auntie, you stay away from her next time and don't talk to her, understand? She nodded with a shocked look on her face. Got it. Shen Duo breathed a sigh of relief and picked up his smile again. Okay, you've made a great achievement today. I'll treat you to McDonald's as promised, and then take you to play in the Naughty Castle, and I'll buy you whatever you want. Go! Little nodded, but then looked back in the direction Yen Wei Yang had disappeared, furrowed her brows thoughtfully, and turned to walk away. Yen Wei Yang entered the interview hall, and Yen Lingyun was still discussing Yen Lai's performance earlier with someone. As soon as he saw his sister, the smile on his face faltered slightly and he nervously walked over to her. What brings you here? Yen Wei Yang was a bit surprised to see his expression. Why are you putting on this face? When I came to see you in the past, weren't you always quite happy? This expression today is like a cheating husband hiding someone at home in a TV show. Unspeakably vain. Yen Lingyun was stunned. His expression quickly returned to normal. No, I'm just a little surprised. Your eyes are just right. Come out and also do not tell me. I sent a special car to pick you up. Yen Wei Yang was helpless. Big brother, I've said I'm not that fragile. I came over here to find you this time because I've been a little upset lately, so I wanted to come out and chat. Yen Lingyun suddenly realized, nervously tried. Then did you just see anything? Yen Wei? What? Yen Lingyun breathed a sigh of relief. It's nothing. Let's go to another room to talk. Scared the out of him. Even though he had just gotten a good opinion of the niece, he would still hate the kid if he said that Undine was having health problems because of the sight of his niece. Luckily she didn't see it. Otherwise the first time Wei Yang saw her, she must not think she looked like Shenanha. It's like a mold. Chandra gleefully arrived in front of the Naughty Castle with a false sense of arrival. She also brought fried chicken. Coca number of food in the waiting area patted the shoulders of small EE. I tell you small EE, this is an extraordinary naughty castle. On this kind of large-scale specifications, equivalent to naughty castles inside the Hermes, rich people's children come here to play. You are also a rich man's child, so you now go in to me to play a painful, play hungry out to eat a french fries to continue to play. Go, go! Little EE happily changed her shoes and stood in front of this huge naughty castle, not even knowing what to play. She had seen it before, but the specs were much smaller than this one, and her mom wouldn't even let her play with it. Yen Lai ran inside, debating what he should play, and was about to climb the stairs when he was suddenly grabbed by the collar and yanked straight to the ground. She stumbled to a sitting position in pain, and as soon as she looked up she met Zhou Mihoshi's sharp eyes. Zhao Meishi clasped her hands together and glared at her with a vicious gaze. You just passed the audition, right? Stealing my leading lady. Surprisingly, you're still celebrating here. This is a place for me to get rid of my sadness. Get the hell out of here. Chapter 43, If I lose this child, no one will take him from me. Yen came to be puzzled and looked behind her to see several other girls glaring at her in the same way. She had a vague bad feeling. What do you want? Zhao Meishi grunted. What for? Hitting you, of course. With that, she raised her hand to strike her in the face. Little EE reacted quickly and escaped directly from under her handlingly, rushing to the other side. Zhao Meishi, give me chase. The little followers swarmed around, grasping at the Yankees, and Yen Lai moved with extreme agility, weaving in and out of various nooks and crannies like a loach. Compared to her, she was a child from the orphanage, and Gu Huai had taught her how to fight back and fight, so she had superb agility and resistance. But as she ran to a corner of the stairs, Zhao Meishi's manpower finally blocked her. Don't you dare try to run away. Yen Lai wrinkled his brow, noticed the ocean ball next to him, and jumped with a jolt. Zhao Meishi yelled, get her out of here. Little EE copied the ocean ball and smashed it on her face. I won't let you catch it. She threw it, and it hit her directly on the head. Caught off guard, show me. He covered her smothered head. How dare you hit me? Yen Lai continued to coldly pick up the two ocean balls. Look at my pink flying eggs. Zhou Mihi? Followed by a slice of extremely joyful sounding air coming from the ocean ball inside this naughty castle. But in reality those screams of playfulness to the point of joy were instead screams of fear. A group of 6 or 7-year-old girls tried to get into the ocean ball, but Yen Lai, with his meaty face, looked like a warrior defending his own treasure, and copied the ocean ball and smashed it on them. Her force was precise and hard, and she hit exceptionally fast, and it didn't take long for those girls to have red marks all over their faces. Even a few of those girls had already lost the battle and cried, why don't we stop fighting for now? I just can't fight anymore. Yen Lai lay in the ocean ball, glaring at Zhao Meishi with a death glare. Zhao Meishi was furious and copied the ocean ball spilled on the ground and smashed it into Yen Lai's face. Little EE dodged out of the way with particular dexterity. Can't hit. Can't hit. I'll kill you. Zhao Meishi's face reddened with anger, and she looked at her with a scowl. Whose family are you? Do you know that I, Zhao Meishi, am very powerful? You won't have a good time if you offend me. I need to know who your parents are. My father can clean up your parents casually, believe it or not? Little EE's face sank. I won't tell you. What if her uncle and brother are implicated by her and get cleaned up? She's not going to say it. Zhao Meishi gritted her teeth and looked at Chen Duoduo who was on the phone outside. Fine. If you don't tell me, I have a way to find out. Just wait. With that, she and a couple of little girls turned to leave. Yen Lai was in the ocean ball, watching Zhao Meishi's departing back and wrinkled her brow. Could she have really offended someone? But on second thought, it shouldn't be possible. Keep playing. Zhao Meishi was angry just thinking about it. Her friends pacified her. Cece, don't be angry for now. Let's investigate whose sister she is first, and then we'll come back to clean her up. After all, she's been designated as a heroine now, and it's still very simple to find out information about her. At that time then let our dad bully her dad. You won't have to be angry anymore. Zhao Meishi was furious. What's the point of just bullying her father? The female lead shouldn't be mine yet. I should just make this child disappear, and then no one can ever come after me again. Chapter 44, EE is missing. The girls looked at each other and thought that would be a bit difficult. But how were you able to do that and let her wander off? Her parents are still there. Zhao Meishi turned back to Chandos. Chen Duoduo kept talking on the phone. Her smile couldn't even be hidden. Following, she went to the next stall to buy a cup of milk tea, and continued talking on the phone at the stall. Zhao Meishi had a bright idea, and pulled out a friend. Were you not there when you beat up someone just now? Tell her to go look for her sister, and tell her that her sister was taken away by the bad guys, and they're looking for her now. The girl was stunned, looked at the play slide Yen Lai, hesitated. Isn't this a little bit not so good? What if little sister gets lost? Zhao Meishi was furious. Don't you understand what I'm saying? All I want is for her to get lost. If you don't go, then there's nothing to talk about between us and I won't consider you my friend. The girl's face changed, hesitated again and again. Can only go to the young sister? I want to ask you. Wearing a pink skirt, very beautiful sister. Is not your sister Ah? Yi was playing around and raised her head when she heard this. You mean Sister Qian? The girl nodded. Yes, it's Sister Qian. She was suddenly grabbed by a group of people just now. And when she was grabbed, she even shouted your name. Do you want to go save her? She went that way. What she was referring to was the opposite direction of Shander. Yan Lai looked in Chandler's direction. It was empty, only well-packaged McDonald's. With a thump in her heart, she softly pressed, really? That sister of mine was taken by bad people? The girl twisted her hands in front of her and nodded. Yeah, hurry up. If you don't get there it might be too late. A few other sisters who weren't involved in the beating nodded along. Yes, go, you're the only one who can save your sister-in-law. Without thinking much about it, little Yi hurriedly ran to the naughty castle and put on her shoes and rushed outside. Zhao Meishi stood still with a bad smile, watching Yan Lai gradually disappear in front of them, glancing at the girl who still felt guilty. You did a good job. I'll put in a good word for your parents in front of my dad. Little Yi ran out and looked around bewildered, shouting as she ran. Sister, where are you? Sister, where are you? Passers-by saw her tearful eyes and kindly went up to her. What are you looking for? Sister, are you lost with your family? Why don't you go to the mall and look for yourself? Yan Lai shook her head, her eyes red. They said that my sister has been captured by bad people, and I'm going to save her. The passerby was stunned, so she ran towards the distance with her little legs. Where are you? Sister? She panicked and searched the road for any figure that resembled Chandra. Inside the shopping mall, Qian Duo received the milk tea, still talking on the phone. So I said, my vision is just unique. The first time I saw this child, I felt that she was especially commercially valuable. As expected, this kid went straight to being a leading lady. She sat back down in the naughty castle, her tone of voice unable to hide her joy. Let me show you a picture of her. She's playing in the naughty castle right now and having a blast. Shander hung up the phone and turned on the camera, pointing it at the inside of the rogue castle looking for someone, but there was no figure of absent-mindedness. She said, where are you Come here a minute. No one answered. Chandler frowned. Chapter 45, How dare you offend our Zhao family? Zhao Meishi sneered at the corner, seeing that Qian Duo still didn't know the seriousness of the matter. Come over here. Hear me yelling at you. But still no child answered. Qian Duo felt a little strange, casually grabbed a little girl and said, Sister, can you help me find a little friend inside? That little kid is about 4 years old, wearing a blue dress and looks very pretty. Her name is Tell her to come to the door and look for me, okay? Without giving it much thought, the little sister turned and went inside, shouting out Yi's name. But after half a day of shouting, no one came. The little sister expressed her pity. Auntie, I didn't find that sister. Sorry. Qian Duo's face changed slightly, feeling that something wasn't quite right. She quickly found the staff. Can I go in and look for my child? My child seems to have disappeared. Staff approved and followed suit to help find it. But after searching for half a day, he couldn't find Yan Lai's figure. Chandler gradually felt panicked. The staff member tentatively asked, Are you sure the child didn't run out? She giggled inwardly and glanced at her milkshake. She had just been waiting at this bar, and it was the closest to the door. But after she came back from buying milk tea, the absenteeism was gone. Could it be that this child, because he couldn't find her and was worried about her, had run out? I want to see the surveillance. Shander's vocal line shook a little as he held up his cell phone to the recorded surveillance on the absent coming. Sure enough, she found Yan Lai being chased in a certain area, and saw Yan Lai wrestling with Zhao Meishi and the others in the ocean ball. After that, Zhou Mihoshi walked out. At this point in time, Yan Lai was still playing in the amusement park, and Macy Cho got a group of people to have a little meeting. Following that, a girl walked towards Yan Lai, said a few words, and Yan Lai ran out in a hurry. As it happened, in the opposite direction from where she bought her milk tea, Duo suddenly felt out of breath, the sense of foreboding growing stronger, and rushed inside the naughty castle regardless. The staff behind her hurriedly blocked her. This parent, you are not allowed to go in. Only we can go in. Tell us what you have to say. But Qian Duo didn't listen. She aggressively found the little girl who was talking to Yan Lai, grabbed her hand and yelled, What did you say to Yi? The little girl who was a thief's heart was yelled at by her so much that her eyes abruptly reddened. Zhao Meishi was the most calm and came up to shield her friend. What for? How could you do this to her? Qian Duo almost lost control and said with red eyes, Yes, and you two are in cahoots, aren't you? What exactly did you guys say to Yi? Why did my child rush straight out? Give me an explanation. Zhao Meishi, you can't control your own children and you want to blame us? We're just kids. Zhao Meishi and the little girl's parents followed close behind, pushing Chen Duo aside with one hand. Who let you touch my daughter? Chen Duo picked up the video he had recorded and showed it to them. After your daughter spoke to my child ran out. I want to know the truth. I'm afraid it's not that we got the role, and you mother and daughter ugly people are deliberately taking revenge. Zhao mother's face changed drastically, pulling her sharp voice and shouting, what are you talking about? You are slandering, understand? Eat your bear's heart and leopards gall you. Dare to offend our Zhao family. Chapter 46. Preparing for what? For the loss of the baby? Zhao Meishi choked after her. That's right. Do you know who we are? If my father knew about you, he'd make it impossible for you to find a good job for the rest of your life. Chen Duo's eyes reddened with anxiety and roared back. Then do you know who this child is? Do you know the identity of this child? All of a sudden, there was silence. Zhao Mama was the first to react and laughed sarcastically. Yo, whose family is it? It can't be the child of the Shin and Yin families and the Gu family, the biggest in our Lan city, right? It's laughable. The other precious mothers also followed and laughed. Egu, really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. Their own children are lost. That is, they did not look after them, and they are still blaming you here? The other lying little girl's mom snorted. This lady, you wait here, I'm calling the police. Chen Duo was so angry that he was shaking. Shivering, he picked up his cell phone and dialed Yan Lixing's number. The moment the phone was connected, tears came out of her eyes in an instant. Boss, she ran away and lost. She was tricked and ran away from the naughty castle. I have to go to other places to look for her now, but I'm so worried that I won't be able to find her. Yan Lixing? What? You just got your child, and then you lost him? He quickly called Shen Anha. Anha, that child has disappeared. Shen Duo said that when he took her to the naughty castle, the child was tricked into running out of the mall, and now he can't find her. You have a mental preparation, Shenin, and psychological preparation? For what? For a child to run away? He bellowed. Then hurry up and find it. Little searched the streets in a daze. She walked and shouted, not daring to stop even though she was exhausted. Sister Duo, where are you? An older woman in the shadows watched her hobbling like this, hesitated, and walked up slowly. Yan Lai was teary-eyed and looked around, a little tired and wanting to rest for a while, but Sister Duo was still in danger, and she couldn't rest. She continued forward looking aimlessly. Following that, a kindly, ragged-looking grandmother walked up to her. Gu, Xiaobao, why are you crying so badly? Did something happen? Exhausted, looked over at her and choked. Sister Duo is missing. Missy said she was taken by bad people. Grandma, have you seen Sister Duo? The old lady's eyes lit up and she nodded heavily. Oh, Sister Duo, there is one. I just saw her being grabbed by a group of men toward the alley. Do you want to go with me to find her? Little E's eyes lit up. Really? The old lady nodded. Really, you come with me. If you don't come, she might be taken. The old lady quickly headed towards an alley, and little hurriedly followed. And across that alleyway, there was a Maybach parked. Outside the car stood two bodyguards wearing sunglasses, their eyes sharply scanning around. The two men's eyes locked on Yan Lai. She was born white, richly dressed, with details embellishing her outfit, and was followed by an old woman in very rustic clothes. The combination of grandchildren is a bit abrupt. The two of them couldn't help but look a little mesmerized. And inside this car, a gangly, black-shirted man ruffled a cigarette and stroked it through his shaggy forehead. Brothers are not at all close, in the group. Yan Lixing sent a message. Yan Lai is missing. That is, Yan Zishi's daughter. She is lost in Shangli shopping mall today. The monitoring shows that she ran to the east after leaving the mall. All help to look for a look. Chapter 47. I found you. What's your intention? Yan Lixing attached a picture of Yan Lai wearing a dress during her interview today, and the surveillance back of her running out the door. Yan Lingyun? She just passed the interview today and got lost? What's going on? She's already been booked as the lead actress. What if something happens? Xin Jingji? Is it important to be a female lead now? Uncle, how in the world did you look at that staff member? Don't you know she's only 4 years old? How can a 4-year-old child be alone? Should not leave the line of sight? Yan Lixing, the child must have disappeared because she heard someone say something. She must have run away and lost it because she thought something happened to that young lady of hers. In short, we have to use all our contacts to look for it. Don't let this child get lost. Yan Wu Gue frowned in disgust and muttered as he took a drag on his cigarette. If you don't say so, creatures like children are the most annoying. He typed, since it's Yan Zishi's child, what does life and death have to do with us? Isn't it a good thing to die with less of a burden? Yan Lixing? A dog still has feelings. This is a child. If you can't help it, get the hell out of here. Yan Wu Gue sneered. What kind of a good thing could that bastard Yan Zishi have given birth to? Not to mention the fact that it was ing born with shinin with. How it looks is a sin. The two bodyguards stood across the car, still staring at the alley, when suddenly, they saw Yen Lai wailing and lunging out from inside the alley, and was dragged in again by the old lady hard. The two bodyguards looked like Dobermans with their ears perked up, sensing something was wrong, and knocked on the car window. Yen Wu Gui lowered the window in annoyance. The bodyguard was just about to speak when his eyes sharpened to the struggling figure inside the alley. The bodyguard said, "Boss, look, there's a little girl there who seems to have been captured. She should be a trafficker. Do you want to go and help?" Yen Wu Gui picked up the binoculars and aimed them at the alley to see. At the sight of the struggling figure inside, he raised an eyebrow and lowered his binoculars with interest. Found it. Yen Lai was like a loach, constantly struggling on the old lady. "Let go of me." She felt bad when she entered this alley and tried to run out, but this grandmother was too strong. She hissed, "You're bad. Get the hell off me. Old lady, put what on? Follow me." Yen Lai took the opportunity to bite her hand hard. The old lady ate the pain. Ouch. It hurts. The moment she let go of her hand, Yen Lai scurried straight down her body and rushed outside. The old lady reacted quickly, grabbed her collar and threw it towards the wall, and in the process grabbed half a brick on the ground and smashed it on Yen Lai's head. "The little brat even dared to bite me. See if I don't clean you up." Little Yi's brain went blank for a moment as she watched the brick hit. Suddenly, a bolt of fire hit the bricks. Bang! There was a small thud on the ground. The brick in the old woman's hand plummeted to the ground. Stunned, the old woman looked up at the mouth of the alley. Under the sun, a man in a black shirt gangly removed his sunglasses, his tone careless. "Hey, give me the kid." The old lady did not have time to think about what the brick was knocked off, and hurriedly held the struggling Yen Lai. "Give you what for? This child is my granddaughter. She is a moment of stupidity. Do not listen to me. Do not meddle in the matter. Hurry up and get out." Little Yi milkily yelled. "She's not my grandmother. Brother save me. Brother save me." Yen Wugu raised his eyebrows, tasting the title playfully. "Brother? Chapter 48, You're my second uncle, right?" Yen Wugue stepped into the shadows and in a loose movement pulled out a gun, indifferently cocking it and pointing it directly at the old lady. "Difference in generation, kid. I'm your uncle." Yi was stunned. The old lady saw the black hole of the gun mouth breathing a stagnant, colorful and hard to stand up his chest. "Less with fake guns to scare me. Really think I'm old and have not grown to see is not it?" Yen Wugue grunted and aimed another blow at the brick. There was a small thud, and the bricks split apart in an instant. There was even a piece that grazed Yi's cheek, abruptly dropping a trail of blood. She stared blankly at Yen Wugue, adding a silencer gun. "The sound is small and subtle, blending in this noisy street, but it makes the old lady's blood color fade away, as if releasing a hot potato. Immediately put Wen Yi down." Yen Wugue pointed his gun at her with a lazy look. "If you're in my territory, you're dead. Get out." How dare the old lady not listen, rolling and crawling to run out. Just at the moment she walked out of the alley, two black-clothed bodyguards rushed up and held her, knocking her neck to make her faint. Yen Wugue lazily withdrew his gun. "Send this guy to the police station. Let's be a good guy who punishes the evil once in a while." "Okay, boss." He turned his head contemptuously again and looked at Yen Lai sitting on the floor. The little girl was all dirty, but her eyes were watery as if she were a pool of clear water in this alley. The face alone is a superb one. It's amazing that Yen Zishi can produce such a good-looking child. Sure enough, it was still Shinin with better genes. He gangly put on his sunglasses and smiled badly. "What did you just call me? Little brat?" Little Yi tilted her head, her voice soft and sweet. "Brother." Yen Wugu pulled his lips into a smile. "Contemptuous, I'm not your brother, and I'm not a good person. Don't look at me for saving you. I'm going to drag you to a child selling yard next to sell you off. You're such a good-looking face, you'll surely be able to be auctioned off for a good sum of money. Do you believe me?" Little Yi looked at him dumbfounded, and suddenly poofed when she saw him smile in such a bad way. "Yen Wugue? What are you laughing at?" The other bodyguard also frowned in confusion. "Isn't this little girl a bit too unaware of the importance of the situation? And even laughs. Don't you know that their boss is particularly difficult to provoke?" With starlight in her eyes, Xiao Yi slowly reached out her hand and removed Yen Wugue's sunglasses, cupping his cheeks. "You're my second uncle, aren't you?" Yen Wugue was stunned. Within the somewhat shady alley, the little girl's warm hand gently touched his cheek. He froze for a moment, not knowing how to respond. Little Yi smiled brightly. "I've seen you in Mom's pictures. You're her second brother. Mommy says you're someone who looks bad, but is actually exceptionally kind-hearted and loves stuffed animals and teen idols, right?" Yen Wugue? How did she know? Bodyguard? Teen idol? Plush toys? The murderous boss has this hobby in private? Yen Wugue's eyes showed killing intent, and he suddenly turned his head to look at the bodyguard. The bodyguard quickly tilted his head to look at the sky. "Wow, it's so dark. The corners of Yen Wugui's mouth twitched as he looked at Yen Lai with a grimace. Old me doesn't have a crush on teenage idols, nor do I have a crush on stuffed animals. Don't you talk nonsense, or I'll shoot you in the head. You hear me? Little Yi trembled in fear, her watery eyes condensing watery vapor again as she looked at him in awe. Really? Do you really want to kill me with one shot? Yen Wugui. I'll crash you sooner or later, but not now. Now she's kind of cute. In hell. Chapter 49, The Differential Treatment of Little Milk Buns. He does, indeed, like cute things. The little brat in front of me. There's just something so beyond cute about it. Yen Wugui took out his cell phone without a good mood. Do you know how much trouble you're causing? Can you stop annoying us like your mom? Little Yi shivered, feeling that he was going to play for real, scowling and furrowing her brows. Didn't mean to want to cause trouble for you guys. Miss Sister told Yi that Sister Duo was captured by the bad guys, and that she needed Yi to go to protect her. That's why Yi came to look for Sister Duo. Yen Wugui had gotten through, and Yen Lixing happened to give the words a clean bill of health. The two men said in unison, "Which sister?" Yen Lai milked his voice. "It's that sister from the naughty castle." Yen Lixing heard it and his tone was harsh. "It's that Zhao Meishi's friend. I've seen the video. It's Zhao Meishi who abetted that child to go there." The Zhao family's children had actually hit their Yen family with their ideas, looking for death. Yen Wugui narrowed his eyes viciously. Yen Lixing, what's that classic line from the overbearing president again? Yen Lixing's tone was sullen. "I don't know. I'm not like you who likes to read teenage novels. I just know that the Zhao family should go bankrupt." Yen Wugui was stunned and smiled. "Then what are you waiting for, Mr. Ba?" Yen Lixing hung up the phone fiercely and proclaimed, "Send Yen Lai to my house." Little Yi was brought home, washed up, changed into a clean little dress, and was held in Chen Duo's arms crying with a confused face. Chen Duo cried as if she had lost her daughter. "Egu, my child, do you know that you scared me to death? I almost thought that I wouldn't be able to see you for the rest of my life. Do you know that I was so sad? You scared me to death." Her cries flowed throughout the room. Yen Lixing's head hurt from her crying. "Since you've changed her clothes, you should go home. You won't be troubled today." Chen Duo was teary-eyed. "So boss, may I ask if I'll be docking my paycheck?" Yen Lixing glared at her. "What do you think? You've lost your child. So whose salary will be deducted if not yours?" "Deduct my salary?" Chandler's mouth dropped and he cried even harder. But it made sense. She tearfully waved her hand toward Yi before turning away. Following that, Shen Anha, Shen Jingji, Shen Xiuyan and Shen Zeno as well as Yen Lingyu walked in with large strides. Little Yi was wearing a white princess-style nightgown, and her hair had been combed into two loose twists by Chen Duo, with a hairpin of needle and thread flowers on her head. She hunkered down on the couch, her little feet folded together, and watched Woof 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 with rapt attention. Shinanwith entered the living room and saw her small mushroom-like body, and his tight heart fell steeply. He walked to her in big strides. His face was as cold as ice. His tone was ghostly cold to the extreme. "Hurt?" Little Yi was mesmerized by watching TV and saw Shinan and his eyes light up. "Uncle! Uncle is here!" She jumped down from the sofa, ran to him in 3 steps and hugged his thigh, and said sweetly, "Uncle! Yi misses you." Shinanha was caught off guard. His face stiffened. Little Yi immediately took a step back, and then looked at Shinjingji next to him, and more happily opened his arms to hug Shinjingji. "Brother, Yi misses you so much too." Shinjingji couldn't help but soften his eyebrows and didn't say anything. When she saw Shin Xiuyan and Shin Zeno again, her expression was docile for a second. "Good evening, two brothers. What a difference in attitude. The little milk bag is starting to make a difference." The two brothers frowned. Yen Lingyun stood not far away to watch. Heisei and the others also like to stay inside this house to gather and talk. There won't be any female family members coming. Just them, the same sex. So the atmosphere together is all very serious. But today there was an extra little figure, like it inspired the atmosphere. When Shinjingji saw her like this, he finally let go of his heart and noticed her face again, reaching out and gently touching the extremely fine scars on her face. "How did you break your face?" Yen Wugui smoked aside. "Nothing, it's just that when I shot her in the face, the stone crashed into her face." The words fell, and all was silent. Everyone shot him a conspiratorial look. Chapter 50. Yi is the daughter of a murderer. Shinjingji looked at Yen Wugui absurdly. "Uncle, you're sick. Why would you shoot a child in front of him? This is China. What's more, what if you chipped her in the eye? What if she goes blind?" Yen Wugu wrinkled his eyebrows. "Which is so delicate," Shinjingji righteously said. "There just is." Little Yi, once she saw her brother this nervous, hurriedly stood on her tiptoes and grabbed her brother's hand and shook it. "Brother, Yi is not uncomfortable. Uncle saved Yi. He's so handsome. He's like one of those extraordinarily handsome adults on TV who shoots. I especially like him. Don't talk about Uncle." After saying that, she held Shinjingji's hand and looked at Yen Wuyo. smiling sweetly. Thank you, second uncle, for saving me. Yan Wugu was stunned, the tips of his ears slightly red, viciously skimming his head away. Don't thank me, I just did what I could have done without doing it. Besides, I like you, it's useless to curry favor with me. I'll collapse you sooner or later. Yan Lai frowned and finally raised his question. Brother, what does it mean to crash me? Shin Jingji pulled her to the sofa and sat down in a good humor. It means that he's going to pop you in the head sooner or later. She was startled and nestled behind Shin Jingji. Then don't. It hurts. Pampered and soft. A few of the men's faces warmed as they watched, and even the expressions of the two brothers they disliked couldn't help but soften a bit. Yan Lingyun couldn't help but laugh out loud and shook his head. This child, he doesn't resemble Yan Zishi at all. When he finished speaking, his smile disappeared again and his expression became grave. The atmosphere went cold with it. What a pot calling the kettle black. Shinan and his face was horribly gloomy. Shin Jingji's eyes added a hint of complexity when he looked at Yan Lai. No matter how cute it is, it's still Yan Zishi's child. If she was Yan Wei Yang's, they would have loved her with all their hearts. But, she's not. Shinan has sat down on the single sofa and crossed his legs, casting sidelong glances at Yan Lai. How did you get lost today? Why did you get lost? Shin Jingji also came back to his senses. With a serious face, he took out his cell phone to show Xiao Yi the surveillance video before the incident. And this? You fought with someone, right? Little Yi tilted her head and looked at it, nodding her head particularly stiffly. Yes, and if Yi wins the fight, Yi can fight. A couple of the men were stunned. Yan Wugue sneered. You call that winning the fight? You were even tricked by them to go outside. If I hadn't appeared in time, you wouldn't have been sold into any nooks and crannies. And you call that winning the fight? Yi blinked her eyes and was also vain. Yi was stupid and believed what they said. But at the beginning in the fight, Yi really won. Shin Jingji directly put the surveillance video into the big TV. As expected, within this high-definition security footage, Yan Lai looks like a little wolfhound defending the territory of his pink ocean ball. She fat-fingered the screen. Yi calls this a pink missile. The corners of the men's mouths twitched as they looked at her derisively. Yan Lingyun was thoughtful. You're quite good at fighting. Yi shook her little legs. Yes, Yi is the daughter of a murderer. So many people don't like me and like to beat me. So Yi can fight under Gu Huai's teaching. If I can't beat you, I'll run. A murderer's daughter? The atmosphere was suddenly solemn. Yan Lixing wrinkled his eyebrows in displeasure. Who taught you that? Who said you are the daughter of a murderer? She looked innocent. Everyone is saying I'm the daughter of a murderer. Isn't Yi? Chapter 51, will take you to revenge. The crowd was dumbfounded and silent again. Shinan and his face had a hint of cracking. His cold eyes locked onto her. Your mother is a murderer. What do you think? Yan Lai was stunned. Innocent little face. Always fall climbed on a trace of despondency. The spine also slowly drooped. Just a good little one shrinking on the sofa. And they are these tall bodies in stark contrast. She shook her head sadly. I don't know, she said in a milky voice. Just thinks that mommy is a murderer. But isn't, and that mommy did something wrong. But didn't do it, and won't do it in the future. But, mommy is always my mommy. Even if mom doesn't like her, she likes her mom, too. Shin Jingji took a deep breath and said softly, even if your mom is not a good person, you also like her? Little frowned imperceptibly. Yes, I have no other choice but to like my mom, because my dad doesn't like me. He didn't even come to me. At that, she pursed her lips sadly. Shin Anha suddenly felt breathless and frowned at her. The atmosphere grew heavier. Yan Wugue stared at Yan Lai dead in the face. He looked at her with the kind of maturity and steadiness that was not appropriate for her age. And for some reason, his mood felt irritated. Which of the teenage idols he usually chased weren't all smiles on their faces every day? This kind of cute face doesn't deserve this kind of claustrophobic expression. For a moment, none of them spoke. Until Yan Lingyun looked at her with a stony face. So you still want to find dad? Yan Lai. Shinan and his phoenix eyes swept over a glimmer of ghostly light. Looking towards Yan Lai, little was like a little meatball cowering on the sofa, shaking her head, not looking. Shinan frowned. Why? Together, they all dropped their complicated gazes on him, and he noticed his outburst and brushed his head away in mock disinterest. Little Yi's eyes rolled and she said seriously, Mommy said that Daddy doesn't like me, so if Daddy finds out about me he'll kill me. Having you guys is enough. When she finished, she looked timidly at the men. But will you not want me? No one answered. Little looked at them thirstily, and seeing that neither of them spoke, she too lost her mind and lowered her head. Just when this atmosphere was gloomy, Shin Anha suddenly stood up. Time's up. Let's go. Stunned, thinking he was angry, braced herself and looked at him nervously. The others stood up in unison, all grimacing. Yan Lai was at a loss for words, and just when he wanted to ask a question, he saw Shin Anha rushing out with large strides. leaving behind only one sentence. I'd like to ask the Zhao family what kind of bear heart and leopard guts they had eaten that dared to touch my child. Yan Wugui hung back and followed. I'll also ask them what kind of bear heart and leopard guts they've eaten. How dare they lay hands on my niece? If I can't, I'll shoot him in the head. Yan Lixing disliked. Second brother. You say you are a handful of years old. Why do you have to collapse people every day? This is China. Really, can't you go to collapse the popcorn? You must be professional. Yan Wugui's face sank as he pulled out his gun and aimed it at him. What did you say? Yan Lixing's face changed at first and raised his hands vacantly. I avalanche popcorn. I lovely crash popcorn. Little Yi sat on the couch and watched them drift away. Suddenly Shinjingji stretched out a hand toward her and looked deeply at her. Let's go? Little Yi didn't understand. What for? He held his head proudly. Take you to revenge. Chapter 52. What kind of daughter of a small family is Lai Yi? Within a certain villa area in Lanzhou City, there was almost a star-studded crowd. All those who can live here are the best of the best. Zhou kicked off her shoes, buried herself in the couch and started crying. Father Zhao painfully came forward and gently wiped away her tears. Gu, who has messed with my daughter here, making my daughter cry so hard? Did something happen? Zhao's mom followed up in a huff. Your daughter was bullied on the street today. She didn't audition for the female lead role today, and was robbed of the role by a small family from who knows where. Father Zhao was stunned and coldly lowered his face. There's someone else stealing the role of our Zhao family's child? What was the director thinking? Zhao's mother rolled her eyes. I'll put it this way, you also know that the lead guide is not into the main salt. In his eyes, the role is greater than everything. People are not lacking in our point of influence, but the problem is, that little girl is not as good as our daughter. She proudly showed off in front of our daughter, and then the girl ran away by herself, and her parents even blamed my daughter, saying that my daughter abetted her to run away. Zhao Meishi huffed and cried. They don't even listen to my explanations, they just blame me all the time. I'm really sad. I've never done anything like this at all. Father Zhao heartbreakingly wiped his daughter's tears dry. Well, don't cry. Then you tell Dad. What does that girl look like? What does her family look like? Dad, this will help you seek justice. Let them get out of this calumny city. This city can't tolerate them. Okay? Zhao Meishi came to her senses when she heard this, huffing and puffing as she pulled out the Qian Duo and Yan Lai she had captured inside the surveillance video from her cell phone. That's what they look like, Dad. You must do something for me. They just know how to bully me. As soon as Papa Zhao heard this, he hurriedly sent these two photos to his men. Within 10 minutes, I want the information of these two people. When he finished, he commented, this kid isn't good. He doesn't look like he's from a rich family, casually fiddling around. Zhao Meishi was relieved to hear this and nestled sweetly in his arms. Daddy is so reliable. Zhao's mom also smiled when she saw this. It has to be you. I coaxed my daughter for a long time. My daughter didn't listen to me. I have to ask you to give her justice. But how have you been lately? Have you seen the two big entrepreneurs of the Shin family and the Yin family? Zhao's father looked worried. No. Do you think that the status of those two families is something that I can see whenever I want to see them? In the end, they're a big and prestigious family, passed down from generation to generation. I've looked for several opportunities to meet him, but their threshold is very high. It's not something we can just meet casually. Followed closely by a honk from outside. The security guard watching the gate's face changed drastically and immediately called indoors. Mr. Zhao, there's a sports car parked outside the courtyard. I don't know what the status is. May I ask if this is your guest? It feels like it's coming from a bad place. Father Zhao quickly opened the monitor to look outside, and saw a handsome-looking man walking down from a sports car outside the monitor. The man in the very center getting out of the Rolls-Royce seemed to have the most powerful aura. Standing in the middle of a group of men followed by 3 teenagers, there was also a milky little girl being held by one of the teenagers. The group of people just standing in the doorway seemed to depress the aura of his house by a head. Chapter 53. Uncle brother help her revenge. Zhao's father's face changed slightly. Shenanand? Yan Lixing? And Yan Lingyun and Yan Wugui? There are even 3 elite sons of Shenanand? What's going on here? Why did you come to him all of a sudden? Zhao's mother was overjoyed. Oh my god, why would they come to you all of a sudden? Can't it be that they knew you were looking for him, so they came to visit you in person and wanted to talk business with you? As soon as Zhao's father heard this, he was overjoyed and couldn't stop smiling. Don't say that. It's not that good. The 2 big names are on the top of the list globally. How can I be qualified to have them personally pay a visit? Zhao's mom was overjoyed. But they just came to you, husband. This is a great joyous event. It must be because they've been wanting to work with you for a long time, and when they heard the news that you wanted to work with them as well, they stopped by with their whole family. We must treat them well. After saying that, she busily greeted the servants. Quickly, I don't know what they all like. All the refreshments are prepared. The maids turned quickly to action, afraid of slacking off. Zhao father also wiped the broken hair on his temples, straightened his appearance, and patiently told Zhao Meishi, when you see your brothers and uncles later on, be sure to greet them kindly, especially those brothers. If you can marry one of them when you grow up in the future, you'll become a phoenix. Although Zhao Meishi didn't understand it, she still understood the bashfulness and nodded excitedly. Don't worry, Dad, leave this matter to me. The family quickly pushed the door open to greet them personally. On the other side, the gate had been opened. Shinanan walked at the front with his slender legs. Papa Zhao hissed as he looked away. Look at their temperament. It looked like he was bleak. He hurriedly and attentively walked towards Shinanan and, Mr. Shin, I didn't know you were here. I'm sorry to have missed you. Zhao's mother nodded with a smile. Mr. Shun, General Manager Yan. There are several other Mr. Yans here. It's such an honor. Please come in. We've already prepared some good hot tea. Zhao Meishi was very well behaved. Hello, uncle. Hello, brothers. The conversation took a steep turn, and Papa Zhao froze, looking at Yan Lai in consternation. This little girl? Why does it look so familiar? Zhao's mother's expression also steeped in fear. How is she? What's this kid doing here? Yan Lai obediently stood next to Shinjingji. Seeing them also did not have a good face. The small thick eyebrows tightly frowned. Grasping his brother's hand, Brother, don't apologize. She thought she was fighting with Zhou Mihi and her brother was going to make her apologize. Shinjingji soothingly smoothed her head. I said, after entering our family's door, you never need to apologize. The one who should apologize is someone else. Mother Zhao and Father Zhao sucked in a breath of cold air, vaguely having an ominous premonition, and looked at Shinan with. Shin-Anha's gaze was sharp as a knife. Recognize this child? The smile on Zhao's father's face froze. This child is. Yan Lixing took a step forward, his tone so gloomy that it seemed like Satan had come from hell. This child is the sixth miss of the Yan family that we lost outside? Yan Zixie's daughter. That is to say, we, the Shin family, the Yan family, jointly cover the child. I am trying to ask what kind of ambition you have eaten. Dare to let your daughter lay hands on our Miss Yan family? Little perked up her ears and finally realized it. Her uncle and uncles and brothers were there to help her. It's here to help her settle the score. Chapter 54, Our Zhao family is the real powerhouse. Little looked at Shinan with surprise. Shinan stood at the front, staring at Papa Zhao with hook-like eyes. Father Zhao didn't understand what he was talking about at all and laughed dryly. Mr. Shin, there might be some kind of misunderstanding in this matter. Yan Lixing directly took out Chen Duo's recording. This is what your wife and your daughter said when my staff went to check things out with you, and it's all clearly recorded on my side. He clicks play. Chen Duo reasoned, this monitoring clearly shows that my child and you have an argument after your children sent a girl to say something to my child, and then my child is lost. How can you put this matter clean? Say have nothing to do with you. Zhao's mother is fearless, ridiculous. You're just showing a picture up here. You can't hear what's being said. If my daughter instigated this child to go out, I'll definitely pay you compensation but the point is it has nothing to do with my daughter. Do you think the Zhao family can be blackmailed? What do you think the Zhao family is? I'm blackmailing you? Do you know who this child is? How honorable she is. I advise you to tell the truth now, or you'll be in big trouble. Zhao Meishi's voice rang out very abruptly in this recording. Our Zhao family is truly awesome. What are you guys? Yan Wugue licked his back teeth in a gangly manner and laughed lowly at this. The gun at his waist seemed to be glowing. To think that our Yan family has reigned supreme in China for so many years. No one has ever asked us what we are. Your Zhao family is very powerful. Shen Anha looked askance at Papa Zhao with cold arrogance. Father Zhao was already pale. Bean-sized cold sweat seeped out. His mood suddenly fell from heaven to hell, and he humbly said, I think this matter must be a misunderstanding. He looked hastily at Zhou's mom. Right? Zhao mom also hurriedly nodded. Right. I'm really sorry. We didn't know that this was your family's daughter-in-law. I was just saying the wrong thing at the time. Please don't take it to heart. Why don't we go inside and talk about it in detail? Zhao Meishi stood frozen in place, feeling as if she had gotten into trouble, but she was still angry as she looked at Yan Lai's face. Mom, isn't it a fake? This guy's family is obviously that woman. How did it turn out to be them again? Shin Jingji directly pushed her away, imposing, stay away from her a little bit. Who knows the little cutie, contagious or not? Zhou Mihoshi? How dare you call her a cutie? Shinzei laughed coldly. Third brother, stupidity is indeed contagious. This little of our family is already stupid enough. If we still let this guy come up to little won't we be added to the stupidity? Hurry up and let her get out. Or had Zhao Meishi ever heard such excessive words? Her eyes steeply reddened and she looked at Zhao's mother in a hasty manner. But mom and dad didn't care about her. Zhou's dad's head spun at high speed. This little girl was the child that the Yan and Shin families were jointly protecting. And his daughter cleaned up after this kid a while back. So the two families came to get this kid's ass. Damn! Father Zhao's brain buzzed and returned to his senses to fiercely slap Zhao Meishi. Who told you to lay your hands on this child? Zhao Meishi fell to the ground, covering her face in disbelief. Dad, how could you hit me? She burst into tears instantly. Chapter 55. Offended and still wants to leave. Papa Zhao's eyes were fishy red and he was even angrier. Do you know who you've offended? This is the country of China, and the most powerful families are the three. But she offended both. Just one Gu family left unoffended. Isn't that getting him in trouble? How much did he want to climb up the ladder of these two families? How could he be cut off by his own daughter once and for all? He beat his daughter also to show Shinan with. Father Zhao curtly smiled towards Shinan with. Mr. Shin, Mr. Yen, it's all because I taught my son poorly. I didn't control my wife and daughter well. Why don't we do it this way? You give me a chance to make amends and apologize to you for anything you let me do. We have a good talk. Zhao's mom also changed her attitude inside the recording and nodded with a smile. Yes, there's something to be said. It's our fault. She didn't even take it seriously when that little clerk had told her earlier that the child was of noble status. Who would have thought that this child's identity would be so valuable? She turned out to be the beloved child of both the Shin and Yin families. How low the probability of running into a kid like that has to be. It's as low as earning 100 million in the lottery. Little Yi was sizing them up from the side and shook Shin Jingji's arm with particular curiosity. Brother, why are they so afraid of you? The Zhao family members had looked at this harmless little girl with some embarrassment. Shin Jingji raised his eyebrows, his tone meaningful. Maybe it's because we casually let their family go bankrupt? Little Yi couldn't understand. What does bankruptcy mean? Shin Jingji was especially patient in explaining to her. It's just disappearing from the circle of rich people like us, never to return. Mother Zhao's feet went weak and she fell on her butt. Done. Is this a hint to them? Father Zhao sucked in a breath of cold air and looked expectantly at Shinan with. When Shin Jingji saw this scene, he pushed Lai in front of him with a gentle face and made her look at them. Remember this? This is the first person you've seen bullying you since you came to our Shin family, and you won't be able to see them anytime soon. The blood faded from the faces of several members of the Zhao family, and they looked at the tiny Yin Yukam in shock. Little Yi's features were exquisite, like a porcelain doll, wearing a nightgown, tilting her head, her watery eyes staring intently at them. Shin Jingji sneered. Say goodbye to your uncle and aunt. Waved her hand nicely. Bye-bye uncle, auntie and sister. Shin Anha faintly and imperceptibly hooked the corner of his mouth, looked deeply at Papa Zhao one more time, and turned to leave. They didn't say anything. Papa Zhao followed behind with his but, Mr. Shun, Mr. Yen, wait, let's talk. No one paid any attention. Striding to their cars, Fan started their engines and disappeared before their eyes. Zhao's father stood in the doorway, lost in thought, suddenly feeling hopeless. It's over. It's all over. He came back to his senses and slapped Zhao Meishi hard. Who told you to provoke them? Zhao Meishi ate the pain and covered her face, crying, Daddy, what did I do wrong? Zhao's father continued to beat her. Do you know that you have offended the two groups of people under the sky who should not be offended? Zhao Meishi rolled all over the floor. But that Yen Lai guy is I don't like her. She took my stuff. As it happened, Gu Huai was sitting in his car, passing by their family villa. He left his window open just in time to hear the comment and signal to stop. Chapter 56, The Little Zhao Family. It's not much to worry about. A Maybach was parked in front of Zhao's house like this. No one in the Zhao family was paying attention. And Zhao's father was still beating Zhao Meishi. How dare you say that? How dare you say that? Zhao Meishi even cried and ran. Dad, why don't you help me? You said you would make Yen Lai disappear from this world. Gu Huai narrowed his eyes harshly, glanced at their house's door number, and directly dialed a phone number. A sonorous voice rang out. Something wrong? Gu Huai, this family at Yizhuang 30. I don't want to see them again. Tell their company and their family of 3 to get lost. The man frowned in disbelief. Reason? Gu Huai, they upset me. That's all. The man said. Is that your attitude about letting your dad do you a favor? Gu Huai, you can't do it? Want me to take more time to talk? Man, the little Zhao family is not enough. With that, the man hung up and looked for someone to send some messages to. The other party quickly returned the message. Who exactly has this Zhao family offended? I just checked. It seems that the Shin family and the Yen family are jointly trying to encircle the Zhao family. And you're coming to intervene as well? The man doesn't understand? Why? You know. Seems like it's because the Zhao family's daughter today offended a little girl. That little girl seems to be born by Yen Zishi. With the Yen family and the Shin family protecting her, Zhao family directly offended 2 big leaders. The future of the company to live are not good to say. Now hurry to sell the company and run away is okay. As long as he continues to hold on, it is estimated to be able to be messed up until the family lost all their money. The man narrowed his eyes darkly. That is, because of a little girl? Yes, little girl. And that little girl is still from the orphanage. Seems to be especially cute looking. Oh, the man raised his eyebrows and suddenly thought of something. Striding over to Gu Huai's room, as soon as he pushed open the door, Several photos on the desk were of Gu Huai and a little girl, two people making dumplings together on New Year's Eve, watching anime together, read a book together, painting together. There is also a picture of two people holding hands and standing in front of the orphanage. It's all about Gu Huai and this little girl. The little girl smiled sweetly, and Gu Huai stood beside her. And even when she didn't smile, her eyebrows were gentle. The pictures filled almost the entire table, and there were many single pictures of little girls. The inside of the bookshelf is not even spared. You could say it's collected to the level of perversion. The nightstand is a picture of two people comparing hearts with their arms above their heads. He couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. The man on the other side of the phone tried. Mr. Gu, can I take the liberty of asking, do you want to clean up the Zhao family because of something? Not for any other reason. I just want to eat melon. He narrowed his eyes with interest. I might also be because of this little girl, right? Man on the other side? What is that little girl? The daughter of a god. So favored? He was thoughtful. She could be my future daughter-in-law. But your son should only be 8 years old, right? And your daughter-in-law is all set? This rich man's life is different. It's really about strong connections. The man dropped his gaze on each photo with interest. I don't know. Maybe my son likes it. Suddenly, Gu Huai's cold voice came over. What are you doing? He was startled and immediately hung up. Looking natural. It's nothing. I'll come to your room to see if you're missing anything and I'll fill you in. Gu Huai stood in the doorway, cold-eyed. You told me yesterday to let me buy whatever I lacked myself. Have you forgotten? The man's mouth twitched in embarrassment and he spread his hands. It's not enough that daddy cares about you. Gu Huai didn't answer, coldly walking to the room and looking around. His voice line steeply tensed. You moved my picture frame? Chapter 57. What is the meaning of this? Let me nurse for a few days. The man froze, and then he saw Gu Huai move the photo frame slightly with great precision. Just a little bit. Him? What a compulsive kid. Gu Huai coldly swept towards him. Don't you know that other people's rooms are not to be entered easily? The man was a little embarrassed. I just came in to take a look around. After all, it's my son's room, so I had to come and have a look around first. Gu Huai sneered. Then why don't you go visit my mom's grave? The man choked and his face fell with a brush. Gu Huai, you know I'm preparing to move your mom's grave. Let her live in our family's mausoleum. Gu Huai nodded playfully. Yes, then my mom will be so happy that she will bring those ghostly friends of hers to your family's grave in the middle of the night and have a check-in to a good mausoleum party. The corner of the man's mouth twitched, knowing that this son of his was sharp-tongued, and he spoke back. Then it's not like I can't do it if your mom is willing. I can even prepare some Mao Tai. Gu Huai didn't bother to say more to him. You're not allowed to come into my room. You're not welcome here. He couldn't look at a loser who didn't have the means to defend the woman he loved. The man's face changed slightly and he wanted to say something, but once he remembered the past, he could only hold his tongue. He glanced at the photo on the table. This your girlfriend? Ha! Gu Huai coldly picked up his glass of water and sprayed a mouthful of water out when he heard this. Are you sick? She's only 4 years old. The man shrugged, unimpressed. But you're 8. Ah, in a while you'll be puberty. You fancy her? Gu Huai didn't bother talking to him much. He's a stupid and silly dad. I don't know what mom saw in it in the first place. Mom was clearly such a thunderous woman. The man saw that he no longer cared about himself, snapped and scratched his head. Forget it, I won't say more. But I just knew that she's a girl brought back by the Shin family and the Yen family, so I'm sure that she should go to school. Do you want me to help you inquire which school she's in, and then arrange for you to be placed inside of that school as well? Gu Huai's movement of drinking water paused and pursed his lips. The man scowled sideways at his face, a bad grin climbing the corners of his mouth. If you don't want it, I'll just stick you in an elite school. Oh. Gu Huai put down his water cup and swept his face to him with a deeper look. If I don't see her at school, you see how I'm going to get you in trouble. The man snorted and assumed a respectful posture. Yes, young master. Within 3 minutes I promise to find out about this woman. Gu Huai glared at him fiercely before looking at the picture of Yen Lai. The little girl smiled with an arched eyebrow, his gaze steeped in tenderness. If only I could be in the same school as her. That's the equivalent of being together for a long time, right? On the other side, Yen Lai re-entered inside Yen Knight's large flat. Yen Wugu stared straight at her milky back. Can I let her stay at my place? The crowd's faces changed, and they looked toward him neatly. Little Izzy blinked her round eyes and cocked her head. Second uncle wants her to live there? Shin Jingji wrinkled his eyebrows suspiciously. Second uncle, didn't you just say that you wanted to shoot her in one shot? Why did you let her stay at your place? Yen Wu Gui's expression remained unchanged. He likes cute things. Wanted to keep it for fun. His tone was light. Nothing. I just think the child is poorly brought up and I want to educate her. Yen Lingyun saw through it with a glance. I think it's because you want to add a new collection to the inside of your cupboard, right? Yen Wu. Chapter 58, Giving Yen Lai an IQ Test. Yen Lixing winced in disgust at the thought of Yen Wu Gui's fetish. Big brother, stop. Do you remember when I used to run inside second brother's room and found that there was a dark room inside his room? Thanks to that, I thought it was some kind of secret base inside, but once I opened it, the dark room actually had a bunch of dolls dressed in Lolita, Cubs, and all sorts of teenage girl mannequins with an AK in their hands. Do you know how much that scene hit my mind at that time? At that time, his world was filled with some kind of masked rider, Inuyasha, Naruto, Conan, or whatever. Suddenly there were a bunch of gun-holding, wide-eyed, unblinking dolls of beauty in that quiet dark room with no lights yet. He didn't think he was going to make it out of this room alive right then and there. Since then Yan Wugui's room, he never went in again. Yan Wugui looked disgusted. Who let you enter my room without authorization? You deserved it. Besides, dolls are a young girl's romance. What do you know? Yan Lixing rolled his eyes. Anyway, no matter what, there's no way we're letting this kid go with you. You're a pervert. Yan Wugui's face sank as he tried to retort. Shin'en spoke. I said she's here. If any of you want to see her, you can stay with her. There are regular nannies who come over to take care of her living anyway, so you can come whenever you want. Yan Lai was holding a cute little doll in her arms and nodded heavily. Aha! I'll be fine living by myself. Uncle and uncles who want to come can come. I'll take good care of you. I make especially good noodles. Several of the adults sniffed and frowned, able to sense Yan Zix's mistreatment of her from the way she raised her hands and feet. Shin Anha's tone sank. In the future, you don't have to cook. Or even I don't need you to cook. It would be bad if anything happened. Shinjingji took out the tablet he had prepared and entered the room with the absent intention. Let's not talk about this for now. I want to give her an intelligence test now. She's going to school and I need to test her to see how much her intelligence is at. This is a 4 to 6-year-old Wechsler IQ test question. See how many points she can make. Shin Laoer said sorrowfully from the side. I remember that her mother should be intellectually very ordinary, so I guess there is no play. Little Yi was uncertain. Shin'en looked at her fixedly. His intelligence was 163, and his 3 sons followed him, the eldest 159, the second 156, and the third 150, and their mother, Yan Wei Yang, has an intelligence of 157. These brothers of the Yan family are also highly intelligent. The oldest, Yan Lingyun, 160, the second, Yan Wu Gui, 155, and the fourth, Yan Lixing, 153. The Yan family is all highly intelligent, and this high IQ has been inherited, but the only special one is Yan Zishi. IQ is only 90. She was only at the pass mark for normal humans. Despite her efforts, her grades always remained in the upper middle class because her IQ was not enough. She's the dumbest person in the whole Yan family. Yan Zishi used to be the least existent in the entire family when she didn't fall out with them, but she was on the strong side and liked to be on top of everything. But sadly, no matter how hard she tried, she could only act like an ordinary person. She would fail to remember things, she would fail exams, and she would cry because she flunked a class. None of the rest of them are bothered by this. Thinking back to all the things that Yan Zishi had done, only 2 words could pop up inside their heads. Stupid bad. I also wonder what will happen to the Yan Rai she was born with. Chapter 59, I'm sure she's an idiot. Yan Lixing didn't even need to think about it. I still remember that face of mom and dad after Yan Zishi after the IQ test. A group of high IQs gave birth to a litter of high IQs. And the result was that something went wrong when they gave birth to Yan Zishi, who is an ordinary person. And her daughter must be an ordinary person as well. Yan Lingyun shook his head. I don't think that's going to be the case. At least this child should be a lot smarter than Yan Zishi. Today she performed exceptionally well during the interview. Her ability to make use of the situation was very strong. I think she is highly intelligent. Yan Wugui disdained. Come on, Yan Zishi isn't even highly intelligent. How could she possibly have a high IQ? Shunin with his Yan Lixing furrowed his brows. It's very likely that she will inherit the high IQ inherited from Shunin with. Shin Anha's face darkened when he heard this. I don't think so. This child is not attached to him, so there must be no possibility of inheriting him. Indoor Yan Lai looked at Shin Jingji anxiously. Brother, I haven't done any of these questions. I'm afraid I won't know. Shin Jingji did not think. Took out his cell phone to record the video. How much will answer how much on the line? Will not you also try to answer? It's okay, I will watch you. She looked a little nervously at the questions inside the tablet. These things seemed to ring a bell with her. When her mom was with her, she got drunk one day and cried with her. You know what? One time they made me do a problem and I didn't understand it, and then everyone didn't like me after it. Growing up I realized it was an intelligence test. Do you know what that feels like? Because of this, because of my 90% IQ, they don't like me no matter how hard I try, because they're certain I'm not going to amount to much, and they won't even look at me no matter how high a score I try my hardest to get. The same goes for you. Absent the intention to come, if your future intelligence test is only 90, you're just like me. A wasted pawn. A pawn that rots in the corner and no one cares. Xiao Yi's hand shook and looked worriedly at Xinjingji. If she can't get a high score, it would be a pawn that would rot in the corner and no one would care. She took a deep breath, picked up the stylus, and looked at the question. It wasn't like those questions she'd learned before. She brushed it off and began to answer. Xinjingji stood opposite her, somewhat surprised. Sharp thinking, quick reflexes, and extraordinarily quick to put pen to paper, as if they already knew the answer. Could it have been filled in blindly? He stood up and walked over to Yan Li's side of the room, and saw that Yi immediately chose the answer to the picture as soon as she saw a glance of this picture. The sense of logical extension of spatiality is particularly strong. His eyes widened in shock as he watched her swipe through all the questions with divine speed and curtly hand him the tablet with both hands. Xinjingji snatched it up and tumbled over it incredulously. Right. The full speed is over 5 minutes. That intelligence is obviously of a super high standard. He immediately pulled out the other topics he had prepared. Keep doing blocks and arrangements. Without saying a word, Yan Li began to brush his hands. She was too preoccupied and tense to let up. She knew she was smarter than the other kids. Auntie had said that she and Gu Huai were the two smartest children in the entire orphanage. Almost genius level. Then genius should be the best, right? She answered the question quickly. Chapter 60, Absolute Lai scored 130 on the exam. Xinjingji also recorded a video of all her reactions. These answers, even if they are all correct, are raw scores and have to be converted based on her performance. But she doesn't need to make the conversion now. Reacting so quickly is equivalent to a perfect score. 50 minutes later, Xinjingji stared blankly at all the questions that had been answered correctly on the tablet and walked out with a godly look on his face. His eyes were hollow as he looked at Shinan with. These adults outside guarding the place were about to become a statue, and when they saw them come out, they immediately looked toward them. Shinzano maintained a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. How many points? It's not like it's 0 points. Yi held the little doll and timidly glanced at Xinjingji. She didn't know how many points she had answered, because after she answered the question, her brother looked at her like she was looking at a monster, and it made her feel uncomfortable all over. She was worried that she had answered the question wrong, but Xinjingji looked at them with a dumbfounded face, as if he had lost his soul, and shook his head. 130. They froze at the keen number. How many points? Xinjingji became more and more excited. 130 points. She exceeded 130. She got all the questions right, and her reflexes were exceptionally fast, and she was able to answer all of the missing pictures she was shown to fill in, as well as the number arrangements, and the arithmetic, all of which she was able to answer correctly. Her score exceeded 130. How is that possible? Shunanan looked at little Yi with incomparable shock. Little Yi's heart thumped, vaguely having a bad feeling. What's wrong? You guys don't think you don't want me, do you? I will study hard. Shunanan was filled with shock. Exceeding 130 at age 4 is an extremely rare score. In other words, she's highly intelligent. When she's a little older, you can thoroughly test what score she is. But, how can it be? How is it possible to exceed 130 points? Shananha took Xinjingji's cell phone and opened the recorded video. Yan Lai only thought for a moment when faced with the very first two questions, and after that she was able to make snappy responses with just a sweep of her eyes on each of the big questions. She was responsive, active, and didn't look half stuck or embarrassed the entire time. It was like making a game of it, with a relaxed and self-effacing demeanor. He couldn't believe it. After all, this was something he had done as a child. He was also over 130, but he wasn't as fast as she was. He subconsciously looked to the others. Have you ever been as fast as she is? But after he asked the question, he felt ridiculous, because he has the highest IQ of any of them, a whopping 163. The others naturally shook their heads. Yan Lai clutched herself uneasily and watched as the adults gradually became stony-faced and looked at her as if they were looking at a monster. She sniffled her little nose and choked on her particularly indisputable tears. Is Yi going to be sent back to the orphanage because she's an idiot? Can brother and uncle give me another chance? Yi promises to get a higher score next time. A higher score? Shananha's hand holding the cell phone shook, curbing his excitement and handing the phone to his son. Rippling. Make the call. Yan Lai's breath hitched, feeling like she was going to be finished. However, she met Shinan with an extremely dark gaze. Arrange for her to attend the best Tongqing Academy, take the entrance exam, skip kindergarten, and see if she can skip straight to first grade. Chapter 61 is a highly intelligent child. Yan Lai sucked in a mouthful of cold air and was overjoyed. Uncle, you mean? Shananha glanced at her with a long gaze, and there seemed to be a smile in his eyes. I said I would raise you until you were old enough, and there's no way you'll go away, no matter if you're an idiot or a high IQ, but obviously, you are highly intelligent. Saying that, he took out his cell phone again to transfer money to her. Your first time going to school, I don't know what to buy for you. Here's the money. You're on your own. Yenlai opened her cell phone and saw that Shinanha had transferred a bunch of zeros to her. She carefully counted the zeros on the back. $1 million? $1 million? Uncle gave her another $1 million. Her jaw dropped. Uncle! Shinanha didn't look at her again and directly turned away. Shinjingji waved his hand at her in a very good mood. We'll see you tomorrow. Absent coming. Yen Wu Gue gave her a deep look. Yen Lingyun was also full of smiles as he went up and touched her head. See, I just thought that your IQ was high, and sure enough, I guessed right. So I'll see you when we shoot the movie. Yen Lai suddenly reacted to why Shadow Emperor Dada was also here. Is he her uncle too? Her round eyes were filled with great doubt. Yen Lixing scratched his head and looked embarrassed. I really didn't think that you could have such a high IQ. I'm afraid that not all of the IQ that should have belonged to Yen Zishi has fallen on you. Shinanen got off the elevator with them and walked straight towards the car in the underground garage. Yen Wugue followed behind him, pondering, Yen Lai looks exactly like you, and even his IQ has inherited your ultra-high IQ, which means that this child has basically inherited yours from head to toe, and has not inherited Yen Zishi's at all, right? He was quite surprised and patted Shinanha's shoulder. Okay, you Shinanha, giving birth to a child who was so good at genetics, completely inherited your strengths and did not inherit half of your weaknesses. Shinan with a pale look, what is there to be happy about? And not a child. I look forward to being born, and Yen Zishi that day, but I was just being counted. The thought of that day made him sick. The three sons followed close behind, all keeping their heads down and not speaking. Shinjingji was smiling the whole time instead. Shinanen glanced at him, Yen Lai has a high IQ. You're happy, aren't you? Shinjingji quickly came back to his senses and cleared his throat. No, I just think that she's the same kind as us and won't be too annoying. What about you, Dad? Are you ever happy? Shinanha coldly averted her gaze. What do I have to be happy about? As he said that, he looked out the window at the rapidly sweeping scenery, and the corner of his mouth ticked imperceptibly. The image of little EE couldn't help but come to mind as well. He took out his cell phone and broke into typing to her. Never again are you allowed to go with strangers. Never again are you allowed to believe what people you don't know say. And if it happens one more time, I'll really send you back to the orphanage. Yen Lai received this news and nodded with a startled breath. But then he thought that his uncle couldn't see it, and clumsily tried to type, but couldn't. She milkily sent a message. Don't worry, Uncle. EE promise never again. Speaks with a bit of a lisp. She sent another emoji of cat's pity over. Seeing this, the corners of Shinanha's mouth rose shallowly, and looking at the several silent sons beside him, he quickly pressed the corners of his mouth down, but the next instant, it ticked gently upward. Chapter 62, IQ up to 190. Gu Huai. Yen Lixing gave Yen Lai the enrollment procedures for Tongqing Academy. Tongqing College is an international bilingual college, also known as an aristocratic college. $600,000 a year just for tuition, not counting food. A winter uniform costs 20,000 yuan. A summer uniform costs 10,000 yuan. And accommodation costs are not to be mentioned. There's no way to get a child to go to school here without a certain amount of family support. Therefore, Tongqing Academy is an elite noble academy that is on the list all over the world. The principal, Yen Fengsheng, is none other than Yen Lai's third uncle. His face sank as he looked at Yen Lai's information and said with Yen Lixing, she's just a bit too young now. It's too early for first grade, so we can only arrange for her to be placed in a super preschool class, also known as a preschool class, which is about the same as first grade, but there will be relaxation time. The entrance exam was passed with a perfect score. She's more than good enough for first grade, but 4 is too young for first grade. No, Yen Lixing didn't have an opinion. There's no problem on my side. Just watch and put her in. It's a waste of time and energy in the kindergarten anyway. Just put her inside the pre-super class. Yen Fengsheng hung up the phone, pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, and looked at Yen Lai's enrollment photo. Her inked hair was down. Her smile was sweet, and she was glowing as she stared at the camera. The mouth is exactly the same as Yen Zishi's, and that witty laugh. At a glance, it's clear that there is indeed a future ahead. This is the child born to his indisputable sister. I heard that the IQ test scores have exceeded 130. He'd seen the video too, and it was indeed a genius. As you can see from this, Yen Lai did not inherit Yen Zishi's stupidity. Instead, he inherited the cleverness of Shinan with. It was as if this child had been born specifically to blend into their family. But what does that have to do with him? He wouldn't care about her anyway. He flipped through the next freshman profile. What came into view was a teenager with cold eyes. The teenager was born handsome. His phoenix eyes hooked inwardly and outwardly. A few strands of his broken hair fell in front of his forehead, and he wore a suit with a straight posture. A character who looked like he knew he wasn't going to be much of a character to get along with. Yen Fengsheng narrowed his eyes and muttered at the name on the profile. Gu Huai. the Gu family's youngest son's illegitimate son outside the family. The youngest son of the Gu family once had eyes for the daughter of a bankrupt family. The girl was amazing, all A++ grades, super high IQ, and a lightning fast worker. But because of the family bankruptcy, he has since withdrawn from the circle of the rich. Despite the girl's excellence, Elder Gu still didn't approve of the two's relationship, because he lost his son in his old age. He could only lay a Gu young son available. Gu's youngest son even eloped with that woman for a while, and was finally captured by Elder Gu. After that, Gu's youngest son was forced to get married. A while ago that woman finally got pregnant and gave birth to what was found to be a mixed-race child, causing the whole circle to be in an uproar, only to realize that Gu Xiaochong had been keeping her body for Gu Huai's mother. Chief Gu's ex-wife had a breakdown of heart and cheated on her husband, not realizing she'd have a hybrid child because she was a bit too messed up during that time. Messing with the old man, Gu's mind exploded, finally stopped being stubborn with his son, and after finishing the divorce between the two, he hoofed it to pick up his grandson. Yan Fengsheng glanced at Gu Huai's profile. IQ 190. The corner of his mouth twitched. 190? This kid is 190? His IQ is more than enough to go abroad, so why would he be here? Chapter 63, she defends her dignity to the death. The school year started on Monday with cars coming and going in front of Tongqing College. The elementary and middle school divisions are next to each other, except that they are in the front building and the back building. Every time school starts, cars pile up in front of the school. Gu Huai got off the bus from the main entrance of the school, and the driver nodded respectfully with him. Young master, I'll pick you up after school. Please be careful at school. Gu Huai, got it. As soon as he stepped off the bus, he drew whispers from those next to him, dropping their eyes on his face frequently. This is that bastard son that Gu family brought back recently, isn't it? Seems like being so handsome, surely his mom is pretty too. Otherwise how could he make second young master Gu stay with his mom regardless? If it wasn't for Gu Ershao's stubbornness with the old master, how could the old master pick this child back up? But I heard that he has a high IQ, so old master Gu is satisfied, probably the future heir. Gu Huai frowned in disgust as he listened to the murmurs. A refreshing voice rang out from behind him. Young master Gu? Gu Huai looked back. A few teenagers of the same age carrying the same handheld school bags to him, carefully looked at his eyebrows. You are Gu Xiaojun, right? Let me introduce myself. My name is Chu Tao. My father is your father's classmate. On the first day you came to school, my father asked me 1,000 times to let me take you to familiarize yourself with the environment. Let's go together. I'm in the same class as you. He also introduced the people behind him. These are my friends. From now on, we'll all be in the same class friends. The boys nodded attentively at him. Good day, Mr. Gu. Gu Xiaoyi's intelligence test reached up to 190, making Elder Gu's joyful smile has spread throughout the circle. The old master would absolutely, positively let Gu Huai inherit the family business. This is a future business tycoon. Gu Huai looked them up and down. He could tell at a glance that the men were trying to curry favor with him, but were not the kind of guys whose character was corrupt. He nodded lightly. Did you guys know that a new transfer student named Yan Lai Yi will be here today? Shu Tao shook his head. I don't know, but I can ask around for you. At the risk of asking, what grade is she in? As long as the freshman who transferred to our elementary and middle school sections, we'll know soon enough. Gu Huai thought diffidently. Maybe kindergarten. I'm not really sure. Shu Tao, kindergarten? This little master of the Gu family, who made people scared, had a kindergartner for a friend? Several people followed Gu Huai into the campus with shocked faces. It wasn't long before Yan Lai got out of a business car and looked up at the imposing school. Wow, it's like it's a castle from a cartoon. Look at that. Shin Jingji came down from the other side, proudly carrying his handbag, stood in place and looked at her. Absence of intention. You are now a student in this overclass. Most of the kids in there are as smart as you are. Study well, make friends, and at noon, I'll come to find you to eat with me. Yan Lai Yi nodded heavily. I know, brother. Seeing her so well behaved, Shin Jingji's face cleared up a little, and continued to remind, there is one more thing. You are now symbolizing the face of our Shin family and the Yan family. Things like yesterday's must not happen again, and you can't be bullied. And if someone is bullying you, just call me. Don't lose face, and don't allow others to give you a hard time. Do you understand? She nodded gruffly. Understand. She is awesome in her identity. She defended her honor to the death. Chapter 64. If you offend me, I'll play a dirty trick on you. Shin Jingji nodded. Very well. Look at the signposts yourself. I think you should know how to go. With that, he turned to leave. At the same time Shin Jingji stepped into the campus. A few teenagers his age on the side of the road quickly greeted him. Brother Ji, how do you feel about the new week? Did you go out to play in the past 2 days of vacation? Shin Jingji, no. He was aloof, but these friends around him remained enthusiastic. Do you want to have a party together for a good time tonight? We can accompany you. Xiao Yi watched in a daze as Shin Jing's resignation drifted away, momentarily lost in thought. Is this what Sango said about how a bunch of people will surround you as long as you're a child of the Yan family? She turned back to look at big brother Shin and second brother Shin, who had gotten out of the car. Shin Xiuyan was 15 years old, and already had the air of an adult in a tent, and he wore gold-rimmed glasses and was a bit of a svelte loser at the same time. Many of the female students passing by had dropped their eyes on him, not daring to look too obviously, but one can sense that he's popular. He also had a mole of tears under his phoenix eyes, much like Shannon and Uncle, but there is a sense of elegance and sternness that is uniquely his own. Shin Xiuyan inserted one hand into his pocket. His shadowy gaze inadvertently landed on Xiao Yi's face. I don't care how high your IQ is, but since you came out of the orphanage, you must have a lot of bad habits. Remember, you now have the names of our Shin family and Yin family stamped on you. Your every word and action symbolizes the identity of our two families. If you do something that makes me halfway dissatisfied, I will persuade father to send you back. Yan Lai trembled in fear and continued to nod. Yes, Shin family's second son, Shun Zeno, drilled out of the car and grabbed Shin Xiuyan. Big brother, why are you so mean? Our little sister's IQ is still underdeveloped. When she grows up a bit more, it's not likely that her IQ will be higher than all of us. By then she will be a girl again. Dad may like her very much. You treat her like this. What if she says something bad about you in front of Dad in the future? Little Yi shook her head decisively. I won't, brothers. I won't say anything bad about you guys. And you guys are nice. So why would I say anything bad about you? Shin Zeno's smile turned cold. Shen Xiuyan snorted. You'd better not. Otherwise I won't let you off easily either. Also, remember, I'll check your test scores regularly. If you're not able to get first in the class, you also give me the chance to leave before it's too late. Little Yi pursed her lips, not daring to say anything. Shin Xiuyan pushed Shin Zeno away and left straight past her to the middle school. Shin Zeno stood dangling by her side, patting her head with a bad smile. No relation, kid. This big brother of ours has a stinky face. Right, but he's a person with a cold face and a warm heart. And you're a girl after all, so we're not too likely to make a move on you in the end. Yi acutely noticed the strangeness of the statement. Does the lesser hands mean that it will be done to her after all? She cocked her head. Shin Zeno smiled danglingly. I'm not like Big Brother. Big Brother will look at your grades. I'll look at whether or not you're usually bullied inside the class. If you're bullied, like Zhao Meishi bullied you, I'll get angry. But I'm not the same as Big Brother. I'll play dirty to mess with you. Shin Zeno walked to her with a smirk and put his hands on her shoulders. So don't even think about snitching on father. If I know that you told father and said something bad about any of the three of us brothers, I'll play dirty with you. Chapter 65, Absent from School. Shin Zeno finished, took out a handkerchief paper, wiped the hand that had touched Yan Lai, and then a handful of paper precision threw it into the trash can. Bye-bye, little trash. Xiao Yi furrowed her thick eyebrows and shivered as she watched Shin Zeno walk into the academy with a smile on his face. All she hadn't seen so far was her third uncle, fifth aunt, and say her grandma and grandpa, but just the ones she knew so far were scary. The three brothers were of very different temperaments. The older brother was quiet, but his gaze was particularly sharp, and one look at him made it clear that he was a bad character to deal with. Second brother Shin Zeno is the one who loves to laugh the most, but he always feels that he has a bad temper and is not to be messed with. Shin Jingji goes without saying, a hard face and a soft heart, though there were still times now when she would make a stinky face at her. Most of them were with the stinkiest of faces and the gentlest of words. That's why third brother is the best. She likes the third brother. Yan Lai bounced into the academy with her small school bag, but she remembered all the advice given to her by her three brothers. To study first and not be bullied because she symbolizes the face of their entire family. She must do her best to keep her current position. So punch it. She still had to keep her promise with Gu Huai. Yan Lai pulled his leg out and ran. Zhao Meishi, who was within the first year 3 class next to the preschool, fell on her desk and cried as soon as she entered the classroom. Zhao Meishi is considered to be the best person in the whole class. The girls flocked up to look at her with concern. Why are you crying, Meishi? Zhao Meishi looked up with tears in her eyes. There were still some bruises at the corners of her mouth, all caused by her father beating her up in great anger last night. She was in tears. Last night a little girl ran inside our house and brought a group of people to beat and smash my house. I obviously didn't even do anything to her, but she wanted to bankrupt our family. Then my dad told me that this might be my last month in this school. We will never be able to see each other again. The children all looked intolerant and furrowed their brows. Ah, how can that be? Your family is so well off financially. How can you be broke? Yeah, you're the best off in our family. Zhao Meishi huffed. Because I offended someone I shouldn't have. But in reality I didn't offend her at all. It was that little girl who lied and brought her family to our house to hurt me. I'm really so sorry. Will you guys remember me if I die? A group of little sisters were heartbroken and hurried to pacify her. Don't think so. I feel sure it won't be. Why don't you tell us who the one who bullied you is, and how about we help you get justice together? Zhao Meishi cried and shook her head. You won't find it, you dash. The words came to an abrupt end, because she saw Yan Lai, who was passing through the corridor. Zhao Meishi's face changed. How come? The crowd was stunned and unsure. Who are you talking about? Zhou Mihoshi rose from her chair with a flourish and walked to the door. Yan Lai stood in front of her preschool class and spoke to the teacher, nodding her head in response in a particularly well-behaved manner. She immediately grabbed her classmate and said, "That's her. I didn't think she would chase me all the way to the school. Are you guys willing to help me fight back?" The girls didn't think twice. Why not? Of course I do. Chapter 66 She stinks. The girls spoke in a chorus. Mihoshi, we're first-year students. We're schoolmates. How can we be bullied by a child? Exactly. We're going to help bully you back and make sure we get revenge for you. Yes, to help you get your revenge. 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 Lin Lele raised her hand and took the initiative to say, my sister is in the preschool. She's the most powerful kid in there. Just wait. I'll tell my sister later to isolate her, not let anyone else play with her, and no one is allowed to be with her. Zhao Meishi nodded gratefully. Thank you all. She covered her mouth in feigned sadness, the corners of her mouth ticking shallowly where no one could see. She was worried that she wouldn't get another chance to find this guy for revenge. Yan Lai actually came to the door of his own accord. Let's see how she'll clean her up. Lin Lele's younger sister, Lin Jiaojiao, received her sister's instructions and immediately issued a message down. Let me tell you, this new student is not a good person. Her family has a bunch of bad men. Whoever plays with her, she will make the family bankrupt. You must stay away from her. A group of kids who were only 5 years old were horrified to hear this, and one by one they passed it on. Isolation has been quietly staged in places that Yanai doesn't know about. She stood nervously on the steps, keeping her best footing, a small smile on her lips, but she's sensitive to the atmosphere. The sight of all these older siblings didn't seem to particularly like her, like the look she got at the beginning when she was told she was a murderer's child. Did she do something wrong? The teacher said, tell everyone this child called Yan Lai is going to be with us from today onwards. Her intelligence test was as high as 130 points. She is the absolute genius of our class. From now on, Lin Jiaojiao is not the only genius in our class. Lin Jiaojiao's face changed drastically, looking absurdly at Yan Lai. What? 130 points? She's only 110, too. And had her sister just told her that this Yenkai wasn't a good thing, and this guy came and stole her unique position of high intelligence? How can she be like this? The teacher smiled and raised her hand. Come on, let's all applaud and welcome this new student to our school. Lin Jiaojiao looked around. The students had wanted to applaud, but when they saw her gaze they immediately put their hands down and stared at Yan Lai with a cold face. The teacher saw this and cocked his head quizzically. Students, I'm going to let you applaud again. The students looked at each other and stared at Lin Jiaojiao. Lin Jiaojiao gave Yan Lai a deadly glare. Teacher, it doesn't matter if you applaud or not. It's better to hurry up and let her go back to her seat. The teacher wrinkled her eyebrows, vaguely feeling that this Lin Jiaojiao was bullying. But the Lin family was the toughest family within their class, with a heavy status that could not be offended. This one was absent-minded. She was not sure of the identity, only that it was a little girl with a super high IQ. It shouldn't be anything awesome. She sighed. So would anyone like to sit in the same seat as the absent-minded kids? Yui wrinkled her brow and looked around. The students eyed her curiously, the vast majority staring at her with indifference, though some had faces of pain. There were even a few people looking at her derisively. She hesitated, finally settling her gaze on a boy. He was the only one sitting alone, and naive, round eyes, a little chubby, very cute to look at. Yan Lai stepped forward and leapt to his feet. The chubby little man met her gaze and blushed, covering his seat warily. I don't want her to sit next to me. She stinks. Chapter 67. I don't smell at all. Little Yi's brain buzzed. Stink? The students roared with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Goo. It really stinks. The air hasn't been fresh since she got here. Lin Jiaojiao pinched her nose. I was just thinking. I don't know where this smell is coming from. Maybe it's because there are too many rude people in the house. None of them are good, so they all smell bad. Yan Lai was stunned at his words and stared dead at Lin Jiaojiao. Lin Jiaojiao was made weak by her look and raised her chin. What? Why are you staring at me like this? Do you know who I am? Little pursed her lips and strutted over to her, giving her sleeve. Do you smell me stink? Lin Jiaojiao? The strawberry scent hits your nose and it really doesn't stink. But she still pinched her nose. Stinks. It stinks. Little Izzy glared at her with a huff. No, you're lying. I can see that. I don't even smell on me. You're a lying child. All of you. She looked at the little fatty again. Especially you. Lying bastard. The little fat man trembled in fear. The teacher's eyes widened in surprise. Lin Jiajiao's face instantly turned red and she slapped the table and got up. I'm not lying. It's you who stinks. The other kids who were good with Lin Jiajiao helped out. Yes, it's you who stinks. Little Yi pursed her lips and huffed. She hadn't washed her hair before. She hadn't taken a shower, and she knew she stank and she knew she was dirty. But this morning, she'd made a point of washing her hair, taking a shower, and Duo's sister had given her a curly perm. She came here to school bleached. Her brother had said to her that no matter what, she symbolized the face of the Shin and Yin families. She can't be bullied. So she coolly flashed her little genius phone watch. Then I'll call my brother to smell if I stink. Lin Jiajiao rose in consternation. No way. Why did you call your brother? How old is your brother? Little Yi proudly raised her chin. I have 3 older brothers. I don't know which one you mean, but 2 of them are middle schoolers and 1 is an elementary schooler. Anyway, my brother said that if anyone bullies me to call him, and I won't say that you guys are bullying me. I'm just asking him to ask to smell if I stink. Lin Jiajiao's face changed drastically and she panicked. No calling you brother? I just smelled it wrong. It's not your stench. This guy's brother was older than both her and her sister. She couldn't beat the older kids. Students whispered. I can't believe there are 2 middle school brothers. So have I. It's nothing unusual. I have 2 sisters. But what if his brother is very powerful? Then wouldn't we be bullying our very powerful sister like this? Little Yi will be satisfied with her words before she puts down her watch. Then you apologize to me. Lin Jiajiao wrinkled her eyebrows. Not wanting to speak, she flashed her little genius phone watch again. Lin Jiajiao. Okay, I'm sorry. Alright. Yan Lai looked at little fatty again. You, apologize to me too. The chubby little man bluffed at her and frowned less than happily. I'm sorry. Then he peeked at her again with his afterglow. This little sister is so cute. Okay, fierce. But, it's beautiful. He offered to move a seat, flashing his Iron Warrior toy if he could. Would you like to take a seat with me? Yan Lai sat down in his back seat with her book bag fiercely. I don't. I hate you. Chapter 68. What are you talking about, boss quotes? Little fatty was devastated and looked at the teacher with a confused face. Teacher, she just said she hates me. No one ever hated him. His mom and dad and grandparents and grandma and grandpa say he's delightful, the most delightful baby in all the land. How dare this girl say she hates him? The teacher looked at him with the same incredulity. Geez, that really hurts. You're so cute and likable. You don't see how you're hated at all. Why don't you ask if you just said the wrong thing? The little fat man wrinkled his brow and looked bitterly at Yan Lai. I have the Iron Armored Warrior. I'm willing to let you play with my Iron Armored Warrior if you sit next to me. Are you sure you don't want to sit? Yan Lai slammed her little face, and without saying a word, she directly took out a Barala little magic fairy transformation stick from inside her bag and slapped it on the table. No, I'm not on your side. Fatty? The atmosphere abruptly fell into a stalemate. The teacher stood on the stage, his expression wooden, his eyes losing their light. Ever since she became the teacher of these rich kids, she's been constantly refreshing her perspective. In other words, these kids can bring toys to school, and the control can't be too strict to avoid angry parents. And as a classroom teacher, not only could she not control it, but she had to watch them climb the ladder. Lin Jiajiao stood up incredulously. This transformation stick of yours is actually a signed limited edition? How could you buy it? My mom couldn't even buy it at a great price. Yan Lai picked up her magic fairy wand and coolly flicked the switch. Pink light flickered and swirled inside the crystal ball. Then it's great that you don't have one. You can see that I do. Jiajiao Lin. Shenzano laughed out loud as he looked at the surveillance on his cell phone. Ha 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 ha. This Yang Kai is a real livewire. He had been gauging her reactions and her standards of behavior since Lai had entered the academy. Now, suddenly, he found it a bit more interesting. I had expected that idiot to be bullied and disgraced by their family the first time they met. Let everyone spread the word that the Shin family has one more coward. As it turned out, it didn't occur to me that this guy was so hard and could be so underhanded. Interesting. He laughed and shook his head. The brothers perked up their ears and came towards his cell phone screen. What's funny? What bully quote are you talking about? Shenzano directly punched back. Nervous? Don't come over. What I see is none of your business. The brother ate the pain and covered his reddened face, looking at him with tearful eyes. Brother Wild, you're also too fierce. I'm just curious. Why are you so nervous? Shenzano didn't have a good temper. What do you mean I'm nervous? You don't look at what you've done. If you're not looking for a fight, who is? The brother covered his bluntly aching face. I wasn't planning to see what you were looking at. You were looking at your cell phone the whole time and mumbling like that domineering president had his eye on a little dainty wife. So I was curious and came over to take a look. The other brothers looked over curiously. What Stepford wife? What Mr. Bully? Could it be that our brother Wild has a girl he likes? Shenzano copied up his book and directly gave one of them a blow. Am I that idle? I told you, I'm not interested in things like falling in love. I'm just looking at an admission criteria. The brothers looked at each other, still puzzled. Admission criteria? What's the criteria for that? Exams? Chapter 69. Shall we? Shinzano did not give them another answer. Picked up the cell phone and continued to Yencum, the corner of his mouth hooked. The little thing, if it chose not to say a word when it was being reprimanded just now, was substandard in his eyes. They couldn't afford to have any cowards in the Shin family. They had to have the courage and the boldness to confront people to do so. She will qualify. And it played to a standard he hadn't imagined. A little something. On the other side of the elementary school department, Chu Tao found a video and immediately held it up for Gu Huai to see. Master Gu, look, I found it. Isn't it this girl? Her name is Yen Lai. They have surveillance at the school and the PTA has an account to view school-wide footage. You can watch it as long as you borrow a parent's number, so it's not hard to find someone. Gu Huai took the phone and looked at the girl inside the camera wearing a playful short skirt and draping her hair. A hint of greed flooded his eyes. That's her. Chu Tao was happy. It's great to be able to help you. Gu Huai hung a light smile, sniffing and looking at this attentive teenager across from him. He pondered a little. Let's have dinner together tonight. Ask your parents to come to our Gu family. We'll have a common classmate banquet. I'll have my father attend as well. Chu Tao was flattered. Really? He nodded and looked to the others. Well, you guys come too. A couple of the boys were ecstatic. Can we really? Gu Huai smiled particularly gently. Of course, thank you for helping me. The boys sucked in a breath of cold air and turned around and hugged each other in celebration. Great. We got this at the beginning of the school year. Awesome. My father and my mother have always wanted us to have a good relationship with Gu Huai. They've always wanted to see Mr. Gu, and it didn't occur to me that we'd be able to meet Mr. Gu at the beginning of the school year. Chu Tao, you're good. You were able to make us fulfill the KPIs our parents gave us on the first day. Chu Tao smiled from ear to ear. It's Master Gu who's so refreshing. We have to thank Master Gu. Gu Huai smiled a shallow smile that didn't reach his heart and took out his cell phone to send a message to his dad. I need the parent number for Tongqing Academy, and I want to see the student's surveillance video. The man quickly sent him the account number and password, and added, Are you a pervert? You don't want to watch people, do you? Gu Huai didn't answer. Tonight, you're going to have dinner with my friend's parents. Gu Rin, line, sold your father to cultivate your relationships, really is my son. I know, I will deal with it. Gu Huai didn't answer again, and after getting off the school's app, he opened the classroom's surveillance and searched for Yen Lai's figure. The little girl sat at the very back of the classroom, alone. The little fat guy in front of her was still looking back toward her from time to time. He frowned, reading the cloud archive and falling back a bit. Starting from the moment you enter the classroom with a false sense of arrival, she's bullied, then bravely stands up for herself and turns down a table offer from a chubby little man. The whole time his heart was following the tautness, and he was finally relieved when he watched Yi settle things down. At the same time, it was noticed that the little fat man's attitude towards Yen came to be significantly better. He frowned irritably. Luckily, Yi was not friendly to this little fat man, and she didn't pay much attention to how she talked to her. Gu Huai's eyes gradually became gentle. The way he handled her accidents, she took to heart. Love and hate and hold grudges. That's good. He quietly hid his cell phone under a book and watched the absent-minded figure in silence. It was as if the two of them were in class together. Every time I looked up it was like I could meet his gaze. The more Gu Huai looked at it, the more infatuated he became. Why don't you go find her later after class? But 10 minutes or so between classes may not be enough. Go on your lunch break. And I wonder, will she be happy to see him? Chapter 70, Is this guy a monkey? At lunch, all students are free to move around and the cafeteria is not one of those styles where classes line up to get a uniform meal. Because of the wide variety of restaurants, both buffets and other eateries, you will need to go to all of them on your own. As soon as it was time to eat, Yen Lai was the first to run to the restroom and wash his hands in the toilet first. Zhao Meishi and the others had been waiting for her at the class entrance for a long time, and seeing Yen Lai enter the restroom, they quickly followed her. She gave the others a wink, and Lin Lia quickly grabbed a mop and set it up in the doorway of the restroom. Do not let the intention to go out. See what she does. They looked at each other and smiled. Intentional finished using the restroom and pushed the door, gave a cry and tried again. What's going on? The door won't open. Jo Mihoshi clasped her hands together and looked smugly at the vibration of the door with contempt between her brows. She'd like to see how she'd get out of it. Inside, Little Italy didn't panic, just knocked heavily on the door. The door to the orphanage would also move and would not open because the floor tiles had bumps that would always jam the door. But how come the door won't open in here either? All she could do was keep banging on the door over and over again. Is anyone there? I can't get out. Zhao Meixin stifled her laughter and didn't say anything, staring at the scene with a bad smile. Lin Jiaojiao also found it interesting. and don't open her mouth to be happy. Little Italy continued to knock on the door. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? They looked at each other and whispered, leave her alone and wait for her to cry. It's only cool that they turn away again when she's bawling her eyes out. Yan Lai frowned inside the restroom. What should we do? She surveyed the restrooms for elementary school children, with their low doors and sit-down toilets, specifically for children. At the back of the toilet, there is also a rectangular concrete counter where things are placed. She hesitated, but knocked on the door uncertainly. Is there anyone out there who can help me? Zhao Meishi hid her lips and snickered. Little wrinkled her brow, turned to look at the steps, and hesitated, but could only put one foot on the toilet, jump onto the step where she placed her things, and then climb directly onto the toilet door with an assisted run. Zhao Meishi heard the commotion coming from inside, and before she could react, she suddenly saw a human head drilling out of the afterglow. She raised her eyes, horrified. This guy actually drilled it. Yan Lai's arms climbed tightly around the toilet partition and looked at her in surprise. It's you, Zhao Meishi? The other girls were shocked too. Is she a monkey? Zhao Meishi's face changed drastically and she turned to run. Yan Lai reacted even faster, jumping straight down from the partition and directly pressing Zhao Meishi underneath her. Zhao Meishi screamed in pain. Ah! Little couldn't feel a bit of pain because of the meat cushion and rode Zhao Meishi with a huff. Who let you bully me? Jomi Hoshi cried out with a wow as she was pinned down and unable to move. She was crying so hard that her back looked as if it had been smashed. Little grunted and got up from her body before looking back at the others. How dare you block my door? Lin Jiaojiao's face sank in fear, and she stubbornly said, don't be bloodthirsty, we didn't. We just recognized the wrong person. So saying, the other sisters nodded. Yeah, we just recognized the wrong person. We were just messing around with the others. Little narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Really? They nodded their heads as if they were pounding. Really? Zhao Meishi lay on the ground bawling. Don't you guys really fake it? Hurry up and help me up. Is this guy a monkey? The strength is so big. Chapter 71, I don't want to sit with you. Her friends came back to their senses and quickly helped her up. Zhao Meishi rubbed herself in pain and tearfully looked at Yan Lai. I'm going to tell my mom. You hurt me. I'm going to make your family pay for everything. Little wrinkled her eyebrows. But hasn't your family already lost everything? Jomi Hoshi? Kill and kill. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Our family isn't broke yet. That's why I started to get back at you. When she finished, she suddenly covered her mouth. Crap. She let it slip. As soon as heard this, her expression steeply became grave, and she fiercely said, indeed, you guys are deliberately targeting me. You guys aren't misidentifying anyone at all. The girls shook with fear. Zhao Meishi simply admitted frankly, right. Otherwise why do you think we were waiting for you inside the toilet? We were waiting for you to cry. As a result, I didn't expect you didn't cry. I cried. How are you going to compensate me? Yan Lai's face sank as he coldly pulled out his own little genius phone watch. Then I'll ask my brother to come and pay you back. Lin Jiaojia was scared by the little genius phone watch. Wait a minute. Don't you call out to your brother. Can't we talk things over? And you're already 4 years old. Can't you solve your own problems? Yan Lai, I can't. Lin Jiaojia? Lin Lele saw this was bad and hurriedly dragged Lin Jiaojia away. Sisters, let's go. This newbie can't afford to play. Let's not play with her. Raised her eyebrows and picked up the mop and fiddled with it in her hand. And you say I can't afford to play. It's clearly you guys who are wrong. I think you guys are scared, right? They yowled and rolled their eyes. Yes. You're good, okay. Little rushed to them aggressively and threw the mop across the middle. Then you apologize. She's milky and mean. There's still plenty of gas. A few people blushed. Zhao Meishi was indignant. You've already crushed me into this state, and you still want me to apologize to you? You're thinking beautifully. Who the hell am I to apologize to you? Yan Lai coldly picked up his phone watch. You don't think you're wrong, do you? Fine. Then I'll find my brother. Zhao Meishi's face changed drastically. Wait. She hesitated for a moment, debating what to say, holding her tongue for a long time before she managed to get out. I'm sorry, alright. I shouldn't have laid a hand on you. Yan Lai narrowed her eyes and asked fiercely. So are you going to do it next time? Zhao Meishi was about to cry with anger. No more. Xiao Yi pondered a little and took stock of what she had just done. She was blocked in the doorway of the bathroom, but then jumped out from inside the bathroom and then asked them to apologize to her. That's good. She did a fantastic job. Today was another day to redeem the dignity of the Shin and Yin families. She raised her chin. It's not impossible for me to forgive you, as long as you never do it again. I'll forgive you for now. Go away. Jomi Hoshi gave her a tearful, rather sultry glare and brushed past her. The others had glanced at her with displeasure and turned away. Yan Lai then followed them to the cafeteria and headed to the buffet area. She didn't know how, but she followed the others' example and hit the dishes in style, serving a plate of food and trying to find a seat. Each class has an area for each class. Her classes were all in 2s or 3s and 4s. She saw a fairly good-looking little girl and took the initiative to walk up to her. "Excuse me, may I sit here?" The little girl looked up at her and frowned. "No, I don't want to sit with you." Chapter 72, I Miss Gu Huai. Little Yi was stunned for a moment with her dinner plate and turned to the other girls, piling on a smile. "May I please talk to you dash?" "No, you're annoying." Little Izzy blinked, holding her dinner plate, a little overwhelmed, and tried a few more times. All were rejected. Some were even very blunt. "My first grade sister won't let me be friends with you, so I won't be friends with you." She pursed up her lips and could only find herself a spot to sulk and eat. Zhao Meishi only felt relieved when she saw this scene. She had just run in, specifically instructing these girls not to sit at the table with Yan Lai. Let her get her in trouble. See, that's her power. Maybe the guy will be so sad he'll want to cry because he's so isolated. Just then, some commotion came from not far away. Isn't that the new freshman? Why is he heading our way? This is the legendary young Master Gu? Master Gu is so beautiful looking. Why is he heading toward the preschool? Is he going to his siblings? Zhao Meishi's face sank as she turned to look at the clamor. Gu Huai was wearing his school uniform, his hands in his pockets, with a bunch of juniors following behind him, walking slowly towards her. Zhou Mihoshi's breath hitched and she looked at his face carefully. Lin Lele next to him recognized who he was at once. "Oh my god, this is the new brother of the Gu family. It seems to say that he was just adopted from the orphanage and is the only heir of the Gu family. I heard that his IQ test reached 190, so he's smart and awesome." The others smiled and remembered something. When you said that, I suddenly remembered that my mom had reminded me before, saying that if I was able to meet Gu Huai, I must talk to him properly, and it would be best if we could become friends. I didn't expect him to come to us. Is he here to see someone? I feel like he's so handsome. I think he's so handsome too. He's a good-looking brother. Why don't we all get up the courage to go talk to him? Zhou Mihoshi frowned, vaguely remembering that her father had beaten her while saying, "Now it's great. We've now offended everyone except the Gu family. I heard that the Gu family has returned with an illegitimate son, and from now on he'll be the Gu family's young master. If you're capable, go and climb up the ladder with the Gu family, so that your father and I can at least have a foothold. I don't want to take our whole family to bankruptcy." She was instantly blessed. Gu family Gu Huai. It's a friend that daddy wants her to play with. Zhao Meishi hurriedly straightened her appearance and looked at Lin Lele. "How is it? How am I now?" Lin Lele understood what she meant and frowned. "Meishi, don't even think about it. This guy is a bastard. He must have a bad temper. Just look at him like that. He doesn't look like anything to mess with. Don't go looking for him." How does that work? She must take back the loss of her family. Zhao Meishi took a deep breath, piled up a gentle smile, picked up her dinner plate, and walked straight into Gu Huai, raising a very confident smile. "Hello brother Gu, do you have time? I want to eat with you dash." The words aren't even finished. Gu Huai brushed past her without even looking at her. Zhao Meishi's face stiffened and she turned to look at his back. The sudden appearance of the third-year student caused the other students to cast curious glances. Gu Huai stepped on the floor tiles that were so bright that they could reflect light, as if he came with his feet on the stars, and walked in front of Yan Lai. "Little sister, is there anyone here?" Chapter 73, Gu Huai also misses you. His voice was youthful, with a slight rasp, which was nice for his age. Yan Lai lowered his head to eat his bread, not too happy. "There's no one." Gu Huai's smile climbed to the corners of his mouth. "I don't have money to buy food. Can I take your bread?" Little Yi huffed and lowered her head. "You take it, I don't have an appetite anyway." Gu Huai raised his lips, a tiger's tooth peeking out, his eyes gleaming as he stared at her. "Why don't you have an appetite?" Yui frowned. "Because no one wants to be friends with her. She doesn't even know the reason. She just got here and everyone doesn't like her." Of course, in the orphanage, she had very few friends. Before Gu Huai came, everyone said she was the daughter of a murderer and no one wanted to play with her. Then Gu Huai came and with him protecting her, people were willing to play with her. But now, even if no one knows her secret, these people don't want to be at the table with her. Just because Zhao Meishi and Lin Jiajia don't like her, that's why everyone doesn't like her. She was lost in thought. "I miss my friend." If Gu Huai was there, he might have sat across from her and grabbed her bowl of food. Although Gu Huai had a bad temper, he never let her feel bad, let alone let her be lonely. Gu Huai frowned slightly imperceptibly and smiled a complicated smile. "Then which friend of yours do you miss? What's his name?" Little Yi put down the bread without appetite and without looking up. She said sullenly, "Gu Huai." Gu Huai's eyes widened slightly. She looked thoughtfully out the window. "I miss him so much." Suddenly, the person on the other side said in a deep voice, "Gu Huai misses you too." She sniffled with some sadness and looked across the room with teary eyes. "How did you know dash?" The words ended abruptly. Little Yi looked at the person in front of her and widened her eyes in surprise. Gu Huai looked at her with a smiling face, and there seemed to be a light flickering in his eyes. Because I am Gu Huai. She stood up in surprise as if she had been hit on the head. Gu Huai was still holding her strawberry bread in his hand, dangling and smiling at her. I didn't expect Yen come to the intention. In the orphanage you are so abrasive. Every day say I'm not good at this, say I'm not good at that, but the result is that when I'm not there, you would even think of me so much, and think of me to cry? Yen Lai was at a loss for words. Her nose seemed to have been punched. A sour feeling surged up. Watery mist surged in her eyes. Why are you here? He should be at the orphanage. He should be waiting for someone to adopt. Gu Huai put down the bread and looked at her frankly and smiled. We agreed to meet at the top, but I thought that instead of meeting at the top, I'd climb up to the top with you, so I came to find you. She couldn't quite understand his words, but they made her burst into tears in an instant, and she threw herself right into his arms. Gu Huai. She's so happy. Gu Huai, who was always by her side. Teach her how to resist fighting Gu Huai. It's all around her now. Her tears were like an open floodgate, and she buried herself in his arms and whimpered. Gu Huai looked down at her, his gaze gentle and focused, one hand stroking her head, the other running down her back. He didn't say anything, just lowered his head and leaned over hers, taking in the warmth and aroma of her body. She smells good. It's soft again. Gu Huai closed his eyes, his heart indescribably calm. It was as if he had lived his life to take her in his arms. Yen Lai huffed and looked at him. That's great, Gu Huai. From now on you won't have to worry about the wind and rain anymore. You have a home too, right? Gu Huai's dark pupils reflected her face, raising his hand to incomparably gently wipe away her tears. Right, Yi cried out in joy. That's great. Gu Huai clutched her hand tightly, his other hand still wiping her tears, and nodded heartily. It's great, being able to be there for you. That's great. Chapter 74, Absence of Intention. Nice to meet you. I'm no longer afraid of being alone with you. Gu Huai gazed deeply at her and closed his eyes, leaning dependently on her neck. The people next to him watched silently, as if infected by the emotion. But just then, an abrupt voice came. Yen Lai, who are you hugging? Cameo was stunned, huffing and puffing, and craned his head to look. Shinjingji was carrying a dinner plate in one hand, followed by those friends of his, staring at her with a gloomy face. Didn't I ask you to wait for me? The atmosphere went suddenly cold. Little Yi was stunned and pointed at Gu Huai to introduce. Third brother. This person is Gu Huai. He's my friend from the orphanage. You guys get to know each other. Shinjingji put the tray on the table without any good humor and looked at Gu Huai condescendingly. Gu Huai also had a cold smile on his face. 2 by 2. Even if Shinjingji was a grade higher than Gu Huai's aura still did not lose. The brothers on both sides looked at me. I looked at you, and also hurriedly took out their pies and stared at each other with hostile faces, as if on the verge of a fight. Gu Huai rested one hand on the back of his chair with a calm demeanor. Shinjingji's eyes became more and more vicious. Little Yi was oblivious to the fact that she felt tugging on Gu Huai's sleeve and said happily, Gu Huai, this is my brother, Shinjingji. He's very handsome. He bought me a lot of skirts and clothes, and usually it's the third brother who takes care of me. So how about you be a good friend with him? Gu Huai frowned slightly and looked at her helplessly. Yui looked at him expectantly. His brow furrowed even tighter as he extended his hand to aim at Shinjingji. Hello, I'm Gu Huai. Shinjingji locked his eyebrows and didn't say anything. Little Yi ran to him with her short legs and tugged on his sleeve. Brother, this person is Gu Huai. When I was in the orphanage, Gu Huai covered me. Usually it's Gu Huai who is my friend. He even teaches me how to fight. He's very good. Can you be his friend? Shinjingji's jawline was taut, and he didn't look down at her. Little Yi waited for a while, a little disappointed. Brother, don't you want to be friends with him? Shinjingji didn't have the good sense to look at her impatiently and extended his hand towards Gu Huai. The two men gave each other a particularly perfunctory shake. Gu Huai quickly retracted his hand, and Shinjingji rubbed it on his pants without leaving any traces. You're coming with me. Don't continue here. It's too crowded and noisy. I don't like it. Little Yi was stunned and subconsciously looked at Gu Huai. Gu Huai had a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as he stood up from his chair. Then you can go with your brother. After all, you just arrived in this family. You need to get along with your family. It's okay with me. Shinjingji wrinkled his eyebrows as he watched from the sidelines. What's okay? Like he's particularly pathetic? Yen Lai nodded heavily. Gu Huai, did you just say that you don't have money to buy food? Why don't I share half of my food with you? Gu Huai laughed and shook his head. I was just teasing you. Did you study hard today? She nodded heavily. Yes. I didn't just study hard. I learned English. Gu Huai raised his eyebrows in surprise. So good that you can still speak English? She nodded. Yeah, if you tell me what I know from the textbook, I can answer your O. Gu Huai sniffed and raised the corner of his mouth, looking at her meaningfully. Why come? Nice to meet you. Yi was stunned and radiant. Nice to meet you too. Chapter 75. Everyone knows the Shin family can't be messed with. Gu Huai smiled away, gave her a meaningful look, and turned to leave. His brothers all cast curious glances toward Yi, and without saying anything more, they too turned to leave. But they were all guilty of muttering, have you noticed that young Master Gu seems to be particularly fond of this child? Who says it isn't? With her, the smile doesn't seem to ever fall. Looks like we're going to have to coax this little sister like a baby. Gu Huai walked at the front, and inside his head was Yin Lai's milky reply. Nice to meet you too. His smile grew more intoxicated and he shook his head, striding away. Shin Jingji stood in place nestled in the fire, and did not know where he got a belly full of anger. He had found Gu Huai unpleasant from the first moment he saw him. I didn't expect this guy to come after me in a shady way, and he turned out to be the center point of all the recent talk about that bastard Gu Huai. Emotional something is doomed as early as the first glance. He glared at Lian without a good look. Who told you to sit with someone else? He's a third year. Where's your own friend? Little Yi snapped back to her senses and looked at him sincerely. I'm sorry brother. Yi didn't make any friends. They don't want to sit with Yi. They don't like Yi. They all say that Yi is annoying. Shin Jingji's fire rubbed off on him. Who said my sister is annoying? When he shouted this, the entire cafeteria fell into silence. The preschooler looked at him with a horrified look on his face. Zhao Meishi hated to bury her head in her rice, not daring to breathe a single breath. Shin Jingji's gaze gleamed as he looked around, his eyes sweeping past each of the faint-hearted students before finally fixing on the most faint-hearted. Lin Jiaojiao. Lin Jiaojiao sucked in a mouthful of cold air in fear, her face steeply turned iron blue, and her hands shaking madly as she gripped the plate. He saw it at a glance. A bunch of things that don't know what's good for them. Dare to say my sister is annoying and dare not to make friends with her. Then don't make friends with her for the rest of your lives. Lin Jiaojiao's pupils plummeted. Uncertain, but she felt so terrible about it. Shin Jingji turned around and looked at Yanlai. You give me to remember the faces of these people, no matter how attentive they are to you in the future. You're not allowed to make friends with them. Got it? Little Yi nodded her head and nodded. The brother is angry. So scary. Shin Jingji snatched the tray inside her hand. Follow me. As he passed by Lin Jiaojiao, he swept his afterimage and said in a deep voice, rubbish. Lin Jiaojiao trembled in fear and looked at her sister helpfully. Sister, you told me that she's not a good person. What exactly is her status Why is senior Shin Jingji her brother Lin Lele was also confused, and turned to look at Zhao Meishi. Meishi, didn't you tell me she wasn't a good kid? What's the status of this new one? Whose child is she? Zhao Meishi frowned in chagrin. Bottoming out, Shin Jingji is her brother, as well as Shin Xiuyan, Shen Zhenye. All of them are also her brother. A few of the girls stared in surprise. What? Lin Jiaojiao was incredulous. Those three big brothers are her brothers? Who wouldn't know the three Shin brothers? They also often went from attending Shin's parties, and it was all because mom and dad had wasted a lot of effort to get them there. All the kindergartners from the upper grades down to the lower grades know that the Shin family can't be messed with. Chapter 76. What to do if you've offended Yan Lai, which is not doing everything they can to try to impress a few of them and invite them to the party. These are KPIs that are written in your bones and are meant to be accomplished. And they ended up offending Shin Jingji's sister on the first day of the day? Lock her in the bathroom? Letting people isolate her? Accusing her of stinking in public? Lin Jiaojiao thought of something and broke down bawling. It's over. I'm going to be scolded by my mom. Wow. Lin Lele hurriedly calmed her sister and turned to reprimand Zhao Meishi. Meishi, we're good friends. How could you screw us over? You could have at least told us. Why didn't you even say anything? If so, she will not directly let her sister front with Yan Lai gang. She can play Ina. Zhao Meishi was teary-eyed. I didn't expect her to be so powerful. I thought she wasn't favored at all inside the home. Of course, she lied. She didn't want her friends to know that she was well aware of the status of her arrival. If they knew that Yan Lai was favored, and she was aware of it, then she was done for. But in this way the sisters, too, nestled, frowning in chagrin, sat aside and simply sulked and ignored her. Zhao Meishi then felt aggrieved and simply smothered herself in her seat and cried. She's sad too. On the other side Yan Lai was brought to a separate private room by Shin Jingji. Shin Jingji put the dinner plate on the table in a fiery manner. Eat? She dutifully walked over to the table and sat down, not daring to breathe a word. The older brothers next to him raised their eyebrows at the sight and teased. Brother, resignation. Be gentle with your sister. No matter what. She's just a little girl. She doesn't want to. Shin Jingji swept a gloomy glance at them without saying anything and directly got up to leave the room. Inside the room, only Yan Lai and his friends remained. A few boys were friendly enough to put those delicacies they had pinned inside their plates onto her dinner plate. Little sister, you look so pretty. Hurry up and eat. Don't take this matter of your brother to heart. It's fine. Little Yi was anxious, holding the empty spoon inside her hand, neither eating nor not eating, looking at them fearfully. Brothers, Did I do something wrong? That's why brother Jingji is so angry. A few people were adored by her and opened up with laughter. Goo, that's too sweet of you to say, brother. Don't worry, it's not your problem. One of them sat across from her and said with a smile, your brother is just angry that you can't even make friends. You have to know that since your brother started kindergarten, he's been surrounded by a whole lot of people, and in all these years, when has your brother ever been wronged? So when he sees you being wronged and bullied, he's just angry for you. You don't have to take it to heart. She nodded cloudily, picking up the bread and taking small bites. Soon Xinjingzai brought a new tray to her and snatched the food inside her hand. In the future, at noon, eat vegetables and fruits. Eat something nutritious, no more bread. He also stopped by to get her a glass of strawberry milk. This is the popular one here. A lot of girls are said to like it. Try it. Yan Lai was greatly touched, received the strawberry milk and drank it, and took the initiative to say, brother, Ee wasn't bullied today. They tried to bully Ee, but Ee bullied all of them back. Ee wasn't bullied by them. Don't worry, brother. Xinjingji moved, lifting his eyes to look at his friend. Did you guys say something? My friend shook her head like a rattle. No. Chapter 77 Preparing for the Parenting Program. Xinjingji indifferently retracted his gaze and poked at the food in the bowl. Absence of intention. I didn't care if you were bullied for this kind of thing. I'm just angry that this group of people can disregard the authority of our Shin family. And it's our Shin family's face that is being hit. I'm not worried about you. As soon as the brothers heard this, they looked at each other and poofed. What a mouthful. It's obviously worrying about her sister. Angry that she can't make friends. The bias is still talking like this. Yan Lai took the small spoon and nodded dully. Okay, I know. Xinjingji glanced at her with a fury. If you have backbone, in the future, all the people who have bullied you today, no matter how they please you, you should not make friends with her. Have some backbone, do you hear me? She nodded heavily. Hear the mess. Xinjingji's face cleared up slightly. It's okay, quite obedient. The mood in his heart that had been made a little angry by Gu Huai dissipated, and he picked up the orange juice and squinted his eyes to savor it. So what if Gu Huai and Yan Lai are no longer close? Yan Lai was his sister. He bought the clothes, he took care of the people, he coaxed them to cry. She could only stay with him. Gu Huai is nothing. So, eat and get back to class. Little Yi snapped out of it. Yes, she ate well and had obviously received some good upbringing at the orphanage. Xinjingji shook the orange juice in his hand and hooked the corner of his mouth with great satisfaction. The other brothers staggered at the sight. Look what it means to be a domineering schoolboy. It's called bully schoolboy. The orange juice tastes like red wine and the eyes are still in control. Since when did their cold-hearted resigned brother take care of children? It's magical. When school was over, Yan Lai rode the car back home. Shen Duo had been waiting for a long time. As soon as he saw her he bounced up from the sofa. You're finally back, little E. Do you know how long I've been waiting for you? She was surprised. Sister, why are you here? Chen Duo looked at her with gusto. I've arranged a job for you. During this period of time, you don't have to go to school for the time being, so you can first take care of this job that I've arranged for you. She took out the script and showed it to her. This is a parent-child variety show, in which a father lives with his child, and you're going to be a trainee father-daughter pair with another celebrity, and try to make yourself liked in it. Do you have any confidence? Yan Lai thought about it and was curious. If Yi can be a well-behaved daughter, can I earn my living expenses? Chen Duo smiled and nodded. Of course, not only can you earn living expenses, you can earn a bunch of living expenses, and then your uncle and your brothers will love you. She readily agreed. Okay, then I'm going. Shen Duo was a little bit excited. This side of the program group is still keeping secrets from us. I really don't know who is the one who brought you that celebrity father. It would be great if he was famous. On the other side, Yan Lingyun received the tableau for the variety show. He was a bit angry. I haven't been on a variety show for a long time. Why did you sign me up for a variety show and not ask for my permission? The agent has a reason. This is the director of the first variety show you participated in when you debuted. People come to invite you. You must not return the favor. He choked and could only agree. I see. What kind of variety show is this? Parenting program where you're a dad. Yan Lingyun? Dad? Where does he have kids? Chapter 78. Yan Lingyun. Son or daughter? The agent nodded. Yeah, it's a parent-child program. The little kid you're partnered with will be an orphan, so you'll be her trainee dad, and all the other guests will be there with their own kids, so you'll have to be on your best behavior. Yan Lingyun pinched his brow. I know. The parent-child show Vacation with Dad is a popular live variety format these days. The preview of the show revealed several pairs of guests, as well as the mystery guest, Yan Lingyun, who would be attending the show as a trainee dad. Yan Lingyun has tremendous traffic as a movie star. He was a child star and has always looked only better, with every period of his life being every period of his beauty. Even though they are older now, Their face value is still excellent and they are very capable among the flow stars. He's even a traffic cipher that the show is particularly proud of. So at the start of the broadcast, the live room was already full, and almost all of the pop-ups were waiting for Yin Lingyun. Ah, our movie star is coming. What movie star? That's too formal. Call him Old Cloud. When will our Old Cloud show up? I think he's been wanting to for a long time. And this is the second variety show our Old Cloud has participated in after so many years. Right, Old Yun is here to return the favor. This is the only director who was willing to use him on a variety show when he first started out. That's why he was hired. And I don't know what kind of a child he'll bring with him. I hope he doesn't covet a bear. I'm sorry sisters. That child Lingyun is carrying is mine and his. The two of us got married in secret. But where there are two peanuts, I can't drink at the kids' table. No matter what this kid looks like, he's my kid. I said so. Immediately afterward, the live feed bristled with light. Yen Lingyun's face appeared in the middle of the screen. Even though he was nearly 40, his face remained as if it had been preserved, only 27 or 89 in appearance, opening with a direct blast to the fans. Our Old Cloud is so beautiful. Old Cloudy, Old Cloudy, Old Cloudy, Old Cloudy. Old Cloud is too pretty too. With his hands in his pockets and wearing a simple white shirt, Yen Lingyun took the task card handed to him by the program team and read, "Please prepare to meet your child by trainee fathers." That's being a father. It feels so subtle. The man from the program asked, "Do you want your child to be a boy or a girl?" Yen Lingyun frowned, a little nervous. "I hope it's a boy, because I'm a male. I'm afraid I can't take care of a girl on my own. After all, I'm not the real father, and I think it might not be too convenient." It was from his heart. Old Cloud is right. I also hope it's a boy, so at least it won't make Old Cloud feel embarrassed. The program group will certainly arrange a boy. Right, after all, is not their own biological children. If arranged a girl, a lot of things may not be too convenient, but I want to see my daughter. I think she's very well behaved, maybe a very well behaved daughter. I saw a preview of the program that said they were going to one of those remote rural areas today. Or should I have picked a kid with a little more skin in the game? Old Yoon, like this, definitely doesn't have any problem in handling a boy, and when he was filming before, he played especially well with boys. The programmer asked again, "So what if it's a girl?" Yen Lingyun laughed. "What can we do? Spoil it." Chapter 79, Hello, Father Apprentice. My name is Yen Lai. Yen Lingyun had some jitters. I don't think he'll be assigned as a girl, right? The man from the program nodded. That child is already on her way here, just downstairs from the hotel. But you'll have to reveal for yourself whether she's a boy or a girl. Yen Lingyun rubbed his hands together nervously. He remembered his agent telling him that today's child was a vegetarian. Seems to be an orphan still. I hope nothing goes wrong. On the other side, Yen Lai was sitting in the car and was a little nervous. Chen Duo admonished, "Let me tell you, this program you're participating in now is a live broadcast. Everything you say out will be heard by the audience for the first time. So you must grow a brain, and never, ever be able to cause trouble for the adults, okay?" Little EE nodded heavily. "Don't worry, Auntie Duo. I'll take care of Daddy." Chandler cried and laughed. "Taking care of Dad? Dad takes care of her pretty much." Following that, the car stopped in front of the hotel. The camera position was aimed at Yen Lingyun's tense face and then at the car door. Yen Lingyun rubbed his hands together particularly nervously and stepped forward. Yen Lai was pushed to the car door by Shander. "Get ready for an extra nice smile." She took a deep breath and a smile climbed up her brow, spreading an extremely wide grin. As soon as Yen Lingyun opened the car door, he was met with a pair of extremely beautiful eyes. Reflected within the live broadcast, Yen Lai topped a delicate little face and smiled sweetly at him. "First time meeting Dad. My name is Yen Lai. I'm going to trouble you for a while." After saying this, the smile on her face froze slightly as she looked at the person in front of her in shock. "Uncle?" Yen Lingyun looked at her as if he had seen a ghost. "How come it's you?" Little EE looked confused. Chandler's eyes widened in shock at the sight of him as well, and he hurriedly covered his lips. How could it be him? Aha, this little girl is so cute. This little girl looks familiar to me. Isn't she that little EE? The orphan whose mom died? Yes, it's her. Ouch. She's so cute. Mom, it's the daughter. It's over. Yen Lingyun pressed the wrong treasure. E's self-introduction was so cute just now. The crew was surprised. "Do you know each other?" Yen Lingyun returned to his senses and pretended to be calm. "She's the female lead in that movie I'm about to start shooting." Little EE also looked back, nodded, and said in a milky voice, "Yes, I'm the heroine. It's not some uncle and niece relationship. Oh my god, this is his leading lady. What kind of fate is this?" No wonder Yen Lingyun acted like he saw a ghost just now. But I have to say, this little girl is so cute looking, so she's really in showbiz. What a cute little girl. I want to pinch her face. She's so pretty. Little Yi immediately got down from the car and tilted her head to look at Yan Lingyun. Yan Lingyun had a grave expression on his face. How is he? Wouldn't that make it obvious at a glance when Unchained sees his show? If he'd known it was her, he wouldn't have come. Getting into this. Yan Lai tilted her head to look at him, keenly sensing that he was a little upset, and hesitantly reached out and took one of his fingers in hers. Dad, my name is Yan Lai. From today onwards I am your daughter. Please teach me more. Yan Lingyun snapped back to his senses and awkwardly returned her hand. Please teach me more. Little Yi looked at him extremely seriously and nodded heavily. Don't worry, Daddy, there's me. I will support you. I'll take good care of you and won't let you suffer. Yan Lingyun, pop-up, program, chapter 80, please don't hold me back. Ha 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 ha. What kind of living treasure is this little girl? How dare she talk to old Cloud like that? Social hummer. From the very beginning just now she's shown herself to be particularly self-centered. I also think this little girl is particularly self-conscious. From the beginning she smiled brightly. So delightful. The fleshy face feels so cute, and so delicate, just like when the heroine was a child. Yes, 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 the heroine who started dumping on the world when she was a child. The little baby is so good looking. It feels like she was born to eat this food. Little Yi had a pitiful life. I still remember the scene where she looked back with tears in her eyes. But Yan Lingyun doesn't want a girl. Will he not be able to take care of this child? Yan Lingyun's scalp tingled as he looked at her with a bit of embarrassment. You take care of me, so what do I do? Little Yi was very frank. Being taken care of by me because you are my trainee dad. So Yi has the responsibility to take good care of dad. She milked her voice. The hearts of the audience melted as they watched. It's so cute. What a well-behaved daughter. Gu Huai, who was in class, didn't find Yan Lai inside the surveillance, frowned, took out his cell phone and wanted Yan Lai to make a call, and then suddenly saw a tweet. Shocked. Movie star Yan Lingyun has a new daughter. Click for details. Ghostly, he clicked in, and his phone immediately jumped to the website. Just in time to see Yan Lai's cute little face. He was stunned. She's in a variety show? Gu Huai immediately placed his cell phone on the desktop and covered it with a book, his eyes gleaming as he stared at Yan Lai. Meanwhile, upstairs on his floor, Shinjingji watched Yan Lai and Yan Lingyun inside the program. The little girl tilted her head and looked at Yan Lingyun, her eyebrows pleasing. It was clear that Yan Lingyun was a little wary and didn't really want to take her on. Shinjingji frowned unhappily. What's wrong with uncle? Since you don't like Yan Lai, don't say yes. She has taken such an initiative to show kindness to him. Can't he be a little nice to her? It's really unsettling. I don't know if he'll be able to take good care of the kid. Following that, the show sent out a notice that they would need to take a plane and wait 2 hours before they could rejoin the group. Shinjingji was jittery. I don't know if little Yi can get used to staying there. Gu Huai was also a little fired up. Can this rather wooden-looking man take care of Yi or not? Could the power of his family get him banned if he's not taken care of? Yan Lingyun had a bit of a hard time worming his hands. They are now already waiting at the airport. Look at the side of the well-behaved Yan Lai. Hesitated again and again or give her a warning. I tell you, we will be in the live broadcast. What you say will be the first time everyone will hear. So when you are talking through your brain, not to mention to anyone you are my niece of the thing, not allowed to tube me called uncle. In the filming of the program is not allowed to drag I like you a lot, but I have a bad temper and I don't like people making trouble for me. Understand? Little Yi nodded her head when she heard this. I understand uncle. Don't worry, I'm only here to earn my living expenses too. I'm not here to cause trouble for you. Yan Lingyun? This kid? Why are you talking a little bit angry? Little Yi blinked her eyes. Uncle, since you're talking to me like this, I also want to tell you something. I'll be very obedient, but you shouldn't hold me back either. Okay. Sister Toto said she could have many McDonald's meals if she was good. Hey, chapter 81, how can a child cook? Yan Lingyun snorted when he heard this. No, how could I possibly drag you down? Just don't drag me down. He turned his head away in resentment, not wanting to look at her again. Thanks to him, he had a little bit of a crush on the kid. The kid actually thinks he can't? He's a normal adult even if he hasn't had kids, and he's still not even a kid? By the time they got off the plane and arrived at the filming site, they met the guests of the show one after another. The guests of this program, in addition to a movie star like Yan Lingyun, are 2 powerful actors, as well as a singer and a model. In total, there are 5 groups of families. The youngest of the fathers would be Yan Lingyun. The other dads can't help but look at the well-behaved Yan Lai with glee. One of the men, who was notoriously bad-tempered on weekdays, patiently squatted down and smiled at her. The little girl is so cute looking. How old is she? Yan Lingyun couldn't answer for a moment. Yi was particularly natural, 4 years old. Uncle. Answering so sharply, a few uncles immediately showed expressions of fondness. Ouch. So good at talking. I feel not afraid of being a stranger at all. Several of the children were also a year or two older than Yanai, and sized her up in a formal manner. One of the models, named Chen Shi, looked at Yan Lingyun with a smile. "How's it going, Mr. Yan? How does it feel to be a father for the first time?" Yan Lingyun had no idea in his heart. "I don't know. I'm very afraid that I won't be able to take care of her, especially since this is his relative." The other parents hummed and laughed twice. "I think this little girl is quite obedient and won't make things too difficult for you. It's fine. No need to be nervous." Yan Lingyun secretly cast a distrustful gaze towards Yan Lai's back. Well, that's not necessarily true. Her mother was the king of trouble. Yan Zishi has been a bear since he was a child. Who knows about her? The man from the program started to talk about the rules. "We now have a total of 5 groups of houses. You have to do a competition at the beginning. The one who performs the best gets the best house, and then ranked in order, and the one who performs the worst of course only gets to live in the highest house. See what I mean?" Guests fist pumped. "Got it." The crew nodded. "Okay, our first game is to ask the babies to cook for their dads, and the one who does the best will get the coziest house." As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire room erupted in an uproar. Kids cook and eat for dad? It's not so bad when a dad cooks for his kid. A dad can't even cook for his kid well. How can this be done? The guests on the set were also confused, looking down at their children and saying in a chorus of voices, "It can't be. Letting a child cook? How can she possibly do that? What if you get hurt?" Tatsuhi shook her head unhappily. No, my daughter definitely can't cook. Don't you belong to making things difficult for us? By the time each of us can't cook, 5 people are going to grab the worst set of house, right? The other dads laughed away. "Yeah, my son is even less likely." Of the 5 children, counting Yan Lai, it was 3 boys and 2 girls. Only Tatsumi's is a daughter. The ages are probably all stuck between 8 and 5. Absence of coming to me in the least. Actor Zhao De waved his hand. "My son is the oldest, 8 years old, but I'm not sure about my son. He definitely can't do it. There's also the youngest child in here who's 4 years old. You guys are too shady for this program." Chapter 82. The program's people made them look to the other side where the ingredients were prepared. "The ingredients we are preparing today are different. There are instant noodles, buns, induction cookers, steamed buns, and steamers, and there will be a staff member next to them to assist. So as long as the children are directing the staff members can help with the work. So please don't worry. This is definitely something that can be done and there will be no injuries." The pop-ups weren't too favorable either. Now it's not a matter of getting hurt or not. How can these kids possibly cook? That is, the oldest child is 8. 8 is still possible. But Zhao De also said that his children can't cook. So it's even more unlikely that the rest of these children can cook. Finished. Then I want to wait for the first wave of Lao Yun can get the most winning house it. Lao Yun, this child is only 4 years old. Even more hopeless. Let's fart the old cloud first. Little Ee looked around. The brothers and sisters all looked puzzled, and none of them wanted to come forward. The other sister tugged at her dad's sleeve and asked softly, "Dad, if I can't do this, is it true that we won't be able to live in a nice house?" Tatsuhi nodded. "Yes, but don't be burdened. It's okay. Your safety is most important. Dad doesn't mind if it's to a nice house." The girl frowned. "But I want Daddy to live in a nice house, so I'll try." With that said, she mustered up enough courage to walk over to the stove and looked at the pots and pans, momentarily unsure of what to do. The staff next to her waited for her to make the call. "I'll do it all for you if you tell me what to do." Sayumi had a difficult look on her face, but the problem was, she didn't know what to do with it. A couple of the other boys followed suit, and stood there as if they had been frozen in their tracks, just standing there and not moving their bullets. The dads cried and laughed. "It's over. Let's sleep on the street today. I guess we won't even be able to eat a bun." Yan Lingyun also laughed and shook his head. "I don't think it's going to work out. You all don't have a chance, and I have even less." But Tatsuhi noticed "But your daughter went ah." Yan Lingyun looked down in surprise. Little walked firmly towards the kitchen with her short legs. He waved his hand. "She's just going to look around. Visit. She can still cook? Don't tease." Yan Lai walked straight to the stove, looked at the 5 placed induction cookers, and without saying a word, picked up a small basin pot, caught water inside the faucet, and began to cook the noodles. She moves with skill and finesse. The smile at the corner of Yan Lingyun's mouth froze. The other dads were even more dumbfounded. "Holy, she can actually cook." The pop-up screen directly exploded. "Oh my god, this technique is too skillful, isn't it?" Little is the youngest in there. She's only 4 years old, so it's amazing that she can use an induction cooker. How can this kid cook? My scalp is numb. It's not possible that our old Cloud can really live in a nice house, is it? I guess it's just a joke. The other siblings looked at her with shocked faces. Yan Lai especially skillfully tore open the bag, after the water boiled down the noodles, and then put the seasoning packet all inside. Then she whimpered and picked up the small steamer pot and put it on another induction burner. Washed my hands, arranged the buns one by one on top of each other nicely, snapped on the lid and waited for the water to boil. A few older siblings looked at each other and walked up to her. "Little sister, can you cook?" She nodded and said graciously, I'll teach you guys. It's easy to cook." Oh. Chapter 83, Doesn't Your Mom Beat You? Inside the live broadcast room, little EE skillfully picked up another steamer and put it on their induction cooker, and said in a decent manner, "Put the water inside. Then put the curtain. Wait until the water boils. Then wait for 3 to 5 minutes and then you can eat. But you can't wait for the water to boil before you put the buns in, because we're little kids. We're prone to getting hurt and blistered, and it'll be dangerous then." Yen Lingyun looked at her with a shocked expression. This kid, so much proficiency? She's only 4 years old. Lai walked over to his brother and sister. "Brother and sister, I'll help you guys. You don't have to worry. I'm here. I won't let you guys get hurt." Ah, what a cute little angel this is. What kind of moms and dads could give birth to such lovely daughters? I'm going to be adorable. The little chubby hand that was absent from the camera was particularly eloquent in directing what they should do. The staff next to them couldn't even get their hands on it if they wanted to, so they had to look on dryly to make sure they didn't get hurt. The children listened to E's instruction and put their steamers on in turn. Little EE said with particular enthusiasm, "Just eating steamed buns is tasteless. When I'm done cooking this noodle, let's put down a pot of soup together for Daddy." The boy and girl looked at her as if she were a savior, and nodded heavily. Yes. Little Mei gave little EE a hug straight away. "Thank you EE. You're awesome." One after another. The other brothers said, "Thank you EE for helping us." Little EE was flattered. A blush quickly climbed up on her face and she smiled in particular embarrassment. "You're welcome." When she cooked for her mom, she never complimented her or said thank you to her. Brothers and sisters are so nice. A couple of kids got more and more interested the busier they got, and played instead. Little Mei picked up the piggy buns. "EE, do you want a piggy bun? I have piggy buns over here." Big brother Sijuan picked up his bag of vegetables. "EE, can you see if I'm going down and in like this right?" Little EE ran around and instructed them. "Brother, this is fine, but when you lift the lid, you have to stay away from it. Don't get burned by the steam or you'll get hurt." The brothers and sisters listened extremely attentively and happily turned their heads to the adults. "Daddy, we can cook." The father's group was shocked and looked at Yen Lingyun incredulously. "All right, Mr. Yen, you've picked up a treasure. If this wasn't for Yen Lai, we'd be starving to death." Jada was all about to be sprung by Yen Lai. "What a nice daughter. How nice it would be if I had a daughter too. I can't give this child to me. I'll exchange my unlucky mixed-race son with you, Alan the hybrid." Yen Lingyun was at a loss for words and smiled awkwardly. "I didn't even think she could cook. Brother Zhao is so funny. His son is really clueless." "Alan, Dad, are you polite?" "I don't blame Zhao. Who wouldn't like such a cute daughter?" Mei said in a milky voice. "Sister, why do you know how to cook? Did your mom teach you?" Little EE lowered her head and stirred the noodles, answering without a heartbeat. "I'm the one who cooks inside my home. And if I don't cook my mom will beat me, so I will study." The words fell, and the scene was dead silent. The guests were shocked. Mei's expression changed at once. "Would your mom even beat you if you didn't cook? Why is she so bad to you?" Not feeling like it was a thing, little EE cocked her head. "Doesn't your sister's mom beat you?" Chapter 84 Thanks to EE. My brother and sister looked at each other and shook their heads. Sijuan was heartbroken. "We have a nanny who cooks in our house. Mom won't let me cook. She's more afraid I'll get hurt. And even if I don't cook, Mom doesn't beat me." Alan nodded. "Yeah, and my mom doesn't hit me." Another 5-year-old boy, Chi Pup, puckered his mouth. "My mom doesn't hit me either. She's scared I've touched a knife and won't let me go in the kitchen." Mai nodded. "My mom said that my hands are meant to play the violin and I can't cook and grow up." Yen Lai sniffed, her stirring of the soup slowing down a bit as she stood by the stove and frowned. "So why, then, is her mom different?" Yen Lingyun's expression steeply became grave. Chen Shi acutely sensed a hint of difference and spoke to stop it. "All right, stop talking. EE is a very smart child. Without EE, wouldn't you guys not be able to cook? Be quick to thank EE." The children didn't think much of it and said in unison, "Thank you EE." Sijuan was the oldest and most articulate. "Thanks to EE, otherwise none of us would have been able to cook." Mayumi hugged her directly from behind and smiled sweetly. "EE is good." Chi Pup and Alan nodded and nodded. Little EE was overjoyed and instantly put her unhappiness behind her. Smiling, Auntie said that children are meant to help each other. But despite her innocent smile, it still didn't look good to the adults. Chen Shi's father was close to Yen Lingyun, muttered in a low voice, "I heard that this child's mother died in an accident a while ago, and thought that it would be difficult for this child to be taken care of without a mother. But it turned out that this mother is also too bad. So big a child to let her cook. And if she doesn't cook then she will beat. It's not abusive as well? Zhao face was ugly. Being a parent doesn't require an exam. Not what kind of mom is worthy of being a mom. It's no wonder this little girl is so understanding and polite. So it's because she was treated like this. Yan Lingyun stood there in a daze, feeling his face heat up. The bad mom they were talking about was none other than his own sister. When the instant noodles were ready, Yan Lai waved at him. Dad, I've made the rice. You can eat then. She was the first one off the pot, so she's the first to finish the job. The instant buns have also been warmed up. Yan Lingyun had mixed feelings in his heart as he slowly walked towards her. His own sister abused his niece like a little slave. Fight if you don't cook. He crouched down beside her with a complicated look on his face. Yan Lai clumsily took the small bowl, picked out the noodles little by little, used a spoon to scoop up a bowl of soup for him, cupped it up and handed it to him. Please eat. The tone of his voice was respectful, his eyes were innocent, and his technique was so skillful that it made his heart clench. The pop-ups were warm. It's so heartbreaking. This child obviously just cooks inside the home a lot. She's so skillful. I feel like she's a better cook than even I am. But my mom hasn't hit me if I don't cook, and I'm already 27. What kind of evil mom is this? No wonder. E's mom has passed away. She will die so early. This is retribution. Forcing her to cook when she's only 4 years old. She's not being abusive, but it's because she's so abusive that she's raised a nice, polite and smart little E. She's so cute looking. She should have grown up being pampered by millions. The way you guys look at Old Cloud, it looks like there are tears inside his eyes. Old Cloud is heartbroken too, I guess. Chapter 85. Yan Lingyun took the bowl and felt the temperature pass out from between his fingers. His mood was even more complicated. He lifted his eyes to look at Yan Lai's big eyes, and for a long time he pulled out a very complicated smile. You've worked hard, daughter. EE was not expecting this. Her cheeks reddened and she hemmed and hawed. It's not hard, Dad. You eat. There's still a lot more in the pot. Let's eat together. Yan Lingyun had a complicated look on his face and kept nodding his head. Okay, let's eat together. Our Old Cloud is real heartbreaking. It really feels as if EE is his daughter. Yan Lingyun's eyes are so complicated. This can't be his illegitimate daughter. I also think he seems to be showing real emotion. Am I the only one who came for the movie star, but looked at little EE? I love little EE so much now. Yan Lingyun was blocking a big stone in his heart and ate the noodles in one bite. The noodles were al dente and the heat was just right. Apparently this kid is also skilled in the area of pasta cooking. His mood was even more complicated, and he swallowed all this noodle in one bite, even the soup. Little EE clenched her little fists nervously and looked at him blearily. Is it good, Daddy? Yan Lingyun nodded. It's especially good. She breathed a sigh of relief and smiled even sweeter. I'm glad Daddy likes it. I still have it here. With that, she offered to take the bowl inside his hand and more eagerly scooped him a bowl of noodles. This scene fell in everyone's eyes, and it was even more complicated. This kid knows so much, and it's all because of his mom's abuse. Weibo Entertainment list a hot search fire to the first. My heart goes out to EEEE. What comes to mind is Yan Lai's familiar movements, teaching the other children how to cook, and his light-hearted remark that if you don't cook for your mother, she will beat you. The words. It comes across as heartbreaking because it's so taken for granted. The heat of the show is rising in the flesh. I really can't see this kind of stuff after becoming a mom. I was already heartbroken when I saw this little EE being mobbed by a group of unscrupulous anchors in the orphanage a while ago. I didn't think her mom would be so bad. When it was first rumored on the internet that little EE's mom was a murderer and had been to prison, what good could that be? In that case, it's better if she's no longer a mom. At least the child won't have to be abused. The more understanding the child is, the more likely she is to go through hardships. And I don't know how EE's current family is treating her. Let her come out as a child star. I guess they want to make money. Hey, heartache. Poor EE. I hope she gets happiness in the future. Shin Jingji watched the live broadcast, his hand almost biting through. Yan Lai's mother was so bad that she had to beat her if she didn't cook for her. She's her own mother. How can she treat a sweet daughter like this? Thanks to that she is now dead. If she didn't die, he'd have to find some people to clean up after her. Under this, Gu Huai was so angry that he directly threw his pen to the ground. It was supposed to be recreation time between classes, and the students were so startled by him that they stayed away from him. The more Gu Huai thought about it, the more angry he became. The first time he saw Yanai's mom, he thought the woman was no good. That woman, with all the hostility under her eyes, her words and behavior crazy, and many scars on her wrists, it is obvious that her mental condition is close to the edge. He doesn't want her to go with her mom, but this idiot was especially happy, thinking he had a mom. Fruity. Intentional was mistreated at her place. Chapter 86, EE got the first place, right? He remembered that when Yan Lai had come back, he had made a point of asking her if her mom had abused her or not. EE just told him no, said mom was good to him. Is that called good? The little twerp had lied to him. Xinjingji and Gu Huai's friends looked at them warily. Unknown. What's going on here? Why is it suddenly so scary? On the other side, Dad and the kids had eaten and drank their fill. Yan Lai sat obediently in Yan Lingyun's arms. A few uncles looked at her with eager faces. Let's not talk about the second and third place. I think we've got a winner for today. Tatsuhi nodded. Yes, our little Yi has to be the champion today. Without Yi, we'd all have to go hungry and sleep on the street today. So the first place has to be hers. Mai heartily applauded her. Sister is number one. Sis is the best. The other boys applauded one after another. Congratulations, sister. The dad's group all looked relieved to see that the kids weren't upset at all. Yes, little Yi is so cute and so generous. Who wouldn't like it? The program team naturally didn't have any objections and said in a loud voice. Then our first place winner is our little friend Yan Lai. Congratulations to Yan Lai and his father, Yan Lingyun, for winning the best house we have here. Little Yi looked at Yan Lingyun in surprise. Daddy, I won, didn't I? I got first place. Yan Lingyun nodded with a smile. Yes, congratulations, you led me to victory. We are in first place, all thanks to you. Little Yi jumped up high and jumped directly into his arms, rubbing herself joyfully. Wonderful uncle. Yan Lingyun's heart thumped as he subconsciously looked at the others, but none of them noticed that the title she had just shouted was uncle, and all of them applauded him heartily. Congratulations, little Yi deserves it. Zhao looked greedy. How nice this girl is. Give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. The pop-up screen even shouted, congratulations to Yi. We, Yi and Lao Yun, always get the best house. Open the door. Congratulations. Yan Lai hugged Yan Lingyun's neck tightly. Yan Lingyun lowered his eyes to look at her long curl eyelashes, sniffing the milky scent coming from her body. His head still thinking about the uncle he just blurted out. His heart seems to have a hidden climb of stolen joy. He suddenly felt that it was a good thing to be able to participate in the program with Yan Lai. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Yan Lingyun took out his cell phone, and inside was a message from Shen Anha. Watch your step. He raised an eyebrow and looked at the hot little girl in his arms, hooking his lips back. I don't. Shun on you. The heat on the live feed skyrocketed. Most of them came to see the absent intention. She obediently followed behind Yan Lingyun without making any noise, and after being assigned a new house, she even took the initiative to clean up and make the room a little more comfortable. Yan Lingyun looked a little clumsy next to him instead. Yan family is generations of rich people. Yan Lingyun is a natural young master. All the things at home our nannies do housework surprisingly not Yan Lai eloquent. The combination of the two is naturally highly acclaimed. The pop-up screen was filled with jeers, the daughter and her useless daddy. I was thinking that we Yan Lingyun could do something, but as a result, he's so stupid, not even behaving as well as his daughter. Can I say that I came to see Old Cloud, but I was bewitched by the female goose? I want to take the female goose away. Chapter 87. Are you going to argue with me over a drag queen? Can the pink sack be used to lasso this little child? Our daughter is really obedient and well-behaved and understanding, compared to which Old Cloud looks like a good old unintelligent son. Yan Lai fumbled with hot water and brought it to Yan Lingyun. Dad, drink water. Don't move. Let me take care of you. Yan Lingyun was busy burning the fire, moving clumsily and not knowing how to start. He saw what she was holding in her hand and took it in tears. You take care of me, so what am I doing? Little Yi justifiably puffed out her chest with an innocent face. I'll feed you. Yan Lingyun, you're raising me? Words are ridiculous though, but he really thinks that she can do it. He's not right. Surprisingly you can reverse feed. I'm liking little Yi more and more. I'll feed you. This milky voice. You're so serious. Isn't it true that in the eyes of Yi, old Yun is a fool who can't carry on his shoulders and can't lift his hands? But Yi has not wronged Old Cloud. You see Old Cloud, he can't even make a fire. How can you steal a daughter in a group? Steal Yi home and raise it yourself. Don't give it to Yan Lingyun to raise. I'm sure I can do it. Yan Lai's popularity has skyrocketed, and its commercial value is on the rise as far as the eye can see. The program had only just aired one morning, and Chandler had received so many advertising offers. Circulars are counted until your hands cramp up. See, she said that Yan Lai is a cash cow, and the kid's great and good. She was becoming this kid's little fan. Xinjingji all day to catch up with this variety show. See, Yan Lai intention is very intelligent and resourceful, quickly and a few guests of the children to get on well, and even the probability of becoming a group favorite. Nini is especially pampered at Tatsuhi's urging. She also knows how to be polite and measured, and knows how to help Mei Mei. Her brothers and sisters were especially kind to her. With a wicked grin on his face, Zhao De asked Alan, which kid is your favorite? Ellen's round eyes feigned a smile. Like Yi. All the other dads asked questions too. The answer is all Yi. Xinjingji was slightly uncomfortable in his heart. How come so many people like her? Though he knew she was good, Yan Lai inside the live broadcast room does not know Shinjingji to make a small sex, but also followed the older brother and sister. Her voice rippled throughout the compartment. Shin Xiaoyan lifted his eyes and looked at Shinjingji, who had been staring at his cell phone watching the live broadcast. Shin Zeno raised his hand to block his cell phone screen. His tone was unkind. Don't you look at it, playing since you got on the car has been watching this live variety show. It's very annoying, okay? Shinjingji glanced at him and without saying anything, took out his Bluetooth headphones and put them on his ears. Shin Zeno was speechless. I'm not asking you to wear headphones. I'm not letting you look. You have to look at her, don't you? Shinjingji glanced at him, already out of patience. What do you care what I do? I can do whatever I want. Besides, Yan Lai is on the variety show. How can I not keep an eye on her? In case she does something wrong, I have to take a look, right? Shin Xiaoyan indifferently withdrew his gaze. With the live broadcast, do you think this child can do anything wrong? She will only pretend to be a particularly well-behaved person to enlist the hearts of more viewers, and then she will be able to increase her commercial value and earn a bunch of money. Shinjingji directly exploded. Yan Lai is not this kind of person. Shin Xiaoyan's expression abruptly went cold. Are you arguing with me over a drag queen? Chapter 88 Absolute Lai is not that kind of child. The atmosphere returned to a dead silence at first. Shinzeno looked at the two brothers and opened his mouth to break the silence. Don't argue. Speaking of today's lunch break at noon, several of the female students in our class were looking at Yan Lai, praising her for her cuteness and finding her fun. So many people like her, and I don't know if it's a bad eye. Shinjingji frowned when he heard this. That's because of her character. Yan Lai's character is very good. She's not the kind of person who puts on airs. Shinzeno gave him a rather surprised look. So, you're helping her out. Ha, but it's not that I'm talking about you. Who knows who in front of the camera in case Yan Lai is just pretending. She might know how to win over little cuties like you guys. As hearts. That's why she's so this way. Shinjingji looked at him very seriously. I said, Yan Lai is not this kind of person. She is a child who is the same as her appearance. She is only 4 years old. I have the most contact with her. This child is just very normal. Liked by everyone because of her personality. Shinzeno snorted. Aha, if you say so. You're compelled anyway. Shinjingji was furious and couldn't make sense to him, and turned around to continue staring at the absent coming inside the screen. She's been shooting for 3 days. It'll be back today, but he has a tuition class tonight, so he probably won't run into her. I don't know if the little girl wants him or not. Day after day following his brother's rear end to and fro, shouting at others to shout at his brother with such earnestness that he might have forgotten him long ago. As soon as he thought of this, the more Shinjingji thought about it, the more angry he became, and he simply locked the screen on his phone. After ended the recording of the program, she said goodbye to everyone at the airport with Yan Lingyun. Sayumi offered to give her a hug. I'll see you next time. The older brothers were also reluctant to leave. We'll see you next time. She nodded, looking blearily at their departing backs, and was quite upset. Yan Lingyun stood beside her and held her. I'll take you home. She nodded curtly and joined him in the car. Yan Lingyun drove the car himself, fastening her seatbelt and nagging her. How does it feel to participate in a variety show? Little wasn't sure how well she was doing. There was a little bit of nervousness. I really like spending time with you guys, uncle, but I didn't show my face this time, did I? People shouldn't have heard that you're my uncle. Yan Lingyun was stunned. Her unintentional cry of uncle that came to mind, and shook his head. No one should know. But, he actually wanted to be her uncle if he could. The title dad wasn't his after all. Thoughtfully, he tried. I'll take you to eat dash. Before the words were finished, suddenly, the cell phone rang. Yan Lingyun slid to connect. The tone of the person on the other side is very anxious. Obviously there is an urgent matter. He pulled over and listened to the other man finish his sentence. Is it urgent? Yan Lai blinked at him. He looked somber. I know. I'll be right over. Yan Lingyun hung up the phone and looked at the time. He had an urgent matter to attend to now, and there was no way to get her home. It just so happened that they were downstairs at Shin and Wit's company. You go ahead and find your Uncle Shin. I have urgent work to do. Is that okay? Little nodded without hesitation. Okay, uncle. Yan Lingyun quickly led her out of the car and threw her to the front desk, saying with the front desk clerk, please tell Shin Anha to come down and help me with this child for a while, and when I'm off work, I'll send the child back home. I don't have the time to care for it right now for the time being. The receptionist nodded in confusion. Yes, Mr. Yan. Chapter 89, I don't have a father. Yan Lai was left where he was. Yan Lingyun said with her, you'll sleep for a while in Uncle Shin's office first. You didn't even sleep during the airplane ride today. Remember to get a good rest. She nodded and watched him leave. As soon as the front desk clerk saw Yan Lingyun walking away, she quickly revealed a look of surprise and squatted in front of Yan Lai. You're little right? I've seen you on TV. I love you so much. Yan Lai was flattered and replied obediently. Hello sister. The clerk was about to melt from her adorableness. Aga will still call sister. You're too cute. Can I take a picture of you? Yan Lai nodded. Yes. The 3 front desk ladies took pictures with her one by one and loved her to bits. Suddenly, one of the ladies frowned. Speaking of which, why do I feel that Yan Lai is particularly familiar? It feels like she looks like someone. Another employee had a bright idea. Do you think? She looks like Mr. Shen. At these words, several girls looked at each other, suddenly prompted to stare at Yan Lai with fearful faces. How is this just like Mr. Shen? I'm afraid this isn't Mr. Shen's illegitimate daughter? Yan Lingyun even dropped the kid off at Mr. Shen's place. You should know that Mr. Shen had always disliked meddling in other people's business, and even his son would rarely come to his company. Are they digging up some secret company gossip? The girls looked at each other. Yan came to mean vaguely wrong. Heart thumped, here and now said, Sister, my father died. Shannon, who received Yan Lingyun's message to come downstairs to pick her up with. What? The receptionist was confused by her comment and cocked her head. What did you say, little sister? Yan Lai nervously grabbed her little skirt, afraid that they would hear where it was wrong, and said with incomparable firmness, I'm not like Shannon with General Manager Shen. If Mr. Shen finds out, he will be angry. You can't say I look like someone else, because my mom and dad are dead. They'll be upset if they hear about it. The women choked at the words and smiled even more awkwardly. Really? So do you look like your dad or your mom? Without thinking, little lied. I look like mommy. I look exactly like mommy. The front desk ladies looked at each other, but they didn't think too much about it. That's fine. The child's parents died and it is indeed rude to say she looks like someone else. Shannon and his eyes were even more complicated as he stepped away and walked towards Yan Lai. Yan Lai woke up, saw him and was overjoyed. Running towards him, Uncle. She opened her arms and tried to give Shannon with a hug, but Shannon looked at her with a grave face. She wimped out for a second, taking her hand back and standing still in a very formal manner. Hello Uncle. Uncle Lingyun put me here. He said he has work and asked you to take care of me for a while. I won't cause you any trouble. Born apart like someone else's child. Shannon, with somehow, indescribably annoyed, wrinkled his eyebrows and said, You come with me. Yan Lai followed behind him with his ass, and also turned back and waved his hand towards the receptionist. See you later sisters. The front desk staff looked at me. I looked at you, and it was even more unbelievable to see 2 people in the same frame. Doesn't that just look exactly the same? That's right. This little girl looks so much like him too. It's hard to tell if she's the father. That's not necessarily true. I think it should just be a coincidence. Mr. Shin is a rich man after all. Maybe he has an illegitimate daughter sister outside. This one I think is reliable, because this child said she looks like her mom. Then her mom must look like Mr. Shun. Chapter 90. Hello, Uncle. My father doesn't want me anymore. The chatter faded away. Shannon with a somber face opened the elevator and gestured for her to enter. Neither one spoke the entire time. Little stood beside him particularly nervously. I don't know why. Although she had already participated in the program and met many of her brothers and sisters, she still felt nervous when she saw Uncle Shen. She always felt that Uncle Shen was her real father. There will always be an illusion of this. That's why she would be extra formal in front of Shananha, fearing that he wouldn't like her. Little secretly looked up at Shannon with a bad mood. There was no other reason. He could have had his assistant come downstairs to pick up this child, but he didn't know why. The moment he heard that Yan Lingyun had left this child downstairs, his body acted and brought this child over. His mood sank right down when he heard her say her dad was dead. Very bad. But what exactly was wrong with it? He couldn't say. Xiaoyi commented that he was not happy and was a bit scared. Uncle, do you not like Yi? Shananha was stunned at her words and swept his eyes down to her. She blinked her big, grape-like eyes nervously. I just spoke up for you because those people thought I was your daughter, and I cleared it up for you, and I didn't cause you any trouble, and I said that my dad was dead so you don't have to worry about anyone getting the wrong idea about you. Really? Shannon frowned, skimming his head in annoyance. Your father isn't dead. Don't say this again in the future. If you don't die, you're going to be pissed off. Yi's eyes lit up in anticipation. So do you know my father? Ever met him? Shannon were in no mood to answer. She stood on her tiptoes and shook his hand. Is he tall? Is he good? Is he nice to look at? Is he strong enough to pick up E? Shannon his eyes sank, lifting his eyes to look at himself reflected in the elevator mirror. More than see you every day. Yan Lai waited expectantly for a while, but when he didn't say anything, he simply gave up. And Uncle are really mean. She missed Uncle Lingyun. And then, the elevator stopped. Shananha didn't even turn around to look at her and walked out with large strides. She ran behind him with her short little legs ta-da-da-da-da. Passing employees who saw the two of them walking shoulder to shoulder showed their astonishment and muttered in whispers, "This is General Manager Shen's daughter? It's too similar." "But I haven't heard that, mister. Shen has a daughter." Shen grimaced the entire time. Yan Lai followed him with a tense look. "I'm not his daughter. He's not my dad. My dad doesn't want me." "Company employee?" Shen and little Yi clutched her skirt tightly, and whenever a passing clerk cast a glance in her direction, she nodded her head at the person and said in a milky voice, "Hello, uncle. He's not my dad. My dad doesn't want me." "Clerk?" Shen and the veins at the corners of his forehead rippled, stoically clenching his fists. A milky sound in the ear stacked one on top of the other. "Hello, auntie. My dad doesn't want me. He's not my dad. He's not my dad. My dad doesn't want me. My dad doesn't want me. Dad, not me." The more Shen listened, the more his face muscles twitched, and as he carried her to the office room, he brought her directly to the sofa. His tone was so gloomy that it seemed to be seeping out of the abyss. "Yan Lai, you stay here for me. You're not allowed to go out when I don't take you out. There's a toilet inside this room. If there's something, give me a call or talk to that auntie at the door. Got it?" Chapter 91. Yi had a nightmare. Yi nervously looked at Shen with, "Got it," but her watery eyes were full of disbelief. "Why is uncle angry again and again and again?" Shen left the office with a sullen face. Meeting. Yan Lai was shaken and sat down on the sofa and rubbed his hands, feeling that he had said the wrong thing again. Don't know why though, but she was inexplicably nervous every time she faced Uncle Shen. Strange, obviously the two of them looked so much alike, but she wasn't sure if she had behaved herself. Yan Lai obediently nestled on the sofa and waited for Shen Anha to return to take her home, but she waited for an hour, and Shen Anha was still not back. She still had some sleepiness left and simply fell asleep. In a daze, she saw her mom walking up to her with blood running down her head, a cigarette cupped in her hand, and a vicious stare. "Yan Lai, did I tell you that they won't like you? Those people want to eat you alive. You're just a pawn to them, a pawn that no one likes. Do you understand?" She was so scared that she kept backing away. "I'm sorry, Mom. I don't dare. Don't be angry. Okay." Yan Zi, she didn't even blink, blood dripping down his chin like an evil spirit from hell. "What do you mean you don't dare? I think you clearly still dare. See if I don't beat you to death today." With that, she copied her hand and hit it hard towards her. Yi howled in pain and rolled all over the floor, not daring to struggle. "Mommy, don't hit. Mommy, I'm wrong. Please don't hit me." Yan Lai jolted out of his dream. She was tear-stained and shivering, and when she looked around, she realized she was lying on the couch, having a nightmare. The mom inside the dream beat her up. Suddenly feeling panicked, she ran out of the office on her short legs. Uncle. The office was empty outside, not even the sister at the door. Growing more and more frightened, she looked at the empty office room. Only the clock placed on the table was still ticking. She cringed from her heart and cried out for someone on this floor. "Uncle, where are you? Uncle!" Shen sat in the conference room, listening to the staff report with grim faces. All the staff dare not breathe a word. "I don't know what's wrong today, but Mr. Shen is very upset." But again, their planning was particularly imperfect this time around. Isn't this just waiting to be criticized? Cold sweat oozed from the palms of the reporting employees, who were overwhelmed by Shen Anha's aura. Shen with coldly swept towards him. "What are you fuming about? Waiting for me to send you an invitation to continue?" The clerk trembled with fear, opened his mouth warily, and was just about to speak when a cry suddenly came from outside. "Uncle! Yi is so scared." Shen and his gloomy expression instantly collapsed, looking at the door in surprise. Yan Lai pushed open every room, and when it came to this one, she pushed open the door. Her eyes locked onto him, rubbing her eyes and running towards him. She milked her eyes and jumped into his arms. "Uncle, I finally found you. I thought you didn't want me anymore." Shen Anha was stunned, looking at her bare foot, limping. His heart tightened, subconsciously scooped her up and placed her on his lap. His face grave. "What's wrong? Someone bullied you? Who dares to bully his Shen and his children?" She rubbed her eyes, shivering with fear, and choked. "I had a nightmare, Uncle. I dreamed that Mommy beat me. She said you guys don't want me. She beat me so much it hurt, Uncle. Is Mommy angry?" Chapter 92. Uncle, is Yi a mistake? Shen Anha's face sank. "She doesn't dare to get angry with you. I'm here." The staff looked at each other in disbelief, dumbfounded as they watched the boss coax the child. Is this still the same Mr. Shen whose face would be scary as long as the meeting was interrupted? Or are they dreaming now? Yan Lai's face was hung with tear stains, seeking help to look up at Shen with. "Uncle, Yi don't want to stay by yourself. Yi is so scared. Really scared." Her small, fleshy hand clutched his thumb. Shen Anha looked at her like this heart clumped a layer of messy hemp. His mind could not help but recall the words she said in the program before. If she doesn't cook Yan Zi, she will then beat her. He suddenly understood why Yan Zi she had to give birth to this child, fearing that she was not begging for him. so she would give birth to a seed to abuse her. On the surface it looks like she gave birth to a child. In fact, she's taking it out on the kid. Damn it. EE waited late for an answer, cringed and clutched his hand, saying with teary eyes, Uncle, EE won't cause you any trouble. Can EE stay by your side? I don't want to go back. I'm so scared. I'm afraid of dreaming about mom again. Shannon with furrowed his brows, looking at her like this, no matter how the words of refusal could not be uttered. He simply wrapped her in his arms and awkwardly held her in a good horizontal position, his hands patting her once and for all. I'm not kicking you out, he grimaced. You can stay by my side, and you won't have nightmares with me around. Yen Lai huffed and nestled in his arms, not noticing the ghost-like eyes around him, his heart still filled with awe, tilting his head to look at him innocently. Uncle, did EE do something wrong? EE shouldn't be alive, right? EE is a mistake, right? The staff frowned when they heard this. I don't know the cause and effect, but it's heartbreaking to see a child like that. Shin Anha's sword brows furrowed. His head couldn't help but lean toward her face, his tone firm. You're not a mistake. She choked a little and wasn't sure. EE wasn't a mistake? But Mom said dash. Mom is not right. Shin Anha cut her off, patting her back again and again. You can never be wrong. Everything you are is proving that your existence is right, both in terms of intelligence, and in terms of people, and in terms of how well they react to things. Everything. It was all telling him that this baby was actually the right thing to have. Absence of cum meaning is well worth it. It was all worth it. EE sniffed the cold fragrance of his body, gradually put down his heart, nestled in his arms, began to doze off again, closed his eyes and said vaguely, Uncle, EE likes to stay in your arms. You are like Dad. If Dad is there, is it also like you will hold EE? Shin Anha's breath stuttered. His grip on her arm couldn't help but tighten, and he didn't answer. EE quickly fell asleep, breathing evenly and nestled in his arms, sleeping especially peacefully. The staff couldn't breathe a word and watched the scene in shock. The somewhat dimly lit conference room with the PPT still playing on the projection screen. Shannon held the little girl with one hand, his body swaying lightly, his hand patting once without a beat. It's a scene so good it could be in a painting. But this thunderous general manager Shun of theirs was actually coaxing a child. Coaxing children during meetings. The employee responsible for explaining the PPT glanced at Shannon with an expression that was already much better than just a moment ago, clearly snapped out of his anger. Continue. Chapter 93. Shannon held the child, unconsciously shaking and patting again. It looks kind of funny. The clerk lowered his voice to speak softly about their quarterly report. During this time, Shannon frowned, wanting to say something, but then looked at the Yen Lai in his arms, and ultimately did not say anything. The staff was vaguely relieved. According to the original script, I'm sure I'll be scolded, but it's amazing they dodged it. Because of this little kid. What kind of kid is this? Isn't this a blessing from heaven? Thank God for sending little kids nightmares. Surprisingly, he was able to hold back the wrath of Mr. Shun. I don't know how long it took. Yen Lai woke up in a daze and rubbed against his arms like a kitten. Uncle. The voice is sweet and soft. It melts the heart to hear it. Shin Anha lowered his eyes to look at her and gave a deep woke up from a nap. She nodded, rubbing her eyes and softly whispering, EE had a beautiful dream this time, dreaming about Daddy, and I was outside flying kites with him. The meeting was already over, and those staff members had already packed up their things and were ready to leave. When they heard this, they quickly slowed down the movements in their hands and pricked up their ears to listen. Shin Anha wrinkled his sword brows. So you saw. What did your father look like? Little EE looked up at him and smiled brightly. Looks especially like you. Treats me well, just like Uncle. Shannon was stunned. The depression in his heart instantly dissipated and opened up, like the clouds seeing the sun, sweeping away all the unhappiness. But just then, someone outside the conference room knocked on the door. Mr. Shin, Mrs. Shin has arrived. Shannon with a startled look. Unchained? As soon as the words fell, Yan Wei Yang pushed the door in, a smile still on her face. And, isn't there a dinner party tonight? I want you to come with me to choose my evening gown. Do you have time? As she spoke, her eyes met with a dumbfounded Yen Lai. The smile on Yan Wei Yang's face faded. You, what are you doing? The words fell, and all was silent. Shannon and his brain buzzed, subconsciously pushing Yan Lai down from his arms. It's not like that. Yan Lai was caught off guard and directly fell out of his arms. Ah! The pain came at once from his palms and knees. Shannon woke up with a jolt, subconsciously wanting to help her, but then thought of something and restrained himself from putting his hands behind his back. Little EE looked at him with a confused expression. Uncle? Shannon with his jawline taut, just glared at her. She was so baffled by the glare that she didn't know what to say. Yen Wang strides inside the room and rushes to help her up on the floor. Yeah, isn't this Yen Lai? She chided Shannon with. How could you push this child into the ground? She's still a little girl. What if she bumps through? Shannon with his hands in the air, facing all kinds of business occasions without changing his color. For the first time he had a feeling that he didn't know how to respond. I was afraid that you would misunderstand. That's why I dash. Yen Wei Yang was speechless. What can I misunderstand? Misunderstand that she is your daughter? Shan Anha was stunned and looked away, especially sheepishly. Yen Wei Yang carefully looked little Yi's body up and down. Yi was knocking blood from her knees, beads of blood scrambling out. She was distressed. My God, it's not like this. A trace of heartache slipped under Shannon and his eyes, and he took a restrained step back. Yen Wei Yang was annoyed and condemned Shan Anha. If you don't know how to hold a child, don't hold it. What kind of child sits in your arms and you can't even hold it steady enough for her to get hurt? This makes her mom and dad know how heartbroken are? How are you going to explain to the parents? Shannon with choked and bowed his head. I'm sorry, I don't know whether to talk to Yen Lai or Yen Wei Yang. Chapter 94, She is my wife. Shannon then looked a bit overwhelmed, as if a domineering president who was so spoken to by his own wife that he didn't dare to breathe a single breath. Yen Lai vaguely felt that something was wrong and helped to speak. Auntie, is fine. Uncle, he didn't do it on purpose. It's me who didn't sit properly. Yen Wei Yang frowned. You don't have to speak for him. I saw that he just didn't hold you up properly, which caused you to be injured like this. Saying that, she glared at Shan Anha particularly unhappily. You've never been a presumptuous person. What's wrong with you this time? Shannon with his body taut and stiff. The surface is still cloudy. This child just had a nightmare. I helped to calm down. See you suddenly come in, afraid that you will misunderstand the relationship between me and her. So, did not hold steady. Yen Wei Yang was helpless. How could you think I would misunderstand? Little Yi saw a gap and held Yen Wei Yang's hand. Auntie, I'm sorry. I've caused you all trouble. Uncle Ling Yun was supposed to send me home, but he encountered a little thing on the way. That's why he put me here with this uncle. Please don't be angry with uncle, okay? Uncle didn't mean it. It's me who didn't sit still. Shannon looked at her in surprise. From just now, the kid was doing his talking for him. Is she so afraid he'll be misunderstood? Yen Wei Yang's eyes were full of fondness. You're such a smart kid. You even know how to help your uncle exculpate. Little Yi pursed her lips nervously and didn't say anything. Yen Wei Yang did not think too much. Scolded, Shannon with, but you cannot be like this next time. This is not their own children. Bumped into the problem who is responsible for all. After saying that, she led Yen Lai out of the conference room. Shannon and his heart tensed steeply, and he followed them as if he had no intention of doing so. He was only afraid that Wei Yang would become suspicious. He said, I just finished my meeting, and it's just as well that I have some time now. Didn't you say that you wanted me to accompany you to look at the looks for today's dinner party? Let's go and post it now. Yen Wei Yang pulled little Yi. What about this child? Shannon with wrinkled his brow. I can have her family pick her up. Yen Wei Yang disapproved and leaned down to look at little Yi. I said that the two of us would see each other again sometime. And look, now I'm right. Shannon were stunned. You know each other? Yen Wei Yang nodded and said with a smile. Last time when this child went to my brother for an interview, I saw this child. At that time at first glance I felt that there was a destiny, so I spoke with her for quite a while. I had thought that I would still be able to see this child after she became famous in the future, but it turned out that I didn't expect to meet her again today. It's really a destiny. Shan Anha looked at Yen Lai in surprise. You've seen her. Why haven't you mentioned it to me? Intentional was confused and shook his head. Yen Wei felt inexplicable. Why did you tell you? You know her? Shannon with snapped out of it and calmly shook her head. Since she's seen you in private, she could have mentioned it to me, and I could have bought her some snacks. Yen Wei Yang couldn't help but sniff. Shan Anha, she doesn't know me, so you don't buy snacks? This is only a 4-year-old child. How much is that snack worth? She then smiled and looked at the intention. Nothing. Do not in this uncle general counting. This uncle does not know how to bring up children. You have a destiny with Auntie today. Do you want to go out with Auntie to shop together? Auntie then buy you a skirt how? Yen Lai was a bit confused. Auntie, what is your relationship with uncle? Yen Wei Yang laughed. I'm your uncle's wife. Ah, he and I are family. Lai was struck by lightning. Wife. Chapter 95, Auntie, are you well? That means this pretty aunt is her mom's sister. Mom is the one who hurt this person to go to jail. She covered her mouth in disbelief, thinking of what Sister Chandra had said to her earlier. This aunt is in bad health. Talking to her will make her lose her life. So it's mom who makes aunts talk all the time to lose their lives. How could mom hurt such a nice aunt? Why? Guilt-stricken, she took her hand. Auntie, I'm sorry. Are you okay? Shannon and his heart steeply tensed, wanting to give Yen Lai a wink. Why do you ask all of a sudden? This will make her suspicious. Yen Wei Yang didn't react. Why are you suddenly asking about my body? Of course my body is fine. Thank you for your concern. Little Yi breathed a sigh of relief and stroked her heart. It's good that you're fine. Last time Sister Duo said that you weren't in good health and that talking to you would hurt you. so I didn't dare to talk to you. Yan Wei Yang was stunned and didn't think much of it, but just cried and laughed. Chen Duo, that's an exaggeration. My health is bad, but not that bad. And Auntie likes talking to you. Auntie thinks you are good looking, plus Auntie feels a bond with you. She smiled and looked at Shen Anha. Isn't that right, Anha? You also think that this child is very destined, don't you? Shen Anha was suddenly named and shook his head stiffly. I don't think so. Yan Wei Yang sighed helplessly. If you don't feel it, you don't feel it. Dead straight man. She eagerly held Yan Lai's small hand. Are you in a hurry to go home now? Auntie is having a particularly interesting dinner party tonight, organized by a brother about your age. Do you want to go and have some fun? Shen Anan frowned, constantly giving Yan Lai a look. Not allowed to go. Yi received it and discreetly shook her head. No, Auntie. I want to go home or I'm afraid I won't be able to eat. Shen Anan. What kind of excuse is that? Yan Wei Yang was stunned, even more unconcerned. It's fine. Following me around can still make you hungry? Last time I even felt that the time I stayed with you was too little and not enough. Today I happen to meet you. I'll lead you out and buy you another beautiful dress. After saying that, she beautifully took out her cell phone and called Yan Lingyun. Soon the other side picked up. She opened the door. Yan Lingyun, this little heroine of yours is in Shinan and company right now. I've seen her, but can you help me talk to her family and say that this child is going to a dinner party with me tonight? After it's over I'll personally send this child back to her family. Can you help me communicate with her family? She was confident that the child's parents would agree. Because their Yen family is a powerful family at the top of the pyramid, there is a queue of people who can flatter them. And getting the children's families to agree is not a problem. But Yan Lingyun's voice was urgent. Have you seen that child? Yan Lai? She frowned. Yeah, that's the kid. What other kid is there? Yan Lingyun sucked in a mouthful of cold air, full of shock that was hard to describe. But, this isn't good. Aren't you breaking the bank by buying a skirt for this child? Plus she has a bunch of dresses. She probably can't even wear them. Yan Wei Yang was unmoved. That was bought by someone else, not me. Since you were able to send this child to Shinan with here for foster care, that means her parents may not have the time. I'll just need her for a few hours. I'll send her back afterward. That's it. I'm hanging up. Yan Lingyun, hello? Hello? Chapter 96, can't let Yan Weiyang know Yan Lai's identity. Yan Lingyun was speechless. This sister of his is really spoiled from childhood. She is emboldened to do everything, even dare to borrow children. The kids from the other families in the key are even. That's a lot of coming. A time bomb. Yan Weiyang hung up the phone and made a flying eye at little Yi. Your family agreed. Let's go little Yi. Yi was a bit moved, blinking her eyes and subconsciously looking at Shinan with. Shin Anha's face turned blue, wrinkling his brows and not saying anything. She pursed her lips and looked scrupulously at Yan Weiyang. If my family agrees, I agree. Yan Weiyang snapped her fingers. Bingo! Then you're coming with me. I'm going to dress you up like a princess today, so that the young master throwing the party will want to be your friend when he sees you. Okay? She curiously took hold of the unchained hand. Is it okay? That person he will like Yi. Yan Weiyang rubbed her face lovingly. Of course. You don't even realize how cute you are. Just like a little princess. Speaking of which, do you like the Disney princesses? Who do you like in there? Yi jumped up. I like Cinderella. Yan Weiyang was overjoyed. What a coincidence. I like her too. Then let's wear the color of Cinderella's dress today. Okay? Yi readily agreed, completely forgetting about the stone-faced Shinan with behind her. Good. Yan Weiyang was overjoyed, leaning down and turning her upside down in his arms before looking back behind him. Shin Anha, what are you waiting for? Follow me. Shin Anha snapped back to his senses and went to her side with a green face. Let me hold it. You're not in good health. Yan Weiyang dodged and pinched Yi's cheeks. It's fine. I like this child. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to take the initiative to hug her. Yi's eyes brightened slightly as she nestled in her arms and sniffed her scent. Yi likes Auntie too. Yan Weiyang was stunned, and her smile became even more gentle as she stroked the back of her head, just like a loving mother. Shinan were a little out of it for a moment. He had rarely seen such a genuine smile on Wei Yang's face since Yan Zishi had entered the prison. She used to be a vibrant, gentle, kind, and strong woman, but when Yan Zishi went to prison, it seemed to take away her joy. It had been a long, long time since she'd been this happy. She loves this kid from the bottom of her heart, but also without knowing the true identity of this child. Shinan and the guilt grew heavier and heavier, feeling more and more sorry for her. Couldn't Wei Yang see that this child looked especially like him? At the same time, his cell phone began to vibrate. Shinan opened it to find that it was the inside of their group of men that had blown up. Yan Lingyun was incredulous. Why has Wei Yang seen Yan Lai? How come no one has said anything to me about this matter? And how come Wei Yan likes her so much? Shin Jingji, Mom has seen Yi. So what is her reaction? Did she hate Yan Lai? Did she hit her? Yan Fengsheng, at Shenan and, explaining. They were talking and chattering endlessly, constantly asking questions. Shin Anha gradually felt annoyed and picked up his cell phone to reply. Wei Yang especially likes her. She wants to take her out for shopping, and she doesn't think of this child towards me, and has an over-the-top pampering for this child. It's the same as loving your own child. Shin Jingji was jittery. Dad, if it's not possible, let's find 2 people to play her grandma and grandpa. Mom might just think EE is cute, but if she knows what she is, Mom might not like it and might be greatly irritated. Chapter 97 Last Chance to Bow to Gu Wai. That's what they're worried about. Shananha looked at Yen Weiyan's back with a grave expression. Yi told her about what happened to her at the orphanage, and she laughed with special gusto. His expression became more grave. Everyone goes on alert not to let the others know the true identity of this child. So far, Yen Weiyan was really happy following her around. If she knew the truth of the matter, she would certainly be doubly devastated. Saying that, he sneakily took pictures of Yen Weiyang and Yen Lai. Yen Weiyang smiled and said something to the little girl, while little EE had an expectant look on her face. The two are side by side, and the image has an indescribable warmth to it. When the several brothers of the Yen family saw this scene, their expressions gradually became softer. Yan Lixing suddenly said, how good it would be if this was Wei Yan's daughter. They'll surely spoil and pamper her. The brothers of the Shin family also had mixed feelings when they saw this scene. Shin Shoyan, Mom has always been a little lack of heart. Certainly did not think of Yen Lai as a father's child on the identity. She is probably thinking that this child is an orphan, and only heartbroken. Shin Zeno, I feel the same way. I just hope this Yen Lai guy doesn't show his face. Shin Jingji was nervous. Is a very smart child. She won't reveal herself. But underneath this message, 2 of his brothers sent 2 identical messages at the same time. If she reveals herself, she won't be wanted. Shin Anen frowned, looking at the girl nestled in Yen Weiyan's arms in front of them. Her curly long eyelashes flickered and flickered, and her small meaty hands gently grasped Yen Weiyan's lapel. Well-behaved and adorable. If she, indeed, reveals herself, he wouldn't want her either. The dinner was held at the most luxurious hill hotel in Lansao City. Gu Huai sat expressionlessly on the sofa, wearing a well-tailored black suit. Half of his broken hair was combed behind his head, and a few strands of bangs fell in front of his forehead, piebald, and his handsomeness could be felt from afar. Today was the dinner where he officially stepped into high society. From now on he was the only designated heir of the Gu family. He looked wan, feeling nothing but boredom and fatigue at these things. The other adults walked up to him and smiled at him in greeting. He doesn't smile either, just nods politely in greeting. Elder Gu sat beside him with his crutches in hand, his sharp eyes curving as he climbed into a cordial conversation. His gaze landed on Gu Huai if anything. Gu Huai had a smelly face from the moment he sat down. It's like who owes him how much money. As soon as the people left, Elder Gu's smile turned steeply sharp. Gu Huai, can't you be happier? Gu Huai looked arrogant. They'll come to flatter me whether I'm happy or not, so it doesn't matter if I smile or not. I'll just go with my own mood. Elder Gu, how did he get such a grandson? His temper stinks like a bull, and is completely different from his son's character. There's only that stubbornness, how it looks like father and son. A few more people walked up with red wine and greeted Gu Huai. Young mister, Gu is a talented man, and I heard that he scored a high 190 on the intelligence test a while ago, so he really has a promising future ahead of him. Gu Huai nodded. Thanks for the compliment. Zhao Meishi stood in the corner wearing a pretty pink tutu and stared nervously at Gu Huai. Father Zhao and Mother Zhao stood beside her, pointing at Gu Huai. See Meishi, this is the one you need to flatter today. This is our last chance. Chapter 98, Gu Huai, don't touch me. In just a few days, their company had already begun to encounter all sorts of obstacles. This is typically the result of the joint efforts of the Shin and Yin families, so the only way out for them was to preserve the Gu family and let them save them from themselves. But the Gu family is not a person they can just flatter. The biggest possibility was Zhao Meishi. As long as she was the one who gained Gu Huai's favor, she could get Gu Huai to speak for their family. Elder Gu doted on Gu Huai and could definitely agree. What's more, all the kids in the room today were all working towards one goal. That would be to be able to become friends with Gu Huai. Zhao Meishi was jittery. Ever since the last incident with her and Yen Lai, she wasn't as favored within the class as she used to be, so she also knew that Gu Huai was her only way out. She searched for anything she normally learned in etiquette class to make sure she could appear in front of Gu Huai in the most perfect state, and walked up along with her mom and dad. Gu Huai saw her from a distance and narrowed his eyes. This guy looks a little familiar. He raised a sword brow. Wasn't this the same guy who had been beaten up by her father and said that Yen came with bad intentions? Why is she here? Gu Huai's gaze steeply became sharp. The Zhao family was oblivious. Zhao Meishi felt Gu Huai's gaze looking over and lowered her head in particular embarrassment. Father Zhao took the initiative to walk up to Elder Gu and said with a smile, "Good day, Elder Gu." Elder Gu nodded and looked at Zhao Meishi. "This is your daughter?" Zhao Meishi was born with a big air, thick eyebrows and big eyes. like a peacock high above the ground. It was hard not to notice. Father Zhao nodded his head like garlic. Right, this is my daughter. My daughter and your young master are in the same school and can still help each other out. Zhao Meishi stood nervously, not knowing what to do. Mom disliked her. She abruptly returned to her senses and gathered enough courage to approach Gu Huai. Hello brother Gu, my name is Zhao Meishi. Do you want to go play together? Elder Gu raised his eyebrows and looked at Gu Huai without moving, but Gu Huai didn't even look at her, got up from his chair, and brushed past her. Papa Zhao's eyes lit up, sensing something was up. Go play with Master Gu. Zhao Meishi followed him with her skirt and tugged on Gu Huai's arm. Brother Gu. As soon as her hand touched Gu Huai broke away in disgust and looked disgusted. Don't touch me. The voice was cold as ice. Zhao Meishi's breath stuttered and she froze in place. Father Zhao and Mother Zhao looked at each other, unsure. This? How did you get hated straight away? Gu Huai crossed the hall straight away, and Chu Tao and the others followed behind him as little followers upside down. Master Gu wait. Gu Huai didn't turn around and walked straight towards the restroom. Bored. A group of people made it hard for him to even sit still. Come over and flatter him endlessly. It's annoying as hell. Elder Gu watched his grandson walk away without looking back, instantly realizing the situation and looking derisively at the Zhao family's father and daughter. Papa Zhao was particularly embarrassed and nodded with a smile, tugging his daughter away. Master Gu, we won't bother you anymore. We'll leave first. Master Gu's smile was shallow as he watched them leave and then hooked his hand to his bodyguard. This family, is it the same Zhao family that my grandson specifically ordered to clean up after them before? The bodyguard nodded. Yes, Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu has already gone to take care of it. Their family should belong to the end of their strength. That's why they want to come to the bar. Elder Gu murmured. No wonder. Chapter 99, Absolute Lai is the cutest thing in the room. Elder Gu looked at the somewhat despondent figures of the Zhao family and let out a cold laugh. He didn't really care if these little families lived or died, as long as it's a happy grandson, and in the meantime, it's a good way to sharpen the claws. Meanwhile, Yan Weiyang stepped into the party hall holding Yan Lai's hand. The moment the door opened, all eyes fell on their faces. Yan Lai is wearing a haze blue sari, revealing an ankle, with a pair of lovely Mary Janes on her feet, her hair half pulled back in big waves, and a white bow tied at the back of her head, hanging down gently. Her beautiful eyes seemed fox-like, reflecting a child's sense of clarity, but the beauty of adulthood was already hinting at the corners of her eyes. Yan Weiyang was wearing a haze blue gown similar to hers and was holding Shannon with her other arm, like a family of three stepping into a dinner party. It instantly attracted a lot of attention. Mr. Yan, Mr. Shun, you guys are here? My goodness, which little baby is this? So cute. Yan Weiyang pulled EE with immense inner satisfaction. The little girl really fulfills her need to bring her daughter out. Her smile curved. This is my friend's child, and asked me to help her with it, so I brought her to the night banquet. The ants quickly surrounded EE and loved it. Ouch. Long eyelashes baby. The skin is so white, pink and tender. Yeah. Dressing up is so pretty too. One sister loved her with an undisguised look. May I ask if you are a little princess? Not quite nodding her head, she replied in a milky voice. I'm Cinderella. Sister was adored by her. Gu, you're Cinderella. How can you be so cute? All the other adults have a real fondness for her as well. Who wouldn't love a cute little baby? Yan Weiyang smiled from ear to ear. I also love this child, so I especially love to bring her with me. This is not to dress her up and come over. It also fulfills my dream of wanting a daughter in particular. God knows she had 3 children because she wanted to have 2 children. It's a pity that Shin and En don't compete. EE snickered and looked at Yan Weiyang. He. She was liked, but that wasn't all. Yan pulled her around to show her off, as if she wanted everyone in the venue to see how cute Yan came to be. As long as she heard words like good-looking and really beautiful, she leaned down and signaled Yan Lai. Little EE, quickly say hello to Uncle and Auntie. Little EE's milky voice, hello Uncle and Auntie. The adults ouch and love her even more. Of course there was a degree of wanting to flatter Yan Weiyang in there as well, but today, Yan Weiyang gave them the channel to flatter them, and without any difficulty. As long as it's a compliment to Little Italy, we are just good friends. A good compliment is a better friend. Shinanan silently withdrew from the crowd, afraid that others would notice the connection between him and Yan Lai, and walked directly towards Elder Gu. Elder Gu was overjoyed to see him and hurriedly greeted him. Just waiting for you and with. I've reserved a seat for you and haven't let anyone else sit down. Shinanan smiled and nodded, took out the gift he had already prepared. I heard that you have been looking for a jade goddess of mercy lately, and I have brought a jade goddess of mercy, and I don't know if you will like it. Once the lid was opened, it was clear that the jade goddess of mercy that Master Gu had been searching for a year was placed inside. A flash of delight flashed under Master Gu's eyes, and he smiled even more happily. You said every time you see me, you bring a gift. You really have a heart. Please sit down quickly. Chapter 100, like the intention, after his consent, Shin Anha calmly sat down next to Elder Gu. Our Shin family has been friends with you, old sir, for so many years, it's only right to send you something you like. Master Gu was overjoyed. Why don't you say that I like you? You said it would be so nice if you were my son, but it's a pity that that son of mine doesn't compete, unlike you who is capable. Shinanen modestly shook their heads. Mr. Gu and I are not in the same field. In that field of his, I can't be as good as Mr. Gu, but I've heard that the grandson you got back has an IQ as high as 190. Exceptionally smart. Is that right? Elder Gu was overjoyed and nodded modestly. Yes, it seems that you all know about it. News travels really fast. As she spoke, Yan Weiyang pulled little Yi in front of Elder Gu. Call out to Grandpa. Yi greeted in a milky voice. Hello Grandpa. Shinanen frowned. How to bring her here? When Elder Gu saw Yi, his eyes lit up, and his gaze meaningfully flicked over Shinanwith, and then to the innocent-looking Yan Weiyang. Suddenly understanding something, his smile gradually became deeper and deeper. This little girl is so pretty, and she looks eloquent, really good. Yan Weiyang was full of pride as if she was praising her own child. This child's family gave her an intelligence test and it was as high as 130 points. A little genius indeed. A glimmer of ghostly light swept across the bottom of Elder Gu's eyes. So powerful? Then the future is promising. Wei Yang smiled and nodded without further comment, pulling Yi to show off to the others. Elder Gu's smile gradually became meaningful as he looked at Shinanha. This is your illegitimate daughter, isn't it? Shinan and his eyelids fluttered, and he looked at him calmly. Elder Gu patted him on the shoulder. All in a nutshell. Don't worry, I won't be meddling in your family's affairs. It's just that I was wondering when your Shin family had an extra daughter. So it turns out that it's her that's being talked about. His sword brows tightened in disbelief. How did you know? Elder Gu was blunt. My grandson has his eye on her. Shinanwith? Look at who? Elder Gu, fancy your daughter. Shinanwith. See where this is coming from? He looked at Yen Lai's well-behaved back in shock and pretended to be calm. This child is only 4 years old. Elder Gu smiled and waved his hand. He will grow up in the future. This grandson of mine agreed to come back with me in the first place because of this daughter of your family. I thought at the time, how could you possibly have a daughter in your family? So that's how it is. Shin Anha's face sank. What you mean is that your grandson has taken a fancy to this child and agreed to come back because of this child. Elder Gu nodded. Right, and our two families are family friends. It's even stronger. If both children are willing, it's okay to marry her off when she grows up in the future. As long as Gu Huai was happy. After all, the boy hadn't been seen smiling since he'd brought him home. Shinan with his face brushed and sank, politely refused. The matter of the two children. Still have to wait for the future to say. Yi is now just a small child. It is not good to jump to conclusions so hastily. Elder Gu didn't think much of it. It's okay, the two children will definitely see each other every day in the future. And if they really love each other, I'll support them. Shinanen skimmed his head with a dark face. He doesn't support it. And this Gu family child is precocious. Just a few years old and you're eyeing his daughter? Ridiculous. With his permission? Chapter 101 must please Mr. Gu. Gu Huai was in a bad mood, sitting in the lounge boredly playing with his cell phone. It's so boring here. He'd rather be with Yen Lai, watching Masked Rider and a bunch of his friends from the orphanage, and eating $3 bags of shrimp sticks. Nor was he willing to sit in this gilded hotel, eating fine Western food, watching those people approach him with calculating eyes. Shu Tao laughed awkwardly. You are the boss. There are many people who want to be your friend. If you think it's not interesting, why don't we go out and play? The other brother nodded. Yeah, Master Gu. My dad just gave me the startup money for us to go out today, so I can treat you to a movie. Eat a big meal. Gu Huai looked lazy and disinterested. No, I don't want to play anything. The brothers snapped and shut up. It's not that this boss of theirs doesn't want to play anything, but he doesn't want to play with them. If only that little intent had been there. As soon as she showed up, Gu Huai was definitely happy. Yen Lai was pulled by Yen Weiyang to greet and fight with the acquaintances throughout the dinner. Yen Weiyang will be satisfied and brought her to sit on the sofa. What do you want to eat? Auntie will go get it for you, okay? She was all but tired of walking and nodded as she sat on the couch. I want cake, Yen Weiyang said cheerfully. Then I'll take a macaroon, a chocolate cake, and an ice cream cake, and we'll swap them, okay? Her eyes lit up and she nodded happily. Yes, she loves being with her aunt. Although she now knew that her aunt was her legendary fifth aunt, she still liked this aunt, because auntie is especially gentle. It's still very much alive. Yen Weiyang turned around and prepared to get the cake when another person walked up to her and said joyfully, Mr. Yen, long time no see. Yen Weiyang was overjoyed. Yeah, Cindy, you're back from abroad? The two men met at once and began to talk. Weiyang took the time to look at Yi. Take your own dinner plate and go get the cake. Auntie wants to talk to this auntie. Don't wander off. Oh. Nodded curtly and got off the couch to get the tray herself. The meals here are self-serve, so eat whatever you want. She picked up her dinner plate, having a bit of a hard time deciding. Not far behind her in the corner, Zhao Meishi was crying her eyes out. Father Zhao pointed at the door of her head. His voice line was squeezed out from his teeth. I'm asking you, why did little Mr. Gu resent you so much the first time he saw you? I remember that the two of you went to the same school. Didn't you offend him in private? Zhao Meishi trembled in fear and huffed, shaking her head. Dad, I haven't offended him. I really haven't. Ever since their family was going bankrupt, Dad's attitude towards her had taken a sharp turn for the worse and was never gentle again. Zhao's mom watched from the sidelines, heartbroken for her daughter. What's the point of you being mean to Meishi? That Mr. Gu is not only bad to our daughter, he treats others that way too. So don't be mean to the child. The child is innocent. What innocence? Not innocent at all. Father Zhao angrily pinched Zhao Meishi's ear. I dressed you up so beautifully so that you could make friends with young Master Gu, but you failed again. So what do you think I brought you in for? To be a drag? Zhao Meishi cried and howled. I'm sorry, Dad. I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Please. Father Zhao hated her and pushed her away with a hand. You'd better have become good friends with young Master Gu already after a while, or you're not coming home with me today. Chapter 102 Zhao Meishi and Yan Lai fighting. Zhao Meishi trembled in fear and turned to run towards the hall, wiping her tears while looking for Gu. Why? Master Gu. Where's Mr. Gu? If she cried like this, Master Gu should be able to see her, right? Maybe Master Gu would feel sorry for her and comfort her. Zhao Meishi grunted as she looked around, searching for Gu Huai within the banquet. Suddenly, she noticed a very pretty dress. The little girl, dressed in a haze blue dress with a huge white bow tied in her curly hair like a princess, stood on her tiptoes to place the cake on her dinner plate. Zhao Meishi's crying mouth lurched, suddenly feeling that this girl looked a little familiar. Then the other turned his face sideways. Her eyes widened momentarily. How do you come to mean it? How can you be so surprised? Yan Lai looked at the triangular strawberry cake inside the dinner plate, licked the corners of his mouth, and carefully placed it on a table, ready to savor it. But the moment she was about to sit down at the table, a figure suddenly flashed before her eyes, and jerked her plate open. Why are you here too? The other woman's voice was so shrill that it rattled her ears. Rushed to protect the cake and inexplicably met Zhao Meishi's angry eyes. She was stunned and frowned bashfully. It's you again. Zhao Meishi clasped her hands in her arms and looked at her intently. I still want to ask you how come. Why are you here? Why are you so shady? After saying this, she suddenly reacted. I see. You also want to flatter young Master Gu, because I want to be friends with him, so you learn from me and want to be friends with him too. Yui looked at her baffled. Is this sister crazy? She had nothing nice to say and put the tray on the table. I don't know what you're talking about and I don't want to talk to you. I'm going to eat my cake now, so please leave. Zhao Meishi's breath stuttered as she violently snatched the fork inside her hand and poked it down towards her face. I won't let you eat it. Yi's head tilted and she quickly dodged out of the way, raising her hand and knocking the fork away, glaring at her angrily. What are you doing? Zhao Meishi hit empty, did not expect her to fight back. Annoyed, line ah. You are quite good at hiding. Dress like this, want to show off with Huma? I also like this skirt of yours. Take this skirt off and give it to me, or I will beat you to death. Yi's eyes were firm as she stepped forward. Try hitting me if you dare? Zhou Mihoshi was stunned and directly raised her hand to grab her. Her body dodged backward and she decisively pulled out her own little genius phone watch. But there's only one layer of ribbon on the wrist. She didn't bring it. Zhou Mihoshi noticed her detailed movements and grunted. Oh, wanted to sue and realized you didn't have your cell phone with you. Did you? Then it looks like there won't be anyone to help you today. With that, she struck towards with her teeth and claws open. Made a snap decision, lifted her skirt and turned to run. Zhou Mihoshi followed her with her hands up like a big devil. No running. The adults turned around and shook their heads helplessly as they watched the chase scene between the two of them. This place is all played up. Yan Lai ran straight to the corridor. Zhao Meishi screaming after her. Just because of you, I was scolded by Dad, and now Dad doesn't like me at all. You also stole my leading lady. You're still on TV, and you're still flaunting in front of me in this dress. I tell you, I won't allow a bad girl like you to appear in front of me. I'm going to beat you to death. Intentionality lurched to her feet and snapped back to look at her. Zhao Meishi stopped, too frightened by her steely gaze to step forward. In the next moment, Yi's legs branched out and she crossed her arms in front of her body. You can't beat me to death. I have a golden body protection. I can transform. Chapter 103, is wrongly accused. Zhao Meishi was stunned and so angry that she also spread her legs and put her hands in front of her body to make a transformation gesture. You're the only one who can transform? I can transform too. I have a lot of magic fairy wands at home. Looked resolute. You're the bad magic fairy. I'm the pink magic fairy. Zhao Meishi stared absurdly. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm the pink fairy. You're the bad fairy. Yi was unmoved. I'm on the side of justice. You are the evil force. Every time you see me you treat me with ill will, and you make all those people around you not play with me. You're the black magic fairy. You're the blackest magic fairy of all. Zhao Meishi stomped her feet anxiously. You're the blackest, blackest magic fairy. She raised her hand to strike at her. Yan Lai reacted quickly to each attack, swinging her hair, jumping up and down like a monkey, not forgetting to take the time to shout slogans. Balala energy. Can't hit, can't hit, can't hit. Zhao Meishi was furious as she pounced repeatedly. Don't run, or if I find you, I'll beat you to death. Intentional made a face and disappeared around the corner of the hallway with a whoosh. Gu Huai pinched his brow in annoyance when he heard the noise coming from outside. It's noisy. Chu Tao poked his head out to see that there was no one in the corridor, but his voice was still there, and said in disgust, who's the kid turning in this place? No education at all. He took the initiative to propose. Young Master Gu, should we go take a look? Gu Huai looked diffident. What's there to see in a child? Don't go. Yan Lai jumped up and down in all sorts of painted heart dances. Watch me beat you. As if she had merged into her form, Chomi Hoshi dodged her invisible air cannons. You can't hit. I'm a magic fairy princess. Yi wasn't willing to show weakness either. Then you can't hit me either. Grunt 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 gasps at you. Chomi Hoshi bared her teeth and ran towards her. Intentional veered left to avoid a slap with style. You just can't hit me, because justice will prevail. Zhao Meishi's brain buzzed, her eyes tearing up in anxiety. How she just couldn't hit it. She was furious and swung her hand viciously towards Yan Lai again. Yi did a decisive backflip. Zhao Meishi was horrified. What? It's amazing that she knows martial arts. Just as she was shocked, her foot stepped forward, hitting the hem of her skirt, and her body lurched forward. Bark! Zhao Meishi fell on her ass. Sharp pain hit her. An unspeakable paroxysm of pain came from her teeth, and she closed her eyes and howled. Wow! My teeth! Yi was stunned and came forward with concern. Zhao Meishi, are you alright? Zhao mother who couldn't find her daughter could not find her daughter heard her daughter shout and hurried over with her skirt. Baby, what's wrong with you baby? Zhao Meishi was helped up by her mother, saliva mixed with blood lying along the corners of her mouth, pointing at Yan Lai and crying. Mom, she hit me. I'm in so much pain mom. Am I going to die? Yi was stunned. When did she hit her? She's the one who fell. Zhao's mother, however, didn't even think about it and pushed her away. She dropped to the ground and looked at them in confusion. The woman's face was hideous, seemingly able to eat her alive. Who let you lay hands on my daughter? On the basis of your family's wealth and power, can you freely bully and abuse my daughter in this way? Yi frowned and argued reasonably. Auntie, I didn't hit her. It's her who tried to hit me didn't stand still and fell down. It has nothing to do with me. Zhao Meishi closed her eyes and cried. No, she's the one who did it to me. I'm in so much pain mom. I'm going to die of pain. Zhao's mother screamed at Yan Lai as if she was crazy. My daughter is like this and you're still sophomoric. Are you that cheap? Chapter 104. There's nothing wrong with Yi. It's her fault. Yi was stunned and shook her head helplessly. It's not like that. Yi didn't. It's that she was trying to hit me and missed, so she fell down. Zhao's mom didn't think twice. Why should I trust you? You are just a bad seed, and I don't know what kind of guys the parents are. I really want to meet your parents. Saying this, she suddenly remembered something and smiled conspiratorially. Oh yeah, I almost forgot that you're an orphan. You don't have any parents. Your mom and dad are dead. Even if something happens, there's no one to help you. Little Yi was like a blow to the head. Her eyes widened and she froze in place without saying a word. Zhao Meishi nestled in the woman's arms and bawled. Mom, you hurry up and help me take revenge. She did this to me. I really hurt. It hurts me to death. Mother Zhao sniffed and glared at Yan Lai. Hurry up and apologize to my daughter. Yi flushed a small face and refused to apologize. I'm not right. It's her fault. She should apologize to me. Zhao's mother directly raised her hand to slap her. Pow! Yi was caught off guard by the force and over and banged the back of her head. She was out of breath and a buzz exploded in her ears. Pain. It hurts. She struggled to hold up her upper body as the woman hugged Zhao Meishi and glared at her like an evil spirit. It's all like this and you're still relying on my daughter. Are all children like you who have spent time in an orphanage so lowly? Yi sat on the ground, tears welling up in her eyes, and looked at her stubbornly. Yi is right. Mother Zhao, you're still sophomoric. She lifted her hand again and struck it hard at Yi. Instead, a cool teenage voice came from the distance. Who told you to make a scene at someone else's dinner party with no upbringing? The sound was not loud, but it ran the length of the hallway. Yan Lai was stunned to hear this familiar voice and looked towards the source of the sound. Gu Huai stood behind the woman with a cold and solemn expression, followed by several boys of the same age with the same sneering expression. Her eyes widened. Gu Huai. Gu Huai's sharp eyes also locked onto her. How come? The frontal coldness in his eyes instantly dissipated. His eyes were full of her alone, and he took 3 steps to walk to her. And when he saw such a big red 5-finger print on her face, his breathing suddenly tightened. What happened to you? Who hit you? The intention of the opinion of him. Den felt a sour nose, decisively pointing to Zhao Mother. They wrongly accused me. I did not hit Zhao Meishi. It was Zhao Meishi fell by herself. But this aunt did not listen to my explanation. Pushed me once, and also hit me once. She covered the back of her head and complained. Fell on her head. It hurts. Gu Huai's eyes steeply became vicious as he turned to look at Zhao's mom. Who gave you the bear heart and leopard guts? Dare to hit my people? Mother Zhao was stunned and was momentarily at a loss for what to say due to his aura. The kid. How did the aura get so strong? Meanwhile, Yan Wei Yang, who couldn't find Yan Lai, came to the corner of the corridor and saw Yan Lai sitting on the floor, panicked and stepped forward. Shinan followed closely behind. His pupils suddenly shrunk at the sight of this scene, and he took large strides. Those guests in the back poked their heads in, unsure. What happened? 2 kids fighting? I just saw this big kid chasing after this little kid. I thought the 2 of them were playing, but it turns out they were fighting? Yan Weiyang nervously picked up Yan Lai and touched the back of her head. How did you get such a big bump? Who did this to you? And who hit you with the slap marks on your face? Was rubbed in pain and pointed at Zhao's mom again. Zhou's mom's face went white and she didn't know what to do. Why is Yan always here? Chapter 105. Looks like you're really going to have to get down on your knees, Mrs. Chiu. Yan Weiyang turned her head to look at her, her eyes turning steeply cold. You fought, didn't you? Zhao's mother raised her chin sheepishly, and when she tried to speak, Yan Weiyang slapped her directly across the face. Pow! There was an immediate gasp. Oh, gosh! The force was so great that Zhao's mother's head tilted to the side, covering her face in disbelief. You hit me? Without saying a word, Yan slapped her again. Both sides of Zhao's mother's cheeks instantly ruffled with fire, and her mind went blank. Yan Weiyang hugged Yan Lai, her eyes full of anger. I brought this child here. If you dare to touch her, I'll dare to double back. Zhao's mother's body trembled, her eyes reddening from her shock. I can't believe she slapped her in front of all these people. Elder Gu rushed over at the sound. What's going on here? When Zhao's mother saw him, it was as if she had a backbone, and she complained accusingly. Elder Gu, you helped judge the child that Mr. Yen brought in harmed my daughter, and when I, as a mother, slapped this child in a moment of anger, Mr. Yen hated me, slapped me twice, but my daughter is innocent. Retorted. Not at all. It's your daughter who has always disliked me. She bullied me at school, and then this also tried to bully me. Just now she tried to beat me up, but I dodged her. So she stepped on her skirt and fell down by herself. It wasn't even me who pushed her. She's so emotional and sincere. She's not at all vain, and she doesn't even cry a little. Elder Gu raised his eyebrows in interest. The little girl looked like a coyote pup. It's fierce. It's nice. Shen Anha narrowed his eyes as well. It's good to see that Yan Lai doesn't get stage fright and doesn't shy away from bullying. Gu Huai captured a bit of information and held her hand. Absence of intention. It's not the first time they've bullied you, is it? Nodded and said righteously. When I was in school she wouldn't let anyone else play with me and lock me inside the toilet. She wasn't nice to me at all, and I didn't like her, but I didn't do anything to her, because she lives in her uncle's house and doesn't want to fight to get him in trouble, so she didn't fight back. Gu Huai's eyes sank as he looked at Zhao Meishi, who was still pretending to be innocent, and raised his hand to hit her. Zhao's mother rushed to protect her daughter. What are you doing? Do you have any kingly laws left? Do you still want to make a move in front of me? Zhao Meishi was so scared that she nestled in her mother's arms and stared at Gu Huai in fear. Gu Huai was calm and collected, his eyes curled with black mist seemingly coming from hell. I'm going to make Zhao Meishi pay back. The crowd was stunned and couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. This little Master Gu. It seems like he's not a good-tempered character. Elder Gu's eyes were even more appreciative as he looked at his grandson. Well, it's good to know that you know how to protect what you love. Nice needle. Shinan rolled their eyes. He's here as his own father. Does he still need this kid to behave? Zhao Mama gasped and laughed. Yo, where did this hit the crown prince? It's a pity that this is a lawful society. My daughter is the victim. You bunch of people are bullying us mother and daughter so much. I'm going to call the police to arrest you. Shen Anha looked at her disdainfully. Where is the person in charge? Pull up the surveillance. Yan Weiyang hugged Yan Lai with hostile eyes. I believe that my child would not lie. The one who lied is someone else. Zhao's mother hugged Zhao Meishi tightly and was equally unwilling to show weakness. Mr. Yan, my child won't lie either. If she does, I'll kneel and kowtow to you all I want. The hotel administrator took his cell phone to them, opened the app to it, and pulled up the hotel surveillance for them to see. Look at it, you guys. Hotel surveillance is audio recorded. It's possible to hear what they're saying. Several people immediately came up to look at it, only to see Yen Lai run out like a monkey and open up for a transformation. Jomi Hoshi followed, beating her with her teeth and claws, swinging several times in the meantime before finally swinging in the air. At the last one, she didn't stand still herself and fell on her ass. Yen Lai's hand did not touch her. Following that, Zhao's mom ran out in a rage, pushed Yen Lai away, and slapped her again. The little girl plummeted to the ground, the back of her head hitting the ground directly. It hurts just to look at it. The expressions of the crowd steeply became wonderfully modeled as they looked meaningfully toward Zhao's mother. Zhao's mom was incredulous, her face pale as she watched the surveillance video. How is that possible? Her daughter really hit someone who fell on her own? She raised her eyes in dismay and met Yen Wei-yang and Shinin with coalescing storms. Their grim eyes locked on her at the same time, and in one voice they said, "Looks like you really need to get down on your knees, Mrs. Cho." Chapter 106, Throw the Mother and Daughter Out. The scene was dead silent. Yen Lai grunted and looked fiercely at Zhao's mother. "Look, I told you, I didn't hurt your daughter." Zhou's mom's breath hitched and she looked to the others. Shunin with eyes like ice. Disgust was piled up between Yen Wei-yang's eyebrows. The other guests watched the action with a very interested expression. If she does apologize, their Zhao family's face would be disgraced. Her lower lip trembled as she mendaciously said, "No, that's not possible. It's definitely not my daughter. It's this surveillance that's wrong." When the words fell, the whole room was in an uproar. What? Problems with the surveillance? The guests looked at each other and almost laughed. A woman laughed shrilly. "Ha ha 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 ha, she's crazy. How dare she say that?" Yen Wei-yang sneered and raised her lips. "Mrs. Zhao, we both know this is impossible. If you apologize to my child while you're here, I'll still be able to forgive you. But after a while, there won't be that chance." Mrs. Zhao's face turned pale as she argued. "My daughter is right. Why should I apologize to you guys? I think you guys are just trying to bully me." Gu Huai's face was horribly gloomy and he hooked his hand. The bodyguard stepped forward. "Young master." He raised his chin. "Throw it out." Mrs. Zhao's face changed drastically as she shielded her daughter, colorfully saying, "No way. We have sent gifts and received invitations. We are your guests. You cannot drive me away. What's more, what we haven't done is what we haven't done." Zhao Meishi cried out. "Right. What hasn't been done is what hasn't been done. And I want Yen Lai to apologize to me." Yi wrinkled her eyebrows in disgust. "Auntie Wei-yang, isn't this the very legendary shamelessness?" The thin, broken laughter spread quickly. Mayan nodded with interest. "Yes, just shameless." She wasn't surprised, and said in a milky voice, "No wonder Zhao Meishi is like this. So mommy is like this too. This is the legendary heredity, isn't it?" Mrs. Zhao's eyes were extremely wide and she wanted to hit her. Shinin with crossed in front of her and cocked his head with a raised eyebrow. "Try your hand?" She was so shocked that her blood faded and she stepped back. Elder Gu was particularly unhappy. "Mrs. Zhao, the evidence is clearly in front of you, and you still don't admit it. This is losing your Zhao family's sense of propriety. Not to mention that Mr. Yen and Mr. Shen aren't unreasonable people, so hurry up and apologize to them, lest there be trouble." Mrs. Zhao was like a frightened cat, her body trembling, her voice sharp and urgent. "My daughter wouldn't do such a thing. This is a frame-up. Who knows if the surveillance has been tampered with? What's more, my daughter is the one who was injured the most. She fell so hard just now. You guys don't help and don't sympathize. Forget it. And you want me to apologize? Our family is the real victim." Yen Wei-yang touched the large bag on the back of Yi's head with one hand, her gaze becoming even more sullen and cold. "You don't admit it, do you?" Mrs. Zhao straightened her spine. "Deny it," she added. "Isn't it only right that I protect my own daughter as a mother? You blame me, so why don't you take care of this child of yours? What's more, is this your child Yen Wei-yang? I remember you only have 3 sons, right? You care about orphans too? Could this be your illegitimate daughter? Have you betrayed Mr. Shen?" Yen Wei-yang's eyes showed ferocity. "Security! Throw this mother and daughter out." The security guard quickly stepped forward and grabbed Mrs. Zhao's arm. Mrs. Zhao struggled desperately, and her eyes suddenly fixed on Yen Lai and Shenanha. "Wait a minute, I realized. This child seems to look exactly like your husband. I'm afraid it's not your husband's illegitimate child that he left behind outside, and you're trying to keep your husband to help him bring up the child. Then your family is really messed up." Yen Wei-yang was stunned and looked at Yen Lai. Other guests poked their heads out and exclaimed, "Really, eh?" As if Yen frowned absurdly, glancing back and forth between the two men's faces. "It's a lot like." Shenanha composed herself and met Wei-yan's eyes. "Don't listen to her nonsense." Mrs. Zhao snorted, still not admitting it. "Shen, you let everyone see. Anyone with eyes can see that you and this child simply look exactly the same. Okay?" she said with more excitement. "This child that looks so much like you, It shouldn't be borne by our Mr. Yen. Could it be that you have a mistress outside? Shin Anha didn't move to look at her, and just as he opened his mouth, there was a sudden flash of black shadow in front of him. Pow! The sound of a crisp slap resonated throughout the hallway. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Mrs. Zhao's face deviated and went straight to red. Yui looked incredulously at the person holding her. Yen Wei-yang looked cold. No making up about my husband and my favorite child. Mrs. Zhao covered her face in disbelief, her voice shaking. You still dare to hit me? Yen Wei-yang raised her eyebrows and taunted. Why don't you dare to beat you? Don't say I'm justified today, even if I'm not. For a small family like yours, messing with you is as simple as stepping on a small mouse. Mrs. Zhao's breath stuttered, and a sense of humiliation surged through her heart. Yen Wei-yang sarcastically raised her lips. I rarely get angry, Mrs. Zhao. You really pissed me off today, but you don't think about it. Am I something you can afford to offend? Mrs. Zhao only felt like she couldn't breathe and was vaguely trembling. Unchained took a step back and gave the security guard a look. Get rid of it. The security guard immediately tackled the mother and daughter. Zhao Meishi cried out in shock. Mommy, I'm scared. Mrs. Zhao stared blankly at Yen Wei-yang, her lower lip trembling the entire time as she was tugged along by the security guard in a daze. Yi blinked and looked dully at Yen Wei-yang. Auntie is so handsome. It's not like her old style. Yen Yen noticed her gaze and smiled at her favorably, kissing her on the cheek. Suddenly, an abrupt male voice sounded. Excuse me, what are you guys arguing about? Intentional looked back. Zhao Meishi's dad had an embarrassed smile on his face as he looked at his wife and son who were tackled by the security guards. He had some bad premonitions, and still held a trace of expectation between his eyebrows. Elder Gu, Mr. Shen Yen, what is happening? Did my wife do something? The crowd raised their mouths derisively. Gu Huai sneered. Yen Wei-yang looked at him conspiratorially. It's not much. Your daughter didn't stand still and fell by herself. Your wife beat the child I brought in and had to say it was our fault is all. Papa Zhao's smile faltered slightly as he looked at his wife. Really? Mrs. Zhao shivered and lowered her head without answering. Elder Gu was helpless. Mr. Zhao, to be honest, your family really did not do a good job in this matter. People's surveillance clearly recorded that your daughter first hit the child, and then she did not stand still and fell down. Your wife had to protect your daughter. Dead wrong. This is good. Angered Mr. Yen and Mr. Shen, but also made my grandson unhappy. Today this dinner your Zhao family can be really today's dinner party. Your Zhao family is really graceful, more honorable than our Gu family. Chapter 107, Offended and Want to Run? A family of idiots. Offending the Yen and Shen families is still good? If it were me, it's my daughter's fault. I would have to pour tea for them and apologize, lead the child to the hospital, and coax them as grandchildren. But they made a fool of themselves. Yen always easy not to get angry. Once angry will be someone's bad luck. Do not look at the Yen always inside the gentle and soft, but they are real estate giant. Outside the soft, inside the strong woman. The means of ruthless vision. Also dare to offend her? The Zhao family is finished. I'm afraid that Mr. Yen's health is not good in the past 2 years. Abdicated to his elder brother to live behind the scenes. A group of small families forget the identity of others. Dare to jump to Mr. Yan's head. Yi blinked her eyes and simply asked Yen Wei-yang, Auntie, are you really good? Wei-yang smiled warmly. It's just average, but it's more than enough to protect Yi, so you don't have to worry. Those who heard this bowed their heads. A strong woman who was sitting on hundreds of billions of dollars in assets a few years ago and still average? Still a bit unconvinced, Zhao's father pretended to be calm and said, I want to see the surveillance. The manager immediately showed him the surveillance. Father Zhao's eyes gradually lost focus and slowly raised his head to meet Mrs. Zhao's thirsty eyes. He wanted to raise his hand to hit her, but seemed to have thought of something and stalled, pointing at her nose with red eyes. There is surveillance and you still refuse to admit it. Do you spoil your children like this? It's obvious that our child made a move on others first. Do you think they're vegetarians? The blood on Mrs. Zhao's face faded, and tears abruptly came to her eyes. I was just confused. You're confused. I think I'm the one who's confused. Zhou's father was so enraged that it was already hard to imagine what was going to happen to him next. He has now been hitting the wall repeatedly. The Shin family, the Yen family, and now an offended Gu family. This is going to drive him to death. He lost control and grabbed Zhao Meishi and kept shaking. Why don't you apologize? Why don't you apologize for making a mistake? You say it. Who taught you that? Zhao Meishi bawled. Dad, I'm sorry. I won't dare to do it again next time. I'm just afraid of what you'll say about me. He pushed Zhao Meishi directly. You won't have a father from now on. Zhao Meishi dropped to the ground and cried even harder. Papa Zhao looked at Yen Lai apologetically again and directly bent down towards them. Mr. Yen, Mr. Shen, I'm really sorry. I've taught my daughter poorly. I'm willing to take care of all the medical expenses. and I'm definitely not going to shirk my responsibilities. I apologize to you all. I'm sorry. Please forgive us for our ignorance and irrationality. We will never do it again. I'm sorry. He cocked her head, pondering whether or not to forgive him. But Yan Wei Yang had already given her answer and said in a cold voice, Mr. Zhao, if your wife had started with this attitude, I wouldn't have treated you guys with this attitude. But, your wife just insulted my husband and child. I don't accept your apology. Shinanan said in a chilling voice, we don't need your compensation. The Shin family isn't short of this small amount of money. Yi looked at Papa Zhao curiously. Papa Zhao's face abruptly turned gray, as if he had turned into a steak, his body staggering. He turned his head and looked at Mrs. Zhao, his tone soft, we're divorced. Mrs. Zhao was stunned in disbelief. What? The light in Zhao's father's eyes went out inch by inch, and without saying anything, he lifted his leg and left. Mrs. Zhao violently broke away from the security guard and cried as she chased after him. Hubby, don't be angry. I was wrong. Let's not divorce into it. I'll try to salvage it. Zhao Meishi also cried and shouted as she chased after them. Dad, don't want me and mommy. Please daddy. The family drifted away and disappeared into the corridor, the cries still penetrating. Yan Wei Yang sarcastically hooked up the corner of her mouth, holding Yi in her arms and pawing. This is what happens when you offend our Yi. Isn't it my Cinderella? Yi sweetly tilted her head with a smile and offered to give her a kiss. Thank you auntie for saving me. Unchained arched his eyebrows and held her tightly in his arms. The bystanders didn't dare to breathe a single breath, feeling that Yan Wei Yang's smiling mood was still there, and didn't dare to open their mouths to offend people. There was even a mom who squatted down and pointed at Yi and said to her child, remember this little sister's face. Be nice to her outside in the future. Don't offend her. Do you hear me? The children all cast curious glances toward Yan Lai and nodded uncertainly. And then there was the child who wisely said, I'd like to be friends with little Yippee because she's good looking. Zhu Tao hemmed and hawed and came close to Gu Huai. Master Gu, it seems that this time Yan Lai's little sister should be directly famous in our circle, and will be very popular in the future. Gu Huai stuck his hands in his pockets and looked to Yan Lai, his gaze haughtily sweeping around, his eyes turning cold. It's enough that she has a friend in me. Zhu Tao was stunned, his eyes rolled, and he immediately nodded. Right, you two are a natural pair, the best match. Gu Huai frowned at him. What adjective? But then he looked to Yan Lai. Yi obediently nestled in Yan Weiyang's arms and smiled sweetly at him. He was stunned. His expression unconsciously softened, and he hooked the corners of his mouth. The adjective grooming is also quite flattering. Yan Weiyang no longer delayed, holding her come on and said, Elder Gu, I'm now taking my child to the hospital to see a doctor, so I'll take my leave first. Gu Huai was stunned and quickly grabbed Yan Lai's hand, not wanting to let her go for the moment. Wait, Yi hung her eyes blankly. He frowned deeply, a hint of heartache gathering in his dark eyes. How are you feeling? Yan raised an eyebrow at the sight and put down his intentions. Gu Huai then especially naturally half-kneeled in front of Yi, carefully depicting the 5-finger marks on her face. Does it still hurt? She shook her head and opened her arms. Gu Huai hesitated and reached out to hug her. Yi was a little sad and said in a milky voice, Gu Huai, I'm sorry I messed up your dinner party. I made you unhappy. Gu Huai didn't care and said as if no one else was there. To me, nothing is as important as your safety. Shinan and his face brushed black. Yan Wei Yang covered her mouth in surprise. Her eyes showed delight, and it was written all over her face that she had knocked herself out. The guest's eyes were even more calculating. This child, not only does he have the Shinyan family covering him, but he even has the favor of young Master Gu? Isn't that divine? Can this be done without balking? Elder Gu rolled his eyes greatly and suddenly felt angina. How he has another love-brained grandson. It's not enough for the son, but the grandson does the same. This stuff is genetic too. He covered his heart with pain, and was a little relieved to see the beautiful frown on Yanlai's face. Fortunately, the kid has a good body, high IQ, and no hard feelings. He could agree to a marriage between the two, but the Shin family is so good. How much of a bride price should he give better? Beneath him, Gu Huai said regardless, I'll go to the hospital with you. Yi was stunned, looked at the old man Gu who was lost in counting the bride price, and shook his head decisively. No. Chapter 108, Everyone must accompany their sisters. Gu Huai's face sank. Why not? She leaned close to his ear and whispered, didn't you tell me that? It's not good to survive in a rich man's house. No matter what happens you have to have a good relationship with your family. Now it's time for you to have a good relationship with your family. Are you going to talk and not talk? Her voice was not considered hidden. Everyone can hear it. Elder Gu looked at her with interest. Is this kid reasonable? Gu Huai had originally looked determined, but once he heard this he frowned and began to deliberate. The old man whimpered. See, his grandson, who can't control anyone, is a wife beater. As he was thinking, Gu Huai suddenly looked at him. He hurriedly averted his gaze, pretending not to notice him. Although Gu Huai was unhappy in his heart, he knew that he shouldn't leave. He could only reluctantly admonish. Yen came to be. Call me promptly after checking your body. And as for Zhao Meishi, I'll use my fastest speed to make sure Zhao Meishi doesn't show up in front of you either. The adult's eyes lit up. Exempt. This little bully. The corners of Yen Wei Yang's mouth rose wildly. Shinan, with a black face, was exasperated and laughed. Ha! Nodded. I promise you, but you must be happy. Oh, today is your dinner party. You have to smile. Gu Huai gave her a deep look and reluctantly withdrew his hand. She walked up to Yen Wei Yang. Let's go, auntie. Yen Wei Yang blushed a heap of red and squatted down to whisper with her. This brother of yours is so cool. You should praise him and say he's so handsome today. Didn't think much about it and followed suit. Brother Gu Huai, you're so handsome today. Gu Huai still maintained his half-kneeling position. Hearing this, he was stunned. The tips of his ears silently reddened. Frowning and turning his head away. No need for you to say it. Intentionally not surprised by this answer of his, he looked at Yen Wei Yang again. Yen Wei Yang was so happy that she stomped her feet. Hey, it's the arrogance attribute. She was rather puzzled. Why was auntie so happy when she complimented Gu Huai? Yen Wei Yang's blood pressure came up, and with an aunt's smile, she picked her up and turned to leave. Gu Huai suddenly said, how come? Looked back. The little teenager stood at the bottom. His cheeks vaguely reddened. You also look good today. Shinan with was stunned and delighted. Thank you. Gu Huai's face turned even redder and he squirmed and bowed his head. Hurry up and go. Don't waste time. Yen Wei Yang's entire body melted, smiling so much that she couldn't see her eyes, and carried the child away. Too sweet. Insulin has to boast a high-end bureau. When they were gone, Gu Huai turned to look at his grandfather and whispered, I want the Zhao family to disappear before my eyes as soon as possible. Let me do whatever I want. Elder Gu said thoughtfully, I would like you to do something, but a small family really can't use too much strength. Don't worry. I'll take care of it for you. The young children came to a private hospital with the intention of being absent. Could no longer feel the pain. Auntie, aren't you a bit too nervous? I'm fine. I don't need to see a doctor. Yen Wei Yang was particularly resolute. No, bumping the back of your head is a big deal, especially for a child as young as you. It's life-threatening. She sniffed with more mixed emotions. It's nice to have an aunt like that, so heartbroken that she would still care for her. How great would it be if this aunt was her mother? Shinan followed behind the two, great anger hidden in their eyes. He's going to speed things up and bring the Zhao family to an end. Especially that woman. Dare to touch his daughter. Still blissfully unaware of how many forces she had catapulted into action, Yi was carried to the doctor by Wei Yang. Unchained said, this child bumped the back of her head. I'm really worried about her safety. Let's give her a CT scan to check her out. The doctor asked Yen Lai to sit across from her and asked patiently, little friend, do you still feel pain at the back of your head? Any dizziness or nausea? Yui shook her head. The doctor writes an order. Do a CT first, but if the CT is normal, it is not reassuring. There is also the possibility of delayed cerebral hemorrhage. Within 72 hours is the most dangerous. As soon as any dizziness, nausea and headache symptoms, you should be sent to the hospital in time. Yenwei frowned in chagrin. Okay, I know. She was busy holding Yi. Shenan with followed her, and was not allowed to hold the child even after trying to do so several times. Hesitantly said, I'll go and notify her family to come. Let her family keep an eye on her. Yen Wei Yang was uneasy, and smoothed the back of Yi's head. But does her family care about her or not? This child needs to be observed. If her family doesn't care about her, they might as well put her with me. Why don't you call and ask? Shenan in silence. How he called to ask. Yen Lai is surrounded by only a nanny and a capable errand boy, Shander. After much deliberation, he sent the message to Yen Knight. Yen Lai hurt the back of her head today while attending a dinner party. She needs 72 hours to stay away from people. Can you take care of her? Or will you let that Chien Duo take care of her? The babysitter is not completely finalized yet. She also comes in every morning to cook a meal and will be gone by the end of the day. There didn't seem to be anyone else available to him other than Chandler. Yan Lixing expressed helplessness. Bro, I'm on a business trip now. Chen Duo shouldn't be able to do the same. I heard her say that she's going to her boyfriend's house for a family gathering tonight. We can't let people abandon family gatherings to come to work, right? But he also caught a point of information. Isn't this child with you? How did she get hurt? And which one of you dared to hurt our Yin family when you weren't looking for death? Shinanen did not answer again, frowning at the absent coming. He'd be worried if anything happened to the boy. He said, why don't we hospitalize her tonight for observation and hire a medical nurse? I just contacted her family and they said they've all been traveling and won't be back. Yen Wei Yang stared incredulously. What? A 4-year-old child has no one to take care of him? They're all traveling on business? I think they just don't want to raise this child, right? There's no such thing. Shinan with a gloomy face, don't think like that, it won't happen. Look at these clothes she's wearing, her financial situation is definitely not lacking. Yan Wei Yang felt ridiculous, money alone will do? What about care? Can she take care of herself as a 4-year-old? The nanny can't be one to take care of her as if she were her own child. Yi sensed that Auntie was angry again and tugged on her sleeve to curry favor. Auntie, don't be angry. Yi can take care of herself. Yi is very brave. Yan Wei Yang was resolute. No, you can't. Since your family is not responsible for you, you are in my house for 72 hours this day, and I will take care of you. Shinan with, no way. The longer you stay with Yan Lai, the more dangerous it becomes. It's already dangerous today. Yan Wei Yang glanced at him indifferently. That's it, Shinan Ha. Tell Shin Xiuyan Shin Jinya Shin Jingju to stop all tuition classes and come back to accompany his sister. Shenan and Chapter 109. She didn't want her aunt to know what she was. Yi was shocked. She grabbed the corner of Wei Yang's coat uneasily and whispered, Auntie, do you want Yi to go home with you? Yan Wei Yang nodded. Right. Yui was a bit torn. Her brother and uncles had said she couldn't stay at her aunt's side for too long. Auntie will not be in good health if she knows who she really is. She shook her head. It's fine for Yi to live alone, and when she's not feeling well, she can call Auntie. Yan Wei Yang was helpless. It's too late for you to call when you're not feeling well, and you shouldn't be formal. I'll take good care of you. Plus, when you come to our house, your 3 brothers are all very good looking, gentle and won't bully you, so just get along with your brothers peacefully and you'll be fine. Okay? Yi worriedly bit her lower lip, not daring to say anything else. She didn't want her aunt to know what she was because it would break her heart. She looked tornly at Shinan with. Shinan and his brows sank as he nodded a little. Promise. He was also uneasy about the intention of coming. She was stunned, and with a hint of glee climbing to her heart, she said in a soft voice, that would be a pleasure. Auntie. Yan Wei Yang instantly smiled and touched her face. Good. Let's go then. I'll go ask the doctor what else I need to pay attention to first. She handed Yi to Shinan with and went into the consultation room herself. Shin Anha hugged her, his eyes cold. When you arrive at our home, don't mention your mother. Your aunt will not be able to stand the stimulation, understand? Yi nodded like garlic. Got it. There was a hint of annoyance climbing up under Shinan with his eyes, and that annoyance came to an abrupt end when his gaze landed on the 5 fingerprints on her face. Does it still hurt? The little girl's hair was a little disheveled and her left cheek was very red and swollen. The unmistakable 5 fingerprints reflected on it looked heartbreaking as well. He shook her head. It doesn't hurt anymore. Shinan and his eyebrows but did not let go, reached out his hand and gently touched the 5 fingerprints on her face. She gave a thin hiss. He suddenly felt a tightness in his chest and frowned. In the future, if someone bullies you again, you can look for me. Go to someone else without me. Cry, and yell as much as you can. Do your best to attract attention. Don't face it on your own. You're only 4 years old now. Yi didn't quite understand and shook her head. Mommy doesn't like me to cry. Every time I cry, she beats me. Shenan froze. His expression became more grave. Not anymore. You'll only get hugs if you cry. Her eyes widened in surprise and a rush of heat welled up in her heart as she wrapped her arms around his neck. A hug like uncle's? Shin Anha suddenly felt that this uncle was particularly harsh. Did not speak again, reached out and unconsciously rubbed her head. This scene happened to be caught in the eyes of Yan Wei Yang who came out. She was surprised. Shinan with? Are you comforting the child? Shinan turned around violently, looking at her with some shock. Yi said unsuspectingly, Aha! Uncle comforted me. Shin Anha frowned in chagrin and wanted to stop her, but Yan Wei Yang came to him smilingly. You can you. I've never seen you worry about a child like this. Shinan with embarrassment tucked Yi in her arms. No, I'm just worried that she's in some kind of condition and we need to compensate her family. Yan Wei Yang didn't believe it and snorted, hugging the child. Come on, I don't know you? When have you ever been gentle with those 3 sons? I can see that your eyes love this child. He just had a very gentle gaze. There is a pure, unadulterated feeling of calculation. Shin Anha was so weak from her look that he turned away. I don't think so. Unseen looked down at Yi. Yi looked up at her. She smiled gently at her and said with certainty, but I'm sure a man like you will love her when he has a daughter. Shinan with a footstep, wanting to retort, but it was like a lump in his throat. He was, surprisingly, unable to say anything in retort. Yan Wei Yang looked at his back and spoke in a meaningful tone. And, you're not hiding anything from me, are you? Shinan with his breath stuttering, turned his head to look at her firmly. No. The long corridors of the hospital corridors are scattered with very gentle natural light. Yan Wei Yang held the drowsy Yan Lai in her arms. The little girl rested her head on her shoulder, her flesh pushed out, her mouth slightly open, sleeping a little naively. There was the tenderness of a loving mother in her eyes as she looked at her with downcast eyes. For a moment just now, I thought she was the child of you and Yin Zishi. She looks like you, but more like Yin Zishi. Shinan and his body collapsed, his face darkening with flesh. I've already made her abort that child. Wei Yang. Yan Wei Yang lowered her eyebrows and restrained her eyes, smoothing the back of Yan Lai's head for a moment without speaking again. Shinanwat stiffly turned around and picked up his cell phone to send messages to his 3 sons. This evening Yan Lai will stay at our house. You pay attention, do not reveal yourselves, and remain friendly strangers. Shen Xiuyan, Shen Jingji, Shen Zeno, come to stay at their house? Isn't that dangerous? Shen Zeno was the most angry, grumpily dropping his cell phone. Yan Lai can be really scheming. How dare you approach my mom? Shen Jingji made a stern face. Yi is not that kind of person. Mom has always been very warm and kind. Maybe it was mom who invited her here. Shen Xiuyan's face sank. No matter what, her coming to our house is equivalent to being like declaring war on us. She might be thinking of taking advantage of our mother's weakest moment to tell her the truth. And by that time, even if she doesn't say anything, mom will see who her biological father is. The other 2 sons' faces changed, and they became tense. When Yan Weiyang was stabbed, she lay in ICU for a full month before her life was out of danger. The pain of losing a loving mother at any moment is something that the average person has no way of experiencing. Mom lost a kidney and went blind in one eye at the hands of her own sister, and a cornea transplant was only recently completed. Yan Zi, she also caused dad to feel sorry for mom for the rest of his life. It would be painful for mom to know. Shin Xiuyan's palms were moistened with cold sweat, and his gaze gradually became stern. We need to verbally beat her, threaten her or coerce her. Don't let her leak a little bit of wind. Shin Jingji couldn't bear to frown, and there was nothing he could do. Shen Zeno nodded heavily. It has to be done that way. Soon, Yan Wei Yan returned to the villa with Yi. Yi was groggy, and when she opened her eyes it was a good-sized house, like a palace, looking at her with her mouth slightly open. Auntie, is this your house? Miyuki smiled and nodded. Sure, it looks good, doesn't it? She nodded. Good looking, just like a princess. You must be treated like a queen to live here? Shenanha raised his eyebrows at her and shook his head with a smirk. Yan Wei Yang thought about it a little. It's true that I'm treated at the level of a queen at home, but when you're here, you're a princess. As soon as the words fell, 3 people suddenly poked out from the second-floor railing. Shin Xiuyan and Shin Zeno and Shin Jingji looked down from the height, looking nervous but still smiling. Dad, Mom, Chapter 110, what is the meaning of this? You're too scheming. Yi was so happy to see them that she was about to speak. Then she thought of something and closed her mouth. Yeah, she can't show. She hurriedly put on a timid face. A glint swept across the eyes of a couple of teenagers when they saw her not saying hello and acting all green. Okay, it's quite capable. Shinzeno swooped in front of her and took her in his arms. Oh my god, how could there be such a cute little girl? As he spoke, his arms tightened suddenly, hugging Yi to the point of raw pain. She closed her eyes in pain, and subconsciously grabbed the flesh on Shinzeno's arm and held it up a little bit and pinched it hard. Shinzeno's smile stiffened slightly, almost bursting into tears from the pain. The kid even fought back. He gritted his teeth and took a step back. He looked at him with a frank face. She was sore from the hug just now. Shin Jingji walked up to her and smiled stiffly. Sister is very pretty. Shen Xiuyan nodded with a stern face. Aha, it's from the heart. Yan Weiyang was delighted. Egu, these 3 sons of mine have never complimented anyone on their good looks. You're the first. Yi's eyes swished and lit up with light, looking at them happily. They twisted their heads away from each other. Shen Xiuyan calmly asked, Mom, what exactly happened to make you bring your sister to us? Is my sister being bullied? A mouthful of sister sounds so smooth and pleasant. In fact, Shen Xiuyan's eyes were cold. Yan Weiyang didn't notice and told the truth. I like this child, so I took her to Gu Huai's dinner party today. And it turned out that this child was bullied by a child named Zhao Meishi. And Zhao Meishi's mom even hit Yi. And she hurt the back of her head. Shin Jingji was stunned and rushed to Yi in big strides. The back of your head is injured? Is it serious? The words fell, and all was silent. Shinanan frowned at his youngest son who hadn't restrained his emotions. The 2 older brothers also thumped in their hearts and rushed forward to surround Yi. Yes, is it serious? With the 2 of them around, Shin Jingji's emotions didn't seem so strange. Yi shook her head blankly. It doesn't hurt anymore. But the brothers surprised her. It's like he's a different person. He's suddenly enthusiastic. Yan Wei Yang didn't doubt it. It's not serious, but it's still not something to be taken lightly, and you can't leave people around. Shen Xiuyan nodded and took the initiative to propose. In that case, I'll take my sister to the guest room to rest. He leaned down and smiled at Yui. Come on, little sister. Yi's eyes widened at his smile. It felt as if a fox was laughing. She winced and took one of his fingers. A hint of ghostly light swept across the bottom of Shin Xiuyan's eyes as he led her up the stairs. Yan Weiyan looked at the backs of several children and was happy. See and with. I told you that my children would accept her. After all, this little sister is so cute looking. How could she not be worthy of love? but the three brothers led her upstairs, and the moment the door opened, Yanai was violently pushed inside. She was caught off guard and fell to the ground, her mind going blank. Shinjinji hurriedly helped her up from the ground. What are you doing, big brother? She's still injured right now. Didn't you hear mom say that? She needs to be properly observed. How can you push her? Would return to her senses and look at Shin Shoyan warily. The teenager wore gold-framed glasses in comfortable black and gray loungewear, his broken hair falling in a messy, orderly fashion across his forehead with an indefinable languid reserve. He drew out a nearby tissue and wiped his hands, his long, white hands like works of art, and said lightly, "Why shouldn't I trouble her?" After saying that, he roughly pushed Shinjinji away and violently pinched Yi's face and pulled it upwards. The long, slender fingers curled up, showing hidden veins, and his eyes behind the lenses were even more appalling, as if they were coalescing with a fishy wind and blood. What did I tell you about the absenteeism? Didn't I warn you not to go near my mother? Why would you attend a dinner party with her and stay at my house? You are tired of my mother. By your mother's harm is not enough. You want to bring her together to die. To your mother to accompany the funeral, is it? Was shocked to the point that her breathing stuttered, as if she was going to be consumed by his anger. I don't have a brother. It was Auntie who liked me and wanted to bring me along to the dinner party, and I didn't want to stay at your house. It was Auntie who wanted me to stay here, and I refused. Shinjinji couldn't watch and tried to save her. Shinzeno fiercely tackled him, playing with the flavor. Brother, don't be anxious. I'll give you your good boy in a moment. Shen Shoyan narrowed his eyes fiercely. How come? You less pretend to be a good girl here. I've already inquired about it. Your mother pretends to be a big-hearted person on the surface, but she's calculating my father. Both you mother and daughter are the same. Your head is filled with calculations. Water mist rose in Yi's eyes and she shook her head again and again helplessly. I didn't. Shinjinji was distressed. Enough. She's still just a 4-year-old child. What does she know about plotting and scheming? You guys are too uptight. Hurry up and let her go. Shinzeno tugged at Shinjinji to prevent him from going up, and said in a gangly manner, Big brother, why do you need to talk nonsense with her? If mom knows her identity, let's send her abroad, and in an unfamiliar place. Let her wait for death alive outside. Shinjinji, don't believe it. Brother will protect you. Don't take it seriously. Brother will definitely protect you. Shin Shoyan looked at him with a vicious glance. You worthless thing. A little girl has charmed you like this. Shinjinji was unconvinced. Brother, Yen Lai is just a child, without a heart. You understand her. You will also like her. Shin Shoyan only pretended not to hear. His fingers suddenly exerted force. The eyes behind the golden orbits concealed murderous intent, like a flutter bee with a layer of skin torn off, revealing his original nature. Hear that? We do what we say we're going to do. Nodded with difficulty and milked her voice. Heard you. Shin Shoyan would be satisfied and just wanted to call it quits. Suddenly Yen Wei Yang pushed the door in. I picked out some pajamas for you. They're all my brother's old pajamas, but they're all washed. What are you doing? Her voice turned abruptly cold. Shen Shoyan turned around in shock. Mom? He didn't lock the door. He subconsciously looked to his two brothers in the doorway. Shinzeno was dumbfounded. Shinjinji provocatively hooked his lips. Yeah, the lock he unlocked. Shin Shoyan's face sank as he was suddenly pushed away by Yen Wei Yang. She stared at Yi's face and looked closely. The little Yi's face was very white and had very obvious red pinch marks. Yen Wei Yang was instantly enraged. Shun Shoyan, who told you to make a move on your sister? Are you so set in your face and behind my back? Shin Shoyan was stunned and somewhat at a loss. Mom, Yen Wei Yang's eyes were almost capable of spewing fire. Thanks to me trusting you so much, you actually did this to my guest. Could it be that you've always been this kind of child? Chapter 111, Hang Yourself, Don't Change for 100 Years. Shin Shoyan's face went white as he opened his mouth to explain, but he didn't know how to speak. Suddenly, a small hand gripped Yen Yan's hand. Yen returned to her senses and looked down at Yi. Yi topped the pinch marks on her face and milked it. Auntie, I just had a headache and suddenly collapsed. It was my brother who grabbed me. Only he didn't grab me well at that time and grabbed my face. So don't be angry, okay? Yen Wei Yang was stunned and his fire subsided. Ha? Shin Shoyan looked at Yen Lai in shock. That sounds like a far-fetched reason. After a moment's thought, not wanting to doubt her child in the end, Wei Yang asked tentatively, Is that so? Shin Shoyan returned to his senses. His face was too grave to speak. Shinzeno hurriedly nodded. Yes, that's right. Big brother just missed it and accidentally held the child's face. Mom, you're too nervous. Yen Wei Yang pondered a little and said helplessly. Okay, then show banquet. Mom apologizes to you, but you have to take good care of this sister. This sister is very pitiful without a mom and dad. You guys can't bully her. She's only staying for 2 nights and then she'll leave. The three brothers nodded in unison. The atmosphere was particularly odd. Intentional winked at them surreptitiously. Shin Xiaoyan looked at her with some awkwardness. Yan Wei Yang said, Auntie went to warm up some milk for you. You can sleep well after you drink it. Wait for me oh. With that, she placed the 2 sets of pajamas on the bed and left again. The atmosphere became steeply grave. Shin Xiaoyan bored face look Yen come. Tone dull cold, who let you speak for me? Shin Jingji couldn't listen. It's not right to help you speak. It's not right to not help you speak. Why are you so hard to serve? Yi was not angry, tilted her head and looked at Shin Xiaoyan, and said graciously, brother, actually you don't need to be nervous. Yi knows that Yi is a bad boy and not popular, but I really like your mom. She's the best mom in the whole world. Shin Xiaoyan was stunned. Shin Zeno also looked at her dumbfounded. She lowered her eyelashes with some regret and whispered softly, Yi's mom is not gentle at all. She has never hugged me and never comforted me. But Auntie is different. She is the second person in this world, other than the orphanage auntie, who is good to me. Her goodness to me even exceeds everything. I can't afford to make her sad. Shinanwith was ready to push open the door, and at the sound of the sound, his movements were stopped, and he stood in the doorway and quietly listened. Yi clutched the hem of her skirt and looked down at this blue dress that Yan Wei Yang had bought for herself. At that time, Auntie couldn't get enough of her and said, Egu, how come our Yi looks good in everything? Thinking of that scene, her smile climbed up her eyebrows. Yi really likes Auntie. If one day Yi makes Auntie sad, I'm willing to leave on my own accord and go back to the orphanage. But until then, I will never, ever say anything that slips out of my mouth. Let's pull the hook. She stretched out her tiny little thumb and aimed it at Shin Xiaoyan. Shin Xiaoyan stood in shock, looking at her clear unadulterated eyes. What? Do you think he'll believe you? He's seen a lot of those women who look gentle on the surface but are actually full of heart. He doesn't believe it. After waiting for a while, I see that he didn't move, and took the initiative to take 2 steps forward, reaching out to hook his little finger. The moment when warm fingers meet, Shin Xiaoyan stiffened and stared at her in a daze. She smiled brightly and said softly in a soft voice, take the hook and hang yourself for 100 years and don't change, and the liar will have to swallow 1,000 needles. Shin Xiaoyan's breath stuttered and ghostly hooked her little finger. Yi smiled even more happily. Brother isn't angry anymore, okay? The knots in his throat rolled up and down as he withdrew his hand in silence. Shin Zeno watched with mixed feelings and flirted. Big brother, do you know what I see now? Shin Xiaoyan didn't look at him in a good mood. Shin Zeno pointed at the top of his head. A numerical value popped up on the top of your cerebral melon right now, and it says good sense +1. Shin Xiaoyan? Shin Zeno smiled at him hungrily. Congratulations, you've been rated. He suddenly became angry and said in a deep voice, nonsense, who's being rated? I'll never like Yan Lai in my life. He walked to the door in a huff and bumped right into Shinanwith. A trace of embarrassment crossed Shin Xiaoyan's brow, and without saying any more, he brushed past him. Shinanwith narrowed his eyes in a high and deep manner. Shin Xiaoyan, who was very much like him in the way he conducts himself, calm, cool, and collected. The city is deep, and the ruthless tactics are already taking shape. It was the first time he'd seen him fall on his back. Because of this child, Shin Zeno turned around and looked at Yan Lai, smiled meaningfully, revealing a small tiger tooth. Okay you can coax our high and cold big brother to be happy. I am now really more and more interested in you. Also waiting to catch your fox tail. Bye bye little baby. He took it easy. Shin Jingji was furious. One psycho and one big oil field. Tomorrow I'll put detergent in his mineral water. With that, he walked over to Yi and observed her body. The knee was knocked red and did not bleed. He breathed a sigh of relief. Is everything okay Yi? Yui shook her head contentedly. It's fine. She was happy to have her third brother with her like this. Shin Jingja breathed a sigh of relief and instructed her. You remember, next time if someone bullies you, you go to an adult, or you have to fight back. Didn't I say? As a member of our Shin family, you don't need to be wronged in any way. That Zhao Meishi I remember. I'll help you clean up. Don't be sad, okay? Yi blinked, a little touched, and reached out to hold him in her arms. I like brother Jingji. You're the best, better than the other 2 brothers. Shin Jingji was stunned. Intentional moved up to his cheek to offer a kiss. Kiss his brother. Shin Jingji was caught off guard and looked at her in consternation. Suddenly a blush rose up on his face, which turned into a large tomato visible to the naked eye, and he turned around and ran away. Yi was unsure. What's going on? Shinanen stood on the other side of the corridor. Seeing his third son fall away, his heart was mixed. He's ready to leave. A soft voice suddenly sounded behind him. Uncle Shun. Shenan with a glance back. Little Yi grasped the doorway, like a little rabbit probing out. Uncle, are you still awake? Shinanen frowned, crouched down and looked at her. Is there something wrong? Do you want to sue? Yi was overjoyed. Nothing, Yi just feels happy. Your house is so big and beautiful, and you have such a gentle wife. You are so happy. With that, She moved forward and gave him a gentle kiss on the cheek. "Thank you, uncle, for letting me stay at your house." Shannon stared incredulously, instantly feeling her cheeks burning as if they were on fire. Without saying a word, she got up and left. With disheveled steps and the wind at his feet, he disappeared into the corridor in a flash. Yan Lai cocked his head in confusion. What's going on here? Why do uncles and brothers run away after being kissed by her? Chapter 112, Sister. Does it make a difference where I am? After the defeat of all 4 men in the Shin family, Yan Wei-yang wanted to laugh just thinking about it. As she bathed Yi, she said, "I just heard from Jeno that Big Brother was kissed by you and blushed like a shrimp, nestling in his room and refusing to come out. But you have a lot of guts. That oldest son of mine has the most volatile temperament, and you even dared to kiss him." With a head of foam on top of her head, Yi innocently asked, "So is Yi wrong?" Yan Wei-yang pinched the tip of her nose with a bad smile. "Of course that's right, but next time you kiss him in front of Auntie, okay?" Auntie hasn't seen your brother at a loss for words. Intent nodded. "It's so much fun to be with my aunt. Auntie will always have something to say that makes her happy. It's like a playful little schoolgirl with a calculating eye on her own son," she said happily. Wait for your order next time, and then give your brother a kiss in front of Auntie." Yan Wei-yang smiled from ear to ear. "Then we have a deal." Pulls the hook. "It's a deal." Wei-yang smiled gently and cleaned her up, changed into Shin Jingji's pajamas from when she was young, and led her to lie on the bed, gently patting her. Tilted her head back to look at her. "She's never been photographed. This is the first time I've been patted to sleep." Seeing her like this, Wei-yang's tone was gentle. "You want to hear a story, right? Then Auntie will tell you a story about the ugly duckling." She nodded, grabbing her hand with one hand and feeling the soothing presence of Yankee. Wei-yang's voice was very nice, and her body carried a light scent, just like Mom, a gentler person than Mom. She soon breathed evenly and fell into a deep sleep. Yan Wei-yang rested her cheeks on one hand and looked at her with a smiling face. It's really like when Zishi was a child. She and Zishi were only 4 years apart, and when Yan Zishi was a child, she was considered to be the one who took care of her. Ming Yan Lai didn't look like her, but she just felt like she was her. She wrapped her eyes around the come-on and closed them, and in a daze, she saw Yan Zishi. They were sitting in a cafe, people coming and going outside the window. Yan Zishi looked out. His side face was a rare softness. Suddenly, she spoke. "Sis, I'm pregnant." She stirred her coffee and flicked her eyes up at her. Yan Zishi's expression was indescribably complex, seemingly smiling and crying. "Shannon with already know, gave me a sum of money, let me abort." Her heart pumped a little, and her face sank. "What do you think?" Yan Zishi mockingly hooked the corner of his mouth. "Abort it." Her breath stuttered and she wrinkled her brow stealthily. "But your body is not easy to conceive in the first place. What if you can never get pregnant again?" Yan Zishi looked at her hungrily. "It doesn't matter. I'm wasted for life anyway. Not to mention who's going to raise this child when it's born? Her, I raise." Yan Zishi was stunned and looked at her in dismay. What? She didn't know where she got the idea, didn't want to delve into the minutiae. "Have the baby. You go far away, abroad or to another city. I'll treat her like my own child while you go off to a whole new life." Yan Zishi gasped and laughed. "You're sick, aren't you? You want to keep this sinful seed?" She was incredibly adamant. "It's not a sinful seed, Zishi." Yan Zishi was stunned. She looked at her steadily. "This is your child. It doesn't matter to me who her father is, but this is the only child you might be able to conceive, and we can't give her up." Yan Zishi looked at her dumbfounded. Her eyes reddened steeply. "Sister, it's impossible. I wasn't born with a high IQ. My child will be even more of a fool. I don't want to give birth to her and make her suffer." She was stunned. Yan Zishi's gaze passed through her and looked into the distance, seemingly thinking of someone. "I have 7 family members, but you're the only one who likes me. Everyone else looks down on me because of my low IQ. No matter how many first places I get, I can't get back a single look from one of them. It's a horrible thing to say, but you'll never understand it in your life." Suddenly, the scene shifted. She was pushed roughly to the ground by a man. The other man's eyes glazed over like an angry chihuahua, teeth bared. "I want $100 million. Take out $100 million and I'll let you go right away. I don't believe you don't have money as a real estate tycoon." She was lying on the floor, beaten senseless by the man who had drawn his knife and stabbed her body like a madman. "You don't pay. I'll kill you." She was powerless to resist, can't even feel the pain. She then watched as a knife stabbed into her body and pulled out with bright red blood. But in this flash of lightning, Yan Zishi rushed inside the rotten building and exclaimed in shock at the sight of her. "Sis." She just felt her mind go blank. But when he saw Yan Zishi, all the aggression surged to his heart and he whimpered out like a child. Zishi was stunned, and immediately rushed at the man like a furious lion. Asterisk 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 "You dog man. Fall in love with me just to get close to my sister, right? I'll get you killed." Her vision was blurry and she couldn't see very well. One could only hear Yan Zixi angry roar, and could vaguely see the man being beaten by her without a fight. Yan Zixi, a pregnant woman, retrieved the knife and stabbed it towards the man in just 3 minutes, but the man ran fast and panicked. Yan Zixi couldn't care less and jumped in front of her holding the knife. Sis, how are you sis? She painfully propped herself up. Zixi, why are you here? You are pregnant. The child is dangerous. Leave me alone. I'm dying. Yan Zixi's eyes reddened. No, it won't. The child is not as important as you. I will take you home. But the blood wouldn't stop. Yan Zixi was scared, covering her wounds. Tears kept hitting her face, shaking her head pleadingly. Sister, please don't leave me behind. You're the only person in this world who loves me. I don't want you to die. I'd rather die than you. She didn't have the strength to talk anymore. She could only look at her. Yan Zixi was so scared that her face turned pale and she knelt down in front of her, whimpering, Heavens, please, I'm willing to trade my life for my sister's life. Don't let her go, please. Suddenly, the police fishtailed in and surrounded Yan Zixi. Drop your weapons, hands in the air. Yan Zixi stared back in dismay, shocked to realize that he was still holding the gangster's knife in his hand, slowly raised his hands, and the knife fell to the ground with a crash. Yan snapped out of it. The dream was so real that it was as if she had re-entered the past. Startled, she sat up from the bed, probably because she met a girl who looks a lot like her sister. Yan closed her eyes wearily. That day, Yan Zixi was surrounded by the police, and it was the last thing she saw. She lay in ICU for a full month, and when she opened her eyes, Yan Zixi was in prison. Her best friend had come to see her and gently said, Yan Zixi argued her case at first, saying she came to save you. But her gangster boyfriend broke his spine and died violently on the spot during his escape, and no one but her can describe what happened at that time. When your mom and dad and brothers arrived, they didn't listen to Yan Zixi's explanation, scolded her and slapped her several times. Then, Yan Zixi confessed to her crime. Chapter 113, Summer Sports Day. Parents can come. Yan Wei Yang's eyes were once again colored with watery mist. Then no matter how much she appealed and tried to prove Zixi's innocence, no one believed her. Everyone said she was crazy. Said she was good and bad to protect her sister. Yan Zixi also bites the bullet and says that she deliberately killed her. All her complaints are dismissed and she can only watch as Yan Zixi stays in jail. Later, when she visits the prison and asks her why, Yan Zixi smiles at her with tears in her eyes. Sister, I have been sentenced to life imprisonment in their hearts, so what difference does it make where I am? This jail time is considered as my compensation to you. I shouldn't have gambled in the heat of the moment with pretending to be you to find Shinin with, so don't hate me. But you also don't come to see me anymore. The big miss of the Yan family meeting a murderer will ruin your reputation. I don't want you to be unhappy because of me. She suddenly felt breathless, covered her mouth and shivered. Yi felt the bed shaking a bit and lifted her eyes to look at the side of the bed to see Yan Wei Yang crying silently. She cried a lot, like the loss of a beloved treasure. Yi reflexively jumped up from the bed and hugged her. Auntie, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying? Yan Wei Yang choked and looked at her, suddenly unable to tense up. He wrapped her in his arms and questioned unwillingly. She saved me, but I couldn't save her. She clearly didn't do anything, so why did you push her to the brink step by step? Why doesn't anyone believe me? Yi listened in a daze, not knowing who the person she was talking about was, but she was also a bit sniffly and her heart followed. Auntie, don't cry. You talk to Yi. Yi believes you. Yan Wei Yang looked at her tearful brow and offered a kiss on her forehead. Yi, you are very much like her. I very much hope that you can live a very good life. If one day your family doesn't want you anymore, Auntie will want you. Auntie will spoil you as her own child, okay? Yi nodded heavily and nestled into her arms, reaching out to pat her in a dignified manner. Let's go to bed then, Auntie. Yan Wei Yang nodded and closed his eyes, and in his drowsiness, he saw Yan Zixi again. Yan Zixi, dressed in a white dress, sat on the sofa in her house, followed by a little girl whose face could not be seen, smiling at her. Sis, she stood on the stairs in a daze, not knowing how. Unable to speak, Yan Zixi pulled the little girl and handed her over. Sister, I leave my daughter in your hands. She took it and stared at her blankly. Yan Zixi also looked at her, tears in her eyes, as if she had 1,000 words to say, but it turned into nothing more than a sentence on her lips. In this life, it's really great to meet you, sister. When she finished, she opened her arms and embraced her, as if all the warmth had pooled into her body. Yan woke up with a start and looked at the ceiling, gasping for air. Surprisingly, she dreamed for the first time about Zixi in her 30s, real as if she were herself. Yan Wei Yang propped herself up and suddenly realized that her head didn't seem to hurt anymore. And it was easy. She had a headache that would have been so bad it would have affected her for the rest of the day after crying. But surprisingly today it didn't hurt at all. She subconsciously looked to Yan Lai Yi who was leaning against her. The two of them were holding hands, and Yi was sleeping especially peacefully, with a light, faint smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. She was a little stunned, with mixed feelings. Yen Zi, she looked like a dying man who had entrusted her with a child. Is this dream suggesting something? Yen Wei Yang subconsciously looked at the time. It's 7:30. Not good. They're going to be late. She got up from the bed with a grunt and shook the Yi. Yi, you're going to be late. Get up. Yi sleepily rubbed her eyes, stared in shock at the clock on the table, and hurriedly got up from the bed to go wash up. She didn't even bother to comb her hair, and hurried out of the room with Auntie Undine with a head full of henna. She was about to cry in a hurry. Why is this house so big? It's still so much way to the living room. Shinanan and Shinjingji Shinshoyen Shinzano were leisurely eating breakfast at the table. Like a runaway child, she tottered down the stairs. 4 male gazes landed meaningfully on her. She was so anxious she wanted to shed tears. Ease late and causing trouble. The little girl with her henna head and teary eyes was so cute she wanted to be pinched. The 4 men turned pale at once and looked at her. Shinzano raised his eyebrows in interest. Then you cry. The louder you cry, the better. I like to see you cry. Shinjingji disliked Shinzano. What breed of pervert are you? Shinshoyan looked at her and silently reddened his face. Don't open his head and don't say anything. Shinanan, the corner of his mouth if anything, picked up, high and deep not to speak. She was carried to the table to eat by Yen Wei. Yen Wei Yang was furious. What are you guys doing? Why aren't you even calling out to the 2 of us? The 3 sons looked at each other, stifling their laughter and lowering their heads. Shinanan the Clouds put down the coffee, flipping the tablet and said, today is the summer games. Just be there at 8:30. It's okay to be late. Intention's hand was busy stuffing bread into his mouth when he froze at that. What's a field day? Shinjingji sighed and said helplessly. Going to a variety show. I'm sure no one told you. Today is the day of the summer games. We'll be holding 2 days of games, so even if you're late, it won't be anything. She beamed with joy. Are the games fun? She used to take gym classes at the orphanage. She still likes it. Shinzano laughed, revealing a sharp little tiger tooth. Fun ah. During the run we'll get a group of girls applauding, a group of people cheering and screaming for me, but also can receive love letters and drinks. Especially fun. Shinshoyan slanted him a glance. Don't you have any other interesting points in your life? Shinzano was a bit distressed. Does being too handsome count as an interesting point? Shinshoyan. Shinjingji was helpless. Mom and Dad, today our summer sports meeting. There is a parents' competition. Are you coming or not? Shinanwith wrinkled his eyebrows and looked at his 3 sons, finally nodding his head. Aha. Yen nodded back. I'll bring bento. With that said, she looked at Yen Lai with concern. I assume your family will be there as well? The 4 men across the room looked at her. Yi didn't want Yen Wei Yang to think about it and said with certainty, it will go. Shinanan silently lowered their eyes, a flash of worry flashing under their eyes. Summer sports. One of the extremely popular activities for students. No classes for 2 days. Just cheers, snacks, and gossip with friends. There are also people watching programs in the evening. Kindergartners will also participate in the games. Yen Lai, a pre-kindergarten class, is classified as a kindergarten, and parents bring cameras to record their babies' adorable poses and shouts of support. The only one who was sitting alone was Yi, sitting in the corner, watching them with bated breath as they jumped in gymnastics. Chapter 114, Gu Huai, I'll lend you my father. Use him as you like. The teacher stood beside her. Yen Lai, it's not that the teacher won't let you go to the jumping drill. You're taking part in the recording of the variety show during this time, so you don't have any school, but you're very free today. You just have to watch everyone play. It's very relaxing. Oh, she nodded, her tiny body shrinking into a ball, sitting alone in her chair. On the other side were all a bunch of enthusiastic, video-toting moms and dads. She didn't seem to be in the same world as them. She tilted her head at her teacher. Teacher, are mom and dad going to compete later too? And is anyone from my family coming? The teacher shook her head helplessly. I've contacted your family and they all say they don't have time. Yi was stunned. The light under her eyes abruptly died out, and she obediently nodded her head. The teacher left her alone and turned away. She sat alone, wearing a white t-shirt, small dark blue shorts, a pair of sneakers on her feet, and white mid-length socks. Auntie Miyuki gave her a double ponytail today with a white hair clip on her head. She was particularly pleased with her look today, but no matter how pleased she was, no one would see her. She looked enviously at her mom and dad next to her and pursed her lips. After the class gymnastics performance, the students returned one after another to the arms of their mothers and fathers pouting. So tired. Mommy, I want orange juice. Okay baby, you just danced so beautifully. Mommy is especially happy. Yi rubbed her hands together a little forlornly and lowered her head to stop looking. Suddenly, a pair of immaculate little white shoes landed in front of her. Yen Lai, you're finally back. I thought you couldn't even participate in the sports meet and didn't have the means to see such a beautiful me. She was startled and lifted her eyes to look. Lin Xiaojiao looked at her triumphantly. She quickly hid her disappointment and stiffened her chest. I didn't look. I was busy. Lin Xiaojiao was stunned. Her face sank. Looking around her, where are your parents? Then she thought of something else and smiled badly. Oh yeah, you don't have parents. I forgot. Yi wrinkled her eyebrows, and the other children sniffed and laughed. Yan Lai, you don't have a mom and dad, so who's going to race for you? Your babysitter? Ha 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 ha, she doesn't even have a nanny. So shabby. I think she just doesn't like her own family. My mom and dad came over to spend time with me no matter how busy they were. Her mom and dad must have just not wanted her. Yeah, don't want her, don't want her. Yi's face sank as she stood up and retorted. It's not like I'm a childish ghost like you guys. I don't need mom and dad to stay with me. I can cook and fight. Can you? They were stunned. She looked at Lin Xiaojiao again. I was locked in the toilet. I can run out by myself without crying for my mom. Can you? Lin Xiaojiao took 2 steps back at the question and raised her chin. I will. Yi saw through it with a glance and narrowed her eyes in certainty. No, you won't. You're just a coward. You're not brave like me. I'm also not as childish as you guys like mom and dad. I just like myself. I don't need mommy and daddy. Everyone froze and looked at her in surprise. She said stiffly, I can sleep by myself, wash my own socks, and stay at home by myself without company. How dare you guys? Bunch of unweaned infantile devils. A small boy turned around with steep red eyes and a deflated mouth. Mom! The other kids were infected and kind of wanted to cry and left. Mommy, she said I was a childish ghost. Yan Lai glared at Lin Xiaojiao again. Lin Xiaojiao was shocked by her and took 2 steps back. Coloring. Anyway, my dad is powerful. More powerful than you. Humph. Yan Lai huffed and puffed and sat back in his chair, wiping his slightly red eyes. She doesn't need mommy and daddy. She's fine on her own. At the thought, she forced her nose to be sore and bit her lip to look the other way. Kids cry about being told off. Parents were casting displeased glances at her. Someone else whispered, no more crying baby, she's just a little bastard nobody wants. What's the point of getting angry with her? Stunned, she pretended not to hear and lowered her head. Gu Huaili saw her like a bereaved dog from a long distance. He had come over specifically to find her, and had been in a good mood when he saw Yan Lai sitting by himself. Her classmates were surrounded by their mothers and fathers, grandparents and grandmothers, but she was all alone, without a teacher. He sank instantly and bellowed, how come? Where is your family? Yi looked up in surprise. Gu Huai, why are you here? Gu Huai sat down next to her and looked her up and down. Isn't today the field day? You're only 4 years old and need a guardian to supervise you. But what about your family? Did no one come? She bit her lower lip lightly. There was aggravation welling up in her heart, and shook her head. Yi is a big boy. Yi doesn't need family. With that said, she quickly adjusted her mood and milked her voice. Anyway, I didn't sign up for the race today. It was pretty easy. Gu Huai's expression was cold and solemn, as if he saw through her. No lying to me. She was stunned and nuzzled. I'm not lying. Gu Huai snorted coldly and pulled out his cell phone to make a call. Hey, it's me. Come to my school. Gu Rin on the other side of the phone was surprised. Son, didn't you say you didn't need me for the games? Now you need me again? Gu Huai didn't say anything and directly hung up the phone. Gu Rin had long been accustomed to his son's coldness, and decisively dropped the work at hand and instructed his secretary. Xiao Lu, bring me bento and cake, the kind that kids like to eat. Today my son is going to the sports meet, and I'm going to represent the parents to give him a race. Xiao Lu quickly bought bento for him. Cakes, mashed potatoes, bento, milk tea, everything. He took it beautifully in his hands and chose the most flamboyant Lamborghini customized sports car to arrive at the entrance of the academy and shine. Gu Rin unbuttoned his suit, and in his head, he even dubbed himself with the BGM for the appearance of Mr. Bully. Striding his long and slender legs, he met everyone's astonished gazes and locked onto Gu Huai. He raised a confident smile and walked over to Gu Huai. Son, is dad good enough for you to call out to dad? But don't worry, dad is all athletic and can definitely get you a first today. Gu Huai lazily pointed to the person beside him. You're not competing on my behalf. You're representing her. Gu Rin was stunned, and his gaze shifted downward, landing on Yan Lai's face. Yan Lai was also confused and blinked at Gu Rin. This uncle is so good looking. Gu Huai snatched the bento from Gu Rin's hand, picked up the milk tea and tied it up and handed it to her mouth. His tone lazy. This is my dad. I'll give you my dad so you're not alone today. So you won't cry, will you? Where does it come from? Gu Rin? What's that? Him? Lent out by his own son? Or lending his favorite sister as a father? Chapter 115. What's mine is yours, including my father. A bewildered Yan Lai looked at the equally dumbfounded Gu Rin and shook her head absurdly. How can this work, Gu Huai? This is your father. He can't be treated as my father. The two of us aren't the same father. Gu Rin also nodded and nodded. with the look of an abandoned old father. Right. I'm here for you Gu Huai. He's the one who left a bunch of work behind to come over and coax his son, only to have him shove it in his little girlfriend's face. That's too much to break his heart. Typical of a woman to forget her father. It is inherited from him though. Gu Huai's expression was scattered. Yen came to be. There's no need to separate so clearly between the two of us. What's mine is yours. Yi was stunned. Gu Rin absurdly pointed at himself, including at me as a dad? Gu Huai swept his cold eyes toward him. Problems? Gu Rin. No. Yi frowned particularly helplessly. Gu Huai, you can't do this to your father. And what about when you give your father to me? Gu Huai crossed his legs, his expression faint. I don't need a father. It's fine if you have one. Gu Rin. Okay, it's really his own son, so he doesn't dwell on it, he just starts. Gu Rin instantly entered the state, smiled and spoke with Yen Lai. It's okay little girl, since my son sent me a mission today, let me guard his little girlfriend here. I as a real father, I definitely want to protect my son's dream, so don't worry, I will definitely take good care of you. Yui cocked her head in bewilderment. Little girlfriend? What does that mean? Gu Huai glanced at him unhappily. Gu Rin laughed. Has no one ever called you to that? Are you two so mushy? Nope. They all call me Big Brother's favorite. Gu Rin? That's a much more exaggerated name. Okay. He straightened his demeanor and continued. Do you know that Gu Huai's room is all filled with pictures of you dash? Before he finished a sentence, Gu Huai jumped up and covered his mouth. Don't say it. Idea blinked blankly. Pictures? Gu Rin laughed happily and broke away from Gu Huai excitedly. Right. It's all over the room. Gu Huai misses you every day. So much so that he can't even eat. Gu Huai's face directly reddened into a red apple. Knowing that there was no way to gag him, he looked at little Yi with hatred. I just don't have a place to put it anymore. Yi nodded her head understandingly and followed. I also have pictures of Gu Huai in my room. It's nothing. Gu Huai was stunned and looked at her in surprise. She smiled innocently. Because at the orphanage, my favorite people are Auntie and Gu Huai. So Gu Huai's picture is something I want to see every day. Gu Huai's eyes widened in surprise. His face exploded with a bang, almost so red that it could drip blood. Who told you to put my picture? He turned his back in anger and said no more. Idea cocked her head. Can't you put it in? Gu Rin incomparably smoothed to her, smiling like a candy ant. Can put. Later uncle give you a little more pictures. You put Gu Huai stick on the roof. Open eyes can see him. Before going to bed can still see him. See him every day. Okay, Gu Huai. Gu Rin took the bento and handed it to Yi. Come, good daughter eat. Gu Huai wrinkled his eyebrows and directly snatched the bento from his hand, handing it back to Yi. Don't eat what the weird uncle gave you. Eat mine. Gu Rin, is it possible that both of us are giving her the same thing? Gu Huai ignored him. On the other side, Lin Jiaojiu was proudly accompanied by her father. The parents were extremely attentive to her father. Mr. Lin, you said how beautiful your daughters are, and they are still in the C position at the dance today, which is like our children, who just don't have any talent. Papa Lin waved his hand in feigned modesty. Don't you guys praise her anymore? That's all she's good at. She can dance and sing. She can't do anything else. The other parents laughed and chimed in. That's good talent too. I heard she's a little genius. What good genes? Lin Jiaojiu lifted her chin proudly at these words. Very happy. It's a day that is said to be a field day, but many parents take time out of their day to attend. Not for any other reason than the fact that it's a star-studded collection of parents, and you might be able to meet all the big, prestigious families, or business associates. In this overclass, Lin Jiaojiao's body is the best. Naturally, there will be many visits. Lin Jiaojiao's mom went to accompany her sister Lin Lele, leaving only father and daughter here. When people had visited almost all of them, Lin's father was disinterested, his eyes hiding mockery. I see that none of your classmates are outstanding in terms of their background. Don't you have any family businesses that are very big that you can talk to me about? Isn't this a waste of time? I might as well go suck up to Mr. Shin and the others. Shinan with came today. He knew it. The middle schooler's side of the room has the most foot traffic. Lin Jiaojiao's eyes were full of admiration. That's because daddy is awesome. That's why the other kids' daddies are not as good as you. If you want to go, you can go for now. It doesn't matter. Papa Lin gently touched her head and thought again. Speaking of which, you told me before that you seemed to be unhappy with which child you were playing with inside the school, and were worried that the child would target you. Where is that child? How come her parents didn't come over to me until now? There are a bunch of unwritten rules within parents. The awesome parent defaults to all parents coming to say hi. Not saying hello is just rude. After all, what is the status of their Lin family? Jewelry industry. A big family that could be ranked in the top 10 in the entire school. Not dealing with him? Wait for trouble. Speaking of this, Lin Jiaojiao's eyes rolled. Originally, after she saw Yan Lai's brother come out that day, she felt that she might be in trouble. But she went to school for 2 more days and realized that no one was looking for her trouble. So, she was full of blood and unafraid. How could someone whose birth and family were inferior to hers, and whose mom and dad weren't even around, bully her? She sounded innocent. Dad, that girl is right there in the corner, because her mom and dad are dead and no one cares about her, so she has no business being here. Papa Lin was amused by her and laughed. Why don't you say you're my daughter? You're really good at talking. She is indeed not qualified to come and see me. But his gaze was still sizing up the children, his eyes chilling. But since there's someone who wants to find trouble with my daughter, I naturally can't let her off the hook. So tell Dad who the one who wants to find trouble with us is, and I'll help you clean up after her. Lin Jiaojiao casually pointed to the place where she came from. Just that little girl. She still has the magic fairy wand in her hand that I don't have, and she's a little star, and she can do movies and stuff, but she's an orphan. Papa Lin scoffed. Chapter 116. What is the meaning of this? I heard that you bullied my daughter. What happened to the stars? He could get his daughter into the entertainment industry whenever he wanted, and he could invest in a transformable teenage adventure title for her daughter to be the lead actress. He stood up, his stance uncharacteristically haughty. Then what are you waiting for? Dad will take you to clean her up. She didn't notice the 2 men sitting beside her and pointed directly at her and smiled. Absence of coming. You're finished. My dad's coming to clean you up today, so wait until you cry. Stunned, Yi got out of her chair and looked at Papa Lin. The soft light in Gu Huai and Gu Rin's eyes instantly disappeared, and they looked askance at him with cold eyes. Lin's father walked up to her without looking at her and sneered at her. Little friend, are you bullying my daughter? She wrinkled her brow in a nonchalant manner. It's your daughter who bullies me. She and her sister keep people from playing with me. I'm just defending myself. Papa Lin was amused and said sarcastically, then have you ever thought that it's your problem that my daughter won't let others play with you? Yi didn't understand. What's wrong with me? Papa Lin laughed mockingly. It's your problem if you don't please my daughter and make her look bad. Gu Rin? Gu Huai's eyes grew sharper and colder. This was the first time someone with such an iron head had dared to run wild in front of them. Yi was unconvinced. Whether your daughter is disobedient is her own business. It's none of my business. You're wrongly accusing me. Gu Huai raised his eyebrows and nodded in satisfaction. But Papa Lin gritted his teeth and directly reached out to pinch her face. Our Lin family is the most powerful family within your entire class. If you dare to upset my daughter, I'll make your entire family uncomfortable. Let your family teach you, an orphan from the orphanage, so that you know what a proper big family is, what a powerful family you can't offend. Because if you offend us easily, you might have this trouble coming your way. Understand? Annoyed, Yi opened his hand. You're pinching me, uncle. You have to apologize to me or I'm going to tell my family too. Papa Lin let out a yawn and snorted. Your family? What can your family be? Worthy of dangling in front of me? A cool male voice interjected at the right time. I don't know if I'm worthy of dangling in front of you, but I can still tell if you're worthy. Mr. Lin. The atmosphere abruptly went cold. Papa Lin stiffened and looked toward the source of the sound. Gu Rin sat on a chair, his slender legs folded, his eyes flashing with cold light slightly curved, obviously smiling, but his powerful aura seemed to be able to engulf people in it. Papa Lin swished his face white. Rin Gu? Mr. Gu, what's he doing here? Gu Rin sarcastically narrowed her eyes. This big family that started from nothing is different. So much more posh than our families whose grandparents have been rich for generations. And wherever they go, they have to piss to demarcate their territory, and bully other people's children in the process, right? Father Lin stared incredulously, almost sitting on the ground with weak feet. Gu, Mr. Gu, why are you here? Are you here to attend your own son's field day today as well? What a coincidence. Gu Rin sarcastically raised her thin lips, pulled Yi to her side and rubbed her face. Not coincidentally, this child you just bullied. I'm his surrogate father today. Papa Lin's brain buzzed and he looked at Yen Lai in disbelief. Yi looked at him gamely. Gu Rin took a closer look at the pinch marks on Yi's face, and his gaze gradually became ruthless, his smile raised like Satan. Bullying a child in front of me? You're pretty wild. Lin's father's breath stuttered and he almost sat down on the floor, stiffly bracing himself not to move. Gu Huai rested his chin in one hand. His anger was even more intense than Gu Rin's. Don't talk nonsense to him. Tell his daughter to get out of this school. If she doesn't, I'll think of something. Lin Jiaojiao didn't know what was going on and hid behind her dad in fear. Father Lin was also like a scared bird, his palms covered in cold sweat. Mr. Gu, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was your dash. Gu Rin lightly cut off his words. Perhaps you don't know. Although this little sister came out of the orphanage, she happened to stay in the same orphanage as my son, and my son especially likes her. As he spoke, Yi was wrapped in his arms. She looked at him confused. Gu Rin smiled softly at her. I even have an idea. I hope this little girl can marry into our Gu family, and grow up with my son as a childhood friend. and then grow up to become a good story. So I purposely avoid my son's matches, and dedicate myself to this little daughter-in-law of mine. He looked up at Lin's father with a big smile. But I'm still sitting next to her and you're here to bully. What kind of dog are you? The eyes of the onlookers around the room looked over. A few of the parents who were not impressed with widened their eyes in consternation. This one. Isn't it the little girl who just bullied their child into crying? She's so hardcore? They looked at Papa Lin again in dismay. Father Lin was at a loss for words and hastily defended. No, I was actually just joking. You, Gu-rin, I don't think you're joking. Papa Lin's face abruptly turned ironic, the corners of his mouth downward, like a sad frog. Gu-rin's smile didn't diminish, still looking at him mercifully. At the cocktail party yesterday, I said that I have a single business to give you. After all, the two of us are considered to have known each other for so many years, and it doesn't matter that billions of dollars or more has been given to you casually. But since your family is so strong and is a big family at the top of the pyramid, then get lost. Papa Lin sucked in a breath of cold air and shook his head. Don't, please, don't. He was so nervous he couldn't even spit out a complete sentence. Gu Huai looked at the scene sarcastically. I thought it was something. It turns out it's a dog that needs others' charity to eat. Those who don't know still think it's mixed up into the master, and dares to take itself so seriously. Papa Lin stared at him with wide eyes, cold sweat sliding down his nose as he subconsciously looked at Yenlei. Yi sat in the middle with an innocent look on her face. On her left was Gu Huai and on her right was Gu Rin. Her delicate features seemed like a little girl in a comic book, with a creepy cuteness and grimness. She looked at the cold sweat on his face, no longer able to tell if it was sweat or tears, and tilted her head inquiringly. Uncle, are you crying from fear? Papa Lin shivered and suddenly found it hard to breathe. Where is this a little girl? It's clearly a demon, maximum size demon. Seems innocent and harmless, but if you bully her, bad luck will come. Gu Huai and Gu Rin raised the corners of their mouths sarcastically. Those parents next to them probed their heads, chilled by these words, and muttered in whispers. Isn't that Mr. Gu? Mr. Gu is even here? Isn't Mr. Gu's child already in elementary school? How could he be in this preschool? Is it about the girl? Chapter 117, I've been watching you, so why don't you come? Can't you see that Mr. Gu is bringing a child with him? I think I've seen this little girl before. Yesterday at the Gu family's dinner party, it seemed like she came with Mr. Yan and Mr. Shen. Oh yeah, I have an impression. The Zhao family is all about to meet on the rooftop now because they offended the Shen family and the Yin family. It's scary. This child is remarkable, and his identity is very expensive. But I didn't expect to know Mr. Gu. It's over. Mr. Lin is finished. Who let him usually be so proud in front of us? Today it's kind of like he's met a tough opponent. Tell him to have a good time. Mr. Lin awkwardly wiped the sweat from his face, pretending that he hadn't heard their comments as he awkwardly said, I'm really sorry Mr. Gu, I just heard earlier that my daughter and this child had a bit of a fight. That's why I came over to try to find out more about the situation. Frowned. You're lying. It's not. It's clearly your daughter's fault. You're blaming it all on me. Papa Lin choked. Gu Huai coldly grunted. Gu Rin sneered. Leave Mr. Lin. I'll give you some face with so many people. Take your daughter and get out. Gu Huai also said. I don't want to see your daughter again either. Have her transferred to another school or wait for her to look good. Lin Jiajiao's face changed drastically and tugged at her dad's hand. Dad, are they bullying me? Will you help me fight back? They're bullying me. Papa Lin was as goose-stepping as a king, hunched over, cold and sweaty. Gu Rin smiled meaningfully. What to do? Mr. Lin, your daughter told you to fight back. You do not do it for your daughter? Gu Huai faintly said. He probably wouldn't dare because his legs are shaking. Sight down the line. Papa Lin's legs were shaking like a sieve, the fear visible to the naked eye. Gu Rin laughed out loud. That's so funny Mr. Lin. This is the first time I've seen a failed attempt at pretending. Ha 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 ha. The laughter was so deafening that Lin's father couldn't lift his head and tore his daughter away. He frowned. Wait, Mr. Lin gave a start and looked at her expectantly. She grimaced. You guys haven't apologized to me yet. Papa Lin was appalled. Lin Jiaojiao bit her lower lip in aggravation and looked at her father. Mr. Lin's face was green and purple and blue. He didn't dare to say more and bent down. I'm sorry, we won't dare to do it again next time. Lin Jiaojiao nearly broke down. Dad, how can you be so humiliated? Mr. Lin raised his hand and pushed her. Hurry up. Lin Jiaojiao instantly had hot tears in her eyes and lowered her head unwillingly. I'm sorry, how come? Is very satisfied. Today is another day to defend the dignity of the family. She raised her eyebrows. I forgive you, but the next time, I will definitely not tolerate you either. But you let your father bully me and didn't settle the matter with me privately. You're really ashamed of yourself too. Gu Huai raised his lips in satisfaction. Not bad for what he taught. Papa Lin was disgraced by what she said and glanced at his daughter in obscurity. Tugging at his daughter, he hurried away. Not a moment later, Lin Jiaojiao's wails resounded through half the sky. This breath finally went out of Yi's mouth, and she sat back down in her chair with a calm demeanor. The other parents didn't dare to breathe a sigh of relief, and the way they looked at her always changed. Gu Rin was so happy. Little girl, you are quite fierce. I thought you would be bullied by him and cry straight. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Yi nodded heavily. All of this was taught to me by Gu Huai. He said that the more I tolerate, the more others will bully me, so I must protect myself. Plus my family told me that I must not lose their face, so if I'm bullied, I must do it properly. Definitely won't let myself be upset. Gu Rin looked at Gu Huai with interest. You still teach your little girlfriend? Okay Gu Huai. You're better than your dad at it Gu Huai didn't have a good temper. Don't talk nonsense. Yan Lai is my most important friend, not some little girlfriend. Gu Rin smirked. Then imagine this Yan Lai child doesn't stick to you in the future. And when there's another boy to protect her in the future, she'll prefer to be with that boy, and will even refrain from being with you in order to avoid suspicion. What will happen to you? Gu Huai's face darkened instantly. With me around, no one can stand beside her. Gu Rin, isn't that a bump? He laughed out loud. Don't worry, Dad knows what it's like to love someone. And when you still like her as an adult, Dad will definitely support you both. Gu Huai rolled his eyes in disgust. Neuropathy, talking about all that stuff. Following that, the announcer's office said, please have all the parents of your children report to the sign-in area to prepare for the game. Yi brightened up and looked at Gu Huai. Gu Huai's hand rested on his jaw. His expression languid. Go ahead, have fun. Yi nodded heavily and took Gu Rin's hand and ran to the enrollment office. Let's go uncle. She was so happy. Her ponytails were blowing in the wind, reflecting the light beautifully in the sunlight. Gu Huai kept his gaze following her, his expression indescribably calm. Shu Tao and the others finally found him in the playground, panting, Brother Huai, we've been looking for you for a long time. Why did you run kids over here by yourself? Gu Huai's gaze didn't fall on them either. He just looked at Yen to come. Someone needs me. Shu Tao turned his head and was surprised to see Yan Lai standing with Gu Rin. Hey, that's not right. Isn't she an orphan? How come she still has family with her? Is this her uncle? Gu Huai's tone was flat. No, it's my dad. I lent her my dad. Shu Tao, the identity of the father can still be borrowed? The others looked at each other in disbelief. What are you going to do, Brother Huai? Do you want your dad to run both ways? Gu Huai's peach blossom eyes carried a slight cold color as he looked at Yi's frowning and smiling side face. She was really happy. Her eyes were smiling, bright as the sunshine today. His gaze unconsciously softened and then softened again. I don't need someone to run for me, but she does. He didn't want to look at her sitting alone in a chair and see her hanging her head without a single person to talk to, and don't want to fill her head with anything that makes her sad or upset. He wanted her to stand on the runway. There's a man running for her. There was a man in a chair with his eyes ever following her, waiting for her to return. Shu Tao scratched his head, not quite understanding, but still sitting beside him. Then let's cheer for our sister. Sister and uncle can definitely take first place. Yan Lai stood at the signature, suddenly felt warmth in her heart, and subconsciously turned back to look at Gu Huai. In the heavy sea of people, Gu Huai looked so good that it was as if the gods had created a beam of light for him. She could see him at a glance and waved her hand vigorously. Gu Huai, you have to watch us I'll come back with first place. You have to believe in me Gu Huai's face was expressionless as he snorted at the words. Do you still need her to say whether you believe it or not? He murmured thoughtfully, and I've been watching you the whole time. Absent coming. Chapter 118, Why does have a surrogate father? Shannon and also came to the check-in. He is about to enter his 3 sons in order. Shinjingji stood side by side with him and suddenly thought, Dad, is he not having anyone who can compete for her? Is she on her own now? Although Yan Lai said that there would be someone to compete for her, he racked his brain and thought that no one in their circle except him liked Yan Lai, so naturally no one would care about her. Shannon frowned at the reminder. As it happened, the principal, Yan Fengshang, passed by them. He tugged at him. Yan Fengshang, Yan Lai's side doesn't have a parent to accompany her to the competition. Can you help? Yan Fengshang cleared the air and swept him with an extremely scanty glance, drew back his hand and replied, No. Shinjingji didn't understand. Why? Second uncle, you are the chairman of the board of directors and the principal of the school. It's perfectly possible to sympathize with a 4-year-old child without a parent for a justifiable reason. Isn't this also a time when you can earn favorable comments for you? Yan Fengshing's tone was cloudy. No need. I don't like Yan Zishi, and even more so, I don't like her child. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, there was a sudden high school scream in the distance. Ah, Mr. Gu is so handsome. Geez, that's the same Mr. Gu who was hanging on the wall, isn't it? What hangs on the wall? People that are past super seniors with super grades and graduated from MIT. That honors wall in our school isn't just for anyone to go up. So strange, obviously already 40 years old, but still so charming. It feels as if from a youthful teenager into a man who has weathered over the mill, mysterious and dangerous. Look at that group of greasy Mediterranean with beer bellies, and then look at our Mr. Goo. This is the living domineering president. I'll bet a cup of milk tea that he definitely has mermaid lines on his belly. Sisters, put some pants on. People have kids in elementary school. Mr. Goo. Shin Anha heard the familiar title and turned around to see Gu Rin standing in the kindergarten area with a smile on her face, accepting the flattery of the others. He stood in a loose white shirt and straight, slim dark gray suit nines, with a pair of immaculate white shoes, handsome as a shining new star in a crowd of greasy Mediterranean. Apparently he unprepared and came here on short notice in his work clothes, but this is rather colorful. Adults were fawning over him, and in the distance a female high school waved and screamed, "Senior!" Gu Rin looked toward the source of the sound and gave a refreshing smile. "I've graduated for so many years and still call me senior?" The girls let out a scream and hugged each other excitedly. "Because you're handsome, that's why you've always been a senior." The adults next to us laughed their asses off. "No, you're standing next to us like you're in your 20s. You're so young." Yen Fengsheng got a headache when he saw him. "Why is this noisy guy here too? I'll leave first, don't want him to see me." Ringu is a social humper who can talk as long as he opens his mouth. A mouth blah 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 blah. It's like popping popcorn. Shinjingji felt something was wrong. Isn't Gu Huai an elementary school student? Why is his father in that area of the kindergarten? The moment he raised his question, Gu Rin turned sideways, revealing Yan Lai standing behind him. Shin Anha and Shinjingji stared blankly. How do you come to mean it? How did she end up with Gu Rin? One of the fathers leaned down and looked at Yi, his eyes all flattering and pleasing. This little girl is really pretty. I wonder what is her relationship with Mr. Gu? Yi pursed her lips sheepishly and looked at Gu Rin. Gu Rin didn't hesitate. My goddaughter. I'll help her run today. Shin and with. How come he doesn't know his daughter has a new godfather? The crowd was astonished. What about your son? Do you have to run twice? Gu Rin smiled and shook her head. I'll just manage this child, one is enough. This is a little girl that my son especially likes. Or he sent me here. Shinan with steeply clenched fists, striding towards him. The fathers gathered around Gu Rin coaxed. Oh, your son is so thoughtful? Is your goddaughter close to you? Gu Rin smiled and licked his back teeth. Kiss, why not? He scooped Yi into his arms with one hand and brought his face over. Yi, come and kiss. Yui cupped his cheek and kissed him gently. Gu Rin was quickly delighted. The surrounding adults even laughed away. Mr. Gu, I really envy you for having such a beautiful goddaughter. Gu Rin laughed out loud. The kiss was surprisingly sweet for him. You guys don't say. This is a really different feeling having a daughter. I want to throw my son away and just raise this goddaughter of mine. Yi laughed happily in his arms as well. Shinan with strides to walk among them, a handsome face sunk cold to the extreme. Yen, come to the intention. How can you lie in the arms of strangers? His voice was low and magnetic, suddenly shaking the surrounding area into calm. The only sound that came over was distant shouts and screams. The adults around the room were not expecting this and took 2 steps back in surprise, muttering in whispers. Why is Mr. Shen here? Does he know this goddaughter? Mr. Shen's eyes are so scary. Let us just go. Everyone scattered in all directions, not wanting to get involved. Yi looked at Shinanha in surprise and didn't see that he was unhappy, but instead said cheerfully, Uncle. Gu Rin raised his eyebrows and smiled gangly. It's been a long time, Shinanha. How have you been? Shinanha walked up to him with a grim expression. Why are the two of you together? Gu Rin narrowed his eyes when he saw Shinan with this expression. It felt as if he had robbed him of an important treasure. His gaze swept over Yen Lai and Shinanha's faces, and an idea vaguely climbed to his heart, a smile that did not reach the bottom of his eyes. This little child does not have a mom or dad to accompany him. My son's heart aches for him, so he let me be her surrogate father for a bit. I should be considered as Yen Lai's surrogate father now, said he, provocatively pressed on Yen Lai's face. Isn't that right, little baby? Call Godfather. Without thinking much, Yi said in a milky voice, Godfather. Shinan and his face sank, and without saying anything, he went straight up to snatch the intention of Yen. Yi was almost shocked when he drew it out. Uncle Shun. Gu Rin hugged her tightly, with a treacherous look on his face. What's going on here? The past High Ridge Flower Campus prince. Why are you still robbing other people's children now? Idea? The prince of the campus at High Ridge? Who? Gu Rin saw through her doubts. Your Uncle Shin used to be a popularity model on campus. The Flower of the High Ridge is the title given to him by the girls. By the way, my title is the Fox-like Demon. The two of us at first, but one of us occupies half of the river. And now your Uncle Shin's picture is still on the wall. The girls cried when they saw him. Yan Lai, Shenjingji. Words are too dense. Chapter 119 EE, choose him or me. Gu Huai watched from a distance, felt something was wrong, and hurried towards them. Shannon and his eyes grew more and more horrible. No one cares about your ugly name calling in the past. He looked at EE again, his dangerous gaze full of warning. Are you sure you want to stay in his arms? Don't you have your own family? What's the deal with you finding someone else's surrogate father? Little EE's eyes widened as she finally realized he was angry. But she didn't understand why he was angry. She pouted. I don't have a daddy. All the other kids have mommies and daddies. And the teacher said that my family doesn't have time to come, so she left me on my own. Shannon with, how come I didn't get a call? She was baffled. You're not my dad. Why are you answering the phone? Gu Rin clamped her voice to learn how to speak. Right duck. Right duck. You're not her father. Why are you answering the phone? Shannon with a belly full of fire, picking her up to put her on the ground. Then you can't find someone else's father. I'll find someone else for you. Gu Rin hugged EE tightly without letting go and screamed in a small voice. Ah, crap. The flower of the high ridge is robbing the baby. Yeah no. Shannon and neuropathy. He lowered his hand, his expression returning to a cold color. Gu Rin, put the child down for me, and I'll arrange for her to be in charge of another parent. Gu Rin, I don't. Shannon with suppressed anger. What about your own son? Gu Huai interjected in at the right time. Don't bother you. I'll manage my sister on my own. Shananha lowered her eyes and met Gu Huai's sarcastic eyes. He was wearing his school uniform, his contempt undiminished, and he seemed to be smiling. We meet again, Uncle Shun. Shannon grimaced and didn't say anything. Shin Jingji walked in front of Gu Huai, leveling with him. You really are a ghost. Although Gu Huai was younger than him, he was as tall as him, and his aura was not lost in the slightest. Shin Jingji, I only appear where Yan Lai appears. If you don't want to see me, stay away from Yan Lai. Shin Jingji's pupils suddenly shrunk and he shouted lowly. You dare to tell me to stay away from her? What are you? EE was flabbergasted. What's all the fuss about? Why are her uncle and brother angry when she's so happy to have a dad to help her run? Shannon do not want to talk nonsense. Sharp eyes locked to her. Coercion of God is very thick. You are willing to let Gu Rin help you run? Yen come in tension. This taut look had the threat of try it if you dare to say yes, but EE didn't see it, and without thinking, yes, Shannon with. Instead, she resented it a little. Uncle is not her father. Why should he interfere with her having a godfather? She puffed up her mouth. Uncle. The other kids all laughed at me, saying that I don't have any family to accompany me. Uncle Gu just helped me drive away the bad guys, and the other kids' dads pinched me in the face. If I didn't have my uncle, I'd definitely be bullied by a lot of people, so I'm willing to let Uncle Gu run around with me. So can you just leave it alone? Shannon with. His eyes were steeped in danger. Who bullied you and why? EE lost her head. He said that it was my problem that his daughter didn't like me, so he started pinching my face and making jokes about my mom and dad being dead. I know that what they say is true, but Uncle Gu is trying to help me right now, and I don't want Uncle Gu to leave. I just want him to stay with me. The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. Shannon with how to listen to the heart. How uncomfortable. Who said you? She pointed directly at Lin Jiaojiao's father. Lin Jiaojiao's father's gaze always falls on their side, was still observing, and once he met Shin Anyu's eyes, he hurriedly nodded curtly. But Shannon and his eyes coalesced with a fishy wind and blood, as if they could tear him apart. Lin's father was looked at in an uncertain manner and hurriedly averted his head to avoid the gaze. What is this? How did he feel an even more terrifying killing intent coming towards him than just now? Shannon with fire twisting in his heart, veins rippling at the corners of his forehead. He didn't want someone using his dad's position to help Yan Min to run, but the boy was even bullied again. She was his youngest child and he was not there for her as a father. And who is he to stop people from helping with absent intentions? Shin Zeno and Shin Xiuyan, who arrived later to figure out the ins and outs, tilted their heads and looked at him, seeing his entanglement. Shin Xiuyan frowned slightly and imperceptibly. Dad was surprisingly attentive to Yanai's intentions without realizing it. Obviously, he was hoping that he would be able to get out of the station instead of Yan Lai, but it would have to run 5 races, and Dad might not have the stamina. That's because the winning dads will have a battle of the best, regardless of class year, for the fastest father to run in the entire games. He and Shin Zeno looked at each other. They don't care if Dad went to war for them anyway, so why don't they give Dad to Yan Lai? Shin Jingji didn't even give them a glance and directly suggested, let my father go, don't bother anyone else. He didn't know why. He just didn't want Gu Huai's dad to help. He looked at Gu Huai in a bad light. Gu Huai's gaze fell onto him with a coldness. Shin Jingji smiled skinlessly. A few people had dark tides. Shannon subconsciously looked at Yan Lai, and there was actually a hidden expectation in his eyes. Suddenly felt so stressed, but before she could speak, Gu Rin's smile turned a bit cold and hugged her tightly. You guys are going a bit too far. It's not easy for me to pick up a cute little daughter. Shannon and you, but you have 3 sons. I want such a younger sister who is not half related to you, can't I? Shin Anha didn't say anything, just stared insistently at Yenlai. I'll run for you or he'll run for you. You decide. But there were two big words written in his dark eyes. Pick him. Yi frowned and looked at Gu Rin, then at Shin and with. Gu Huai's expression tightened a bit. Shin Zeno was unimpressed. There's no need to choose. I'll definitely choose my dad. She licked my dad so much. What's the point of choosing? Idea, no. The crowd was stunned. She firmly shook her head. I want Uncle Gu to run it for me. Shannon and Gu Rin was happy and lifted her up and spun her around. Yo, goddaughter chose me. Gu Huai then softened his brows and raised his lips in satisfaction. Shannon and his face sank so low that it could be charcoal. Reason. Yi looked at him seriously. Uncle Gu came first. I can't be cool with Uncle Gu. Thank you Uncle Shin for trying to help. You'd better mind your brothers. Shannon and the veins at the corners of his forehead rippled. A mouthful of uncle. He's her real dad. Shananha took a deep breath and didn't say anything more, only looking at Gu Rin with a ruthless gaze. We'll meet at the last match. You'd better come in first. Gu Rin's gaze turned steeply cold. Definitely. Shannon turned to leave. The other three children looked deeply at Gu Huai and left in contempt. Gu Rin looked at the backs of a few people meaningfully. It's really a dream back to high school. Reminds me of when I used to snatch Yan Weiyang from him, making every effort like a big peacock in courtship. This time it's robbing a child again. But it's really interesting. Chapter 120, You've revealed yourself. Shannon with. After Gu Rin finished, she looked at Yi again. But who let our little baby look pretty and popular? My son will probably have to suffer in the future. But my son is the first one to get a number plate. You have to pay more attention to our contestants. Gu Huai. Dad. Don't talk nonsense. Gu Rin sked lightly. You don't understand. I'm helping you pave the way. Gu Huai was speechless. Shannon finished signing up on the other side, his gaze coldly sweeping towards Gu Rin. Yan Weiyang walked up from the audience and looked curiously into the distance. Isn't that Gu Rin? Why is he with Yi? Shannon with a chilly tone. He's her surrogate father now. And Yan Lai doesn't have any parents around to help, so he's going to help her run. Yan Weiyang was stunned and laughed. See, I told you that our Yi is very popular. This little girl is naturally pleasing to the eye and should be star-studded. Shananha sneered coldly. Yan Lai has people who love him. This time it is just not arranged. Yen froze and looked at the side of his face. It was as if it had condensed into ice. Doubt rose in her eyes. Shananha didn't notice Yan Weiyang's gaze, but only stared searingly in the direction of Gu Rin's side, his eyes becoming more and more appalling. The kindergarten group is ready. A gunshot rang out, and Gu Rin rushed out like an arrow off the string. Yi jumped up and clapped and cheered. Go Uncle Gu! Her voice was clear and bright. Shannon heard. His face became more and more ugly, went to his track to get ready and looked at Gu Rin. Gu Rin sprinted to the finish line, raising her hands in the air and cheering. The female high school students were screaming, Ea-ea-waha, senpai, that's so cool senpai. The other dads held their knees and looked at Gu Rin absurdly. What kind of speed is that? This is a middle distance runner, right? Yi almost jumped up to the sky. Gu Huai, look, Uncle won, Uncle won. Gu Huai calmly held her up. Pay attention, don't fall. Yi could hardly restrain the excitement in her heart and ran towards Gu Rin with open arms. Gu Rin didn't even take a breath, leaning down and picking her up with one arm. Is Uncle awesome? He also walked towards Shannon with as he spoke. Yi didn't notice and smiled from ear to ear. Awesome. Uncle is definitely even better than my dad. My real dad is definitely not as good as you. Shannon and his teeth clenched, every joint cackling as he twisted his head to look at her. So happy? She hadn't even been this happy with him, and had always looked scared of him. Shinjingji wasn't too happy, it's just helping her get first place. What's the big deal? If I were to compete with Gu Huai, I could also help her get first place. The sour smell of the two of them could waft across the playground. Yan stood back and coldly watched their reactions. Shannon with not right. He's always been pretty chill about things, but the attitude towards Yan's coming exceeds that of his son. When he finally waited for Shananha to get into the ring, a gunshot rang out and Shananha instantly disappeared from the starting point. The Mediterranean beside him looked confused. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He flew ah? Yi looked in the distance and said in surprise, Uncle Shin is running too. Shannon and his gaze glanced her way if at all. She joyfully jumped up and cheered. Go Uncle Shun! Go Uncle Shun! Go Uncle Shun! Shannon raised their eyebrows and sprinted towards the finish line in silence. Yi cheered. Uncle first place. Shannon broke through the ribbons and looked at her unconsciously again. They were spaced farther apart, but Yen Lai's voice still cut through the many murmurs toward him. Uncle is number one. Uncle is awesome. His taut nerves suddenly softened. Gu Rin walked towards him with open arms, wanting to give him a hug. My first place worked hard. Shannon with. Don't come over. Yen Lai stared at the backs of the two of them, her eyes glowing as she tugged at Gu Huai. Gu Huai. Uncle looks so handsome, he must be very capable. Gu Huai silently looked at Gu Rin and coldly grunted. I will definitely be higher than him in the future. Her eyes filled with admiration. She nodded. Aha, aha, I believe Gu Huai is the best. Gu Huai choked and said sullenly without looking away. You're the only one who can talk. Gu Rin hugged Shen Anha in full view of everyone and patted him on the back. Shen Anha, Yan Lai is your and Yan Zishi's child, right? Shen An stiffened and did not answer, because a veto won't help. Gu Rin was smart. Gu Rin released him and smiled deviously. You just had the look of a dad who was jealous because of his daughter but Wei Yang shouldn't know that, right? If you want to hide it, you still have to pay attention to it better. Shen An snapped out of it. Yeah, he lost his cool. Everything he had just displayed had all changed because of Yan Lai's intention. So, did Uno notice? He turned around, deliberately searching for Yan Wei Yang's figure. Yan stood in the corner and picked up a phone. Any leads? The voice on the other end was deliberate. Check it out. But, she was impatient. Say, where is Yan Zishi now? The other party said. She rented a house in a dilapidated and ancient residential building on the edge of Lan City. The address I will send you later. But, she herself is now at the funeral parlor in Qingli district. Lan City. Yan Wei Yang's pupils plummeted. The hand holding the phone shaking vaguely. Work? No. Unfortunately, MS. Yan Zishi has passed away. Like a thunderbolt from heaven. Yan Wei Yang suddenly froze in place, her body freezing. The other party said, Miss Yan Zishi was chased by a woman because she was dabbling with a married woman, and during the chase between the two sides, she rushed onto the road and was hit by a car. The video of the aftermath was taken down by the internet because of the gore, but I got the resources of the video. In addition to that, Yan Zishi left behind a daughter who was sent to the Qingli District Tian'an Welfare Center after her death. Yan Wei Yang's breathing gradually became rapid as more and more thoughts flooded his mind. What is the child's name? The other man said. How come? Wei Yang shuddered, the idea in her mind suddenly materializing, and laughed out absurdly. Go on. The other side, according to my investigation, this child did a paternity test with a man after Yan Zishi's death, and the results of the paternity test showed that there was a blood relationship between them, but all of the surveillance on the day of the orphanage's adoption was destroyed. All that can be known is that the child was taken away by her father. It's just that the orphanage claimed to the public that it was taken away by her uncle, concealing the fact that the biological father took it away, and it's not yet clear what the other party's intentions were. Yan Wei Yang's head buzzed. Of course you're not clear. How could we possibly know if someone is intentionally hiding it? Opponent, what did you say? Mr. Yan? Yan Wei Yang woke up and composed herself. Yan Zishi's address and the funeral parlor's address were sent to me. I'll transfer the money to you now. The commission is over. She hung up the phone after saying that and looked at Shen An with in the distance. Shen An looked for her in the heavy sea of people, with worry on his brow, and even picked up his cell phone to dial her cell phone. Yan Wei Yang pulled up the corner of his mouth coolly. A bit of a strange, always absentee child, and her sister who died almost a month ago. Shen Anha, you're really good at hiding things from people. Chapter 121, the first of what comes to be. After the parents of each class have competed, they are about to enter the final competition. No classes, no age groups, randomly assigned matches. Winners get school prizes, and kids get to have a glow on their face and a little star tied to the chest of their uniform. This is proof of victory. But this is also the time of year when parents are at their most disorganized. Like a smorgasbord, everyone is crammed together. Little Yi found Yan Wei Yang in the crowd and jumped in front of her with open arms. Auntie, the unseen was a little lost in thought. In a trance, it was as if she saw her little sister flinging herself at her with open arms. Sis, she froze in place. Yi hugged her thigh and smiled up at her. Auntie, did you see Uncle Gu Rin helping me run? He's awesome and got first place. All the kids' daddies didn't, and this dad of mine is so awesome. Shen An walked up to her and grimaced at the words. Yan Wei Yang forced a smile and leaned down to touch her face. Yes, all daddies aren't as good as yours. You're the best. Yi arched her eyebrows, but she felt something was wrong and frowned. What's wrong with you, Auntie? I feel as if you are very unhappy. Did something happen? There were tears flickering in Wei Yan's eyes and she smiled, shaking her head. No, Auntie just had some work stuff just now. It's much better now. Thank you for caring about me. Intent nodded, holding her hand to the other side. The final battle for Dad has begun, she said expectantly. I wonder which one will win, Uncle Gu or Uncle Shen. Who does Auntie think will win? Shen An and Gu Rin were already standing on the runway ready to go. The two men looked neatly toward Yan Lai. Yan Wei Yang's smile was a bit cool, slowly said, Uncle Shen, right, for his baby, he'll definitely work hard. Yi was unsure. Who's his baby? Undine lowered her eyelashes and smiled without saying a word. And on the track, Gu Rin looked at Shen Anha and flirted. Shen Anha, just give me the first place directly. I'm here to compete on behalf of EE. You as a father always have to love and adore your child. Shannon with a snort. I'm giving up first place to you so you can turn into a godfather in front of her who got first place for her twice. Gu Rin smiled and narrowed his eyes. So what's not to like? You, the real father, can't get on anyway. Shin Anha was stunned, and his eyes steeply became deep. Even if in the future, Yen Lai and I can't become an explicit father and daughter, I don't need anyone else to replace me. Gu Rin's smile turned cold. Then we'll see. I want me to fight for this goddaughter of mine to be number one anyway. You don't stand a chance. The game is about to begin. Shannon looked to Yen Lai. Xiaoyi stood beside Yen Weiyang and waved at them. Go Uncle Gu. Go Uncle Shun. He withdrew his gaze in cold arrogance, heard a gunshot, and sprinted toward the finish line. The Gu Rin at his side was also extremely fast and incomparable. The intensity of the competition between the two sides was so great that all eyes gathered on them. Whose dad is that? Shin Jingji's dad seems to be the same as Yen Lai's dad, right? How come her father is so good looking? Why do I think Shin Jingji's father and Yen Lai look alike? Little EE tiptoed expectantly and looked away. Yen asked tentatively, who would you prefer to take first place? She was honest. Uncle Gu is competing on my behalf, and I want Uncle to take first place. Yen Weiyang, don't you want your Uncle Shin to take first place? EE smiled in a subtle way. Uncle Shin is also quite good, but I still want Uncle Gu to take first place. Yen Weiyang raised her eyebrows, her tone meaningful. But don't you think Uncle Shin is like your father? EE was stunned and turned her head to look at her. I don't think so. Yen tilted her head suspiciously. Why are you so sure? EE's gaze followed the two men's chasing figures as she unconsciously said, we had our blood drawn, and Uncle said we don't have a father-daughter relationship. Unchained raised an eyebrow, instantly understanding. It appears that they were already tested for paternity and the paternity test showed paternity. But Shannon did not tell Yen the truth about his intentions. There was a hidden anger in her eyes. Two men crossed the finish line at the same time. The referee shouted. The father of the child Yen Lai and the father of the student Shin Jingji of class 5-1 are tied for the first place. EE was overjoyed and ran to them with a bottle of mineral water. Uncle! Congratulations! Shin Jingji also quickly stepped forward. As much as he was upset that his dad had tied for first place with someone else, he was fine with it as long as he wasn't second. Shannon had some gasps and turned his head to look at Yen Lai. Yi took the mineral water to him and stood in front of him. The cold color in his brow eased and he held out his hand. Thank you. But Yen Lai's hand turned around and handed the water directly to Gu Rin. Uncle Gu, you worked hard. You're really great today. Yi's face is all light. Shannon with, I can't believe it's not for him. Gu Rin took her water and gulped it down. Soothed, thank you my precious goddaughter. You're so considerate, and you know how to bring me water. Unlike my own son, who doesn't even know how to bring me water. Gu Huai, who had been following Yen Lai all along, swept a glance at him unhappily. Wouldn't she just send it? The three of them had a great time and looked like a brand new family. Shannon and the hand that originally wanted water froze and drew back in embarrassment. Shin Jingji handed him a bottle of water. Dad, Shannon with a disinterested look. Obviously the packaging is the same, but somehow, it feels like it's holding fire. He then took a sip and subconsciously looked to the side. EE attentively followed Gu Rin around. Uncle, thank you for helping me so much today. Tomorrow I'll have little stars on my school uniform. In order to thank you, do you want to eat instant noodles? I can make it for you. Gu Rin was a little touched and picked her up. Godfather, I want a sweet kiss. Intentions barked a kiss. Gu Rin loved it so much. Too cute baby. Gu Huai was not happy and warned from the side. Stop kissing and put her down. Shin Anha looked more and more angry, and shoved the water into Shin Jing's eye. How come? Yui turned her head from her laughter and looked at him quizzically. Shannon and his eyes sank. I'm also number one. Yen Weiyang raised an eyebrow at his words and looked at Yen Lai. Little EE was stunned when she heard this and was a bit sad. Uncle, I'm sorry, today my dad is Uncle Gu. I'm going to cheer for my dad properly, so go find someone else to praise you. Don't keep coming back to me. Shannon and Yen Weiyang sneered. He doesn't go to be a father to others, letting others be a father to him. Clueless, right? Shannon and Gu Rin smiled oddly and hooked her lips, grabbing Yen Lai's hand and waving it around. Then let's go. Shannon and he looked away with a black face. Just go. He doesn't care. Chapter 121, Absolute Lai performed on stage by himself. The entire summer games were held until after dark. When they drew to a close and moved on to the last part of the program, the banquet hall was packed. Little Italy returned to the class jurisdiction area, with the kindergarten in the position closest to the stage. There was a Gu Huai on her left and a Gu Rin on her right, as if creating an invisible barrier to isolate everyone else. The parents all cast envious gazes at her, muttering in whispers, look at this child of others. The opening is the top match, surrounded by a Mr. Gu accompanied by a small son of Gu. This child grows up as long as it does not do anything to die. In the future, That will have to be the status of what? The resources she has now are better than ours. And she can get Mr. Gu to be her godfather. What a great resource. Gu Huai propped his chin up in boredom and was not interested in the show. You don't want to perform, do you? She shook her head. The teacher said I went to a shoot to delay registration, so I can't go up there. Gu Rin was not pleased and got up directly. What no? I think your teacher just thinks you're powerless and wants to bully you, right? I'm going to tell your teacher to add a program. Grabbed him in fear. Uncle, I don't know how to perform. Forget it. As she spoke, Lin Jiajiu walked onto the stage. The host announces, next up, we have our Jiajiao Lin child and her mom singing a song about Scarborough Fair. Applause. Intentionally looking toward the stage, Gu Huai wrinkled his brows and muttered, this Lin Jiajiao is actually still here. Lin Jiajiao stood proudly on the stage, with an extremely gentle and loving mother standing beside her, bending down to the audience stage. When she straightened up again, Lin Jiajiao's gaze fell on Yan Lai and she hooked her lips in triumph. See, that's the gap. She's about to show off her singing voice today before her dad still says she's offended someone she shouldn't be. After all, Yan Lai didn't even have a show, and he still had the nerve to show off in front of her? Yui met her gaze and rolled her eyes breathlessly. What a lack of eyes. Like a big, proud rooster. He came to her clucking across his neck when he had nothing else to do. Lin Jiajiao's mother sits at the piano and presses the keys. The mellifluous top notes ring out. Lin Jiajiao stood in front of the microphone and opened her mouth to sing. The child's voice is clear. Not off-key. Not too good. Not too bad. Gu Huai took out his noise-canceling headphones and plugged his ears, closing his eyes to sleep. The preschool teacher looked at Lin Jiajiao with particular pride. A colleague complimented. The best of the students in your class is Lin Jiajiao. I really envy you. She humbly waved her hands. No, your students are better than me, and I only have one Lin Jiajiao. That being said, Mr. Lu's heart snickered. The best thing about her entire class was Jiajiao Lin. Although Yan Lai had a high IQ and was an entertainer, she was not as good as Lin Jiajiao's family. In this cluster **** of a school, family status determines everything. Lin Jiajiao, with her status and status modeling talents online, is comparable to a pentagonal war god. On stage, Lin Jiajiao bobbed her head and held her posture well. Suddenly, she felt a pain that shot up from her belly to her ass. Lin Jiajiao? She wants diarrhea. As soon as the thought came to her, the smile on her face froze. Her expression changed at first, and the tone of her voice ran away. Yan Fengsheng in the main seat frowned. The audience even whispered, did you just sing out of tune? It's too normal for a little kid to sing off-key. Hurry up and wait for her to finish her performance. Lin Jiajiao had just finished singing a bar when the uncomfortable feeling intensified. The kind of thoughts that scrambled to come out, covering her stomach and suddenly running down. The whole room was in an uproar. Mom froze and rushed off the stage to find her daughter. Mr. Lu, what's the situation? Yan Fengsheng steeply darkened his face and looked at the vice principal with a gloomy tone. What's going on? The vice principal asked the director of instruction. Looking huffy. What's going on? The dean of instruction asked the first-year director, his voice shaking. What's going on? The first-year director was all over the place. I'm going to ask. Yan Fengsheng was speechless. Things like this can go wrong. He was angry. Wouldn't the classroom teacher pick his best students? The vice principal nodded his head repeatedly. Don't be angry. We've gone to ask, and we'll have the results soon. The stage was empty, and the guests underneath stirred, looking at me and me at you. Unsure. Teacher Lu was directly confused and rushed towards Lin Jiajiao. What are you doing? You haven't finished your performance yet. Lin Jiajiao's face was suffocatingly red. Teacher, I'm going to have diarrhea. I seem to have eaten too much ice cream just now. Mr. Lu, what about your performance? So many people are watching. Aren't you losing my face? A class may only present one program. That's why she sent her strongest hero, Lin Jiajiao. As a result, Lin Jiajiao on this play level? The audience gradually began to roar. Hurry up with the next song if no one else is performing. All of our time is worth a lot. That's right. What's going on here? The voice of discontent is growing stronger. The first grade director ran to Mr. Lu. What's wrong with you? Is this the program your class put out? Lin Jiajiao's face continued to ooze cold sweat, and she really couldn't hold it in a bit. I'm sorry, director. Probed at the girls on stage, hesitated, and gathered the courage to run to the teacher. Teacher, I can sing. As soon as Mr. Lu saw it was her, his brow furrowed. People, this is an English song. How can you possibly know it? She's a lowly person. She's from an orphanage. How can she just sing? The commotion in the audience grew stronger. Hurry up and get the next one. Can it be faster? If she can't perform, then get someone else. Or not. The first grade director was sweating profusely. Ms. Lu, this is your class only chance. So hurry up. Teacher Lu could do nothing about it and looked uncertainly at Yan Lai. Are you really good? Yi nodded firmly. Lin Jiaojiao, however, was annoyed. No way. Can't let her go. She definitely won't. She was firm. I will. Lin Jiaojiao was extremely certain. No, you won't. Teacher Lu's face changed drastically. Yen, come on. Gu Rin was surprised and poked Gu Huai. Gu Huai, your little girlfriend is going up. Gu Huai impatiently took off his headphones, looked at the stage, and froze. Yen Fengsheng in the principal's chair looked at Yen Lai in the spotlight in consternation. How did she get up there? Isn't this nonsense? Yen Weiyang and Shinanan were even more surprised. Shin Jingji pointed at the stage. Yi went up. Shen Zeno rolled his eyes. Shame on you. Shen Xiuyan wrinkled his eyebrows. Yi took a nervous breath, stood on her tiptoes, pressed the microphone down, and opened her mouth to sing. Are you going to Scarborough Fair? Are you going to Scarborough Fair? Parsley, sage, rosemary and thyme. Parsley, sage, rosemary and thyme. Remember me to one who lives there. Please give my regards to a man who lives there. He once was a true love of mine. He used to be my true love. The children's voices were beautiful, energetic and penetrating throughout the venue. The eyes of all the restless audience widened in surprise as they looked at the tiny her standing under the spotlight. She was still wearing the sportswear from earlier, standing there without any embellishments, but countless halos of light poured over her, making it hard to take your eyes off her, even without the accompaniment. It gives you goosebumps. Suddenly, someone applauded excitedly. Yes. Chapter 123, How Can an Orphan Be So Good? More applause followed, like thunder, and stopped quickly to listen to her sing in silence. Lin Jiaojiao forgot about having diarrhea and looked at Yen Lai absurdly. How is this possible? An orphan who pronounces and sings better than she does? How is this possible? Gu Rin rubbed her arms, goosebumps rising all over her body. It's so good. Is this child singing even this good? Gu Huai didn't answer and threw the headphones into his hands, quickly running onto the stage and walking straight to the piano. His long, slender fingers rested on the keys. Shinan and the others' faces changed. Shin Jingji was stunned and said unconvincingly, just this kid from the orphanage. He can still play the piano? Immediately following, the melodious music flowed out from under Gu Huai's fingers. His posture was erect, like a prince, and he looked at Yen Lai with a gentle lingering look. Yen Lai stood at the front and turned his head to look at him. Gu Huai shallowly hooked the corners of his mouth, as if in a trance. They're back at the old orphanage. Yen Lai sat in the middle of a circle of tables performing without a spotlight, with only a Gu Huai behind her who accompanied her. The ants at the orphanage would tease whenever then. Gu Huai's 10 fingers always play for Yen Lai, and only for Yen Lai. Often at this time, another ant is going to pick up. That's right. Who made Yen Lai the favorite of Big Brother? Everyone gets a good laugh. A fine light flickered under Yi's eyes as she recalled her memories, getting more and more into the groove, blending in with Gu Huai's accompaniment. The crowd was mesmerized, looking at the two men on the stage. Someone took out their cell phone to take a video of the two men. The Big Brother cameraman is also more diligent. The song is so deep and passionate that it cuts through the top-notch stereo and enters everyone's ears with clarity and strength. Her voice was heavenly. Gu Huai looked towards her from time to time, his eyes as mesmerized. The seniors couldn't help but conjure up an anti-smile when they saw the two interacting on the big screen. Living childhood friend A. Ow, too sweet. But the people in the audience who were familiar with the two of them were more black-faced than one another. Shin Jingji was incredulous. Gu Huai actually knows how to play the piano, and he will, but he didn't think to go up there and play the piano. Shin Zeno licked his backslotted teeth and smiled. The little girl singing is really quite good. Shin Xiuyan was in a complicated mood, his brows furrowed tightly. Shinanan stared blankly at Yen Lai, full of shock, unable to speak. This child, it seems, is constantly surprising him. She had a high IQ and sang surprisingly well, but Yen Zi she was clearly pentatonic. Yen Lai completely broke through the inherent ideas inside his head. Yen Fengsheng listened in awe and muttered, that's incredible. A new life that bypassed all of her mother's inferior genes and even possessed excellent talents that her mother didn't have. It was almost as if Yen Zi she had molded it to perfection with his own hands. He couldn't even take his eyes off of Yen Lai. Gu Rin looked at Gu Huai incredulously, as if seeing his lost love. Gu Huai's mother was the one who played the piano well. She was a natural pianist, and Gu Huai is surprisingly so good. On the other side of the room, Yen Weiyang sat quietly on the stage, having long since burst into tears. As soon as Yen Lai sang the first line, she thought of Yen Zishi. At that time, Yen Zishi was pregnant with her. Her eyes glittering with anticipation as she touched her stomach and said, sometimes I have delusions of grandeur that I could give birth to an excellent daughter. She smiled at her, to be able to inherit my strengths and your strengths like you, sister, and then inherit the strengths of Shinan with. She is the most all-around girl nurtured inside my belly, like in a novel all in one vest, hitting her face constantly. Yen Zishi's gaze gradually became very gentle. Most importantly, she has to be like you, with a perfect singing voice like a nightingale, and can have everything that I haven't had, and can stand in the spotlight so that everyone can see her. Yen Wei Yang covered her mouth, looking at Yen Lai in the spotlight, silent tears. Standing on the stage, Yi was in love, closed her eyes, and sang the last words. Are you going to Scarborough Fair? Are you going to the Scarborough Fair? Parsley, sage, rosemary and thyme. Parsley, sage, rosemary and thyme. Remember me to one who lives there. Please give my regards to a man who lives there. He once was a true love of mine. He used to be my true love. When the song was over, she spread her smile and leaned down to the group. The room was quiet for a moment, then suddenly burst into thunderous applause. Yes, the singing was awesome. There was also whistling. Yen Wei Yan was the most excited, standing out from her chair, crying and laughing and clapping her hands, refusing to stop even when her palms were red. Zaishi, did you see that? Your daughter, as you expected, has everything you want for her? She was sparkling like a jewel. Shinanan looked at her on the stage in a daze, as if looking at an angel. Shin Jingji suddenly woke up. I don't seem to have a video. Shin Xiaoyan glanced at him indifferently. What's there to record? Shin Zeno took out his cell phone. I recorded it. The two brothers looked at him in shock. He was full of innocence. Why? Why don't you let me record it even if it's good? I'm videotaping this, but there's no goo why. Shin Jingji, oh, then you send it to me now. Shan Xiaoyan. Yen Lai jumped down from the stage and happily came to the homeroom teacher. Teacher, I've accomplished my mission. Mr. Lu was all smiles and excited. She didn't expect the effect of Yen Lai to be even better than Lin Jiaojia. Lin Jiaojia was instead like a foil to the green leaves. Lin Jiaojiao's face turned blue. You even stole my name to sing. How dare you? And sang even better than she did. Yi was puzzled. Didn't you have diarrhea? That's why I went up to sing. I wouldn't have gone up to sing if you didn't have diarrhea. Lin Jiaojia had tears in her eyes and was especially angry. I don't care. You're the one who robbed me. She reached out and was about to push her. Yi decisively did a backflip. Can't hit it, can't hit it, can't hit it. Lin Jiaojia? She was furious and tried to raise her hand at her again. Gu Huai crossed in front of Yen Lai and clutched her hand. Try it if you dare to move your hand? Lin Jiaojia trembled in fear and her mouth turned downward. Mom, this brother bullies me. He's so scary. Gu Huai looked at her from above, his eyes waveless. Lin's mother hurriedly protected her child and said in annoyance, how could you do this to my daughter? It was you who were bad in the first place, stealing my daughter's performance. Gu Huai sneered. It's your daughter who's wasted to the stage trying to get diarrhea, and the situation is also ours to help you salvage it. Without us, you're just a piece of trash taking up resources. Lin's mom was horrified. You're calling us trash? Gu Huai raised his eyebrows, and when Chu Tao and the others saw that something had happened to him, they were extremely resourceful and walked behind him, standing in a line and looking intently at Lin's mother. He stood in the middle of the room, holding Yen Lai in one hand with an appalling air. Don't you dare say you're not? Chapter 124, invite Gu Huai to be in a variety show together. Lin's mother's face changed drastically and wanted to retort, but she suddenly noticed Gu Rin who had been looking this way. She frowned. Isn't that Mr. Gu? Why does he keep looking this way? Gu Rin was actually stirring inside. Isn't it time for another installment of pretending to be in the face? Lin's mom, however, was startled by his look and looked at Gu Huai. Oops, this is Gu Rin's son. Her face changed and she left quickly with the child. Chu Tao hooked his lips in a bad smile. Brother Huai, this woman was scared away by you. Gu Huai coldly grunted. Count on her to be sensible and not be a second show. Teacher Lu was overjoyed, leaned down and hugged Yi and kissed her several times. Little baby, why didn't you tell the teacher that you were so good at singing ah? The moment you opened your mouth all of us were subdued. I didn't even think that you could sing so well. And the pronunciation is still very standard. Do you know English? Yi shook her head. No, I learned it from that singer. It's my favorite song. The teacher couldn't get enough of her. This genius is just different. The teacher has just posted the song you sang on the internet. The result must be good, said the teacher opening her cell phone. It's amazing that the likes and comments have reached 99 plus. A little bit of it has tens of thousands of comments in it already. She was surprised. So many people. Unsure, Yi tiptoed up to look at the teacher's cell phone. The number one hot search on the civic list is her singing. The second one is, the childhood sweethearts in the TV series have come true in reality. Click through to see this video, which is the one Mr. Lu shot with the closest audience. The technique was professional. Her singing voice was exposed in it, melodious, and the camera then slowly turned to Gu Huai. Gu Huai played the piano with ease, looking at her with extreme tenderness. The comments section has exploded. Oh, my god, this is little Yi's childhood friend, the wolf cub. Surprisingly, he's in the same school as her too. I'm going to be melted by two little kids. What kind of princess and prince pairing is this? Is this something I can kowtow to? Insulin, this is the high end of the game. Where little EE is. This little boy is. This little boy is brave and good looking and so talented. How can they be such a good match? I'm going to kowtow to death. Wait, 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 wait. This kid can cook, sing, act, and has high talent. What kind of heavenly purple star is this? Little EE has a bright future ahead of her. That little boy looks like he's a top hacker at a young age. Yen, come on, please make sure you're with him. Mom, look, it's a living Mary Sue. Live. This clean singing gives me goosebumps. It's so good. The tweet was so popular that the absentee parent-child variety show retweeted it. Little Italy sings so well. I think we have some ideas we can use in the next levels. Dog's head. The comment section was naturally filled with cheers. EE's voice is too sweet, too clear, too good. It's as if she can feel the power. She's the kind of person who should be eating this kind of meal. She should be allowed to sing. I have an idea. Can I have my childhood friend join her in a variety show? Just let the childhood friend participate in one episode. The young handsome guy is really handsome. I want to see him interacting with E so much. I want to see a childhood friend plus one. Let him on. Let him on. Let him on. Soon. Let the childhood friend of Yen Lai be on the variety show. The words top the hot search. The comments section is all about anticipation of what sparks will fly between the two kids. I can't believe I like two kids together. I'm guilty. But Gu Huai is really handsome. It's just handsome, okay? At a young age. It's already more than the fresh meat in the entertainment industry. The director is stupid. Maybe it really can. He decisively called Yen Lingyun. Yen Lingyun was baffled, letting Yen Lai's childhood friend participate in a variety show? The director was especially excited. I just saw the two of them on the internet. One playing the piano and the other singing. The picture is too harmonious. If he can come to, the ratings will absolutely explode. I'm willing to pay the same acting fee as Yen. Just let him participate in one episode. You should know this kid's father, right? Yen Lingyun wasn't too keen on agreeing, but in the spirit of the director's kindness to him, he said, I know, I'll give it a try. But his father shouldn't agree. The Gu family is not short of money. Elder Gu disliked his grandson throwing his weight around even more. The director was looking forward to it. Then I'm counting on you. I hope you'll definitely help me get this opportunity. Yen Lingyun hung up the phone and picked up his cell phone to look at the Weibo hot search. The image of Yen Lai singing is reflected in his eyes. The song is mellifluous and melodious. He was surprised for a split second and decisively clicked save. How can Yen Lai sing so well? Her mom is a run-of-the-mill singer and knows nothing about pitch. But this kid sings at the level of Unchained? He was getting to wonder if the child was inside the belly, pointing out the talent points before coming out. Too perfect to be human. He dialed Gu Rin's phone and explained his intentions. Gu Rin was especially surprised. My son is on fire? And he was able to go to a variety show? Yen Lingyun nodded. Yes, with me. I'll take EE with him. Probably give a few $100,000. I don't know how much Yen Lai's appearance fee is. Gu Rin shook her head. My son shouldn't agree. He's very fierce. I'll give it a try. He hung up his cell phone and looked at Gu Huai, who had returned to his side, and said tentatively, E's variety program asked you to participate in the show as well, giving you hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time. And your piano performance with her just now was directly on fire. So would you like to participate? Gu Huai wrinkled his eyebrows and didn't say anything. Just in time, EE joyfully ran to his side. Teacher complimented me, Gu Huai. Thank you for accompanying me. You play the piano so beautifully. Gu Huai's eyes lit up at the words, and he didn't move to get closer to Gu Rin. I'll go when I find the time. Gu Rin. Ha? Gu Huai glanced at him lightly. I'll agree to this matter, but only if I wait for me to finish my exams. He's got his monthly exams. Master Gu set the target for him to enter the top 10 of the annual department, and the top 10 can reward him and Yen Lai with a private airplane plus Disney trip for 2 plus Disney Hotel Presidential Suite. He wanted to take her to see the princess. Princesses are her favorite. Gu Rin was surprised at his pain and sent a message to Yen Lingyun. When his monthly exams are over, I guess it will be the next period. This child promised to be very painful. As long as there is Yen Lai in, he will never refuse. Yen Lingyun. He likes Yen Lai? Gu Rin, is there anyone else in the world who doesn't know that Gu Huai likes Yen Lai? Yen Lingyun, then there's no need for him to come. Gu Rin? Chapter 125, Yen Wei Yan reveals the truth. On the other side, Gu Huai watched as little EE received compliments from the other children. E laughed heartily. He couldn't help but hook up the corners of his mouth and said with Gu Rin, I agreed to participate in the program this thing. Don't tell Yen to come. I want to give her a surprise. Gu Rin. Okay young master. No problem young master. In the distance, Yan Weiyang and the others watched as Yan Lai was surrounded by people with mixed emotions. Shin Jingjia was so sour. I can play the piano too, but why didn't I think to play the piano just now? Weiyang glanced at her unhappy youngest son and grunted coldly, because you follow your father. Elfin brain. After saying that, she looked at Shinan with again. Shin Anha froze in concentration, not noticing her gaze. Yan Lai has been perfect so far, but he can't sing, and is as pentatonic as Yan Zishi. The only good thing about Yan Zishi is his overdeveloped motor nerves. He assumed that Yan Lai was also just a kid with motor nerves, but she has more potential than that. She was like a combination of Yan Weiyang and Yan Zishi. Yan Weiyang looked at him like this and thoughtfully lowered her eyes without saying another word. After the summer games, Xiao Yi couldn't get enough of holding Yan Weiyang's hand. Unchained asked her patiently, how are you feeling today? Any discomfort? She laughed and shook her head. No, I'm not just not uncomfortable. I'm also happy. Unchained softened her brow and looked at her with a more complicated look. Gu Huai was watching from a short distance away. If he hadn't guessed wrong, Yan Lai's mom would have hurt this woman. What this woman would do when she knew the truth, he didn't know. But the only thing he knew was that if Yi was hurt in the slightest, he'd be sure to bring her home and give her the best of everything. Unaware that Gu Huai was looking behind her, Yi walked to the car with Auntie Wei Yang. The school gates were all gone. Only the girl's family remained, and it was quiet. Suddenly, an abrupt female voice came over. May I ask if you are Mrs. Yan Weiyang? Yi looked up at the sound of the voice and saw a woman in a cleaning outfit looking at Yan Weiyang expectantly. Yan Weiyang was bewildered. You are? The other party rubbed the sweat from his hands and extended his hand towards her. I'm Yan Zishi's cellmate. I recognized you at a glance. So you really are Yan Weiyang, eh? You look much better in person than in the photo. Shinan with a thump in his heart. Shinjingji Shin Xiuyan and Shinjinya's nerves immediately tensed up and looked at Yan Lai. He was surprised and wanted to ask, do you know my mom? But then she thought that she couldn't let her mouth slip, and hastened to keep it shut. The three teens were vaguely relieved. Yan Weiyang looked calm and shook the other's hand back. I'm her sister. Hello, do you work here? The woman nodded humbly. That's true. It's hard to find a job in our position. How is Yan Zishi? Has she gotten better since her release? Yan Weiyang was stunned, and his smile grew cold. What do you mean by mental condition? We haven't seen each other for a long time. The woman heard this, unfortunately sighed. Since the birth of the child was carried away by the police. The mental condition is particularly poor. Before can still smile and talk to us, and then on the daily fights and curses. The doctor said what? Schizophrenia. Can be serious, like changing a person as if. Yan Weiyang's eyes widened in disbelief, and they vertically reddened. Yi felt Weiyang's palm turn cold with a brush and reached out to hold her, rubbing her along the way. The woman was even more surprised when she saw her. This is that child of Zishi's, isn't it? What a beautiful little daughter. Shin Anha's face changed and he calmly defended himself in front of her. She is not Yan Zishi's child. The woman was surprised. But the kid looks alike, eh? She looked at Yan Lai again. Isn't your mother's name Yan Zishi? He frowned and shook her head under her breath. No, but just then, Yan Weiyang suddenly said, I'm sorry, she is indeed Zishi's child, but since her mother has a previous conviction, I'm worried that some people will discriminate against her. So can I trouble you to keep it a secret? Everyone was stunned and looked at Yan Weiyang in shock. The atmosphere abruptly fell into dead silence. Yi was even more disbelieving and subconsciously withdrew her hand. The woman nodded with understanding. Good, then I'll leave it at that. I've got work to do. Bye. Undine smiled and nodded, her smile fading away instantly as she watched the woman walk away. Yi took a step back in fear. Auntie. Yan Weiyang didn't say anything and turned to look at her calmly before looking at Shinan with. Then, she raised her hand and violently slapped Shinan with it. The four kids sucked in a cold breath. Shinjingja panicked. Mom! Yan Weiyang's gaze was like a hook as he stared at Shinanha. Do you know why I hit you? Shinan with a stiff expression and nodded. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hide it from you. Not intentionally? Yan Weiyang looked at him sarcastically. Yan Zishi has been dead for almost a month, and you're telling me it wasn't intentional? Shinan with stunned. I just don't know how to tell you. I'm afraid you'll get excited. Yan pushed him away. I'm excited? So I'm not excited now? Her voice was sharp and clear, and thrown like the dropping of golden peas. You didn't tell me when my sister went crazy. You didn't tell me when my sister died. And you didn't tell me when my sister left a child behind. You knew that I had been looking for her. Why did you join forces with the people around me to hide it from me? Everyone knows but me. Just because I, Yan Yang, trust you. You can treat me like a cutie, isn't it? The three sons were too scared to breathe. Mom is never scary. Shin Anha was also a bit startled, calmly holding her hand. Let's go home and talk first. Back to. Yan Weiyang broke away from him. If it wasn't for the private investigator finding clues, I would have been kept in the dark by you for the rest of my life. Shannon with, how stupid I am. I trusted you so much. You did this to me. Shannon and his breath hitched. You got a private detective? He thought it had just been revealed. Yan Weiyang nodded her head with tears in her eyes. Yes, for so many years. Do you think that if you guys don't help me look for it, I won't look for it myself? She does things without leaving traces. She didn't want me to find her, so she had been erasing traces of her life, and now that she's dead, there's no one left to erase that trace. That's why I found her. Shannon with chagrin closed his eyes. It's not that I don't want to tell you, it's just that, Yan Lai is not the child I want. I don't want to apologize to you again and again. Yan Weiyang's face changed and covered Yi's ears. She is my sister's child before she is your Shinana's child. How important do you think you are? Sounding the building. Yan Lai did not hear much, and in the haze, she saw Shinana's face that gradually lost its blood color. Chapter 126 EE. You are a treasure, not a mistake. Yan Weiyang's eyes rolled with anger, and Shinana said, I've been saying for so many years that Yan Zishi was wrongly accused, but you guys don't believe me. You made her lose her confidence, lose her hope for life, and you've driven her alive into a madman. Do you guys still want to drive Yan Lai crazy now? Yi shivered in fear. She couldn't see the adults fighting, and stood on her tiptoes trying to wipe Weiyang's tears. Auntie, don't cry. It's all my fault. I'm sorry, Auntie. Yan Weiyang wrinkled his eyebrows at his words and quickly held her in his arms. You're not at fault. It's them who are at fault. It doesn't matter who your father is. Auntie cares more about your mother. What's more, Yan Weiyang coldly swept to Shannon and, men can change at will, but there is only one sister. Shannon and his pupils suddenly shrunk, like a blow to the head, frozen in place. Men, just change? Yan held Yi, got up and walked away, finding the car he'd had the driver parked there early and sitting in it. Shannon and snapped back to their senses and followed her. Weiyang, Yi sat on the child seat and twisted her fingers anxiously. I'm sorry, Auntie. Yi didn't mean to hide this from you. Uncle and my brothers are worried that you're not in good health. So can you not be angry and send me back to the orphanage? Just pretend that I've never existed. Yan Weiyang looked at her through the rearview mirror. Heartache piled up in her eyes. You're so good. How can I pretend you never existed? I should take good care of you, shouldn't I? Was stunned. Weiyang smiled at her. Auntie wants to go to your house now. Can you take Auntie there? She looked back and nodded. My keys are always around my neck. She often had to buy things for her mom, so she always had a spare key. When mom left, the key became her necklace. She didn't dare leave it behind for a moment. Yan Weiyang directly ignored Shananha, who was outside tapping on the car window, and drove to the obsolete residential building. Yi led her to the top floor and tiptoed to open the door with skillful movements. Auntie, please come in. There was a raw smell of alcohol inside the air. Yan frowned, entering the room and looking around. The whole room is cluttered. Yi was like a little tour guide leading her to the bedroom. This is Mommy's room. Mommy doesn't like me to go to bed. She says I'm dirty, so I live on the couch. Weiyang looked at her in dismay, her mind mixed, and walked over to Yan Zishi's dresser. The table was set up with all the cheap and unknown cosmetics. Her nose snapped, and she snapped back to when Yan Zishi had said to her earlier, Sis, dressing up will only affect the speed of my punches. You're the only one in our family who looks good. I'll take care of being Little Miss Physical Attack. She blinked, not wanting to cry, and began rummaging through her belongings, quickly finding a Chanel shopping bag. The quality is strangely poor and not authentic, but the other side seems to have chosen this packaging specifically to look good. She pulled a white scarf out of it. The stitches are not very good, obviously knitted by myself, and you can see the owner's clumsiness. Inside was a note, in extremely flowing script, that read, Sister, happy 35th birthday, 35 years old. At that time, Yan Zishi was still in prison. She sewed this inside the prison. Yan Weiyang's nose was sore, suddenly wanting to cry, and forced himself to find a photo from the drawer. It's a picture taken of her and Yan Zishi together when they were cheerleaders. Yan Zishi was the captain of the cheerleading team and was particularly popular, and difficult maneuvers were as easy as eating for her. She was there specifically to celebrate her, so she took this picture. Between the two somewhat similar-looking girls, a full-body photo of Yan Lai was abruptly placed, disguised as a trio photo. She looked to the back. The child is beautiful and has a temper and hobbies like you, sister. Her hands shook as she turned to look at Yi. Yi looked at her in awe, like a puppy that needed to be abandoned. Auntie, you don't want Yi anymore, right? Yi is a mistake, a sin, right? Sobbing silently, Undine beckoned her over. Come here. With a worried look on her face, Yi walked up to her, only to be embraced in her arms. Yan Weiyang's voice was gentle but full of energy. Yi is never a mistake, much less a sin. So don't worry, Auntie won't leave you behind, ever. But your mom is not treating you well just because she is sick. Don't blame her, okay? Yi felt her nose sour, felt her aunt's voice reach her heart, and an invisible strength surged through her heart as she nodded heavily. I've never blamed mom for that. Yan Weiyang cried and nodded. Good boy. I will give you all that your mother wants to give you. From now on, you will call me mother in private and in public. You are my child. Understand? She nodded tearfully. Mom! Yan nearly burst into tears, strong enough to hold them back as he picked her up and left. They came to an open space. Yi didn't know where this was, only that there were a lot of people here with red eyes, many of them dressed all in white. She took Yanwei's hand and stepped into a house. Yan Weiyang's voice was shaking. Hello, I want to see Yan Zishi. The staff froze. Ha? Are you here for the person or the remains? Unseen froze in place for a moment, her voice sounding like it was squeezed from the inside of her throat. Remains. The staff to look for a moment. Wrinkled eyebrows. This remains frozen so long, how to come ah? Oh, a bunch of money. A moment, you have to make up the money ah. Yi couldn't hear it, but she felt a cold sweat seeping from Mama Undine's palm. She entered a cold room with the staff. The other pulled open a drawer and moved out a long black cloth. As soon as the black cloth was removed, there was a man lying inside. Her eyes widened in surprise. Mom? Yan Zishi lay there calmly, a layer of frost hanging over his brows. Yi incredulously ran over and reached out her small hand, gently touching Yan Zishi's brow. The fingertips were cold and the frost instantly dissolved into nothingness. A little confused, she looked to Yanwei. Yan Weiyang stiffly put on the white scarf and grinned. Zishi, do I look good? The staff froze. She was also unsure. Mom. As if she had lost her soul, Yan Weiyang walked over to Yan Zishi, clearly crying, but still grinning, not tired of saying, look, this scarf is so suitable for me. I received your birthday gift, Zishi. I also finally met you, Zishi. I missed you so much. Yan Zishi lay there quietly without answering. The more she spoke, the more grief she felt, and suddenly she let out a loud cry like a child, sobbing to the heavens and calling out for Zishi with one cry after another. He stood by in tears, watching as her mom could no longer respond to her. She gets it. Mom's really dead. In fact, she'd had a vague feeling about it from the start, but she hadn't wanted to believe it. Turns out, Mom didn't become the queen of the magic fairy castle. She left her completely and utterly. Chapter 127, The Thousand-Layered Routine of Pleasing Yan Li's Intentions. 2 hours later, Yan Lai held Yan Weiyang's hand and looked at the urn she was holding in her arms. Yan Weiyang's face was ashen, lifting her eyes to look at the moon. From now on, you're my daughter. We have to live well with Zishi's last wish. She choked back a sob and asked, Mama Undine, so what was my mother's last wish? Yan was thoughtful. She wanted you to have everything she had longed for, but had not had, and to be the man of our family. Strength surged up in Yi's heart. Thinking of her mom's dying face, she nodded her head firmly. I want to become a human being, fulfill my mom's wishes. Yan Weiyang was amused by her voice moms and silently turned off the phone call from Shananha. Let's go. Auntie has a lot of houses. Find a home that suits us. Nodded. I'm going to participate in a variety show soon, and I'll give you all the money I earn then. Yan Weiyang broke into a smile. Mom doesn't want a penny, but Mom can save it up for you, and you can still talk to Mom if you don't have enough money, and Mom will buy you new clothes again, so you can go to the variety show looking pretty, okay? She nodded. Yes, Auntie Nijo has really become her mom. That's so nice. Shinanen have been calling Yan Weiyang. Can't get through. Several brothers of the Yin family had grim faces, and looking at him like this, they knew that Yan Weiyang was truly angry. Shinanen violently dropped the cell phone on the floor. Damn, he'd forgotten that Undine had access to a private investigator. Yan Lixing said with a smelly face, isn't Yan Lai going to participate in a variety show in a couple of days? Can't we just go and block Weiyang? She'll definitely send the kid. Xin Jingji was anxious. Will Mom hate Yi? Yan Fengxing sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette. Xiao Wu's angry point lies in Shinin and concealment. She is heartily fond of Yan Lai. Don't worry about her abusing the child. Yan Wugui rolled his eyes. To put it simply, Yan Lai is the seed borrowed under Yan Zishi's scheme. Weiyang looks at this child more than she looks at Shananha all over again. As a result, Shananha took herself too seriously and thought she was more important than the child, which led to this kind of thing happening. Shinin and, thanks so much for his analysis. Yan Lingyun raised his hand. Alright, no matter what, the only breakthrough we have now is Yan Lai. When the variety show starts shooting day, you guys will just go and block Weiyang. And the child is very simple. She will definitely be able to help. They both nodded. Then wait for that day. On the day of the opening of the variety show, Yan Lai was at risk. Yan Weiyang said solemnly with her, remember, no matter how nice the uncles are to you and what snacks they take to coax you, you can't spill the beans about where we live. I don't want to see your Uncle Shin and the messy other uncles right now. I want to vet their performance, and if their performance is good, then we'll talk about forgiveness, okay? She nodded cautiously. Row. Yen put his heart down and led her to the set, where he saw a few men waiting from a long distance away. Nice guy. A row of beautiful men. Like a 5A scenic spot. She rolled her eyes. Go down there yourself ee. Be safe. Nodded and got out of the car clumsily. Shinon and his eyes lit up and quickly ran towards them. Wei Yang. Wei Yang gave him the middle finger and drove straight away. Shinon, with no defense at all, subconsciously went to chase the car. Wei Yang disappeared in front of his eyes as if fleeing for his life. He frowned and looked over at Yanai. How's your aunt doing these days? Tilted her head to look at his greenish scruff and nodded. Mom has been living exceptionally well lately. But uncle, are you not feeling well somewhere? Shinon and lowered their heads in chagrin. He hadn't slept in days. His whole being didn't know what to do without Undine. Opinion of him like this. Sympathized. Mom already said, if uncle wants to forgive, it depends on how you guys treat me, and then she'll combine the scores. Not sure what it means though, but she was right when she related in full. Shinon came to his senses. Attitude? The other Yen brothers also stepped forward. Shin Anha thought a little, reacted, and stuffed the flowers he had already prepared into her hand. This is for you 33 blue and white roses. Big and fragrant. Caught it with a confused look on her face. She was going to be overwhelmed with flowers. Shin Anha thought about it, and then felt that it was not enough, and took out a black card from his pocket and shoved it to her. You can swipe this card as much as you want, and you can spend it as much as you want. Yan Li Xing, Yan Feng Shang, and Yan Wu Gui all stood behind Shin and squatted down. Kid, is the pocket money enough? Nodded. Doesn't even spend any money. The 1 million that uncle gave is still there. Yan Li Xing took out his cell phone. I'll pay $1 million. I'll do it first. Yan Wu Gu smacked his lips. I'll offer $2 million then. Yan Fengshang looked indifferent. $2 million, plus a villa. The crowd looked at him in horror. Yan Lixing is ridiculous. This you all roll? Yan Fengshang pushed his glasses. His expression indifferent. My time is precious. There is no way to waste time. The villa can be written in Wei Yang's in her name, and it can be given to Yan Lai alone as an adult. Yan Wu Gu scoffed. Second brother. It's meaningless if you're messing around like that. You're not even genuinely trying to be nice to the child. Your motives are impure. He said. He took out his cell phone. I'll give $5 million for the kid. Shinon with Yan Fengshang? Yan Lixing? Your purpose is even less innocent, okay? Chapter 128, Absolute Lai invites everyone to drink milk, tea. Yan Lai looked at a few uncles who were having an argument in front of her with consternation. Are they giving her a red packet? She tried to stop it when her watch suddenly received a message. Leave them alone. It's from Unchained's mom. Yan Wei Yang drove to her office. The cell phone that Xiao Yi had stored with her had been ringing nonstop since a while ago. She picked it up and it was full of large transfers from familiar names. In no time, the bank card balance was already showing tens of millions. She grunted coldly and sent a message to everyone. Fail the preliminary exam. I'll pay back the money. Don't bribe people with that little favor. The Yen family all froze when they received the news. Shinon, with uncertainty, looked at each other with the others. How did it fail? Yan Wei Yang put down her cell phone with a determined look. A bunch of assholes who have never suffered since birth, have a strong sense of superiority, and have a bunch of bad habits. This time she'll cure them. They had been full of prejudice because of Yan Zixi ordinary intelligence, and had been subjecting her to all sorts of mental suppression since the day she was born, not even feeling that they had spoken wrongly, but instead feeling that what they had said was the truth. Yan Zixi was once so stressed that at one point she lost her hair, had insomnia, and cried anxiously every day. She could see her pain, could see her picking her brains and studying at night to get into Cambridge on her own. She had always believed that Yan Zixi was the strongest person in the Yan family, and the only reason Yan Zixi had that night with Shinon was because her parents beat her. Says she's accomplished nothing and can't get anything. She even compared her, saying that what she, Yan Wei Yang, could easily get, Yan Zixi just couldn't get even if she was exhausted. That day happened to be Yan Zixi's birthday, and when she heard this, she dropped a line. Then we'll see. After that, it came out that she put on makeup to impersonate her and had sex with a drunken Shinon with. She felt angry at the time, but while she was angry, she was even more heartbroken that she was hurting herself like this. Even if the one who was with her was Shinon with, she was still not worthy of her. My sister deserves a better man. But Yan Zi, she cares too much about what the people around her think of her. She desperately needs the appreciation and heartfelt approval of her family, but realizes that there is no way to undo the family's prejudice even if she tries, and gradually gives up on herself and perishes. Her sister's end was a wake-up call. She wanted these people to genuinely like Yan Lai, and if they couldn't do that, then it didn't matter if they had no contact in this life. She would never allow another Yan Zishi to appear. Shinon anxiously looked at the cell phone, thought of something and grabbed Yi's arm. Tell me, did Auntie Wei Yan tell you what the key to passing the test is? Yui shook her head blankly. The other side of the variety show is already about to start filming. Yan Lingyun waved at her. Come here. She ran over with the flowers. Coming. Coincidentally, the variety show started filming, and came to Yan Lingyun's side with flowers in her hands. Daddy. Aha, female goose. My baby. Do you know what I've been going through these past few days? Why is little Italy holding the flower? Does have a fan? Is this from a fan? But aren't the flowers a bit too big, haha? Yan Lingyun raised his eyebrows and smiled genuinely, leaning down to hug her. Who gave you the flowers? Arched her eyebrows and pointed at Shinin and said, that uncle gave it to him. He wanted to give it to his wife, but his wife didn't want it, so he gave it to me. Yan Lingyun? Shinin with, laughing doesn't live. I want to know which big brother is so humiliated in front of the live broadcast. Yan Lingyun smiled as he took the flowers. That's fine. Dad is holding them for you. Did you miss Dad? She nodded honestly. Wanna mess with that? Lingyun came up to her face and kissed her. Sincerely, Daddy misses you too. He was beginning to see how cute the little girl was. The movie star's kiss. I can't believe I'm jealous of a child. At the scene, I was absent-mindedly cheeky. He still loves our daughter so much. Can I take my life now? Can I take my life now? Can I take over the body? Yan Lixing stood outside the recording site with a displeased face. This guy doesn't mind getting tired of himself. He even kissed a child. Suddenly, their cell phones vibrate. Yan pulled a group together. It's got everybody in it, but without both parents. Yan Weiyang said. Yan Lingyun succeeded in his initial test. Score +1. Yan Lai? Pro Yan Lai can complete the preliminary exam? Shinin with incredulously looked at the cell phone, suddenly blessed to the heart, towards the intention of Yan. Yan Lixing? What's in doing with you? Shinin with striding his slender legs, his expression was incomparably firm. Go and pro animal come to the meaning. Yan Wugue grabbed him. Are you crazy? People are filming a variety show. You'll only be taken for a pervert if you go in. This is a live broadcast. With a step in his footsteps, he suddenly woke up and took out his cell phone and dialed his assistant. It's me. Plan B car drive over. The crowd was stunned and looked at him in surprise. Several big G's slowly made their way towards the set. Was stunned to notice the car, and Yan Lingyun also looked over along with it, his face changing slightly. The cameraman notices the two men's expressions are off and turns the camera around to see a couple of big G's turning around and aiming their asses at them. It's so loud it's like it's got a bomb in it. Suddenly, a bunch of black-clad men appeared from nowhere and opened the trunk. It sparkles inside. Pop up, so shiny. Is it the Golden Legend? Unconsciously squinted her eyes, then slowly opened them again to see a pile of delicate cakes in the form of a cake tower clearly presented in them, stacked full of 5 cars, and lighted ribbon decorations. There was even a standing sign of her in human form next to it. 5 men in black stood beside the car and shouted with expressionless faces. MS. Yan's family invites everyone to eat cake, drink milk tea, wish everyone a shoot, photography, good luck. Yan Lai. Staff. Pop up. The guests were dumbfounded. Holy. Yan Lai's entire body was dumbfounded. She subconsciously looked across the room at her uncle's pile. Shananha was calm and relaxed, obviously satisfied. She saw right through it. It's him? Yan Lingyun was speechless. It's really earthy and rowdy. The row refers to the cake tower. The dirt was a group of black-clad men on the sidelines. Zhao laughed out loud. Oh my god, is this a gift from your family? Yui grabbed the edge of her skirt and smiled awkwardly at them. For some reason, she felt there was a slight exaggeration. But Tatsuhi and the others are happy. It's a surprise. We have to thank and her family for sending us their blessings. The children were mesmerized by the row and looked happily at Thank you was overjoyed and snickered and nodded. It's wonderful that people don't think this dirt. Chapter 129, Shinin and, no feelings, all skills. Mei pounced in front of her. These look so delicious. Can I eat them now? June raised his hand as well. I want some too. Ellen nodded her head and nodded. Sister I want some too. Was a bit moved and subconsciously looked at Shinin with. Shinin and nodded, signaling her agreement. Her eyes glistened and she nodded. Good, let's go together. A couple of kids, their eyes showing gratitude, quickly rushed to the snack section. Yeah, my maintains order. Wait, we have to let eat first, so can pick her favorite. And then it's our turn because it's stuff. Waved her hand, signaling that they chose on their own to leave her alone. The children were happier, chattering around her. She smiled from ear to ear and offered to distribute milk tea to her dad. Milk tea for the uncles. The uncles took it with a smile. Yan Lingyun had a proud face. Look at his kids. They're just so obedient and understanding and polite. The pop-ups were also more of a hoot. Outside the program, Yan Lixing looked dumbfounded, absurdly looking at Shinin with. When did you prepare this? Shananha's eyes gleamed as he stared at Yan Lai's back. I prepared 2 sets of cars, one for Yan Lai and one for Yan Wei Yang. He knew that Wei Yang cared about the boy, so just being nice to the boy would make Wei Yang happy. He nodded expectantly to the Microsoft group, Shinan and too pompous, hoping to gain the young girl's heart through something unrealistic but having no feelings of his own. All tricks, 1 point deducted. Shinan with Yen Wugue also laughed his head off. Ha 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 ha. Shinanha has been defeated. Pass it on, Shinan, and get deflated. Yen Fengsheng contemptuously glared at Shinanha. What a stupidity. It's strange that someone can appreciate your love. You can even give away such dirt. Shinan with a sullen face and didn't say anything. Yi was so flattered that she suddenly noticed something and rushed out of the set with everyone. Wait for me, you guys. She ran straight to Shinanha, opened her arms and hugged his legs, looking up at him. Thank you, uncle. Shinan blinked with some dumbfoundedness. Yi's face was reflected in the dark pupils of her eyes. Smiling brightly, uncle gave me the best gift. It's the first time I've ever given someone a gift. Thank you. With that, she turned and ran back to the recording area like a leaping elf. Shinanha was momentarily stunned, looking at her back, the corners of his mouth unconsciously hooked up. A couple of suited women in sunglasses in the shadows with binoculars saw his smile and recorded. Contestant A smiled after receiving a thank you from the judges. Another woman filmed it with a high magnification lens and sent it to Yan Wei Yang. The corners of player A's mouth are shallowly upturned. There is an element of unconscious happiness, and I'm betting that there's 90% sincerity in that smile. The psychologist wrinkled her nose. That's not 90%. That's genuine. Video crew over here, let's do a slow motion replay. A group of people leaned down to study the video. A woman nodded. You can give this man an S card. The other assistant to Yan Wei Yang's secretary who stood behind them was dumbfounded. There's no mistaking that these guys are overseeing what's coming. Yan Wei Yang spent a huge amount of money to hire such a bunch of people. 8 in the morning and 5 in the evening, double holidays, 5-digit monthly salary. Overtime is calculated separately. Master stalker, elite sneak peeker, psychologist. For no other reason than to see if the dangerous men around her are slowly delivering their hearts. She, in turn, will have to monitor the group of supervisors for any letdowns. Rich people are strange. And in the diagonal corner of the group, Yan Lai was having a good time drinking milk tea. The pop-up screen a laughter. Is it my illusion? I feel like Yan Lai family seems to be very rich. This friend in front of me, it's not an illusion. Yan came to mean that he is a student of Tongqing Academy. Absolutely rich. Just that uniform is already up to 5 digits. I heard someone say that the childhood friend of the popular wolf cub is richer. Yan Lai has a good relationship with him, but still can be poor? I can't imagine the world of the rich. Yi is totally low on the list. She was abused by her birth mother and now she's a self-made child star with such a rich family. Is this the kind of family where if you don't work hard, you'll go home and inherit hundreds of billions of dollars? Wait a minute. Look who's here. The camera pulls away as an actress in a visor walks in style with a suitcase. She wasn't followed by small children. Her big waves fluttered in the wind, and her whole body seemed to glisten in the sunlight. The woman walks up to them and is suddenly drawn to the attention of a cart full of milk tea and cake towers. Oh my god, is this a meet and greet gift for me? You guys are too attentive. As she spoke, the woman removed her sunglasses, revealing an extremely voluptuous face. Yan Lai's eyes widened at the beauty. Yan Lingyun's face bristled with blackness. Pop up, it's Yun Xingchan. How could it be Yun Xingchan? She's a special guest. Oh my god. It's actually her. I heard today that there will be a special guest today, but I didn't expect it to be Yun Xingchan. She's too pretty. We have our swinging king. Yi looked at her in surprise. Yun Xingchan also noticed the humanoid standing sign at the same time. His gaze fell on her, and he walked to her smilingly. Little sister, is this the milk tea you specially prepared for sister because you know she's going to come here today? Shaken by her beauty, she said honestly, I don't know you, but it's okay for you to drink. The words fell, and all was silent. Yun Xingchan's smile froze. Pop up, cool, disgusting. Yi has been honest since she was a child. Yan Lingyun stifled a laugh and lowered his head, giving Yan Lai a thumbs up in his heart. A hint of coldness flashed in Yun Xingchan's eyes. No, I can't afford to drink it. Not far away. Shinan and his expression suddenly went cold. Yan Lixing wrinkled his eyebrows. This woman is really unpleasant to look at. Yan Wugu nodded with a cold face. Yan Fengsheng, why is it unpleasant? There were knives in Yan Lixing's eyes, because the way she looked at Yan Lai was unfriendly and obnoxious. Yan Fengsheng blinked and looked over at the three men with sullen faces. The atmosphere was so somber it could have formed a large wall. The program team said, we have a special guest today, Ms. Yun Xingchan. She'll be spending 3 days and 3 nights with our program team on a marvelous journey. So kids, make sure to get along with your sister. Yi nodded. Yes. Yun Xingchan's gaze landed on Yan Lingyun if anything. Mr. Yen, it's been a long time, how have you been? Seeing that she was about to lean over, Yan Lingyun decisively picked up Yan Lai. Help daddy shake hands. Look how nice this ant is. That being said, he had a cold color in all of his eyes. Sensed that he was upset and eagerly held onto Yun Xingchan and shook him up and down fiercely. My dad has been especially good lately. Eating well, sleeping well, living well. Thank you sister for your concern. Yun Xingchan? Chapter 130. My mom won't let me play with Cutie. Play. Is Yan Lingyun avoiding Yun Xingchan? Or else why is he not even shaking hands? Yan Lingyun has used his daughter as a shield and still can't see it? The sloth isn't popular either, but loves to rub the movie star's nose in it. What? It's a big deal if it's a movie star. Our Yunbo is a variety show star that all the major TV stations are competing for. With her on the air, the heat is very high, okay? It's so hot on the air now. Is that for Yun Xingchan? I'm too embarrassed to point out to you that this traffic is all directed at Yan Lai and her indisputable father. Who doesn't know that Yan Lai was a hit before, is talented and sings well? We super like her. Bad luck. Yun Xingchan coming is bad luck. I want to moisten, but I feel as if EE is able to cure sloths, and I'm kind of looking forward to it. Soon after, Yun Xingchan shook hands with EE and silently withdrew his hand, rubbing it with a handkerchief paper as a flash of disgust flashed under his eyes. That's disgusting. Seeing this, Yan Wugue drew a blackened object from his waist and rushed up. Yan Lixing was so scared that he hugged him. What are you doing? Yan Wugue's eyes showed ferocity, and his coldness mounted. No one can dislike our Yan family's hands being dirty. The corners of Yan Lixing's mouth twitched as he looked toward Shin Anha. Anha, hurry up and stop it. This crazy dog, Wu Gue, has gone crazy again. Shinan and the bottom of his eyes coalesced with a fishy storm. Wu Gu, I support you. Yan Wu Gue, no problem. Yan Lixing hugged him even harder. What's wrong with them? There has to be a limit to protecting the calf. The program team's side remained peaceful. What about our mission today? It's in the snack street of Lon City. There are a total of 50 snack stores in total. We put 10 mission cards in the stores of snacks, but you only have 100 yuan to buy food above 20 yuan before the store owner will give you the mission card. After you get the mission cards, go to the next place to rendezvous. Zhao De analyzed. That means each of us only has 5 chances to find the quest card inside 50 stores. So what if we don't get it? Program, there will be penalties. The guests screamed. It's so hard. Little Mei Mei took EE's hand, her eyes full of smiles. Dad, let's go with EE then. There's definitely power in everyone searching together. EE nodded. I want to be with Sister Mei Mei. She is super fond of her sister Mei Mei, who has long legs and is kind and polite and likes to kiss her. Little Mei Mei kissed her favorite little EE. She just giggled. Hey, the showrunner said, we've got a little bit of a special grouping this time. And there's going to be 2 babies that are going to be drawn away from their dads by this guest. And they're going to be on a mission with this guest. The little kids were flabbergasted. Ellen immediately hid behind Jode. Dad, would I leave you? I don't want to leave you. Zhao De stroked his head comfortingly. It's okay, Daddy wants to leave you. Alan? Ha 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 ha. Jode, the mudslide of the dad world. EE didn't care. Little Mei Mei tugged at her. I do like this sister. This sister is good looking. It would be nice if we both get smoked over. Yan Lingyun and Shen Shi frowned. None of them would. Who wants to give their child to an actress who poses as a persona? Yun Xingchan is oblivious to these rejections. Walking to the box prepared by the program team to take the tone, which child wants to be caught by Mia? Mai raised her hand decisively. The few remaining boys were disinterested and didn't really want to bother with her. Yun Xingchan's smile stiffened and she drew out 2 pieces of paper. It clearly says, Alan, absent the intention. EE was stunned. Alan's eyes abruptly reddened. I don't want it. Yun Xingchan stayed awkwardly and walked to him to coax him. Why don't you want it? Sister can guarantee that she can treat you extraordinarily well. And if you say don't want, sister is very faceless. Ellen hugged Jode and wouldn't let go. I don't want to leave Daddy. Zhao De leaned down to advise him. Isn't there still EE? EE took the initiative to walk up as soon as she heard this. Brother Alan, don't cry. EE will protect you. Alan saw the slight movement in her eyes and obediently took her hand. That's fine. Put. That's okay. Ha 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 ha. Ellen and Mei Mei are both particularly fond of E's kind. And Ellen is soft and well-behaved and feels so nice and creamy. It's better than a childhood friend. A wolf cub. Little EE is so cute. She's so young, but she's just so steady. Yes. She's just not like the other kids. EE wiped Alan's tears. Do not cry, oh. Brother, cry again will not be beautiful, oh. Ellen nodded softly with teary eyes. Don't you let go of my hand, oh. EE solemnly said. Aha, EE will never give up on you. The two were so discreet as if they were completing some ritual. The bouncer cried and laughed. The dads look happy too. Only Yun Xingchan's face sank. Not much good. Pretentious. It was surprising that a pretty sister like her didn't like her, instead relying on a 4-year-old toddler who was good enough to carry both of them. If she hadn't come to rub Yen Lingyun's nose in it, how could she have come here? She's not an old hag. Program, please get in the car. Zhao De took the initiative to walk over to Yen Lingyun's side. The two of us have our children going to other groups. Why don't the two of us group together? Yen Lingyun nodded, his heart anxious. Inside the circle, it is known that Yun Xingchan is to take the poser persona, not to work hard, only to do what they like to do. Praised by the fans as a mudslide among the actresses, she exploded onto the scene with her posing and will surely carry it through to the end. But she was accompanied by her 4- and 5-year-olds. Shouldn't continue to swing for the fences? Yi got on the bus with Yun Xingchan. Yun Xingchan didn't even look at her, chose a chair with the best angle for her, closed her eyes and went straight to sleep. Horror. Ha 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 ha. Our Yun Bao is sleeping again. A new day begins with a swing. Am I the only one who thinks it's bad for her to come to a parenting program and not bond with the kids? Shouldn't she talk to the kids or something? Don't worry, even though our Yun Bao poses on the surface, she is the kind of woman who is especially responsible, and posing is nothing more than a protective color for her. Slackers fans disgust me. What's the point of having protective colors in front of 2 kids? Lazy Hank is 27. She's not a chameleon. That's right. In the opening round, she recognized the food we prepared for everyone as her own, and she didn't apologize for being shameless, so she just got in the car and slept? Even a pig wouldn't dare to be such a loser like her. I can't take it anymore. Just get her out of here. Will you? What? Those who say our Yun Bao is bad are all Yen Lai's fans. Right. Are all your Yen Lai fans like dogs? Sorry. Yen Lingyun's fans can't stand to look at it +1. Alan's fans +2. Mommy's fans +3. We just can't stand the fact that EE is more capable than a little kid. And what's the point of a grown woman acting crazy in front of a toddler? Yun Bao is just simple and not worldly, unlike some people whose mother is a murderer. Early to be a family must understand bad genes can be inherited. Laughing, the daughter of a murderer has the nerve to say she knows what she's doing? User 545973224 sent out a pop-up, and again, absent the intention of being the daughter of a murderer. Beware of someone following the net to find your address. Gu Huai's eyes were heavy as he watched the live broadcast. Because of Yun Xingchan's arrival, the pop-ups that had been in harmony suddenly began to quarrel, even started attacking the absenteeism. The more he looked, the angrier he got. So naturally he wouldn't put up with it. Pop-up, ma. Yen Lai's fans are just different. What a great pie. What are you, the young prince of the dynasty? And you can still come down the net to beat me? Some people still don't go too wild. Beware of human flesh. We fans of Yun Bao still need to speak rationally. After all, big data everyone is no secret. Then our Yun Bao is not wrong. Besides, has not even begun. Pick our Yun Bao faults. Yun Bao is really a person read right and wrong. Are slacker fans in a normal mental state? So thick-skinned that people are 2 miles out of their homes and their faces are still dragging on the ground. The live stream was filled with curses, and the heat quickly shot upwards. And within the live broadcast room, EE looked at Yun Xingchan as if she was looking at a monkey. It was the first time she'd seen such an unreliable adult. Nini's sister seems to be a little more reliable than even her. That's rare. Following that, the car stopped. EE brought Alan out of the car, and when she looked up, Yun Xingchan was still asleep and reached out to shake her. Sister, we're already at the place. Yun Xingchan's sleepy eyes, baby-like rubbed his eyes. Tone milky, so soon arrived. I still want to touch the fish again. Where does it come from? Alan's mouth dropped and he wailed. Wow. E was dumbfounded and hurriedly calmed him down. Why are you crying? Ellen couldn't stop crying. I have a feeling this sister is not in her right mind and my mom won't let me play with Cutie. Play. Yun Xingchan? Yen Lai hurriedly covered his mouth. Brother Alan, what big truths are you talking about? Hurry up and take it back. Otherwise, she should be crying too. Saying that, she took out a tissue from her own accompanying duck and duck bag and gave it to her with a sympathetic face. Sister Yun, wipe your tears. Ellen didn't mean to say anything about you. Don't take it personally, but you have to believe in yourself. You're the smartest. Yun Xingchan, so much so that she felt even more like a retard. What was going on? Chapter 130, Sister, your face is green as an onion. After Yen Lai finished his sentence, the pop-up screen, Alan's smile didn't disappear, it just shifted to my face. Alan, you're not telling me the truth. See, fans touting cute posers as being retarded in the eyes of little kids. Isn't Yun Xingchan just a dumbass? Still pretending to be a baby there at his age. So disgusting. Yun Xingchan's face was horribly green. EE was worried. Sister, your face is green as an onion. Is your body not alright? Yun Xingchan, the kid did it on purpose. It's just a deliberate attempt to diabolize her. but in the next moment, Yi held her hand and her tone was gentle. Sister, we'd better hurry up and do the quest. Yun Xingchan was speechless and drew back her hand. Don't cry, Alan. A moment later, sister will buy you food. Whatever you want to eat, sister will buy it for you, okay? Ellen huffed, not wanting to talk to her, and cowered behind Little Italy. Yun Xingchan's smile suddenly disappeared. Sensing the killing aura, Yi stood in front of Ellen with immense ease. Sister, let's go. Yun Xingchan's cold gaze landed on her face, didn't say anything, and slowly walked into the snack street. Yi sighed and tugged at Alan to mutter in a small voice. Brother Alan, you can't keep saying that Sister Xingchan is not good, so Sister Xingchan will get angry. And Sister Xingchan is not bad, isn't she just a bit stupid? The two of us are smart on the line. The adults let us stay with her just to let us take care of her. Yun Xingchan's footsteps lurched as she finally broke down. I'm not stupid. Who said I'm stupid? Yi hurriedly put her hands behind her back and looked at her with special approval. Aha, not stupid, not stupid. You're the smartest. Yun Xingchan. Ha 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 ha. I can't. I'm laughing my ass off. Slacker remediation expert. Absenteeism. The main thing is that she's very sincere. And when she says she's not stupid, it's just like coaxing a little cutie. She's just like a little cutie. Sisters, come and see. The lazy man is being fixed. Sisters, I saw Slacker on Twitter being wildly disliked by Absolute Lai. Am I late? Not too late. Not too late. Yun Xingchan gritted her teeth. Her face turned green into green pepper color, endured the fire and walked straight to Alan. Alan, little baby. Sister really isn't stupid at all. Don't worry. Sister will lead you to victory. Alan choked. Don't believe it. Yun Xingchan? Yi sniffed and disliked Alan again. Nonsense about the truth. Alan responded, crying, I believe it. Yi nodded in satisfaction. That's good. There is emotional intelligence. Yun Xingchan. Emotional intelligence my ass. She turned to leave. Alan original form, tugged on Yi's arm. Don't leave me, okay? This sister seems like that stepmother in Snow White. Yi gave him a decent hug. I'm not leaving you. Gu Huai in the classroom watched the live broadcast, and the 2B pencil in his hand clicked broken. A little twerp who was always needing protection and milking her eyes in front of him, but was actually acting like a sister in front of the other boys? What a way to look at it. The teacher who was in charge of watching over the study sessions was secretly staggered as he watched his expression change. It seems like the drama the young prince is following should not have a very good plot. One moment smiling, one moment calm, now ironic. It mustn't be that Ultraman is going to fail at saving the planet to be so angry. He walked over, pretending not to mean it, and glanced at the cell phone he was hiding. Coincidentally, Yan Lai's face appeared on the air. Variety? Watching variety shows and crushing pens? Following that, Alan from the live feed rubbed Yi's cheek. Gu Huai copied the book and slammed it on his phone. Teacher. Yi finished rubbing his face by Alan and felt that he was in a better mood, leading him to run to Yun Xingchan at a fast pace. Yun Xingchan was still harboring a fire, with a face that was itching to lay it out now. Hungry? Do you guys want to eat anything? Yi nodded and proposed. Sister, I've just analyzed it. We have $100, but we can only trigger the quest card condition if we reach $20. But there are 50 stores in here, and we only have 5 chances. According to my analysis, we should go and ask whoever happens to have $20 worth of goods, so that we have a higher probability of obtaining something. The director looked at the assistant director in surprise. That's a smart kid. I knew our little Yi was smart. She seems to be Hermione from Harry Potter's childhood. Hello everyone. The theme of this variety show is the amazing journey of Yan Lai and her useless first-tier poser chick. In comparison, Yan Lai's high intelligence sets off Yun Xingchan like a Yumbo must have thought of it too, okay? In fact, Yun Xingchan didn't even listen to Yan Lai speak. Instead, she joyfully swooped down to a store. Oh my, if it isn't dried pork, I just love dried pork. Let's have some dried pork. Where does it come from? Alan? Pop up? Where are the Yun Xingchan fans? What about the promise that she thought of it too? Stand out and I promise not to slap you. Yi tugged at Yun Xingchan and persuaded him with kind words. No way, sister. We need to know which some vendors are the ones that can sell exactly $20 worth of stuff so that we can have a chance. Now that everyone is still here, the 10 mission cards are still relatively easy to find. But if everyone redeems them away one after another, there will be 6 envelopes left in our hands. We have to be quick about it. And as long as you're getting the mission cards, you can eat whatever you want. With a smile on her face, Yun Xingchan shook her head and hummed as if she didn't hear it. I like eating dried pork the most. Yen came to mean. Sister? A hint of cold light crossed the bottom of Yun Xingchan's eyes as she leaned down to look at her. Baby, sister is an adult. Sister knows how she should take control of all this money. I know you're very smart, but just rest assured and boldly hand it all over to me, okay? Yi wrinkled her eyebrows. Can I say no? Yun Xingchan faked a smile. No. Stunned, Yi puffed up her cheeks angrily and looked away to keep quiet. Ellen didn't understand much at all and cautiously tried. Yi, are we going to fail? Are we going to be late to see Daddy? She shook her head and stood on her tiptoes to ask the vendor. How much is this? The vendor politely said. $18 for a tail, oh little friend. She wasn't able to understand the concept of two. Would you give us a $20 one then? The vendor looked at Yun Xingchan in shock. Yun Xingchan smiled awkwardly. I'll take 3 thank you. The vendor nodded, wrapping it and handing it to her. 72. Yen Lai? 72? That would have cost them part of their chances straight away, leaving them with only $28. She anxiously tugged at Yun Xingchan. Sister Xingchan, we'll fail this way. Don't do it, don't do it. Yun Xingchan broke away from her somewhat roughly, almost forgetting about expression management and squeezing a hard smile. Don't worry baby, your Yun sister is especially powerful. I will definitely lead you to victory. She's not comfortable with it. The opener used up so many chances, and those chances were already low. What's going on? Chapter 132, What Comes to Be? Your destiny is up to you. Yun Xingchan handed the two of them the dried pork. Come on, eat it. It's guaranteed to smell good to you. Oh. With a devastated look on her face, Yen Lai stood on her tiptoes and continued to ask the merchant. Auntie, do you have an envelope for me? We want mission cards. The merchant shook his head apologetically. Sorry, not with us. The director was also head over heels. He just gave $100. Who would have thought that Yun Xingchan would have such a special brain circuit to buy dried pork? Asterisk. What breed is Yun Xingchan? That brain is kicked by a donkey? Baby EE is going to be angry and cry. Can't stand to watch. Not a fan of Yunai's intentions, can't stand to watch it either. The kid has always fought for it, but the money isn't in her hands. Yun Xingchan is too much. Even a child knows to finish the mission properly, doesn't she? I really want to punch Yun Xingchan's eyes from the left to the right eye socket. How can she have that brain towards victory? Although I don't like Yen Lai, but this child so seriously to analyze the stores, said sentence by sentence. Yun Xingchan really over, to let me down. A little want to take off the powder. It's not too late to get off the bandwagon. Look at the contrast between the smart and the stupid. EE is going to cry in a hurry. Can Yun Xingchan grow a heart? You're 27, not 7. Why are you talking about us? Yun Bao? It's the program's rule of $20 or more. Ha 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 ha. Certain bumpkin fans don't know that we, Yun Bao, have a koi carp possession, right? We, Yun Bao, will definitely be able to get our hands on it even if we only have one chance left. Bull asterisk koi possession. Get out of here. Slacker fan. Yen Lai walked towards the glass door with some annoyance. As it happened, Yen Lingyun and Zhao De passed by, talking and laughing. Both have mission cards in their hands. With her face pressed against the glass, she exclaimed, Daddy and Uncle Jode both got mission cards. Ellen followed suit. Really? Daddy has a mission card. Yi had a bit of a hard time and turned to look at Yun Xingchan grudgingly. Yun Xingchan cozily held a pork spread in both hands and took small bites. Yi clenched her fists. How did she get assigned to her? Who can tell me how the movie star and Big Brother Zhao De got it? Just came back from Yen Lingyun's live broadcast side. Yen Lingyun analyzed that there would be quest cards in stores with exactly $20 items, and he analyzed it correctly, so he got 2 of them effortlessly. I'm going? Then in that case Yi's analysis is also right. A 4-year-old child can analyze it. A serious answer in front of Yun Xingchan can think wrongly. And she went to eat dried pork? Not only do they eat pork stores, they eat with both hands. No wonder EE is crying in anger. For her to bring a pig teammate with this IQ, if it were me, I could be so angry that my hands would shake. Old Cloud, come quickly. Your daughter is being bullied by Little Cloud. Your daughter came up with the same answer as you, but your daughter can't play. EE is just a random dog that can take off with a leash. How come she's with Yun Xingchan? Are the fans of Yen Lai all mad dogs? We can't even spend money normally. We have to listen to her? She's God? What? What a cheeky thing for a slacker fan to say. I'm sorry. Are there any sisters in Lanchang? Meet up and scold that trash Yun Xingchan. It pisses me off. I'm already on my way with my Gatling on my shoulder, carrying a Gatling on the road +1. EE walked out of the pork shop store with a heavy heart and a sad face. Alan was heartbroken. EE, don't be sad, okay? She shook her head, trying to say she wasn't upset, when suddenly, in the distance, there was a strange sound of gas. Put. She looked around with a start. The voice is still over there. Hey, hey, hey. Yen Lai fixed his eyes and saw a man wearing sunglasses and a flowery shirt among a bunch of onlookers holding up their cell phones. He was particularly conspicuous, following a bunch of black-clad bodyguards wearing sunglasses around him. automatically forming a barrier that separated the group of people who feared him. With such a conspicuous array of men, the men were wearing sunglasses and masks, as if they were hiding something. Available at. The intention was obvious at a glance. Isn't this Uncle Yen Wugue? Yen Wugue took out a $100 sheet from his pocket, balled it up, and tossed it to her. Crouched down and picked up the money and unfolded it. Looking up at Yen Wugue, the bodyguard beside Yen Wugue held up the card, which clearly read, "Take it to complete the mission." She lit up with joy and nodded. But the next instant, the money was snatched from her hand. Yen Lai looked up in confusion as the staff member took her money and walked straight towards Yen Wugue. "Sorry sir, we're on a mission over here. Feeding is prohibited." A question mark flashed through Yen Wugue's head, and he took the money in displeasure. "You guys paired your child with a dumbass and still won't allow support? I'm her uncle. I can't see my child being bullied." E's eyes widened a bit in delight at that. He's calling himself an uncle, eh? The corner observation team records this scene as +1 point for contestant Yen Wugue's courageous act of bravery and heartfelt Yen Lai. The staff member intoned, "Sir, I can understand that your heart aches for your child, but the mission just has to have twists and turns to make it look good." Yen Wugue was offended, pointing at Yun Xingchan in the chamber. "Is this a bauble for you? You're arranging an Everest for Yen Lai." He originally had nothing to do because his nationality was not in China. He did not have a job in China, and Shinan went to work with all of them, so he wanted to watch a variety show to pass the time, and as a result, his high blood pressure was all pissed off. The programmers could do nothing for him, and without further ado, turned to leave. With a disdainful look on his face, Yen Wugue threw another $100 over at Yen Lai. The programmer was stunned and breathlessly stepped forward to pick up the money, but just as he picked it up, another 100 pieces rolled down to Yen Lai's feet. Picked it up in a daze, and the staff quickly snatched it away, reprimanding, "This gentleman, I said no." Yen Wugue doesn't say anything and holds up his carry-on blackboard. "It's not for you." He flips it, "For the kid." The staff member's mouth twitched. "That won't do." Yen Wugue wrote something, held up the blackboard. "It's okay, you've got the money." The staff member was stunned and had a vague sense of foreboding. Suddenly, Yen Wugue shouldered a cash safe and swished it open. Inside was a box of RMB. Staff, director, onlookers, pop up, Yen Lai. Yen Wugue raised his eyebrows proudly and looked at the bodyguard. The bodyguard on the right holds up the blackboard. "Tools, our bosses are all together." The left bodyguard held up the blackboard. "Our boss is super awesome." Yen Wugue noiselessly picked up a pile of banknotes and did not hesitate to slam them on Yen Lai. The director's voice broke. "Stop him." A group of staff members pounced on him like wolves. "Big brother, don't be impulsive. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it." Yen Wugue was physically entangled. Holding the cash in his hands was not good enough to move, and struggled. "What for? I'm giving it to the child. It's not for you guys." The staff persuaded him and pushed Yen Wugue to the outside. "The child is still small. Can't use so much money. I've got it." Yen Wugue's bodyguards were also entangled in the layers, but they couldn't do anything about it, and could only be pushed away. Yen Wugue disappeared in front of the crowd, his mouth still shouting, "My child doesn't even have a quest card if she wants one. I'll give her a pile of money to spend as she pleases, and it's just a pile of money. Staff, is one pile less? A bunch of subs is 10,000. The mission card she'll have. She'll definitely have it." Yen Wugue was being held up, his voice getting farther and farther away. "Yen Lai, don't rely on anyone. Your life is up to you and not to God." Chapter 133, Absent Lai had a car accident. Yen Lai watched Yen Wugue gradually shrink into a single point and suddenly grinned, rubbing his stomach and laughing. "Uncle Blameless is too amusing." The pop-up screen was even more laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha. Is that person dressed as if he's a Black Jersey Club boss or uncle? The uncle of the absent-minded is also too cute. He's mean and funny. It's like having the status of a rich man, but not having a smart brain. Laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Look at how angry your uncle is. If the program hadn't done this, how could he be so angry? Yen Lai have aunt and uncle? How do I feel this uncle seems to be very handsome. Look, hey 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 hey. What? We're all here to watch the show, and you want to be Yen's aunt? Where's the morality? Where's the dignity? Where's the address? Where's the contact info?" Yen Lai laughed so hard that his stomach hurt, and when he came back to his senses, he thought it made a bit of sense. She shouldn't get her hopes up on an idiot. She looked to Yun Xingchan. Yun Xingchan was no longer in the mood to eat, not realizing that there would be someone who would diabolize her on the sidelines while she was going through the motions of her persona. Again, it has to do with the intention of Yunai. She rolled her eyes. Didn't notice and walked straight to Yun Xingchan expectantly. "Sister, can I have the remaining $20? Yun Xingchan's eyes flickered as he smiled at her. "It's fine." Intentional was overjoyed and held out his hand. Yun Xingchan, however, brushed past her to walk up the street and said in surprise, I haven't had a little bit in a long time. I want to drink milk tea. Yen Lai, aren't you giving it to me? Yun Xingchan looked back at her with a meaningful smile. I'll listen to you and only drink $20. Intentionally appalled. What? Grass. Yun Xingchan is purposely diabolizing Yen Lai, right? I can see it. I'm a fan of Yun Xingchan, I can see it all. She's so disappointing to me. Breathless. What is she doing when everyone is taking the task seriously? Yun Xingchan really makes my blood pressure rise when I look at her. How can she be so disgusting? I can't take it anymore. I'm going to be pissed off. If I keep reading like this, I think I'll have a heart attack. Heart attack roll ah. Wei Yun Bao also did not do anything wrong. Is $20 ah? This is not Yen Lai requirements? Yanai means to give her the money directly, instead of a lazy man spending it for her. All the other groups have gotten it, and only their group hasn't gotten it yet. And it's not because Yun Xingchan is lazy and greedy. Each group of guests has their own live room, plus a combined switching lens live room. So it was a real hate fest to watch the progress of this group again from the other live feeds. Everyone else has gotten it. Yun Xingchan is too capable of dragging his feet. What? We, Yun Bao, miss a certain family's green tea sister so much, and you guys are still blaming us Yun Bao, aren't you? Lazy fans are blind, aren't they? Open your eyes and see what Yun Xingchan has done. I can't even watch it as a Yun Xingchan fan. Yi's face was gloomy, and she argued with Yun Xingchan. Sister, please give me the $20. I want to spend it myself. Yun Xingchan beamed. But I want to drink milk tea. She wrinkled her nose. But the mission is more important. Yun Xingchan's eyes flashed with a touch of mockery, spread his hands and said, life is to swing for the fences ah, just be happy to spend every day. Yi was speechless. Are you happy even if you're being punished? We should finish the mission because the director teacher told us to. Yun Xingchan's eyes looked upwards and his head bobbed as if he hadn't heard. Yen Lai was so angry that he clenched his teeth and finally couldn't hold it together. Here we go again. You put on this look again. Just now you were like this when you were eating the pork store. Giving you advice and you don't listen. Promising me things and then going back on them. You're the dumbest adult I've seen so far. Yun Xingchan? Photographer. Director. Pop-up. Beautiful. Cool. I'm so angry. I want to bite my pillow. He's so mean. Your uncle said you're in charge of your life. Yun Xingchan's brain buzzed, placing the milk tea handed over by the clerk on the counter. How dare you say that about me? I've taken care of you guys from the beginning. I'm still wrong, right? Yen Lai looked at her sarcastically. Lying. You got on the bus and started sleeping. You were selfish. You didn't take care of your teammates. You only did what you liked. Ellen said from just now that she wanted to see her dad early, and you completely disregarded it. You clearly said you want to coax Alan, but you didn't ask Alan's preference when you buy things. Ellen gathered her courage. Right. I don't like dried pork. Yun Xingchan laughed absurdly. Then according to you, I delayed you from going to Tsinghua and Peking University, didn't I? But it's just a game, you dare to be so serious. Kids are kids. Didn't panic. I'm a child. But you're not serious from start to finish. You're not even as good as a child. If I had known you were like this, Alan and I should have gone on our own. Yun Xingchan exploded. Okay then you go This milk tea I put together a single into $20. It did not trigger You do not or not? Argued with reason. I'm talking about the store that owns the $20 item. Not you raising the price to $20. How dare you still want to blame the fault on me? Milk tea will have to hide under the covers and cry at night when it hears that you have wronged it so much. Ha 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 ha. Milk tea, I should have known I should have rotted my head in the store. Laughing doesn't live. Adults and children tearing each other apart. Ha 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 ha. This kid talks so smooth. It kills me with laughter. Yun Xingchan's face has gone green and he can't even speak. Gu Huai hit his lips and snickered, shaking his head repeatedly. Not bad for the little fighter he trained. The teacher was also looking on in amusement. The kid Yen Lai is quite interesting. At this point, the popularity of the live broadcast exploded. A hot word entry on the civic list has shot up to number 1. Yen Lai and Yun Xingchan are cursing. A large number of viewers flooded the live broadcast room, all of them coming to see the two men come to fight. Yun Xingchan became angrier and angrier. Her blood pressure rushed up to her head, almost forgetting where she was. You say I'm stupid, right? Well, then I'll give you a chance. You get the hell out of here right now. The two of us will split up into 2 combinations. You go and beg the director to give you another $100. If you can get the mission card, I'll call you my sister. Meant to look to the showrunner expectantly. The programmers are at a loss for words, shaking their heads. You can't be separated. Yen Lai's small face sank in hatred. Forget it, the 3 of us are going to be punished. Yun Xingchan showed a fierce color. I don't. This child of yours is so young that he is full of vigor. He takes himself too seriously, and I'm not going to serve you anymore." With that, she grabbed Yen Lai and headed for the front of the store. Ellen was scared silly and cried as she followed. "Don't do this to Yi. She's my sister. She's the youngest child. Don't bully her, like a madwoman." Yun Xingchan yanked Yi and threw her towards the door. "Go!" Yi stumbled and flung himself into the street, and before he could get his footing, a rider slammed into him. Boom! Yi's brain buzzed and her body abruptly lunged to the side, rolling several times before stopping. For a moment, all was silent. Yun Xingchan's face changed. Ellen screamed in terror. Tourists plus a lot of fans quickly gathered in a stunned pile. The takeout rider was so scared that he hurriedly squatted in front of Yi. "Little sister, how are you? I didn't notice that you would suddenly rush out. I'm sorry." He was right at the door at that time. Absolute come-ons are the equivalent of a direct hit. He didn't even react to the fact that he had to brake. Yi shivered, her eyes staring blankly at the sky, saying nothing and slowly closing her eyes. Everyone locked their eyes on Yun Xingchan. Yun Xingchan stood stiffly, his face green and gray. Gu Huai inside the classroom saw the scene and slapped the table. The class shivered and looked at him in horror. The teacher knew what he was because of and calmly said, "Gu Huai, sit back first." Gu Huai's eyes were red and he didn't listen at all. "Teacher, call my family, I'm going out." After saying that, he rushed out like a gust of wind. "Teacher, you wait for Gu Huai." Gu Huai rushed towards the entrance of the school and came to the first floor when he suddenly noticed Shinjingji running over from the other side. Shinjingji also looked flustered and froze when he saw him. "You were there to find Yen Lai?" Gu Huai nodded calmly. "You too." Shinjingji wrinkled his brows, not wanting to answer, but as soon as he thought of the scene where Yen Lai was knocked off the ground, he immediately ran outside the school. "Then what are you still waiting for? Let's go together." Gu Huai walked alongside him and snapped, "I will definitely not let that woman have a good time." Shinjingji had already dialed the phone. "What do you need to say? We can handle it ourselves." With that, the other party picked up the phone. Shinjingji said eagerly, "Dad, Yen Lai had a car accident on the program, so hurry up and take care of it." Shin and with. Chapter 134, everyone knows Yen Lai had a car accident. The director eagerly rushed to Yen Lai and shouted, "No one is allowed to touch her. Call 120. Quickly, 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 quickly." Someone from the program quickly called 120. Ellen cried and sat beside Yen Lai, her face covered in tear stains. "Sister, sister, what happened to you, sister? You open your eyes and look at me, sister. You won't die, right?" Wah 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 wah. The onlookers cringed with intolerance. The little girl is so pitiful. She was just yanked right out. That's child abuse. This person is too vicious. It's still a star. Bah! There are several fans of Yen Lai deliberately right over to see Yen Lai. The results did not expect the opening of the lightning strike. Cannot wait to pounce on people. Yun Xingchan, where is your moral heart? Why did you lay your hands on a little kid? Don't you know that there are a lot of riders in this snack street? Yun Xingchan ing it. To put a child in such a state. If anything happens to this child, you see what her family will do to you. Yun Xingchan you. From the beginning you've had a strange attitude towards the two kids, and now it's so bad that Yen Lai got into a car accident because of you. The takeout boy even laid down for you. What Yi said is true. You don't believe me because you're stupid. You buy your MLGB of dried pork? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yun Xingchan stood stiffly on the sidelines as everyone verbally attacked her, their words hitting her like a muffled stick one after another. Her body shook uncontrollably. Everyone's mouths were open at her. Everyone had a scowl on their face. She didn't even dare to look them in the eye, but could only look down at the motionless Yen Lai on the floor, a glimmer of delirium climbing up her mind. "It's not my fault." She looked to the camera with a look of urgency. "It was this child who treated me poorly from the beginning and that's why we had the argument. She didn't respect me. I just got mad in the heat of the moment." The photographer rolled his eyes wide at her. He's not blind. The pop-up screen was even cursing. "Holy, don't stop me. I'm going to tear this woman apart by hand. It's her fault from beginning to end." She still won't admit it. Pushing a small child onto the road and still having the cheek to say she has no problem? What kind of cerebral palsy is this? Is this the only cerebral palsy you Yun Xingchan's fans are fans of? Yun Xingchan's fans roll out, "I'll see how you guys wash her." What? Yun Bao didn't say anything wrong. You guys are so brainless to protect the White Lotus little sister. Just because she's small so she's doing everything right? Does she respect us? You Yun Xingchan still deserve respect? She doesn't believe the serious answer when it's put in front of her. She has to eat what she wants. She's just stupid and bad. Yun Xingchan gets out of Showbiz. Yun Xingchan out of Showbiz. Get out of Showbiz. I'm clutching my quick-acting heart pills watching this program right now. And with Yun Xingchan playing like this, you guys are still letting her stay here? I'm so mad at her. I'm gonna blow a gasket. Yun Xingchan, get the hell out of here. Damn it. Above the words of Yun Xingchan and Yan Lai's quarrel, a word directly exploded. Yun Xingchan pushed a 4-year-old child into a car accident. The edited version of the video that goes with it is from the beginning, with Yun Xingchan disrespecting the various offers of Yan Lai, making all sorts of stupid decisions, explicitly and implicitly provoking, and a lot of micro-expressions. Eventually, the two broke out into an argument. Yun Xingchan pushed Yang Lai onto the road like a shrew. Stumbled forward, and the delivery man directly knocked her down. Her body fluttered for a split second, landing in several rolls on the ground. Wearing short sleeves and shorts instantly stained and dirty, he lay on the ground without a sound. The picture looks creepy because it's so close. Comments section: I've long been displeased with Yun Xingchan as a poser, and a bunch of people are praising her and saying she's cute. She's cute. Heba. Now it's good. Make a little girl like this. Is she still cute? She's a murderer. Yan Lai is only 4 years old, still not a bare child. From the beginning to the end has been to persuade her, stop her, but also to help bring Alan. Yun Xingchan, how dare you? Isn't this persona collapsing? Isn't Yun Xingchan the queen of posing? Why are you angry? Why would she do that to a little kid? If I were Yan Lai's mom, I could tear her apart myself. A pure white customized Maserati 120 miles per hour sped along the wide highway. Yan Weian's face was so gloomy that it was scary. Stepping on the gas, hated to step on the sparks. His palms were all covered in cold sweat, and his hands holding the steering wheel were constantly oozing cold sweat, so he had to wipe it again and again. She had just arrived in another city when she received the news that Yan Lai had been in a car accident. Her hands were shaking. If anything really happened to Yan Lai, she was going to tear that woman apart and feed her to the dogs. Sent to jail to squat. Let her have no peace in her life. On the other side, Xian Duo walked through the company corridor with an anxious expression. What's the situation now? Has the ambulance arrived yet? The other woman was saying something in a hurry, and she couldn't help but run quickly as her face turned whiter and whiter. Shander slammed into a wall of people. As soon as she looked up, Yan Lixing looked at her with displeasure. Xian Duo, are you an elementary school student, running in the hallway? Xian Duo eagerly said. I'm sorry, Mr. Yan Lai had a car accident and is now in a coma. I'm very anxious. Yan Lixing was stunned. His face swished and sank, dialing Yan Wugui's number. Yan Wugui was eating dessert in a cafe when he received a phone call and wrinkled his eyebrows. What? You want to mock me for being on TV? As a result, Yan Lixing's questioning crackled down. Yan Lai had a car accident, you know? She is now in a coma. I do not know what the situation is. You were not at the scene? How do you look at the child? Yan Wugu was stunned when the strawberry sundae in front of him suddenly stopped smelling good. What? After he was kicked out, he saw a new strawberry product coming out of this store. So he just had an ice cream. How? He hangs up and opens his phone and the first popular tweet is, Yan Lai is put in a coma by swinging woman Nebula Starchan. Click on me to see, explode. He was silent for a moment, got up and stormed out. During the school's lunch break, Shin Xiuyan and Shin Zeno came inside the Western restaurant, and how to call Shin Jingji's phone could not be reached. Shin Xiuyan was impatient. Does this kid want to stand us up? Shin Zeno shrugged. I don't know. 4 girls at the entrance of the Western restaurant walked in with a huff. Yun Xingchan is too much. That's right. She even pushed Yan Lai into the road and got her hit by a car. I hope it's nothing. After all, it was an electric car, but she's only 4 years old and her bones aren't even hard. Shin Xiuyan's face changed, looked at each other with Shin Zeno and rushed to the girls. Excuse me, please repeat what happened. The 3 girls were not expected to see them face red for a moment. Stuttering, we just chased the variety show inside. Yan Lai was pushed to the road by Yun Xingchan, was hit by a car, and now has been sent to the hospital. As soon as the words were out of their mouths, the two swished and disappeared in front of them, running outside. Girls, are the 2 young schoolboys fans of Yan Lai? Chapter 135, Heavenly King cannot save Yan Lai. Yan Lingyun also knew the news of Yan Lai's car accident and quickly ran to the hospital. For a while, people from all directions gathered at the hospital. Yun Xingchan stood within the corridor, his face terribly gloomy. She was just arguing with the kid. She didn't expect the guy to get hit by a car. Pissed her off. Chagrined, she pinched her insides and opened Twitter. The top blog post was originally at 50,000 comments, and now it's all the way up to 100,000. There is a particularly harsh, I was originally your fans, especially like you, but did not expect you to swing a little bottom line. I'm going to step back. Yun Xingchan, you're letting us down too much. Can you live up to our expectations? She frowned in chagrin, followed by a cell phone ringing. The message from the agent came down like a sudden crackle of rain. What the is wrong with you? I asked you to go so you could rub the movie star's nose in it, not to kill the kid. Have you been subdued? Do you know how much trouble I had to go through to get you this resource? She's aggravated. It's not me. It's this absentee problem. She called me stupid. I just got mad for a second. I didn't think she'd get hit by a car. Agent, I don't care what your reasons are. It's live. Your messages are all over the extranet. If anything happens to this kid, the two of us will have to cross the Naiku Bridge hand in hand. You're going to be a douchebag. A big douchebag. You're going to be a big, fat asshole, and you're going to lose money. Yun Xingchan was speechless. Okay, isn't it just a child? I'll take care of it. With that, she dialed a phone. Honey, I'm being bullied. Can you come over and help me? There were a few staff members accompanying them down the corridor, and the live feed of the absent intention had been turned off, and the cameraman hadn't followed them. The staff frowned in disgust when they heard her move. She pouted like nobody's business. I'm being bullied by a little kid. I'm so aggravated right now. Please come over and help me, okay? Thank you, husband. Following that, Yun Xingchan was overjoyed. Obviously the other party had agreed to her request. She hung up the phone, looked at the two staff members across the room who had been silent, and said with a sullen face, if you dare to reveal this news, I'll make you look good. The two staff members were disconcerted, but didn't dare say anything more. We know. Yun Xingchan would be satisfied and rolled his eyes as he looked towards Yan Lai on the bed. Die quickly. It's annoying. But at that moment, Yi became vaguely aware, and felt dizzy. She grunts in distress. Mommy. Yun Xingchan was stunned and ecstatic. Nurse. This child has woken up. Hurry over and take a look. Nurses and doctors rushed in unison to come to Yanlai. The doctor leaned down and patiently asked, how's it going, little friend? Are you feeling dizzy right now? Yi looked at him in a daze, not daring to nod for fear of throwing up. Dizzy as hell. The doctor asked, any other symptoms besides dizziness? She eased up a little and was finally able to open her eyes completely. No, just feeling a little pain in my palms, and my legs. The doctor breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Yun Xingchan. The film shows that this child is just mildly concussed. There are only superficial injuries on his body. He'll be fine with a good rest. Yun Xingchan's eyes lit up. Then are we ready to go? A question mark flashed through the doctor's head. Of course not. This child needs to be hospitalized for observation now. What if there's another accident after that? And the person's guardian hasn't even arrived yet, so you'll have to keep watch for a while. The staff was vaguely relieved to hear this, and the corridor discussed the strategy. Yan Lai is after all the one who had problems with their planning. The director fretted, I'm so pissed off with her. If I had known she was like this, I wouldn't have done it for any amount of money I was offered. When things got like this, their program was scolded and they had to pay for it. Who would have thought that Yun Xingchan, a 27-year-old adult, would be able to do something like this with a missing brainstem? It's so stupid and bad. Yun Xingchan sat in the hospital room and watched the chatter outside, but the hospital's indoor soundproofing was so good that he wasn't able to hear what they were saying. She leaned on the back of the chair and looked at Yan Lai comfortably. Kid, what are you still pretending for? The doctor has already said that you have a mild concussion, which means that you're fine. It's better to get up and follow me. The two of us still have to go and finish the mission. The only way now was for Yan Lai not to blame her so she could pull away from the scandal. The entire Twitter hotspot was all about her. She spent a ton of money to press the heat, and she has to get that heat down. Yan Lai lay on the bed reacting for a moment, slowly remembering what had happened to her before she passed out. Her gaze grew cold. I was in a car accident because of you, sister. Yun Xingchan froze and laughed absurdly. Child, you brought this on yourself. It's not my fault. If you want to blame it, you can only blame yourself. Who made you say I'm stupid? What do you know as a 4-year-old child? Yan Lai silently dialed the phone watch and found the recording function. Clicking on the recording before speaking, Sister, I was trying to win, so I found the rules. We should try it out. But you've been playing the game without following the rules, and you had to drink milk tea at the end of the day. We're obviously going to be punished, and you're not even tense or obeying, so of course I'm angry. Yun Xingchan looked at her sarcastically. I do what I like. Who are you to control me? What are you? And do you know what my status is? Do you know who the people behind me are? Even my fans can drown you with a mouthful of spittle, and you're in charge of me? Am I your mom? Followed suit. Then I'm not your mom, so why should I spoil you by buying dried pork and milk tea? Yun Xingchan's eyes widened in surprise, and she was just about to speak when the door to the hospital room was suddenly pushed open. A big-bellied, middle-aged bully walked in arrogantly. Was stunned, shocked to see that the man's stomach was so large that it seemed as if he was carrying a baby in July, and the LV belt was stuck just below the folds of his stomach, swaying as he walked. She was dumbfounded. The staff outside vaguely felt something was wrong and wanted to come into the ward, but a group of bodyguards blocked their way. The director got anxious and pushed the bodyguard. Mr. Yun, calm down. Yan Lai's family is on their way now. Please don't do anything out of the ordinary. If this matter becomes a big deal, it won't be easy to handle. Not to mention that Yan Lai is just a child. It's not worth the trouble. Yun Xingchan sneered and hooked her lips, giving him a deep look before closing the door behind her. It's no use begging her. The King of Heaven can't save Yan Lai even if he comes today. Chapter 136, excuse me for recording. Yun Xingchan turned around and gave the man a hug. Hubby, you're finally here. This child was deliberately angry at me just now. So angry that my heart and liver hurt. Without saying a word, the greasy middle-aged man walloped her against the wall in a dominant, strong kiss. Yan Lai. She was struck by lightning and hurriedly put her head down. What did she see? It was more disgusting than when the boys pranked her and put 2 knotted earthworms in her desk. I don't know how much time passed, but she looked down and saw a large belly breaking into her vision. Once he looked up again, the man looked her up and down with his hands in his pockets, his eyes extremely sarcastic. A girl whose hair hasn't even grown. How dare you bully my woman? How many lives do you think you have? Frowned. Her gaze fell on his stomach, and she replied with incomparable seriousness. I only have 1 life. But uncle, you have 2 lives. Right, and there should be another one in your stomach. Man? He looked down at his beer belly and said in annoyance. What the are you talking about? You bastard. You made my wife look like this, and now the whole internet is cursing her. How dare you talk to me like that? Do you know who I am? Yui looked at him baffled. I don't want to know. The man's eyes glared at Yun Xingchan. Yun Xingchan understood and walked in front of her. I'll tell you where you're coming from. I don't know whose child you are, but my husband is definitely one that your family can't afford to mess with. My husband's power is not on this side, but his means are enough to make people tremble with fear. If you want to let your grandparents and grandmothers to live well, you'd better come up with a total of 10 respect to me and my husband to speak nicely, or we'll make you eat your words. Wrinkled her eyebrows. I haven't eaten anything yet, and you're still making me eat? The two of them looked at each other, speechless. Beer-bellied man breathlessly rolled up his sleeves. No more bull **** with her. After saying that, he grabbed Yin Lai by the neck and carried him upwards, disliking the wall in the process. The back of Yi's head hit the wall with a bam and she felt dizzy, painfully meeting the man's cohesive stormy eyes. The man gritted his teeth and spoke in a vicious tone. Let me put it this way. The old man is the one that no one dares to offend, because the old man has a lot of means. Anyone who sees me goes around. Yen Lai, this woman you bullied today, is the old man's woman? When the media visit you, you say that it is your own run to the road. You intentionally hit the car, but also say that my woman gave you an apology. You saw her as if she felt the same warmth as her mother. She also took good care of you. Hear me? Looked at him with cold eyes. No fear at all to speak of. She recorded it anyway. There's no point in him saying anything. Yen Lai's eyes became more determined. That's a lie. I won't lie. The man grimaced and disliked her against the wall again. If you say you won't, you won't. If I say you will, or else I'll shoot you in the head. You hear me? He made his hand into a pistol position and pressed it dead center against Yen Lai's head. Yun Xingchan smiled deviously beside her. Hubby is so handsome and mighty. The man raised an eyebrow at her in triumph and nodded vigorously at Yen Lai's head again. Did you hear me? Yi's head banged, dizzy, feeling like she could throw up the next moment. Breathless, I heard you. The man would be satisfied and looked at Yun Xingchan. Then I'll leave first. On my way here, there are already reporters' cars coming this way. Yun Xingchan nodded like a little Stepford wife and moved up to give him a kiss. The two are like entwined earthworms again. Yen Lai looked down without looking, her small hands stoically clenching the covers as she silently saved the recording. Uploaded to the cloud successfully. The man turned to leave, and as soon as he was gone, the reporters on the back foot came in afterward, flooding into the hospital room and knocking on the door. How do you do? Can I interrupt for a moment? Hello little Brother has a few questions he would like to ask you if that's okay? One of the reporters was holding a cell phone live in his hand. It looks like our little woke up, Great. The program is mostly frantic to find the latest news because they cut off the Yen Lai livestream, so this reporter's booth is full. The reporter was the first to squeeze through the others to Yen Lai's side. Xiao how do you feel now? Are you still dizzy? Kept her head down, fiddling with her watch phone without saying anything. Yun Xingchan was in tears. Doctor, she's fine. It's just a mild concussion. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry everyone. The crowd quickly focused their cameras on Yun Xingchan. Yun Xingchan's tears flowed downwards in large chunks, covering her face. I feel too guilty. I'm sorry for everyone's expectations. I have to quit Showbiz. The reporter tilted his head and pulled the camera away, incorporating Will Yen Lai and Yun Xingchan into the shot. The pop-ups were full of insults and concerns. It was a hodgepodge of cursing Yun Xingchan, cursing Yen Lai, worrying about Yun Xingchan, and worrying about Yen Lai. The reporter cleared his throat. Little did this Yun take good care of you after you woke up? Bowed her head and said nothing. Yun Xingchan tucked her in with tears and secretly pinched her flesh. Answer baby. Yen Lai cringed in pain. looked at her with an expressionless face, and then raised his wrist. The ward fell instantly into silence. Yun Xingqian froze and watched as Yan Lai crossed his wrist in front of him, as if transforming, and righteously clicked play. A familiar voice followed. Sister, I was trying to win. I found the rules. We should try it. But you kept playing the game without following the rules and ended up drinking milk tea. We were obviously going to be punished, and you weren't nervous or obedient. So of course I was angry. Yun Xingqian's sarcastic voice came out incomparably clear. I'll do whatever I like. Who are you to control me? What kind of a thing are you? And do you know what my identity is? Do you know the identity of the people behind me? Even my fans can drown you with a mouthful of spittle. And you're in charge of me? Am I your mom? Yun Xingqian's face abruptly turned green. Yanai's small hand dragged the progress bar to a little further back. The man's low and grumpy voice then sounded, Yanlai, this woman you bullied today, is the old man's woman? And so on. When the media visit you, you say that it is your own run to the road. You deliberately hit the car, but also say that my woman gave you an apology. You saw her as if she felt the warmth of a mother, and she is still attentive to you. Do you hear me? That's a lie. I don't lie. If you say you won't, you won't. If I say you will, or else I'll shoot you in the head. You hear me? In a flash, the whole room was in an uproar. Pop up, asterisk 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 asterisk. Yun Xingqian's face was pale and incredulous as he looked at Yan Lai. Yan Lai looked at her with unperturbed waves and slowly hooked a pleasant smile. I didn't think so, auntie. I recorded it. Chapter 137, Miss Yun Xingqian. Are you usually a two-faced person? The whole atmosphere of the ward seemed to boil over at that moment. All the journalists, not daring to take a breath, brought their microphones closer and closer, wanting to shove them into the speakers. The reporter holding up this broadcast room won straight to the numbness, so excited that his hands were a little shaky. The live stream flooded with more and more people, as if the floodgates had been opened, and the pop-ups refreshed almost at the speed of meteors. 6666666666666. Yan Lai Asama will also record. Yun Xingqian, you're a dog. Right, Yun Xingqian, you're a dog. Right, Yun Xingqian, you're a dog. Right. This story tells us how important it is to tell our daughters to know how to protect themselves. Yan Lai played the recording back to adjust it a bit and replayed it again for details. From the beginning, when Yan Lai spoke to Yun Xingqian, to the man's entrance and apparently making a move on Yan Lai, the pop-ups were even more cursed. The middle-aged man with a big belly is Yun Xingqian's gold master. Didn't Yun Xingqian say she was just an ordinary girl without a gold master? This mouthful of husband called so dearly. I told you that Yun Xingqian must have been adopted. Otherwise, with her like this, how could she get such a good resource? Yun Xingqian fans out. Call your brother-in-law. Your sister is in love. The guy is a pregnant middle-aged man. The reporters blinked their starry eyes in anticipation at Yun Xingqian's reaction. Ms. Yun, say something? The strings in Yun Xingqian's brain suddenly linked and violently rushed towards Yan Lai. Reporters rushed to block. What are you doing? Ms. Yun Xingqian, do you want to make a move in front of the camera? Yan Lai lay quietly on the bed, looking at Yun Xingqian's grimacing face, instead of the ease with which she had begun. Her face reddened to a pig's liver color. Her eyes seemed to be glaring out, and she hissed, these are all fakes. These are all synthesized voices. I really didn't think that you, a little girl, would be able to be so vicious. You must have negotiated with all of my opposing families to come and bully me, didn't you? Ducked back and grabbed a female reporter's arm to explain. I'm not lying. A pregnant uncle really came to me, and the two of them even kissed in front of me. The reporter's eyes were brighter than the sun today. Kissing? Is that okay to say? Enraged, Yun Xingqian raised his hand and hit her hard. How dare you slander me, you child? Yi's eyes widened in surprise, feeling the wind of the palm coming. Just at the moment it was about to hit, suddenly another hand pinched her wrist. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So fast. Where's the hero? Who saved the day? My eyes can't keep up with this man's stance anymore. Yi was stunned as she looked down her hand and met Yan Lingyun's eyebrows that were coalescing with a stormy wind. His arm veins rippled as he gazed at Yun Xingqian dead on, his eyes so vicious that they were capable of devouring a person. Yun Xingqian, you've done it to my daughter over and over again. Do you have me in your sights? Yun Xingqian's face turned pale with a swish. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yan Lingyun, old Cloud is so handsome. Old Cloud has come to save me and her daughter. What are you talking about? This is the daughter of old Yun and me. He still cares so much about our daughter. I knew our old Cloud would come. Our old Cloud is such a sentimental and righteous person. Was overjoyed. Lingyun dad. After that he got a little dizzy again and leaned weakly against the wall. Yan Lingyun hurriedly came over to her and looked at her with particular concern. How do you feel? Is it still hard? She shook her head and said gratefully, it's not hard anymore, because you came to my rescue. Old Cloud was so handsome when he came over just now. Old Yun knows Israeli fighting. He's been in a lot of martial arts movies. I'm sure he can save her. Being Yun Xingchan's fan can ing watch. Now has turned black. It's not too late to fan Yen Lai and Yen Lingyun. It's not too late sister. We'll be the best of sisters if you get out of the pit and step back in. Cloud Star Chan has collapsed. Many endorsements on Weibo have all announced the dissolution of the partnership. Yun Xingchan is innocent. Cloud Starry Icon is clean and white. She's clean and innocent. What? Can someone still watch this? There was a large wave of people who flooded into the live broadcast room, frantically brushing Yun Xingchan clean and white. It seems to be a fan-controlled review that is quickly taking over half the world. But the next moment, more pop-ups rushed up. Yun Xingchan is unclear. Yun Xingchan is not white. Yun Xingchan is not innocent. The gold master behind Yun Xingchan has a belly so big that even a small child thinks she's pregnant. And she's still clean? You can't stand up after kneeling for a long time, can you? Yun Xingchan privately as tobacco and alcohol are coming off. Ridiculous. Yen Lai, this little child, take out the evidence you also believe. That I also say I am Yen Lai real mom. I can also do some fake recording. The phone watch has a recording function, but it doesn't have the function to receive recordings, okay? It hasn't even been an hour since her accident, so you have to be a little more truthful when you wash your master's hands. Can Yun Xingchan's fans stop washing? Aren't you tired? She's even furious and went to play Yen Lai, and she's still washing here? Hasn't anyone noticed that EE is especially calm and smart? She doesn't cry easily, and she can think of recording when she's threatened. She's so smart. I really want to know who taught her. Yeah. I'm having a blast with this recording. Ha 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 ha. Our E is just very smart. Knows a lot. Can cook and be considerate. The future is bright for the treasure girl. Come on, let's fan her. Seeing the stalemate between the two sides, the reporters immediately started to make an effort. MS. Yun Xingchan, may I ask why are you treating a child like this? We just learned that it was you who did not follow the rules when you participated in the live broadcast variety show and did whatever you wanted by virtue of your own status. This child also dissuaded you from the beginning but you did not listen. Can you answer why you did not listen to this child's persuasion? Yun Xingchan's hands were shaking. Her head was blank. Her thoughts were all messed up. She argued sternly, why should I listen to her? I am an adult. I have the ability to judge whether something is good or bad. Why should I let a 4-year-old child control my thoughts? What's more, what she says may not be right. Reporter, but as far as I know, the program did put all the tasks on the stalls with only $20 of merchandise. The other 5 groups of guests have already got theirs, while you as a special guest denied the child's offer. You are usually two-faced and snake-hearted, right? Chapter 138. It's so cool. She wants to learn this when she grows up. Another reporter disliked the microphone to Yun Xingchan's mouth. You usually like to leave a child on the main road and let her get hit by a car, don't you? Does your mother have no problem with you acting like this? Ha 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 ha. These reporters are asking some pretty sharp ing questions. Doesn't your mother have a problem with you acting like this? Simply put, didn't your mother teach you anything? Ha 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 ha. The reporter continued to hold the microphone in front of her. What is the identity of that man? Is he your husband? But you claim outside that you are not single? Is he your golden master or your secret husband or your boyfriend? How long have you been in a relationship with him? How long has he been supporting you? You have so many resources lately because of this man who invested for you, right? Is that man's stomach really big? Does it really look like he's pregnant? Yun Xingchan was at a loss for words. His breathing gradually became rapid, and he didn't even know how to answer. She looked to Yen Lai. There's no way for the intended brain to process the information properly. What kind of questions are these adults asking? The pop-ups are going numb with laughter. Can't live with laughter. Can there be more of this kind of reporter? Few such journalists are so outspoken. Laughing so hard my stomach hurts. I declare this to be the most awesome eating event of the year. Keep asking, keep asking. I feel like Yun Xingchan is going to cry from the questioning. Yen Lingyun was like a tall wall, protecting EE right in the center. Eyeing Yun Xingchan. Miss Yun Xingchan, why don't you answer? Weren't you in high spirits just now? Yun Xingchan shivered and opened his mouth to speak. Yen Lai grunted at this comment. She'll know. Brother Jingji had said that if someone bullied her, she would record it, and having a recording was the best proof. As long as she was the one who could produce the recording, all the problems would be solved. Just now, as she was waking up, she knew that Yun Xingchan didn't want to apologize to her, so she was on guard. She made it. She watched as Yun Xingchan kept retreating backward, with reporters in hot pursuit. At first you were pretending. You didn't think that Yen Lai would record it. How are you feeling right now? Are you afraid of being aggrieved and sad or angry? Do you think you can still be in the entertainment industry from now on? Yun Xingchan shook his head back and forth, collapsing and yelling as he suddenly rushed out. The reporter followed closely behind. MS. Yun Xingchan, please answer our questions. Yun Xingchan walked without looking back. Don't follow me. Don't follow over. Come over again and I'll call the police. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed out loud as they watched her fleeing like a dog. Chase her, chase her. Charge. Warriors. Don't let her go. In a flash, only Yen Lai and Yen Lingyun, as well as another reporter, were left in the room. The reporter asked gently, "Little Ee, Uncle wants to ask you one last question. Like Yun Xingchan's situation, are you willing to forgive Auntie Xingchan?" Ee lowered her head in thought and replied seriously, "If sister is genuinely trying to apologize, I will forgive." Yen Lingyun sneered, "But I don't think that should be possible. She's already called her gold master over to threaten the child." The reporter nodded and rushed out without saying a word. "He's going to interview Yun Xingchan, ha 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 ha." Ee looked at the reporter's back and looked at Yen Lingyun uncertainly. "Uncle, did I do the right thing?" Yen Lingyun looked at her squarely, gently pulling up a smile. "Why isn't it right? If it wasn't for you being good at protecting yourself, this whole thing wouldn't have gone so smoothly today, and your recording is a big contributor." Ee bent her eyebrows happily. "Brother Jingji taught me. I'm very obedient." Saying that she thought of something else. "Are all those uncles and aunts with microphones so mean? Do they all run after people?" Yen Lingyun's smile became long. "Not really. The reporter was the one he had asked his agent to find, and had to ask the sharpest and toughest questions to make things difficult for people, and he took the blame for anything that went wrong. The reporter for the live broadcast was also the one who had to get him. He made sure to show the audience Yun Xingchan's first reaction, but I didn't expect the recording of the absenteeism to add to it, and directly nailed Yun Xingchan to the pillar of shame, and couldn't buckle down." He couldn't help but look at her with a more loving look. "How are you feeling now?" He was just about to say it was much better when the door was pushed open and several men in suits and sunglasses fishtailed in. She was stunned. "Uncle, someone's coming in." Yen Lingyun turned his head back as two bodyguards suddenly rushed forward, one of them violently punching him. Yen Lingyun was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Ee was surprised. "Uncle!" She tried to get out of bed, but another wave of dizziness made her sit up weakly. Yen Lingyun saw this, heart tightened and got up to return the bodyguard two punches. The bodyguard was not to be outdone and fought him. Yen Lingyun's movements were extremely swift, as fast and precise as a panther's, and as his opponent retreated, he kicked him to the ground before rolling a roundhouse kick across the neck of the next bodyguard. The two fell to the ground with a thud. Outside, Big Belly couldn't stand it anymore and kicked the door in. "Damn! You two losers! You can't even beat two against one." Yen Lingyun's gaze swept towards him grimly, instantly realizing, "You're Yun Xingchan's gold master." Big Belly stood menacingly in front of the two bodyguards, pointing menacingly at Yen Lai. "Yeah, I just told this bastard to tell her to put in a good word in front of the reporters." "And what happened?" he yelled at Yen Lai. "You want your family to die, don't you?" Yen Lingyun's eyes showed killing intent as he punched over. "You're the one who wants to die." The man wailed and dropped to the ground. Yen Lingyun looked at him from above, moving gracefully to remove his watch and throw it on the bed before loosening his shirt collar and slowly closing the door. The man looked up in horror, only to watch the man who was always polite in front of the TV with his shredded hair falling apart, a maniacal light floating under his eyes like Satan breaking through sheepskin, and said without skipping a beat, "I was just about to look for you, and here you are at my door." The man stared in disbelief. Yen Lingyun lands a leg kick. The wailing followed. "Ouch!" E's eyes widened in surprise. Great Uncle was shining in her eyes. Big Belly grimaced in pain and didn't forget to curse. "You're the one looking for death. How dare you come and bully me? I'm going to kill this bastard." Yen Lingyun's eyes dimmed, and without saying a word, he decisively kicked him in the lower half of his body. "Kill who?" The man instantly squeezed out an extremely weird grunt. "Whom?" He's about to explode at the root of his life. Yen Lingyun stomped on his back, his voice almost squeezed out from his teeth. "Climb up. I'd like to see what you're capable of and still dare to make a move against my people." Intentional surprise covered her mouth. "It's so handsome. She's going to learn this when she grows up." Chapter 139, Her Highness Among the Fairies. Big Belly bared his teeth and covered his lifeblood, his eyes vaguely a little red. Painfully low roar. "You even dare to make a move on me? Do you know who I am? I'm a big businessman abroad. The power is very strong. Aren't you a star? Then I'll ruin your face and gouge out your eyes. I'll let you die." His voice was vaguely revealed outside the hospital room. Yan Wu Gui, who was about to push the door, paused in his movements and looked in through the window. The familiar figure curled up on the ground, his eyes almost glaring out like a pig being stepped on, sputtering vicious words. "Yan Lingyun, you've offended me. You and this bastard won't have a good ending. I'm going to break you into pieces and throw you to feed the crocodiles in that territory of mine." Yan Wu Gui was stunned at his words and laughed. The bodyguard beside him probed. "Boss, isn't this Lu Chun who begged you to give him another chance? Why is he here?" Yan Wu Gui looked at him meaningfully. "He's not just here, he's also here pretending." Lu Chang lying on the ground, tearing his heart and lungs to Yen Lai, "Small, you also do not lie comfortably in bed. Leave the Huaxia country, you are nothing. You are a dead body. Yan Wugu nodded and pushed the door open. Really? I don't believe it. Yi looked toward the source of the sound in surprise. Yan Wugue was wearing a floral shirt with white flowers on a black background, loose jeans with a pair of black Martin boots, slowly stepping into this ward. His hair is a bit disorganized, slightly cover his eyes. 2 strands of broken hair fell to the sides, more lethargic. Eyes are flashing with dangerous killing intent. Lu Chang, really unexpected. 2 days ago in front of me, kneeling down and begged me to give you another chance. Now dare to be so rampant in front of my brother. You kid, quite wild. Well, Lu Chang's breath stuttered as he heard a familiar voice and turned his head extremely stiffly. Yan Wugue smiled and waved. Hello. Lu Chang's pupils suddenly shrunk, and his face was instantly bloodless. Old boss. Yi looked at it with a new sense of wonder. For the first time, she saw a man's face instantly redden, and for the first time, she saw his face swish to a ghastly white. Is he a chameleon? Lu Chang shivered and looked at Yan Wugue, not even knowing what expression to put on. His voice shaking like he stepped on an electric gate. Brother Wugue, why are you here? You've returned to China? Yan Wugue inserted his hands into his pockets and walked slowly to him. His tone was kind, as if he was chatting with a friend. I went back to my country 2 days ago. I was busy for a whole year. It was hard for me to give myself a vacation. I didn't expect you to come back as well. And you are still so powerful. Not at all like the one who kowtowed and knelt down in front of me a while ago. Lu Chang shivered and looked increasingly frightened, rubbing his hands together in front of his body. Old boss, I didn't know that this is your relative. I'm sorry, boss. I was wrong. Yan Wugu raised his foot and stepped on his shoulder with a playful and relaxed expression. You're wrong. Where are you wrong? You're wrong for insulting my brother and wanting to throw him into the water to feed the crocodiles? How can this be wrong? Aren't you trying to protect the woman you love? Lu Chang was shaking like a hamster with a stress reaction, and couldn't even say a complete sentence. No, it's not. I don't dare. I didn't know he was your man. If he was your man, give me 800 guts. I wouldn't dare to make a move on him. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Yan Wugu stomped on him, an inscrutable smile at the corner of his mouth. It's fine. I have a good temper. I'm not that kind of bad person, but I just want to know, besides being so disrespectful to my brother, what did you do to that kid lying on the bed? Yi was suddenly named and hesitated to speak. Yan Wugue looked at her easily and said with Lu Chang, this is my nephew's daughter, my sister's daughter, such a cute little kid. You won't bully her, right? What did you all say? Tell me about it. Lu Chang couldn't speak, just eyeballs rolling and one shivering. Yan Wugue's smile plummeted cold as he drew a gun from his waist and aimed it at his head. I asked you what you said? He roared out in sudden hysteria. Yi shuddered in fear. Lu Chang instantly couldn't tense up and threw up his hands and howled. Threatened her? I'm sorry, I threatened her. Yan Wugue seemed to tear that courteous face apart, revealing grim-faced fangs. His voice sinister. Threatened her with what? Lu Chang curled up on the ground, like a young girl with her legs together, whimpering and crying. I said, if she dares to leak the news, I will make her look good. Make her whole family look good. I'm sorry, I didn't know that her whole family has you. I'm sorry. Yan Wugue grinned, revealing 2 small tiger teeth, and pressed the muzzle of his gun against him. You're really good, Lu Chang. Didn't you notice that this kid has the same surname as me? Didn't you notice that this man has the same surname as me? Pretending to be a pussy in front of me. I'm going to shoot you right now. Yi's eyes widened in shock as he cocked the gun and stepped back to aim it at Lu Chang's brow. Lu Chang's feet were too weak to get up. Don't, please, don't. Yan Wugue held his head slightly high, his curly hair blocking his eyebrows and eyes. Only his clearly defined side face could be seen. His sideways face looked like a harmless Bernese mountain, but he had a smile that was more evil than the devil's. Bang! Lu Changkai exclaimed. Intentions clutched up the covers in shock and cocked his head again in confusion. Only strange ribbons of color fluttered out of the muzzle, and a flag bristled and unfurled from the muzzle. Pistols. Toys? Yan Lingyun sighed in relief. He thought this brother of his had gone crazy enough to shoot someone in the country of China. Yan Wugue smiled like a demon, pressed the muzzle of his gun against Lu Chang's forehead, and gently spat out a word. Bang! Lu Changkai closed his eyes and cried. No! 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 But then he suddenly reacted, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a small colorful flag pointed at him. Stunned, he misplaced his gaze and met Yan Wugue's epileptic gaze. Yan Wugue laughed happily, like a fox with bad ideas. You should really be thankful that this is China. Otherwise you wouldn't be able to watch me here right now. Lu Chang atmosphere, do not dare to breathe a bit. Trembling look at him. You forgive me? Yan Wugue's eyes skimmed over a fierce color. Didn't answer. Only carried him to the bedside and kicked him over. Original or not, my niece has the final say. He looked at Yan Lai with considerable interest. Little Ee, this dog has been given to you. What do you say? Do you forgive or not forgive him? Yan Lingyun also looked at her curiously. Lu Cheng directly knelt down and straightened his legs. Bam 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 was three loud head. Auntie. You are my grandmother. Please forgive me. Grandma. I was wrong. Grandma. Yan Lai sat on the bed and frowned at the pleading Lu Cheng. Is obviously a small child. Why are you calling me a grandmother? You are so annoying. Lu Cheng's breath hitched. Then you say, what do you want me to call you? Intentionally thoughtfully, I want to be a princess. Lu Cheng, then you are my highness. Intentionally torn, but I still want to be a fairy. Lu Cheng, then you are the princess of the fairies. Nuzzled her mouth and looked at him with mixed emotions. But you just said that you're going to feed her highness the princess among the fairies to the crocodiles, eh? I still don't want to forgive you. Sorry. Oh. Lu Cheng. Chapter 140, what's the meaning of this? You're looking for death, aren't you? Yan Wugui hooked up the corner of his mouth with interest, revealing a tiger's tooth pointed. My little princess, have you thought about it? Lu Cheng felt a burst of killing intent coming from Yan Wugui's body, hurriedly knelt and went forward to grab the edge of the bed and begged, please child, I'm really wrong. I didn't know that you're big brother's niece. You give me a chance. I can assure you that I already know it's wrong. It's okay for you to penalize me to kneel or penalize me for slapping me. Please, 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 please forgive me. He was snotty and the more he looked, the more pathetic he became. Wrinkled her eyebrows, recalling what he had just done. It felt like the big bad guy was playing poor in front of her. But what if it's not pretend? Her watery eyes flowed and she hesitated before looking at Yan Wugui. Uncle, I've decided to forgive him. Her tone was milky and soft like ice cream melting in her mouth. Lu Cheng was immediately moved to tears and put his hands together in front of him. Thank you for forgiving me. You are my regenerative parent. You are my ancestor. I'm willing to do whatever you want me to do. Thank you so much. Grabbed the corner of the blanket uneasily. Don't you ever do that again. Oh. Yan Wugui wasn't surprised and kicked him down. Since my niece has decided to forgive you, you should leave now and don't appear in front of us again. Lu Cheng climbed up from the ground with a grunt. His legs were soft with fear. His hands clasped together in front of him and bowed again and again. Thank you so much. Thank you for being willing to give me a chance. I won't dare to do it again. I really won't dare to do it again. Yan Wugui licked his back teeth with a bad smile. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and get lost. Lu Cheng rolled and ran. Yan Wugui gave his men a smooth look. The men instantly understood and silently followed Lu Cheng's pace. A murderous intent flashed under his eyes. Kids say forgive. He doesn't say forgive. It just so happens that he's hungry crocodiles in a foreign river. He then looked at Yan Lai, his tone teasing. Little you can be really kind. Say forgive and forgive. Just now that uncle did not all beat you? Gripped the quilt tangledly and wasn't sure if the decision made was right or wrong. Uncle has already cried. I think he should already know it's wrong. Yan Lingyun swept towards Yan Wuyo. People are kind. How are they like you? Yan Wugui didn't care, smilingly pulling a chair and sitting next to him, like a calculating fox. Yes, the little girl is naive. The other things will be done by our uncle. He then pulled the flag off the inside of the toy gun and tore open the icing and handed it to her. Look, what's this? Yan Lai reached for it and said joyfully, it's chocolate, eh? Seeing her so happy, Yan Wugui nodded as if stars were twinkling in his eyes. Yes, chocolate. Decisively broke it into 3 equal portions and gave them both a portion each. Uncle, let's eat together. Yan Wugu raised his eyebrows and looked at her hungrily and smiled. You're quite good at sharing, kid. She smiled with her eyebrows. Uncle just helped me. I'm very happy. Thank you, uncle. She then looked at Yan Lingyun. Uncle was even more handsome just now, fighting off the bad guys. You're a hero. Yan Lingyun was flattered and pursed her lips to hide her smile without speaking. Yan Wugui was not happy, holding his arms and saying, he's the only one who's a hero. I'm not a hero, am I? Was stunned and fumbled with her hands. No, uncle is a hero too. She put the chocolate in her mouth in one bite and moved to Yan Wugui's cheek for a gentle kiss. Thank you, uncle, for coming to save me. Yan Wugui's body subconsciously trembled as he looked at her in surprise. She kissed Yan Lingyun again. Chocolate-flavored kisses with a hint of sweetness. The 2 big men all stiffened. Yan Wugui cried and laughed when he came back to his senses. No woman has ever dared to come and kiss me as long as uncle has grown up. You're the first. Looked at him in a serious manner, her eyes full of gratitude. Uncle helped me, so wants to thank uncle with the highest courtesy. Thank you, uncle, for helping me. Yan Wugu sniffed and narrowed his eyes, the pupils of his eyes tumbling up with a thick deep meaning, as if he was calculating something. Yan Lingyun didn't notice his expression and remained stiff. Was oblivious to the fact that she was eating chocolate with her legs crossed. Chocolate is so delicious. Yan Lingyun returned to his senses. His gaze shifted downward and landed on her little chubby hands, so white and tender that they could only pinch the look of one or two of his fingers. Hiss, cute as hell. He pursed his lips. I'm sorry, absent coming, unsure. Cocked her head. He said, I didn't protect you. I'm sorry. Yan Wugu looked at him in surprise. His mouth can be stuffed into an egg. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The original you will apologize, big brother. I was a child you locked in the basement, cannot get out. You have not apologized to me. I thought you will not be able to pronounce this. Yan Lingyun glared at him without a good look and looked guiltily at Yan Lai again. If I had fought for wanting to team up with you from the start, this wouldn't have happened. I'm sorry. Although he used to hate her the most, after spending time with her while filming the program, he no longer had any prejudice. Too bad he didn't realize it until now. The more Yan Lingyun thought about it, the more guilty he felt. Yan Wugue dully took out his cell phone. Look how interesting my big brother is. Let me take a jitterbug. Yan Lingyun slapped his cell phone away, but in the next instant, a small gentle hand cupped Yan Lingyun's cheek. He froze, meeting Yui's extremely serious eyes. Was born with a delicate and lovely appearance, and his silhouette was reflected in the dark pupils of her eyes. Uncle, it's obviously Sister Xingchan's fault. How can you blame yourself? This matter has nothing to do with you at all. If she hadn't quarreled with Yun Xingchan at that time, it wouldn't have happened. But why should she reflect on herself? Anyway, the wrong person is Yun Sung Chan. She puckered her mouth and looked grave. You're right, uncle. So don't get any ideas. After saying that, patted his head. Don't cry. Don't cry, oh. Yan Lingyun shrank his neck like a big dog and looked at her blankly. You really don't blame me? She pinched her waist and shook her head in a particularly atmospheric way. No blame. No blame. Will never blame you. Yan Wugue clapped his hands and nodded with particular approval. Right. The person who did wrong is Yun Xingchan. What are you apologizing for, big brother? You used to be a perfectionist who didn't care about anything. You never cared about anyone's well-being, right? Yan Lingyun didn't say anything, just calmly looked at Yan Lai as a warm current surged in his heart. He didn't know how to say it. He hadn't had many girlfriends, even with their entire male family being emotional geeks, and he'd never been this nice to anyone other than Yan Weiyang and Yan Zishi living with him. Yan Lai was the first. She stormed into their world like a lance, and when she came back, she was a soft kitten sitting in the sunshine, coming into his life. In retrospect, he seemed to get used to it and began to like it. Yan Lingyun involuntarily pulled up the corners of his mouth. Uncle will make the bad guys suffer the price they deserve. Don't worry. Smiled with a wide brow. Good. The words just fell. Yun Xingchan kicked open the door. Topped with a head of messy hair face grimly walked in. Yan Lai. In the end, what did you say to my husband? Now my husband doesn't even answer his phone. Those reporters I had a hard time getting rid of. And how did I warn you just now? You're looking for death, aren't you? Chapter 141, You're the one who hit my daughter. Was startled, and before she could speak, a white-suited figure suddenly flashed out of the door, grabbing Yun Xingchan's hair and slapping him over. Just you touch my Yan Weiyan's daughter? Like a thunderbolt from the ground. Yan Lai's mouth opened wide in shock. Unchained mom? Yan Weiyang is like an angry lioness, rushing into the hospital room, grabbing Yun Xingchan's hair and not letting go. Dare to bully my daughter, and dare to push my daughter onto the main road. Let me tell you, my daughter, this is a mild concussion before I can spare your life. If anything happens to my daughter, you see how I'll punish you. How dare you hurt her? Yun Xingchan screamed miserably. Let go of me. Do you know who I am? Yan Weiyang snapped 2 slaps over. Then open your doggy eyes and see who I am. Yun Xingchan screamed and looked up, meeting her eyes in a daze. Mr. Yan? The words fell, and there was a dead silence in the hospital room. Yan Wugue Yan Lingyun watched in disbelief, not even daring to take a breath. And behind Yan Weiyang, there was the same shocked Shinan, and with Yan Lixing, the Yankees went out on the warpath, and not an inch of grass was left. Yun Xingchan shivered and looked at her with a bit of trepidation. This is your daughter? Yan Weiyang's eyes widened in anger and he said with a fierce color. Reacted? What were you thinking just now? What were you thinking when you pushed my daughter into the road? Yun Xingchan was struck by lightning and looked at her with a pale face, unable to speak. Suddenly, Xin Jingji and Gu Huai rushed into the hospital room and came to the bed in unison regardless. Are you hurt? Yan Lingyun, who was squeezed to the back. Yan Wugue, who was squeezed to the ground. The 2 teenagers completely ignored the 2 of them and surrounded Yan Lai heavily with one on the left and one on the right. Was surprised. Brother? Gu Huai. Gu Huai cupped her face and carefully confirmed the wound. I heard that you have a mild concussion. So are you dizzy? Are you nauseous? Where are you uncomfortable? Any abrasions? Xin Jingji clutched her hand, his tone sullen. Where are you uncomfortable? First tell my brother. My brother will go to help you find a doctor. Also, do you want to eat now? Do you want to eat cake? Do you want to drink milk tea? Do you want to eat roasted sausage? Gu Huai looked at him breathlessly. Shen Jingji, she's sick right now. What kind of roasted sausage is she eating? Shen Jingji equally unwilling to show weakness. That Yan Lai now sick with you say what? It's not like you know how to see a doctor. Gu Huai sneered coldly. I'll get a doctor. Shen Jingji laughed coldly. Doctors will also want patients to keep a cheerful mind. Eating what they like to eat will put them in a good mood. And a good mood will make them feel better faster. Won't it? Gu Huai, it's an ass. Intentional frown and grunted. Knock it off. I'm dizzy. But a light sentence brought the voices of the entire ward to a screeching halt. Everyone looked at her. She scratched the covers uneasily, her eyes subconsciously sweeping towards Shannon With. Shannon With stood on the outermost edge of the hospital bed, his gaze unblinking as he stared at her, seemingly harboring a thinly veiled anger. Just a flash of concern flashed under her eyes when she touched them. Yi brought her gaze back and said seriously, everyone don't worry about me. I'm fine. I'm really fine with nothing. Yan Wei Yan pushed Yun Xingchan out of the way and took an arrow step in front of her. Is your head not dizzy now? She shook her head and worriedly grabbed Yan Yang's arm. No more fainting. I'm better already, Mom. But don't be angry. What if you hurt Xingchan and you get captured? Yun Xingchan staggered and sat on the ground with a broken heart, especially wanting to cry. She was going to be dumbfounded. It was hard to shake off the pile of dog-eared reporters, and Yan Wei Yang still grabbed her and beat her. No one has cared about her afterward. Surprisingly, he still cared about Yan Wei Yang. She's all swollen up in her face. Yan Wei Yang's face was stern, the anger under her eyes unabated. You don't even know how dangerous this is. You're lucky to be hit by an electric car this time, but if a car came you'd be crushed to death. At that time, I will never see you again. Saying this, all the sharp gazes in the ward all fell on Yun Xingchan. Yun Xingchan trembled in fear and hurriedly took out her cell phone to call her husband. The call finally got through. On the opposite side was Lu Cheng's heart-rending scream. Yun Xingchan, you caused me to get screwed. I won't let you go even if I go to hell. Immediately afterward, a sudden pinging and beating sound appeared within the microphone, as if something was happening, and the phone was suddenly hung up. This phone number is so informative. Shen Xiuyan Shenzano arrived late, heard the commotion, and sarcastically hooked the corners of his mouth. Yun Xingchan was like a bucket of cold water in her pocket, drenching her with chills, and she looked stiffly at the people in the hospital room. By the window, on the sofa, and in front of the hospital bed, all were men with handsome features, good taste, and a strong aura. Even the teenager's brow was shrouded in a hint of cold color. Shen Anha's eyes coalesced with the fishy wind and blood, but his tone was cloudy and light. It seems that no one can protect you. Yun Xingchan's breath stuttered and some of his mind broke down as he shivered and dialed his agent's number. The agent only gave her a sentence. The contract is all cancelled. You are now infamous and have been blocked. Just wait to lose your money. And then hung up. Yun Xingchan was struck by lightning and collapsed, pulling her legs out and running out of the hospital room, bawling as she ran. What the hell did she do wrong? Didn't she just accidentally push a child? Why did you do this to her? Yan Wei Yang indifferently closed the door, not wanting to hear her cry. I just discussed with the doctor. Just knocked the back of her head a while ago. I'm worried that there might be something wrong. So someone has to keep watch tonight. Which one of you is willing to do that? Gu Huai raised his hand without hesitation. Me. Shen Anha also stood out, his deep pupils carrying seriousness. Me. Shen Jingji also raised his hand. Me. Yan Weiyang directly ignored the two children. Gu Huai, you need someone to take care of you even when you sleep now. Right. You'd better go home and get some rest. Gu Huai wrinkled his brows. When I was at the orphanage with Yan Lai, she always lives next to me. I could take care of her. Crowd? Live next to him? Shen Jingji collapsed. You even live with Yan Lai. Gu Huai looked indifferent. Our orphanage is poor. Even the gate is broken. The beds are bunk beds put together. It's not like the two of us are alone together. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at that. That's more like it. Shen Anha stepped forward once more. Since no one else can, I'll take care of her. He was surprised to see his back, but Yan Weiyang disagreed. You are not qualified for the time being. Shen Anen frowned. Why? Yan Weiyang sarcastically smiled at him. Wait until you really develop feelings for Yan Lai. There's no way I'm going to give you my child. In fact, she's not comfortable giving it to anyone, but she had a particularly important client to talk to tonight, and she'd already excused herself from the time because of her absenteeism, and couldn't excuse herself a second time. Yan Wu Gui's eyes twinkled and he raised his hand stupidly. Let me do it. I'll take care of the child. Chapter 142, Yan Wu Gui stole a child. The crowd looked at Yan Wu Gui in surprise. Yan Wu Gui leaned against the wall and said with a smile, I haven't taken care of a small child yet. I feel certain that I'll be able to take good care of her. Shen Xiuyan looked at his mom, hesitated, and raised his hand as well. Let me join my third uncle. Yan Wu Gui's smile disappeared. What's he up to? How else was he supposed to proceed with his plans? On the other side, Shen Xiuyan calmly put down his hand and looked at Yan Weiyang with incomparable seriousness. Mom, Yan Lai's matter dad didn't intend to want to hide it from you. I'm willing to help my dad atone for his sins, so I'll take good care of Yan Lai, and I won't let her be aggrieved. So please believe me. Yan Weiyang frowned slightly and was also somewhat moved, but it was only for a moment. She quickly came to her senses. Alright, then it's you too. I'll go chat about the program's compensation and the issues related to the car accident now. Yan Lingyun, you come with me. Yan Lingyun uneasily touched Yi's head and turned to leave. Yan Weiyang had no kind words for Shen Anha. You come with me as well. Shen and, like a lost dog, silently glanced at Yi and turned to leave. As soon as the two of them came to the corridor, Yan Weiyang said in a deep voice, as you can see now, this child has been bullied all the time. Everyone thinks that she's an orphan, mixing with no money and no power inside our circle. Everyone thinks that she's good to be bullied, so I've already thought about it. After a while, when Lai's health gets better, I'll throw a dinner party for her and bring her to officially step into high society, and I'll declare to the public that she's our child. The reason why she hasn't been around for a while is because she went to live abroad with her grandma and grandpa. You will attend the dinner party with me, and this child will also officially call you father from now on, but privately still call you uncle. Shinanan felt that the title of uncle stung. Wei Yang, I. Yan Weiyang raised her hand and looked at him mercilessly. Shen Anha, you never knew how important Yan Zishi is to me. I am angry with you. I am also angry with my brother. I'm not just against you alone. If you want me to forgive you, you'll have to show your true heart and treat Yan Laixia without any prejudice, until one day, you truly see her as your daughter and are willing to be her father. Then we'll talk. The Yan family brothers, as well as Shen Xiuyan and Shen Zeno, walked towards her, and when they heard this, they had mixed feelings in their hearts. Yan Weiyang saw through them with a glance. I know that to you, Yan Lai is the daughter of Zishi's land and has disgraced our family, but to me, she is the only daughter of my only sister, the continuation of my sister's life, and I find it hard to imagine how you all treated this child when I didn't know the truth. Yan Lixing frowned sheepishly and tried to speak. She raised her hand to stop it. Don't lie. I don't like it. They were dumbfounded and bowed their heads guiltily. Yan Weiyang looked at them sarcastically. When there comes a day when you guys really realize your faults, that's when I will forgive you. Of course, if you guys don't care if I forgive you originally or not, it doesn't matter to me because I don't need you guys either. Just like you guys don't need Yan Zishi. I'm not one to be messed with either. A couple of stunned, horrified, unchained. Yan Lixing deplored. We grew up together. We are your own brother. Yan Weiyang desperately skimmed her head, tears flashing in her eyes. So what if it's her own brother? So what if it's her own mom and dad? Didn't they still force Zishi to die? Zishi is not your own sister anymore? She held back her tears again. Every one of us is responsible for the fact that Zishi will die, and I no longer have the means to say sorry to my sister. So I will make up for everything to her daughter. If you guys lie to me again with your false intentions, I'll never ignore you guys again. With that, she turned and walked away without looking back. Yan Lingyun looked deeply at them. To be honest, Yan Lai, this child really isn't that annoying, but don't be in a hurry. Take your time. He stepped behind Yan Weiyang and left the hospital with her. Shinanyu stood scribbling in the corridor and watched Yan Weiyang walk away, as if he had been stripped of his bones and lost his soul, and froze in place for a moment, and it didn't take long before he took large steps to follow him. 3 hours later, people were leaving the ward one after another, and Gu Huai was the last to go. There were just 3 people left in the room. Shen Xiuyan and Yan Lai were speechless relative to each other. Intentions gripped the covers in embarrassment. She didn't understand anyway why Big Brother would stay with her and take care of her when he didn't even like her. Shen Xiuyan looked at her faintly, also a bit squirmy. Go buy you some food. Intent nodded and flopped down on the bed to wait, and it wasn't long before she drifted off to sleep. Yan Wugue sat on the sofa with his legs crossed and suddenly put down his hand that was looking at his cell phone. How come? Intentional breathed evenly and didn't answer. He walked up and shook her. Do you have a passport? Was sleepy and felt Yan Wugu talking to her. She couldn't even open her eyes and nodded vaguely. Yes. Yan Wugue followed the advice. Where is it? She closed her eyes and cooed. Sister Duo's place. Yan Wugue nodded and smiled badly. Do you want to follow third uncle? Third uncle has a lot of good-looking little dresses in his hands. Oh, you go with uncle today to talk about a business. Tomorrow uncle will take you to our country to see the beautiful girls. Okay? Yan Lai was sleepy and confusedly nodded. Okay. Not talking to her about anything. Yan Wugue hemmed and hawed, put on her shoes, a random set of clothes, hugged her and left. Shen Xiuyan came back from shopping and found the ward empty, and there was even someone packing up the bedding. He was surprised. Where are the people inside this ward? Housekeeping replied. This little friend has been discharged. Just checked out by her family. Shen Xiuyan? He just went to buy a fruit loaf dessert ravioli grilled sausage kung fu. The fourth uncle unexpectedly ran with Yen Lai? Can't this elder not add to the confusion? At this moment, Yen Wugui joyfully ran to the underground garage with Yen Lai in his arms. Stealing a child. Stealing a child. Stealing a child. He'd always wished he had a cute little girl to play with, and now he finally did. Although the child was a Yen Lai, whom he didn't like much, Yen Lai was cute looking and could definitely fit his need for a doll that liked to dress up. With this face of Yen Lai, he is surely able to present the most perfect state. So he's taking out of the country for 2 days. Hey! Yen Wugui puffed and carried Yi to his car door. Just wanted to open it. The car suddenly crossed a Maybach in front of the car. He frowned warily and subconsciously went to touch his waist. However, the opposite car window slowly rolled down, revealing Gu Huai's unperturbed face. Mr. Yen Wugui, may I ask where you are sneaking around and taking Yen Lai? Chapter 143 Gu Huai. Aren't you afraid that I'll sell you? They were the only ones in the underground garage. Gu Huai lethargically leaned back on the car seat, his palms resting on his knees, tapping them one by one, waiting for Yen Wugu to answer. He had been really uncomfortable and wanted to come back to take care of her. As a result, he saw Yen Wugui appear here as if he had stolen a child, holding Yen Lai in his arms. Sulking anger coalesced in his deep eyes. Mrs. Yen is asking you to take good care of Yen Lai, right? She's a mildly concussed child. She should be lying comfortably in a hospital bed right now. So why are you bringing her out? Yen Wugui only felt ridiculous when he looked at him like this. Why are you here? Gu Huai got out of the car with 2 bodyguards behind him. What do you care how I'm here? Yen Wugu raised his eyebrows in surprise, but he was not flustered and looked at him with incomparable composure. Child, Yen Lai is my niece. I am her own uncle. Can I still throw her away? Gu Huai sneered. Then who can say for sure? I did investigate. He stepped forward with his hands in his pockets, his gaze gazing contemptuously at Yen Wugu's face. The first thing I did when I returned to the Gu family was to try and figure out why Yen Zishi would assassinate his own sister, and as a result, I found something new. Yen Zishi was not an evil person at all, and the reason why she came to that point was caused by you people. The reason why she treated Yen Lai badly was because at that time, she had gone crazy and started to be unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. So how can I be sure that you prejudiced people will treat Yen Lai well? Yen Wugui's face changed slightly. His eyes steeply became dangerous. We didn't bully Yen Zishi. I'm her own brother. And even more so, I've never touched a single finger of hers. Gu Huai looked at him calmly. Mr. Yen Wugui, it's not only the violence of fists that's called violence. Language is too, and it hurts people invisibly. Yen Wugui was stunned, and Yen Weiyan's godless murmured words inexplicably surfaced in his mind. The moment Zishi confessed to the crime, she must have been very disappointed in you all. He suddenly felt out of breath and subconsciously looked over his shoulder at the sleeping Yen Lai. Yen Lai had a calm brow and slept peacefully. He was inexplicably glad that the boy didn't hear him, and said in a taut tone, no matter what you think, the only adult around this child right now who can take care of her is me. You're not part of our family, and I know what you're trying to do, but I'm not going to give this child to you even if you tell me otherwise, and if you really want her, you're coming with me. Gu Huai's face sank as he looked at the unsuspecting Yen Lai, who was sleeping on his shoulder, and decisively stepped forward. The bodyguard was surprised. Young master, you can't leave. Master ordered that we must protect your safety. Gu Huai's tone was clear and cold. Then you can tell the master that I was taken away by Yen family Yen Wugu, and went out with him for 2 days to play, and I'll be back in a couple of days. Yen Wugui rolled his eyes greatly. Kid's real sticky. The reason why he said that was to make him know what to do, but it turned out that this kid actually followed him. He was speechless. Aren't you afraid I'll sell you out? Gu Huai was indifferent. You can try. The corners of Yen Wugui's mouth twitched as he led him to the car. It just so happens that I'm going to talk about a business deal, so I'll take you to meet the rest of the world. Gu Huai got into the back seat, picked up the sleeping Yen Lai, put his jacket over her, and immensely naturally wrapped his arms around her, patting her with one beat. Yen Wugui looked at the 2 people through the rearview mirror, and in a trance, it was as if he had seen him and Yen Zishi. When Yen Zishi was 4 years old, he put his shirt over her like this and wrapped his arms around her. Yen Zishi was in a daze of sleep and asked with a milky whine, "Third brother, will you be good to Shi for the rest of your life?" Yen Wugu was only a few years old at the time and did not hesitate. Why wouldn't I? You're our youngest sister. But he went back on his word, and he hasn't even noticed. Yen Wugui annoyingly lit a cigarette, and then saw Yen Lai in the rearview mirror, or pinched. Gu Huai, you have a passport, right? Gu Huai swept his cold eyes toward him. What? Are you going to take us out of the country? Yen Wugui laughed danglingly. It's just going abroad, boy. I'll take you guys to talk about a business deal first, and after that we'll go somewhere else for a beauty queen signing. Do you like beauty girls? Gu Huai sarcastically narrowed his eyes. Don't tell me that a man as big as you likes beautiful girls. Yen Wu Gue was stunned and wrinkled his eyebrows sheepishly. No, I have a friend who likes it, so I went to get it signed for him. Gu Huai, then is the friend you mentioned yourself? Yen Wu Gue, no. Gu Huai, don't believe it. Yen Wu Gue, then get out of the car. Gu Huai, I don't. Yen Wu, just negotiated a large sum of yen. Wei Yang received a message from Shin Xiuyan when it was already an hour apart from sending the message. Yen Wu Gue actually took Yen Lai out of the country? He's going to take her out to talk about a business deal first, and then after that he's going to take her to the Rs for the American Girl book signing. Since he was a child, Yen Wu Gue has been doing whatever he wants and not obeying the rules. Doing whatever he wants. I can't believe you're still like this when you have kids. Yen Wei Yan was about to explode with anger. Couldn't get through on the phone. Could only send a text message. Yen Wu Gue, as long as you let Yen Lai rub a little skin, I'll put you upside down in a flower pot. By the time Yen Wu Gue received the news, he had already landed smoothly in D country. Tropical air, humid and soggy. He opened her eyes in a daze and realized that she seemed to be in a completely unfamiliar environment, even as this dampness and stuffiness in the air made her feel a little breathless. She was confused. Where is this? Suddenly, a hand reached out next to her to wipe the sweat from the tip of her nose. Wake up. Yi looked up and met Gu Huai's calm expression. She immediately got energized. Gu Huai, where are we? Gu Huai pulled her off the sofa. Your third uncle invited me to go abroad with you, so I came. She didn't think much of it, but was happy. So are we both going to be able to live together again? Gu Huai nodded, his gaze looking deep ahead. Yi then also followed the look over, surprised to see a group of people in front of them holding a K, wearing a water of black clothes, with a resolute expression looking at Yen Wu Gue. As Yen Wu Gue approached them, these burly men suddenly bowed at a 90-degree angle toward him. Welcome back, boss. Yen Wu Gue nodded and waved his hand toward Yi. Come here. Still a little out of sorts, Yi ran over to him with her short legs. Ta-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Gu Huai calmly followed her, and the group of burly men across the street changed their faces when they saw the two kids. What is this? This golden couple? So good looking. Are they the boss's kids? Yi looked up at them curiously. The burly men were all menacing, with broad shoulders and narrow waists and long legs, and a gun in their hands. She looked at it with her mouth slightly open, feeling a little powerful. The burly men looked down at her in this silly way, a little dumbfounded. So cute. Want to pinch faces. Chapter 144. Uncle. Dag blay. I can't like you. The strong men's eyes fell on Gu Huai again. Gu Huai stuck his hands in his pockets and scanned them with a lazy demeanor, deep meaning flowing in his eyes. The burly men raised their eyebrows. The boy didn't seem to be afraid of them at his young age. He looked like he was born to do this. Must be the boss's son. Then this is the boss's daughter. No wonder they never had a boss looking for a woman. It turns out that the boss already had a name for a long time ago. Yen Wu Gue didn't introduce them either, pointing at them both in a particularly casual manner. Call Miss, Young Master. A group of people bowed in unison at 90 degrees. Welcome the return of Miss Young Master. It was so loud that the ground shook. Yen Wu Gue looked indifferent. Remember, always treat Miss and Young Master with all the respect you can muster. See them as if they were me. Miss's orders are the holy decree. Whatever Miss says is what she says. Got it? They shook their voices. Yes. Yen Wu Gue looked at Yen Lai again and smiled at her with interest. My lady, give the order. Is there anything you wish to command these people? The burly men immediately looked to her. Stand by for orders. Intentional scratched at her backpacking pants and blankly met the sharp eyes of the burly men. I want to shush. Yen Wu Gue? Gu Huai. The captain shouted. The lady wants to boo. Empty the restroom. See the lady to her boo-boo. The people behind them instantly unfolded a path and said in unison. Respectfully, Miss Hush Hush. The other passers-by looked at Yen Lai in consternation, as if they were looking at a mobster's young lady, horrified and curious. Yi was even more dumbfounded, and looked at Yen Wu Gue under pressure. Uncle, it's just me going to the restroom. Do they have to let the whole world know about it? Yen Wu Gue puffed and teased. Yes, the princess's platoon. Yi nuzzled her mouth. Very difficult, and walked towards the restroom under pressure, and also turned by the way. A soft light swept across the bottom of Yen Wu Gue's eyes that even he didn't notice. It's really getting more interesting the more you look at it. Gu Huai looked at him and said without warning. What kind of business are you in? Yen Wu Gue looked at him with raised eyebrows. Not hiding anything. What kind of business do you think I'm in? Gu Huai narrowed his eyes growing deeper. I don't think you're like any good person. You're not like the other Mr. Yen Jia. There's a hostile aura about you, and it's the kind that only comes from years of sharpening. Yen Wu Gue lit a cigarette and took the silenced pistol handed by his men. Don't talk nonsense, little friend. I'm doing a serious business. I have a business license, and I'm a big company. I came to this place purely to talk business. Gu Huai stared at the cigarette's flickering fire. Then you first say what you sell. Yan Wu Gui's tone was scattered. Just an airplane seller. Gu Huai frowned, feeling that something wasn't right, and his gaze fell on the burly man's tattoo. This tattoo he'd seen before. He searched over and over again inside his head, and something snapped to mind. Flammable and explosive, aka the #1 weapons manufacturer in the world. The best thing about it is that it makes warplanes and airplanes. Incredulous, he looked at Yan Wu Gui. You're the leader of the flammable and explosive organization? You're that little puppy? Yan Wu Gui sucked on his cigarette and gave him a surprised look. You know all this? Of course he did. It was his dream to be able to start a company like this. Gu Huai looked at him in shock. He had looked up the information. The little tyke could talk business from his early teens and rose through the ranks to become the head of the entire organization, during which time he even took a postgraduate degree for a PhD, with an extremely beautiful degree. And this person has been participating in all kinds of mecha competitions since he was a child, winning them repeatedly. That's why flammable and explosive organizations are what he strives for. The little puppy is even more of an idol that he hides in his heart. This guy, he's Yan Laiyi's third uncle? Gu Huai suppressed his emotions and said with a small face, I've always had a question about why you codenamed yourself Little Puppy. Yan Wu Gui smoked his cigarette in an old-fashioned manner. It wasn't me who started it. It was when I was 15 years old I was too tender, and the other people gave me a nickname behind my back. Later I thought, I really am a very soft and cute man so I didn't change it. When he finished speaking, his expression turned ghostly. I'm sorry little mister. Gu, someone wants to kill me. Let me fire a shot first. With that he jerked out his gun and boomed a shot into the corner. The subordinates shuddered. A body dressed in janitorial staff clothes slowly lay in the corner, gun in hand, seemingly preparing to sneak up on him. The subordinates hurriedly disposed of the corpse and apologized repeatedly to Yan Wu Gui. I'm sorry boss, it was our negligence. Yan Wu Gui dryly inserted the gun back into his pocket and smiled brightly at Gu Huai. See, I'm cute, right? Gu Huai. He came out of the restroom escorted by a group of people, followed by 10 men with AKs. She ran to them. Uncle, Gu Huai. Under the bright lights, Yan Laiyi's eyes seemed to glow. Yan Wu Gui's eyes softened a bit and he crouched down to open his arms. As soon as Yi jumped into his arms, the scent of milk rushed into his nostrils. A hint of a smile slipped under his eyes and he picked her up with one hand. Child, the more Uncle sees you, the better you look. Do you like Uncle? Yi froze and crossed her arms in front of her. Mama Wei Yang said that even if you like me, I can't say I like you, and you haven't finished the test yet. So da ba. Yan Wu, true line. Yan really stuck it to them. Gu Huai was thoughtful beneath them. Mr. Yan Wu Gu, I would like to go with you to talk business. Yan Wu Gui froze and refused with a smile. No, you're too young. Besides, if I bring you to the scene, your father can paste all over my house. Gu Huai, my father is not that kind of person. Yan Wu Gui looked at him quietly. Gu Huai was silent for a moment, his heart weak. Well, he is indeed that kind of person. But aren't you the most professional? I just want to see how this kind of business is done. Just once. Yan Wu Gui weighed, but also painful. Okay, there should not be anything, but you can only look through the binoculars. Gu Huai rarely stretched his eyebrows and nodded firmly. Good. Yi didn't know what kind of agreement the two of them had reached. She just followed them along to the gorgeous manor filled with red roses, and before she could appreciate it, she was taken directly to the basement. The basement was like a new world, brightly lit, with many passages, and a bit odd, feeling like those scenes in the gunfight movies Gu Huai often watched. It was rare for Yi to look around, as if the movie had come to life. Gu Huai's hand holding her also kept tightening and tightening again, and the corners of his eyes were infatuated. Yan Wu Gui led the two to a restroom. Call Fong over. Soon, a woman walked in with big strides, her feet stepping on hateful heights. Her appearance was not exactly iconic looking, but her aura was extremely strong. Boss, you're looking for me? Intentions shifted his feet on the couch, curious to gather around. This Auntie Fong looks at her uncle differently, secretly happy. He seemed to like his uncle. Yan Wu Gui casually pointed at her and said, I'm going out to talk business. This child will be in your custody. Address her as Miss. What she says is what she says. No talking back. No disobedience. Understand? The woman's smile faltered and her gaze fell on Yan Lai. Yi looked at her curiously. There seemed to be coldness flashing under her eyes as she turned to Yan Wu Gui. When will you be back? Yan Wu Gui's expression was light. I'm not sure about doing business with them for the first time. If they suddenly turn against me and try to kill me to swallow the goods, I might come back a little later. Yi stared in horror. What? There are still people trying to kill him. The woman nodded calmly. I know. Please feel free to leave the child in my hands. Yan Wu Gui turned to leave. Gu Huai also said, I'll go with him first. Wait for me. Yi nodded uneasily and watched the group of them go away. leaving Feng Feng and the bodyguards around Feng Feng in the room. Yui looked at her nervously. Just now, the next second after Uncle Yan Wu Gui left, Feng Feng's expression changed. She was looking at her in a condescending way. She waved her hand awkwardly. Hello, sister. It was going to be called Auntie, but Auntie's face stinks. It's better to call your sister. Chapter 145, Harm, Sister? Vaughn gave her a deep look and went to stand in the hallway with the man at her side. Mainland China was upset. Sister Feng, this is the boss's daughter and son, right? No wonder our boss has been rejecting your advances for so many years. It turns out that he already had a child a long time ago. Feng Feng's eyes reddened with anger. Her vocal line almost squeezed out from between her teeth. Didn't he bring these two children here just to hint at me and make me give up on him? And to make me obey this girl? For so many years I accompanied him through life and death. Even if he has no feelings for me, it's not as if he's insulting me like this. It's really no wonder I would betray him. Meaning rubbed her grumbling little stomach and walked to the doorway to poke Feng Feng's arm. Sister, I'm hungry. I want to eat. Do you have something to eat? I'll eat anything. Feng Feng looked at her condescendingly. Is it okay to eat human flesh then? Idea? With murderous eyes, Vaughn gave the mainland a look that. Continental grabbed Yan Lai by the collar as if he were carrying a chicken. Intentional was caught off guard and surprised him by flopping up and down in his hands. What for? Continental didn't say anything, just lifted her up so that she was eye to eye with Vaughn. Feng Feng picked up her chin, her eyes showing a fierce light, as if she could disintegrate her by inches. I'm going to take you to see your father and make you go to hell with your father. Dad? Bewildered, he suddenly realized what they had just meant by betrayal. These two are badass. They want to hurt Uncle Yan Wu Gui. She yelled. Help! Help! Continental covered her mouth as soon as she could so she couldn't make a sound. Feng Feng's gaze was cold and stern. First, press this girl into the car. Remember to hold her and move in a friendly manner, or else you will be seen. Continental nodded and was about to change positions when Yui bit his hand violently. The taste of rust came from his mouth. The man flung himself away in pain. Grr! She landed smoothly and ran to the end of the hallway without looking back. Feng Feng was horrified and just wanted to call out to someone, but then reacted that she couldn't make a sound. Catch her in secret. Do not alarm the people. Continental nodded and quickly followed. Yan Lai pushed open a door in his haste and found a corner to hide in. Continental pushed his way in. She covered her mouth in horror, not daring to breathe. Continental looked around, realized no one was there, and turned to leave. Intentional breathed a sigh of relief. She should have gotten away with it, right? She surveyed the house again. The whole room was high-tech, with a bunch of sophisticated equipment on the table and fruit bread snacks. She climbed decisively into a chair, tore open the bread wrapper and began to eat, gulping down large mouthfuls into her stomach. Eat enough to have the strength to run away and find your uncle. Yan Lai was as anxious as a small hamster. His mouth kept chewing eating while looking at the English on the desktop precision instrument. There is a red button that stands out the most. She poked curiously. Suddenly, the dark glass in front of him instantly turned transparent, reflecting the next room. There was a very weak woman lying on the floor. Following that, the door opened. Feng Feng stepped in with a scathing look on his face. You're not dead yet, Spider. The woman on the ground weakly propped up her upper body. How am I going to die if you're not dead? Feng Feng sneered. Ha, you're now a traitor to our organization. The boss has returned and you'll soon be executed. Spider is not convinced. A hint of murderous intent strained in his voice. You're the real traitor. In vain the boss trusts you so much. His business today. You must have your hands on it, right? Feng Feng didn't deny it. Yes, I'm so capable. But the boss wants to reuse you. Since he's blind and can't see who's the best, doesn't have to live either. When he dies, I'll inherit the organization as a matter of course. And when that happens, both you and his people will die. Spider mockingly hooked his lips and said in a very strained manner. Ridiculous, the boss won't die. And even if the boss dies, it's not your turn to be the heir. And don't you forget that our boss's godfather is the one who really controls the organization. Vaughn sneered. No matter how it ends, you won't get to see it anyway. With that, she swiped her card and left. Idea took a dull bite of her corn sausage, her eyes falling on the card placed on the device. Chance? Isn't that the opportunity? She decisively took the card in her hand, then tucked the crumpet snacks and the like into her small carry-on bag and headed out the door discreetly. Next door is the spider's room, and the swipe is in the middle of the door, but she's not tall enough. He stood on tiptoe in an effort to reach it. Out of reach, she simply threw the card upwards. Neither can it. The spiders in the chamber were groggy and all but starved. She muttered, Boss, don't have an accident. Yan Wugui was her savior, and she regarded him as if he were her life. But Feng Feng framed her, and even if she had her own minders, there was no way to save her. No one can help her. She closed her eyes in despair, feeling a little bit of her body's energy draining away. And outside the door of this building, desperately tossed the card upwards. The card kept falling down, and she bit her lip in anxiety. And when she tried to pick it up again, a large paw suddenly landed on it. It's brown and black and kind of familiar, like a tiger's. She stiffened in her movements and slowly lifted her eyes to meet a pair of golden eyes. Yan Lai's eyes widened in horror and he fell on his butt. Tiger? Surprisingly, it's a tiger. How can there be a tiger in this place? The tiger, strong and powerful, looked down at her from above, already half a head taller than her on all fours, showing his tiger teeth and letting out a guttural low roar. Oh, was incredulous. Her eyes locked on the collar around its neck. Milk duds. A tiger that big is called milk duds? Shivering, she took the corn sausage out of her mouth and handed it to it. Do you eat? Milkshake, who had been grimacing, cocked his head at this, sniffed, and opened his mouth to eat the intestine, not even chewing it, but swallowing it directly. Intentions shivered. It should be able to chew twice when it eats her, right? She bit her lower lip and looked at the card under its paw, her tone pleasing. Little tiger, is not a bad person. Is here to help this sister. Uncle is going to be killed by bad people. I want to save Uncle, but maybe only this sister can help, because this sister seems to be very supportive of Uncle. Milkshake cocked his head and looked at her loftily for a moment, slowly taking a step back. Yan Lai was surprised. You can understand me? Milkshake looked at her indifferently. She was overjoyed and picked the card up. Thank you, big tiger. You're so handsome. You shouldn't be called Milk Candy. That name doesn't suit you at all. Milkshake lit up at that and raised his chin, seeming to recognize the comment. She was getting happy. You should be called Strong. Look how strong you are. Milkshake? Intentional stood on her tiptoes and retossed the card upwards, but it still doesn't work. Persevering, she threw it up again, picked it up again, threw it up again, picked it up again. Milkshake looked at her breathlessly. She was a little embarrassed. I'm not tall enough to reach it. Milk Sugar's eyes were filled with indifference, and he grunted and bowed his head. Yan Lai was stunned. You want me to go up? Milkshake glanced at her impatiently. She understood, and immediately straddled the seat, quickly getting quite a bit taller and decisively attaching the card. The door opened. She rubbed Milkshake's head joyfully. We did it, Strong. Milkshake gave a low growl of displeasure. It is not called Strong. Jumped off of it and ran straight to the spider. Sister, are you alright? Spider lay weak and groggy. Hungry, so hungry, she's going to be starved alive. Frowned, feeling as if she was sick, and suddenly had an idea, tearing the small bread out of its wrapping and placing it at her mouth. Sister, do you want to eat something? Auntie said that you must eat well when you are sick. But the next moment, the lifeless woman suddenly sat up from her dying sickness and ate the bread with her bloody mouth. Jumped in shock and fell into Milk Candy's arms, just to see the woman lick the slag at the corner of her mouth like a zombie and stared straight at her. Harm have you, old sister? Idea? Chapter 146, No one can beat me in my BGM. The entire chamber was silent. Stared blankly at the spider. Spider looked at her expectantly like a man in the desert who had seen a source of water. Yan Lai was confused. There's a little bit more. Spider swallowed. Then give me a little more. She opened the small package and pulled out small breaded castor oranges and a handful of melons. Spider rolls over with a carp, picks up the bread and inhales it in a storm of wind. In the blink of an eye, though, the melon was cleaned out of her mouth. Rubbed her eyes vigorously and looked at her with incomparable shock. Sister, are you full? Spider sniffed the bread wrapper with intent, sighing as he inhaled. Enough to keep me functioning for half a day at least. When she finished she suddenly woke up. By the way, who are you? Frowned and softly replied. My name is Yan Lai. Yan Wu Gui is my uncle. Spider's eyes widened in surprise and joy, clutching her arm with particular fervor. Oh my god, the boss saved me once. Now it's become boss's niece who saved me. Are you specially coming here to save me at boss's behest? Can you already be an agent at a young age? Didn't understand what she meant. Her brain CPU was burning. She didn't know what to do. No sister, it's me who wanted to come and save you. Just now that sister called Fong wanted to drag me down to hell with my uncle. So I ran out and happened to see you. I hope that you can save my uncle in Guhuai. Spider's excitement tempered and gradually snapped out of it. You saved me all by yourself? Nodded and pointed to Milk Candy behind her. Isn't tall enough. Milk Candy is the one who helped pad me. Spider glanced wrongly at Milk Duds behind her, eyes glaring like copper bells. You can still ride Milk Candy? She nearly broke her voice, questioning Milk Candy. You still let her ride? Milkshake leaned down in displeasure and let out a guttural whine. Unsure. Looked at Spider. Sister, can't Milkmaid be ridden by me? Spider sucked in a cold breath, covering her mouth in disbelief and shaking her head. It wasn't that it couldn't be ridden. It was just that Milk Candy was a pet that Yan Wu Gui had raised since he was a child. Although this tiger was familiar with them, it was not close, and had a particularly bad temper. so only Yen Wu Gue could touch the milk candy. But, since there was a little girl who not only touched the milk candy, but wrote it and could manipulate it to save lives, Spider's eyes glowed with excitement, and the way he looked at her changed even more. Maybe that's the power of bloodlines. Wrinkled her eyebrows, feeling that this Spider sister was a bit dull, not quite the cold-hearted female agent rumored to be. She pressed on. Sister, can we go save Uncle now? Fong Fong said that Uncle is going to hell today. What if we're late? Gu Huai will go to hell with him. Spider snapped out of it and nodded. Let's get going. She skillfully took a U-shaped clip from her ponytail and shoved it inside the handcuffs, but opened it in a few clicks, leading her to say, "Follow me." He followed her in style. Curious, aren't we going to find someone else? Just the two of us? Spider shook his head. Fong Fong is a handful here. I'm not sure who betrayed and who didn't, so I can't act rashly. My men are all stationed outside right now. Get out there before I summon them. Nodded her head and asked in a small voice. Then, sister, why were you arrested by them? Spider clamped her under her armpit with one hand and quickly came to a room. I was wronged by Fong Fong. She is a handful. The boss is not in her say. A while ago she publicly confessed her love for the boss and was rejected by the boss. Out of love she wanted to kill the boss to replace him. And I am the second in command beside the boss. She has always hated me, but the reason she didn't kill me is because she thought that I liked the boss, and wanted me to see the boss's corpse in pain. Yen Lai listened in a cloudy manner. Then do you really like Uncle Wu Gue? Spider sneered. I'm pretending. Who likes him? He's just a crazy person with a genius name, said Spider, picking up a giant suitcase. You wouldn't understand if I told you this. Blinked at the small pocket pistol sitting on her desktop. That pistol is so small. Spider was busy loading up his stuff when he heard that. He looked back. This little pistol was given to me by the boss. It's extra small and very light. Not enough pressure to kill a man, but enough to kill a man. You might even be able to use it. Intentional reached out curiously and poked at it. It didn't budge. Spider shoved the pistol directly into her hand. She almost didn't hold it. It's heavy. Spider laughed. That's as light as it gets. With that said, she taught her to load the gun by hand, pulling her finger on the trigger and pointing it at a doll. Eyes on this notch in the head. Notch on the prey you're going to shoot. 3 dots and a line. Yen Lai looked at her inexplicably. Is this not something I play with? Mizuna's mom won't even let her touch her pencil sharpener. It's a gun. Spider, however, was serious. Here, breathe in. She did as she was told. Spider, hold your breath and shoot. Intent held his breath for a split second and pulled the trigger. Boom! There was a thud. She was instantly knocked to the ground by the recoil. The doll was run straight through the brow with extreme precision. Spider was surprised and happy. Yo, you're a talented kid. Come here and boss me around from now on. I'd love to be your hand. Rubbed her, but that hurt from sitting and was overjoyed. Really? Spider smiled and nodded. Of course it's true. Precise marksmanship ensures the key to survival. Many times you only have one shot. A wrong shot is death. I've been learning to shoot since I was in my late teens when I could resist recoil. And to this day I can't even guarantee that I'll hit all my shots. The more she spoke, the more she appreciated the appreciation. And you kids can hit the ball so accurately in the opening round. Typical of a gifted player. Ah, worthy of being the niece of a madman. With his style. With that, she pocket pistol hidden in her pants, shouldered to the underground garage and threw her into the car. But the moment the door was closed, Milk Dud suddenly squeezed up strongly, like a great big orange. Yen Lai was overjoyed and hugged the big tiger head. Milk Candy, you came to me. Milkshake grunted and sat down next to her in an incredibly smooth manner. Spider was speechless. Milkshake, why are you up here? It's dangerous. In case you die. Milkshake bared his teeth at her. Spider was instantly abashed. Okay, Candy Boss, you can do whatever you want. She buckled her seatbelt, slammed her foot on the gas, and scurried right out. Instantly took off, his body directly into the air. Milkmaid took a bite out of her shirt and brought her back to her seat, straddling her with unerring smoothness, like a seatbelt squeezing in its embrace, and snarled at the Spider with a particularly irritated snarl. But the Spider is like a changed person. His gaze is cold and stern, looking into the rearview mirror. Fong that is now following us. She found us out. He turned around in surprise and saw several jeeps rushing out after them. Inside the passenger side of the car in the very center, Fong looked at her with a grimace. Spider, this woman even ran away, or was saved by this girl. She then said how to look for this girl cannot be found. Investigating the surveillance only to know, this child stole the interrogation room card, but also united Milk Sugar together to save the Spider. That's pretty smart. Grass. The continent driving the car was incredulous. Hasn't Milk Dud been forbidden to be touched except by the boss? How can this kid possibly manipulate it? Fong has a belly full of fire. What's impossible? This child is the boss's child. The two of them smell the same. Milk candy is just a tiger even if it is a tiger. Can it still be special treatment because it's a girl? Continental wrinkled his nose. Yen Wu Gui's brothers also came by, and milk candy still didn't look good to them. This kid is the first. Yen Lai peeked out the rear window, looking at the several cars all chasing after them, a little worried. Sister Spider, will we get caught? Spider scanned the rearview mirror and sneered. No one can beat me at my BGM. With that, she turned on the car stereo, and the familiar music started. Calorie 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 calorie. Calorie 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 calorie. Calorie 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 calorie. A hidden phrase welled up in E's heart, and the song rang out at the same time. Burn my calories. E was stunned as Spider suddenly shifted gears and scurried right off with his foot on the gas. Chapter 147. A woman with a child can't catch a break. The car seems to be flying. So exciting. She wrapped her arms around the neck of her milkshake and looked to the side with wide eyes. The car was traveling quickly through traffic. Numerous honking sirens blared from the side, deafening all the cars as they scraped past in shock. Her eyes went sour and she looked at the Spider in dismay. Spider's expression was subdued and calm, completely different from the woman who was madly stoned a moment ago. But before she could get happy, 2 cars surrounded them. The other guy lowered his window and fired a volley of bullets. All the bullets hit the window directly. Several bullets went deep. It just won't hit. Yen Lai was so scared that she hurriedly hugged Milk Dud. Milk Sugar was particularly offended when a large paw intentionally encircled her in his arms and hissed at the Spider. Roar! Spider's eyes sank. Got it, brother Milkshake. She slammed her foot on the gas, lowered the window, and aimed at the driver's side. BAM. 2 shots. The car instantly drifted to the other side and crashed into the guardrail. Dumbfounded, E saw Spider tackle the enemy on her right in the same manner again, looking at her through the rearview mirror. Isn't sis handsome? She couldn't even say a complete sentence, nodding frantically. Handsome, handsome, handsome. It's more handsome than the woofers. Spider was smug. Little sister, you saved me today. I owe you my life. From now on you'll be my savior. With me protecting you, you'll have a blast. Foam exploded with anger. Can't a group of big men beat a woman and a child? Hurry up and keep chasing. More and more jeeps were coming from behind to outflank them. Spider sked softly and flicked the switch. A fully automated Gatling gradually rose from the roof of the car, and she maneuvered the AI, locking onto a couple of cars. Fellow softy, the sweet female voice sounded. Yes, master. Berserk mode. Shoot. The female voice was energized. No problem, master. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bullets leapt overhead. EE shocked his ears to the point of raw pain. Covering his ears and turning back, he saw that the car directly behind him had been beaten into a beehive of coal by the flames. The blast of the car even bloomed like a blast of ice. Jeep after jeep crashed together with a thud, and even had the front end clatter to fire. Vaughn's car is completely immobilized, and he pokes his head out in anger, only to be scared back into the car by the bullets. Yen Lai looked dumbfounded. Spider sister, is this your superpower? Spider snorted. This is your Uncle Blameless superpower. He modified it himself and used our company's highest grade bulletproof glass. This car is also one of his favorite girlfriends. The keys were placed with me but I wasn't given permission to drive it. I took the liberty of driving it out and hopefully he won't dock my pay after today is over. E was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth, and patted her chest. No sister, you're so handsome. My uncle will definitely not deduct your salary. I'll talk to him for you. Spider laughed out loud and flirted. Okay little miss, if you can keep my paycheck, I'll work for you wholeheartedly in the future. After saying that, she dialed the phone, and when she got through, there was only a short sentence. Coordinates abandoned Tanchi Mansion. Foam has turned against the water. The boss's life is in danger. Bring people to encircle with me. On the other side, Yen Lingyun sat in his chair with his eyes lifeless. Gu Huai's face sank as he leaned his back against him, unable to say anything. Both of them were handcuffed to the chair, unable to move. Yen Wugue was especially apologetic. Gu Huai, you may not believe me when I say this, but this is the only time in all these years that I've been arrested because my men turned against me. Gu Huai's face was expressionless. Well, thank you, Mr. Yen Wugue, for leaving me with the only opportunity. Yen Wugue was so embarrassed that he hemmed and hawed, his eyes filled with hostility. They went into an ambush when they got here, and although they fought a lot, they ended up falling into their net due to lack of manpower. Obviously these people knew how many men he had with him and what strength they were. There are traitors in his organization, and a very deep one at that. Yen Wugue licked the back of his teeth when he was suddenly pressed against his brow by a gun. He raised his eyes without panic. The scarred man in black clothes looked at him with a fierce face and said in English, "Long time no see, Yen Wugue. It's really hard to buy something in your house nowadays, even maliciously raising the price for me." A cold light flashed in the deep pupils of Yen Wugue's eyes. "Scar, stop looking for reasons and just tell me who betrayed me." Scar spared a moment to retrieve his gun, but it was a pain in the ass. A handful on your side. Yen Wugui was stunned, his smile gradually becoming sinister. Are you talking about Feng Feng? Gu Huai's pupils plummeted as he looked at him in shock. Scar was non-committal. Is there anyone else besides her? Gu Huai's breathing tightened and he became anxious. Yen Wugui, you've given EE to her. She's a traitor. She'll hurt EE. I should have known he should have accompanied Yen Lai. He should not have left her there alone. Yen Wugui's deep pupils rolled with killing intent. Slowly and methodically said, good brother. Although Feng Feng is my hand, but she is now less and less capable. The typical mixing of famous people began to drift. There is no need for you to cooperate with her. Let go of me. This matter I'll pretend that it has not happened. The transaction continues. Scar was unmoved. Little Milk Dog is vindictive. There's no way he won't retaliate against me. I don't believe a word of it. Yen Wugui's eyes gradually turned grim as he gritted his teeth and stopped saying anything. Outside the abandoned mall, Spider carries an AK-47 in the lead and gives his men hand signals to go find a spot to take up. Intentional hid within the thick grass and watched them go in. Suddenly, she noticed a small pocket pistol gleaming on the ground. Stunned, she ran over and picked up the pistol, wanting to call out to Spider, but not daring to say anything, so she could only put the pistol in her small carry-on bag. She was in 6s and 7s. My sister dropped her gun on the floor. Should we bring it to her? Milkshake looked at her like she was retarded. The look in its eyes seemed to say, don't you know how old you are? How dare you think of going in to help? It would be nice not to help. Suddenly, another car pulls up outside. Yen Lai hurriedly dug back into the weeds and watched Feng Feng murderously get out of the car. She said with the mainland, I didn't see Spider's car just now. They definitely haven't come over yet. Go in first and finish off Yen Wugui, then go back and finish her off. Yes. EE frowned. How can this bad guy be so bad? Sister Spider had even said that her uncle was relying on her. But why did she betray him? Milkshake doesn't understand. What does he know about humans? E bit her lower lip and furtively followed. Milkshake took a bite of the shirt on the back of her neck and pulled her back. She was eager. Milkshake, I'd like to send this gun over in case Sister Spider needs it. Milkshake wouldn't listen, still looking at her with indifference, as if talking out of your ass wouldn't help. A no is a no. Suddenly, the miserable screams of Yen Wugui came from the chamber. Ah ha ha ha. Milkshake perked up his ears to make sure it was his master's voice and rushed in with a low growl. Yen Lai, what about the deal to keep her out? She hurriedly called after her in a whisper. Milkshake, wait for me. Chapter 148. Don't bully my uncle. You bad woman. Spider found the 4th floor sniping point, got down on the ground to look in the rearview mirror, and held down the Bluetooth headset. How are you guys doing? The man inside the headset replied. All patrol guards inside the building have been cleared. We found the sniper point, but Scar treated the entire room and had to gouge through the cracks, and there was no way we could hit Scar in the first place. There's no way for the B team to hit Scar either. Spider frowned. On her side as well, although she could fight, she might not be able to hit with a single shot, and as long as she wasn't hit with a single shot, Yen Wugui might die. The real place to hit them is at the door, but the doorway is too risky and easy to detect. She couldn't do anything rash. Yen Lai sat on Milkmaid, smoothing its fur while following it to the 4th floor. It took her a lot of effort to calm Milkman down. Milkshake lurked on her pack, coming to the 4th floor doorway and setting her down silently before peeking inside without moving a muscle. EE also poked his head out silently and peeked out to observe. And in a store above her diagonal, Spider looked at her with a confused look on his face. How do you come to mean? What's she doing in here? Isn't that holding them back? A lot of sniping are in the opposite corner. See Yen come is even more surprised, with a Bluetooth headset. Spider, this is not the boss's baby? How did you bring her here? If anything happens to her, boss will kill us. What does the boss care what happens to her when his own life is on the line? But how did this kid feel his way in? Should have gotten her out first. These guys are talking in their headphones. Spider was disgusted that the guys were babbling endlessly and knocked on the Bluetooth headset radio. A silence returned to the headset. Spider's face grew harder. Something had to be done to get this kid out of there. While she was racking her brain, Yen Lai was looking at Yen Wugui. Yen Wugui sat down disheveledly in his chair. He had one leg bent, his floral shirt stretched open from the rough beating, his 8-pack abs visible and dotted with bloodstains. The corners of his mouth were covered with blood, and his face was bruised and battered, obviously from a brutal beating. He still has shoe prints on him. Gu Huai didn't get hit. He was just a little bit lousy, but his face was so dark that he seemed to be angry. Feng Feng stood in front of Yen Wugui and slapped him a few more times. Thanks to me loving you so much, how dare you irritate me with the bastard born from another woman and you? Yen Wugo licked over the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth, the mist under his eyes sinking in as he asked in a mute voice, where is that child? Gu Huai also looked hard at her. Vaughn sneered, I threw that child in the river to feed the crocodiles, and before she died she was frantically screaming for you. Yan Wugui's face turned pale with a brush. How dare you touch my niece? Feng Fang's smugness instantly vanished. She's not your daughter? Yan Wugui was like a raging lion. When the did I have a daughter? How dare you make a move on my niece? I'll kill you. Gu Huai's expression stiffened and he gasped sharply. Is Yan Lai dead? No, it can't be. How could Yi die? Yan Lai hid in the doorway, a little puzzled. Is that who they're talking about? She's alive and well. Suddenly, Feng Feng copied his stick and struck at Yan Wugui. Yan Wugui fell to the ground with a loud bang. Milkshake tried to pounce on it in a hurry, and Yi shook her head at it. Calm down. Milk Sugar grimaced, forcing down his anger not to come forward, but still let out a guttural low chirp, only to be muffled by Vaughn's piercing shouts. Even if it's not your daughter, so what? I've dedicated my youth to you and you don't love me, so go to hell. Visionless fool. After saying that, she took out her gun and aimed it at Yan Wugui. Scar suddenly slapped her away with one hand. Wait a minute. I don't care about your two love-hate entanglements. Where's my goods? Feng Feng, I'll fetch the goods to you as soon as Yan Wugui dies. What's your hurry? Scar sneered. No, if you bring the goods, I'll kill Yan Wugui, and the two of us will deliver the goods with one hand and the corpse with the other, or I'll kill you too. With that, he loaded his gun and aimed it at Feng Feng's head. Give me the goods. The atmosphere abruptly became dead silent. Feng Feng's face changed slightly. Feeling ridiculous, do you have to be like this at this time? I won't renege on the debt either. Yan Wugui, however, laughed lowly. No, she will. Scar was stunned and scooped him up off the ground. What? Yan Wugu leaned lazily on the chair. His face was all bruised. Blood dripped down from his cheeks like tears of blood, but he smiled wickedly. Everything in our organization must be approved by my private seal. If I die, the person who approves it will be my godfather. Feng Feng is very clear in her heart. If you kill me, she will logically push things onto you. You won't be able to get a batch of goods, and you will still be hunted down by my godfather, while she can brush off a wave of goodwill in front of my godfather. Scar's breath stuttered and he backhanded the gun against Feng Feng's head. Bitch, how dare you trick me? The atmosphere grew stronger. It was as if you could smell the gunpowder in the air. Spider Scorch bit his lower lip, unable to find a suitable firing point in any way. Damn. Now Scar's gun was not pointed at Yan Wugui, but Feng Feng and Continental's guns were still pointed at Yan Wugui. It had to be shot. She could only hit one, and needed someone to hit the other, to divert attention, but there was still the little drag of Yan Lai at the door. Damn it! Yan Lai nervously hid behind Milk Dud, her chest rising and falling dramatically. She watched as Yan Wugui's blood fell drop by drop on her collarbone, and Gu Huai's mind wandered. His body actually shivered a little, not knowing what he was thinking. No way. It can't go on like this. With trembling hands, she opened her small bag and pulled her pocket pistol from it. Spider's eyes widened in disbelief and he fumbled with his pants. Empty. Her pocket pistol was picked up by this kid, and she tried to shoot to save her life? She just complimented her on being a little sharpshooter, and this kid takes it to heart? If she shoots and doesn't fire correctly, it will be the end of her. The other angles were even more surprised to see this and pressed down on their Bluetooth headsets. What's that kid holding? Spider Sister's pocket pistol, right? Is this child sick? Will she stop giving us trouble? Shuddering, he picked up the pistol and adjusted her breathing, remembering what Spider had taught her. Breathe in, hold your breath for a split second and fire. She only had one shot at it. For Gu Huai and Uncle. Yan Lai poked his head out, and Feng Feng in the chamber was still arguing. I just need to kill Yan Wugui, and I'll definitely be able to get my hands on the goods. I'll kill him right here to prove it to you. With that, Feng Feng pointed at Yan Wugui and deliberately pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot. Vaughn's gun plummeted to the ground. She froze, slowly lifting her hand to look at it. In the center of her palm, there was inexplicably an extremely large bloody hole, and blood dripped downward like a spring. She couldn't even feel the pain, as if her mind had cut off, and looked extremely stiffly toward the door. Yan Lai held his pocket pistol in both hands, keeping his position as he was crumpled to the ground by the recoil, looking at her stubbornly and fearfully. No bullying my uncle, you bad woman. The words fell, and all was silent. Chapter 149, she actually hit it. Vaughn's blood, dripping, 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 dripping. The sound of blood dripping was unusually clear in this dead silence. Yan Wugui looked at Yan Lai in the doorway in dismay, and suddenly the corner of his mouth grinned and laughed. His niece had actually come to his rescue? This is his 4-year-old niece. Ha 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 ha. How is it you are? How is it you are Yan Lai? He was going to explode with joy. Gu Huai's greenish-gray face instantly regained its blood color and looked at her in surprise. Yee! Spider was dumbfounded, and a guttural exclamation of incredulity came from inside his headphones. She hit it. I can't believe this kid hit it. Asterisk. I just said she was sick. Turns out I'm the sick one. How did this kid do it? Spider's head was buzzing and he didn't know how to respond. This kid, is he really a natural marksman? Foam stood stiffly in place as pain suddenly overwhelmed her. Right in this flash of lightning, Yan Wugui saw the opportunity to break away from the shackles that had long since been unlocked. Picking up the gun and aiming a shot at Feng's head, Foam died violently on the spot. Spiders quickly siege, all up. Yan Lai was so stunned that he was directly thrown on his back by Milkmaid's bite of his shirt and rushed to the periphery. She snapped back. Gu Huai is still inside. I have to save Gu Huai. Milk Candy was stunned. Yan Lai jumped down without hesitation and rushed into a hail of bullets. Gu Huai was trapped in the chair and couldn't move. Watching her rush over and said sharply, "Don't come over." Wouldn't hear of it. You'll have to unlock your locks to do that. There was gunfire in all directions. Gu Huai looked worried. Don't mind me. Something will happen to you this way too. But as soon as the words fell, a bullet grazed Gu Huai's chair. Yan Lai instantly whitened in fear. No way. I can't leave you behind. The two of us are best friends. She went for the handcuffs with her little hands, so anxious that she wanted to cry. What do I do? It won't open. Just then, a bullet violently grazed her hand, breaking the handcuffs. Yan Lai shrinks in fear and looks to the source. Yan Wugui smiled maniacally, the barrel of his gun still smoldering, obviously fighting but happy. Go out and wait for me. As the words fell, an enemy set his sights on her and rushed towards her. Instead, Milk Sugar pounced without hesitation, biting down on his enemy's throat. Roar! Hurriedly ran to the door with Gu Huai. Milk Candy finished attacking the enemy and rushed decisively towards her. Leaning down for her to ride, she and Gu Huai straddled it and quickly ran out of the scene. Yan Wugui put down his heart. There are no more children. Get rid of the gang. As he spoke, his gun jammed. The man with the scar said joyfully, Yan Wugui is out of bullets. Yan Wugui rolled to hide behind the couch, took the Gatling that Spider pushed over, and racked it decisively. Didn't think so. I have another one. The crowd was horrified. Find cover. Yan Wugui killed his eyes. No use. Today's high-end game. Our side's auxiliary Yan Lai MVP. So you guys will definitely lose this game. Spider silently moved away from Yan Wugui and muttered with his men. See, I told you that Yan Wugui is a madman. This Yan Lai will shoot and make him so happy that he can blow awesome for a year. On the other side, and Gu Huai were brought into the weed pile by Milk Candy. Yan Lai scratched his head as if he could hear Yan Wugui's loud laughter. Is uncle so happy about the fight? Suddenly, Gu Huai embraced her in his arms and his arms kept tightening. I'm sorry. Was stunned and subconsciously hugged him. Why did you say sorry? Gu Huai's hands were even shaking vaguely. I shouldn't have left you alone there. I should have followed you around and accompanied you every inch of the way. Milkshake cocked his head and looked at the two. Smiled openly. Mixed, not caring. No need, Gu Huai. You can do whatever you want. I can protect myself. I also have the ability to protect myself. You see, today it is me who protected you all. Gu Huai was stunned and reacted with hindsight. Yeah, the people protecting him today are absent from the intention. It's his intention. He breathed a sigh of relief, and was just about to say something else when Yan Wugui's voice rang out from inside the mall's main entrance. Yan, come on. The man's voice had an undercurrent of anger that seemed to be hiding a sulk. Yan Lai shivered reflexively at the sound and stepped out of the weeds with trepidation. Under the twilight, the lilies on Yan Wugui's floral shirt were dyed red. He came bathed in blood, but his eyes were swirling with a fine golden light, as if gold had been sprinkled in the bottom of his deep eyes, and his tone was meaningful. You're a little kid. Who let you take your Aunt Spider's gun without permission? Yi's face went white, and she hurriedly put the small pocket pistol on the ground. Yi didn't do it on purpose. It's just that Spider Sister accidentally dropped the gun on the ground when she was going to look for you. Yi originally wanted to return this gun to her, but Spider Sister couldn't care less about me at that time, so I brought it with me to the past. Sorry, uncle. Yan Wugui's expression grew colder and colder. Then do you know what kind of effect you've caused me by carrying this gun? Yi bit her lower lip, her watery eyes filled with worry, and shook her head pitifully, like a little milk cat. Yi doesn't know. Yan Wugui was cold, but suddenly the corners of his mouth hooked upwards, gradually blooming into a smile. You saved my life. Yan Lai was stunned. Yan Wugui leaned down, his pretty peach blossom eyes gradually turning up a rich sincerity. It was like a churning wave, coming up in waves, and the smile became more and more sincere, looking at her with incomparable affection. I'm afraid that in my whole life I've never been able to forget the way you held up your little pistol and cried to save me. Her breath hitched and her heart trembled at the tip. Uncle, you don't blame me for taking the gun without authorization? Yen Wugue arched his eyebrows and crouched down, opening his arms like a fox with bad ideas. What do you say, my hero? Yi was stunned, feeling as if she had suddenly baked bread and swelled up. I'm your hero? Yen Wugu looked at her firmly. You are my hero. She instantly raised her eyebrows and jumped into his arms. I'm a hero. Yen Wugue arched his eyebrows and embraced her tightly, his tiger teeth pointed and full of true love. Spider raised his gun in the back. Brothers, Yen Lai today MVP should not be a whole lot of platitudes. Come on, call big sister. The subordinate shook his voice. Hello big sister. Spider, what if something happens to big sister later? We would give our lives to help big sister. Flattered, Yi looked up at the spider. Spider rubbed her head roughly. Yen Lai, you didn't just save our boss's life, you saved my life, and in the grand scheme of things, you saved a lot of people's lives, and if our boss dies, even if Feng Feng can't get everything, she'll definitely break down and make a demon out of her. So you're a credit to our flammable and explosive organization. It should be recorded in the file bag. Yen Wugue wrapped his arms around Yi, his tone doting. It's time to write. Go back and I'll write it myself. Chapter 150, The Boss Kisses the Kid. Intentional surprise looked toward Yen Wugue. He frowned deeply. I finally know why Wei Yang would like you so much. You're really excellent. I'll always be pleasantly surprised when I'm with you. After saying that, Yen Wugue gently raised his hand and wiped the dirt on her face with that calloused palm. She was tickled. That tickles. Yen Wugue smiled and pinched the tip of her nose. I've thought about it. If you're willing to do so, I'll have a choice for my future heir. Spider laughed out loud. Boss, we're thinking of the same thing. I was just telling Yen Lai that if she's willing to come in the future, I'm willing to be her hand and tutor her properly. Yen Wugue didn't answer, just looked at Yi. Are you willing? Yen Lai's pretty eyes rolled and she milked her voice. That's fine. Yen Wugue was dumbfounded. If you say it's okay, it's okay. After saying that, he clasped the back of Yi's head and gently planted a kiss on her brow. The spider stared in horror. The boss kissed the kid? Sure it's not eating children? She and the other men rubbed their eyes. After all, he had never seen Yen Wugue so gentle before. Yen Wugue is like a time bomb. Looks happy, smiles sweetly and adorably. Does not fit the appearance of the boss, but he is ruthless in his tactics. Shady, and may blow up at any time. But for the first time they saw tenderness in his eyes. Spider-eyed, I'd like to kiss Yen Lai too. Yen Wugu swept her a cold, stern glance, and for a moment the original form was revealed. You dare. Spider, wouldn't dare. Yen Wugu was comfortable, turning his head to cup Yi's face and pinching her white cheeks. For a moment there, I thought my dream had come to life. Yi was unsure. Yen Wugue laughed in a rather profound manner. He grew up with a love of guns and beautiful girls, especially liked the combination of the two. And when, in the middle of the abandoned, crappy mall, Yen Lai stood there on the bare gray concrete floor, wearing a pair of backpack pants and white socks over her short legs, holding a small pocket pistol. There was a determination and strength in her eyes that he had never seen before. He knew it. He met the little girl of his dreams. Yi smiled joyfully and looked back at Gu Huai. Gu Huai, I've gotten credit. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, Milk Duds rushed up and rubbed her face. Yi fell on her but in Yen Wugue's arms and giggled. No, milk candy. I don't want it. Yen Wugu was surprised. Milk candy, do you like her a lot too? Milkshake rubbed his face like a big cat against Yen Lai's face, purring out of his throat, and the love was unmistakable. Nothing more. She saved her master's life and she loves kids. Yen Wugue was incredulous. Milk candy, she should be the second human you like besides me. Milkshake didn't deny it, and continued to rub out the come on with his eyes closed. Yen Wugue was momentarily shocked speechless, staring at the two of them in a daze. Yen Lai giggled and hid behind Gu Huai. Milk Sugar ran and jumped with her, running around Gu Huai. Gu Huai seemed to smile, looking at Yen Lai so happy, but also unconsciously remembered the way she shed tears and shot. Yen Wugue walked up to him with a complicated mood. Honestly, I'm especially scared right now. If anything happens to you, I really don't have a way to explain it to Gu Rin, and I'm sorry for not letting you see a proper deal. Gu Huai looked at him calmly. I think today's experience is much more valuable than the other experiences. At least I have the experience to deal with this kind of thing. Much better than a normal completed business. Yen Wugue widened his eyes in surprise and pointed at him. You guys see? This kid talks in an old-fashioned manner, but he's quite a model. Gu Huai was non-committal, picking up the pocket pistol on the ground, learning to load it, and aiming a shot at the distant bottle trash. The bottle instantly exploded. Yen Wugue? The other's eyes widened even more in horror. It's not, is it? Is this one so accurate too? Gu Huai was satisfied and tossed the gun to Yen Wugu. Looks like I can do it too. Yen Wugue was dumbfounded. Yi jumped up joyfully. Gu Huai, I knew you could do it too. Your shooting is much more accurate than mine. You're the best at hitting balloons. Gu Huai had a smile in his eyes. His face remained expressionless. I think you're better than me because you practiced. Yi shook her head. Not at all. Your aim is definitely better than mine. I just think you're good. This somewhat overbearing and slightly petulant tone caused Gu Huai to widen his eyes in some surprise, and his diamond lips slowly hooked up. Well, listen to you. Yan Wu Gui and Spider looked at each other in confusion. Both children are not saying that the future is ready, but that the future will definitely be accomplished. But what it will look like is not certain. Spider crumbled and shook his head. I think this is not even the Yangtze River waves pushing the front waves. The front waves were patted on the beach. This is to pat us both to death on the top. Sun dry ah. Yan Wu Gui also nodded heartily. He felt it strongly too. But he couldn't help but tickle the corners of his mouth again as he looked to Yanai. But he was really happy that the boy had such a high level of talent. At least this child could protect herself and he didn't have to worry about her growing up to be bullied. Thinking of this, Yan Wu Gui tightened his smile. Go and investigate Feng Feng's forces cleanly. Leave no one behind. Spider, no problem boss. Yan Wu Gui let out a breath of relief and scooped up Yan Lai with one arm. Let's go. Go home. The other henchman stared blankly at his back as he held the child. Never seen the boss smile like that before. Yeah, for the first time he smiled like a human, eh? And for the first time, he favors a girl so much that he can't even say she's his daughter. Yan Wu Gui let Yan Lai lean on his shoulder and patted her one by one. Obviously, I don't know how to raise a child, but it seems to melt away in the moment. Gu Huai looked at Yan Wu Gu with great satisfaction. It's a good thing if this guy can really like Yan Lai. Yi deserves a lot of love. Yan Wu Gui sniffed the milky odor of Yan Lai's body and inexplicably felt at ease. It turns out that having a child to soothe you is such a feeling. It's very stable. Yan Lai lay in his arms and drifted off to sleep when she got into the car, her small hands grasping Gu Huai's hand. With milk candy lying at her feet, she gradually let go, closed her eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Yan Wu Gui's smile didn't diminish either, his gaze sullenly gazing at her, his smile hanging at the corners of his mouth the whole time. Even when he returned to the manor and reconciled a bunch of bad accounts, the smile on his lips was still there. Little Yi. Yan Wu Gu murmured. So cute. A male voice suddenly sounded behind her. Who's cute? Caught off guard, Yan Wu Gu turned his head to look behind him and met the old man's derisive eyes. He wrinkled his nose. Godfather, don't you walk noisily? The old man hooked his lips in a bad smile. Yan Wu Gui, having feelings is a big taboo in our profession. If you think about people and get carried away, you're not far from death. Chapter 151, Grandpa Blame has captured Gu Huai. Come and save us. Thank you. Yan Wu Gui was speechless. I'm thinking about my own niece, not a woman. Besides, we're doing legitimate business. Don't make me look like a gangster, okay? The old man was quite surprised. Oh, I thought you were a sister controller, but it turns out you're still a niece controller? With that, he came up to him and taunted. I heard you got caught in a jar today and ended up being saved by a 4-year-old girl. Your niece? Yan Wu Gui was angry when he thought about it. Well, he was shaded by Feng Feng. But why are you back? Your new disciple received it? The old master was not happy when he mentioned this. No, running through all the countries a child that suits me is not available. Nowadays the children are really not as good as the first class. Compared to you and your elder sister it is really far from it. Yan Wu Gui was helpless. In itself, your requirements are not good for anyone to be able to meet. As a result, you now have to restrict the gender. You have to accept female disciples. You can't even find one without restricting the gender, let alone restricting the gender. The old man pinched his brow. What about the little girl who saved you today? Yan Wu Gui, she's visiting with her friend. Gu Huai likes the industry so much that he's looking at the guns and equipment. The old man raised his eyebrows. Gu Huai is a boy. Yan Wu Gui nodded. Well, I heard that it is a high IQ of 190. It is indeed smart. The first time I shot 100 times. My niece is also. Her intelligence test is over 130 points. I think that if she grows up a little bit more, the test IQ should not be low. The old man's eyes rolled. Alright, get busy. I'm going to take a stroll. Yan Lai followed behind Gu Huai with boredom. Gu Huai, how much longer do we have to shop? Gu Huai touched the AK-47 obsessively. I'll take another look. Unable to do anything about it. Yi sat cross-legged. But that's what you said 2 hours ago. And I'm sleepy. Gu Huai jolted awake and looked at the time. It was amazing that he had been visiting for 3 hours, as he would scrutinize each weapon for a long time, and couldn't get enough of it. He apologized. I'll walk you back to bed. Yi nodded and ran ahead without hesitation. When suddenly, there was a strange sound from behind her. Boo! It was as if some door had been opened and slammed heavily shut. Yi turned her head in a daze, and it was surprisingly empty. Gu Huai. No one answered. She frowned and retraced her steps back to that place where she was just now. Gu Huai. Yan Lai frowned and looked down at the golden butterfly button on the side of the road. She subconsciously poked and prodded. Suddenly, a gash opened under her feet, violently taking her down. Ah! Two adults quickly ran over to the end of the hallway and ran to the source of the sound only to see that the hallway was empty. One of them scratched his head. Why do I seem to hear Big Sister's voice? The man following him was even more confused. What Big Sister? The man said. It's that little girl who saved our boss today. Ah! Our organization respectfully calls her Big Sister. The other person was stunned. You mean that 4-year-old lady? She's already been promoted to become a Big Sister? So fast? The other nodded. That's true, but she's been promoted to Big Sister, which is equivalent to a position just below our Yen boss. So no one should be bullying her. Yen Lai screams frantically inside a slide tube. Her body twisted and turned and slid for who knows how long before she suddenly fell out of it and smashed into a fluffy sponge. Yen Lai looked up with a confused, sleepy face. What's going on here? Why is there a basement inside a basement? She got up in a daze and looked around. The camera in the corner showed her in it. The old man stared at Yen Lai with interest and looked back at the struggling Gu Huai. Little friend, this little girl is the one who shot the traitor and saved you all today, right? Gu Huai's expression tightened and he gritted his teeth. What do you want? The old man's eyes smiled. Even though he was older, his eyes were still sharp. Nothing. I'm just too bored. I want to find a child to tease a little. I heard that you have an IQ of 190, so you have the ability to forget? Gu Huai's eyes sank as he looked at him without saying anything. He smiled more and more treacherous. In my hands, I think, there is a Trojan horse virus that no one has cracked yet. The antivirus code I have already researched, and I can even counter-hack each other's computers. It's considered a hacking technology. You say I let this little girl learn the code to save you. Can she learn it? Gu Huai was stunned and struggled. Are you crazy? Computer, that kind of thing is nothing to be trifled with when it comes to the intention. You're not allowed to touch her. If you have a target, come at me. The old man shook his head, grinning badly and calculating. I've seen a lot of people with your kind of IQ. You can do your best in everything. It's too unchallenging. It just so happens that I want to take a female disciple. So let's just have some fun. This code, if she can really learn it, I will not only release you two, I will also give you 2 red packets. How about it? Of course, I don't give away those money kind of mundane things either. I'll give you both one of these. With that, the old man opened a small iron box on his own table. The little tin box was worn, and looked older than the man himself, with patches of rust stains all over it. Gu Huai wrinkled his eyebrows, and when he saw his hand open, the metal box was unexpectedly filled with sparkling diamonds. How did this guy manage to put so many diamonds in this broken metal box? The old man casually picked up 2 inside and put them in his palm. Like taking out 2 peanuts, the diamonds are 10 carats. You 2 1 each. I'm generous, right? Gu Huai was unmoved and rejected in a stern voice. I don't need you to bribe us with such petty favors. I want something I can buy myself. You hurry up and release me. I'm going back to find Yen Lai. The man smiled without saying a word and walked straight outside. Yen Lai was still looking around, anxious and a bit sniffly. Gu Huai, where are you, Gu Huai? Don't scare me, Gu Huai. An old male voice followed. Little girl, Gu Huai is here with me. She was stunned at the sound and turned around, meeting the man's smirking eyes directly. Yen Lai blinked and looked at him blankly. Grandpa, who are you? The old man smilingly walked to her front, crouched down to her level. Hello, little girl. My name is Li Yen. Is a good man. Your brother has just been captured by a bad guy, and now he is still in danger. I can teach you how to save him. If you save the success, I will give you a big reward. Oh. Intentional stared dumbfounded at the man in front of him, and without saying a word, took a walkie-talkie out of his pocket, pressed the button. Uncle, there's a strange old grandpa who has captured Gu Huai. We're now in a room that appears after pressing a small bow on the roadside of corridor 5-2, where we can slide down a slide. Please come over and save us now. Thank you. Li Yen. Chapter 152. If you want to save Gu Huai, you have to be serious. There was a rustle on the other side of the intercom. Soon after, Yen Wugui's helpless voice rang out. You give the walkie-talkie to that grandfather. Yi decisively gave the walkie-talkie to Li Yen. Li Yen snatched it away, not in a good mood. What for? Yen Wugu was speechless. Godfather, you're not finished, are you? Yen Lai just went through a bloody storm today. It's a hard time now. She should be resting and relaxing her spirit. How can you bully her? Hurry up and release her. He rolled his eyes. What do you mean I'm a bully? They fell off their own feet and took the initiative to give me a gift I can't resist? Yen Wugue wanted to say more, but Li Yen suddenly exploded. Yen Wugue, you don't see me once a year. Fuznian and I don't have any children to visit. We 2 old men are very old. We want to enjoy our grandchildren. What's wrong with that? Yan Wu. He seemed stunned. rustling from the intercom side, but said nothing. Li Yan was very sad. I really don't understand. I'm so old. No children. No children. When I was young to learn a skill to get this company is why is it for their own one call? Rich and powerful. Want to buy things to spend at will? Yan Wu, isn't it? Li Yan choked. Yes, but not much. After saying that he sighed sadly. I just want a cute little disciple right now. Even if she can't be my disciple, I just want a little child to accompany me. Can't you even grant me this old man's wish? Yan was speechless. Give Yan Lai the walkie-talkie. Li Yan handed it to her, but wouldn't let Yan Lai take it. Poked her ear over and heard Yan Wugu say, listen to me. This grandpa in front of you has a problem with his head. He's too lonely and just wants to find someone to keep him company. He won't hurt Gu Huai. You go along with him for a while and he'll give Gu Huai back to you in a while. He's my godfather. You don't have to worry about him hurting you. Hesitated a bit and looked at Li Yan. Grandpa, are you really lonely? Li Yan sniffed and sniffled loftily. It's not very lonely. It's just that I have to plug in my headphones and listen to music every night and call myself a loser. Born and bred. I'm sorry. Frowned and nodded. Alright then, but you can't lock Gu Huai up. Gu Huai is my best friend. If you want to play with us, you should play with us properly instead of aggravating him. Who said he's aggrieved? Li Yan looked at her fervently. You don't know how well off he is now. He has an exceptionally nice big brother to keep him company, and he gets to watch LCD TV. Gu Huai sat in the surveillance room with a dark face, looking indifferently at the black bodyguard behind him. The bodyguard, 5'9" and as burly as a double-door refrigerator, stared at him with a burning gaze. It was as if he could carry him up and dunk him upside down into the basket if he dared to move. Pay versed to look at the monitor again. That's what Li Yan calls a big LCD TV. Him, intentionally spoken to. She bit her lower lip. So what do you say? How are the two of us going to play it? It's easy. Li Yan pulled her to a computer. This is a computer. I'll teach you how to type. Follow. I'll show you a video. It's very fast. Lots of letters and symbols. You memorize the sequence of these letters. You can't make a mistake with each word. And you have to make sure to disarm it within 3 minutes. Otherwise this computer will break down. But after you undo it, you'll be able to save Gu Huai and get tons of rewards. How's that? It's pretty easy to understand, isn't it? Nodded her head with immense seriousness. Aha, didn't get it at all then. Li Yan? He sat in front of the computer and played the video. Green characters on a black background. Brush a few lines of code down. All like a heavenly book. Yan Lai looked directly dumbfounded, staring with a dumbfounded expression at the irregular combinations that glided by in front of her like shooting stars. 3 minutes passed. Yan Lai remained confused. What's that? What's this? Li Yan looked at her expectantly. Will it? She looked up blankly. Can say no will? Li Yan was dumbfounded and patiently said. It's okay, you're a little kid now. You don't understand. I'll teach you how to hit these key combinations first. 5 minutes passed. Yan Lai was finally able to skillfully hit the key combinations and understood what he meant. As long as it's in order, right? Li Yan was incredibly excited. Yes. Inside the other aisle came a curmudgeonly man wearing glasses. His hair was touched up with hair oil and he wore gold-rimmed glasses that looked very much like a human quality youth. His gaze fell on Li Yan, who was not far away from teaching people. Li Yan's eyes were all enthusiastic, pointing at the computer screen, signaling the little girl to look carefully. With a slight frown on his brow, he came to the monitoring room. The old gentleman has another candidate to take on an apprentice? The black bodyguard replied in broken Chinese. Yes, the old man likes it very much and is now taking the test. The man with the glasses glanced at Gu Huai and said in a conspiratorial manner, if you have this time to waste with little kids, why don't you teach me your abilities? I'm clearly the one who enjoys hacking the most. Gu Huai raised his eyes and gazed at him quietly. The man with the glasses was still staring contemptuously at the monitor. It's a wonder this kid can learn. Immediately afterward, Yan Lai on the monitor said to Li Yan in a disinterested manner, Grandpa, do you usually play such boring games? I don't want to play this. Can I play something else with you? The glasses guy snorted lightly. See, I knew it. She won't learn. Pei Shi's eyes welled up with deep meaning, and he said in a deep voice, she can learn, if she wants to. The man with the glasses didn't move to look at him. If a small child can learn it, there's no point for us adults to teach her. It's a waste of time. Gu Huai indifferently withdrew his gaze. But, this old gentleman would rather choose a little girl than you. Have you tried to reflect on yourself, Mr. Oilhead? The man with the glasses glared. What did you say? Do you know who I am? Gu Huai crossed his legs, the light from the monitor hitting his face. I don't need to know. All I know is that Yan Lai is better than you. The man with glasses snorted. Fine. Then you wait and see what Li Yan says about her. Inside the room, Yan Lai was still fretting. It wasn't that she didn't want to cooperate. It was just that they were too jumbled and confusing and unreadable to do more than form an inherent picture in her mind. She tends to get mixed up in her memory, so she turns to Li Yan for help. Let's change the game. Li Yan's gaze swished cold. Intentional gave a scalded start at the look in his eyes, her small hands picking at the tabletop. Li Yan's gaze was sharp like a knife. So are you forcing me to do it? Where does it come from? His eyes were clear in black and white, and he had verve even in his old age. Pointing at the monitoring room and threatening fiercely, if you can't fight it out, I'm going to clean up Gu Huai. Yan Lai's pupils shrunk in disbelief. What are you talking about, Grandpa? Didn't you ask me to play with you? Li Yan's eyes showed a fierce light. I want you to play with me, but you're not playing with me painfully. So hurry up and get serious or I'm going to clean up your Gu Huai. Yi was instantly annoyed and stood up. On what grounds? You're being a scoundrel. This isn't the same as what you said in the beginning. I'm going to call my uncle here. Li Yan was fierce. Try asking him to come? Your uncle has to listen to me too. As long as he rushes here, he has to pack up his things and go home. Never earning money from me again. Yi was incredulous, her mouth hanging open in an O shape. Ridiculous. She was in a hurry. Give me the walkie-talkie. I'll talk to my uncle. Li Yan casually dropped the walkie-talkie in a trash can not far away. Intent wanted to pounce. Li Yan stopped in front of her and looked at her condescendingly, like Satan giving people the creeps. Little friend, if you want to save Gu Huai, you have to be serious. Chapter 153, I'm not going to be your disciple. Gu Huai couldn't stand to watch and was going to rush out to find someone. You guys are bullying Yan Lai. The black-clad bodyguard fished him out with one hand, as if tackling a puppy, with unparalleled ease and comfort. You can't go. He was even more cranky. What are you doing? Don't touch me. Get out. The man with the glasses looked on coldly. No need to struggle. She can't answer. She'll be released in a moment. The old man won't keep a loser around. Gu Huai glared fiercely at him and could only look helplessly at the monitor. Inside the monitor, Yan Lai's face was pale, and her small hands began to shake from fear. Sensing that she was starting to get serious, Li Yan pressed his voice to follow her lead. Hurry up, little Yi. You have to hurry in order to save your friend. Yi bit her lower lip with tears in her eyes and reluctantly sat back in her chair, wiping her tears and continuing to watch the video. Li Yan Su hooked his lips. From now on, I'll show you 7 more times, counting the previous 3 times. I'll show you a total of 10 times. If you can't solve it, I'll beat up Gu Huai. So much so that you won't be able to see him for the rest of your life. Do you understand? Yi's eyes widened and she shivered in fear, her breathing gradually becoming very rapid. He's serious. He really wants to hurt Gu Huai. Gu Huai in the monitoring room couldn't stand it anymore, jumping off the bodyguards like a madman, grabbing everything at hand and slamming it on them. Get out! Don't threaten her with me. Li Yan pressed down on the Bluetooth headset, treating it as if he hadn't heard Gu Huai's hissing voice and looked at Yan Lai. Her eyes were wide open, staring at the screen, not saying anything. Inside the headphones, Huai looked like a raging lion, but the little girl in front of him had a reflection of the code in her eyes, which seemed to be permeated with bearish anger. Following that, Yan Lai lifted his hands and hung over the keyboard with 2 fingers, simulating playing the keyboard and familiarizing himself with the position of each point. Li Yan narrowed his eyes with interest at the little girl's serious demeanor. Occasionally Yan Lai would rub his eyes, and then as if he had thought of something, the watery mist in his eyes fluctuated, as if he had suffered a great grievance. It was fun. Li Yan hooked up the corners of his mouth, smiled inscrutably, and pressed space. It's already been read 10 times, so it's starting now. Gu Huai in the monitoring room is still not able to break free from the bodyguards, and can only pounce on the monitoring side to see Yan Lai performance. The man with the glasses kept his mocking smile. This effort is just wasted. Yan Lai wiped her eyes and put her hands on the keyboard. Li Yan plugged in a USB flash drive and the computer instantly blacked out. A crossed black and red skull presented itself to her and a string of codes appeared. Li Yan seemed to smile and patted her shoulder. Little girl, can you keep your uncle and your friend here? However, sensitively broke away from him. Don't touch me. Li Yan was stunned. She bit her bottom lip and bided her time, waiting until the other side was in the process of loading. Her small hands danced quickly across the keyboard. Li Yan's eyes widened in surprise. Gu Huai braced his hands on the table and stared dead at the screen. The black-clad bodyguard's eyes also lit up. The glasses man's mocking smile faded and he stared at her in bewilderment. Yan Lai moved very quickly. His expression was extremely grave. His little fingers were flexible and delicate, as if he had used all his strength to poke around on it. Li Yan stared at the code incredulously. Right. Surprisingly, it's all right. He had thought the boy could just get a page or 2 right. Turns out there's surprisingly not a single mistake so far. The black bodyguard was dumbfounded and looked at Gu Huai. This kid really cares about you, eh? Gu Huai froze and watched, his heart flooded with heat after heat. Yan Lai shed tears in silence while coldly knocking out code. All the images were framed into pictures in her mind. She just had to go and follow the swiftness to recall them. For this reason, her whole nerve was taut as an unpluckable string that threatened to break at the slightest hint of slackness. But for Gu Huai, to save Gu Huai, without blinking, Yan Lai closed his eyes and carefully recalled the image in his mind. Li Yan, and she closed her eyes? Following closely, with 3 minutes to go, Yan Lai slammed the return. Ding dong, the computer boots up successfully and instantly presents the Windows interface. Success! Li Yan was so excited that he slapped the table and directly burst out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's too absolute. The man with the glasses couldn't believe it. It's impossible. The code is so hard. How could she possibly memorize it? It's impossible. The bouncer scratched his head. Without letting up, Gu Huai reached out and gently touched the figure of Yan Lai in the screen. She sat panting in her chair as if she had dropped half her life, her hands shaking with acid. Li Yan was so excited and happy that he could jump up to the sky. A hand over Yan Lai's shoulder. Pleasantly surprised, pick up a random child can pick up a little genius. It is really God's help to me. Yan Lai, have you read any novels? Do you want to think about the kind of hacker who was on the top of the list when he was only 5 years old? I can teach you. Yi was able to return to her senses, and her eyes gradually became cold and stern. Li Yan was oblivious, holding her shoulders and shaking them back and forth. I'll be sure to tell Fuznian later that I've found a supreme genius. I can recommend you to him as a disciple. When you grow up a bit more, I'll personally tutor you in fighting arts. Okay, 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 okay. Yi sank abruptly and pushed him away. Not good. Sounding the building, Li Yan froze, thinking he had misheard. What did you say? Yan Lai sat down on the chair in an aggravated manner, the corners of her mouth constantly deflating as she cried out with a wow. Wow. I want Gu Huai. Give Gu Huai back to me. Li Yan was at a loss for words, wanting to pacify her but not knowing how to do it. He hurriedly pressed the Bluetooth headset. Put the boy out. Gu Huai was finally released and rushed into the room without hesitation. Yan, come here. Yan Lai saw him and immediately ran to him with open arms. Gu Huai. She cried her eyes out as if Gu Huai had suffered an inhuman abuse, and was only reassured when she smelled the cold fragrance coming from his body. You scared me to death. I thought I would never see you again. Are you hurt? Gu Huai's sword brows were tightly locked and he held her tightly in a hidden hug. Don't be afraid. I'm still here. This guy is lying to you. He didn't hit me or scold me. He just wanted to tease you on purpose. Don't cry. Yi froze on the spot and twisted her head to look at Li Yan. Li Yan smiled shamelessly at her. Little friend, I just want to test whether you can do it or not. Don't be afraid of me. Yan Lai was struck by lightning. This guy even lied to her. She wailed and cried even harder. Liar. You lied to me about my feelings. I don't want to see you anymore. Li Yan, what's wrong with me? Gu Huai protected Yan Lai in his arms and swept him coldly. You lied in order to force her to meet the standard in your heart. What do you say? Li Yan's head was full of question marks. A strict teacher produces a high-level student, not to mention that my previous disciple which is not crying over. Yan Wu Gue cried harder than her at first, but that is not also good? She can't do it if I'm not strict. I'm doing it for her own good. Yi huffed and looked at him with great exasperation. No, you're not my master. I don't need you to be nice to me. I don't like you. Li Yan choked, but also aggrieved, hurriedly pulled out the diamonds from inside the sleeve pocket to her. Children, just now Grandpa a little too much. Grandpa and you apologize. I just want to force you a little. I really do not have any other meaning. This diamonds you take to play, okay? Yi sniffled and brushed her head away in exasperation. I don't want it. Chapter 154, This is my disciple. Praise her. She doesn't like it. This grandfather bullied her and forced her to do things because she was friends with Gu Huai, and she hated it. Gu Huai also grunted coldly and leaned down to gently inquire. Yan Lai, let's go eat strawberry cake, okay? Yi nodded with red eyes. I want more ice cream cake. Gu Huai frowned and just wanted to veto it, but he couldn't say anything once he saw her crying red eyes and nodded. Okay, all for you to eat. As if he was an outsider standing by, Li Yan said absurdly, Kid, a 10-carat diamond ring can't stand up to a strawberry cake and an ice cream cake? And I've recognized her as my disciple. Yi looked at him with disgust. What's wrong with adults nowadays? They always think they're so nice. They don't respect people at all. A master like you. Give me 100 strawberry cakes plus 100 ice creams and I won't come. She pulled Gu Huai away. Let's go. We won't play with him. Li Yan was like falling into an ice cave, dumbfounded as he watched Yan Lai walk past him. Suddenly, Yan Lai stopped and looked at him fiercely. Where's the exit? Li Yan, he cried and laughed, leading them forward, patiently apologizing. Grandpa apologized to you, okay? I just saw that you weren't serious at all just now, so I wanted to scare you. I didn't think that you'd really be so sad. Yi gripped Gu Huai's hand tightly and stubbornly tilted her head. I'm not sad. That's just the sweat coming out of my eyes. Li Yan. Then you sweat quite a lot. Yan Lai glared at him. Li Yan was looked at vainly and smiled curtly. Let's do it this way, kid. I'll pay for your strawberry cake and ice cream cake. I'll buy you the most delicious ones. You promise to become my disciple, and the two of us will end our feuds with a smile? Yan Lai puffed out her face and didn't even look at him. I don't want it. When I say I don't like you, I mean I don't like you. Li Yan was dumbfounded. The man with glasses beside him couldn't stand to hear it and snapped. Kid, don't give your face away. Do you know how high Mr. Lee's gold content is? He has come this far from nothing. It's a height you won't be able to reach in your lifetime. Fiercely went back. You can go if you like. What do you care about me? Gu Huai smiled coolly. Maybe he's jealous of you because he doesn't deserve it. Glasses guy? Li Yan nodded. Well, that's the truth. The man with the glasses suddenly felt a little high blood pressure, shivered and went to touch his anti-hypertensive pills, and retreated in silence. Li Yan, who stayed on the sidelines, had a headache. I think he was strong and handsome when he was young, and he was the most powerful big man inside this circle. Yan Wuguei worshipped him as his teacher, and it was only after he made many difficulties that he was taken under his tutelage. Now that he is getting older and his business affairs are getting out of hand, he can only continue to take on disciples to avoid becoming an invalid. But he had a hard time looking at one, and he was asking for her consent? His mind moved and he had a good idea. Let's put it this way, Yan Lai. Is it okay if I take you, my little brother, in as well? You guys will make a solid profit by becoming my disciples, and I can train you to become a terrifying female devil in the circle. Looked at him very speechlessly. Wants to be the cutest little fairy in the whole world. She doesn't want to be a female devil. You are really a bad person, trying to teach me bad things. Gu Huai also indifferently swept him a glance, as if seeing through everything. So far I haven't found where you're excellent, but you're really gifted in this aspect of stepping on mines. How could a young girl of her age like a female devil? Don't you think about it? Li Yan. Ro. He's a man who just isn't afraid of setbacks. He regrouped and tried his best to sell himself. I came out at the age of 8 to hang out on the streets of M. Now I'm 58 years old, and in those 50 years I founded the Flammable and Explosive Organization, and trained Yan Wuguei and another business tycoon. Becoming my disciple has a lot of benefits, and you can also experience the excellent style of a 5-year-old hacker at a young age. How can I think of it as a good deal? This is the only chance. The more heard, the more disgusted she became. Why is this guy so sticky? She couldn't believe that someone with such a nasty grandfather would want to be his apprentice. She took a few quick steps and ran straight to Yan Wuguei's office. And just in time, Yan Wuguei came out with his laptop and almost collided with her. He held her up in fear. Yan Lai, what are you doing here? She pointed at Li Yan in disgust. This old grandpa keeps following me around and has to take me as his disciple. I don't want him to mess with me after him. Yan Wuguei looked absurdly at Li Yan. No way, godfather. You've already degenerated into this? Begging for someone to be your disciple and they won't even do it? Li Yan was hopeless. I also said the wrong thing, so I'm coaxing your niece. Coaxing on the line. Besides, it's all about capturing the elite. There's no shame in asking for one. Speechless, Yan Wuguei wearily led them into the office. Come in, godfather. I was just about to go look for you. Followed him, noticing that the atmosphere was stagnant. I don't know what's going on. Yan Wuguei put the computer on the table and briefly said, just now our computer was suddenly hacked. The hacker couldn't crack it, saying that it was a virus Trojan horse that had just become popular on the market. You have to help me hack it back. The others looked grave. Master, all the customer information is inside. Once stolen, the consequences are unimaginable. You hurry to help. Li Yan was disinterested and pointed to Yan Lai. This kid will. With a start, looked over at the computer sitting on the desktop. It's a red skull icon on a black background. Obviously the one she would have memorized earlier. She and Gu Huai looked at each other and climbed into the computer chair. Yan Wugu's back was turned to the computer. He didn't notice her movements and choked breathlessly. Godfather, will you stop it? How can this child be? The subordinates were also eager. Please, old master, just help us. The situation is urgent. We're going to be in a heap of trouble when customers pursue this. Master, please. Li Yan sucked in a breath and hopelessly pointed to the absent intention. I told you that this kid would. Why do you guys have to look for me? There is a person who will not just get it? Yan Wuguei was so speechless that he rolled his eyes. Yan Lai is just a 4-year-old girl. Her speech is still a bit slurred. This virus was customized by top hacker K. No one on the market has been able to unravel it yet. What do you take people K for? Li Yan casually pointed to Yan Lai, who was sitting behind the computer. Then what are you looking at her for? Yan Wuguei was stunned and turned his head violently. Yan Lai knelt in his chair, his small hands poking at the keyboard. The other subordinates were horrified and shouted, Hey, 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 what are you doing? You can't move around. Yan Wugu rushed up in an arrow step. Just want to stop. but saw little Yi's fat hand hit the return. Pop sound. The computer instantly opened. A pleasant boot-up beep follows. Ding dong. Yen Wu-gue was dumbfounded on the spot. Yen Lai looked up at him with a simple face. Unraveled uncle. Everyone else? Unraveled? Li Yen immediately smiled, pointing at Yen Lai and said, "Did you see that? This is the disciple I taught. Quickly praise her for being great." Yen Wu. Chapter 155. I'll stand upside down if I can solve the virus. Just 5 minutes before Yen Lai cracked the Trojan horse, there was a group of strong men with dragon and tiger tattoos in Guangdong in a basement in D. There were a few people looking at their computers with stony faces. The computer downloads exactly the same flammable and explosive organizations file. The bearded uncle lit his cigar and in the smoke, spoke inscrutably. "Did you get it? Flammable and explosive customer orders and information." Across from him stood the man in black and the man in red. The black coat was born tall and thin, with gloomy eyebrows. "It's being copied, just that the information is encrypted. It needs to be downloaded and compressed into one's own computer before it can be unraveled. But the progress is already up to 40%. The red shirt next to him was broad and fat with an extremely naive look. "Right. It's just that the information is a bit hard to download." The bearded man wrinkled his eyebrows in slight impatience. "How long will that take? If the virus is cracked, won't it be a lost cause?" Black confident head. "Boss, we use this virus today as the latest type of virus on the market. There is no way to break open. As long as the other side forcibly want to crack, the computer will terminate the operation. We will be able to get their customer information and the warehouse balance as well as the warehouse detailed location and security location, and even get the other side of the surveillance, remote monitoring them, equivalent to the other side of the naked in front of us. It's equivalent to the other party running naked in front of us." The bearded man was still uneasy, but the longer it takes the more dangerous it becomes. "We can't take any chances." The black clothes hooked his lips and smiled. "This virus is the most powerful hacker K manufacture. The world has not been able to crack this virus. K also said that if you want to crack the answer, you need to enter the code for 3 consecutive minutes. Also a mistake cannot have. Otherwise you have to start from scratch. So difficult code someone can unlock it. I'll be upside down to pull the rug out from underneath me." The man in red suddenly screamed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "It's unraveling." Black was stunned and leapt to the computer. "The transmission has been terminated and the virus has been unraveled? Even shredded his profile? How?" The man in red pinched his orchid fingers and screamed. "Old Black, you're pirating this, aren't you? This virus is even more fragile than a cockroach." The bearded man narrowed his eyes sinisterly, not surprised, and there was a vague anger coming from around him. "Old Black, explain." Old Black, his head spinning, squeezed away from the man in red. "It can't be. It's a virus he paid $500,000 for." Old Black quickly entered the code and refollowed the channel he had just created to hack into Yen Wu-gue's laptop, directly opening the camera. A little pink face came into view, a 4-year-old toddler at first glance, tilting her head and saying to the person beside her, "E has already helped to untie it." Yen Wu-gue's face poked into the camera and kissed her cheek in surprise and joy. "How are you so powerful, Yen Lai? You're born of a god, aren't you?" The little girl smiled sweetly. He, I'm the smartest." Old Black was struck by lightning. Red clothes crumbled and looked at Old Black. "Brother, $500,000 and you bought such a thing? The little girl who hasn't even quit diapers can unravel it for you. This virus of yours is researched by old ladies who are square dancers, isn't it?" Old Black's head buzzed and he raised his hand to slap him. "Shut up, it can't be. It's all an illusion. Let's do it again." With that, he sent the virus over. "Since you've already hacked into it earlier, it's a direct intrusion into the computer." He sat down in front of the computer and saw the little skeleton again, raising an eyebrow in surprise and just about to do it. Gu Huai leaned down close to her. "Is it okay to let me try?" She was stunned and met Gu Huai's angular side face. "Of course." Gu Huai sat up in his chair and his fingertips quickly jumped up and down on the keyboard. Yen Wu-gue and Li Yen stared blankly. The men were even more dumbfounded, only to see Gu Huai move quickly, even more skillfully than Yen Lai, entering the code with ease. 3 minutes to reverse invasion. Black, red code had a nervous breakdown. "It's confirmed. It's the old lady who did it." Black breathed heavily and hacked into the other computer again. All he does is hack the camera. But this time, in front of the camera, was a small, handsome-looking teenager. Black, Red instantly lost her desire for life. Where is this a virus that the whole world can't solve? Isn't this pure elementary school summer vacation homework? As the words fell, the bearded man slapped the table and pointed at the two of them, yelling angrily, "Two losers, can't even do this well. If you can't do it, pack up and get out." With that, the boss slapped the table and left. Old Black was desperate. Boss, you give me another chance, boss." The boss walked away without looking back, slamming the door heavily. They were the only two left in the room. The old black man crumpled and stood still for a moment before viciously slamming the laptop shut. Grass. He was so angry he was shaking. 3 minutes. I want all the information on these two kids. I have to know what these two kids are about. The man in red picked up his cell phone and raised an eyebrow. It won't take 3 minutes. I've already found it. Old Black was stunned, his head poking over. On the phone was a picture of Yen Lai standing on the stage singing while Gu Huai played the piano behind her. Both were in the spotlight, matching as if they were Nuwa's children. He gritted his teeth in anger. Track both of their journeys, and when I find these two kids who got me in trouble, I'm going to make them look good. On the other side, Yen Wu Gui's headquarters had blown up. There was thunderous applause in the office. Awesome. These two kids are just too strong. Li Yen directly embraced Gu Huai into his arms and proudly raised his chin. I taught this too. My disciple. Gu Huai disgustedly pushed him away. I remembered it only after I saw Yen come to input it once. It has nothing to do with you. Li Yen? Yen Wu Gui's head was filled with black lines. Read it once and memorize it? Is this the latest for Psy? Spider ate the instant noodles with gusto and said vaguely, these two kids were born to do this. Come and be the boss of our place when they grow up. Sell airplanes with us. The men nodded their heads in unison. They look fine. After all, what they'd fretted about. These two kids had taken care of in 3 minutes. And twice. The man in charge of the information, his eyes glistening with tears, placed his hand over his heart with devotion. You are, me, the, gods. He won't have to have his paycheck garnished after all. Yen Lai looked at Gu Huai rather unexpectedly. Did we save the world? Gu Huai was thoughtful. It should have saved their wallets. Li Yen smelly walked to the front of the two people, hands propped on the table. Such as a perverted uncle looked at Yen Lai's smile. Little sister, I think you are not only save our wallet, and even earned your own future, because in the process of your practice just now, I saw your courage, firmness, and wisdom, so I have decided to accept you as an apprentice. Yen Lai, Gu Huai, was that emotion they just rejected not full enough? Why does he still want to take them on as disciples? And so stinky. The crowd sucked in a mouthful of cold air and were even more dismayed. Master, you really want to accept them as disciples? Yen Wugui pinched his brow wearily. That's right, Godfather. If you take Yen Lai as your disciple, what kind of relationship will I have with her in the future? I'll call her senior sister and she'll call me uncle? The others fell back with admiration. To start off like this at such a young age, it's so enviable. That's right. How many people want to become Elder Li's disciples? Begging Elder Li, our Elder Li doesn't even accept them, but the two of them can directly become disciples. It's so nice. After becoming Elder Li's disciple, it's considered becoming a good leader, right? Elder Li only carries children with leader talent. Yen Lai heard the whispers and looked over at Li Yen. Li Yen raised his chin, his nostrils flying to the sky as he looked at her with immense pride. Hear that, little sister? That's what I call professionalism. He pointed to himself. Little sister, your uncle followed me since he was a teenager. You can see that he is now the leader. Not to mention, people in the circle will be afraid to hear his name. And I also brought a particularly powerful female disciple. And your uncle almost the same level. People nicknamed the Sharp Edge. That is also the existence of a person who makes people scared of the wind. You two into my door. Yen Wugu and the Sharp Edge of the master of the elder brother and sister. You two will be under my tutelage. And Yen Wugu and Sharp Blade will be your senior brothers and sisters. So there are many benefits. Idea, no heartbeat. Li Yen? Crowd? Yen Wugue almost laughed out loud. Put. Chapter 156. We'll be together for the rest of our lives. Gu Huai. Li Yen was a bit unacceptable. Why don't you feel moved? Just because I was mean to you just now? Wrinkled her eyebrows and nodded very seriously. Yes, you lied to me that Gu Huai was suffering and forced me to work for you. I don't like people like you. You're so vicious. And, at that time, he had a terrible look in his eyes. It was like a madman. Very maniacal. Looking at her, Yen Wugue's gloating smile suddenly disappeared. Godfather, you did this to my niece? You threatened her? The atmosphere grew cold. The adults who originally did not understand the meaning of Yan's visit instantly realized and chided. It's too much, isn't it, elderly? Yeah, to a 4-year-old. No wonder people aren't close to you. Li Yen was speechless, spreading his hands in defense. Isn't this also strict on my part? I just want to test this child. I can't do it without forcing her to do it. Look how excellent she is now. Gu Huai coldly looked at him. The test was successful. Congratulations, we're not interested. Li Yen was again rejected by him, and was humiliated and angry. If you guys aren't interested, I'm still not willing to teach anymore. Make it seem like I'm dying without a disciple. He turned his back when he finished, his face puckering a bit. Was quite happy. Then don't come pestering us again. We're going to bed. Li Yen froze and looked back at her in shock. He says he doesn't need it and they really don't care about him? Didn't even look at him and happily grabbed Gu Huai and walked out. Let's go. Gu Huai nodded, his eyes falling meaningfully on Li Yan. Serves you right. The corner of Li Yan's mouth twitched as he watched them go away. Yan Wugui hugged his arms aside, narrowed his eyes and teased. Master, do you think you're lifting a stone and smashing your own foot? I remember you have a fetish for collecting disciples, right? Will you not be able to sleep at night? Li Yan choked and flung his sleeve in exasperation. No way. I'll sleep well at night. He went back to his bedroom and scratched his head at the absent coming Gu Huai. It feels like seeing your favorite hand puppet but not being able to get your hands on it. Li Yan tossed and turned, but finally opened his cell phone and searched. How about a happy 4-year-old girl? But the relevant word is, how a grandfather can bring his granddaughter closer. He rolled his eyes. What a bull ***** connection. Li Yan slid his fingers roughly over it, hesitated, but clicked in and read it carefully. On the other side, Yan Lai was lying on the bed, and Gu Huai was sitting on the side reading. His long, slender fingers dragged the book, and while he was clearly reading, his whole body was in a state of delirium. He looked at him with her cheeks resting on her head. What are you thinking? Gu Huai snapped back to his senses and met her eyes. Didn't think anything of it, but she saw right through it. I can tell you've got something on your mind because I want to hear you read Cinderella. But you're taking bedtime horror stories. Gu Huai was stunned and took the storybook away like a hot potato. Yi's dark eyes gazed at him. Can you tell me about it? Gu Huai moved with a slight pause, his tone guilty. I just feel that I have been dragging you down today. I am too stupid. Once upon a time in the orphanage, he was the king of children and no one dared to disobey him. He can protect Yan Lai very well. But now, with more and more people around him and things getting stranger and stranger, he can't control it, and there's always the feeling that he's not good enough. Yan Lai looked at him in surprise. Gu Huai, you didn't drag me down, eh? You're very smart, ah. How could you think so? Gu Huai sullenly tossed the storybook aside. I got caught twice today, and you saved me both times. What's there to be afraid of? Yi coiled up her little legs and said in a dignified manner, we grew up together, so there must have been a lot of setbacks. Maybe you'll have more than me in the future. Besides, you've helped me so many times. Why should you care about these 2 times? Gu Huai's face was grave. But will we really be together for the rest of our lives? Yan Lai was as important to him as his departed mother, but no matter how hard he tried in the first place, she left him. He's scared. It's scary to not be able to catch Yi. The pupils of Yan Lai's eyes were like black pearls in the setting sun as she asked him rhetorically, why wouldn't it be? Gu Huai was stunned, gazing into her eyes as if smoke had dissipated, and murmured, yeah, why wouldn't it? The sadness in his brow dissipated and he picked up the storybook thoughtfully. There will never be a next time. Yi met his gradually becoming firm gaze. Next time, I will definitely come to your rescue like a knight. The corners of her mouth involuntarily tugged up in a gentle smile. Good. It wasn't long before Yan Wugui pushed his way in, wanting to see how Yan Lai was doing, but what came to her eyes was the cozy image of Yi lying on all fours on the bed, whistling, and Gu Huai holding his storybook and falling asleep against the wall. He decisively took out his cell phone, take a small video and send it to Gu Rin. As a result, as soon as the message was sent to Gu Rin returned several voices to him like a madman. You're ing crazy. How dare you take my son to D? I'm going to paste a layer of on the outside of your house. I'm going to kick your health insurance card into arrears. Also, if my son loses a single hair, I'll pull your skin off and make it into a mink, and then go to the northeast to carve your tombstone out of ice with my own hands, and then send it to Hainan to let it dry in the sun. Hurry up and send my son back to me. You ing maniac. Yan Wu. He sends the video to Yan Wei. Soon afterward, Yan Wei sent a 60-second long voice. Whoosh after whoosh of WeChat message beeps. It didn't take long to reach 10. He didn't even dare to listen, putting his phone away and feeling the constant vibrations coming from it. All of them are from Gu Rin and Yan Wei Yang. 60 seconds is the limit for voice, but not the limit for these 2 moms and dads. He conceded decisively. I'll send it back tomorrow. The result was another passionate greeting from both sides that shook his hands. Early the next morning, Yan Lai woke up leisurely and suddenly realized that he was already on a private plane. Yan Wugui's face was green and gray, sitting beside her lifelessly. Good morning, Yan Lai. Yi got up from the couch in shock. Uncle, what's wrong with you? Yan Wugui's eyes lost their luster. Nothing. It's simply being scolded by your Wei Yang mother for a night. Gu Huai sat elegantly beside her with milk in his hand, his other hand still holding a book. My father scolded him as well. Yan Wugui's tone was waveless. Yes, your father didn't just scold me. He even found the car I left in Huaxia and applied a layer of stinky tofu to my car, which stank so miserably that it was pulled away by the traffic police, saying that I maliciously dropped a gas bomb and destroyed the cityscape. Daddy is sorry. Yan Lai. Can she laugh? She held her mouth in the shape of a duck's beak, stifling her laughter with great difficulty, when suddenly a playground roll crossed in front of her. She was stunned and met Li Burn's eyes. Li Yan also has a little bit of green-gray under his eyes. Twisted to look at her. I buy amusement park vouchers to buy more. Just so you can let you and Gu Huai with me to go to the amusement park. The volume is the deluxe version. Do not have to queue. What to do are directly into. You want to go? She was stunned, a little interested, and looked at Gu Huai. Gu Huai's deep eyes carried a bit of caution. Li Yan shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "You guys aren't my disciples anyway. I'll give it to you, purely because I bought 2 more. I don't care if you guys like it or not." Yan Lai cocked his head in thought and picked it up. "I want to go." She hasn't been to a playground yet. Li Yan's eyebrows immediately stretched, then thought of something else and said with a stern face, "That's fine. We'll coexist peacefully for a while and get reacquainted. Starting with the amusement park." Then he turned and clenched his fists hard in front of him. Yes, he knew the playground would work. Chapter 157. What kind of little girl is this? Isn't this pure Neza? Li Yan was complacent. He hadn't slept a wink last night, and he was losing money any way he could think of it. These kids are so smart. He'd be foolish not to take advantage of it. So he decided to brush up his goodwill and make these 2 kids willingly become one of his disciples. And later on, when he had his funeral, a bunch of business giants would gather around his coffin and cry. What a party! As soon as the plane landed, Yan Lai and Gu Huai followed Li Yan to the Lanchang amusement park. Yan Wu didn't follow. He's gone to pay a fine to pick up his stinky-coated car. Li Yan hands in his pockets, followed by bodyguards. Even though he was older, the faction was still there. The entire consumption will be paid for by Master Li. Yi didn't listen at all and grabbed Gu Huai and rushed inside. Gu Huai, quickly go. There are so many good things inside. This is the first time we've been to an amusement park. Gu Huai followed behind calmly. Seeing how happy she was, he glanced sideways at Li Yan. You didn't sleep all night last night. You've been working on the strategy, haven't you, old man? Li Yan, how did he know? Gu Huai hooked the corner of his mouth inscrutably and followed Yi. Li Yan just wanted to follow up. Suddenly the phone rang. After connecting, his expression gradually became gloomy. Do you have to make a video call? The other man said something and he nodded. I know. Li Yan hung up the phone and shouted at Gu Huai. Gu Huai, I'm going to go inside the car to make a video call. You guys are not allowed to go far away from this playground. Call me if there's something. Unsurprised, Gu Huai signaled for him to leave and boarded the carousel with Yi. The man in black and the man in red sneakily appeared not far away. They had scouted out the itinerary of Yan Wu Gui's private jet early in the morning, so they booked an earlier flight and followed them all the way here. It was only because of Li Yan that they hadn't dared to venture out. But once Li Yan left, the video call was not expected to come down for an hour, and these 2 kids could be bullied all they wanted. Red, the man in red, took out a mirror to touch up his foundation and followed suit on the merry-go-round. It seems to me that these 2 kids are very smart, so they should be broken down one by one. The black-clothed man, old black, nodded. The little girl should be the most vulnerable. Let's catch her first and then ask her nicely how she solved the Trojan virus. Red rolled her eyes. How else can I fix it? Square dancing old ladies do it. It's not. That's a Trojan horse virus made by a top hacker. K. There's absolutely no way it's going to be easily broken. After all, K made a killing with this, hacked and then volunteered to deliver it. And no one but him could do it. How could it be easily cracked by 2 kids? He had to know why. Yan Lai rode the merry-go-round, looked around, and suddenly fixed her eyes on an extremely eerie haunted house. Gu Huai, I want to play that later. Gu Huai's expression was light, and he had no comment. Suddenly, he felt a sharp gaze lock onto the 2 of them. He looked back. A man in red and a man in black gazed at them, and meeting his gaze, the 2 men turned their heads away without moving. It's like they never cared about them. Gu Huai narrowed his eyes warily. Go now. Absent the intention to come. Just in time for the merry-go-round to stop. Intentional was incredibly excited to get off the merry-go-round and head towards the eerie haunted house in the distance. Gu Huai walked idly, glancing sideways at old black and Hong Hong as if he had no intention of doing so. 2 men crept up behind them. Where are they going now? Yan Lai pointed straight ahead to the hospital haunted house. It's almost here. Gu Huai nodded and quickly followed. Old black and red were on their feet. Surprised. A haunted house? The old black face was a little pale and twisted. It can't be. How can it be a haunted house? Aren't they 2 little kids? Gu Huai clearly felt one of them become stagnant in their steps, and a ghostly light swept across the bottom of his eyes. Didn't see that coming. Yan Lai is a very special little girl. She's not afraid of ghosts and has an extremely strong love for drag racing, ghost movies, and the gunfight sci-fi genre. In the case of a lot of children only want to watch Ba La La Shao Magic Fairy, Wolf Team Adventure and other such anime, Yan Lai has been able to watch Secret Agent 007 and Curse Grudge together with him. He'd like to see what these guys want. Old black and red looked at each other when they saw them both walk in without looking back. Red was afraid. Old black, are we? Still going in? The man in black's face turned green and white, and said stiffly, "This is definitely an initial haunted house, a kid's version. Maybe it's a gray wolf or something inside, and if the two of us go in, the ghosts will have to automatically back off when they see us." Red was jittery and looked up at the haunted house that looked like a hospital. Is that right? Why did he think that the house was so eerie that it had its own screaming sound effects? The two of them unconsciously leaned a little closer together and bought tickets to walk inside the haunted house, but the sign next to it was ignored by them. This haunted house is in accordance with the existence of a real psychiatric hospital one-to-one replica, the original hospital out of a lot of inexplicable deaths. So on to the bed, down to the operating room. All from the psychiatric hospital out and in accordance with the original location of the placement will bring you the most realistic and exciting hospital adventure experience. Timid, high blood pressure patients, heart disease patients should be careful to enter. Yan Lai pushed open the door of the outdated hospital and looked inside. It was eerie inside the hospital. The dimly lit corridors, the green-lighted passageways, the unattended and dirty clinic desks, the abandoned patient bags and charts and shoes and cell phones and the bloody heads of women and men on the floor. It seems to have been a great escape. The air smelled of alcohol. There is only one way in here, and once you go in, you can only come out through one other exit. She strides in curiously, and Gu Huai slowly follows her. A female head suddenly fell from the ceiling. Female head screams, "Ah!" Yan Lai was so overwhelmed that he subconsciously hugged the female head and met the woman's glaring round eyes. So realistic. This white pupil. This tragic corner of the mouth. She held the model up. Gu Huai. Her head fell off. "Help me throw it back." Gu Huai tossed it upwards, throwing it precisely back to the position of the out female head and leading her forward. Following, old black and red walked in cautiously. Two heads suddenly crashed down from the ceiling. Bam smashed them both in the arms. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hong Hong directly cried in fear. "What the is this play flanja?" Old black screamed miserably and threw his head forward. "Get out, Iowa!" Intentions was hit hard in the back and nearly flopped. She stared back in pain. "Who hit me?" Gu Huai's face sank as he grabbed the female ghost's hair and slammed it on old black. "Don't grow eyes, do you?" Old black subconsciously caught it and threw it at him with a cry. "Don't give it to me." Gu Huai couldn't dodge in time and was smashed in the eye. Well, Yan Lai was horrified and rolled up his sleeves in anger. "How dare you guys bully Gu Huai?" She looked around, copied what was left of the female heads on the floor and lunged at them in a lively manner. "Apologize to me." Instead, the two men sat on their asses. "You put the female head down first." Yan Lai gave a beat, grabbed the other male head in the process, and scared them by showing his teeth like a ghost face. "I won't let go. I'll take one on one side. What can you guys do?" Old black blanched. "Then don't come over." Hong Hong cried and crawled toward the door. "What the is this kid? Isn't this pure Neza? I'm going to pee my pants. Help me, mom." Chapter 158, The female head in the haunted house can track. Old black was so frightened by Yen Kum's intention that he backed up and suddenly reacted. What's there to worry about with this little 4-year-old baby doll? He quickly recoiled. "It's just as well that you've come to my door. Then we'll capture you." Yan Lai immediately braked, threw down his head and pulled Gu Huai to decisively bugger off. "Run!" Gu Huai cried and laughed as he ran after her. "Why did you just go up and hit them?" Yan Lai thumped up the stairs. "Because Wei Yang's mom said that you have to be brave to be a human being and learn to protect yourself. And you're being bullied. So of course I can't watch you being bullied." Gu Huai narrowed his eyes playfully. "Then why are you running away now?" Because Mistress Undine also said that if you feel you can't beat them, you should bail immediately." The two fled inside a hospital room. Old Black was so angry that he forgot his fear. "That boy is not to be caught for now. Both of them will unlock the Trojan virus of ours anyway. Just catch that one little girl now. The little girl is definitely the weakest." Yan Lai heard the sound of them talking getting closer and closer and decisively drilled under the bed. "Gu Huai, quickly find a place to hide." Gu Huai, all right. The gang was supposed to be here to arrest them, and he had wanted to just call the police. But for now, play with her. Gu Huai hid behind a cabinet and blocked himself with a human anatomy demonstration mannequin. Yi's expression tightened as she poked her head through that gap, feeling as if she was shoulder to shoulder with someone. Suddenly, she reacted and looked to the side. The cloaked and pale woman with a wig stared at her blankly, powder in hand to fix her makeup. "What are you doing?" Yan Lai looked at her with the same dumbfounded look. "What are you doing?" The woman looked dumbfounded. "I work here." It dawned on her. "Are you a ghost?" The woman nodded with a confused look on her face. Yi looked at the cosmetics in her hand, a little bit greedy, and took out 2 cheese sticks from within her own small carry-on bag. "Sister, can you put some of this on me? I also want to be a ghost." The woman cried and laughed as she returned the cheese stick to her. "You know what to do, little girl. I'll lend it to you. The boss dispensed it anyway. But when you're done applying it, can you get out of here? Sis is going to be scary later." She nodded like garlic. Okay. Don't worry, I'll leave when those bad guys are gone. The woman didn't get it, thinking she was just playing house, and painfully lent her the makeup. Apply it yourself. EE decisively slapped a big white face, smoothly picked up the red lip glaze painted with blood to make blood tears under her eyes, blinking and looking at her. Sister, do you think I look like this enough? The corner of my sister's mouth twitched as she moved closer to her for a closer look. Why do I get the feeling you're more professional than me? Yen Lai hemmed and hawed. I've seen so many little kids' ghosts look like this. I can do it. I used to take crayons and draw them on my face. Following, Old Black and Red pushed their way in. Old Black was raging, completely forgetting that he was still in a haunted house, and said with particular unhappiness, let's hurry up and catch her, and then leave this haunted place, and take a good look around the edges, and these two kids must be hiding. Red nodded and casually uncovered the white bed curtains. Yen Lai, who had left tears of blood, and the female ghost, who had shed tears of blood, met his 6 eyes. Red's impatient expression suddenly disappeared, the knot in his throat rolling up and down as he slowly lowered the bed curtains, his features gradually screwing together. Old Black wrinkled his eyebrows. What's that look on your face? Who bullied you? Red pouted, tears welling up in her eyes, and pointed under the bed. There. Old Dark? What's there? Red was in tears. There's a ghost. Old Black snorted. There's something wrong. How can there be ghosts? There are ghosts, have long come out to scare us, he said as he lifted the curtains of the bed. Yen Lai and the female ghost met his 6 eyes. Old Black, sorry to interrupt. EE and the female ghost looked at each other, showing their teeth, and lunged out. Wow. Old Black was so scared that he ran away screaming. Red pinched her orchid fingers and wailed. You wait for me, Old Black. The female ghost hissed and followed them. Yen Lai stood in the doorway watching them fade away, her eyes full of envy. What a cool job, making people scream as soon as they come out. It should be a miserable scream to be precise. Gu Huai walked over to her side, and after seeing her face, the corner of his mouth twitched. You've been transformed? EE nodded. My sister lent me her makeup and was so nice, and she hasn't asked for my cheese stick yet. Gu Huai was speechless. You can even go out and scare people like this. EE tilted her head. Isn't it good? Aren't those 2 uncles coming to arrest us? As long as I dress up like this, they won't dare to come near us. With that, she unraveled her double ponytail with special ceremony, messed up her hair, put on her blood-covered nurse's cap in the process, and then took the syringe and held it up in her hand. Come on, I'll take you on a break-in. Gu Huai raised the tip of his eyebrows and nodded his head in response. Then I'll let you cover me, absent the coming of the little friend. In the meantime, outside the haunted house, Yen Lingyun stood outside the haunted house with a greenish-gray face, with Chen Shi on his left and Zhao De on his right. He took the task card with a face like death. Please find the 3 boxes hidden in the haunted house, which contain the hotel funds for tonight. The funds are equal. There is no higher or lower. The first to find it can leave first. If you can't find the boxes, you will face the punishment of doing the roller coaster and walking the haunted house alone. He gazed dully at the camera. You guys are too hard, aren't you? Chen Shi and Zhao De's faces were particularly ugly. Program team, you guys have a grudge against us? Right. We had a hard time slowing down from the car accident of Yen Lai yesterday, and you're letting us participate in the haunted house today? The pop-up said. I heard that EE was mildly concussed. Fortunately nothing serious, so I can also relax my spirit today. Woohoo, I miss EE. Of all the guests, we are the only ones who don't have a child with us, and I don't know if Old Cloud wants to have a child or not. If only EE would show up. The first day EE didn't show up. Thinking about her. For today's amusement park quests, there were 2 taking kids to the kids area to do quests and 3 other adults coming to the haunted house to find quest cards. The other 2 dads who drew the lottery to bring their kids were so happy they took off. Yen Lingyun's eyes were lifeless. I miss Yen Lai so much. Maybe Yen Lai will cry and worry about me as soon as she hears that I am coming to the haunted house, and then let me not come in. Zhao De didn't look too good either. It's fine. Even though it's a haunted house made 1-to-1 with an abandoned hospital, even though it has a lot of strange and bizarre cases, and even though that hospital is very evil, it's all an illusion. Tatsuhi, brother, when you comfort us, can you not add so much though in front? Yen Lingyun closed his eyes in particular resignation. Let's go. Don't delay any longer. Zhao De and Tatsuhi wrapped their arms around him left and right. He was suddenly left and right for the men. Tatsuhi winked. Lingyun, you're the tallest and strongest of us here, with the best muscle tone. You're in the middle as the boss. Yen Lingyun, don't look at him with a cloudy surface. In actuality, his calves were cramping. Him, most, fear, ghosts. Now, Yen Lingyun's throat knots rolled up and down, bracing himself to push open the door, and a female head suddenly fell from the sky. Zhao De and Tatsuhi went OW. Ground jumped up. He reflexively kicked the female head out. Just in time. Red and Old Dark came screaming out of the other side of the hallway, and the female head bam flew into Old Dark's arms. Old Dark, asterisk 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 asterisk. The female head of this haunted house can ing track. Chapter 159, Come and Play with EE. The two men ran screaming to the other side of the hallway. Tatsuhi blanched in fear. The female head of this haunted house can still track? Zhao hugged Yan Lingyun tightly. First of all, I'm an atheist, and secondly, female heads don't chase me. Goddamn well tracks. That's Yan Lingyun's kick. Can't laugh not live. Program effects pulled full circle. Does Yan Lingyun know he kicked it? Yan Lingyun's face was ironclad. His brain was blank, and he still feigned composure as he looked at the camera. Can we go out and receive our punishment directly? This haunted house is too high-tech. I can't stand it. The haunted house is too high-tech. The crew was ruthless. You guys keep going. You have a 30-minute time limit, and you can't be punished until you find it. Yan Lingyun walked forward with a green face. 30 minutes? He didn't want to be in here for 3 seconds. Yan Lai is still squatting Old Black and Red. Gu Huai listened to the sound and felt the two screams and footsteps getting closer. Giving her a look, Lai instantly took heart and curled up in the corner. Gu Huai hid behind the door. Red and Old Black pushed their way in, breathing heavily and looking out. There's no ghosts chasing us, is there? Hong Hong wiped her tears. Her spirit nearly collapsed. No, I just can't take it anymore. Hurry up and let me go. I'll my pants if I keep this up. Old Black's chest rose and fell violently as he stubbornly clenched his fists. We have to find that girl. That girl is the weakest. Just catch the girl so we can deliver with the boss. Intentional rounded her eyes at this and suddenly realized that there was a specimen of an eyeball on the floor. A clear glass globe containing a bunch of eyeballs. She picked it up, but missed, dislodged it, and rolled it down to the Old Black man's feet. The Old Black body tensed and lowered his head to the eye specimen. When he looked up again, he saw a child with a blood-stained nurse's cap standing beside the hospital bed. Her hair was disheveled, covering her eyes. Her face was pale, and there were tears of blood on her face as she said in a milky voice, "Uncle, can you give me that ball first, and then I'll come and play with you?" Old Black opened his eyes wide in disbelief, his voice trembling. Is this haunted house so powerful? Surprisingly, there are still child NPCs? Isn't this considered hiring child labor? Red crumbled. Don't make a sound yet. Usually child labor is not easily employed here. What if she's really a ghost? We have to fulfill her wish. He finished by gently kicking the ball to Yan Lai's feet. Old Black slammed his arm around Red. You're disrespecting the ghost with that move. How can you kick it back? Red was even more terrified. So how do I give it to her? I Thomas back around and then sing the love offering archly to her. Ah. The two looked at Yan Lai in horror, waiting for her reaction. I don't think she'll be mad. Will she? Yi picked up the ball and looked up at Gu Huai. Gu Huai gave a look up. Immediately she grimaced and squelched her voice with her 5 fingers as claws. Ah! Asterisk 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 asterisk. The two of them turned and ran. Gu Huai, who was hiding behind the door, kicked the door toward them. Bam! The two people were smashed to the eye. Do not even care about the pain. Rolling and crawling to run. Do not come over. Don't chase us. Yan Lai held up his paw in pursuit. Come play with EE. Old Black howled. See, I told you. You disrespected her. You pissed her off. Red cried out and took out her backpack. I was wrong, I was wrong, I was wrong. I'll give her a confession. With that, he threw out mineral water drinks, melon seeds, bread chips, shrimp sticks, donuts from his bag. And $200. Explode a field of equipment. Yan Lai took it while walking. Her little hands couldn't hold it anymore, and she looked back at Gu Huai. Gu Huai, I got a bunch of prizes. He must have more. As soon as Red Old Black turned around, Yan Lai chased after them with his teeth and claws open, holding snacks. Wait for me. Old Black's face changed drastically, and he slapped Hong Hong's head again. You've been so happy to give her an offering. Now she wants more. If you don't take it out, the next step is to kill us both. Hong Hong cried. Bad attitude is not good. Good attitude is not good. This netherworld people, why do not do something in the sun? The staff member hiding inside the ward saw the two men stupidly trying to scare them, but saw through the window the Yan Lai chasing after them. He pressed his Bluetooth headset. Boss, did you hire a kid as an NPC? No one answered. The staff frowned, feeling something was wrong, and still dutifully jumped out to scare Old Black and Red. Whoa! The two instantly exploded, screamed miserably, and directly rolled both eyes and fainted. The staff member was stunned, needing the stopped Yan Lai at eye level. At the same time, a reply came to his ear. How could I possibly hire a child? What do you think? his breath caught in his throat, and he froze, looking at Yan Lai. So, this kid, who is he? Inside the dim and flickering corridor of the hospital room, Yan Lai's hair was disheveled and she was wearing a cute white dress. Her body was dirty and covered with dirt and blood stains. Her long hair was disheveled and covered her eyes, revealing only a mouth and red unidentified liquid resembling blood and tears. The two gazed at each other for a moment. Yi grinned. Hey. The staff member sucked in a breath of cold air and subconsciously stepped back. She stood on her tiptoes and grinned widely with unbridled enthusiasm. Brother, thank you for helping me defeat the bad guys. And as a thank you, how about picking the one you'd most like to eat? She had a bunch of snacks in her arms. There were also 2 bills clipped. The corner of the staff member's mouth twitched when he suddenly heard something hit the ground as a crash and rolled gently at his feet. A bunch of eyeballs looked at him in a clear glass globe. Yikes! The eye fell out. The staff member instantly felt a numbness leaping up from his waist and limbs to the back of his head. Is this also optional? Intentional hesitated and said graciously, if you like. The staff member's breathing gradually became more rapid, and he suddenly pulled out his legs and ran away, holding down his Bluetooth headset. I knew I'd hit evil one day. I quit. Was dumbfounded, holding the snacks and chasing behind. Brother, you wait for me. Choose one you like. I'm generous. All for you can also. The other staff members froze at this and poked their heads out to watch their coworker being chased by a small child. Did you get a real one? Is it possible that it's really spiteful kids? They immediately hid in the corner, not daring to let Yan Lai see them. Was particularly persistent in running after people. Pick the one you like, brother. The staff member howled. My mom. Don't chase me, I'm begging you. Was even less understanding. You can go home to mommy after you get my stuff. Staff member in pain. And you want to pass bad luck to my mom? Several people from Yan Lingyun finished their mental construction and climbed up to the second floor with great difficulty. It just so happened that the staff member passed him by and slapped him on the shoulder. Help me, brother. Yan Lingyun trembled in fear, just in time to meet Yan Lai. He swished white. Kid ghost? I was particularly happy to see that he was stunned. Papa Lingyun? Yan Lingyun stepped back in fear. Who are you? Stalled, even more confused. I'm Yan Lingyun? Chapter 160. Not sure what she won, but she won. What do you mean? Is it really How come I can't see her eyes? Yan Lai nodded happily. Papa Lingyun, you're filming a program here. Yan Lingyun had a little heartbeat and subconsciously wanted to get closer to her. Are you really here for this? Zhao and Shen she suddenly had their wits about them online and stopped him. Don't believe it. This is a trap. It must be to drag you away and bring you for punishment. Let the ghosts bounce on you. Yan Lingyun? Where does it come from? Goddamn, letting ghosts bounce off you, ha 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 ha. Is this an NPC arranged by the show's lead actor? Does it even need to be said? Definitely. Yeah. I think it's the pits. 2. Isn't Yan Kai hospitalized? But she sounds just like Yan Lai. There are a lot of little girls with similar voices, right? Yan Lingyun looked at Yan Lai. How he looked like him, but how he didn't look like him. Sadly pouted. Daddy Lingyun, don't you recognize Zhao trembled in fear and simply said, let's go around. Why do I see this child so oozing? The priority should be to find the box first. The box? Yan Lai perked up his ears. Are you guys looking for black, red, yellow gift boxes? They were stunned for a moment, looking at her in dismay. You knew? Yan Lai nodded. I know, but I can't remember. I'll go help you guys look for it. You guys come with me. She put the snack on the floor and grabbed the syringe in the process and ran away. The photographer reacted faster and followed directly behind her. Director? 5 cameraman, what are you following her for? She's not our guest. The photographer suddenly reacted. Right. Oh, because he's a photographer who specializes in taking pictures of Yan Lai. He's thinking of the kid as Yan Lai, and his body is acting subconsciously. He tried to leave, but realized that the absentee walked into a hospital room and shot up anyway. There's a bunch of standing, shambling ghosts in there. They turned their heads and were startled to see what was coming, and someone even whimpered. Holy, a child's spirit. Intentional took a step forward. The ghosts instantly backed away and scattered in all directions, not daring to startle her. She thought it strange, but she looked relieved to get around them and rummage back and forth on the operating table where the bodies were piled. She also picked up a female head and shook it before throwing it back. Neither is this one. Photographer. How raw is this kid? I don't think our family is so cute and innocent and lively. She shouldn't be able to do it, right? How can a child not be afraid of ghosts? Still think this is Yan Lai? No matter how powerful Yan Lai is, she can't be at this point. She's just a little bit smart. Suddenly, Yan Lai found the box under the bed and said happily, I found it. It's hidden under the body. Yan Lingyun shaped his guts and walked inside the room. Looking next to Yan Lai, a bunch of ghosts shrunk inside the corner, like a bunch of little puppies who are about to get a shot and don't dare. They look fearfully at the absent intention. He froze and looked to Yenlai. Tatsuhi looked on in horror. This is afraid that it is not a top-level spell spirit, right? Jode nodded his head and nodded. I don't know what's going on, but this little ghost girl is so cute. I thought I was the only one who thought she was cute, with a nurse's hat and no eyes. Ugly, ugly, ugly. Still warm-hearted. Intentionally clutching the box, he turned to look at the ghosts. The outermost ghost had no place to hide and said with trepidation, "Little sister, we're both from the netherworld. Don't bully us." The other ghosts nodded and nodded. Right, it's all from the netherworld. He clutched the box in distress. But I want to know where the rest of the boxes are. I kind of can't remember much. The corners of the ghosts' mouths twitched. We didn't know. Stepped forward. You guys really don't know? A couple of the men sucked in a breath of cold air in fear. Don't go any further. We told you. You go out the door and turn left. The first box is in the disposal room, where the needles are lanced. The last box is the doctor's office at the end of the hall. Yeah, we all confessed. So hurry up, kid. Ha 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 ha. No, isn't she with this staff? What a laugh. They seem to really see her as a female ghost. What do you think? Is it possible that it's a real female ghost? Didn't they say that this kind of place is very heavy with Inchi and it's easy to hit the evil spirits? For real? Don't scare me. Yen Lingyun's face was greenish-gray as he watched Yenlai walk to the door of the room holding a box. As soon as he pushed the door open, a body suddenly hung upside down from the ceiling. Yen Lingyun, Zhao Da, and Chen Shi, *******. The three men fell on their asses. Intentional sighed and peeled away from the body. You're so in the way. Yen Lingyun? Tatsuhi was stunned. Is this sure that this child is not one of their kind? The photographer boldly crossed over to the body and went in, and saw walking on short legs to the cabinet, with a male ghost standing next to him with a syringe in his hand. The male ghost stared at her in disbelief. She inquired good-naturedly, "Brother, can you open the cabinet for me?" "Thanks." The corners of the male ghost's mouth twitched, not daring to say much, and took the initiative to send the box to her. "You go well. Yen Lingyun, Jude, Tatsuhi, that's awesome. We're being covered by a top spell spirit? Pop up. Although I don't know what happened to feeling a little good is going on. You go well, ha 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 ha. I'm now becoming more and more skeptical that this is a ghost sent by the show, or else it's a real ghost." Yenlai was in a good mood as she held the two compact boxes and walked towards Yen Lingyun. "Dad, what's wrong with you? Why are you sitting on the ground?" Yen Lingyun was scared and had difficulty breathing. "I cooled off." Tilted her head and glanced through. "You're not afraid of ghosts, are you?" The corners of Yen Lingyun's mouth twitched, and Zhao Dechensi leaned in tighter. Not answering, Yenlai sighed and looked at him in a serious tone. "Dad, you have to be strong. This society is not as good as you think, but luckily you have me. I'll help you out." Yen Lingyun, why did he have the feeling as if he was being spoiled by this brat? Tatsuhi's expression gradually changed. What a cool brat, wanting to call her big brother. Yenlai looked back at them. "Follow me." Chen Shi ran over. "Okay, big brother." Gu Huai was watching from a short distance away. Yenlai walked straight to the doctor's office. The staff inside are still exchanging. "I heard that a colleague saw a child ghost, and the boss even said there was no child. Isn't that child a ghost? It will also give us something to eat." Yeah. If we take her stuff, it's like a ghost debt. There's no way to pay it back. One person rolled his eyes. "Stop it, alright? There are no ghosts in this world. I'm an old employee here. If I see that ghost, I'll kick her out." As the words fell out of his mouth, his sleeve was suddenly shaken. The man lowered his eyes. Inside the bubbling green office, a little girl held a cheese stick in her hand. "Brother, can you give me the box? I can give this to you." The man was silent for 3 seconds and decisively handed her the case. "Compliments of the boss." The other two. "What about the promise to kick her out? Can't the position be a little firmer?" Ran to Yen Lingyun holding the third gift box. "Congratulations to your father. You won." She didn't show her eyes, only a mouth that heckled and giggled. Yen Lingyun swallowed and hesitantly extended his hand. Zhao Da hurriedly stopped him. "Wait, there might be a fraud. We can't have it." A cool teenage voice interjected. "Why not?" The cameraman reflexively shone a light on the source of the sound, and Gu Huai's cold face quickly appeared in the live broadcast. He leaned casually against the wall, and even in the flickering light, the aura around him was inexplicably secure. "Handsome boy. Wait, isn't this little handsome guy the childhood friend of Yenlai's? That little wolf cub? Don't you?" "Sisters, I'm getting excited." Zhao Da analyzed with a stony face. "All the staff members of this little kid don't know each other. In case we'll be punished after taking it." Gu Huai understood and nodded, walking over to Yenlai's side. "You really don't want these 3 things?" Tatsuhi and Jode nodded their heads neatly. Yen Lingyun vaguely felt that something wasn't right. and watched as Gu Huai took the 3 gifts in his hands, smoothly lifting Yan Lai's hair to the back, revealing her perplexed expression. Then lying Yan Lai, these 3 gift boxes are yours. The 3 men swished their faces. Zhao De was devastated. How come? Is it really you? Tatsuhi was struck by lightning. How could it be you? I thought I recognized a ghostly big brother. Yan Lingyun was dumbfounded and had been dumbfounded. The director reacted faster and looked to the staff, who directly shouted, "Congratulations to Yan Lai for completing this win." Yan Lai was overjoyed and raised her gift and jumped up. Yay! I won! I don't know what I won, but I won. Gu Huai rubbed her cocktail head and looked at the 3 people across from him with pleasant ease. Sorry 3 uncles, it looks like we've opened the door. Yan Lingyun, Tatsuhi, Jude. Chapter 161, recording a program with Gu Huai. The pop-up suddenly exploded after a brief moment of silence. What the hell is the meaning of this? The expressionless little girl who is just rattling away the corpses is my female goose. How many more surprises does my daughter have to show me? Yelaya was even with her little wolf cubs. Anakta. Is it arranged by the program? How can the program team understand my heart so well? I was just waiting and hoping for the wolf cubs, and the wolf cubs finally showed up. Previously on the school video, the wolf cub's handsomeness was not captured in its entirety. It looks even better now. Is the little wolf cub playing with EE? 2 kids actually coming to play haunted house. A little too raw, haha. The director's team also could not hide their shock. This Yan Lai once the ratings have become higher. And even that little boy. The effect of this program shall not explode? The assistant director nodded his head repeatedly and said with incomparable excitement, "This is definitely an absolute killer. No live variety show can compare to us." Yan Lingyun reacted only after a long time and asked Yan Lai in surprise, "Why are you here? And this dress?" His calves are still cramping right now. Thought the haunted house had more toddler NPCs. EE put the syringe down with a serious face, because when I came in with Gu Huai just now, there were 2 adults trying to bully us. So I borrowed Sister Ghost's cosmetics to try to protect myself. She popped up in front of Yan Lingyun and stood on her tiptoes in triumph. How was it? Is EE professional? More than professional? It's simply too professional. Yan Lingyun's expression gradually became grave. Are you sure those 2 people came after you? She nodded, blinking innocently. They said they were going to take me, but there was another ghost brother who helped me give them the scare of their lives. I was going to give my snacks to my ghost brother, who wouldn't take them no matter what. He said he couldn't take anything from me, and said I would jinx it and pass it on. Ha 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 ha. Goddamn doom passing. I feel that at first that little brother took Yen to be a real ghost. Who could have thought that a small child would appear here, dressed like this? Laughing doesn't live. No wonder she just went in to get something the whole time unhindered. So everyone treats her like a ghost. Yan Lingyun also cried and laughed. The more he looked at her face, the more comical it became. You're physically better? Can you come out to play? She nodded. Yes. Gramps had extra playground rolls in his hands and asked if I wanted to come out and play. So here I am. Yan Lingyun. What about that old grandpa? Li Yan was in the monitoring room of the haunted house with a walkie-talkie in his hand, commanding the bodyguard to say, "Bring me those 2 men who want to capture my disciple. I want to see what their identities are." Dare to grab his disciple. Looking for death. Inside the surveillance, Old Black and Red are taken away with someone on their shoulders. The haunted house owner on the side looked at Li Yan with trepidation. Big brother, is it ready? Li Yan swept his eyes at him with a squint. He was jolted by the look. The moment this old man entered the surveillance room, he felt that this guy was not to be messed with. It's like a gangster in a movie without the anger. He didn't dare to be offended. There's nothing wrong with the child. And indeed it's our staff's negligence as well. Li Yan didn't say much, put the walkie-talkie on the table and drew out $3. I've just returned to China. I don't have cash in my hand, so I'll trouble you to keep today's matter a secret. With that, he dashed off without looking back. The owner stared blankly at the $300 in US currency placed on the desktop mountain and converted the current interest rate with a shaky hand. $2,000. Big brother looks at a monitor to take away an individual surprisingly gave $2,000 directly. When can this good thing happen again? He immediately stood up and eyed Li Yan. You take care. Welcome Miss and young master to come back next time. Li Yan stood in the doorway and sent a message to Yan Lai. I see you and your family get together on TV, so I won't accompany you too. I'll give you and Gu Huai a small red packet later. It's a kind of meeting fee. I won't be back to leave Huaxia during this period of time because there is still a very powerful master who wants to be introduced to you. I'm sure that you won't be able to escape from me. I look forward to seeing you next time. Prospective disciple. EE was a bit confused and showed it to Gu Huai. Gu Huai frowned and explained with Yan Lingyun, Grandpa had diarrhea, so he went back first. Li Yan, who picked up his cell phone to watch the live feed. What a plain and simple reason. He went along to Yan Wugo to transfer 200,000 yuan. The two children bumped into Yan Lingyun. Yan Lingyun is recording a program. I can't go on TV first. You help me to give them one person 100,000. It's considered that I'm the elder to give the child's heart. Yan Wugue was smoked by the stinky tofu and his head hurt, and his face was like ashes as he returned a voice, Master, when I first joined your door, you let me run 10 kilometers. These two kids haven't even started yet, and you're even giving 100,000 yuan to each of them? Do you take me as a disciple? Vom. The smell of stinky tofu turned his stomach. Li Yen, you've successfully disgusted me. Punish you to give $200,000 to the child as well. Yan Wu, it's too biased. On the other side, the director knew that Yan Lai didn't have any parents around her, and was so happy that her eyes were glowing. Little Yan Lai, since your family has left, you should stay on. After all, you've gotten your rewards, so it's a shame to leave. After all, you've got all your awards. What a pity to leave. He smiled thievishly at Gu Huai again. And we still have a crowd-pleasing heavyweight here. Gu Huai, is that about him? Yi hesitantly shook her head. But I've agreed with Gu Huai that we're going to play here. And when I go to record the program, he'll have to go, so I can't leave him here alone. The director held her hand with incomparable eagerness. Then the two of you will stay together. You'll do the mission with Father Yan Lingyun. This kind of opportunity doesn't come to everyone. CP, YYDS, a childhood friend. Stay. The director's math is so good. I can hear it from this side of the TV. The director in the live room couldn't hide his excitement and took out his cell phone to slide the hot search. A man's big G was smeared with stinky tofu by a friend's hot search. There's a new message that just came up. The little wolf cubs with no intention of coming have appeared. The director's blood pressure rubbed up, his voice trembling with excitement. Look. How many people are waiting to watch you two golden couple? You guys just stay. Yeah, stay. I have to see my childhood friend today, or I'll die here head first. You must stay today. Don't make me beg on my knees. Stay. Stick to the childhood friend CP for 10,000 years. Yan Lai was dumbfounded and looked at Gu Huai curiously. Just a look. Gu Huai nodded helplessly. I agree. Chapter 162 Gu Huai, do you like the idea of coming here? Yi instantly beamed with joy. Then we promise. Why is this little boy so compulsive? Is that the head he's pointing at? He's pointing at my heart. The boy's eyes were so spoiled just now. Yi looked at him and agreed. I bumped into it. I've got my insulin ready. The director slapped his thigh. Bring the spare mic over here. This kid is our special guest. He looked at Gu Huai excitedly. Why don't you make a self-introduction first? Gu Huai stood calmly in front of the camera, his hands in his pockets, his expression lazy. My name is Gu Huai. Huai is Huai of Huayan. His eyes are looking at me. He must like me. I finally know what the kind of beautiful man who starts to fall in love with the country from a young age looks like. He's so good looking. Gu Huai is Yen to come, waving the flag of childhood sweethearts for a lifetime. Yan Lingyun was a little jealous. He clasped his hands together and nuzzled how he looked. This kid is too sticky to come to the point. It seemed like wherever Yan Lai was, he was always there. Xiaodo looked happy and went up to tease Gu Huai with his hands behind his back. Gu Huai, I've seen you on the internet before. You helped Yan Lai drive away the adults in the orphanage and played the piano for her. Don't you like Yan Lai very much? Gu Huai took it for granted. Someone bullied her. Of course I have to protect her. Isn't that normal? Tatsumi let out an O and asked curiously. So you'll protect the other little sisters? Gu Huai didn't think twice. No, they were even more excited. So you'll only protect the absent meaning? Gu Huai gradually wrinkled his sword brows and looked at them with trouble, as if they were a group of particularly strange adults. Yes, I will only protect the absent intention. Oh ha, yes, I will only protect the intention. His eyes are so determined. I must see their wedding before I die. My mom asked me what I was looking at smiling like a cutie. I asked her to come over and watch, and now she's laughing like a cutie with me. Ha 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 ha. After so many years of CP, this is the first time I've seen such a sensational little prince with a straight ball. That's the way it should be. It's just that I play straight ball because I don't know anything about it. Liking is liking, not mixed with half a bit of impurity. Not to mention the pulling and testing of adults. I'm so impressed by this kind of frankness. I'll sell my cat to pay for these two. Ask Yan Lai if he likes Gu Huai. A group of people are gathered around a haunted house, but the atmosphere feels bubbly and pink. Yan Lingyun's face was as green as the light on the safe passage queue, out of place with the pink bubbles. Tatsuhi is always on the line of eating melons. It is hard to hide his excitement. I think the pop-ups must want to know the meaning of Yan Lai now. I'll ask for you guys. He leaned down to make the appearance of interviewing Yenny. Do you like Gu Huai? Yan Lingyun looked nervously at Yan Lai. Gu Huai's calm expression also became subtle. Looking at Yan Lai with ease, the photographer also knows exactly what he's doing and puts the camera between the two. On one side was the bewildered little girl. On one side was Gu Huai, who appeared to be calm, but was constantly making small movements. Topped her hair like a chicken's nest without thinking. Why don't you like Gu Huai? Gu Huai was stunned inside in relief as if he had no intention of doing so. Zhao De followed the temptation. Then who is your favorite among the children within this crew of ours compared to Gu Huai? Milky voice, Gu Huai. Zhao De didn't expect her to be so pained and continued to ask, who is your favorite compared to ice cream, snacks, cakes and Gu Huai? A glimmer of ghostly light swept across the bottom of Gu Huai's eyes as he gazed at her without looking away. Intentional was stumped by the question and gazed in thought. Ice cream is good. Snacks are good. Cakes are good. Zhao De was especially excited and didn't know what he was excited about. Yes, but if you choose those, you can't choose Gu Huai. You have to think clearly. He licked the corner of her mouth and sighed. Gu Huai it is. Gu Huai. Gu Huai. Right? How reluctant is this guy? Yan Lingyun was also very dissatisfied, his tone all carrying the sadness of an old father. Why? Could it be that in your heart, ice cream and cake have a lower status than Gu Huai? Should have just gone with the ice cream unshakable. Okay, if he chose ice cream, he'd just buy a house full of it and give it to her. Shook her head and analyzed it very attentively. Being with Gu Huai is as happy as eating ice cream, and while the ice cream is gone after eating it, I can be with Gu Huai all the time. Yan Lingyun, he was struck by lightning. Is Gu Huai as happy together as he is with ice cream? Gu Huai looked at Yan Lai in a daze. Are you sure? Smiled joyfully and held his hand. Of course I'm sure. It's my greatest fortune to be able to know you. Yan Lingyun? Jode, Tatsumi, 6. Gu Huai's ears steeply reddened and grunted as he jerked his hand away. That's so corny. Where did you learn that? She smiled with particular embarrassment and said sweetly, the TV show that Undeclared's mom watched said it, and I thought it was so good that I wanted to say it to you for your birthday. Gu Huai's face reddened like a pig's liver, looked at the camera helplessly, and denied with a stern face, I think you're just showing off with me because you've learned. Wrinkled her eyebrows and started to get angry. No, it's from the heart, don't you believe me? Gu Huai choked, his aura subsiding. No. She stood on her tiptoes and looked at him carefully, seeing that he seemed to believe it. We'll be satisfied. I won't lie Gu Huai. You're just my best friend. I like you the most. The three eating adults stood by in shock. Yan Lingyun was dumbstruck. He thought that the kid Gu Huai was straight ball enough, but he didn't realize that his niece was even more straight ball. Learned from who? Gu Huai's face was even hotter. He didn't say anything and turned his back. The photographer shines quietly, only to see Gu Huai in the live broadcast with his hands in his pockets, his back to the screen, and his entire back written with disinterest. But when the camera slides to the side, his cheekbones were rising. And purse your lips, then the corners of your mouth turn up, press down again, still gently biting his lower lip. But how could he restrain his laughter? Simply covered his mouth and laughed silently. Tatsuhi took everything in and smiled at the camera. Let's not say anything to anyone. Let's just pretend we don't see him snickering. Look at how happy he is. Gu Huai is really happy. I seem to be sweetened by him. Sincerity is the biggest must-have. We are saying that it is no wonder that Gu Huai is being held. But I am also being held when I speak so nicely. Is really so sweet and sweet. If Gu Huai is the little prince of straight ball, Yan Lai is the little princess of straight ball. Meeting you is my greatest luck. This kind of words. For anyone else I feel good oil, but this is a child said, or said to no matter what happens to stand in Yan Lai's side of Gu Huai. He deserves it. Chapter 163, please return the meaning to me. Who can understand the feeling that my face is sore from laughing? Gu Huai is still a child. He can't hide his happiness. It's all in his eyes. What do you mean by like? This is what you call like. This isn't even eye candy. This is eye candy. I so love the feeling of shoving that lollipop right into my mouth. Please step it up. Why are the two of them children? When will they grow up? Only little kids who don't know anything will play straight ball, okay? Wait until one day Gu Huai slowly grows up and realizes that if he is moved by Yan Lai, he is so secretive and restrained, and his love is so dense that he can grow vines from his eyes. Sisters will talk and publish more books. Bookstore no smash. I'll die of sweetness. Am I the only one who noticed that Yan Lingyun is jealous? Ha 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 ha. The camera unintentionally swept over Yan Lingyun. Yan Lingyun had a face that was all sour, and looked at Yan Lai with a particularly complicated look. There's a sense of being an abandoned old father, but he wasn't the only one who was jealous. Inside the Tongcheng Academy lounge, Shenjingji directly threw his cell phone on the table, annoyed to no end. Not far away, girls were hugging and screaming. Those two are so sweet. I want to snatch Gu Huai over so badly. But don't, let me tell you, Gu Huai is only good with Yan Lai alone. I heard that he would turn on the surveillance monitor to peek at Yenlai during his study sessions, and he's all lovey-dovey with everyone else, and he's okay with his friends, but he's really especially cold to others he doesn't know, and he doesn't love to talk. It's true. My sister says his classmates are afraid of him because he feels intimidating. Isn't that a purely shady, sickly teenager? I love it even more. Shinjingji propped his hands on his temples. Disdainful, a sickly young man? I think it's perverted, that's right. Shunzeno sat across from him, hooked the corners of his mouth in a bad smile, and zoomed in on the cell phone speaker. Yenlai's voice came, I won't lie Guhuai, you're just my best friend. I like you the most. Shinjingji's face steeply turned iron blue and slammed the table. You're sick, aren't you? He said, and walked away without looking back. Shunzeno laughed out loud. And this makes you unhappy? Your mind is also too fragile. He happily took his phone back to watch the live stream, but the more he watched, the more his face sank. Guhuai had been staring at Yenlai. It was as if nothing in the world could fit into his eyes. The pop-ups were all high on his eyes. His smile faded and he grimly dropped his cell phone on the table. Dead pervert. Shen Xiuyan pushed his glasses speechlessly. Are you two childish ghosts? Can you even get angry about this? He picked up his cell phone. In the scene, Yen Lingyun held Yi's hand. As a result, the next moment, Guhuai incomparably naturally walked to her other side and held her. Shen Xiuyan. He coldly exited his cell phone and dropped it on the table, walking out of the lounge with a black face. As the hallway passed, so many girls were watching the live stream on their cell phones. Guhuai always had a sideways face in the live room. He moved to see the absent intention. The girls were so sweet they stomped their feet. Ouch, the little prince only has his little princess in his heart. The little prince smiled. Guhuai looked at Yenlai's happy look as he held the gift box with a smile on his face, a soft light spreading under his eyes. Yenlai was oblivious and happy as a little cutie. She just came to play a haunted house and got so many goodies. So lucky. Following that, the crew organized everyone to gather together and began to announce the list of tasks. Only one person, Yenlai, completed the task in the morning, and she will receive a 5-star hotel voucher from us. The children decisively applauded Yenlai. Congratulations Yi. Yi smiled happily and shook Guhuai's hand. The corners of Guhuai's mouth rose slightly. The program team said, next, we ask all the dads to go to the studio car to rest, the children to complete the afternoon task. In the toddler play area, there are 11 stars. Need to children to complete the task can be obtained. Each star next to the sister will wait for you to challenge. The first to get 6 stars of the group 1 can get the plush toys we provide. With a wave of the staff's hand, a group of people walked out holding stuffed animals. Mommy was pleasantly surprised. Oh my god, there's Reina Belle in there. Curious, he looked along and saw a small pink fox in a pile of stuffed animals. Her eyes lit up. Is the little fox's name Reina Belle? Mai was excited to cop. Yeah, I even went to Disney last time to see her. It was beautiful. Yi looked dumbfounded, staring straight at the little pink fox with eyes full of fascination. Guhuai took this expression of hers into his eyes and looked at the doll thoughtfully, narrowing his eyes. Guhuai has an idea here. Guhuai is calculating how to get the doll in his mind. I guarantee it. The programmer said, the first child to win 6 stars gets first pick, and at the same time, whoever gets the most stars among the children in the winning group is the one who gets the highest priority to pick the doll in that group. Know what I mean? The kids nodded in unison. Got it. Program, come and draw straws. Children go up and draw lots. The lots are distributed, and those with 3 similar patterns are grouped together. The programmer said, all the children put your hands up so I can see the pattern in your hands. Yenlai immediately held up the pattern in his hand, which depicted a love heart. Guhuai raised his hand and looked down at the Yencum. His face changed at first. Asterisk. It's over. Guhuai and Yenlai are not even a team? How dare the program team break up my CP? Hurry up and sew them back together. The adults probed their heads and said in surprise, Guhuai and Yenlai are not even a group A? Yi then woke up, looked at the star in Guhuai's hand, and frowned in regret. Guhuai's face turned blue and he lowered his hand without saying anything. Meanwhile, the program said, absence of coming, Alan, June as a group, Guhuai, Mei, and Cub for a group. Ellen was so happy to hear this that she jumped up and gave Yenlai a hug with her open hand, saying milkily, great E, the two of us are together again. I was so worried about you last night. I was so afraid that you would die. After saying that, he kissed Yenlai on the cheek in an unbelievably natural way. Welcome back. The dad's eyes widened in shock. Jode scratched his head in dismay. What his son has done. Pop up. Oh, Alan's about to get in trouble. The camera turned to Guhuai, and he was seen standing beside Yenlai with an iron face, his chest rising and falling violently, his eyes staring straight at Yenlai's kissed cheeks. This boy, how dare he kiss her? Without saying a word, he decisively lifted Yenlai up, hugged her behind him to protect her, wiped her kissed cheek in the process, and looked at the director with incomparable firmness, his tone fierce as a wolf. I want to be with Yin Lai, so please give her back to me. Director. Chapter 164. Gu Huai's body carries its own cold wind effect. Inside the camera, Gu Huai's eyebrows are stern like a wolf. His features are restrained and withdrawn, with little expression, but his eyes reveal emotions like a furious beast, itching to take over the territory with its teeth and claws. His bony knuckles were white from clenching his fists. Give him back Ree. Give it back to him. He's so handsome. Ah! The director woke up and touched his heart. He was surprised that he had just been glared at by a small child and his heart stuttered. He hurriedly gave the staff a look. The staff walked up and coaxed and persuaded Gu Huai. Child, calm down first. Don't get too angry first. Alan witnessed Ee's car accident yesterday and didn't sleep well last night, so he's just happy to see Ee. So you understand. This team is sure that it won't be able to be replaced for the time being. Gu Huai's eyetails dyed some red. His chest rose and fell violently. Gritting his teeth and shaking off his arm equals, I didn't care. But he cared between the lines. The audience saw through it at a glance, and he said he didn't care. The expression on his face just now has instantly fallen from heaven to hell. Jealous Gu Huai. I also like ah. The program group is too doggy. Obviously know that Gu Huai is participating because of Yin Lai. Why do they still have to separate the two of them? Can't they put the two of them into a group? Breathless. What's the point of this? Am I the only one expecting Gu Huai to be jealous? He's a jealous man. What? Why am I looking forward to this? Take away the shoots nah. Or why do they say that there is not a single good person on this internet? But count me in. I want to see it too. Gu Huai stood stiffly on the sidelines, his afterglow drifting towards Yin Lai from time to time. Yui gave him an apologetic look. He gambled not to look away. Tatsoti smiled like a fox. Look at how angry this child is. Jiaoda cried and laughed. I didn't think my son could do that either. It's so embarrassing. It feels like my son is like that stupid male second. Yan Lingyun raised his eyebrows and came to be a bit more interested. The little boy had a choking temper and said what he had to say, a character he appreciated. At this point, the heat of the livestream is at a new high. The civic charts have been taken over by the heat of this show. The childhood friend CP has just been torn apart. On the 100 ways Gu Huai is jealous. Please give me back my intention. A group of viewers whose interest had been piqued flocked to the live broadcast, and the heat was still soaring upwards. The director was dying of joy. I told you our ratings would skyrocket after this kid came. And it did. The assistant director also nodded excitedly. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to how Gu Huai will be jealous. I'm stoned to death. Director? Why is he still high? The staff looks at the clock. The game is now underway, and everyone is cleared for action. Jun took on the burden of caring for his younger siblings in an incredibly natural way, holding Yin Lai on his left and Alan on his right. Let's hurry up and go do the quest, and then we'll have to get the new doll figurines. Jun looked at Yin Lai again. Did you want that little fox again? She nodded excitedly. Yes, I want that little fox. Jun was pleased. I don't want that little fox. I want something else. You can have that little fox. Alan nodded dully. I want that little corgi, and I don't want a little fox. They came to an understanding. Jun nodded. Then we'll each ask for our own things, and no one will rob anyone, okay? Both kids nodded dutifully. Said sweetly, thank you brother Jun. Jun's eyebrows climbed up with a hint of pride, raising his chin. Brother is brother. It's only right for brother to take care of you. Gu Huai stood and watched. His eyes seemed to spread a thick black mist, even in the summer light, which could not be beaten or dispersed. The cub looked at him timidly. Let's go brother. We should go to the stars too. He looked back and nodded. Mei was curious. Brother Gu Huai, do you want to be in a group with sister He lowered his eyebrows and restrained his eyes, restraining his deep meaning. Just call me Gu Huai. You don't need to call me brother. It's over. Gu Huai's eyes were able to build a bridge just now, but now he can't even pull the strings, and he's as cold as the Dead Sea. Wait, I suddenly realized a detail. Is it that will call Gu Huai brother? So Gu Huai won't let Mei do it. What? Sister, you seem to have the truth? I feel even more sorry for Gu Huai if it's true. He's so nice to He'll still keep his distance from the other kids, but is in a group with someone else. Although it's funny that Gu Huai is jealous, I still want him to be with Gu Huai was thoughtful. He hoped that Yin Lai would be able to get the little fox, but I don't want Yin Lai to get the little fox because of the others. But if he can get it, he can give it to her. He hesitated and quickly rushed inside the children's playground. Yin Lai is already challenging the mission. The lady who manages the stars enthusiastically pointed to the rock climbing program and said, kids, if you can climb to the top, whoever gets my little star. Jun raised his hand decisively. I'll do it. Gu Huai quickly stepped forward. I'll come too. Jun looked at him in surprise and then at his sister. Sis, only one person can get the star for this, right? Sister nodded. Yes, I only have one here. Whoever you summon first gets it. Junjun wrinkled his eyebrows and glanced at Gu Huai again. He can't seem to get this guy. Junjun, he seems to be very aggressive. I'm so scared. Ah, stupid big brother. Junjun had for the first time appeared this difficult expression. Feel good to laugh. Ha. It's nothing to look at Gu Huai alone, but when you see him with Junjun, who is of a similar age, you can feel that the two children's auras are different. Yes. Junjun is still a child after all, but Gu Huai feels very mature. Since then, all the sons of the hegemony I've watched have had faces, automatically substituting Gu Huai in their minds. Gu Huai put on the equipment with no expression, glancing to Yan Lai. Looked at Junjun with burning eyes. Go Junjun. Gu Huai was stunned, frowning, tilting his head, staring at her in disbelief. Was stunned by his look. Her anger subsided, and she milkily waved her little fists. Go Gu Huai. Gu Huai withdrew his gaze slyly and made preparatory movements without saying anything. Junjun directly shivered and glanced at Gu Huai in fear. Why does this guy have an air conditioning effect on him? Chapter 165. Is Gu Huai a Superman? Missy raises her hand. All hands on deck. Start. The kids quickly cheered underneath. Go Gu Huai. Go Toshi. Junjun riveted his strength to climb up, and suddenly he saw Gu Huai dabbing the top like a monkey, touching the top platform, then sliding down with his feet. Less than a minute. It's over. Junjun hangs in the middle of the rock climbing as if he were a clown, staring stonily at Gu Huai untying the rope and leaving coolly. Alan and Pup looked at him with open mouths and shocked faces. Is he Superman? Mimi was the happiest, so excited that she ran to Gu Huai and opened her arms to try to hug him. You're too good Gu Huai. Congratulations on getting the star. Gu Huai dodged her hug without dropping a trace and looked at Yan Lai again. Folded her hands in front of her body and was sincerely happy for him. Gu Huai, congratulations. I knew you would get the championship. Whoever is in your group will win. It's true. She believed that Gu Huai was the best. Gu Huai's brows relaxed somewhat, and just as he was about to speak, he saw Junjun walking beside Yan Lai with his head hanging down. Cubs, I'm sorry I lost. This climbing difficulty is difficulty number 3 and is specifically tailored for kids ages 7 to 10. His usual favorite thing is rock climbing, which he is most proud of, and he is already fast compared to his peers. But Gu Huai was charging upwards like a madman. Understood and patted Junjun's arm soothingly. It's okay Junjun brother. After all, our opponent is Gu Huai. It's too normal for Gu Huai to win. He's already very good. Gu Huai's face changed slightly, wrinkling his brows as he looked at her comforting people. Jun was sad. But if we lose, we won't get what we want. Shook her head. No, I think other dolls look good too. Other dolls are good too, right Alan? Alan said dully. Yeah, I have alternatives. Junjun brother, let's not be sad. It's okay. Yan Lai nodded obediently, suddenly feeling a strong sight coming from the distance. She turned her head. Gu Huai was watching her, with that, puzzled and angry, unblinking look in his eyes. He stared at her. She was a little frightened by the look and subconsciously moved back a small step. Gu Huai, motionless, on the contrary, hooked his lips and sneered. How come I don't remember that you were so good at comforting people? Idea? She's always been pretty good at comforting people. She winced. This Gu Huai is too scary. His eyes are so persistent. Zhao De nodded and analyzed. I saw that he won and wanted to get compliments from Yan Lai, but it turned out that he didn't expect Yan Lai to go and appease his frustrated teammates. Tatsuhi probed, and the look in his eyes, it's very much like the crazy batch of guys that Ling Yin brothers played, just chasing after the female lead, tailing her, and finally being killed by the female lead calling the police to kill the pervert. Yan Ling Yun, he felt a little bit too, and that was acting in the first place. He deliberately upped the ante and made himself a crazy batch. However, Gu Huai's surface did not move, and every look at Yan Lai's eyes was written with strong possession and obsession. Tatsuhi truth. Gu Huai's eyes really look like a crazy batch. Can I say I'm scared to look at it? The shady, sickly teenager has crawled out of a novel. Alive. And it's alive. It's scary, but it's still tempting to kowtow. What if my childhood friend is a sickly girl? Inside the studio car, Chenshi used her hand to pretend to be a microphone and passed it to Yan Lingyun's mouth. Mr. Yan Lingyun, we would like to ask, as your daughter has such an ardent supporter, how are you feeling right now at this moment? Yan Lingyun thoughtfully, bad smile raised his lips. My personal feeling is that Gu Huai is not with Yan Lai in a group is quite good. After all, my daughter's popularity is so high. Grind this kid's temper. See the best beneficiary of Gu Huai's jealousy, Yan Lingyun. I just asked my husband, And my husband said that if he had a kid like Gu Huai by his side, he could die of anger. I'm also jealous too. I want Yi to grow up all by herself and then doke me. But where can you find a boy like Gu Huai who is so secure? Yi can't leave Gu Huai. Yen Lai don't Gu Huai, just give it to me. I want it. Even if Yen Lai doesn't want Gu Huai, he won't leave. Look at that look in Gu Huai's eyes. He can't wait to swallow Yen Lai. Gu Huai returned to his senses and suddenly felt that the stars weren't that important. He casually handed the star to his teammate. Here you go. And with that, he turned away. Mei Mei and Cubby were unsure and chased after him with the star. Gu Huai, this is your star. We can't have it. Wait for us. Yi clutched the corner of his coat in a daze, watching him fade away and wrinkling his brows. Abuse up. Gu Huai is really angry. Don't. I came here to see the two of them being sweet, not to see Gu Huai get angry. I'm starting to feel bad after this. No one can make Gu Huai feel bad. Gu Huai, don't be angry. Don't be angry. The program team did something. Just split the two children apart. Knowing that Gu Huai unconditionally spoiled Yi's, the program is too much of a dog. 2. Yen Lai lowered her brows and narrowed her eyes, hesitated for a moment, and then turned her head to Jun. Brother Jun, I would like to change teams. Jun was stunned. Do you want to go to Gu Huai's team? She nodded. I'm going to go talk to Mommy-san later, and then I'll find another star for you, if you agree. Jun didn't have much to say and looked to the director. The director came to be interested and didn't stop it. Jun thought about it and nodded. Okay, as long as you get a star. Then I, the captain, will promise to switch with my intent. Nodded and quickly rushed to the other places where there were stars. Gu Huai sat in the rest area and watched as the figure of Yen Lai swept past him like a fluttering little butterfly, running towards the basketball rim where the shot was being taken. Sister, I want to get the star. Toshi and Alan both followed her and watched her perform. He lowered his head in silence, not wanting to say anything. Mai and Pup stood beside him, not quite daring to speak. Gu Huai gave off too much of a fierce vibe, and the kind that easily wouldn't dare to strike up a conversation with him. Mei Mei looked at Yen Lai's struggling little back and tried. Gu Huai, do you want to be in a group with Yi? If you do, we can actually switch. The bottom of Gu Huai's eyes were filled with coldness. No need. She prefers other teams. It doesn't matter if she's with me or not. You guys go ahead and do the quest. I'll be there in a bit. As soon as the words fell, cheers came from the side of Yen Lai. Yes. Gu Huai looked up in surprise, and saw Yen Lai get the little star handed over by his sister. Jun was beside her and had been too surprised to speak. Yen Lai, you're too good. You didn't even throw any blanks? Yi was proud of herself. I'm very accurate at hitting things. Yi is really desperate to see Gu Huai. The more I see, the more my scalp tingles. Where is this girl so strong? This is not the skill of a 4-year-old. This is a child prodigy, right? Yi is already very strong. Can cook. Also know how to do things. Bold and not afraid of ghosts. Very quick thinking. When doing the task she has always done as good as Jun. Jun is 10 years old. She can reach Jun's level. Enough to see that she is powerful. Yen Lai smiled from ear to ear. She was challenged to a shooting game that started out stationary and after a certain amount of time was reached the basket would move from side to side. 10 balls must be hit to earn stars. She made it in one sitting. She could go see Gu Huai. Chapter 166 Demon King Gu Huai obtained Yen Lai card doping? Jun suddenly started to feel scared. Wait, I suddenly regret it a little. If you are with Gu Huai, won't you become two big evil kings, holding all of us down? Ha 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 ha. So compared to this it's true. Yi feels very shrewd and can think things through. The other children's eyes are just very naive, including Jun's as well, but this sense of naivety is definitely not present in Gu Huai. Finished, Yi and Gu Huai together directly crush them. Jun can't play anymore. Ha 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 ha. Yen Lai took the initiative to propose. Brother Jun, if you're worried, I can ask Sister Mei Mei and Cubby if they're willing to be in a group with you guys, and I'll be alone with Gu Huai. Jun's eyes lit up. I think it's okay. The two of them talked and laughed as if any of them couldn't interject themselves into the happy atmosphere. Gu Huai's face darkened as he watched, silently skimming his head. Gu Huai children still do not know the intention of Yen to reach his team, but also on this side of the flying jealousy. Ha 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 ha. Hurry up. I'm already scratching my toes in anxiety. Speak up. Speak up. The director and assistant director couldn't help but have an anti-smile curling up at the corners of their mouths, their eyes gleaming as they stared at the screen. Yen Lingyun also raised his eyebrows in interest. He was getting more and more excited about Gu Huai's reaction to knowing the truth. Inside the screen, Yen Lai beckoned towards Mei Mei and Pup, motioning for the two to come to her. She said, Sister Mimi, can you switch places with me? Is it okay if I team up with Gu Huai? Mei Mei readily agreed. Of course you can. I think Gu Huai should want to group with you as well. He doesn't even talk with us and feels a bit mean. Jun Jun stepped forward and proposed. But here's what I'm thinking. Yan Lai and Gu Huai are too powerful. We definitely can't beat the opposite side. So in order to make our side balanced, all of us in one group, and the two of them in one group, would you guys like to do that? Mommy blinked, and the cub looked at each other, nodding without hesitation. Willingness, too willing. They're so good. I was worried that Mei Mei and Cubby wouldn't agree, but I didn't realize that the two kids didn't even hesitate. The guests on this episode are really cute. They're all good babies. Yes, 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 yes. But, Mei Mei looked at Gu Huai and muttered in a whisper audible to the audience. Actually, to be honest, the reason I said yes was because I was afraid of Gu Huai. Cubby especially felt the same way. I'm also more afraid of brother Gu Huai, even though he'll talk to us and isn't mean to us. I just think he's mean. Ellen silently raised her hand. I don't even dare to talk to brother Gu Huai. Jun Jun also nodded heartily. I think Gu Huai has a bad temper. Look at him now. Followed the direction they were pointing to, and saw Gu Huai sitting sullenly in a chair by himself, eyes downcast and silent. The aura is so strong that people dare not come forward, but the side face is so exquisite that it attracts the eyes. Mei Mei raised her eyebrows thievishly at Yan Lai. Actually, I know why he's upset. He just wanted to play with him, but didn't, so he's jealous. The truth about my. Jun Jun was anxious, staring at Gu Huai's gloomy side face. So if he's in this mood now and comes to him, he won't be mean to her, right? Nini also suddenly reacted. Right, it feels like Gu Huai is being mean. Why don't we wait until he's in a good mood and then go coax him? He wrinkled her thick eyebrows and sighed with a grimace. No, it has to be now. She walked towards Gu Huai with incomparably firmness on her short little legs. She went. Aha, I'm so nervous. Why am I so nervous? I can't believe I'm empathizing with this excited and nervous feeling how to break son to fight for a little, the daughter to coax you, go down the steps, please. Yan Lai walked to stand in front of Gu Huai and didn't speak. Gu Huai furrowed his sword brows, his tone awkward. What are you doing here in my place? Tilted her head to look at his face, and said seriously, I think you don't seem too happy, so I came. Gu Huai got up and turned his back to her. There's no unhappiness, and I just saw that you got the star. Congratulations. Frowned and said sadly, actually, I didn't get the star. I gave it to Jun Jun's brother. A cold light swept across the bottom of Gu Huai's eyes. Well, it's quite good. He's an older brother. You should be very relieved to have him take care of you. It doesn't matter if you don't have me. Yan Lai felt that he was making a scene and said in a milky voice, I don't need him to take care of me because I switched myself to your group. All of your teammates are now going to Jun Jun's group, and the stars have been given to them, so now they have 2 stars but I'm by your side. Would you like to do that, Gu Huai? Gu Huai was stunned, his indifference disintegrating, looking at her incredulously. Say that again? Grabbed her skirt a little nervously and said in a glutinous manner, I see that you are not happy, so I hope to be able to be in a group with you, and I just gave the star to Jun Jun also because Jun Jun's brother and I agreed that if I get the star, I can switch to your group, but they said that we are too smart, so I proposed to let all of them play against the 2 of us, so now, there is only a group of me and you. Are you willing? Gu Huai, why not? Of course he does, but he was uncertain, and cautiously tried. Are you sure you want to choose me? Absence of intention. Yi's black and white eyes were filled with determination, and she nodded heavily. Gu Huai, I know you want to be in a group with me, and so do I, so nothing can separate the friendship between the 2 of us, not even the director. Director? The assistant director let out a girlish squeal. Aha, so sweet. The bottom of Gu Huai's eyes abruptly blossomed with light, and he reached out and wrapped her in his arms. The pop-ups exploded the moment the 2 of them embraced. Kill me to cheer up the 2 children. Was a bit caught off guard, frozen in his arms, expecting Gu Huai to say something, but he didn't say anything, just kept tightening his arms and tightening them again. It was a long time before he gazed into her eyes with unparalleled certainty amidst a sea of screaming pop-ups. I won't let you down, Yenny. I'll let you have your beloved little fox. The scene was even more screaming. The staff is stoned out of their minds. Mei Mei jumped up in excitement. I knew it. Gu Huai would only want to play with I guessed right. Gu Huai smiled as he let go of his intention to come, and came straight to a quest store, his tone energized. Hello, I want to join the quest. The adults even laughed away. This contrast, ha 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 ha. Doesn't it make sense that this likes to come? Yeah, Just now you were stinking up the place and now you're glowing, ha 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 ha. Too funny, these two kids. In the midst of the laughter, only June was filled with questions. This change of face is too fast. He felt that he wasn't letting Yan Lai and Gu Huai merge into a demon king. Instead, the big devil Gu Huai got the Yan Lai card doping. Is it too late for him to regret it? Chapter 167, You know I won't refuse you. Why do you come? The image was framed in Jun's confused and terrified expression. Yan Lingyun was amused and commented, This Gu Huai kid looks mature, but he's actually a childish ghost. He's still a child's nature on the inside. Zhao De nodded. Yes, he's very clingy to Yan Lai and needs to be with him to give him security. Other dads analyze, but it's not like he cries and fusses like other little kids. He's just sullen and in a very cranky state again. Looking at everything, Tatsuhi laughed out loud. Absence of coming is the equivalent of a mood stabilizer for him. Yan Lingyun nodded approvingly. He thought at first that it was who was a bit dependent on Gu Huai, but after all this he realized that of the two children, Gu Huai was the one who couldn't stay away from Yan Lai. He took the absence of coming as a spiritual dependence. Tatsuhi teased. It's like we're psychologists in here analyzing the child's behavior. Yan Lingyun didn't deny it. Our guess was right. Wanted to change teams. She must have taken care of Gu Huai's emotions. Ask her if you don't believe me. Inside the live broadcast room, the staff walked over to Yan Lai and asked curiously, what makes you want to be in a group with Gu Huai? Is it just that you simply don't want to be separated from Gu Huai? He quietly looked at Gu Huai's back as if he was playing chicken, and shook her head inscrutably. Gu Huai is very temperamental. If he gets upset, I'll be unhappy. The staff member's eyes brightened as she continued to press. Are you so concerned about Gu Huai? Revealed a very complicated expression. It's not really a concern. It's just, as soon as she saw Gu Huai looking at her with that angry and persistent look, she felt that Gu Huai had a few big words written on his brain. Why don't you come to me? Like just now. He stared straight at her, looking terrified, but like an angry puppy dog. Unsure of how to describe it, she sighed loftily and said in a milky voice, Ugh, you'll know when you're my age. Staff? Yan Lingyun? Others? Papa. My mom's laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Did this kid not drink manhwa soup when he was reincarnated? You'll know when you're my age. Is it possible that one possibility is that she has already come from your age? Ha 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 ha. Little seems to be coaxing a child's senses, with helplessness written all over his face. Yanai, what it's like to have a possessive childhood friend. At the same time, the phrase absenteeism has also been honored in the civic hot search. You'll know when you're my age. The video is particularly helpless as she is old-fashioned. Comment section answer, she's obviously only 4 years old, but she seems like the kind of old person who has been through the ages and has an indescribable sadness. Ha 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 ha. Gu Huai, am I the only one making a fool of myself? Bamboo horse who was ripe on the outside and young on the inside versus the young plum who was tender on the outside and ripe on the inside. I'm in favor of this pair of CPs. It's not Gu Huai who was pampering Yan Lai. It's Yan Lai who was pampering Gu Huai. No, they're running both ways. Trust me, they're really going both ways. Gu Huai was oblivious to the fact that he went about his tasks in high spirits, completely unconcerned about whether or not Yan Lai meant to touch the fish. But in a few moments it had gotten 3 stars. June suddenly reacted. Wait, Gu Huai is already 3 stars. We have to hurry. Mei had a devastated look on her face. This speed is too fast. Gu Huai was with us like a turtle and now he's a train. Ellen wanted to cry. I knew brother Gu Huai didn't want to play with us. Goddamn train. Children act, or else the spoiled intention fiend will steal all the stars. Both sides split up, but they were still a beat too slow, and Gu Huai was too mobile to get the 6th star early. June hunkered down listlessly and shook his head feebly. It was amazing that the 4 of them couldn't beat the 2 of them. He was not wrong in his judgment. Gu Huai is the big devil who owns the Yan Lai brand of stimulants. They don't have a chance. Stood beside Gu Huai, looking at her brothers and sisters. June's eyes were dull. Mommy-eyed Raina Bell. The cub hung his head. Alan looked sorry for himself. Gu Huai, however, didn't care and gave her the star. Absence of coming. Now you can go and choose the toy you want for yourself. The 5 dads were also standing by the toys, and Yan Lingyun looked at her with a smiling face. Congratulations on becoming champions. Gu Huai deserves a lot of credit. Oh, Gu Huai looked at him rather unexpectedly. Not expecting him to mention himself. Appreciation unprecedentedly appeared in Yan Lingyun's eyes as he nodded at him approvingly. Gu Huai retracted his eyes in silence, and a hint of ghostly light swept across the bottom of his eyes. It seems that there are sensible uncles who are absent-minded, and not all of them are brainless. The staff shouted, Congratulations to Yan Lai and Gu Huai's group for their victory. Please Yan Lai go up first and pick your toy. He hesitantly bit her lip and stepped forward. subconsciously looking to the other side. Mai and June and they both looked at her with bated breath. With a thought, she grabbed Gu Huai's hand. Gu Huai, let's not? Everyone was stunned. Pop up, why don't you want it? You've waited so long to get a doll, haven't you? Otherwise the effort will be wasted. That's right, you have to take it. Can you do it if you don't? Gu Huai didn't have any reaction, but just leaned down and asked her incomparably seriously. Have you thought about it? No regrets? Bit her lower lip. Her watery eyes condensed with tangles, but she still resolutely nodded her head. I've thought about it. She looked to Mai's side. I think that if Mai-san and Cubs hadn't agreed to have the two of us in a group, they would have gotten the win. Because you're smart and fast and they agreed to have the two of us in a group just to make us happy. And I think that they're the champions. Gu Huai was stunned and looked at the other team. June and Mei were the oldest children and waved their hands knowingly. No need you don't have to give it up to us. You should be the champion. You are the champion. That being said, they still had longing in their eyes and pursed their lips at the toy. The other two kids were younger and the anticipation was etched right into their brains. Gu Huai lowered his eyebrows and restrained his eyes, looking at Yan Lai again without speaking. Yui blinked her watery eyes at him. May I? His heart fluttered at the tip, as if his heart was soft as a rock. Gu Huai's eyes are so focused. I've bumped into it again. Our little is so understanding, trying to trick me into having a daughter again. Is too obedient and well-behaved. 100 years. Dads can't help but exclaim. My kids certainly don't have that realization, and they still have to be absent-minded. Yeah, it's only intentional to be able to do something like that, and it's not at all surprising that she would do it. Yan Lingyun proudly hooked his lips with honor. Yan Lai on the other side waited for a while and didn't wait for Gu Huai to answer. Anxious, Gu Huai, don't you agree? Gu Huai watched her become mesmerized and immediately returned to her senses, looking at her with incomparable concentration. You know I won't refuse you. Chapter 168. What is the meaning of the word? You are the champion of my heart. Was very surprised. You promise? There was a hidden smile welling up under Gu Huai's eyes. Go do what you want. Was overjoyed and quickly handed the star to Mei, saying radiantly, Sister Mei, Brother June, thank you for being willing to trade with me. I think you guys are the deserving champions. This star is for you. Mommy took the star in shock. You're really going to give it to us? June didn't understand. But don't you want Reina Belle? If we're allowed to choose first, Reina Belle will be gone. Are you sure? Still nodded her head. Gu Huai stuck his hands in his pockets behind her and said in a cloudy manner, it's okay, if she really wants it, I can buy her a car, so you all take these toys. We don't want any of them. June, Mommy, Pop, Alan? Several of the children looked at each other as if they had been struck by lightning. Why? Obviously it was good that the two of them didn't want toys, and it was good that they were allowed to be champions, but how did they feel as if they had been stabbed in the heart? Alan gradually deflated the corners of his mouth and said with immense sadness, I find it becoming ripe for the picking, and I'm not at all happy that I got the doll I wanted, even though I got it, because there's a cart full of Yunai and we can only take one. The dad group was outright amused to the point of scattered laughter at the comment. Ha 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 ha. So did the pop-ups. Ha 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 ha. Alan is some kind of comedian. He makes my stomach hurt from laughing every time. This kid always cries and tells the big truth at the same time. Gu Huai's words are so solid that we don't want any of them because we can buy a carload. And in the midst of all the laughter, Yan Lingyun was the first to applaud. Then let's congratulate the champions. Congratulations to the June Mei group for their victory. Tatsuhi nodded repeatedly. I'm most grateful to and Gu Huai's little friend for being willing to give up the title to them. The applause was thunderous, and Mai smiled sweetly as she hugged Reina Belle and reached out to hold in her arms. Thank you Ellen farted back and opened her arms. Thanks Mei pulled him back and said fervently, you can't hug, otherwise Gu Huai will get jealous. Alan, Gu Huai, right on. He rubbed Yunai's head and whispered, do you know what I just did before the mission? Yui shook her head without understanding. Gu Huai snapped his fingers. Suddenly, more than a dozen people stood out one after another from the outer circle of onlookers, each holding huge dolls, all of them Reina Belle, Stardew, and a variety of popular characters at Disney. They look out of place in their suits and sunglasses, hugging stuffed animals, but fake smiles all over. This is a gift from Gu Huai to Yan Lai. I hope can be happy every day. Sounding the building, the onlookers all set off a gasp. Asterisk. Is that so romantic? Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. The parent group was also dumbfounded. Everyone watched as Gu Huai took the medium Ling neighbor and crouched down to be level with Yan Lai. I was thinking that these were for you, regardless of whether or not you could get the title. But now, you've given your title to someone else, so I'm going to present you with the reward you deserve as well. He gently placed the little fox in Yi's arms. Yan Lai, congratulations on completing the challenge. You are the champion in my heart. Yi hugged Ling Na Bayer, but the plushness of the doll made her feel like she was dreaming and looked at Gu Huai incredulously. Gu Huai smiled without saying anything. Mei directly jumped up in excitement. This is called romance, right? Too romantic, Gu Huai. Jun was even more sure of the idea and cupped his chin with immense scorn. I told you that Gu Huai is the great demon king. It's amazing that he has the money to be able to buy toys, and that he has a lot of his allowance at his disposal and a bodyguard to keep him company. He's really quite extraordinary. The two kids were outright dumbfounded, with mouths that could fit into an egg. Alan cries, see, I told you shouldn't get happy too soon. Yan Lingyun was even more dumbfounded. How come this Gu Huai is better than him? He's nearly 40 without him. Chen Shi and Zhao De were excited about him. Holy Lingyun, if this Yan came to be your own daughter, you mustn't take off. Where can I find a son-in-law like this? Tatsuhi grabbed his arm tightly, almost mad. No, give me Gu Huai. I'm quite attracted to him. Yan Lingyun froze and couldn't make a response. The other two dads shook their heads and cried. I wasn't even as talkative as he was when I was in love. The pop-ups have blown up. I've screamed out when I saw so many dolls. Quickly, God, when will you be able to reward me with a Gu Huai? What's the point of sending me one more of such a perfect boy? Give it to me. You're the champion of my heart. How could he be so I'm already too excited for words. I've been hammering the table and my legs. It hurts my legs. What kind of lollipop is that? It's just cream in my mouth. These two kids are surprisingly sweeter than when I was in love. I look like that dog passing by on the side of the road got kicked in the ass. I can't believe I'm jealous of a 4-year-old girl. Please God, give me a Gu Huai. It's over. It's over. My heart is now completely unbalanced. I originally came to see Lao Yun, then I fell for Yi, but now I've completely and utterly fallen for Gu Huai. No one can stop me. I just love Gu Huai. Gu Huai and Yan Lai were born for each other. Raising the banner of the childhood friend CP, Yan Lai was flattered and looked at him in shock as she hugged Ling Na Bayer. How did you buy so many? And when did you buy them? Gu Huai shrugged, his tone sparse. When you liked Reina Belle at first glance, I took the time to send a message to my family. They acquired a bunch of them in the hands of substitute buyers, and in case you couldn't get the dolls on the show, I had them ready to come over at any time. After a pause, a trace of uncertainty flooded Gu Huai Phoenix's eyes and met her eyes. Do you like it? Yi suddenly wanted to cry, choking back tears and nodding. How could you not like it? Gu Huai was stunned and softened his brows. Why are you crying? Tears came to her eyes. I don't know. I was just so happy that I cried. Yan Lingyun came back to his senses, his head full of black lines. Yan Lai, not so much. Send you some dolls and you're happy like this? You need to stand up. He can give away a bunch of things like dolls. And still now. Chapter 169. Why don't you two get engaged in a baby marriage? Yan Lingyun's father is in a hurry. Hurry. Ha 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 ha. Yan Lingyun just agreed with Gu Huai not long before he started getting jealous again. Everyone please enjoy the defense-breaking Yan Lingyun. Ha 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 ha. Gu Huai's eyes glowed as he patiently squatted in front of her to listen to her compliments, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Mei was also so excited that she wanted to cry. Gu Huai is so kind. He gave her so many things, just like a prince. The cub was dumbfounded. Gu Huai, do you lack a brother? I want to be your brother. Alan nodded his head and nodded. I want to be Gu Huai's brother too. Zhao De teased. Are you guys going there as someone's brother? You're craving for someone to buy something. Yi snorted a smile and looked at Gu Huai gratefully. Thank you Gu Huai. This is the best gift I've ever received. I should have sent you a gift in return. Gu Huai gazed at her in fascination, his eyes spreading out with deep, bottomless gentleness as he moved closer to her and said softly in a voice that only two people could hear. You're my return gift. Thank you for standing beside me, and for absenting yourself from the situation. Yi was stunned and laughed through her tears. No one on the set heard it, but the director and assistant director were red with excitement, because the words, through the sound tube, reached the ears of every member of the audience. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I can't. My blood pressure is going to explode. I've got a nosebleed. I have insulin in one hand right now. You guys keep talking. Please kill me to cheer up this golden couple. You can always trust Gu Huai. The Weibo entertainment list was once again occupied by Gu Huai and Yan Lai at the top. Absence of coming. You are the champion of my heart. A piece of real-time microblogging craze. I really want to be these two children's sweet death. Originally CEE to give the stars to people is very pleased, but did not expect Gu Huai actually prepared such a hand. See so many gifts I am in tears. never so envious of a person. EE is really being loved by Gu Huai. Nowadays, certain men have more hearts than holes inside a beehive. And look at other children. Gu Huai is only a few years old, and he already knows how to treat the girl he likes. And look at certain scheming men. Let me get high is Gu Huai and Mei Mei together when moping. The first star is also because of gambling to get the hand. I thought these two children can abuse up the results of Yan Lai in order to take care of Gu Huai's emotions. Willing to earn a star for the group, the two are really two way to run to. There is no bending around. The writers are begging you to take a look. I want a drama like this. I want the hero and heroine to run in both directions. No bending over backwards. I want what's there to say. If these two don't get married, God forbid. If you two don't get together, I'll tie you together. Please let Gu Huai continue to participate in this program. We want to see Gu Huai and Yan Lai. Please director. And behind the screen, the director and assistant director's mouths were already piling up with anti-smiles. Two large men were close together, one looking at the hotspot, the other at the screen, both grinning up to their temples. Too sweet. Chen Shi's eyes glowed with excitement as she hooked onto Yan Lingyun's shoulder. Daddy Lingyun, let me ask you a question. Is there anything you want to say to Gu Huai right now? Everyone placed their eyes on Yan Lingyun with a derisive expression. Yan Lingyun's face was filled with black lines, feeling as if he was an old father who was about to send his daughter off to get married, and sighed. I just want to ask one question. Gu Huai frankly met his eyes. Yan Lingyun was blunt. Gu Huai, what is Yan Lai's status in your heart, and why are you so good to her? The atmosphere instantly fell into a calm. The line of sight once again came to Gu Huai. Gu Huai face-bombedly hugged Stardew. His tone light, absent coming is my habit. Yan Lingyun? Pop up? Habits? He looked cloudy, as if he were talking about something particularly rare. She's as good as breathing. That's all. All is silent. Aside from a bunch of kids who couldn't understand, the adults had extremely wonderful expressions on their faces. What does that mean? Isn't the habit of breathing the same as treating the absence of intention as a treasure, as a part of life? Is this kid that mature? Yan Lingyun was not expecting this. Are you sure? Then if one day Yan Lai leaves you, you dash. She left me once. Gu Huai was calm, so I'm pretty sure it won't happen again. With that, he nodded haughtily at them. Thank you for being willing to let Yan Lai group with me this time. His arrogant demeanor was like a courteous young master, and one couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air because of his demeanor. Nima, this affectionate little boy, I can't, I'm going to powder him today. No one can stop me. Finished. I'm mad. I love this little boy playing straight ball so much. I can't wait to take over into Yan Lai's body. Yan Lai couldn't quite understand Gu Huai's words, but she knew that he was saying good things, so she grinned and giggled at Gu Huai. Gu Huai's gaze lingered on her and stroked her head. His gentle gaze can intoxicate. Yi was overjoyed and hooked her hand towards Gu Huai. Gu Huai leaned down. Here it comes, and the two of them are going to whisper again for all to hear. Don't tell them they're whispering and we can hear them. Just let us hear. Immediately following, on the live feed screen, the cute girl on her tiptoes closes in on the little teenager, her milky airy voice coming in. Gu Huai, thank you for being willing to record the show with me today, and thank you for your Ling Na Bell. You're my best friend and the best Gu Huai in the whole world. I love you the most. Gu Huai's eyes swished and bloomed. The color of blood silently stained between his ears, and in the audience's expectant gaze, he lowered his voice and replied, well, thank you. Gu Huai's surface is cloudy. Who can see the tips of his reddened ears? I saw it. I saw it with both eyes. The two of them are whispering too well. I can't. I have to get oxygen. I'm really getting excited and I can't breathe. Yen came to mean Gu Huai grew up if not together God forbid. Must give me together. Yan Lai was oblivious to the fact that he was laughing heartlessly, and clasped his hand tightly. Yan Lingyun on the opposite side sighed helplessly. Alright. Not surprisingly, these two were able to walk down the aisle hand in hand. He'd better think about how much he'll pay with his share. After the taping of the show, Yankee rolls around frantically on the couch watching an edited version of the show. Too sweet. How could there be a boy as precious as Gu Huai? She looked at Yan Lai excitedly, feeling like a CP fan head. Was Gu Huai that good to you before? EE hugged Raina Bell and nodded honestly. Gu Huai has always been good to me. When I was in the orphanage I liked to eat French fries and every time he gave me his share. Saying he didn't like it. Yan Weiyan was overjoyed. Then in that case, you can make Gu Huai your date for your appearance dinner. And you call and invite him. Just say that I'll pay for all the clothes and makeup. Ask him if he's willing to hold your hand and enter. Without saying a word, EE clumsily picked up her cell phone and dialed. Soon the call was answered. Gu Huai's cool voice came from the other side of the phone. What? Yi glanced at Mama Weiyang and tentatively arrived. Gu Huai. I have a dinner party in a couple of days and Mama Weiyang said that she wants you to hold my hand for the entrance. Would you be willing to do that? The teenager on the other side of the phone froze for a moment and quickly replied. Good. Yan Lai was overjoyed. Then we have a deal. You'll be my date. Gu Huai raised the tip of his eyebrows and didn't say anything. Yan Weiyang cowled to hold back her excitement and came over to the microphone. Gu Huai. I'm Weiyang's mom. I'm telling you, you're now on fire on the extranet. And a lot of people know that there's a little kid named Yan Lai who unconditionally spoils a little kid named Yan Lai. In the future, the two of you will be together for the rest of your lives, okay? Yan Lai didn't understand what this meant, and asked in style, is it good? Gu Huai sat on the sofa, watching the variety show playing on his laptop. In the variety show, it's showing Yan Lai and Jun making a deal. She tried to move over to his group, and threw him a worried look. The corners of Gu Huai's mouth slowly rose. It will be, Yan Lai, we will always be together. You promised me. Yan. She grabbed the phone and suggested exuberantly. Then why don't you two go along and get engaged? Gu Huai, what does doll marriage mean? Yan Weiyang was excited. It means that you two will be buried together even if you die. Gu Huai froze and didn't hesitate. Well, that's fine. Yan, can I? Is this kid so charged? Chapter 170, Absent Zishi. Just my failed work. Just as Yan Lai hangs up the phone with Gu Huai, and Weiyang is fighting with her, a white business pulls up downstairs. A woman who appeared to be around 50 years of age got out of the car, followed by two tall bodyguards. She tilted her head to look up high. Inside the 20-story house, women and small children are vaguely revealed playing. A sharp light flashed under the woman's eyes as she turned off the variety show on her cell phone that was absent from her intentions and stepped into the hallway. At that time, Yan Weiyang looked at Yan Lai with a face full of fascination. Enjoying the details of the future banquet. Wait until the day when mom prepares a dinner party for you. You'll be the most shining protagonist in the whole place. You can wear whatever you want, and dress up as whatever you want, okay? Yan Lai's eyes glowed. Good. Unchained hugged her and kissed her. Come on big baby, you have school tomorrow. Go to the bathroom first and get ready for bed. He turned to run to the restroom when she suddenly heard a clanking sound from the door. It seems the combination lock is being touched. She looked toward the doorway in confusion. Yan Weiyang's smile stiffened slightly, and she pushed her into the toilet with extreme caution. Hide first, don't come out. Stunned, hurriedly hid in the bathroom and looked through the crack of the hidden door. Only Yan Weiyang walked to the door with a nervous step, and before she could see the cat's eye, two men rushed in indoors and directly surrounded her. Startled, subconsciously rushed out, only to see Weiyang staggeringly looking in the other direction. Mom? Yi's breath stuttered and she hurriedly reversed her direction to see a woman dressed in a white suit walking indoors in a graceful manner. The woman was overbearing. Her appearance was not old even though she looked 50 years old. Her legs were long and slender, and she was even a head taller than Yan Weiyang. Her eyes were born extremely beautiful, a little mole on the bridge of her nose tinted with just the right amount of flavor, and between the corners of her eyes and eyebrows she carried the weariness and viciousness of having everything under control. Yan Lai gradually widened his eyes. She has met many beautiful aunts and sisters, but for the first time she saw such beauty, obviously older, but can remind people of her youth is how much flavor, and even this bone phase and aura will Yan Weiyang direct colorful pressure. As beautiful white peacocks stood in front of the swan, high and low. Is this mom's mother, her grandma? Couldn't help but tense up. Yan was obviously nervous as well, her voice tightening. How did you get in here? Mom? The woman didn't answer, just looked around sharply. Where's the baby? The atmosphere suddenly became condensed. Steeply clenched her fists. This man is coming for her? Yan Weiyang if anything glanced her way and calmly said, they're not here, they're all at Yu's house. If you want to see the kids I'll take you there right now. But as soon as she pulled Xia Wanning away, Xia Wanning violently clutched her arm, her voice line growing colder. You know who I'm talking about. Yan Weiyang's breath hitched and he stiffened as he looked at her. Who? Xia Wanning sarcastically hooked her lips. Must you pretend to be confused? Yan Weiyang. Gradually felt that something was wrong, and decisively used her phone watch to dial the number of Shannon with. Shannon, who was working overtime with eyes full of hostility, was a little surprised to see the call from Yan. The hostility under his eyes dissipated a bit, and he slid to connect. Hello? No one answered. Only the sound of thin, broken speech seeped out of it. He vaguely felt something was wrong and listened intently. Yan Weiyang in the living room's brows flashed with bemusement, obviously suppressed by Xia Wanning's aura, and asked in a pretense of composure, is Zishi having a child? How come I didn't know? Xia Wanning sneered and hooked her lips, giving the bodyguard a look. The bouncer headed straight for the bathroom. Yi's face changed and she just wanted to back away, but she saw Yan Weiyang rushing to her one step faster than the bodyguard, directly protecting her behind her back. her voice tone shaking. Mom, Zishi is already dead. This child will be raised by me from now on. There's no need for you to care. Please. Subconsciously trembled and mistakenly looked at Xia Wanning. Xia Lanning was sizing her up, like surveying a piece of merchandise. From the eyes, to the chin, slowly downwards, she couldn't help but lean a little closer to Yan Wei Yang. There are a lot of descriptions of your mom when she's drunk. She wasn't impressed, but she thought grandmothers were older, tricky grandmothers, but I did not expect her grandma to be this kind of strong woman style. As she was thinking, Xia Lianning swept towards the bodyguard. The two bodyguards split up and came forward, directly separating her from Yan Wei Yang. Yan screamed, "Get off! Get off me!" Is even more caught off guard. How to struggle cannot struggle to open. The arm seems to be clamped by the iron pincers. Was the man even pulled and dragged to the front of Xia Evening Ning? She became more and more terrified and yelled, "Even if you broke into room 2001 in building 5 of the Kung Fu, I will never, ever be afraid of you. This is Mama Wei Yang's home. Get out." Shinan on the other side of the watch phone had already been sitting in the car waiting to send the car. Heard this foot stepped on the gas pedal and rushed out. He dialed Yan Knight's number in passing. Yan Lixing was having a comfortable get-together with the other Yan family brothers, and his voice was still dyed with a smile when he picked up the phone. "It's really heartfelt. We were just about to look for you and Wei Yang. Why don't you two come over to my house for dinner?" Shinan, with eyes dyed with sulkiness, said bluntly. Mrs. Xia returned to the country. Now they are in the Kung Fu 5 building, room 2001. That woman to catch the intention of Yan. Yan Lixing was stunned. His cell phone suddenly fell to the ground, and his face steeply turned pale. Yan Lingyun noticed the difference. "What? Not feeling well?" Yan Wu Gui was listless. "Did your car get smeared with stinky tofu too?" Yan Fengsheng did not move to look at Yan Lixing. Yan Lixing shivered as if he had seen a ghost, and met the gazes of several people in terror. The woman is back, in the grip of the absentee coming. Several of the men's faces changed at first, and they got up and rushed out. Was carried in the hands of the bodyguard and looked at Yan Wei Yang in fear. Yan Wei Yang was tackled by the bodyguards, trying to find her but unable to, and kept struggling. "Let go of me! Let go of me!" Mother Wei Yang could not protect herself. Could only bite her lower lip and calmly meet Xia Lianning's eyes. Looking closer, one can better see the vicissitudes of age on the beauty's face. But despite this, Xia Evening gel gaze is still sharp like a knife. As if she can be inch-planing, absence of intention, right? Yui swallowed and looked at her nervously without speaking. Xia Wanning flipped through her information and said in a loose tone, "Your mother conceived you in prison. Your fetal education must have been terrible. But did your mother have the habit of communicating with you in English?" Yi's feet were hanging in the air, her arms were yanked to raw pain, and her brain was blank. "Isn't my mom your daughter?" Xia Wanning, who was flipping through the information, had a movement. "Not just anyone can be my daughter." The corners of her mouth turned up in a merciful smile. "Yan Zishi is just a failed piece of work that I misjudged wrongly." Chapter 171, Who told you to lay hands on my daughter? Yan Lai's eyes widened in disbelief. Thinking of her mother's resigned cries before she died, she told me herself that I was a failure of a piece of work. Why she'll never like me, for no reason at all. Yan Lai felt anger welling up in her heart. "You're not allowed to talk about my mom like that. She will be sad." Xia Lanning hooked the corner of her mouth with incomparable irony. "She won't be sad because she was burned to ashes." He grew angrier and grabbed at her with open teeth and claws. "You're a bad person. I want to avenge my mom." Xia Wanning, however, calmly took a step back and avoided her small short hands. "Take it to the airport and prepare to send it to the lab." Was dragged directly towards the door, angry and anxious. "Let go of me. I don't want to leave Mama Wei Yang. I don't want to." Xia Lianning sneered. "Your Wei Yang mother won't protect you because she only listens to me." As soon as the words fell, Yan Wei Yang suddenly broke away from the slack bodyguard, pushed down the other bodyguard, grabbed her hand and ran. Struggled to follow her with her short legs, and when she looked back, she saw the bodyguard reaching out to grab her. Before she could yell, Yan Weiyang pounced on the bodyguard like a lion, shouting in panic, Go find Gu Huai, find whoever you want, and get the hell out of here." As he spoke, the two men pushed Wei Yang out of the way as soon as they could. She fell to the ground and prostrated herself again to clasp their feet. Yan Lai was so scared that she didn't want to leave, but Yan Wei Yang desperately pulled the man backward and yelled at her, "Go! Don't turn back! Keep going forward! Move!" Desperately grabbed the corner of the coat, unaware of the tears streaming down her face, and ran away without looking back. Yan Wei Yang was vaguely relieved and continued to pester the bodyguard not to move. Xia Lanning walked up to her and sighed. "What a touching mother-daughter love. It's just a pity that there are still 10 bodyguards downstairs waiting to catch her. You can't protect her." Yan Wei Yang was stunned, as if struck by lightning. 10 bodyguards? Her face turned pale with a swish and she deliberately ran for the elevator. But the two bodyguards directly pinned her to the ground. She couldn't struggle away, and could only let out an incredibly mournful cry. Let go of me. Don't touch me. Let me go to her. Inside the elevator room, Yan Lai was incredibly nervous as he watched the elevator countdown. 3, 2, 1. The elevator doors opened and she stepped out, startled to see several cars parked in front of the block. In the center stood a woman in black, surrounded by a line of 10 men in black. She tried to run back, but the elevator doors were closed, so she had to hide behind a large vase placed in the doorway. It seems that the usual playing agents over the house is working. Yan Lai nervously picked up his cell phone call and tried to call the police. I've just told Uncle Yasu and Uncle Yasu will help Mom, and she's going to call her police uncle to help her. Yan Lai opened his watch phone and was about to call 911 when suddenly a shadow fell over his head. She froze and looked up. A woman quirked her mouth grimly. There's no use hiding. Oh little friend. She sucked in a cold breath. Done. The woman pulled her right out and threw her smoothly to the bouncer. The bodyguards directly surrounded Yan Lai. Terrified, she took out her little genius phone watch and tried to make a call, but the woman simply snatched it away and said coldly, take her away. Yan Lai was suddenly caught under the armpit of the strong man, as if he were holding a small briefcase. She kept fluttering her hands. Help! 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 Kill the child! Help! Kill the children! The crippled woman couldn't take it anymore and grabbed her by the hair and slapped her in the face. A buzz erupted in Yi's ears and she looked up at the woman. The woman looked at her with a scowl on her face. Keep your mouth shut or wait until the lab and you'll be in for it. She trembled with fear and cried out more piteously. Help! They're going to turn me into Superman. The woman's face changed and she grabbed her hair to hit her again, but she saw a flash of black shadow next to her and punched the woman right out. Yan Lai's body swayed for a moment, raised his eyes in surprise, and met Shin Anha's eyes full of killing intent. And with the uncle, Shin Anha pinched the bodyguard's wrist with one hand, his expression cold and stern to the extreme. Making a move on my daughter. Are you looking for death? The bodyguard's face changed slightly and he struck toward Shininwith. Shininwith dodged, and in the process hooked open the ink-colored tie, 3 times wrapped in the palm of his hand. A fist counterattack. Yi was so surprised that she opened her eyes wide, and saw Shinin with a black suit moving as agile as a black panther. And within a few moments, he knocked a few people to the ground, and came towards her aggressively. The bouncer couldn't play well with one hand pinning her, so he could only kick at him with his legs, but Shinin with a direct kick to his center of gravity. The man wailed and flung himself down on his knees before him, dropping the absent intention. Yi looked at Shinin with confusion, only to see his clothes loose. Ink hair is also a bit messy, face stained with a few drops of blood. Hostility in his eyes does not reduce. Reach out his hand to wipe off the face does not belong to their own blood. With this ability, you dare to move my people? Yi's eyes instantly glowed. So cool. Shin Anha heard this and looked at her sideways. The hostility emanating from his peach blossom eyes instantly disappeared, his gaze locking onto her red and swollen face. Who hit you? Yi decisively pointed to the crippled woman who stood at a loss for words and milkily confessed. She slapped Yi. Shininwith then carried her to the woman. Call back. The crippled woman froze for a moment and said absurdly, Mr. Shin, I'm Professor Siesman. Shin Anha ignored it. Absence of intention. Do it. Yi hesitantly pursed her lips, raised her hand, and gently slapped her. Bad woman. Not very lethal, but extremely insulting. The crippled woman instantly broke her defense and lunged at her like a madman. How dare you hit me? Shin Anha quickly clasped her shoulders to keep her from stepping forward. The woman, who was originally grimacing, seemed to feel the pain and gradually furrowed her brows, stoically meeting Shin Anha's eyes. Shin Anha looked at her condescendingly, his bone knuckles pinched white, and his voice line was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. But where you're a male assistant, you can't yell like that in front of me. Understand? The crippled woman's pupils plummeted as she looked at him in horror, shivering and unable to speak. Another wave of people came in at the glass doors outside. Yen Wugue was the first to rush in, seeing the mess on the ground angrily roaring. What have you all done? Yi turned her head against the 5 fingerprints on her face and said sweetly, Third uncle. Yen Wugue had a hideous expression on his face, and as soon as he saw her like this, he pounced on her like a hungry tiger pouncing on her and cupped her face. Yen Lai? Who hit you? His eyes were full of urgency, like a madman, and the amber pupils of his eyes were strained with the last vestiges of his sanity. Scowling a little in fear, Yi pointed to the crippled woman. But I just called back. Yen Wugue looked at the slope-footed woman. The woman was still confined under Shininwith, too sore to speak. He looked straight up and without warning grinned, revealing 2 harmless tiger teeth. Send her to the spider and let it take care of her. Chapter 172 Blah blah energy. Ming La Wu. A blow to the head. The crippled woman's face changed drastically, and she retorted in defiance. You can't do this to me. I'm your mother's person. Yan Wugue backhandedly cupped her chin. His tone vicious, so what if it's that woman's person? Yan Lai is Lao Zi's savior. Lao Zi doesn't even smoke in front of her now, yet you're making a move on her. You're crazy, aren't you? The blood faded from the woman's face and she was dragged down viciously. Mrs. Xia, save me. Yan Wugue grumpily stroked through his broken hair and turned to pinch Yi's face. Looking at her face closely, Yi subconsciously gulped. Uncle Sam is a bit scary in this way. Yan Wugue breathed heavily, like a beast on the verge of collapse, but his eyes slowly turned up tenderness. It's all right, Yan Lai. She was stunned as he reached out and clasped her in his arms. I'm here to protect you. Yi blinked, her lashes sweeping over his crushed hair, warmth fluttering at the tip of her heart as she pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Shen Anha silently separated the two and gave him a disgusted look. Your current condition seems like a mad dog. Yan Wugue, you don't look like that? Shinanwith tugged at his collar. I'm always graceful. Yan Wu. Yan Lingyun, Yan Fengsheng and Yan Lixing raised their eyebrows in surprise and looked at each other. Yan Lixing muttered in a low voice. I had heard that Yan Lai had saved Yan Wugu, but I didn't realize that this lunatic had learned to be tender and know how to protect children. Yan Lingyun was proud. As the child's trainee father, I can assure you that our child is just delightful. Yan Fengsheng's eyes rolled, gazing at Yan Lai without speaking. Yan Lixing sourly puckered his mouth. I wouldn't like Yan Lai anyway. Yan Wugu swept his cold eyes toward him. That's because you're blind. Yan Lixing? Shin'an entered the elevator and pressed the floor. Hurry up and leave. Don't waste time. Yi nodded excitedly. Yes, we still have to save Mama Wei Yang. A few people changed their complexion and quickly surged into the elevator, along with coming to the 20th floor. There are no neighbors to speak of here on a single staircase. Still trapped in the hallway, Yan shouted hoarsely, let me go. Her voice was already muffled, but she still didn't know how to get tired. I'm going to find Yan Lai. Xia Wanning was unmoved. Yan Wei Yang, you won't be able to find her. She's already coming to the airport in my car now. I'll take her to the lab. I believe that with her talent, she should become the best experimental subject. Yan Wei Yang gritted her teeth and looked at her. You're not even human, much less worthy of being our mom. Xia Lianning sneered and hooked her lips. It doesn't matter. I don't need to actually become your mother. Everyone just needs to know that I gave birth to a bunch of quality children, which is already enough. Yan Zishi dying is just right, removing the stain from my life. The moment the elevator opened, Yan Lai happened to hear the words and frowned. She subconsciously looked to the others, trying to say that her mom wasn't tainted, but and her uncle were sullen. The other uncles grimaced, especially Yan Lixing, who was actually shivering. They were all so strange that she couldn't open her mouth. She frowned in confusion and looked to Shinanwith. Shinanwith seems to want to go out, but then thought of something, with her sullenly said, you remember, no matter what Mrs. Xia said to you later, you don't need to take it to heart. Yan Wugue's nerves tightened. Just tell yourself that you are the best. Yan Lingyun also looked at her with incomparable seriousness. Remember Yi? Yi was taut and nodded. Remember to mess with it. Shen Anha took a deep breath and carried her to the corridor. Yan Wei Yang looked toward her in surprise. Xia Lianning also frowned when she saw Yan's arrival. It seems that my people have failed. Yi raised her head in triumph. Because I have a phone watch and I can make phone calls. Didn't think of that. Xia Evening Ning was stunned and realized afterward. Oh, so you just inexplicably said the address as a tattletale. Then you're much better than that mom of yours. Yan Lai decisively covered his ears. Don't listen to the Wangba reciting sutra. Xia Wanning? Shen Anha couldn't hold back and rushed forward to open the bodyguard, shielding Wei Yang in his arms. Wei Yang, are you alright? Yi ran to her as well. Mama Wei Yang. Yan Wei Yang was shivering all over, but still showed her a forced smile. Mom is fine. Thank you for getting someone to help us. Shinan and looked heartbroken, picked her up across the body and put her on the sofa, turned to look at Xia Evening. Mrs. Xia, I respect that you are Wei Yang's mother, but Yan Lai is my child. No matter what, there is a blood relationship between her and me. You have no qualification to hurt her and Wei Yang, and even less qualification to take her to the lab. Please leave now. Don't force me to tear my face off with you. Xia Lianning sat on the sofa and looked at him frankly. Yan Lai is Yan Zishi's daughter. I'm her grandmother, and you can't control how I control my granddaughter. Grass, how brazen of you to say that. Yan Wugue suddenly roared, drawing his gun and aiming it at Xia Wanning. None of us want to see you again. Get as far away as you can. Don't come back to harass us, and don't come back to care about Yan Lai, whose daughter she is doesn't have the slightest bit to do with you. If you guys dare to come over again, I'll kill every single one of you that comes. Xia Lianning was stunned for a moment, but she laughed. Yan Wugu, after so many years, you're still crazy. With that said, she moved very quickly to take the gun out of his hand. Yan Wugue was caught off guard. Xia Lanning grinned and pulled the trigger. A plastic bullet hit Yan Wugue directly in the center of his eyebrow. Everyone else went white with fear and looked at Xia Wanning in shock. Knowing that Yan Wugue would most likely pull out a real gun, she actually dared to shoot. Doesn't she care about his life? Yan Wugue's body was taut and rigid as he looked at Xia Wanning dead in the face. Xia Wanning shoved the gun in his hand and patted his face in passing. Her tone contemptuous, too tender son. Practice again. Yui wrinkled her eyebrows and silently felt her way into the room, rummaging around inside the toy box in various ways. She felt like her aunt and mom and uncles were being overpowered by this woman, so she has to turn the tables once and for all, and she has to avenge Zishi's mom. Yan Lai had an idea, and decided to lock the blah blah magic fairy wand. There were also lights flashing very coolly inside. She narrowed her eyes. That's it. Outside the room, Xia Wanning was still sitting smugly on the sofa, scanning the others. After so many years of not seeing each other, is this the attitude you guys use to welcome me? But then again, I don't need you guys to welcome me. After all, I'm here to see where I'm coming from. I'm taking this child no matter what, and it doesn't count if any of you say so. And what's more, this child isn't capable of fighting me. As soon as the words fell, Shen Anha suddenly misplaced his gaze and looked behind Xia Wanning. Yan Wei Yang's eyes widened slightly as well. The Yan brothers were even more surprised and raised their eyebrows, as if they had seen something. Xia Lianning was a bit confused and turned around, just to see Yan Lai leap up and raise the magic fairy wand to aim a hard blow at her head. Blah 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 energy. Ming La Wu. Headbutt. Xia Wanning? Chapter 173, you guys are really bad. Xia Wanning couldn't dodge. Her head was heavy. Yan Lai hit her directly on the head with a stick. Xia Lianning's forehead suddenly had warmth surging down. Pain sharp leaps throughout the brain. Ridiculous look to Yan Lai. Yan Lai, dressed in a white nightgown, her inked hair tied in a low ponytail with two bows on top, looked at her unafraid, holding a blood-stained magic fairy wand. You bad man. You bullied Mommy Wei Yang, and you bullied my mommy, and I'm going to destroy you on behalf of love and justice. Xia Lianning covered her head and was dumbfounded. How dare the district mongrels hit me? Yi pinched her waist with both hands and was furious. I don't just dare to hit you, I also dare to bite you. She pounced straight away like a little wolf dog. Xia Wanning screamed miserably and tried to push her away, but she was bitten in the tiger's mouth by Yi. Intentional tightened his grip and died without letting go of his mouth. She remembers this woman. Remember mom was always in pain because of her. The woman never even complimented her mom once. She avenged her mom's death. Xia Lanning screamed in pain. Calmness instantly collapsed, panicked and pushed away Yan Lai. She even had bite marks on her tiger's mouth. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Xia Wanning was struck by lightning, covering her bitten hand and yelling in panic, quickly, quickly take me to get a rabies vaccine. The bodyguards returned to their senses and hurriedly moved to escort Xia Wanning out of the door. Yi also loudly provoked. Come again if you can. Xia Wanning didn't even return her head and panicked. A silence fell over the room. The others looked at Yi in dismay. She turned to them with her bloodied magic fairy wand in hand, puffed up over her shoulder. A few pairs of eyes facing each other. Yi blinked his eyes and gradually removed the arrogance of the party. Yi, injured the elders, is it not very bad? Ah? Yan Wei Yang was stunned, and Shinin and looked at each other face to face. The others were even more dumbfounded. Suddenly, Yan Wugue puffed and covered his stomach and collapsed on the sofa laughing out a goose call. Goose 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 goose. As soon as he opened his mouth, Yan Lingyun couldn't hold it in either, covering his mouth and laughing in a low voice. Yan Wugu learns from Xia Wanning's horrified face and covers her hands to fake cry. Quickly, Yan Lingyun gradually laughed so hard that his stomach followed with a vague pain. Even the corners of Yan Fingxing's mouth hooked if anything, and his eyes burned at Yi. Yi stood on the sofa, still holding the magic fairy wand in her hand, with a confused face. How happy are you guys? Don't you guys think I did something wrong? Yan Lingyun gave a particularly admiring thumbs up. Too good Yan Lai. Yan Lixing sat cross-legged on the ground. That one is called Balala Energy Ula when the head hits the ground. I can laugh at this joke for the rest of my life, ha 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 ha. The corners of Shinin and his mouth gradually rose. Yan Lai's guts are quite big. Unsure of what was going on, Yi hemmed and hawed along. She hit Xia Wanning and they were surprisingly not angry. How can you be so happy? Did she do something good? Yan Wei Yang also stifled a smile and went to her, cupping her face and carefully sizing her up. How do you feel? Did something happen to you after you went downstairs? Yi nodded her head and told the truth. It was Shinin and Uncle who saved me. He helped me drive away the bad guys. Otherwise I would have been captured by them. Wei Yang was slightly stunned and turned her head to look at Shinin with. Shen Anha's expression tightened and he guiltily said, Wei Yang, now that your mother has returned, I'm only afraid that she will come back to trouble you again. Go home. I'll protect you. After a pause, he looked at Yan Lai with a heavy face. As for my relationship with her, I want to start all over again, and I will double or even triple what I owe her. But please let me protect you guys first. Yan Wei Yang gradually chilled her face, looking at Yan Lai and thinking darkly, intentionally wrinkled her nose in resistance. She knew Shinan would be her father now, but she didn't want to recognize it. She gathered her courage and retorted, "Uncle, you don't have to care about me. I'm grateful to you for saving me and Mama Wei Yang, but I don't want to recognize you as my father." Shinan looked at her in dismay. "Ha? Don't want to recognize him as your father?" Nodded, her black and white eyes filled with honesty. "I don't want a dad who doesn't like me." Shinan his breathing stalled, and his face swished white. The Yen brothers' smiles faded as well, looking at her in shock. Yan Lai resisted and lowered her head, cooing, "Don't look at me as small, but you don't like me. I can see that. He just wants to work hard to earn money, study hard, pay for tuition, food, and lodging, and work hard to become a good person to repay you for your parenting." She recoiled more and more, "But doesn't need your love, or daddy's." Shin Anha sniffed. His heart seemed to fall into an endless abyss. "Yan Lai, I'm no longer going to treat you badly like I did in the past. You're my daughter now. I recognize you." He met his eyes. "But I don't want to recognize you." Shinan with. She was honest. "You like me because Mistress Undine wants you to like me. You like me because Mistress Undine doesn't forgive you. That's why you want to be nice to me. But it's not right. You can't force yourself to like another person because of one person." There was still a flicker of awe in her eyes. "I'll just get by with you guys face to face. I'll be polite and gentle with you, but forget about feelings." He gradually lowered her head. "I don't want to be a second mom." Shinan like a blow to the head. Unable to speak, Yan Lingyun came back to his senses and immediately half-kneeled in front of her and looked at her urgently. What are you talking about? You're not like your mother. You're very good." Yan Lai asked rhetorically. "Then isn't mom good?" She pointed to the pictures of Yan Zishi placed inside the living room. Mom's equestrian competitions, fencing competitions, archery competitions, many competitions all in first place. Wei Yang's mom even said that mom's athletic nerves are the best in the whole family, and that they can't be surpassed by the vast majority of people. Yan Lai looked at Yan Lingyun in a very unbalanced manner. "Mom is so good and you all can't see her. You guys are really bad." Chapter 174. Is going to leave when she grows up. Yan Lingyun's face changed slightly as he twisted his head to look at the photo of Yan Zishi's bright smile. In all the pictures of Yan Zishi, there is no one else beside her but Yan Wei Yang. Took a step back with resentment. "If you can't do it to like my mom, you can't do it to like me. And how can it be my dad when there's bad blood between Yin and his uncle and his mom? And he can't forgive his mom for the rest of his life?" A childish voice speaks naked words. Shinan and the tip of his heart felt like it had been stabbed. Inexplicably unable to catch his breath, Yan Lingyun looked at her with incomparable absurdity. "Then Yan Lai, you're just going through the motions with us?" Yan Wugui was also stunned. "You saved me, but you're just going through the motions?" He pursed her lips and shook her head. "I don't know, but I do know that in the future, when I grow up, I'll leave this place. I want to have my own home. I don't need you guys to like me. It's too hard to ask for your likes. It'll kill me." They all sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Yan Wei Yang in confusion. "You didn't teach this, did you?" Yan Wei Yang smiled weakly. "I just told her the truth." "Yan Wu." Yan Lingyun couldn't believe it and grabbed Yan Lai's shoulder. I'm true to you. I treat you like my own daughter. How can you say that my like will die?" Yan Lai's black and white eyes looked at him. Doesn't believe it. Yan Lingyun. Next to her, Yan Wei Yang snorted. "The first time I saw you guys get defeated." So, before the words were finished, her eyes went black and she directly collapsed into Shin Anha's arms. Shinan hugged her in dismay. "Wei Yang?" exclaimed. "Mama Wei Yang." Yan Wei Yang didn't answer and was already unconscious. Shinan did not say anything, picked her up to go, and then suddenly thought of something, turned back to look at Yan Lai. "What you just said, we'll talk about it again when we have the chance." Yan Lixing and the others wanted to follow, but they thought about Yan's intention and stayed behind. Took her short legs to chase after her, but Ling Yun directly tugged on her. "Don't go." She was particularly uneasy, but mom passed out. "I want to take care of her." Yan Lingyun looked grave. His gaze was incomparably complex. "You can't go. There will still be people who want to catch you. It's more dangerous to go somewhere else. Shin Anha is her husband. With him taking care of her, Mother Wei Yang will be fine. Don't worry." It was then that he was spoken to and shrunk back to the couch sullenly. "It's because of my presence that grandma came to arrest people, right?" Yan Lixing sneered coldly. "No, it's Xia Wanning who is sick. It has nothing to do with you." Yan Lingyun was silent with a sullen face. "He's not happy. I don't know if it's because Yan Yanji's unhappy, or because he knows that Yan Lai holds a grudge." Yan Wugui stared straight at Yan Lai, his gaze rippling as if it could swallow her up. And in the midst of this dead silence, a cool male voice opened its mouth. "Let Yan Lai let me live there." Everyone was startled and looked to the source of the sound. Yan Fengsheng put his hands in his pockets, wearing an extremely comfortable white loose shirt, with a silver thin-rimmed glasses, fixedly looking at Yan Lai. Suddenly thought he looked familiar, but couldn't remember who he was. This uncle was born beautifully, seemingly the face of a bodhisattva statue of cool benevolence, but the pupils of his eyes flashed with a cold light. Now that Xia Wanning has returned, if you don't want this child to become an experiment, arrange a place for her to go. Didn't quite understand. Is grandma trying to turn me into an experimental superhero? The four men darkened in unison. Yan Wugu grinned and looked at her like an imp. No, she will only drive you crazy, just like me. Saying that, he got up and sat on the edge of the sofa, looking at her in a gangly manner. You just said that you're not sincere with me. Is that true? Yan Lai was puzzled. Yeah, after all, you guys were the ones who told me not to get attached to you guys. I'll move out when I'm old enough. I'm very obedient. Yan Wugue laughed absurdly. Then is it okay for me to regret it? She was insistent. No. Yan Wugue was stunned. His eyes flooded with a kind of complex emotions like sadness and anger. Holding her small hand, Uncle has already treated you as my own daughter. I'm very sincere to you. Forgive me, okay? He looked at him frankly. But I don't need your heart. Yan Wugue, what did you say? Yan Lingyun held him back and rebuked. What are you doing? Having a seizure in front of a child? Yan Wugue gradually reddened his eyes and became irascible. Laozi has never had any real feelings for anyone in my ing life. Laozi is really hurting her and she doesn't even like me? I can't accept. Let her live in my house. I'm going to change her opinion. Idea. How are you going to get me there like this? Yan Wugue was even more explosive, looking at her insistently. What kind of me like this? I'm not normal? Yan Lai trembled in fear. Wei Yan's mother gave her a precaution, saying that her third uncle had been irritated as a child, and was emotionally unstable, cloudy, and would go crazy, but he won't hit anyone when he's mad, so don't be afraid. But to think that would be the reaction. Yan Li Xing, what an endless lunatic. Throw him out. Yan Wugue didn't care, had to go and grab her. Yan Lai, you come home with me. Hurry up and go home with me. Yan Lingyun, who had stopped him, couldn't hold back and punched him. Do you want to push her further and further away? You maniac. Yan Wugue was tipped over and fell to the ground, suddenly coming to his senses and looking at Yan Lai in fear. He nestled on the couch and looked at him like he was a monster. His pupils plummeted and his voice trembled. He is out of control, is he? But right at this moment, Yan Fengsheng suddenly moved and took her hand to directly lead her away. I'm taking her home. You guys take care of Yan Wugo. Followed him with a confused face. Uncle, I don't know you yet. Yan Fengsheng walked without looking back. Yan Fengsheng, your second uncle. There's no benefit to continuing to stay. Follow me first. Was stunned and looked back behind her. Yan Wugu sat on the ground and looked at her blankly, inexplicably a little pitiful, like an abandoned era. She wrinkled her brow and turned her head with mixed emotions without another word. Yan Wugo's eyes were lifeless as he watched her fade away. I haven't loved a child with all my heart yet. I thought she was sincere with me, but it turns out it was all hypocrisy. Yan Lingyun's face was ironic. How sincere? We indirectly killed Yan Zishi and treated her poorly at first. This child is like a human spirit. Leaving is inevitable. Yan Li Xing by the side rolled his eyes. I say, can you guys not wait here for your master to come back like abandoned dogs? That's just a kid. Do you guys believe what she says? You'll forget it when you grow up. The two of them looked at him with eyes like knives. Yanks come from a different place. Shut up if you don't understand. He shuddered. No problem, brother. Chapter 175. Is your great benefactor. Don't thank me. Yan Lai followed Yan Fengsheng to the car. Yan Fengsheng expressionlessly fastened her seatbelt for her. You can't be with Yan Wei Yan for the time being. She's not in good health and has no way to protect you. So from today onwards, the two of us will be living together. And what you eat and use and what you need can be listed in a list for me. Or recordings can be made to talk to me. Understood. But she couldn't hide her loss. Just needs a room. Yan Fengsheng looked at her askance. The little girl sits in her car seat like a downcast rabbit. He wrinkled his brow and dialed a number. It's me. I need toys, bedding supplies, food, everything a little girl between the ages of 4 and 6 would like to have delivered to my home. Delivered to my home before I get off work at 6 o'clock. I want to see a change in my home. And then hung up. Yan Lai looked at him in dismay. Yan Fengsheng looked indifferent. Living in my house won't be a loss for you. There's no need to put on such a disappointed expression. Idea. She's disappointed because, well, she just wanted to live with Mizuno's mom. In a flash, they arrived in front of a townhouse. Yan Fengsheng led her through the door. Yi's eyes lit up. Yan Fengsheng's home is very large, with 2 floors, white and gray decoration style, extremely technological, no unnecessary decorations in the room, not even photos. A faint cold scent filled the air inside. It's the smell on Yan Fengsheng. She hurriedly took off her shoes and obediently followed behind Yan Fengsheng. Yan Fengsheng's language was concise, casually pointing around. Everything you can use. Come to my place just like Yan Weiyan's house, but you have to knock when you enter my room. And you can't barge into my room without authorization. Understand? Yi nodded and looked at him helpfully. Understood, but Yi's a little hungry. Yan Fengsheng looked at the time and vetoed. No, it's too late. Eating at your age will upset your stomach. She argued reasonably, but Yi is already hungry to the point of having an upset stomach. Yan Fengsheng, then whatever. With that, he stepped away, leaving her in the living room. Yi was still confused. This second uncle felt thunderous, with few things to do and few words to say, but not to spite her. Usually an uncle who just met her has to give her a hard time. She rubbed her hungry stomach and went to the kitchen to rummage for something and found a packet of instant noodles. There are also small pots and induction cookers designed to cook instant noodles. Ha! Yan Lai quickly stepped on a small bench and went up to the stage to cook the food. Yan Fengsheng came to sit in the study and wearily removed his eyes and closed them. The cell phone suddenly rang. When he opened it, it was a message from Yan Wu-gue. This child seems to like bedtime stories. I'll go to your house and read her a story. I just bought a bunch of storybooks. Him, crawling. Yan Wu-gue? Yan Lingyun sent him a message at the same time. Second brother. Thank you for taking care of Yi. This child is very obedient and won't cause you any trouble. I will send her uniform and clothes over first thing in the morning. And I will also be busy with all my travels as soon as possible to come and stay with her. So I won't have to trouble you then. Red dots also popped up on Yan Lixing's chat box. Brother. Whoever gets emotional first loses. This kid is cute. But you can't fall. Don't be like Yan Wu-gue. This guy is now hugging a bunch of storybooks and drinking. How is that possible? But before he could wait for an answer, Yan Lixing acted as if he had a heart-to-heart with him. Don't think it's impossible. I think this kid is a bit evil. He can take down all of Yan Wu-gue. And the two of us are the last hope of our Yin family that hasn't been raided. Neuropathy. It's just a kid. How charming can it be? Yan Fengsheng grumpily tossed the phone aside and pinched the bridge of his nose. He hadn't wanted to come back with Yan Lai, but Xia Evening Ning is the only one who can stop it. Yan Lixing and Yan Wu-gue had one shivering and the other having a seizure whenever they saw that woman. Yan Lingyun was able to deal with it calmly, but he was an entertainer who flew around every day and had no way to control the whole situation. Only him. Even if he didn't have much affection for Yan Lai, he absolutely couldn't let Xia Wanning have her way. Yan Fengsheng leaned against the sofa, and in his drowsiness, he had a dream. He came into a hallway that was clean and surrounded by transparent rooms, wearing a white hospital gown with the number 2 embroidered on his chest. To the left and right of the corridor are transparent rooms. The room was also full of his acquaintances. The teenage Yan Lingyun was cowering in the corner with a broken spirit as ghostly scream after ghostly scream came from the room. Stop scaring me. I was wrong. I'm really wrong. I'll behave properly again. Don't punish me anymore. He looked to the other side. Yan Wu-gue hit the glass in a frenzy. Xia Wanning, you lunatic. I trusted you so much and you did this to me. I'm your son. Let me out. The researcher at the door pushed up his glasses. Subject 3 is once again experiencing a cranky reaction. Prepare to inject a tranquilizer. As he continued on, he saw the young Yan Lixing crying and shaking his head in the lab at the diagonal corner. I don't want to do the questions anymore. I really don't want to do the questions anymore. I'm so scared. I want my mommy. Mom? Yan Fengsheng looked woodenly at the woman beside him. Xia Wanning expressionlessly led him inside the transparent laboratory. The transparent glass door gradually closed. He looked at the 10 Rubik's cubes in front of him. Xia Wanning's voice came from the speaker. Experiment no. 2. Please unravel the 10 Rubik's cubes within 3 minutes. Return all 10 Rubik's cubes to their original position. And memorize the initial shape of the 10 Rubik's cubes. And screw back to the initial version after returning them to their original position. Failure to do so will result in a punishment. The punishment is unknown. Yan Fengsheng lay on the sofa and unconsciously raised his hand in a twisting motion of a Rubik's Cube, but his expression became more and more agonized and his breathing gradually became rapid. Knocked on the door. Second uncle. I made noodles, but I can't eat a packet. Why don't we eat together? No one answered. She pushed the door open and looked in to see Yan Fengsheng sitting on the couch, his hands still fidgeting. She wondered. Second uncle? Yan Fengsheng's movements accelerated more and more. Cold sweat even seeped out from the tip of his nose as he muttered. Faster. Faster, faster. Was stunned. Having a nightmare? She hurriedly placed the noodles on the coffee table and fanned the smell of the bubbly toward him with her small hands. Wake him up with the scent. Yan Fengsheng kept speeding up his movements when he suddenly caught a whiff of bubbly. The people in the lab looked at each other in disbelief and roared. Who's eating instant noodles in the lab? Hearing these words, Yan Fengsheng awoke with a start and subconsciously looked at Yan Lai. Great. I can go eat my share now. She's craving it. Yan Fengsheng looked at her absurdly. his chest heaving violently. You called me over? She was stunned and cocked her head. Of course it's hard to wake you up from a nightmare, is it? Yin Fengsheng was momentarily stunned, unable to speak. Is that hard? Of course it's hard. He has nightmares that can only be woken up by splashing cool water or slapping him. Otherwise he'd be stuck in a nightmare indefinitely, constantly making questions. This guy, calling him back with a serving of instant noodles? Yen Lai opinion he looked shocked, seems to have not slowed down, so he touched his head, soothing, touched the hair, scared not, touched the ear, scared for a while, alright oh. Yen Fengsheng shrunk his neck, his unease instantly replaced by shock, and the kid touched his head? He had a grim and complex expression like an overwhelmed wolf while she stroked his head. Do you realize what you're doing? Yi retracted her hand and smiled adorably. I know, Yi helped you chase away the monster and is your great benefactor, but you don't have to thank me. I'm very generous. Yo, Yan Fengsheng, Chapter 176, Yin Fengsheng, you're worse than a nightmare. Yin Fengsheng's fierce heartbeat gradually calmed down. The knot in his throat rolled and he looked askance at Yen Lai in annoyance. Are you treating me like a child? Yi frankly handed him the chopsticks, as helpless as a small adult. Uncle, Wei Yang's mom said that injured people are babies no matter how big they are, and you have nightmares that need to be soothed, so you're a baby too. It just so happens that I can't eat my noodles, so I'll give you half of it. With that, she ran out of his room on short legs. Yen Fengsheng stared back in disbelief, put on his glasses and looked at the noodles, unable to speak. Surprisingly, he was saved from his nightmare by a cup of bubbly noodles from Yanai. He leaned down to eat, but then thought of something else and picked up his bowl of bubbly and walked out of the room. Yen Lai sat at the dining room table, watching TV. The Yankees stopped by. The TV plays extremely childish and unwatchable cartoons, but the girl was scrunched up in a chair, watching TV with her legs crossed and giggling every now and then. He looked frozen. This TV, it seems to be turned on for the first time, right? After all, he had bought his own house and lived in it since he was an adult, and no one had ever lived in the house. For the first time, someone would offer to make him a snack. For the first time there was fireworks in the house. He sat down across from her. Yen Lai didn't even look at him and happily watched the TV. Does uncle like to watch Woof Woof Adventure? Yen Fengsheng didn't want to raise his head. No. She stared straight at the TV. Then we'll both line up and you can watch it after I do. Yan Fengsheng, I'm not looking. It was then that Yi looked at him squarely and grinned. That's very generous of you. Thank you for letting me have it. Yan Fengsheng, there's no thanks for that. He buried his head in the noodles and took a bite, slightly stunned. Why is this instant noodles kind of good? Not a moment later he even drank the soup and looked at her in surprise. Just the right amount of sinew. Does this kid still have chef talent? Yen Lai also ate and drank her fill, and couldn't take her eyes off the TV. You put it there. Uncle, I'll wash the dishes. With that, she stared straight at the cartoon and got out of her chair when she suddenly planted her feet towards the floor. She spilled out screaming, ouch, but in the next instant, a hand violently encircled her. Yi looked up in surprise and met the man's cold gaze. Yen Fengsheng was clearly upset. Watching TV has no soul, does it? Look again, this life cannot watch TV. Yi wrinkled her eyebrows and nuzzled her mouth. Why are you saying the same thing as Mama Wei Yang? Unchained mom doesn't like to let her watch TV either. Yen Fengsheng grunted, and took the bowl in her hand. Brush your teeth, go to the bathroom, and go to bed. Stunned, he saw him naturally walk to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Uncle too. The man seems to be cold and hot. She got out of her chair and grabbed the corner of her coat bravely. Uncle, is it okay if I want to cuddle up with a pillow and a quilt and stay in your room? I see you have a couch in your room. I can stay on the couch because there are bad people coming to get me today and I'm afraid that I won't be able to sleep in my dreams. I won't disturb you. I just want to have someone in my room. Yen Fengsheng's action of washing the dishes paused, coldly sweeping towards her. No, don't you usually live by yourself? Yen Lai lowered her eyes demoralized. This recent period of time it's been Mom Wei Yang holding me to sleep. I'm a bit used to it. I'm sorry uncle, for disturbing you. Yen Fengsheng wrinkled his eyebrows and looked at her like a little mushroom as he turned to leave. He suddenly felt a little annoyed. I know, you take the bed. I'll take the couch. Yi was overjoyed and nodded politely. Thank you uncle, but I'm a little kid and the couch is enough to sleep on. Yen Fengsheng put the bowl away, his tone indifferent. What I say is what I say. Don't refute it. He still wants to refuse, no bar. Yen Fengsheng turned his head without any good humor. Are you afraid of the homeroom teacher? She choked, a little scared and a little not scared. Yen Fengsheng, then are you afraid of the head teacher? Yen Lai nodded honestly. Fear. What about the principal? Yi instantly shivered and nodded like garlic. Fear, 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 fear. Yen Fengsheng propped his hand on the dishwashing counter and looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Yen Lai, little friend, so you're afraid of me. Why don't you listen to me? Yi was puzzled. But you're not the principal. Yan Fengsheng raised an eyebrow and fastened the top button, looking at her in a condescending manner. Take a closer look. Yi frowned and looked closely at his features, gradually revealing a strange expression. Shock, dismay, and disbelief all mixed together. She nearly broke her voice. You're actually the principal. She saw the principal only briefly, only on Mondays, and when she saw him on the road he was always accompanied by several adults. She'd never paid much attention to the principal's appearance. It only vaguely felt good-looking, long legs, tall, and a very powerful adult. But surprisingly, it's him? Yan Fengsheng admired her crumpled expression and a hint of pleasure climbed under his eyes. Yes, I am the principal. Yi suddenly deflated her mouth and wanted to cry. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had said so, I wouldn't have come to your house. Yan Fengsheng was stunned as his pleasure gradually tightened. Why did you want me to say it earlier? You're worse than a nightmare. Yan Fengsheng. Inside Mission City Hospital. Xia Wanning sat in the hospital corridor with a grim expression on her face, feeling the gusts of pain coming from her injuries. She was annoyed. Are my men back yet? The bodyguard's tone was difficult. Mr. Yan Wugue forced them to resign. They won't be coming back. Xia Lianning was stunned and laughed out. It seems that I'm really old. They dare to disobey me to this extent for a child. But she was not in a hurry. You now go and talk to the people in the laboratory. Find me that favorite of those experimental subjects. Let them enroll in Lan City. Do a comparison. For the time being, do not have to catch Yen come to the intention. The bouncer didn't quite understand. Can you be as detailed as possible and I'll paraphrase? Xia Lanning slowly said. You go to my Zishi experiment project team, take a few children, and place them in Yen Lai's, Shen Xiuyan's, Shen Zeno's, and Shen Jingji's classes, and if they can be on par with them or surpass them, this project will be a success. The bodyguard nodded. Okay, I'll pass it on. Xia Wanning stood by the window, looking out at the night view. She studies intellectual development in children, mainly to give them more possibilities for development. For example, overachieving, spatially extended thinking, and so on. At first, she couldn't find anyone suitable, and parents who fit the criteria didn't want their children to be experiments, so she had to have them herself. Every year during the winter and summer vacations, Yan Lingyun and the others would be sent by her to the lab to do research and develop their brains. Within a few years, she gave birth to Yan Zishi, who was of average intelligence. Yan Zishi's IQ didn't qualify her to enter the lab, so she treated her directly with herding. But she found that Yan Zishi was interesting. She seemed to be fighting tooth and nail to please her and make everyone in the family see her. So when her older siblings were being sent to the lab to be studied, she told Yan Zishi that her older siblings were traveling without her. If you want to travel together, then you have to study hard. Yan Zishi was convinced. Though later, when Yan Weiyang truthfully tells her that they were being studied, not some kind of tour, Yan Zishi half believes her and comes back to question her. She then took out the synthesized photos and videos to show Yan Zishi. Your brother and sister lied to you. They're just looking down on you. Chapter 177. See you later, little friend. At that time, Yan Zishi face pale, only to feel that her brother and sister are lying to her. And gradually with a few older siblings more and more disconnect. Quarrels from time to time are staged in the family. Yan Wugue was the first one who couldn't stand it and broke out into an argument. Yan Zishi, you're such a dumbass. You even believe this? I'm your own brother. Can I lie to you? There's no way we can get to the lab to take your picture. Yan Zishi was not willing to show weakness. Yes, I am stupid, but the video photos in front of me, I'm blind I can't see it? You guys just frankly said ostracize me, what's wrong? You have to be so hypocritical, right? Yan Lixing's eyes red with anger. Right, we just despise you. Okay, you're so stupid. It's your fault that you can't get into the lab. She was watching from the shadows. Yan Zishi is successfully provoked and drifts away from the other siblings, but the person becomes more and more uptight. That's what she wants. Although she had never been in her lab, she had always been her subject. But Yan Zishi ended up going crooked. It's a consequence of her overstimulation, but she had the experience of failure. And now named after Yan Zishi, she had researched many children similar to her in a bid to complete her experiments. We'll see how the experiment turns out after tomorrow. Early the next morning, Yan Lai rubbed his eyes and walked downstairs. Yan Fengsheng was cooking inside the kitchen and turned around to look at her when he heard the sound. Still a little out of sorts, she looked into the living room. There were iron school uniforms on the living room and lots of cute hair clips. She surprised her by running over to the uniforms. Did you bring the uniforms? Yan Fengsheng was a bit tired. Yan Wugue brought it over. I'll iron it for you. He gets up in the morning, runs home, irons the baby's clothes, makes breakfast, and stops by to check on her health. It's exhausting. What a child to raise. So annoying. The bottom of Yan Fengsheng's eyes flashed with hostility. Putting breakfast on the table. Your Wei young mother has gotten better. but she needs to recuperate during this period of time. In the morning I called you and you were still sleeping. I answered it for you. She said that she would call back when she had time, and told you to listen to me. Intent nodded at his words and began to eat. Yan Fengsheng sat across from her, his gaze falling on her if anything. Last night, when he closed his eyes and had a nightmare, he could smell a bubbly odor. He woke up with a start at the smell of this bubbly, then went back to sleep, but surprisingly didn't have nightmares for the rest of the night. It's just that in the dream he's eating instant noodles. Still with Yin Lai, he rarely dreams so easily anymore. Is it because of this child? Yan Fengsheng gazed deeply at her. Felt his gaze and her movements became more and more tense. She's been a little afraid of Yan Fengsheng ever since she found out that he's the principal. Yan Fengsheng also noticed. Why are you so afraid of the principal? She shivered and slurred through her sausage. The teacher said that if we didn't behave, the principal would take us away and not let us go to school, and he would kick us out of school. Yan Fengsheng, what is he? Is he the big bad wolf? He was a little ridiculous. Even if I would kick someone out, I wouldn't kick you out. Froze. Why? Because I can backflip myself and run? Yan Fengsheng is not. He put down his coffee cup and had the presence of mind to break it up with her. Look, I ironed your school uniform. I made your breakfast, and I'm the one who's going to walk you to school later. So what does that express, do you think? Thought especially hard. The principal is the big bad wolf, but the big bad wolf doesn't mean to eat me. Yan Fengsheng? He breathlessly hugged his arms. It means that the big bad wolf that could have taken you is now taking care of you, and is even going to brush your hair and put it in pigtails later. And what big bad wolf have you ever seen that would braid a child's hair? Apparently the big bad wolf has a special case for you. Had an idea. Wants a high double ponytail with 2 bows today. Yan Fengsheng. Got it. Yan Lai. So mean. Isn't this still the big bad wolf? Her elevated favor disappeared instantly. Yan Fengsheng regained his composure, feeling that she was upset, and his heart wasn't particularly smooth. Thinking that his heart was as quiet as water, he didn't get angry easily, but this kid talking so shafted really made him a little angry. Where's the usual smarts? He made a random topic of conversation. Your class will be transferring 2 kids today, and one of them is coming for you. Moved. Surprised. At me? Yan Fengsheng didn't have a good mood. Well, her parents and herself demanded that when the classes were divided, she had to be grouped with you, regardless of her grades, and could only be with you, or perhaps be a fan of yours. Yan Lai was thoughtful. She has fans too? She diverted her attention and thought of something. Uncle, we'll have a craft class at school today. Why don't I make you something? When Yan Fengsheng heard this, he silently picked up his cell phone to look at the school group. First grade director, it's the overflow class's turn to do a craft session today, and the director of instruction and I will both be there to see what these kids can do with their hands. He glanced toward the absent intention. Picked up the grilled sausage and giggled at him. When the time comes, I'll make a good work for you. Thank you for making such delicious grilled sausage, and thank you for combing my double ponytail. His heart fluttered, and he sent a message over. Pretending not to care, I'm going to the overflow class today to listen to the crafts class. First year director? The other party withdrew a message. First year director, okay. After saying this, the director sent a message to the homeroom teacher of the overflow class at a rapid pace. The principal wants to listen to your class's handicraft lesson today. Teacher Lu, I was counting on this craft class to be relaxing and easy today. How come the principal is coming? Tongqing Academy is a private, aristocratic, bilingual school in which the principal, Yan Fengsheng, owns 80% of the shares. The rest of the loose shares are Yankee brothers. Yan Fengsheng is the big boss. Tongqing College has high welfare and high salary, but relatively, Yan Fengsheng also has high requirements, and is particularly strict with teachers, and all the teachers are particularly afraid of his lectures. Plus the man's aura was just too much, and he scared people just by sitting there. Everyone rumors that the handkerchief the vice principal carries in his pocket every day is used to wipe away cold sweat. How could he come here? Hasn't his range of activities always been in middle school and high school? How come? On the other hand, Yan Fengsheng parked his car at the entrance of the elementary school department and instructed Yan Lai, don't tell anyone about you living in my house, like an amnesty. Jumps out of the car and strides away. Yan Fengsheng called out to her. Wait. She turned around with a wary look on her face. Anything else, principal? Yan Fengsheng tone cold. Eat lunch, remember to take pictures. Vegetables and fruits have to eat. Do not eat fried. If let me know you eat fried food, tonight you will not be allowed to watch the Wolf Team adventure. Yan Lai immediately revealed an expression of heavenly collapse, and eagerly spoke back. Then you should not appear in front of today. Does not want to see you today. Yan Fengsheng? The boy was really spoiled by Wei Yang. At first they all cowered at the sight of them and were afraid to speak. Now you have the nerve to talk back. But he wasn't angry. His hands propped up on the steering wheel, seemingly smiling. That's really embarrassing to absent the intention. I'm your uncle and your principal. We'll meet again today, and for 7 consecutive days. Yan Lai. Yan Fansheng raised the window with a fake smile. See you later, Yan Lai kid. Chapter 178. I don't care what the principal likes. Yan Lai stood absurdly still, like a little diced carrot, dumbfounded as he watched Yan Fengsheng drive away. Yan Fengsheng glanced into the rearview mirror, saw her expression, and poofed. In the doorway commiserated back. She was beginning to hate the uncle, especially annoying. She carried her bag and puffed back to the classroom. The front desk small fat surprised to look at her hair. Yan Lai, how do you double ponytail a high and a low? As if the long crooked horns of the bull was listless. My uncle combed it for me for half an hour. He said it's called jagged beauty. The corners of little Fatty's mouth twitched, a bit speechless. It couldn't be an excuse that your uncle doesn't know how to comb his hair, could it? Yan Lai sighed sadly. I don't know. All I know is that I can't eat French fries for lunch because I have to take a picture of them to show my uncle. And he said that if I ate them fried, he wouldn't let me watch Woof Woof's Big Adventure at night. Little Fatty didn't think so. Then you can watch Bears and Ultraman. Do you have to watch Woof Team Adventure? Yan Lai was enlightened. Right. Why didn't she think of that? What a brilliant way to do it. Just as he was thinking, Mr. Lu walked into the classroom and clapped his hands to signal for silence. Quiet everyone. There are 2 transfer students coming to our school today. Please come and get to know them. Looked over cheerfully and disliked Fatty. My uncle said that a transfer student is a fan of mine today. Fatty looked toward the door. Seriously? Are you that famous? It must be true. Her uncle is the principal. Probed excitedly and saw 2 girls in school uniforms slowly walk in. One wore her hair cute and short, was very petite, and her eyes fluttered under her bangs, petulant and adorable. The other girl was extremely pale in complexion, taller than either of them, with narrow features, very thin-skinned looks, and just plain bad-tempered by the looks of it. The 2 of them have a style that is a world apart. Fatty looked to Yan Kai. You'd better pray it's the short-haired little sister coming at you, or the other one. I think she's here to stab you. Knocked him on the head. Don't say that. The short-haired girl stepped forward and said sweetly, hello everyone, my name is Lin Lucy. I'm 5 years old this year. Pisces, my hobbies are chasing stars, watching TV shows and variety shows, watching anime, and my least favorite thing is studying, so I hope that you all will teach me more in the future. After saying that, Lin Lucy's gaze turned around the classroom and suddenly locked onto Intentional was flabbergasted by her look. Lin Luxi glanced away in silence. The second girl stepped forward and said without skipping a beat, hello everyone, my name is He Jianing. I transferred from the 1st grade of the Slim School in M. I excelled there. I was the first in my yearly department and topped the list for several years. I hope we can help each other in our studies. Thank you. The kids looked at each other in disbelief and applauded sparingly. Was still confused and met He Jianing's gaze toward her again, but it was only for a moment, and He Jianing looked away. She was suddenly at a loss. These 2 kids, none of them look like she's a fan. Uncle Yan Fengsheng really didn't have a kind word to say. She's -1 to his favor again. Teacher Lu pointed to the empty seats beside her and Fatty. Come on, you 2 each find a seat. He Jianing immediately took a step toward her. Fatty suddenly felt the killing intent. Yan Lai, you believe me, He Jianing is coming for you. She is here to assassinate you. Sat in her chair in a daze, subconsciously touching the alternate version of the Balala magic fairy wand in her desk. But the moment He Jianing walked in front of her, Lin Lucy suddenly grabbed and sat beside her. He Jianing stepped forward and frowned. I was here first. Lin Lucy inexplicably looked at her. Who said? These 2 chairs are next to each other. Who first rushed to sit down? Other places also have empty seats. Lin Jiaojiu has changed schools and now her place is empty. He Jianing's face sank, but he didn't say much and sat down next to Fatty. Fatty was shocked by her aura and shrank toward the corner, looking helpfully at and muttering in a low voice. She's not going to twist her head around to come and hit me, is she? Wrinkled her eyebrows. No way. But if she hits you, I'll sue the teacher for you. Fatty. Then thank you? She nodded gruffly. You're welcome. Fatty. Mr. Lu said. Today, we all know that today there is a manual class. The principal and the vice principal will observe. You must listen to the teacher, or else you will be arrested by the principal. Understand? I know. He Jianing hung her book bag on the chair and glanced condescendingly at Yan Lai. Yan Lai, a child like you who came out of an orphanage shouldn't be able to do handicrafts, right? Was stunned, wrinkling her eyebrows and tilting her head. What's it to you? He Jianing grimaced. If you make an ugly piece, it will pull down our class average. Where does it come from? What's a grade point average? She didn't understand. Isn't it better to just do what you like? He Jianing sneered. The principal is here. Aren't you ashamed to do what you like? You should do what the principal likes. Was cold. I don't care what he likes. Hecka none. You better be. She turned away and said no more. Little Fatty was so scared by her that he didn't even dare to move. Lin Lucy snorted coldly and looked at Yen Lai. Don't pay attention to her. This kind of person is an ass kisser. If there's a principal, she'll slap the principal. If there's a teacher, she'll slap the teacher. There's not enough for her to curry favor with. Nodded. Looking longingly at He Jianning's back, she felt that He Jianning was coming for her, but not a fan. Absolutely hated her. In a flash, craft class arrived. There is a special classroom for crafts, with groups of 6. Yen Lai had mixed well after the 4 morning classes and the camaraderie of holding hands with Lin Lucy to go to the restroom. Fatty was also getting better with them, talking about cartoons while the bell was still ringing. Hekinen sat beside them and glanced at the message on his watch phone. Looking forward to your results today. Her eyes fluttered. She was transferred here because Grandma Xia Lianning asked her to come and do a match with her against Yen Lai. As long as it's something she can outlast the Yanai meaning, she can make a request once over. So today, what Yen Lai meant to do, she destroyed. As long as it's something that destroys her, she'll be able to get first place straight away and still make Yen Lai cry. And outside of this classroom, Yen Fengsheng looked through the window at the gossiping Yen Lai. She was laughing so heartlessly that she could feel her happiness through the glass. He looked to the man following behind him. 2 transfers today. One of them is coming for Yen Lai, right? The first-year director nodded extremely attentively. Yes, that kid's name is Lin Lucy, and I heard that he likes her so much that he specially flew over from F country to be friends with her. He nodded, then looked at Hekinen. What about this one? A transfer student, but Mrs. Shea recommended him. A makeable talent who loves to learn. Xia Wanning? His expression grew darker and darker as he stared at He Jianning without letting go. Inside the classroom, He Jianning how to look at Yen Lai is not good, rolled his eyes and skimmed his head, muttering silently, what a stupid thing. Yen Fengsheng's face swished and sank. Is this her way of saying no? Good, then he's on to her. Chapter 179, Yen Fengsheng is Yen Lai's fan. Craft classes will begin soon. Yen Lai and the 3 people closest to him sat behind a large table. Lin Lucy is beside her, and the fat little He Jianning is across from her. She waited obediently, looking back at Yen Fengsheng. Yen Fengsheng wore silver wire glasses, his skin pale and bloodless, sitting lazily on the last row of chairs, his slender legs folded, his notes in his hands, looking at her expressionlessly, like humanoid vampires. She silently withdrew her gaze and winced. I get chills every time I think she has an uncle who is a principal. Yen Fengsheng narrowed his eyes with interest. He suddenly realized that the Yen Lai who dared to shoot and save lives, ride tigers and bite and beat people seemed to be afraid of him as a principal. He seemed like he could be the boy's only scruple. Yen Lingyun's eyes grew deeper. Felt as if she was on the edge of her seat. The little book this uncle held in his hand must have been to keep track of her lessons. Mama Undine will definitely know the details. As much as Mayan's mom was kind and spoiled her, I'm sure she was also very strict with her in some ways. She had to study hard and try to get today's high score so that Uncle Yen Fengsheng wouldn't speak ill of her. Teacher Lu said, today is a handmade class. Students have received colored paper and materials. After class done, things will be put in the corridor up for the teacher students to see. By the teacher voted for the most works can get a small star, counting the full 100 points. So please be sure to work hard. Oh, Intentional replied with her classmates. Good. The teacher clapped her hands. Then the craft class officially begins. Please unfold your mind. Let your imagination fly, and make whatever you want to make. A total of 30 minutes of time. The last 10 minutes the teacher will help you to accept the results. You can discuss in a low voice. No loud noise is prohibited. And be careful not to be hurt by the clippers. Although they are all safe handmade clippings, but all the children are not allowed to put their hands into the clippers. And they are not allowed to take the clippers and hurt the other children, or else they will be kicked out of the school. Understand? Got it. He Jianning picked up the clippers and scrutinized this paper-cutting safety scissors, sarcastically hooking up the corner of his mouth. This kind of small clippers are made for idiots who still can't control their hands well, to avoid that certain children coming out of the orphanage will hurt others. There was a lurch in Yi's movements as she reached for the cane. Lin Lucy frowned. He Jianning, you know that Yi came out of an orphanage. Why do you keep saying that? Are you bullying people? He Jianning put down the scissors and said frankly, it's not bullying. I just think that those who come out of the orphanage may do bad things. Yen Lai didn't deny it, expressionlessly picking up the scissors. You guessed it. When I used to take handicraft classes at the orphanage, everyone spelled scissors, and we wouldn't stop until we saw other children bleeding or other children crying. Hekinen? Lin Lushi? That cool? Fatty winced. No wonder you looked like a black magic fairy on your first day of school. He Jianning pretended to be condescending. Not surprising. This is after all, from the orphanage inside out of the child. To do this kind of thing does not let a person feel surprised. After all, there is no father in mother tube is this way. Clipped the air with her clippers. But I was just teasing you. And you really believed it? Hekanen? Yen Lai's face was expressionless, milky and mocking. I realized that you like to look at people with prejudice. Ah, don't you have the slightest ability to distinguish between right and wrong? No way? He Jianing was stunned and looked to the side. Lin Luoxi and Fatty were both hiding their lips and snickering. Her face gradually swelled red into a small tomato, and she clenched the clippers and retorted. How dare you say that I can't distinguish between right and wrong? Yui nodded. Yes, because you believed my lies. Dumbass. He Jianing opened his mouth to retort. Cut her off directly. You may be hating my orphan origins, but since you have a father and a mother, a better upbringing, and are still the reigning champion of the school, shouldn't you behave a little better? Did your mom and dad teach you to be so obnoxious? Can you get an S card on your mom and dad's side if you're like this? Hekanen. Lin Lucy, oh yo, is very good at talking Big stars are different. Fatty's smile blossomed. What I don't understand, but it feels a bit of a relief. He Jianing's eyes glazed over, too angry by them to say a word. Yen Lai directly lowered her head and stopped paying attention to her. Yen Fengsheng reclined in his chair, his eyes gleaming. Just now, he wanted to speak for Yen Lai, but this child had surprisingly inherited Yen Zishi's eloquent tongue. After all, originally when Yen Zishi was in school, he had never lost a fight with anyone. On the other side, He Jianing finally reacted. I'll get first place anyway. Don't be complacent. Focuses on drawing the template and perfunctorily says, well, that's awesome. Hekanen. She grew more and more furious, moving her hands with such force that they crackled unheard. Yen Lai completely ignored her. She didn't care if people liked her or not. She'd gotten used to being isolated from everyone a long time ago anyway. She just wanted to do her crafts properly to avoid being snitched at by Uncle Yen Fengsheng. Once upon a time she always helped her aunt to make rabbit lamps during the Mid-Autumn Festival at the orphanage for 2 years, and she helped to make more than 10 of them every year. She is confident that she can look her best. But a gift for Uncle Yen Fengsheng is not necessarily the same. He Jianing was ready to draw the drawings when he suddenly glanced at Yen Lai, who was serious about getting his hands dirty. I wonder what kind of ugly stuff she's making, but in case of copying her, it's not good. She raised her hand decisively. Teacher, I want to change my seat. The light is bad over here. Mr. Lu didn't want to cause trouble. Then carry a chair to the front seat yourself. He Jianing moved decisively and with gusto. She's going to make a nice little floral umbrella, but who knows if the orphans will copy it. When Yen Fengsheng saw that the two of them had separated, he put his heart down slightly and continued to look at Yen Lai. Yi's hands are clumsy, but what she makes is very dexterous. She pulls out the shape of a bunny with bamboo strips, blues on rice paper, draws the bunny's eyes, and then makes a full moon out of the bamboo strips, placing the bunny inside the full moon to beautify the shape. It was also covered in white feathers. It didn't take long for the fairy bunny lights to be ready. Lin Lucy's eyes were glowing. What a beautiful rabbit. Can I borrow it? I want to make the exact same one. She readily agreed and offered. Can help you make a skeleton yet. Do you want it? Lin Lucy smiled sweetly. No, I'll learn how to make it myself. I want to give it to my mom. Yen Fengsheng saw this and looked at his wristwatch. In 15 minutes, Yen Lai made a rabbit lamp, and it's like a moon-type ring bunny light. He licked the corner of his mouth and stared at her with increasing curiosity. It seems that the closer you get, the more you realize that this child is like a treasure with an endless supply of talent to turn over. The passing teacher Lu anxiously cast a glance towards Yen Fengsheng, particularly nervous. She was so afraid that she would not perform well. But why had the principal's eyes not fallen on her from the beginning, but had been fixed on Yen Lai? He wouldn't be a fan of Yen Lai, would he? Teacher Lu walked silently to Yen Lai's side, slightly blocking the line of sight between the two. As expected, Yen Fengsheng wrinkled his brow, which made him look at her squarely. She instantly floated past Yen Lai with the wind at her feet. The reason the principal listens is because he's here to follow the stars. He likes to be absent-minded. Chapter 180, Yi's work was made for the principal. On the other hand, Intention is too focused on being a villain to care about the details around him. She wanted to be a Yan Fengsheng villain and give him as a gift. He Jianing at the next table made small flower umbrellas that could be opened and closed, and looked at her with raised eyebrows. She's doodling. It seems to be piecing together a particularly ugly little person. He Jianing snickered. That's not a child prodigy. Isn't that an idiot? And Yan Fengsheng was off to the side, staring intently at Yi's handiwork. A man in a graffiti black suit with glasses. It seems to be him. It didn't take long for the time to come. Lin Lucy finally made a rabbit lamp in style and handed it to Yi. Yi didn't mince words and complimented. You're a fast learner. Lin Lucy shrugged and smiled a silly smile. It's you who did it well. She didn't know how to pinch bamboo strips, but just made three-dimensional rabbit shapes out of paper shells, which was no match for Yen Lai's, but it was a success. She looked over at the handiwork in Yi's hands. Why did you make more again? Yi nodded. This little man was a gift for my uncle. When she finished speaking, she turned back to Yin Fengsheng, who was sitting diagonally across from her. Yin Fengsheng did not move and looked at her askance, reserved and elegant, and did not speak. The teacher clapped her hands. Time's up, kids. You can walk around on your own and look at what your classmates have made before adding your own inspiration to see if any changes are needed. The children got up and looked at the others' work with curiosity. He Jianing took advantage of the chaos to walk over to Yan Lai's side. Oops, I seem to have left something here just now. I want to look for it. Yan Lai didn't say anything, just put the finished Yin Fengsheng on the table and ignored her. He Jianing walked up to her as if he had no intention of doing so. This ugly little man is ugly as hell, like trashy humanoid toys. She swept it to the ground with a feigned lack of intention and stomped on it. Yan Lai instantly reflexively pushed He Jianing away. What are you doing? He Jianing was caught off guard and fell to the ground on her, but her eyes abruptly red as she cried and asked back, "What are you doing? How dare you push me? You're too bad of a kid." Ignoring her, eagerly picked up Yin Fengsheng on the floor. Heads are stomped on. She sharply reddened her eyes. He Jianing, you did it on purpose. Teacher Lu's heart jumped and he quickly walked in front of them to stop them. What's all the noise about? Won't you call the teacher if something happens? He Jianing quickly got up from the ground and pointed at and complained evilly. Teacher, she suddenly pushed me. Kids from her orphanage are just so uneducated. She tried to bully me. Yin Fengsheng's eyelids jumped, and a cold color rolled up steeply under his eyes. An orphanage in one bite. The boy was afraid that he had turned here because he understood the background of Yan Lai's intentions. Didn't mind her wording and held up her handmade work in immense aggravation and anger. Teacher, it wasn't my fault. She deliberately pushed my work to the ground and stepped on it with her foot. She showed the teacher the Yin Fengsheng. Look, a good human head has been stomped into a fish head. How can I give it away? I've been working on it for a long time. The rabbit light she has become so adept at, she doesn't even have to use her brain. But the villain was her elaborate design. She made his clothes and painted the school's logo on them. As soon as the vice principal saw the two children arguing, he was afraid that Yin Fengsheng would be upset and put on a stance to stop them. What are you doing? It's unseemly to argue in front of so many of us. But his head was also spinning at high speed, weighing the lesser of the two. Yan Lai, the new national daughter, is one of the hotter child artistes online, but the identity is unknown, the family is unknown, and no one comes to handle the enrollment process when they come in. The principal helps with that. He Jianing was different. She was Prof. Xia Wanning's person. Xia Wanning is also the birth mother of Principal Yin Fengsheng, the highs and lows of who to defend. He decisively rebuked Yan Lai. You kids are only 4 years old. Why are you so violent? How dare you push someone? Yan Fengsheng, is he blind so he can't see which one of the two Hedgeganen is the one who did it on purpose? Yin Fengsheng's eyes grew colder and colder, and he didn't speak, quietly watching them perform. Mr. Lu would have liked to help with the Yan Lai, but the vice principal had already started the war party and the principal didn't interrupt. Apparently he wasn't going to take sides with his idol. She was torn for a while, but she could only teach a lesson. Yan Lai, what did your teacher teach you about not laying hands on children? How could you push her in the first place? What if she gets hurt? Yan Lai felt aggrieved all of a sudden. Glutinous defense, it was He Jianing who hurt my villainy first. She must have done it on purpose. Why did she talk about me first? He Jianing justifiably hid between the vice principal and teacher Lu. Looking at her triumphantly, you've wronged me. I didn't do it on purpose. Yan Lai, you are. He Jianing made a face. Grrrrrr. No. Pissed off at you. Lin Lucy couldn't stand it and stood up. Teacher, Lucy can testify. I saw her sweep the little man to the ground on purpose. She couldn't touch it in the first place. She did it on purpose. The vice principal swept his cold eyes toward her. What's it to you? Did I let you speak? Sit down. Lin Lucy choked and defended. But it was originally He Jianing who did it on purpose. Why can't I be allowed to tell the truth? Nodded heavily and looked at the vice principal expectantly. Yeah, we're telling the truth. The vice principal was unmoved. Instead he looked at her sarcastically. How come? He Jianing is new. Can she lie? Was struck by lightning. Can't a newbie lie? What is the relevance of this? The vice principal indifferently negative hand. Now, I don't want to say anything else to you. The principal is also here. So many teachers are here. And the students are all watching. You made the first move. You apologize. She was unconvinced. Why should apologize first? It was He Jianing who did something wrong. She has to be the first to say sorry. And if I apologize, who apologizes with work? He Jianing laughed out loud. Ha, no. You can call something as ugly as that a work? Ah, how shameless. The vice principal even snorted. That's right. Such an ugly thing. And still works? Did you even give it a name by heart? Yan Lai was so aggravated to hear this that she wanted to cry. If it's not named, then it's not E's baby? It was glued on by one after another. Didn't do anything wrong. The vice principal rolled his eyes, not bothering to look at her. Jianing laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha. Yi's chest heaved with anger, not understanding why the principal and teachers were not turning toward her. It's clearly not her fault. She wiped her eyes and stubbornly said with tears in her eyes, "This thing, I made it is the principal. I'm giving it to him." The words fell and everyone looked at her absurdly. Chapter 181, Is the principal your uncle? Jianing even poofed and giggled out loud. Headmaster? Ha 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 ha, would the principal accept something as ugly as you? Ha 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 ha. Yan Fengxing's face darkened by inches. Not coincidentally, he'll collect. The vice principal condescended and looked at Yan Lai sarcastically. You want to give such an ugly contraption to the principal? The principal would find it unlucky to see it, and you still have the nerve to give it to him? Couldn't hold it together. Tears came to her eyes. Why can't I give it to him? The principal is my uncle. He came to make me breakfast this morning, and we both agreed that I would give him a gift. Now it's all ruined. The vice principal laughed out loud. The principal is your uncle? Don't be ridiculous. How could the headmaster dash? Suddenly, his laughter came to a screeching halt and he looked at Yan Lai with extreme absurdity. The principal is your uncle. The teachers listening to the class also looked at Yan Fengxing in shock. Mr. Lu was also startled and looked up stiffly at the man sitting right in the middle. Dressed in a simple white shirt with ink-colored suit pants, Yan Fengxing's posture was subdued, and he nodded absently as a crowd of villains stared at him. Yes, I'm her uncle. Real uncle. The vice principal, like a blow to the head, instantly froze on the spot. A sharp light flickered under Yan Fengxing's eyes. Aha! Vice principal. Teacher Lu sucked in a mouthful of cool air, the blood on his face fading. Why didn't you say this earlier? Yan Fengxing calmly gazed at them, his gaze like he could pierce them through. If I had said so earlier, I should not have seen your faces like this, right? The two of them were instantly dumbfounded. The vice principal suddenly slapped his thigh, exuberantly grabbed the work in Yan Lai's hand, and trembled as he praised. My, what an artistically valuable piece of work. Look at this child's artistic talent. She should be the one to get the high score. I can guarantee that all the votes will go to it. I've even come up with the name. It's called My Principal's Uncle. Jianing couldn't believe it. How can something as ugly as Yan Lai be the winner? Only my little flower umbrella can be the winner, okay? This work of hers doesn't even make it to the stage. Had already calmed down and was even angrier when she heard this, her vocal lines squeezing out from between her teeth. Who told you that this is my work? Hekanen frowned at her. As soon as she picked up the bunny lamp that was placed on Lin Lucy's table. This is my work. I just lent it to Lin Lucy. I didn't expect it. Otherwise it would have been the one that got trampled. Right. Word for word. Jianing's head rumbled. This is the work? Or is it such a nice bunny light? There were even more exclamations from the children. Wow. It's so beautiful. Looks like a rabbit lamp I've bought before. Yan Lai is so awesome. Lin Lucy ran to Jianing's seat and picked up the small flower umbrella, holding it up high. Class. Whose looks good? They spoke in unison. Absolute coming good looking. Jianing was surprised and looked to Yan Lai. Looked determined. You beta, I'm an orphan, doing bad things in the orphanage, but I often help my aunt to do handicrafts in the orphanage, and the things you make can't even beat me, because I've been doing it for 2 years. It's a mature adult. The classmates followed. Right. The small umbrella is so rustic. It's not high class at all. Aha! It's so hard to see the little floral umbrellas in pieces. The bunnies are so nice to look at, and Yan Lai's hands are so clever. The little flower umbrella and the bunny lamp compared together. The bunny lamp is the best looking one. It has feathers on it. I'll be your friend. Can you give it to me? I want it too. I want it too. Jianing is so bad. She breaks other children's things on purpose. Can the teacher punish her? Jianing's breathing gradually became rapid, more and more overwhelmed. I didn't do it on purpose. Yan Fengxing lightly picked up the conversation. The classroom has a surveillance camera, so it's easy to tell if you did it on purpose. If it's true, you intentionally destroyed someone else's work and wantonly mocked the children's origins. Such a bad character. We at Tongcheng Academy will definitely not accept you. Yan Lai grunted heavily. Right. You're of bad character. Jianing's heart thumped, and tears came to her eyes. But I really didn't do it on purpose. You can't frame me. Yan Fengxing looked at her with cold eyes. Still lying. I just saw it clearly. To be able to adjust the surveillance for you is already considered my greatest mercy to you. Yan Fengxing looked at the vice principal again. As a vice principal, not being able to distinguish between right and wrong in the first place, treating people differently because of their birthdays goes against the teacher's morals. It seems that you're not qualified enough. You're fired. The vice principal's face instantly turned green, and his lower lip trembled even more as he shook his head in panic. Don't! Yan Fengxing didn't give it a chance and swept at Mr. Lu again. You two pack up and leave. Right now. I don't want to see you again. The other teachers looked on in shock. Tongqing Academy was the #1 ranked private academy in the whole of China, and its reputation was well known. If they resign from here and look for another school at this level, the school won't even want them. They'll just have to keep downgrading and downgrading and downgrading, and their income and jobs will be a whole lot worse. Isn't that just self-destructive? Luckily they hadn't offended Yan Lai. Teacher Lu was about to cry in a hurry, trying to plead for mercy. Principal, a cold light flashed under Yan Fengxing's eyes. You're waiting for me to drive you away? She and the vice principal were startled, bowed their heads in remorse, and took another look at the absent intention. Plead for mercy. They really don't know she's the principal's niece. But Yan Lai simply didn't look at them. She didn't want to talk to someone who had wronged her. The two of them were even more anxious when they saw her evading like this. But Yan Fengxing crossed in front of Yi and blocked them with a firm gaze. Go! The two of them had nothing to do but to retreat in a state of despondency like bereaved dogs. Yan Lingyun walked straight to the podium. Now, please ask He Jianing to come forward. He Jianing trembled and faced the podium, not daring to make a sound. Yan Fengxing looked at her indifferently. As a 5-year-old, at a young age, you've already learned to hurt others with your words and demeanor. Your character is not enough. I'm going to call in your parents. He Jianing instantly reddened her eyes and retorted in defiance. Principal, it's fine if you want to call my parents, but what about Yan Lai's parents? She pushed me just now, so she can't be held responsible? I'm hurt. I'm in pain all over my body right now. Yi was named and lifted her eyes to look at Yan Fengxing, but he saw Yan Fengxing's slender hands propped up on the edge of the podium, unintentionally glancing at her, his eyes growing more determined and subdued. I'm her parent, so if you have any complaints, let your family come at me. Hekanen? Chapter 182. Do you know that paper figures are made for the dead? When the words fell, the whole room was in an uproar. The children were extremely shocked and disgusted with each other. Yan Lai's uncle is the principal. So cool. Wow. I want Uncle Principal too. I'm so jealous of her. Lin Lucy and Fatty both stared with rounded eyes. How come? The principal is actually your parent? Yan Lai was too shocked to speak and looked at Yan Fengxing on the podium. She had just blurted out that he was her uncle in a moment of haste, and regretted it a little in retrospect, because Yan Fengxing wouldn't let her say it. But, uncle is actually helping her? He Jianing felt even more aggrieved. Principal, can we not find my parents? I really know it's wrong. I'll never do it again. Yan Fengxing was indifferent. No. He Jianing's breathing stuttered. Her body trembled and she cried. So are you trying to find my parents towards Yan Lai? You just think that I bullied her, so you want to unconditionally defend her, right? Yan Lai pursed her lips nervously and looked at Yan Fengxing. The man behind the podium didn't have much of an expression, just an inky mist in the deep pupils of his eyes that seemed to climb up with displeasure. So you think you're okay with this? He Jianing nodded. I didn't do it on purpose. Yan Fengxing, you just now went to a place where you had not sat to look for something, deliberately swept away other people's work with your hand, and then lifted your foot and stepped on it. Every action is to say that it was intentional, but your mouth says that you didn't do it on purpose. Do you think that anyone will believe your poorly written lie? He Jianing was stunned and opened his mouth to speak. Yan Fengxing gave the director of instruction in the back a look, knowing the mistake and not repenting. Give He Jianing a demerit. He Jianing's pupils shrunk. Headmaster. Yan Fengxing directly ignored. He Jianing loses the qualification for selection. 0 points in manual class. All students please remember what happened to this student. Tangqing Academy does not this kind of children who do not change their mistakes and lies. If you don't want to be withdrawn from the school, don't do as you're told. The students responded. Got it. He Jianing was even more upset. Tears came out of her eyes and she looked at Yan Lai unwillingly. Yi also looked at her defiantly, pulling her lower eyelids with one hand to make a face. Lu. The strings in He Jianing's head snapped instantly and she threw her head back and bawled. Wow. You guys bullied me. He grunted and looked at Yan Fengxing. A cold color flashed under Yan Fengxing's eyes and he looked at her indifferently. She spat out her tongue and smiled. Yan Fengxing was stunned. His cold color melted away slightly and he shook his head helplessly. What a pain in the ass. After class, Yan Lai and He Jianing were brought to the principal's office. Not long after, a woman in a Chanel suit came to the principal's office in a hasty and curt manner. Hello, principal. I've heard about the matter. I'm really sorry. I didn't teach my daughter well. With her hands behind her back, Yi looked up at the delicate woman. She didn't look like He Jianing, young and temperamental, with big waves. Her appearance wasn't considered beautiful, but she also looked aristocratic. He Jianing cried uncontrollably as soon as he saw her. Mom, I really didn't mean to drop her things. It was the principal who slandered me. Keeping a decent smile on her face, the woman gritted her teeth and said, Shut up, Hekanon. He Jianing's crying came to an abrupt end. The woman turned her head to look at Yan Lai again. Her smile stagnated for a moment, and then quickly rose again. Gosh, this is the little kid that my daughter hurt today, right? Looks like a little angel, eh? Yan Lai looked at her frankly. He Jianing broke the piece I gave to my uncle, and she hasn't apologized to me yet. Hekanen? And for her to apologize? The woman was also stunned, and her smile widened. Gu, there aren't many smart and witty kids like you. Auntie apologizes to you on her behalf, okay? If you forgive her this time, she won't dare next time. Yui frowned. Why did she get the feeling she wasn't apologizing sincerely? Yan Fengsheng suddenly said, Yan Lai, go out and wait for me. Intent nodded and turned to exit the principal's office. Lin Lucy and Fatty had been waiting for a long time and immediately greeted her when they saw her. How's it going? Is he Jianing going to quit school? She shook her head. Not yet. Her mom doesn't want her to go. She shouldn't be going. Lin Lucy was greatly disappointed, but she purposely broke other people's work. How can such a person be our classmate? Fatty nodded back. That's right. She'll probably bully us again sometime. Yan Lai's face was grave, but she was also fearless. Anyway, I can do backflips, and I can also do the Balala magic fairy stick, so there's no way for he Jianing to bully me, and Wei Yan's mom will also protect me. She raised her little fist with a straight face. In short, justice will prevail. Lin Lucy and Fatty brightened up and nodded with a smile. Right, justice will prevail. Guffawed and suddenly thought. Speaking of which, classes are already in session. Are the two of you considered truants? Intentional laughed his head off before looking at the door to the principal's office. Inside, he Jianing is still crying. Yan Fengsheng was a bit annoyed by her crying, and simply pushed the information towards the woman. Your daughter just transferred here. It's just right to leave now. Take her home and educate her properly. The woman was not in a hurry to collect, sat down opposite him and smiled pleasingly. Senior, I'm Bai Miao. I used to be Wei Yan's classmate. You won't forget me, right? Yan Fengsheng was unimpressed. And then? Bai Miao pulled her broken hair behind her ear and smiled coquettishly. Since we're both old classmates and both graduated from Tongcheng High School, you can keep my daughter for old time's sake, and I can pay for it. She tried. Summer trips abroad, bonfires, luxury cruises, I can sponsor them all on my end. There was a momentary silence in the office. Yan Fengsheng folded his hands and placed them on the desktop. Unperturbed, Tongcheng Academy's programs are never short of parental sponsorship. The woman says, I'll pay for all the first-year trips for the semester. Okay? Yan Fengsheng's eyes piled up with disdain behind the silver wire rims. No. Bai Miao's expression stiffened slightly, gradually tensing up. Just because my daughter hurt Yan Lai? Yan Fengsheng didn't deny it. Bai Miao leaned on the back of the chair, looking sarcastic. Senior, I've long heard that your Yan family has an extra little baby. Many people are scrambling to spoil it. My daughter's action today hurts your family's newest emerging group favorite. You want to relieve her of her anger, right? Yan Fengsheng's expression grew more and more playful as he crossed his legs and looked at her with an air of calmness. So what if it is? The woman's smile faded. He was expressionless. Bai Miao, if he Jianing really came to study, I can give a chance, but you are here with a purpose. Turning to Tang Cheng, and your daughter must also be targeting Yan Lai under your authorization. So get out of here before I get angry, and I can treat everything as if it didn't happen, and not pursue you. Bai Miao's expression grew cold. As a principal talking like this, aren't you afraid of other repercussions? The corners of Yan Fengsheng's mouth tugged up slightly as he taunted back. Since when can an aggressor have the cheek to say such things? Bai Miao was anxious and abruptly stood up from her chair. But we were recommended for enrollment by Mrs. Xia Wanning, and this child is also so powerful under the guidance of Mrs. Xia. If you dare to let her go, you are offending Mrs. Xia. The anger under Yan Fengsheng's eyes, however, slowly piled up, and his tone remained cold. If you don't want the other students enrolled today to follow along with the streak, get out now. Bai Miao was stunned. Aren't you afraid of offending Lady Xie? Yan Fengsheng looked at her with sarcastic sidelong glances. You could have asked Lady Xie to come and beg me in person. Bai Miao angrily rebuked. She's your mother. I don't have a mother. Yan Fengsheng's phoenix eyes appeared murderous at first. You should leave, or else there are some things that I won't do, and I'll ask Yan Wuyo to do them for me. At the mention of Yan Wu Gui's name, Bai Miao's face suddenly turned pale, unwillingly picking up the information and dragging her daughter away. Stood in the doorway and met Bai Miao's green-gray face. Bai Miao looked at her dead on. Fulfilling your mother's dying wish, becoming the biggest treasure of the Yin family, a bunch of people vying to spoil you. You should be very proud of yourself, right? She wrinkled her brow. Isn't proud of it because I don't need that many people to like it. Bai Miao laughed coldly and was just about to say something else when Yan Fengsheng's voice came from inside. Yan Lai, come in. Bai Miao frowned and left reluctantly. Pushed open the office door and met Yan Wu Gui's intimidating eyes. She closed the door behind her, still carrying the rabbit lamp in her hand, and looked at him a little nervously. Headmaster. Yan Fengsheng raised his eyebrows at her name. The hostile aura surrounding him dissipated a bit, and he opened his mouth to ask, "Do you know that paper people are made for the dead?" Yen Lai Yi, huh? Chapter 183, what is the meaning of this? I'm your new homeroom teacher. Are you happy? Yi looked at the flattened paper figure in her other hand, not quite understanding. Do dead people play with paper figures too? Yan Feng Shang. He was speechless and just said, "Never mind. The paper man was okay. I read it ahead of time while I was alive and thanked you for the future me in hell." Yi shook her head in confusion. "You're welcome. I'll make you another girl to keep you company if you like." The corner of Yan Fengsheng's mouth twitched. "It seems like you'd better not take crafting classes in the future. You're prone to making me a hell of a full set." After saying that, he rested his jaw lazily with one hand. "Anyway, I appreciate your kindness. I'll take the gift as received. Go away." Yi was stunned, looking at his annoyed-side face, clearly not in a good mood. She hesitantly walked over to her desk and offered him the rabbit lamp. "This is for you." Yan Fengsheng looked up in surprise. Yi stood on her tiptoes, gripping the table with both hands, not high enough either, and peeked out with a pair of eyes. "I'm Yan Lai Yi's word is my bond." Yan Fengsheng was stunned, and a warm current ran steeply through the tip of his heart. "But isn't this your homework? If you give it to me, you won't get 100%. Yan Lai Yi didn't say anything and took out another SpongeBob SquarePants paper watch from inside his pocket. "Actually, I've prepared another gift." Yan Fengsheng cocked his head and saw Yan Lai Yi place the watch on the table. "This is the SpongeBob SquarePants watch I made, and this one is for you as well." The paper watch is childish, but it's just paper simply folded a few times with square squares glued on top in a decent fashion. On the square, a pair of big eyes and big slate teeth were drawn. "I don't know what the cartoon image is either." He was confused. "What baby?" Yi blinked her beautiful eyes. "SpongeBob, he's a happy little sponge. Wear it and you'll be happy every day." Yan Fengsheng was stunned and picked up this paper watch. "It's so childish that it doesn't even enter the picture." "He's ridiculous. You expect this thing to bring me joy?" She was particularly sincere. "Well, I'm sure it will. You'll definitely smile more than ever when you wear it." Yan Fengsheng snorted. "There's nothing in this heaven or earth that can make me happy, much less this watch of yours." When he finished, he gestured. "How do I wear this thing?" He ran to him with her short legs and put her watch on him with her little hands. She tucked the pointed end into the groove on the opposite side, then took out the prepared sticker and glued it on, saying as she put it on, "How do you know if you're happy until you try it on? SpongeBob will surely bless you." Yan Fengsheng looked at her in a daze. She held his wrist and looked at it lovingly. "It's so pretty. It suits you so well. Does it fit?" Yan Fengsheng lowered his eyes and looked at a SpongeBob SquarePants watch worn next to a Patek Philippe watch. "It's as abrupt as it needs to be." Oblivious to this, Yi admired it narcissistically and asked expectantly, "Second uncle, do you like it?" Yan Fengsheng didn't say anything. He was just mesmerized by this watch. Opinion he did not answer. Thought he did not like. A little lost. Sensible retreat. Gift also delivered. "Thank you for helping me today. I leave first." She walked toward the door. Yan Fengsheng suddenly spoke. "I've never seen such an ugly watch. Where does it come from?" She stared back in dismay to see him turn his wrist with a disgusted look on his face. "Are you sure this kind of stuff makes people happy?" Frowned in annoyance. "It's just an innocent watch. You can't keep saying it's ugly. It'll be sad. If you don't want it, you give it back to me." Yan Fengsheng was surprised, froze and looked at her for a moment, then suddenly smiled. His eyes curved under his silver wire glasses and his thin lips had a surprisingly light pearly swirl. "Well, I'm staying. Thanks for the gift for your new homeroom teacher." Was unsure. What does the new homeroom teacher mean? Yan Fengsheng propped his hand on his jaw with a languid expression. "You don't have a homeroom teacher anymore, so I'll be taking over next until your class has a new homeroom teacher. The intention to come is like being struck by lightning." "What?" She suddenly regretted it and went to grab his watch. "Then I won't give it back to you. You give it back to me." Yan Fengsheng raised his hand to avoid it. "Too late." Crumbled. "Then aren't you bullying me?" Yan Fengsheng looked at her with downcast eyes, picking his lips playfully. "So afraid of me being the homeroom teacher?" She nodded. "Yes, I don't want the principal as a homeroom teacher. I'm afraid of you." "That's a shame." He grew more playful. "You don't get to say." Was like a blow to the head. Her little hands shook and she crumbled and turned away. "Yan Fengsheng is now my most hated uncle. I don't want to be with you anymore. You're annoying." Yan Fengsheng watched her close the door and leave, followed by Yan Lai's broken down cry from the corridor. "How am I so unlucky? The principal is my uncle or my homeroom teacher. Wow." The corners of his mouth turned up more and more, and he laughed his head off. "This kid is so much fun." Meanwhile, Yan Lai was in the corridor crying without tears, his intestines repenting. She shouldn't have known better. "I didn't realize he wanted to be her homeroom teacher." Rating the shoots nah. She choked back a sob as she descended the stairs, and a boy with black eyeglass frames hid around the corner of the hallway. staring at her back like a little penguin. A simultaneous message showed up on his cell phone. Hokan-nin has failed in his opening. You have to step up your game. The teenager's eyes burned, and the words Hijayu were clearly written on his badge. They had all been arranged by Xia wanting to come over and target enemies their own age. It is the Yen coming that Hijanin is targeting. As a result, it didn't occur to me that I had just invaded a hostile situation. He had to avenge his sister. Hijayu glanced down at the course schedule. Today there was a cooking class that was going to work with the first graders. Yen Lai belongs to the overflow class, classified within the first grade range, and their class happens to work with them. He could naturally come and clean her up. A cold light flashed in Hijayu's eyes, and he proceeded to do so. Yen Lai also returned to the classroom for the lesson in a listless manner. After class, Lin Lucy excitedly said with her, "You know what? The next class is a cooking class, and we get to take classes with our 6th grade brothers and sisters." She came to her senses. "Can we cook?" Fatty nodded. "Yes, learn to cook with them. We picked strawberries at the strawberry base before. So today our brothers and sisters are going to use our strawberries to make a cake. That's how it used to be served." Lin Lucy was very happy. I've heard for a long time that Tongqing School isn't just about classes like language and math, but also about equestrianism, cooking, golfing, and so many things. I didn't realize that I just came on my first day. He couldn't help but look forward to the cooking class. "Let's go to class first then." Fatty was delighted. "I'll take you guys." She held hands with them as they headed to the cooking classroom where the 6th graders were already waiting in the hallway. Hijayu held the sign in his hand, which had Yen Lai's name written on it. The other girls looked at him enviously. "Hijayu, can't we switch kids? I want to be in a group with Yen Lai." "Yeah, switch with us." He smiled and refused. The girls left disappointed. Due to Yen Lai's status as an entertainer, a group of girls wanted to be in a group with her, and the homeroom teacher, annoyed by their noise, decided to draw lots to decide. He made the sign, and the name of Yen Lai was hidden in his sleeve, so he won. But unluckily, his other teammate is Shinzeno, who is Yen Lai's brother. But since Shinzeno and Yen Lai are not on good terms, there shouldn't be a problem. Chapter 184 Brother Wild went to avenge Yen Lai. It didn't take long for a commotion to be heard in the distance. "Ah, Yen Lai is here. Little Ee is so cute. Ouch. It's even cuter up close than it is from a distance. Ee, where is Gu Huai? You're not with your Gu Huai. Don't ask kids like that, okay?" Hijayu lifted his eyes to look not far away. Only a group of children in the line. Yen Lai stood at the front, crouching around a row of curious girls. Her cheeks were flushed and she had a cute smile. "Hello sisters." The girl squeezed out a squeal. "Ouch. You too. You're so cute baby. Quick, take a picture of me with Yen Lai. I want it too. Idea nervously takes pictures with them, pursing her lips in secret. I didn't think my sisters would like her so much. Even the boys touched her head. "Yen Lai, I watched the issue with Yun Xingchan sparring with her. You're too brave." Right. From now on we'll call you Sister E. Ha 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 hi E-san." Her cheeks rolled and she smiled even more as she watched the teacher pull open the door to the cooking classroom and gesture for them to enter. 6th graders will each stand at their tables in groups. Yen Lai and his classmates stood at the podium and waited for their assignments. The teacher took the list and said, "Children whose names are read out, please go to the brother or sister who has their hand up. Don't be nervous, just go straight over." She glanced around. "I'm really looking forward to seeing who her siblings are that are taking her." Hijayu looked at her and hooked his lips in a bad smile. The teacher said, "Lin Lucy, Zhang Ming, Qin Kai group." The children who are named go up to their seats. Ee was getting more and more excited. So excited. Following that, I heard the teacher in charge of the class say, "Hijayu, Shun Zeno, Yen come to the intention group." Yen Lai was stunned. "Shim Jayo? Isn't that her brother?" She looked around but found no sign of Shinzeno. Hijaya had raised his hand and waited for her. A little disappointed, she slowly walked over to Hijayu and continued her search. The teacher impatiently held the roll book and looked for someone. "Shinzeno didn't come again?" The students have long been surprised. "Teacher, he says he has a stomachache." Classroom teacher, "Pain? Why didn't he say he was on his period?" A boy raised his hand. "Shinzeno said that it's not impossible for you." Teacher, "If you think the excuse that he's on his period is appropriate." Ha 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 ha. The teacher rolled her eyes and crossed it straight to absent. Ee sighed a little sadly and nodded at Hijayu. "Hello brother, my name is Yen Lai. Please teach me more. I'll try to help." With his hands behind his back, Hijayu gave her a sidelong glance. "Don't talk to me? Bedbug. Where does it come from?" After the teacher took the roll call, she introduced, "The strawberries you have on the table now are all picked by the children who worked hard in the strawberry garden a while ago. So today's cooking class is a cooperative class. You can let the children do what they can. but please note that the knives and anything with a temperature are not allowed to be touched by the children, which is just the right time to test the results of the strawberry cake you have learned last week. Results of the strawberry cake you learned about last week. Now begin. Yan Lai immediately moved to the children's special booster seat, and looked at He Jiayu tentatively. This brother seemed to hate her. She wrinkled her eyebrows and looked to the others. The students are being taken care of by their older siblings. Deer Creek even took the strawberries given to her by her sister, who admonished her, "Come eat this to pass the time. You don't have to work." She was happy. "Thank you, sister." Fatty also took the egg beater handed by his brother. "You just make an egg. Be sure to be gentle." Everyone was happy, except for the two of them, who were at a standstill. Yan Lai was greatly disappointed. "Brother, do you hate me? Then I can switch with other kids." He Jiayu didn't say anything. She pursed her lips and watched the other students move, reaching out for the eggs. He Jiayu copied the back of his sword and slashed at the back of her hand. She withdrew her hand in pain and looked at him in shock. He Jiayu wore heavy black-framed glasses, a face that was deadpan, and disliked the knife in front of her eyes. "You, don't touch anything and don't scream. Do you hear me?" Yan Lai subconsciously shivered and cowered in the corner. "Why?" He Jiayu expressionlessly picked up the miniature blender and flipped the switch to aim at her eyes. "Because you caused He Jianing to drop out of school, I'm going to avenge her. So as long as you dare to call out, I'll poke your eyes out, and even if others will punish me, you'll become a blind man. Understand?" Yan Lai frowned in fear and looked hesitantly at the teacher. "She's in the far corner." The teacher was instructing her students with her back turned. She bit her bottom lip and quickly raised her hand to try to soothe the teacher. Instead, He Jiayu pushed the whisk right into her eyes. "Put it down." Her face turned abruptly white and she dropped her hand stiffly. He Jiayu twisted her arm fiercely. "I'll blind you if you call out again." Yi grunted in pain and bowed her head without saying a word. Meanwhile, in the art room, Shinzeno lay in the classroom with his eyes closed. Diehard Jiang Shua held his cell phone in one hand and hesitantly looked at him. "Brother Yi, are we really not going to the cooking class? I want to eat strawberry cake." Shinzeno closed his eyes and was disinterested. "Then get your ass to class and tell me what." The brothers were helpless. "But it's no fun without you. Come along." One of them wondered. "Speaking of which, isn't cooking class a cooperative class today? I heard the girls in my class say that it seems like it's with the class of Yan Lai." Jiang Shua nodded. "Yeah, they're so excited, saying they want to see the little star." Shinzeno swished his eyes open. "How come no one told me?" Jiang Shua cried and laughed. "What's the point of telling you? Are you a star chaser too?" "Yeah, don't you like to be absent-minded?" Shinzeno froze, disdainful. "How is that possible?" He laid back down again, pulled out his cell phone, and tapped on the school's surveillance system. But what caught his eye was the image of He Jiayu in the middle of pinching the absent coming with his hand. Shinzeno's face changed drastically, and he immediately sat up straight and went to look carefully. In the picture, He Jiayu's hand is constantly touching Yi's arm. It's not too clear to see, but the movement is very much like pinching her flesh and twisting it around. And Yi dodged in pain, but didn't dare to say anything. Shinzeno quickly backed the surveillance up and saw He Jiayu pick up the back of his knife and strike the back of Yan Lai's hand. And a blender to her eyes? He directly threw his cell phone to his friend and rushed out like a whirlwind. "Damn, this transfer student is looking for a fight. Dare to bully my family." A few brothers looked at each other in a daze, picked up their cell phones, and saw He Jiayu bullying the come on. Jiang Shua slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Holy, Brother Wild is going to help Yan Lai take revenge." The others were dumbfounded. "But, doesn't Brother Wild dislike the idea of absenteeism?" Jiang Shua pulled them out and rushed out. "What he said is all lies. Who doesn't know that Brother Wild secretly watches Yan Lai's variety show behind his back? Hurry up and go help." "Help who?" "Help Wild beat up the transfer student." Chapter 185, Yan Lai is my sister. How dare you bully her? Inside the cooking class, Yan Lai's hands were tied and he didn't dare to move. She tried to sue the teacher several times, but He Jiayu was able to anticipate her movements. He pinched her whenever she dared to move. It had even been so conditioned that when she scratched an itch, his hand had rushed up to pinch and twist her flesh in a vicious circle. "It hurts like pins and needles." She wanted to cry, but held her tongue and forced herself to do so, touching the spot where she had been pinched. He Jiayu made the cake and glanced at her abruptly. "What are you looking at? Waiting for me to pinch you?" She shivered reflexively and leaned back to smother her voice. Hokayu suddenly dropped the blender. Bam! With a shiver of horror, Yi lifted her eyes to look at him. The teacher naturally passed in front of them and surprised. "Geez, He Jiayu, it looks like you make cakes often. The table is clean and the batter level is perfect. That's great." Yi looked at the teacher helpfully and opened her mouth to speak. He Jiayu slammed a strawberry into her mouth and gagged her. He Jiayu smiled gently and turned to look at Yan Lai. "Because my sister likes to eat cake, I often make it for her." The teacher in charge of the class looked relieved behind him. "You're so nice to your sister. And you're good at taking care of kids too. Hijayu didn't deny it and pinched his hands around Yi's big arms. Yes. Yi's breathing gradually became rapid. The shadow of Hijayu loomed over her. His eyes curved behind his black frame, looking inexplicably a bit oozy. Because I don't have parents. I only have siblings. And my sister is our most precious little sister. I love my sister the most, and no one can bully her. As he spoke, there were dark currents in the pupils of his dark eyes. It was like swallowing up the meaning of absenteeism. Quickly, the teacher turned to leave. Yi gradually lowered her eyes in disappointment. Hijayu slowly disliked the strawberry in Yi's mouth. You know what? No one will come to help you. With ease and grace, he leaned down and said word for word, because Shinzeno isn't like me and will take care of his sister. Next, I'll also let you know what kind of punishment it is to bully my sister. With that, he slammed his arm down and grabbed her big arm hard. The fingertips were digging into her bones. Yi couldn't help but cry out in pain. Ouch! The words fell, and all was silent. All the students looked at her in amazement. Yenlai snapped back to her senses and met Hijayu's puzzled eyes. He had stood up straight and even distanced himself from her, pretending to be puzzled. What's wrong? Where does it hurt? Her head buzzed, wondering when the guy had pulled away and looked to the others. The sister at the front table worried. Are you not feeling well? She breathed a little sharply and pointed at Hijayu. He's pinching me. The students looked at Hijayu in surprise. Hijayu blankly spread his hands and smiled innocently. What are you talking about, Yenlai? I didn't do anything to you. Intentionally stepping back. You have. You just did. And you won't let me sue the teacher. Hijayu laughed. Don't. You're a starlet. It's not good to lie like that, is it? I'm innocent. As the words left his mouth, the door was kicked open. Shinzeno rushes in like a bolt of lightning and runs at him. A flying kick. You innocent, you spicy. Hokayu was caught off guard and sent tumbling to the ground with a kick to the head. The classroom screamed repeatedly. Ah! Shinzeno, what are you doing? Shinzeno completely ignored it and grabbed Hijayu's head and snapped it into the flour. What did you just do? The children screamed in terror and cowered behind their older siblings. The students were even more surprised and opened their eyes wide, watching Shinzeno grab Hijayu's head and snap it into the batter one after the other. Pinched absent coming, isn't it? And threatened her with an egg beater, didn't you? You don't even ask who she's covering for. Yenlai leaned tightly against the corner and watched in dismay as Shinzeno hit the man. Jae Young? How did he know? The teacher came up to block. Shinzeno, what are you doing? Let go. Shinzeno didn't listen and grabbed Hijayu and punched him. He bullied my sister. Teacher, who's your sister? Shinzeno's eyes were fishy red. Yenlai He bullied Yenlai. The class was in an uproar and even more shocked as they looked at Yenlai. Yenlai is Shinzeno's sister. No wonder it's so good looking. That is to say, Yenlai not only has a Guhuai childhood friend, but also Shinshouyen Shinzeno Shinjingji as a brother? What kind of radiant life is this? Is it possible to take over a life? Is this the time to take over or not? Hijayu is going to be killed. Yenlai cowered in the corner and watched as Shinzeno set Hijayu on the floor and beat him up. Jiang Shu ran in and pulled him. Brother Wild, stop fighting. If we keep fighting, something will happen. The other brothers also blocked Shinzeno. Shinzeno, are you crazy? Come to your senses. But Shinzeno was very strong and broke away from them and continued to beat them up. Yenlai watched Hijayu's nose bleed, finally reacted and violently crossed in front of Shinzeno. Stop fighting, brother. Shinzeno's fist was about to swing down, but it stalled in mid-air, violently lifting his eyes to meet her eyes. He shuddered at his look. The teenager's eyes underneath his disheveled hair radiated a vicious color, and a bead of sweat slid down his jawline and dripped onto his collarbone. The regular school uniforms were all scattered from the beating. Yenlai came back to her senses, gazing tightly into his eyes and shaking her head. Don't fight. If this keeps up, Mother Wei Yang will get angry. Shinzeno's ruthless pupils brightened slightly, gradually regaining his senses, licking the wounds on his bones and disliking her in the corner with his hand. Stand still for me. Was caught off guard and hit the wall in pain. Raising his eyes again, Shinzeno leaned over and pinched her neck, examining it carefully. His eyes locked on her arm. All pinch marks. Shinzeno's amber-colored pupils stained with huffing and puffing. Hating the iron. How come you're dumb? You don't know how to yell? Didn't you say you can even fire a gun? How come an egg beater scared you, silly? Where is your ability? His tone grew stronger, and the hand around her chin continued to tighten. Yenlai frowned in pain. Hijayu won't let me say it. He said, it will poke my eyes. I'm afraid. Shinzeno was stunned. His force gradually reduced. He said he wanted to poke your eyes out? She nodded. Shinzeno rolled up his sleeves. Hurriedly hugged him from behind. Don't go, brother. You'll have to pay for it. Shinzeno paused, looking absurdly at her, and was just about to speak when a bunch of girls gathered next to them and surrounded them. Yui looked up to meet her sister's eyes. The young girl in the center with a cool high ponytail asked in a tugging manner. Yen Lai, did he Jiayu really beat you up? She nodded with tears in her eyes. The high ponytailed woman smiled coldly and hooked her lips, looking viciously at He Jiayu on the ground. How dare you bully our EE? The other girls started tying their hair and said conspiratorially. Young man, you really don't know the strength of our One Heart One Mind fan club. Dare to bully our idol? He Jiayu's face changed slightly, and just as he tried to brace himself, a girl grabbed the dough and threw it at him. Sisters on. Chapter 186, Brother is also divided into high and low. He Jiayu, what are you guys doing? The girl swarmed him and surrounded him with all kinds of punches and kicks. Shinzano holding Yen Lai were squeezed in the outermost. Extremely surprised to see this scene, the boys were even more dumbfounded. Zhang Shua looked dumbfounded. The last time the girls in our class were so united, it was still a tug of war. Is this chasing a star? Shinzano nodded and grabbed Yen Lai's hand. Your popularity has gotten so high without you realizing it? This is supposed to be a huge group, right? EE was even more surprised and shook her head. She also had no idea that so many people would like her. Shocked, the corners of her mouth kept rising with a little bit of happiness. And in the midst of all this panic, the teacher finally relented and roared. Stop it all. The girls' movements lurched and they took a few steps back, revealing the extremely wretched He Jiayu inside. He Jiayu looked like an incredibly wretched clown, lying on the ground and gasping for air. He had traces of makeup all over him. Her mouth was still covered in a large amount of lipstick. Her school uniform was covered in tiny footprints. Her glasses, which were already crooked, had a broken leg and were worn crookedly under her eyes, and she panicked as she sat up from the floor. You guys are being violent towards me. I was wrongly accused. Shinzano kicked him over. Get lost. He Jiayu was caught off guard and lay on the ground on all fours, directly unconscious. The teacher's face changed drastically. He Jiayu fainted. Come, two students carry him to the health room. I'm going to call 120. Shinzano, you hurry up and wait in the office for me. Shinzano was fearless and pulled up Yen Lai to go. He Jiayu suddenly opened one eye to look at him. Shinzano? What the hell are you doing here? Kick him in the side after saying that. He Jiayu grunted in pain and immediately closed his eyes. The teacher couldn't bear it. Shinzano, are you a hooligan? Stop hitting him. Shinzano didn't care and tugged EE into the hallway. Stand still. Yui leaned against the wall, regimented to be examined by him. In all, there were more than a dozen pinch marks on her arms. Shinzano's eyes darkened and poked her at the purple and blue. Yen Lai cringed in pain. Shinzano flared up again, his tone unkind. Does it hurt? She nodded and shook her head. He narrowed his eyes viciously. It hurts just fine, you goon. If I hadn't seen you being bullied, you'd be pinched to a toad by the end of this class, with a bag on your body. Yen Lai was dumbfounded and wanted to laugh a little. So, how did you know I was being bullied, brother? Shinzano was stunned and suddenly woke up. Yeah, how did he know? Why is he looking at the cooking room surveillance? He blushed hard, his tone unnatural. Just saw you in passing while watching the program. Zhang Shua laughed out loud. Then how smooth you are. And it's not a big data correlation of jitterbugs, saying that you can brush to it. Shinzano looked at him. Zhang Shua second goose, by the way. Especially by the way. Clicking on the app to find the cooking classroom is as easy as drinking water. As the words fell, the teacher walked out of the classroom. Shinzano, follow me. Shinzano got up in displeasure and honestly followed his teacher. Zhang Shua raised his foot to follow. In the wild, I'll join you. He grumped. What's the point of following me? Why don't you go and take some pretentious guy to the children's infirmary? Zhang Shua instantly woke up and grabbed Yen Lai's hand and walked away. Come on, baby, let's take you to the infirmary to check the wound. Confused, she was swarmed away from them and looked back. Shinzano stood in the hallway being reprimanded by the teacher, looking lazy and seemingly undaunted. Following that, He Jiayu was carried out from inside the classroom. He kicked him to the ground again. Teacher, Shin in the wild. Shinzano mixed not caring and looked to Yen Lai. EE happened to be looking at him as well. His eyes sank, seeming to well up with deep meaning, and he accepted the criticism without a word. The tea in her hand didn't smell as good after Xia Lanning received the news that her experiment had been double-crossed. If I remember correctly, I should have trained two elites, not fighters, right? Bai Miao was too guilty to speak. I'm sorry, Professor. It's me who taught no harm. He Jiayu has always loved He Jianing the most. He just wants to avenge his sister just like Shinzano. Brother is also divided into grades. Xia Evening Ning holding a teacup, her face hidden in the smoke. Calm but also hard to hide the irony. Shinzano grew up learning sparring fighting arts, reigning national champion among his peers for many years. Just the gold medals he took in fights could have crushed He Jiayu to death, and still fight with him. Bai Miao wrinkled her eyebrows. Then what should we do? Are we just going to watch Yin Fengsheng force He Jiayu out of school? Xia Evening Ning's face was grave. I can't let He Jiayu drop out. He Jiayu is one of my trump cards. I have to let Shinzano drop out before I can do that. This kid is too much of an eyesore. Bai Miao felt it was hopeless. Impossible. Yan Fengsheng would never let Shinzano drop out of school. He's his own uncle. I'll just go there myself. Xia Wanning was victorious. What you can't do, I can. Yan Lai was lying in the healthcare room, and to his left and right were all Shinzano's brothers. The older brothers, each one better looking than the other, got together in a bunch to spoil her with chocolates and milk teas and so on. Come and have some chocolate. If you're in pain, cry out, and your brothers will comfort you. Don't. Why are you crying? Looks so good. Or smile the most beautiful. Don't cry. Do you still want strawberry cake? How about we can go get it for you? She responded, gratefully accepting everything they sent. Thank you, brothers. I'm fine now. Zhang Shuo was the closest to her, and tenderly pulled over the broken hair on her temples. Does it still hurt? Softly replied. I stopped hurting a long time ago. Zhang Shuo touched her head, smiling lovingly. No wonder Brother Wild always peeks at the surveillance. So he's looking at you. Yan Lai took a sip of her strawberry milk tea and wondered. Look at me? The other brothers nodded and laughed badly. Ever since you transferred here, Wild is always looking at the monitor and won't tell us who he's looking at even when we ask him who he's looking at. We thought he had a favorite girl, but it turns out he's looking at you. She was surprised. But doesn't Geno brother hate me? Of the three brothers, only brother Jingji was kind to her, always texting and chatting with her, and always accompanying her during lunch. When Shinzano happened to run into each other at school, he would pretend he didn't see her, ignoring her attempts to say hello. Zhang Shuo wasn't surprised. Wild has a bad temper, and there's always the illusion that he doesn't like people, so we didn't realize he cared about you until he helped you in a fight, and we realized the secret he'd been hiding. The others nodded. Yeah, Wild has the skill, but he never fights. This is the first time he's ever fought outside of a tournament, and we're surprised. Suddenly the door to the health room was knocked on, and a teenager came in looking panicked. Zhang Shuo. It seems like Wild is going to be expelled from school. He Jiayu's family is biting the bullet on Wild, and they're going to call the police to have Wild locked up in a juvenile correctional center. Yan Lai's heart tightened and she got up in surprise. Why? Brother is obviously helping me. The teenager was helpless. Our classmates are all in the principal's office to help prove it, but he Jiayu's parents won't listen at all. They have to force now to withdraw from school and call the police if he doesn't. Yi's face went white, and without saying a word, she jumped off the bed and rushed out. Zhang Shuo chased after him. Wait for Yi. Chapter 187. Gu Wai, just you bully Yan Lai, right? Yan Lai skillfully ran to the third floor, only to poke his head out in the corridor to see a row of 6th grade students standing in the hallway. They looked bad and discussed in exasperation. He Jiayu's parents don't even listen to us, eh? They're all about He Jiayu. Yeah, He Jiayu obviously has nothing going on. He faked dizziness and even touched the porcelain. It's just a nosebleed. He has to say he's going to die. When did this kind of person appear in our school? As we were discussing, the homeroom teacher came out of the office with a heavy face. All students go back to class. Don't argue and don't proclaim. Go. The students, indignant and unable to say much, descended the stairway on the other side. Yan Lai sneakily touched the door of the principal's office, only to hear a familiar female voice coming from. Shinzano indiscriminately beat up my adopted child, and now the child is so traumatized, both physically and mentally, that Shinzano must be withdrawn from school. Yi bit her lower lip. Jittery. Yan Fengsheng's indifferent voice came from inside. I've seen the monitor. It's the student He Jiayu first. Yan Lai hands, and Yan Lai's arm pinched purple and blue. Shinzai as her own brother. Take care of his sister belongs to the reason. Write a review can. Withdrawal from the school is no chance. On the contrary, He Jiayu is suspected of child abuse, and even used a rotating egg beater to aim at Yan Lai's eyes. If Shinzano is to be expelled, He Jiayu must also be expelled, and is a major demerit. Xia Evening Ning laughed coldly. Yan Fengsheng, both children you want to drive away today, and both want to be written off. Even both are related to Yan Lai. Don't you think you're being unjust? Yan Fengsheng, parents who feel that I'm not impartial as a principal should control your children and not act like a pack of trained dogs who just bite. Xia Evening Ning is not willing to show weakness. He Jiayu said he was just touching Yan Lai, not pinching her. The action on the monitor is also limited to the two people's hands and arms in contact. There is no direct evidence that Yan Lai's arm was pinched by him purple. She is just lying. Unless you come up with direct evidence to prove that He Jiayu hands, or I will sue your school. Do not allow you to let He Jiayu withdrew from school. Yan Fengsheng's voice didn't follow for a long time and seemed to be silent. Yan Lai wrinkled his nose. Zhang Shuo looked inside through the gap and snorted. TSK, I've known for a long time that Wild's grandma has no feelings for them. I didn't think it would be so desperate. She'd rather let her own grandson be withdrawn from school than her own adopted son. Ridiculous. The others fretted. but if we can't find direct proof that He Jiayu is lying, even if Yi and her classmates prove it, it's useless, and Wild will still have to drop out of school. Yi's brain raced and looked at Jiang Shua. Do you know where Brother Jano is being held? Jiang Shua, unsurprisingly, it should be a psychological counseling room. Yan Lai skimmed his head, saw the counseling room next to the principal's office, and immediately walked in. Shinzano was lying on the bed when he heard the door open and copied the pillow and threw it at the door. Don't try to make me apologize to He Jiayu. Yan Lai reacted smartly and crouched down to avoid it. Behind him, Jiang Shua was directly smeared in the face with a pillow. When Shinzano saw them, a bellyful of fire suddenly disappeared, and he awkwardly said, "Why are you guys here?" Yan Lai worriedly ran up to him and scrutinized him. "Are you alright, brother? I heard that you're going to be expelled from school." Shinzano choked and lay down on the bed without any good humor. "Just back off. Am I afraid of him? But, you were dropped out of school to help Yi. I don't want you to be dropped out of school. You obviously saved my life. You deserve a good reward." Shinzano choked and twisted his head to look at her. Her eyes were full of sincerity. The tip of his heart trembled. Exasperated, "Don't open the head, the surveillance camera is not clear. There is no direct evidence can prove that Guy He Jiayu to do something to you. I'm certain to drop out, but I don't care." "Ah, what do you care?" Yi was chagrined. "Of course I care. You got hurt to protect me? I can't let you get hurt." "Shinzano? I'm not hurt." "Yan Lai, you are wounded in your heart." "Shinzano? I'm even less hurt in my heart." She was anxious, "But I'm hurt inside." "My heart hurts you." The words fell silent in the room. Several teenagers stared at her in bewilderment. Shinzano sat up for a moment, dumbfounded. "What did you say?" Yi bit her lower lip, tears swirling in her eyes, looking as if I was in pity. "Yi didn't do anything wrong. When that brother saw me, he called me a stinker. He hit my hand with the back of a knife and choked me and said he was going to blind me." She wiped her face and cried, "I'm bold, but I'm really afraid he'll blind me. I don't want to go blind. So you did save me. I'm grateful to you." Yan Lai was in hot tears, shaking her head unwillingly. "Obviously you are a good person. Why are you being dismissed? This is not fair. I want to protect you." Shinzano froze and listened, the blood in his body boiling with him. "This guy, it's so foul, isn't it? Did she have the system tied up on her?" He bit his lower lip unnaturally, pretending to be repulsed. "How are you going to protect me? You're just a little kid." Yan Lai was stunned and said firmly, "Yi is a child, yes, but Yi knows that as long as I can find evidence of him hurting me, I can prove your innocence, and I will find it." Saying that, she turned around and rushed towards the door before looking resolutely at Shinzano. "You wait for my brother, and this time, I'll save you." Shinzano, what is she going to do to save him? She's not weaned yet, is she? Yan Lai rushed towards the corridor and met He Jiayu, who was being supported by two people. He was surrounded by a man and a woman, not too far from He Jiayu's age, and these two immediately showed a fierce face when they saw her. "How come? You still dare to appear in front of my brother, younger brother?" With a twinkle in her eye, she ran to the stairs and came face to face with them. "He Jiayu, you're He Jianning's brother, right?" Shinzano and Jiang Shua poked their heads out of the heart counseling room and looked at her suspiciously. He Jiayu was sandwiched between the two, looking a bit lousy, but his eyes were still ruthless. "Yes, so what?" Yan Lai suddenly gave him a bow, her hand still in front of her body to worship, her words resounding. "Your sister is the worst, trashiest, baddest girl I've ever seen. There's no worse girl in the whole world than her, so she deserves to drop out of school." He Jiayu's breath stuttered and he raised his hand to push her. "What did you say?" Yi was touched by him and suddenly dropped to the ground. Her body then slipped steeply and rolled rhythmically down the steps. "Ah!" Shinzano ran to the stairway and looked absurdly absent-minded. Yan Fengsheng and Xia Wanning also walked out from the office. What happened? He Jiayu and his siblings were even more filled with dismay and uncertainty. Only on the resting platform of the staircase, Yan Lai sat on the ground in a sorry state, his hair disheveled into a chicken nest, seemingly in a daze. She tilted her head back and looked at Yan Fengsheng, her aggression gradually turning into tears that gushed out. One after another smashed down on the face. The hurried-looking Shin Xiuyan and Shin Jingji as well as Gu Huai happened to arrive at the staircase landing. She brewed her emotions, oblivious to the fact that there were three more people around her, and suddenly threw her head back and bawled. "Wow! He Jiayu tried to kill Yi. Yi wants to tell mommy. Wow!" Gu Huai suddenly greened his face and smoothly looked up at He Jiayu. Shin Jingji also slowly raised his head and looked at the top of the stairs. Shin Xiuyan pushed up his glasses and swept his gaze over grimly. He Jiayu was incredulous. "No, you slipped down on purpose. You were touching me, and you're the one who provoked me by scolding my sister first." Yan Lai cried. "I'm not. I'm praying for you." Her little fat finger pointed to the monitor. "I even bowed to you and gave you a bow, and you still pushed me. Don't believe me. Look at the monitor." He Jiayu's brain buzzed as he recalled everything that had just happened. Yan Lai intended to provoke him with a begging gesture. But, the monitor doesn't close. You can't hear what Absolute Lai is saying, so the surveillance can only see him pushing up for a bow in absentia. First she provokes him, then she lets herself slip and fall down the stairs, setting him up. Zhang Shuo reacted by jumping up and down, almost exposing his voice, tugging at the stagnant Shinzei and muttering excitedly, "Brother Yi, EE is helping you create a proof. This wave we are going to win." He Jiayu once again made a move on Yan Lai. This time he can't wash his hands of it. Shinzeno was dumbfounded and somewhat unresponsive. To win? How come this kid, who just said he'd save him, got him back? The platform's absent-mindedness cries out. Suddenly, she cried and looked at Shinzeno, winking playfully. "Shinzeno?" Yan Lai continued to cry, looking at He Jiayu's pale face in the process. "You're just pretending, aren't you? How can that pretend to be her? She's an actress." But as she was feeling smug in her heart, Gu Huai suddenly transformed into a black shadow and rolled up his sleeves to rush towards He Jiayu. "Just you bully Yan Lai, huh? Yan Lai. Chapter 188. Are you going to leave me alone in this world?" He Jiayu heard the roar, and before he could react, Gu Huai grabbed his clothes and pounced. He was brought to the ground by inertia. For a moment, he thought it was a lion crushing him, and didn't react until his face had been punched several more times, and fire and dull pain surged through him. He got his ass kicked again. Xia Wanning's angry shout came from the side. "Oh, my god, what kind of thing would hit someone in front of me? You hurry up and let go of him." He Jiayu was powerless to struggle, trapped underneath his body, and could only smell the cold scent of the young man's clothes as he swung down each punch. Both sister and brother were brought down to the ground and could not get up. Yan Lai looked at this farce, suddenly woke up in shock and ran upwards with his short legs. "Gu Huai, you calm down, Gu Huai." Gu Huai roared. "How can I be calm? How can I be calm when you've been beaten up like this?" EE was so anxious that she was sweating profusely and hugged his arm. "Okay, I'm fine. I don't hurt anymore. Don't be angry, Gu Huai." She had just helped Shinzeno find evidence, and now Gu Huai was angry. She'd have to fall a few more times before she could help the two of them pedal back. She looked at Shin Xiuyan helpfully. Without saying a word, Shin Xiuyan grabbed Gu Huai's collar and disliked him against the wall with incomparable ease. "Enough!" Shin Jingji also smoothed his hand against Gu Huai's face and warned, "Gu Huai, he's already been hit several times. He can't be hit anymore." The tail of Gu Huai's eyes were stained with angry red, and he didn't listen, pointing at He Jiayu and yelling, "If Yan Lai has anything long or short, you'll see how I'll clean you up." Shin Jingji disliked his shoulder with hatred. "Don't put out harsh words. Are you really not afraid of dropping out of school?" he shouted angrily. "Who dares to withdraw from my studies?" Xia Wanning picked up the trembling He Jiayu and looked absurdly at Gu Huai. "Lawlessness. I'll let you drop out of school here." Yan Fengsheng laughed coldly. "Mrs. Xia, don't say too full of words. This is the grandson of the Gu family, the designated heir Gu Huai besides Gu Rin. You can't fire him." Xia Wanning was stunned, her eyes falling back on Gu Huai. Gu Huai had already calmed down, holding Yan Lai in one hand, his eyes glaring at her like a scimitar, itching to peel her apart by inches. She was quite surprised, but also disappointed. "So that legendary little son of Gu Huai is such a character. I thought he was an elite, but it seems to be nothing more than that, breaking his defenses at the slightest thing, too nonchalant." Gu Huai's face was calm and cold like ice, and his eyes didn't raise half a ripple when he heard this. Yen came to be never a small matter. Xia Wanning's subdued expression gradually became grave. "You care about her so much?" Gu Huai asked back. "Or else?" EE shrank behind him, afraid that he would fight again, and muttered in a low voice, "Gu Huai, I was just pretending. I wanted He Jiayu to reveal the cracks. I rolled down the stairs on my own on purpose." The size of this sound, Shin Xiuyan and Shin Jingji just happened to hear it. Shen Xiuyan was surprised. This kid has the guts to do that? Shin Jingji panicked and coughed a few times to help cover it up for fear that Xia Wanning would hear it. Gu Huai stared back in dismay at the fluffy her and rebuked in a voice audible to both. "Are you crazy? This kind of trashy goods can be swept out of the school casually. How dare you use your body to fall? Won't you get me?" EE frowned guiltily. "Brother Shinzeno has already been dragged down by me. I don't want you to be dragged down as well." Gu Huai's face sank, and his tone was even more urgent. "Your business is my business. What am I going to do if you fall out of something? Are you going to leave me alone in this world?" She froze. Gu Huai didn't say anything else, smoothly dusting off the ash on her and holding her hand tightly. He Jiayu was so wrong that he was about to cry, sitting on the floor to explain. "Grandma, it wasn't me who pushed her. It was Yan Lai who badmouthed my sister. She was touched by me after provoking me and fell down the stairs herself." His sister and brother on his left and right nodded. "Yes, we can testify for him in this matter." Zhang Shuo picked up the conversation in a conspiratorial manner. "It's useless for you to testify. After all of us in the 6th year class 1 also testified for Shinzeno just now. but your grandmother denied it. What's more, I also heard that Yenlai was sincere in apologizing to you guys, and it was you guys who were ruthless and pushed her. He Jiayu's eyes rounded. You guys lie. Bloody mouths. Shinzano lazily stepped forward. You're the one who lied. You said you didn't pinch the intention, and said you were just gently caressing her. What are you doing caressing my sister for nothing? Are you a ing pervert? Yen Fengshang was cold. Shinzano, if you say dirty words again, I'll tell your mom. Shinzano? Doesn't that fall under banning him then? Shinjingji proudly stepped forward, his tone unhurried. It doesn't matter. This indisputable brother of mine is weakened. I still have a mouth. He took out his small carry-on notebook and unfolded it for them to see. This is the action I found after investigating the surveillance just now and slow playing it. From the image, you can see He Jiayu's hand on Yenlai's arm, and even though the movement is very unsubtle, he clearly makes an inward or outward rotating motion. Shinjingji said, clicking play and showing them the slowed down motion picture. Xia Lanning gradually darkened her face. Shinjingji looked at He Jiayu again and asked with a smile, Senior, a 4-year-old child that you don't know is making pastries with you. Why do you have to stroke her for a bit when you have nothing else to do? And also rotate her arm to the left and to the right. Are you playing Tai Chi on her arm? He Jiayu's face instantly turned pale. His mouth was open and speechless, hesitating for a moment to mendaciously say, I won't talk about what I did in this classroom, but just now, I didn't push Yen Lai down the stairs. It was her own willful act. Gu Huai directly pulled up the corridor surveillance on his cell phone and showed him. Just say whether you moved your hand or not. On the surveillance replay screen, it's clear that he made a pushing motion, followed by Yan Lai sitting on the ground and rolling down in an unbelievably smooth manner, though there seemed to be some sluggishness in the Yan Lai movements, as if he was intentionally controlling his speed. But He Jiayu, indeed, struck out. He Jiayu's chest rose and fell violently, unable to speak. His sister, He Qingqing, couldn't stand to watch and argued sternly. You're deliberately harboring Yan Lai and trying to bully us. Shin Xiuyan raised his lips and smiled, his expression unimaginable. Take out the evidence even if it is bullying you? Then what are you indiscriminately doing to Yan Lai like this? A potential murderer? You, Xia Wanning, quiet. The atmosphere was quiet for a moment. Xia Eveningning's face was so ugly that it seemed as if a layer of dark clouds had gathered, and she calmly said, since her skills are inferior, and she doesn't know that she's been undermined by others, there's nothing to say. A loss is a loss, and I'm willing to settle it privately. Yan Lai took a step forward. I'm not willing to go private. The crowd looked down at her in surprise. Yan Lai frankly met Xia Lianning's dismayed gaze. Xia Wanning felt quite ridiculous. What's the point of you not forgiving? This is a matter between He Jiayu and Shinzano. Yi's black and white eyes looked at her insistently. But Grandma, I'm the one who got hurt. How could it have nothing to do with me? Chapter 189, I'm sorry. Absence of meaning. Xia Wanning froze. She tilted her head and smiled. From the very beginning, Yi was being pinched by him, and just now he pushed him down the stairs. Brother He Jiayu is really mean and doesn't seem like a good person. What if he continues to bully Brother Jino? It will be dangerous to leave him behind, right? Shinzano looked at her in consternation. Is she worried about herself? Shinjingji was quite proud to hear this. TSK, my sister is so sensible and sentimental. It's right not to forgive. Brother supports you. Shin Xiuyan raised his thin lips and his expression became intriguing. Xia Eveningning saw them singing in unison. Her face was vaguely green. Let's put it this way. I still have things to do. I don't want to waste time. I'll just say the result directly. She pulled He Jiayu to her side. He Jiayu was expelled from school and put on probation. From now on, he will never make a move on you again. As long as he does, I will take him away immediately. He Jiayu was chagrined and looked grudgingly at Yan Lai. She's still on the fence. Gu Huai's eyes were resolute. No. Xia Eveningning's face became even more ugly, and patiently touched the back of He Jiayu's head. Children, I can especially understand your feelings of wanting to punish evil and promote good at your age, but he's also just a little boy who took a wrong turn, and he just loves his own sister too much, so you guys can just give him one more chance, and I won't hold you guys accountable anymore. After all, you guys just beat him up, and I'm just going to let him get beaten for nothing. Is that okay? Gu Huai and Shinzano looked at each other, and there was deep meaning climbing up in the bottom of their eyes. That is not impossible. Let him stay. Shinzano smiled badly. Well, stay, I agree. He Jiayu suddenly shivered. Why did he feel like it wasn't over? Yi was uneven, but she could only forgive. Then Senior Hokayu must apologize, right? Her arm still hurts. He Jiayu got a little angry. What? Detention wasn't enough and he had to apologize? He looked at her unwillingly. Absence of intention. Whether I just made a move on you or not, you know better than me in your heart. Unimpressed, Yan Lai asked him back. And did I hurt you in the first place? Hijayu, you hurt my sister. Her, but your sister hurt my work. and she was the one who was stupid enough to hurt herself. And that's going to be put on me too? Jiayu was stunned. Yi cocked her head. Asked you a question. Senpai. She was taller than him, but her aura was very different. Yi was pudgy, like a clear-eyed leopard cat, and exuded verve from his small body. Jiayu gradually lost the battle and vainly licked his lips. Jingji laughed meaningfully. It seems that someone has gone soft. Gu Huai sneered. Nice work. Jiayu didn't dare to deny it. He did get a little scared just now. Xia Lanning was speechless and gave him a look. Hurry up and apologize. The eyes are no match for a child's. So what's the face to hold on to? Jiayu gritted his teeth in humiliation and bowed his head with difficulty. I'm sorry Yanlai. I shouldn't have pinched you in order to avenge my sister's death. And I shouldn't have been resentful toward Shinzano after he helped you. Please forgive me. Gu Huai sneered. Are you bending your back to 90 degrees here? It's not at all obvious that you have the intention to apologize. Jiayu's body trembled and pressed down his waist in increasing humiliation, slowly and discreetly saying, I'm sorry, it's because I didn't have a proper attitude in admitting my mistake just now. I hope you guys can forgive me. The corners of his mouth had a tendency to want to rise as he turned his head to look at Shinzano. Shinzano nodded at her. She softened her voice. Okay, you're forgiven. Jiayu's ears reddened in humiliation and he clenched his fists. Thank you. Xia Wanning felt disgraced, but this was the result she could fight for so far, the one that would least delay her plans. She said with Yin Fengsheng, let's go inside and talk about the other things in detail. Yin Fengsheng sidestepped and led her into the office, his gaze flickering meaningfully over Yin Lai. You're quite clever. She's got a lot of nerve. Nodding her head stinkily, that's for sure. There seemed to be a smile sweeping under Yin Fengsheng's eyes as he pushed open the office door and walked in. The moment the door closed tightly, Shinzano directly showed his original form and raised his chin. Jiayu, call out brother Yi and sister Yi to hear? Jiayu looked up in dismay. Qingqing angrily rebuked. Don't go too far. We've already apologized to you. Shinzano was indifferent and retorted in a Taiwanese accent. Why do we need the police if apologizing works? You're a real biker too. Get out of the way. Qingqing? You. Jiayu grabbed her. Can't give grandma any more trouble. When he said that, he squeezed out two words from inside his throat. Brother Wild. Sister Yi. Yen Lai listened in amazement. Shinzano put his ear in front of Jiayu. What did you say? I can't hear you. The others covered their lips. Jiayu clenched his fists tightly, with tears flashing in his eyes. Brother Wild. Sister Yi. Shinzano laughed out loud and turned to look at Yen Lai. Yen Lai, will you accept this little brother? He choked and shook her head honestly. No, I don't want to have contact with him again. Jiayu's cheeks instantly reddened into small tomatoes, and he glared at her resentfully. Shinzano laughed his head off. See Jiayu, no one wants you as a younger brother to anyone, but I've decided well, you don't have to change classes, you'll stay in my class. He rubbed his head meaningfully. Let's get to know each other better. Jiayu couldn't lift his head. Qingqing pulled her brother back, filled with righteous indignation. Shinzano, are you the king of the school? How can you insult our family so much? Shinzano's smile stiffened and he glanced meaningfully at Qingqing. You're new here too, aren't you? Qingqing was a bit scared, but still stiffly held up her chin. So what if it is? Shinzano smiled more and more dangerously. No one dares to mess with me in the entire elementary school section. Even the junior high school section has to give way to me. Shinzano, who the hell are you? Shin Xiuyan couldn't listen to him and dragged him behind him. What's so arrogant about it? Are you sick in the middle? Shinzano smiled arrogantly. Brother, I'm telling the truth. Where in the whole of Tongqing does anyone dare to bully us? Shin Xiuyan coldly, the truth you also give me to swallow in the stomach. He turned his head to look at Qingqing again. Qingqing, let me tell you. I don't care what your intentions are, but things aren't over yet. Qingqing's body trembled and nodded stiffly. Yes, I don't think it's over yet either. Especially when the two kids coming out from inside the orphanage are so uneducated. I feel that sooner or later, we can step on top of you. Shen Xiuyan? Yen Lai frowned. Gu Huai lazily raised his hand. May I ask, the children in the orphanage you're talking about, is it me and Yen Lai? Qingqing smiled coldly and hooked her lips. Right, both of you are uneducated. One of you will frame and the other will indiscriminately beat people. Gu Huai's face was expressionless. Also, we have no upbringing. But what are you? Dogs? Chapter 190. What is the meaning of this? Please have dinner with me. A few people? Shinjingji unkindly applauded. Yes, it's dogs, or a bunch of well-trained dogs. Qingqing gradually whitened her face. What did you guys say? Shinzano gangster, did not say wrong you in front of Xia Evening Gel, should be the first to shake hands, and then thank you, and then sit up, rolling pretending to be dead after a series of actions before you can get what you want, right? Yen Lai didn't quite understand and looked at them innocently. Why did you say they were dogs? Is that an adjective or a curse? Shun Zeno. Ah, this. Shin Xiuyan swished and sank. Shin Jingji was embarrassed. It has nothing to do with you. You don't need to study it. Gu Huai covered her ears without changing his face. Sorry, I forgot to avoid the child. He Qingqing and her brother's faces were as colorful as a palette of colors, and it took a long time before they could squeeze out a harsh sentence. Fine. We're all students anyway, so we might as well use our test scores to prove ourselves. We're definitely better than you guys. He Jiayu nodded firmly. Shin Zeno felt ridiculous and tried. Wait, you guys don't think I'm not good at studying, do you? Don't look at me with a belly full of swear words. I'm number 1 in the yearly section, but I'm a school bully. Shin Jingji nodded. Yes, the middle-aged sick school bully who wants to be the school bully. He Qingqing choked, obviously breaking his defense, and tugged his brother away. Let's go. They stomped down the stairs. Gu Huai hitched up the staircase railing. Wait. Several people turned back from the bottom of the stairs. Gu Huai stood in the very center, and Shin Zeno and Shin Jingji walked up to stand alongside him. 3 teenagers leaned over the railing and neatly raised their middle fingers. Hot chicken. Shin Xiuyan stood with his arms wrapped around him. How childish, he said, pushing his glasses up with his middle finger. He Qingqing? Ho-Kayu? Doesn't that make it childish? A few people were so angry that they ran downstairs in humiliation without saying a word. Shin Zeno suddenly felt relaxed all over. I finally understand why I like reading flunky novels. So this is the feeling of hitting your face. Cool. Yan Lai couldn't help but be a little happy. You stayed right? Shin Zeno leaned lazily against the railing and nodded. You've already fallen into that state. It would be really unreasonable for me not to stay. Shen Xiuyan glanced at her. Absence of intention. Why did you fall down on purpose? You're not afraid of getting hurt? She shook her head. Not afraid, duck. Because I want Jeno brother to stay. I'm going to create evidence for him. Mama Mayan taught me. If you don't have it, create it. Shun Xiuyan. What kind of nonsense is mom teaching you? Shin Jingji was happy and pinched her face and rubbed it dotingly. Why is our little EE so creative? Are you really not afraid that you'll roll down the stairs if you don't have good control? And doesn't the process hurt? She smiled. I'm afraid, and it hurts, but I'm more afraid of Jeno brother getting kicked out of school, so the pain doesn't hurt. Shin Zeno froze and looked away in embarrassment. If you say so, then I've even become your painkiller. Shin Jingji even smiled openly. The bottom of his eyes spread like a vast starry river of fine light. Rubbed her head. Thank you, E, for sacrificing so much for my indisputable brother. Shin Zeno broke defense? Where did I not compete? He Jiayu was beaten by me like a grandson, eh? Shin Xiuyan scorned. You still have the nerve to say that? You're a human being, not a beast. What's it like to speak with your fists? Really lawless. Shin Zeno bared his teeth. You're just jealous that I can fight. Besides, what can I do if I beat him? What can I care that I'm Zeno's man? He might as well be in kindergarten now. Gu Huai indifferently picked up his cell phone. Then I'll make a little video for you and have my dad send it to your dad. Shen Zeno? Gu Huai, you die. Yan Lai couldn't help but cover her stomach and laugh when she heard this. Shin Jingji also smiled from ear to ear. Didn't you say that no one can control you? This won't work? Gu Huai hooked up the corner of his mouth, took back his cell phone, and looked broken. Don't listen to him blowing his power. The sky falls down with his mouth on top. Shen Xiuyan covered his lips, the corners of his mouth slowly rising. Shin Zeno's face turned red with shame. What's wrong with being afraid of dad? Isn't that normal? I'm not afraid of anyone except my mom and dad. I swear. EE had laughed enough and stepped forward to take his hand. Shin Zeno shuddered and lowered his eyes to look at her. She smiled gently. Brother, it's good that you can stay. EE doesn't care who you're afraid of. The thought of seeing you in the future makes me happy. Shin Zeno stunned to look at her. The tip of the ear abruptly flushed pink. Don't open the head, but don't. I'm just a normal righteousness, not because you have any relationship with me. I'm a person, and even have been so enthusiastic to the side of the road someone stepped on the death of a worm. Have to go up to beat him 2 punches it. Yan Lai was stunned and really believed it. Ha 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 ha, then you are what the books say, the kind of person who helps people, right? Shin Zeno's heart heaved a few beats and he grunted. Unable to speak, Gu Huai grabbed her. Alright, let him continue to see justice. I'll take you to check your body. Yan Lai didn't resist and obediently followed Gu Huai away. Shin Zeno, however, called out to her, absence of intention. She stopped and looked back at him. On the corridor, Shin Zeno was wearing a white shirt, his school tie hanging loosely around his neck, a gangly air breaking through his bones, and his tone was impatient. Let's have dinner together in the evening. I'll treat you. She tilted her head, not understanding. We're both clear. We don't need you to treat me. Shin Zeno choked, without a good breath. Just tell me if you're going to eat it or not. Gu Huai growled back in a low voice. Why are you being mean? Is it worse than your meal? He reflexively hugged Gu Huai and looked at Shin Zeno. Just me and you? Shenzano rubbed his neck uncomfortably. Right. Shinjingji? Shun Xiuyan. Jiang Shua's eyes were extremely wide, as if he had seen a ghost. Yan Lai had a little heart attack and looked at the others present. Why don't we eat together? Shenzano was stunned. Shinjingji came to the spirit. Hey, this proposal is good. My brother hasn't invited me to dinner until now. I'll be the first to agree. Shin Xiuyan also nodded with interest. Taking care of my brother for so many years. For the first time I see the money back. I also agree. Shenzano was speechless and looked at Gu Huai again. What about you? Are you doing it? Gu Huai's face was somber as he looked toward Yan Lai. She raised an eyebrow. Agree. His eyes flickered with bad intentions, and he proudly held his head high. I can agree. But Shenzano, is this the kind of attitude you take when you invite people to dinner? Shinjingji comprehended his meaning and followed to encourage him. That's right, second brother. Take out your 6th grade bully style and invite people with a good salute. Right? Shenzano? A 6th grade bully? What kind of earthly name is that? Shin Xiuyan laughed evilly. Yes, 6th grade first bully. Show your gentlemanly manners and invite people. Don't let us look down on you. Let's see if you've forgotten your manners cleanly. Jiang Shua held back his laughter so badly. Wild brother, if you want to invite a girl, you have to come up with an attitude. Oh, come on. The others cooed. Yeah, go wild. The corners of Shenzano's mouth twitched as he rode the tiger and looked to Yan Lai. Yui twisted her hands in front of her and looked at him curiously. He gritted his teeth and stepped in front of her. He subconsciously took 2 steps back. Only Shenzano's long, white fingers were seen resting between his eyebrows before sliding down to her and extending his hand towards her. The slender 5 fingers hooked slightly. His tone was low and raw. Ms. Yanai, please bring your friend and join me for dinner. Chapter 191, is he pretty? Oh ha! A burst of uproar came from the corridor. Shenzano was especially embarrassed to bend down in front of Yan Lai, lifting his eyes to look at her. Do you agree? Yan Lai reached out to hold his fingers and smiled sweetly at him. Why don't you agree? She smiled a cute smile. Let's have dinner tonight. The tip of Shenzai's heart trembled, staring at her in a daze. Unable to speak, Jiang Shua and the others continued to cajole. Oh ha! Congratulations to the 6th grade first bully for inviting the person he wanted to invite today. Shenzano came back to his senses and chased after them in exasperation. Cut the crap. Are you guys going or not? Jiang Shua was particularly sensible and hugged his brothers. We won't go. After all, this is kind of your family gathering. A few brothers and a sister and a brother-in-law. What are we going to do to make a scene? Yeah. Shinjinja's smile suddenly disappeared. Don't talk if you don't know how to talk. And who is he saying is a brother-in-law? Jiang Shua scrunched his neck and snickered. Shenzano also did not have a good gas. Pretending not to care to look at Yan Lai, you dress up tonight to look good. I will take you to meet the clouds to eat. Where does it come from? What is that place? Very upscale place? She wondered. What's it going to be? A skirt? Shenzano shrugged his shoulders. Whatever. As long as it's you who doesn't wear a school uniform. Most of all this hair of yours should be changed. It seems like a crooked bull's horn that has been knocked out of place. It's ugly. Yan Lai. That's the second person today who said her hair looks like a bullhorn. It looks like Uncle Yan Fengxing doesn't know how to comb his hair. Gu Huai touched her head. Wait for me in the classroom at the end of the school day. I'll bring the clothes to you and brush your hair on the way. Shinjingji let out a yelp. His tone not kind. Gu Huai, you can also braid a little girl's hair? You're quite versatile, aren't you? Gu Huai's expression was light. I've been combing her hair since she was 3 years old. Why? Do you have a problem with that? The corner of Shinjingji's mouth twitched. Sourly don't open his head. Not much. Who can have an opinion on this kind of thing? Someone serving my sister. I'm too happy to be happy. Gu Huai sniffed the air expressionlessly. It's so sour. Who's eating the lemon? His gaze fell on Shinjingji and he picked his lips. Oh, it's Shinjingji. Shinjingji? You. Shenzano interrupted the chanting. Alright, stop bickering. Weren't you two quite taciturn just now? Gu Huai, who is in tacit agreement with him? Shinjingji, who's in tacit agreement with him? The two of them spoke in unison, looked at each other again, and then looked away again. Shin Xiuyan indifferently pushed his glasses with his middle finger. How childish. Shenzano deflated. Let's go, class. Jiang Shua enthusiastically waved his hand towards Yanlei. Little thank you for today. Next time brother will take you to play. Intention smiled and nodded, waving after him. Gu Huai swept a look at her. She suddenly wimped out and dropped her hand. Gu Huai narrowed his eyes meaningfully. You're quite popular. How about coming? She snapped. Brother Jiangshua is very gentle. You can be friends with her too. Gu Huai's face was so dark that it could be burned as carbon. Doing. Choked and held his hand impatiently. Okay, then I'll only play with you. Okay? I won't play with anyone else. Gu Huai slanted her a glance and hummed. Who cares? When he finished, he pulled her away. his hand clutching hers tightly. Shin Jingji took her other hand and said unhappily, to be honest, I think Gu Huai is just spoiled by you. You shouldn't pay any attention to him. Let's see what he can do. Gu Huai frowned, coldly sweeping at him. Spread your hands. Shin Jingji raised his chin provocatively. No, this is my sister. Intentional was tugged along by both of them, looking to the left and then to the right, shaking his head helplessly. Who let her have just a few out-of-the-box friends? Pamper yourself. He Qingqing and He Jiayu as well as He Qian stood in the first-floor corridor with their heads hanging down like lost dogs. It wasn't long before Xiao Wanning came down from upstairs and went to stand in front of them. The three quickly stood at attention, waiting with bated breath for her instructions. Xia Lianning had a sulk flashing in her eyes, but she suppressed her temper. For today's matter, every one of you write me a 500-word review, and reflect on why you lost like this. He Jiayu was upset, mainly because Yan Lai was too intentional. She tricked me. Xia Lianning looked on with cold eyes. You should be grateful that Yan Lai this child has no bad intentions and only knows defense but not offense, or else the four of you wouldn't be enough for her. He Jiayu was dumbfounded and bowed his head, not daring to say more. Xia Evening Gel hate iron is not steel, so stupid mind do not let me see the second time. Now are the era of monitoring. You have done what everyone can see. Do not always want to think of crooked ideas to set people up. Cannot give me back to the laboratory to go. He Qingqing shuddered and spoke for her brother. Don't be angry, Mrs. Xia. We know all about it. Xia Evening Ning didn't have a good temper. I've already booked a place for you guys in Meet the Clouds, so take He Jianing with you tonight and have a meal together to relieve your stress. He Qingqing was flattered, uncomfortably pursed her lips. But, we didn't do a good job Grandma Xie. Meet the Clouds isn't the only dish we can eat if we get a perfect score? A coldness flashed under Xia Wanning's eyes. Rebuke is to be had, and love is to be had, or else it's the second Yan Zishi. Xia Wanning patted He Qingqing's shoulder and intoned, but I've always believed that you guys can do it. Tears welled up in He Qingqing's eyes as she looked at her in a moved manner. Aha! We definitely won't let you down again. Please take your time. The three bowed neatly at 90 degrees as if they were worshipping her as king. Xia Wanning turned around, took off the sterilized wipes and wiped her hands, then dropped them in the trash can in passing without turning back. After school, Yan Lai was locked in the RV by her head and watched in disbelief as the stylist worked on her look. The origin was that Gu Huai asked Gu Rin to help him buy clothes, and as a result, Gu Rin's godfather waved his hand. How can my daughter-in-law change her clothes and call it a day? The cards must be arranged. So he hired a stylist straight away to design her look for the family dinner with her brothers. She stared blankly at herself inside the mirror, wearing a halter puffy top, a pair of black draped micro pants on the lower half, a pair of thick-soled Louboutins on her feet, and a delicate pearl-chained bag around her waist. Inked hair was coiled into a balled-up head, the rounded, full back of her head looking a head taller throughout. She couldn't take her eyes off of it. Is looking good. The stylist smiled at her with incomparable respect. We are Mr. Gu's stylists. It's our honor to do your styling. Thank you for your feedback, and welcome to visit again. Gu Huai and Shin Xiuyan. They were all waiting outside the caravan. Shen Zeno glanced at the time, impatient. Yan Lai is still not ready? It's been an hour since this styling, and she doesn't need to put on makeup, right? Shin Jingji snorted. I just asked. They said she's packing her eyelashes. Shen Zeno? Eyelashes still need to be cleaned up? Shin Xiuyan indifferently held a book, completely unconcerned. Gu Huai stood impatiently in front of the car door with his hands in his pockets. Suddenly, the car door opened. A small, white, chubby hand poked out of it. Gu Huai spoke. You finally. The words ended abruptly. Lifted her eyes to look at them, her eyes black and white under her long curly eyelashes, and milked her voice. You've been waiting for a long time, haven't you, brother? Gu Huai's eyes widened in shock. Shin Zeno's smug expression instantly froze. Shin Jingji hee cut stuck in midair. Shin Xiuyan inadvertently raised his head, and his sights suddenly froze and locked onto her. The stylist behind Yan Lai smiled and introduced. This is the most popular sweet cool outfit among kids recently. It looks more cute on kids, and we even permed her eyelashes specially, like a doll, right? Yan Lai asked tentatively. Do I look good? She was glowingly beautiful against the setting sun. Chapter 192. She's so beautiful that she glows, so she can't say anything. Gu Huai opened his mouth, unable to squeeze out a single word. For teenagers froze in place, unable to put together a single word. She stood on her tiptoes and waved them in front of her, wrinkling her brows helplessly. Can't you guys just compliment me? Am I that unattractive? They snapped back abruptly and opened their mouths in embarrassment. No dash. Yan Lai wasn't interested in listening anymore and turned around to get into the car. I don't believe you guys when you say I don't look good. After all, has grown eyes. Humph. Gu Huai was the first to react and looked at the Shin brothers. Shin Jingji half opened his mouth. It seems like she's glowing. Shen Zeno agrees. I thought it was a princess from somewhere. Fixed my eyes to see that it's Yenlei. Shin Xiuyan silently retrieved the book. She's fit to wear this. The two brothers nodded and suddenly looked at Gu Huai. Why didn't you say anything just now? Gu Huai choked, the tips of his ears quietly reddening. You all didn't react. How could I? I've been with her the longest. He had only seen the gentle and playful Yenlei in a princess dress. Where had he seen such an exquisite her? The moment she got out of the car, she was really glowing. Yenlei sat in the car, not knowing what they were discussing, impatiently lowered the window. Beautiful as black pearl eyes locked four people. Milky voice urged, still not get in the car. Brothers? They instantly snapped back to their senses, and like mute brats got in their cars and droves, not quite comfortable with her beauty. Yenlei propped her hand on the car window and looked at them with an expressionless face. Is really unattractive? Give her a compliment. She's gorgeous today, okay? Gu Huai choked and lowered his head to sit next to her. The Shin family brothers even did not look at anyone. The tips of their ears were red and red, just like a stuffy gourd. The driver asked, departing? Young master and young lady? Withdrew her gaze in hatred and milked the ferocity. Let's go. Not long after, Ching stood at the entrance of Meet the Clouds, her eyes glowing as she looked at the specially decorated restaurant in front of her. She and her siblings wore their best clothes. Although Jianing was defeated, he was very happy. Jianing, I love to come and Meet the Clouds, because they have super good chicken fries and pizza, and they have a singing show. Plus the restaurant, as its name suggests, is dominated by a white and silver tone, with many white clouds hanging from the ceiling and a smoky floor, just like being in a fairyland. Jianing frankly said, brother and sister, I feel advanced every time I come to Meet the Clouds, don't you? Ching nodded. Hokaiu echoed the sentiment. We failed today, but it's good that grandma is very open-minded and willing to give us a chance, so we must eat happily today so that we can keep trying next time. Qian and Jianing nodded heavily. Keep up the good work. Immediately afterward, another car stopped behind a few people. A familiar voice rang out from behind them. Wow, there really are clouds in here eh? The voice? A few people turned around in surprise to see Yenlei popping out of the car. Exquisitely dressed and sweetly cool. Qian was stunned. Jiayu's eyes lit up. Jianing's eyes rounded. Oh my god, she's so beautiful. Qing abruptly sank her face. Yenlei did not notice the Forhe family. This is a belly full of fire. But see, this only restaurant also dissipated. Was the doorway sculpture to attract attention? Pointing, want to take a picture with it. Without saying a word, Gu Huai took out his cell phone to take her picture. I'll take it for you. She frowned and cooed. But this bag is so shoulder stretching. Shin Jingji arrowed forward. Let me help you with your backpack. Then it was unbelievably smooth as she slid the little mini bag across herself. Stood next to the statue B, a bit dissatisfied. Is this not good? I can't pose. Shin Zeno stepped forward. Let me teach you how to pose. Shen Xiuyan covered his face. A bunch of raiders. What a lack of eyes. Suddenly, Yenlei had a bright idea. Big brother want to take a picture? He lowered his hand indifferently. That's fine too. The four members of the Yi family watched in awe as Yenlei took pictures with them one by one. Shin Jingji backpack. Shin Zeno teaches posing. Gu Huai took a picture. Shen Xiuyan accompanied the photo. Then the four will take turns changing positions again. Jianing had mixed emotions. What is this? The princess and her four handsome knights? Jiayu returned to his senses. Ch. What's there? Yenlei looked at the photos with satisfaction and thought they all looked good. Okay, we can print them out and put them on the bedside. As soon as the four boys heard this, they looked away with mixed disinterest and pressed the corners of their mouths, which had risen deliberately. Yenlei didn't look any further and prepared to go into the dining room, just in time to meet the gloomy gazes of several members of the He family. She was baffled. Hojiu and Hojining? Gu Huai and the others returned to their senses and saw them sink in unison. Shinzeno only felt bad luck. It's really not an enemy. You guys come here to eat too? Qing was the first to react and held her head high. Yes, we made a reservation early, but have you reserved a place yet? If you don't have a reservation, you'll be kicked out. As soon as the words fell, a manager in a suit passed in front of her and came to nod his head in front of Shinzeno. Young Master Shinzeno, why didn't you call when you came? Luckily I saw you. Where do you want to sit today? Qing? Shinzeno stuck his hands in his pockets and smiled at her in mock distress. I'm sorry MS. Qing, I let you fail at pretending. I, Shinzeno, never need reservations. Was surprised. Then you're really great brother. You don't even need to make a reservation. Shinzeno stinks, don't even look at who I am. Little master to take you to find the most comfortable position to go. After saying that, he pulled Yan Lai to rub shoulders with He Qingqing. The corners of He Qingqing's mouth twitched as she gritted her teeth and didn't say anything. Shin Jingji passed in front of her and probed innocently. Does your face hurt, senior sister? You shouldn't know that there is a kind of person who doesn't need to be booked, right? Gu Huai grunted. Shin Xiuyan sarcastically hooked the corner of his mouth. As soon as they left, He Jianing tilted her head and looked at He Qingqing. Sister, aren't their ranks in this restaurant higher than ours? He Qingqing was so angry that her nostrils enlarged. What do you think? None of them need to make reservations. She pulled He Jianing into the restaurant and tilted her head to see Yan Lai and Shinzano sitting at the best box. It's a private room, but it's actually open. In the middle of the second floor of the restaurant, wrapped in layers of clouds and with steps that raised the table to a higher level. That was a seat only for the most honored VIPs, and I heard that only guests who had had 5 large birthday parties here could meet that requirement. But, worst of all, they were positioned next to this high level, because this upper level has the best view. The location next to it is also the best, but this makes them look low. He Qingqing was speechless. Never for a moment had she hated this position so much. He Jianing Gray abruptly sticking to the package of Yan Lai walked to the front of the position. Originally, I was very happy today, but seeing them I do not know why. I feel a little ashamed. He Jiayu and He Prayan also nodded, not knowing what to say. He Qingqing regained her composure. What is there to be ashamed of? Should eat and drink, how to be happy, how to come. Grandma gave us a quota of 5,000. Counting the order. On the other side, the waiter had already handed Shinzano the menu in front of him. Just wanted to choose, but Shinzano said, bring up your best-selling new and classic models, just one pizza, and feel free to have other snacks. Was a bit surprised. Brother, don't we need to care about the price? It's still better if we should look at it, right? Avoid wasting. Shinzano lazy, do not need to see, come here to eat and not count. You eat how much I can afford. He Qingqing. Chapter 193, what is the meaning of this? Any person sent out is a king's bum. He Jiayu disliked the table with one fist and suppressed his voice. Did he say that to us? Sneering at us, right? He Qian sipped a mouthful of lemon water. Tone Bloomy, I heard Shinan would give his son a month 1 million pocket money. Spend it all, and get the award, can get 100,000 bonus. Shinan the Wild, how many games a year? His money must be a lot. We can't compare with him now, but we will certainly earn more money than him in the future on the line. Don't care about them, keep a good mentality. He Qingqing felt that it made sense. Lao San is right. The siblings nodded and looked carefully at the menu. After choosing a dish, or wandering off to look at the top bit, Yan Lai had her back to them, and across from her were the 4 of the slouching teenagers. She poked her head around the railing. I can't believe there's a band downstairs, so can guests go up and perform? Shinzano was boredly playing with his cell phone. Of course, there are a lot of kids who will go up and perform on their own accord. But this kind of thing is too humiliating. I am not doing it. He Qingqing sneered. Have you never done it before? Or won't you? Was stunned and twisted her head to look at her. Will it have anything to do with you? Are you very idle? To care about us? Gu Huai was happy. Speak beautifully, absent coming. He Qingqing choked, unwilling to show weakness. I just think that those of us should seize every opportunity we have to express ourselves. For example, I'm now a grade 8 piano. My 2 younger brothers are grade 7 pianos. We have the ability, we can go up and perform. Unlike some people who can only move their mouths if they don't have the ability to do so. Idea was speechless. Oh, then you're awesome. She turned her head to ignore her. He Qingqing felt there was insulted too, clenched his teeth. Absence of intention. I think you are a wimp. You know that these 4 brothers of yours can't do anything but fight, so you are a thief to help talk. If you are really powerful, do you want to compete with us? Yan Lai looked at her absurdly. Sister, you're not finished, are you? He Qingqing looked at her with a smile and didn't give her a chance to refuse. My brother is not talented. Piano grade 7. She looked to He Jiayu. Jiayu, go give them a sample. He Jiayu got up proudly and walked downstairs to the piano. A fluent tune flowing out from under his fingers. The tunes are emotionally charged and hard to hide the power. The more He Jiayu played, the more he got into it, and his glasses were about to fling off. Yan Lai was dumbfounded. It's not that I'm surprised. It's mostly that, she didn't agree to race, right? She looked absurdly at her brother. Is it because I'm not in the right mood for rejection? How come you're playing the piano? This also, sister, after my consent. The 14 saw her like this and poofed. People are just rushing their ducks. Shinjingji hit the nail on the head and teased. He Qingqing is determined to compare. Yan Lai. She looked at He Qingqing in distress. She just wanted to come and get a pizza. He Qingqing thought that she had wimped out and couldn't hide her pleasure. Absence of intention. This piece is called Radetzky March. You should have only heard it at the games. Intentionally uninterested. I haven't heard of it because I had diarrhea when I walked in formation at the games. He Qingqing. After a piece of music, He Jiayu proudly got up and left from the piano. The diners applauded facetiously. This kid is pretty good. Yeah, it looks like it's only in the 5th or 6th grade. He stepped over these compliments and walked up the stairs with immense pride. Happened to pass by a pair of handsome older men at the table. Fu Shinian elegantly wiped his mouth and looked askance at He Jiayu's back. Li Yan sat across from him and sighed with her hand on her cheek. The competitive pressure on children these days is really great, and they can play the piano at this age. Fu Shinian coldly grunted. The piano music he played can only be described in 2 words. It's awful. Li Yan. That's 4 words, right? He was cold. Do a few words matter? Li Yan didn't think so. I think it's good. People are working so hard. How can you pour cold water on them? In 2 days, you will meet my disciple. How can you meet him with this attitude? Fu Shinian was disinterested. As far as I know, Yan Lai didn't agree to become your disciple. So hurry up and finish eating and let me go. I don't want to listen to all this loud music here. He Jiayu didn't hear a word of the exchange between the two. He puffed out his chest like a big rooster returning to their position. He Jianing was honored. Second brother, you performed wonderfully. You really made us look good. He Jiayu proudly held his head high. That's right. I was applauded by a full house. So I'm naturally awesome. He Qingqing was proud of himself and looked provocatively at Yan Lai. Come on, Yan Lai, please choose your hero. Idea. She turned her head helplessly and looked across the room. The 4 teens looked at her with a relaxed and comfortable expression. Gu Huai's tone was flat. You can choose me. Xin Jingji looked relaxed. Close your eyes and choose. Yan Lai. She doesn't want to choose. She's just here for the pizza. Her head was full of black lines. Then she looked at He Qingqing in a serious manner. Sister, I'm here with them to eat, so don't pester us. He Qingqing, so you guys wimped out, right? Yan Lai crumbled and explained with her. No, it's mainly because you guys were the ones who were competing with us in the beginning, and I didn't even want to compete with you guys. I want to have fun and eat, okay? He Qingqing was certain. So you wimped out. Yan Lai was speechless and could only look at Gu Huai. Gu Huai understood and was going to get up. Shun Zeno, however, pressed his shoulder. I'll do it. Yi was surprised and watched Shun Zeno hang back and get up from his chair. He Qingqing was amused. Shun Zeno, with your boxing hands, you can play the piano? Shun Zeno didn't say anything, hands in pockets, lazily walking downstairs to the piano. Yan Lai poked his head out nervously, only to see Shun Zeno sitting with a straight spine on the piano bench, his wrists hanging in the air, a familiar piece of music instantly flowing out from his fingertips, smooth as a dove. This hangdog school bully suddenly became elegant? He Qingqing abruptly stared in disbelief. He's surprisingly good at it? Yan Lai picketed the railing is even more surprised. Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata? Xin Jingji was surprised. You know Aii? She nodded her head and nodded. Because Gu Huai will too. There was also an uproar inside the restaurant. Looking at Shin Zeno's rather wild-eyed face in shock. He is a combination of Yan Wei Yang and Shinin with. There is Shinin and the cold and stern phoenix eyes. And there is Yan Wei Yang's delicate nose. And his appearance is between gangsterism and delicacy. Plus his characteristic debauchery, which breaks through the bones and straight into the heart. But when combined with the white 3-legged piano, he seems to become a humanoid wolf, performing as casually and naturally as eating and drinking. There is no trace of Ho Kaiyu's performance, but it sets off the more handsome. Shin Xiaoyan stood to the side with his arms wrapped around him, and said in a cloudy manner, Shin Zeno already had grade 10 piano when he was 10 years old, and after that, he majored in sparring and fighting arts and other musical instruments. So I really don't know what there is to show off about having a grade 7. Ho Kaiyu. Thanks. There was sarcasm. When the song ended, Shin Zeno lazily got up, and the applause rang out like thunder. He mixed it up and stepped back into his seat to a round of applause. Enthusiastically pounced on him. You're too good ergo. You're the real hero. Shin Jing resigned a acidic reminder. Yan Lai, don't act like you haven't seen the world. Any one of us is a 10th grade. Today with you for dinner we are all the king's bomb. Send whoever goes out is the same. Yan Lai immediately turned her head to look at He Qingqing. Excited. That's great. You guys can't beat me. I can eat pizza. He Qingqing, are you full of pizza? Yan Lai pinched her waist. Yeah, or else it's full of you, then I can't eat. He Qingqing, is she polite? Chapter 194, He Jianing. What do you owe me here? He Qingqing was so angry that her stomach twisted, and hot tears vaguely turned up under her eyes. Can't tell if I'm angry or in pain. She only felt aggrieved and simply shrunk her body into a ball, turning her back to Yan Lai and no longer saying anything. Seeing her listlessness, He Jianing asked tentatively, Sister, have you admitted defeat? He Qingqing didn't say anything. He Jianing held her hand and said seriously, Sister, we can't just admit defeat. Besides, it's not a surprise that Shin Zeno knows these talents. Who doesn't take interest classes in this era? We can totally start with the weakest one. He Qingqing's eyes glowed with a hint of light, gradually coming to be interested. He Qian rationally analyzed. Shun Xiuyan, Shun Zeno, Shinjingqi family conditions are good. Interest classes must be quite a lot on. The only no background is Gu Huai and Yan Lai. He Jiayu is sure, Gu Huai cannot. I heard that Gu Huai's grades are extremely excellent. Subjects are full marks, but also his homeroom teacher's heart. We laugh at him as an orphan can be. Really fight, is certainly a defeat. A few people finished their list of eliminations and suddenly locked eyes in unspoken agreement. That leaves only one. The four men looked in unison to look to the Yanai. Yi turned on her side, her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster, and sliced the pizza with her fork, saying in surprise, "Wow, it's really as advertised. The pizza pulls." Shinjingji snorted. "Isn't it normal for cheese to stretch?" she said frankly, "but Yi has only seen it on TV. This is the first time I've seen it. Thank you brother for giving me the chance to eat it." The four teens were surprised by her sincerity, and with varying degrees of tenderness and sympathy turning up in their eyes, they all looked at her without speaking. He Qingqing narrowed his eyes, obviously not of princess origin, but with a princess-like future. So harsh. She looked over at Hekinen. He Jianing flung his fork and stood up from his chair, yelling, "Why not? I'm curious. Your brothers are so talented. What do you know?" Yan Lai, who was concentrating on drawing silk, wrinkled his eyebrows. "Here we go again." Shinzeno rolled his eyes greatly and prepared to ring the bell. "I'll have the hotel manager kick them out." Hekinen simply ignored it and walked straight up the steps to the table where Yen came from. "I noticed your brothers are multi-talented, but you yourself seem to know nothing? Don't you have anything to perform?" Yan Lai put down his fork with an expressionless face. "Yes." "Hekinen, perform what?" She coldly flashed her phone watch. "I'll sue you to my mom for pestering me." "Hekinen?" She laughed in exasperation. "I'm just asking if you know any specialties. You don't have to call your parents directly, do you? And your mom isn't a real mom, is she? Is she willing to control you?" Yan Lai's face instantly turned cold, slamming the table and standing up. "What's it to you?" Her cheeks were bulging from baby fat, her eyes were round and big, and she wasn't as tall as He Jianing, so she looked like a little peahen fuming fiercely, completely unafraid. He Jianing lowered his eyes and smiled at her. Yi suddenly felt that she had lost a little bit of her momentum, decisively took off her shoes and stood on the stool to look at her condescendingly. "I'm taller than you." He Jianing's smile suddenly disappeared, subconsciously looking at the chair next to him. Shinjingja expressionlessly turned the strawberry milk in his hand. "Try thinking about my chair if you dare." The corners of He Jianing's mouth twitched as he looked toward Yan Lai. Yi crossed her arms with one hand and looked at her out of the corner of her eye. All she could do was tilt her head. "Why don't you come and tell me what talents you know?" Yan Lai's face was expressionless. "Why would I tell you that? Would you give me little red flowers?" "Hejanine, I can give you little red flowers." She scoffed. "Does your little red flower have qualifications bestowed by your teacher? Can you redeem them for erasers and toys? Can it be redeemed for stickers? Can it be praised by the teacher in front of all the children?" He Jianing was dumbfounded. "You're asking so much for a little red flower? Our class is all about sticking stars." Yan Lai sighed and said with fries in his mouth, "Then we are not on the same path. Stars and saffron are not destined to come together." He Jianing? Who said that? "I just want to race you." Yan Lai grunted. "Compare with me. We both have different prizes. How can we compare?" She sat cross-legged on a chair and put up her little fat hand with a board. "Nah, when you come out to hang out, you have to talk about your grades and the number of little red flowers. How many stars do you have? And how many points do you get in your hobby class?" He Jianing wrinkled his eyebrows and managed to get sidetracked. "So how many points did you get in your major?" "0 points nah." Yan Lai milk-fierce slapped the table. "Because you stepped on my handmade work. I'm going to take my entry to compensate the principal. And now you're going to come to my place to make me have no way to eat pizza." He Jianing. "What do you owe me here to pay back?" Shinzeno, pfft. The corners of Shin Xiuyan's mouth pressed down with difficulty. Shinjingji held back his laughter until his face turned red, and approached Gu Huai. "What does she usually like to watch?" Gu Huai covered his lips with one hand. "Ghost movies, spy wars, gun battles, and blah 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 little magic fairy. And take the time to look at romance movies." Shinzeno lowered his head and shivered with laughter. "This child has learned too much knowledge." He Jianing's face turned red with anger. "That's because you weren't able to protect your things yourself." Yi glared. "Say that again? If you say it again, I'll beat you with my shoe." "All beings are equal under the slipper." He Jianing took 2 steps back in fear, looking a bit abashed at her small, palm-sized shoes. "Can't you fight me like an adult? Let's both race." Yan Lai was stunned, put on his shoes and stood up. "Then what?" He Jianing's aura faded, and she took 2 steps back in fear. "What did you say you knew?" She was exasperated. "I can shoot." "Hekinen?" Yan Lai continued to think. "I can still eat, and I'm best at ice cream." Gu Huai. Shinjingji, does eating ice cream count as a strength? Shun Xiuyan. Shinzeno laughed his ass off. Ha 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 ha. He Jianing was speechless, but had to help her find a remedy. You can always sing, right? The two of us will compete in singing. If I win, you can leave now. Don't delay our family gathering. Yan Lai ridiculous, joking, singing. I have never been afraid of anyone. I'm the first in the orphanage competition every year. He Jianing froze. So how many years have you been comparing? Yunai, 1 year. Hekanen, a year is considered a year? She gasped. I'm only 4 years old. How many years do you expect me to have? He Jianing was stunned and suddenly reacted. Yeah, Yan Lai is only 4 years old. The guy acted so slick. There was always the illusion that she was 5 years old. Please then. Not wanting to talk to her much, Yi walked towards the stairs. Gu Huai was uneasy and stood up. Yan came. She turned back angrily. Sit here and wait for me. We girls don't let you interfere in our business. Gu Huai was startled and subconsciously sat back down, nodding and nodding again. Chapter 195, Fu Shiren. Look, that's my apprentice brother Yan Lai. Shin Jingji seemed to empathize with Gu Huai, and was so scared that he covered his heart. Yan Lai is quite scary when he is fierce? Gu Huai returned to his senses and nodded heartily. That's true. Yan Lai doesn't get angry easily, but she's definitely not one to be messed with. Yi quickly ran up to the stage and borrowed the microphone. Cold and silent, He Jianing leisurely took the microphone and said to the sound engineer, please come to a song as you wish. She looked provocatively at Yan Lai. Can you sing? Yan Lai had impatience written all over his face. You sing the first verse. I'll sing the second. Hurry up and make it quick. He Jianing sneered and hooked her lips, looked at the guests who were at a loss, and piled up a kind smile. Hello everyone, my name is He Jianing. I'm going to sing with this kid called Yan Lai. Whoever sings better, please call out any of our names when we're finished, okay? A group of diners looked at each other in disbelief and nodded with interest. Okay, that one is really Yan Lai. Ha, this kid is a lot better looking than what you see on TV. So cute little EE. Just don't feel as if you're too happy? I guess I was pressed on the head to come to the race? Mom forced to come? Ha 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 ha, same world. Same parents who forced the show? But among this group of diners, Li Yan in the corner painted the most different picture. His mouth was slightly open, and he was dumbfounded long before the moment Yan Lai came on stage. His disciple? No, his future apprentice? I can't believe it's here. Karma. He grabbed Fu Shirenyan's arm. This is my disciple Yan coming. Fuznian was stunned and lifted his eyes to look at Yan Lai. She was seen with her inked hair coiled into a balled-up head, dressed like an adult, her little face dropping down like a hamster, unhappiness written all over her face, but unexpectedly very classy. He looked to Li Burn. Li Yan was starry-eyed with excitement. My disciple is going to sing eh? She must have known that I'm here and intentionally performed for me. Maybe? Fu Shirenyan wanted to splash him with cold water, but when he saw him smiling with arched eyebrows, he helplessly pulled the corners of his mouth. Then let's listen to it and see what level your disciple can sing at. Yan Lai stood on a high platform and didn't mind that everyone was ogling her and taking videos. She didn't pay attention to the guests, but just looked up at her place at the table. Gu Huai and the others were already standing by the railing watching. Shenzano ate pizza while pulling silk to her, deliberately teasing, Yan Lai, hurry up ah, a moment pizza does not pull silk oh. Yan Lai, rating the shoots nah. After that, the top key sounded and He Jianing spoke slowly, you are a distant road, a light in the fog of the mountains. The tender child's voice swung in the restaurant. The guests were looking forward to it, and when they heard the tune, their expressions gradually became helpless. The singing was okay, on key, but it doesn't sound good either. Fusilier directly covered his ears. He Ching frowned at the sound, walked off the stage to pick up a new microphone, and opened her mouth to take it. The tone of her voice was melodious and melodious. The diner's eyes lit up. He Jianing simply stopped and looked adoringly at his sister. He Qian and He Jiayu were proud of themselves and looked at the 4 teenagers on the high seat. Let me tell you, my sister's singing is the best amongst us, and at every cultural evening, my sister can get first place whenever she performs her singing. Gu Huai was indifferent. Oh, that's none of our business? Both? At the bottom, Fuznian rhythmically tapped the desktop, but also came to be interested. There's something about this He Ching. Li Yan was impatient at the side. How come it's just these 2 kids singing and not my disciple? Yan Lai stood expressionlessly. They sang 2/3 of the song, and the more they sang, the more interested they became, and the diners underneath even applauded along with the rhythm, but others muttered, when will it be Yan Lai's turn? These 2 kids are too bad. Squeezing her to keep her from singing? That's just it. The 2 little girls have quite a heart. Suddenly, He Ching looked toward Yan Lai with a bad smile. She's going to leave the most complicated part to Yan Lai. Make her open her mouth and run out of tune. Public disgrace. Yan Lai picked up her signal and lifted the microphone with a facepalm. Shin Jingji was nervous. It's going to be sung, it's going to be sung. Yi's eyes were wave-free, as if nothing could cause a ripple. but her opening was a clear, singing voice. The mountains and rivers are unharmed. The smoke and fire are ordinary, but you look out as you wish. Sleep peacefully in your dreams, O children, as you love so dearly. All the diner's eyes widened in shock. Shun Zeno, who was focused on drawing silk, looked down in surprise. Shin Jingji covered his mouth in disbelief. There was also a hint of shock climbing up Shin Xiuyan's calm expression. Gu Huai was victorious and raised his hand to clap his hands. The diners reflected, and the applause thundered and stopped quickly. Goosebumps, how can she sing so brightly? It overshadowed the excellent performance of Ho Qingqing. Although the child's voice had no finesse, it could feel like God was chasing her to feed her. And the opening made Goosebumps scurry. Someone was excited. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of actor is this kid to be? Be a singer. Li Yan was even so excited that he stood up and tugged on Fuznian's arm. Did you hear that? This is my disciple. An all-round player. It's too good. This is crushing. Fu Shirenyan's eyes are getting brighter and brighter. And the eyes that look at the intention of the Yin flashes with rich interest, seemingly wanting to put her in the bag. Yan Lai didn't care when she heard these cheers, turned to look at the blushing sisters, and sang with great emotion, "And I will dream of the reunion you dreamed of, wish for the eternity you wished for, and walk the long road you walked, and love you like this." He Qingqing was anxious and hurriedly picked up the microphone, deliberately overpowering her voice. But Yan Lai's voice was extremely clear. She couldn't cover it, so she could only raise her voice, and suddenly it ran out of tune. The diners cringed with particular impatience. TCH, what's with the little heart girl again? It's so hard to sing. Can't we just let Yan Lai sing alone? Haven't they sung enough? He Qingqing felt everyone's hostility towards her. Her voice gradually weakened. Her palms even moistened with cold sweat. Yan Lai hadn't stopped yet and happened to make a perfect ending. Like thunderous applause again. The winner is decided. Some remembered the promise from the beginning and cheered her name. Why don't you come to the right place? Yan Lai, how to make it work? How come? Yan Lai, you are my god. Shin Jingji leaned against the railing, not knowing what expression to make, only feeling hot-eyed. I don't know why, but she sang so well that I wanted to cry. Shin Xiuyan was non-committal and looked at her with a lot more appreciation in his eyes. Undeniably, the singing is really good. Shin Zeno leaned against the railing and whistled. Good job Yan Lai, you're ing awesome. Chapter 196 Fu Shirenyan. Gu Huai's eyes shone with starlight and he only felt light on his face. He had always believed in absenteeism. As long as she raced someone, he just had to wait for her to accept the results. She won't lose. Yan Lai smiled and responded to everyone's enthusiasm, taking pictures with a few fans in the process, handing the microphone back to the staff, and then gracefully looking at He Qingqing. Not a single person shouted your name, sister, so it looks like I won. He Qingqing's body trembled, looking at her with wide eyes, unable to speak. Yan Lai hooked his lips in a smile and left with pleasure. Suddenly, a man crossed in front of her. She stopped and looked up in surprise to meet a handsome middle-aged man. The man was dressed in a well-tailored black shirt, and his long, slender legs almost managed to submerge her whole. But height is not the main thing. The man looked to be around 40 and had very deep eyes that seemed to infuse the world's goodwill into them, causing the tip of her heart to flutter and the fire from not being able to eat the pizza to suddenly dissipate. What a beautiful uncle. The diners also froze at the appearance of the old man. Just from the aura, this is definitely a big guy. Dumbfounded, Yan Lai misplaced his gaze to see a grinning Li Yan dressed behind him. Grandpa Li Burn? Li Yan waved his hand at her. Hello future apprentice, here for pizza? She nodded dully. Yes. Li Yan cheerfully wrapped his arm around Fu Shirenyan's shoulders. He was even half a head lower than Fu Shirenyan. That's too coincidental. I'm also here to eat. By the way, this is your second future master, Fu Shirenyan. He leaned down to get close to Yi. Bad smile flying eyes. Worship my name. Fu Xingyan is your second master. Very cost-effective. Oh, hurry up and say yes. Fuzzy, you use me as a bargaining chip to talk? Most of the people inside the restaurant were mixed in their circle, hearing Fuznian's famous shock probe. Fuzzy? It's really fuzzy. Isn't Fu Shirenyan a Hall of Fame master composer? Or a pianist, violinist, painter? How dare he come here to eat too? Fuznian is so handsome? He should be in his 50s, right? How come he doesn't look old at all? I heard he was so beautiful when he was young. Really, eh? This Fu Shirenyan is now taking the initiative to come to find Yan Lai. I'm afraid he's not looking at this child's talent, right? It's really possible. I've also heard that Fuznian wants to retire, so he wants to find a disciple to pass the time, and my sister is looking around for connections in order to send her son to him. Yan Lai listened to the clouds and tilted her head to look at Fuznian. Fu Shirenyan was completely oblivious to the murmurs. His expression was waveless as he extended his hand towards her. Hello, my name is Fu Shirenyan. Yan Lai held his fingers slightly dumbfounded. Fu Shirenyan felt her fine soft fingers. the bottom of his eyes flooded with soft light, smoothly drew out a business card. 3 days later, I have a competition to select students. By then there will be a lot of children of the same age as you to participate in this competition together. I will choose one of the most outstanding children to become my students. If you are willing, 3 days to come to this address. He asked for a pen and wrote the address on the back of his business card. If you're interested, have your parents call the assistant first to sign up. This is the last spot I have left for you. Yen Lai took it with both hands in a daze, looking at the large letters that would fly in the dragon after tomorrow, and nodded. Thank you, Grandpa Fu. When she finished, she reached up and jerked, not twitching. Fu Shernyan looked at her cautiously. 3 days later, you must come. I'll wait for you at the Grand Theater. With that, he turned to leave. Li Yan incidentally close to her. Suppressed excitement, must come Yen Lai. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He is a great god in the art world. I'm sure he sees you. You will definitely become his disciple. At that time you will be the disciple of both of us. Absolutely come oh. After saying that, he was incomparably cheerful to keep up with Fuznian's pace, turning back to give her a flying kiss. Oh yeah, you just sang exceptionally well. Looking forward to your performance in 3 days. If anything, Fuznian gave her a sideways glance. The corners of his mouth seemed to be vaguely raised upwards as he disappeared into the restaurant. Yen Lai was still standing frozen in place. The whole atmosphere of the restaurant, however, suddenly exploded. This is opportunity. Congratulations little EE. You've gained the appreciation of a big brother eh? Look at other people's kids and then look at my kids. I finally know what it means to be someone else's kid. To be able to get an invitation from Fuznian, this must be a one of a kind. You must go, little girl. You can't let people down. Yen Lai gradually came back to her senses and met their eyes and smiles of heartfelt congratulations for her. She suddenly felt the business card rolling in her hand and gradually blossomed into a small smile. Aha! That's great. She gets such great stuff for being randomly picked on. She looked at He Qingqing cheerfully. I would have been quite angry Sister Qingqing. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Mother Wei Yang will be happy. He Qingqing, who had long been green-faced. Is this dog showing off? He Jining was indignant and a bit uneasy. Sister, isn't that big theater she's going to 3 days later the same big theater you're going to? That theater's interview slot was arranged by Grandma after she wasted a lot of effort. So why can't she just get this interviewer's business card? Shinzano's voice rang out. Of course it's because Fu Shernyan has his eye on Yen Lai, but not your sister. Does that even need to be asked? The sisters looked up in shock. Intentional was overjoyed and looked over at the 14s. Shinzano walked over with his hands in his pockets. Gangly, Shinjingji took the lead in embracing her into his arms. Congratulations EE. You didn't just win. You also gained the big brother's appreciation. You've won big this time. Shin Xiuyan took the business card in her hand. His tone could not hide his happiness. Do you know how high Fuznian's gold content is? Those of us who learn musical instruments. How many people want to become his disciple can't find the doorway? You're the only one who was moved to get this business card. Shinzano laughed evilly. As long as you don't do anything to kill yourself, the champion after 3 days, in all likelihood, will be you. The more EE listened, the more excited she became, her eyes glowing. Is it really that powerful? Shinjingji grabbed her shoulder and nodded exuberantly. Of course I did. And the 2 people who sang with you didn't get it. Only you did. This proves that his favorite person is you. You deserve it. Her heart thumped and she looked at Gu Huai again. Gu Huai stuck his hands in his pockets and looked at her favorably and smiled. Congratulations. Absent the intention to come. She smiled even sweeter and turned her head to look at the He Qingqing sisters. Then if you put it that way, I still have to thank them. If it wasn't for them wanting to compete with me, I definitely wouldn't have been spotted by Grandpa Fuznian. He Qingqing was so angry that her chest was heaving, looking at Yen Lai and panting. You did it on purpose. When she finished, she suddenly doubled over and fainted. He Jianing screamed. Ah, Sister Qingqing has passed out from Yen Lai's anger. Quickly pinch her. Yen Lai, ha. Chapter 197, Can't let Yen Lai participate in the competition. With the moon in the sky, Bai Miao walked through the long corridor of a courtyard with a grave expression on her face, came to a room and knocked on the door. Xiao Wanning's voice came from inside, enter. Bai Miao pushed the door in and was just about to open her mouth when Xiao Wanning said, I already know everything. How is He Qingqing? She answered in a muffled voice. Her head is not dizzy anymore, but she is still crying in her room. After all, losing Yen Lai for a day, the match was not won, not to mention that, but instead, she let Yen Lai to be looked at by the big brother. She felt humiliated and blamed herself. Xia Evening Ning casually flipped through the information. So do you think, on the day of the interview, Yen Lai will surpass He Qingqing? Bai Miao choked and nodded honestly. It's not an exaggeration to say that Yen Lai has talent, has a lot of heart and looks good. All aspects of the conditions are above He Qingqing. He Qingqing doesn't have any advantage except for her age. Xia Lianning's eyes sank as she put down the information. It's only right to lose when your skills are inferior. Bai Miao was unconvinced, but in that case, the brain development experiment will fail sooner or later. And how can we make the investors continue to invest when our experimental subjects have not accomplished anything at all? Then let Yan Lai not be able to participate in the competition. No matter what method you use. Xia Wanning's gaze was cold. Like ice, just leave her alive. Bai Miao was stunned and instantly realized. Understood. Soon. 3 days later, Yan Fengsheng half-kneeled in front of Yan Lai, his white and slender fingers putting on her Mary Jane shoes, lifting his eyes to look at her. She was wearing a black halter puffy sari today, and her inked hair was coiled in a pill head with pearl hairpins, elegant and noble. Great for interviews. He stood up and looked at her condescendingly. I have a meeting today. I can't stay with you. You don't have to be stressed. It doesn't matter if you get picked or not. But if you win today, I can buy you something. Anything. Yan Lai wiggled her little feet and looked innocent. That's what Mama Wei Yang said too. She told me that if I can win this championship, I can buy whatever I want. Yan Fengsheng raised an eyebrow and nodded. Then I'll stack my reward with your mother's and I won't go back on my word. She became more and more expectant and propped up her upper body to ask curiously, is Mr. Fu really very good? Yan Fengsheng was non-committal. Let's put it this way. If you can become Fuznian's disciple, you might be able to score movies and appear in all sorts of recital halls. But if you can worship Li Yan as your master, a group of henchmen will appear beside you who will look up to you. And there are some who will even give up their lives for your sake. But comparatively speaking, your work will be very dangerous. She listened with clouded curiosity. Then can't he be a composer on the surface and have a bunch of henchmen who look up to me in private? Yan Fengsheng was stunned and snorted. Do you want to be the outwardly all-favored daughter of the nation, but behind the scenes an emotionless killer who occasionally plays classical concerts and sells airplanes when there's nothing else to do? Yan Lai was getting more and more excited. I want to. She wants to learn so many things. Could be awesome adult. Want to shoot like Uncle Yan Wu Gue, and sing and perform. Yan Fengsheng smiled and shook his head. Wait until you can really pass the Fuznian interview. But I can also recommend a shortcut to you. Becoming Li Yan's disciple is Fuznian's disciple. Fuznian won't reject Li Yan. Intentional was thoughtful and a little nervous. But what if I don't make it? Will you guys blame me? Yan Fengsheng wrinkled his eyebrows and asked rhetorically. Why should I blame you? Isn't failure normal? She was insecure and but my classmates said that their parents would scold them if they didn't do well on the exams. And I don't want to fail everyone. Yan Fengsheng was stunned, looking at her locked brow. Yan Zishi's lost face popped up inside his head. How can you understand? Second brother? How could you, who won first place in the yearly division every year, know what I'm in it for? Do you think I want a reward? I want the recognition that the whole family is happy for me. If you lose, you can't eat good food. If you lose, you can't get rewards and smiley faces. You guys get numb from getting trophies, but I have to fight to the death. Do you know how painful this differentiation is? I'm not happy at all. He snapped back to his senses and looked at Yanai again. It won't. Looked up, stunned, at him. Yan Fengsheng stuck his hands in his pockets with a meaningful expression. You never need anyone else's approval. Just be yourself. I'll give you a reward if you win or lose. Was surprised. There's a reward for losing? Yan Fengsheng was certain. Well, winning is a reward. Losing is a consolation prize. No matter how you choose or what you do, you can get what you want, as long as you put your best foot forward. Yan Lai was surprised and suddenly motivated. Good. Will definitely work hard. With that, she ran to the car outside the door waving at him. I'm off. Yan Fengsheng nodded elegantly and watched her back as she ran towards the car, the dark pupils of his eyes faintly glowing with heat waves. Somehow, he had a vague feeling of certainty in his heart. Yan Lai will surely win. But it's okay if you don't win. The Yan family had enough money to keep her mingling for the rest of her life. She just needs to not go the same way her mom did. He took out his cell phone and opened the family group. Yan Lai went for an interview today. If she loses, you guys shouldn't reprimand her. She's a bit stressed out. Yan Weiyan, this is heartbroken a second brother? It's different to have a baby like a daughter, isn't it? It's better than being alone, right? Now give me still want to give up? Yan Fengsheng, shut up. Shinanwith, set a restaurant and have a big meal if you lose and a big meal if you win. Shinjingji, I've already bought the gift. Losing is the consolation prize. Winning is the congratulations prize. Yan Lixing, a bunch of humans who have lost their souls. They can die without licking little dolls, right? Yan Lixing is kicked out of the group chat by administrator Shinanwith. Shen Zeno? Am I the only one waiting for Yan Lai to win a treat? I'm waiting to rip her off. Shen Zeno was kicked out of the group chat by administrator Shin Xiuyan. Gu Rin, my daughter-in-law went for a job interview. Send me the address. I'll take a helicopter to celebrate her. Shen and With, why are you here? Gu Rin, we are childhood friends who grew up together Shinin with. What do you think I'm doing here? Of course I'm here all the time, silently observing you. Gu Rin was kicked out of the group chat by administrator Shinin with. Gu Rin is pulled back into the group chat by administrator Yen Wei Yang. Yen, it's boring to go to work. You two go on. I love to watch. Shinin with. You're not the president? Yen Wei Yang, can't the president take the lead in touching the fish? Gu Rin, then what are you waiting for? Act it out. Yan Feng Sheng, prepare congratulatory gifts for children. Don't get off topic. Gather what all rewards you can give, and have a party anytime? Yen Lai felt her cell phone buzzing and vibrating. Picking it up to see that the family group was full of chats that she couldn't quite read, she glanced at the time in passing. The trip is only about 40 minutes and you only have to wait another 30 minutes once you get there. Just in time. Following that, Lin Lucy sent her a voice. Don't forget about our 3 days of special training. Make sure to cheer up today. She returned a cat emoticon. Yes, she had prepared a lot for today's interview. The first thing is to choose a song with Lin Lucy Creek. After heavy screening, she finally decided on a love song sung by a children's group from H. She even learned the H pronunciation of the song. The children's group, with a voice that suited her so it couldn't go wrong. And then after 3 days of special training, they were finally able to reach the standard she was most comfortable with. Definitely a win today. Meanwhile, Gu Huai got out of the car in front of the Grand Theater. Without taking a few steps, Shen Jingji, Shen Xiaoyan and Shen Zeno also got down from the car. A few eyes met each other. Shen Jingji frowned. You're here to accompany Yen Lai for the interview? He shook his head. Piano exams. Shen Jingji realized. Coincidentally, we're also here for the exam. Shen Xiaoyan's expression was light. Yen Lai is also in this big theater today, and we happen to have a party at the end of it. Want to come together? Shen Zeno was dumbfounded next to him. If this kid becomes Fuznian's disciple, won't she be more powerful than me? She'll definitely have to treat us. Shen Xiaoyan slapped him on the back of the head. 6th grade piped in the preschool for food. Where's your face? Shen Zeno held his head in pain. I'm going to go buy the Balala limited edition magic wand for her. Okay, I was wrong. Gu Huai didn't refuse and looked back behind him. I also don't know when Yen Lai will come. The car was kinda jammed. Chapter 198. Absolute Lai didn't come to the competition because she didn't want to. Yen Lai people are going numb from the traffic jam. I don't know what happened, but there were 2 rear-enders up ahead, and there was a lot of arguing on both sides. Only 1 lane is left for cars to pass. She glanced anxiously at the clock. The expected time was to arrive half an hour early, but now it's only 15 minutes early. The driver looked at her through the rearview mirror. Don't worry miss, we'll be absolutely on time. Just 2 blocks away. She nodded. After 5 minutes, the car bypassed the traffic jam and was about to enter the next street when a car suddenly came crashing down on her. Bam! The huge inertia caused Yen Lai's body to roll to the side, so she felt herself being tugged by the seatbelt, but her mind was also blank, waiting for a reaction. She breathed in sharply and looked at the large dent on the other side of the car door. Yen Lai broke out in a cold sweat. The driver was even more shocked. Miss, are you okay? She covered her heart and shook her head. I'm fine, I'm bold. The driver, relieved and cursing, stepped out of the car and angrily scolded the perpetrator. Can you drive or not? We were passing normally and you managed to crash into it? I've got kids in the car. Yen Lai looked out the window and saw a hangdog man chewing gum getting out of the car with absolutely no guilt to speak of. Sorry, checking my phone. The driver is ridiculous, saying sorry and that's it? Are you responsible if something happens to the child? The man did not think. It is not compensate you for the money. What can be fierce? I now call the traffic police to come over well. My side recognize full responsibility. You pull the child to the hospital to check it? Idea wrinkled her brow and glanced at her watch. There's only 10 minutes left now. It's 1 block from the Grand Ole Opry. She got out of the car. Uncle driver, I'm going to be late. Let's hurry. The driver didn't want to tangle with the man too much. You know what? I'll take the kid to the game now and deal with it when I get back. Okay? The boy directly stopped in front of him, a face of indifference. No, I have called the traffic police. You will have to wait here now. And besides, the game a little late so what? You are already in a car accident. Extenuating circumstances. Was a bit anxious. No, that teacher especially hates being late. That's why I came out early. If it wasn't for the traffic jam, I would have already arrived. I have to go to the competition now. As soon as the man heard this, the corners of his mouth turned up, forming a devilish grin as he looked straight at her and said, So you're late. What can you do about it? What can you do? Yen Lai was struck by lightning. Did he do it on purpose? She looked at her watch again. It's already only 5 minutes. Yen Lai tugged on the driver's sleeve. Uncle driver, is that big cylindrical building the Grand Theater? The driver fretted. Yeah, don't worry. We're just a block away now. I'll take care of it soon. The man smiled wryly. I guess it'll take 20 minutes. Yi turned around and ran towards the entrance of the Grand Theater. The driver chased her. Miss, wait. I'll ask the traffic police to give you a ride. The man yanked the driver straight up. Don't go. Things aren't finished yet. The driver was chagrined. What's wrong with you? Can't you tell priorities? The kid is more important than the car. The man still looked unconcerned. What's that got to do with me? With that, he turned his back and sent a message. The child ran over on his own. Bai Miao receives the message and it's someone in the group. Plan number 2 ready. Yan Lai ran towards the Grand Theater, an extremely long path that took her 8 minutes to run, as she was physically unable to do so. It's already 3 minutes late, but it's not too late. Yan Lai ran towards the entrance of the Grand Theater when suddenly a car flashed by the curb and slammed into her. She was caught off guard and flopped to the ground, her mind momentarily blank with pain. The knee of her hand teased a hotness that seemed to leap all over her body, and the pain caused tears to reflexively come to her eyes as she looked at the source in shock. The uncle on the motorized bike drove right past her, screaming and cursing. Asterisk 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 kid. Watch it. Motherless thing. Yan Lai's eyes were absurdly wide open and he tried to get up, but he couldn't muster the strength to do so. The blood was staining the ground. She couldn't sit up because of the pain, and she felt the sky spinning, and the bean-sized tears hit the ground. And it was only after half a day's hard trying that she was able to get up from the ground. Yan Lai trembled and looked at his watch. 10 minutes late. Breathing harder and harder, she braced herself and limped toward the Grand Theater. Uncle told her to get on the elevator to the 10th floor and look for Studio 1001. With immense difficulty, she entered the elevator and tiptoed down to the 10th floor, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Bai Miao stood on the 10th floor, looking at the elevator already heading up, and holding her phone. She said, "Plan number 3 is starting." Yan Lai dusted off the dirt on his body and forced himself to rest against the wall against the pain. It doesn't matter. She's already here. Mr. Fu will surely understand. Suddenly, the elevator stopped. Stuck on the 3rd level, Yi froze and stood on her tiptoes to press the elevator door. No response. Suddenly, the elevator door opened and a few adults fishtailed in. Little sister, I'm sorry, the elevator is broken. You can go upstairs by yourself. She was incredulous, but my floor is the 10th floor. How do I get up there? She's still hurt. The staff helplessly shook their heads at her. There's nothing we can do. The elevator is broken. It's not like we won't let you go up, so hurry up and go. Wait. Yan Lai was yanked right out of the elevator door, watching them set up the sign and stop paying attention to her. All she could do was look to the safe passage and resign herself to climbing the stairs. The cuts on his knees were tearing. She wiped away the sweat and tried to call someone, but the watch phone is broken. Got hit by an electric car and got a splash screen. All she could do was keep grabbing the railing and climb up. It doesn't matter, even if it's on her hands and knees. She's still going to the competition. Fusco looked at his wristwatch. Yan Lai is 20 minutes late. The phone doesn't work. His face grew more and more ugly as he looked at Li Yan next to him. It seems that this child has failed to live up to your high expectations, Li Yan argued with a dark face. This kid shouldn't be late. Fusco, but she's already late. He Qingqing sat in a group of students waiting for the exam and silently hooked the corners of her mouth when she heard these words. Mama White told her that she wouldn't let the Yan Lai contest come. Fruity, she can't come. He Qingqing was dumbfounded and raised her hand. Teacher, I heard that Yan Lai wanted to stand you up, so it's better if you don't wait for her. Fusen was stunned and turned his head to look at her absurdly. What did you say? Li Yan swept his cold eyes toward her. Is that so? Did you personally hear what Yan Lai said? He Qingqing was a bit frightened by their looks, and nodded her head. Yes, she said she wasn't interested in singing, and thought you were too old to be a good teacher. Fu Shinian immediately revealed a look of disgust. What a good clumsy lie. Do you think I don't have a brain? Will believe you this kind of words? He Qingqing? Li Ran narrowed his eyes harshly. Speak ill of the other players again and you're out of here. He Qingqing abruptly went white. How did they know she was lying? Chapter 199, Brother will take you. Get dry. Fusilier looked at the time impatiently. 25 minutes late. Row. He looked to his assistant. No more Yan Lai. She failed her interview. Assistant, yes. Li Yan was anxious. Fuznian. Give her another chance. This child is very smart. Maybe she has some kind of suffering. Fu Shinian bored face. Lilan. Yan Lai behind but Shin family and Yan family. You don't give her excuses. A car pick up and drop off of the big lady late can be because of what else? Is not just petulance cannot get up? Since she is so unimportant, there is no need to wait. With that he turned and walked to the judge's table. Li Yan had no choice but to take out his cell phone and call Yan Lai. The user you are calling is off the hook. Damn, how can this kid be late? Meanwhile, Yan Lai climbed out of the 10th floor trembling. His legs and stomach were weak. She gasped for air, leaning against the corner with no more strength, staring dead at 1001 at the end of the hallway. Arrived. She finally arrived. She struggled to hold onto the wall as she continued to walk forward, when suddenly, a woman stopped in front of her. Yan Lai's eyes were lifeless as he looked up. Bai Miao, dressed in a low-cut white-fitted dress, brushed through her curls to look at her lazily. Hello again, absent-minded little friend. A little flustered by her beauty, Yi looked down at herself. Her dress, which had been ironed flat and nice by Yan Fengsheng, was full of wrinkles and dust, in stark contrast to hers. Yi hurriedly smoothed out her skirt, nodded her head to Bai Miao as a greeting, and brushed past her. Bai Miao's relaxed voice, however, sounded from behind her. You're 30 minutes late, the match has already begun. Mr. Fu was furious. You've been eliminated. Intentionality stalled in her footsteps, unsurprised, but she still raised her chin. It's okay, I have a reason. I'm sure Mr. Fu will give me a chance. The words fell. The studio at the end of the corridor came out of a person, and the staff guarding the door said, there is a contestant did not come. After she came you are not allowed to let her in. Mr. Fu does not want to see her. She was surprised. Wait. The assistant didn't hear and turned to enter the studio. As soon as the heavy door closed, the clamor of voices inside instantly dissolved into tranquility. Yan Lai limped towards the entrance of the studio and looked at the staff beggingly. Hello, my name is Yan Lai. I'm late because I had a car accident. Sister, can you let me in and let me talk about it again? Mr. Fu will understand me. The staff member was stunned and somewhat moved when he saw the gruesome injury on her leg. She looked to the end of the hallway. Bai Miao seemed to smile, holding up the transfer screen of her cell phone. She transferred her $10,000. The staff bites her lower lip and pushes EE away in an unforgiving manner. I'm sorry kid, no matter what your reason is, you're late is late. I can't let you in, you'd better leave. Yan Lai's heart tip trembled, grabbing her hand urgently pleaded. Sister, I beg you sister, the stairs are broken. I climbed up with great difficulty. My family is waiting for me to succeed sister. The staff member hesitated, but pushed her hand away. Sorry, she sobbed twice and walked around the staff to go inside. I'll ask Mr. Fu, if Mr. Fu won't let me participate. I won't participate. Absence of intention. Bai Miao's voice sounded behind him. Intention sobbed back. Bai Miao clasped her hands together and looked at her sarcastically. Don't you think you're being unreasonable? She was baffled, not understanding. Bai Miao pressed the elevator and faintly said, late is late, wrong is wrong, and continuing to stay here won't get you anywhere. It'll just be obnoxious. She was stunned and looked at the staff uncertainly. Sister, do I really have no chance? I wasted a lot of effort to come here. But somehow, the staff didn't look at her, and seemed to feel guilty as he said, it's useless even if you wait here. This is a professional studio. The soundproofing is very good. He can't hear you at all. You'd better go. Intentional was lost in thought and hung her eyes without saying a word. As it happened, the elevator arrived. Bai Miao pushed her into the elevator and pressed the floor, waving at her, goodbye, absolute lie kids. Intentional looked up in disbelief. Isn't the elevator broken? Bai Miao snorted. Maybe because God doesn't want you to succeed? Yan Lai was stunned and met Bai Miao's sarcastic eyes. Because you're just like your mother. You won't succeed no matter how hard you try. Surprised, she subconsciously lunged toward her just as the elevator doors closed and slowly descended. Pak Mio smiled brightly and tilted her head at the numbers in a victorious manner. See, Yan Zishi, even though you're dead and I'll never be able to take revenge like you, your daughter does make a great player to take the piss out of yet. Yan Lai quietly stepped out of the elevator and sat down on the sofa to wait quietly. She's not going anywhere. She's been preparing for this for so many days. She's not going anywhere. We must see Mr. Fu until we do. She rubbed her small hands together. The cuts on her palms were aching, but it made her feel better. The pain in the palm can relieve the dullness of the heart. Suddenly, a clear juvenile voice came from the side. How come? She abruptly raised her eyes and met Gu Huai's surprised eyes. Shun Xiuyan, Shin Jingji and Shin Zeno also stood behind him. 4 teenagers were wearing not so identical white shirts, and in a trance, she thought she saw light. When she came back to her senses, Gu Huai met the light and half-kneeled in front of her. His expression cold and solemn. You were bullied? She was stunned. Her heart suddenly surged with a wave of aggression, making her cry uncontrollably. I was late because my car was hit by someone. The driver uncle had no way to send me here. I ran to the door and was hit by an electric car again. It hurt for a while, and when I slowed down to go to the elevator ended up breaking down again. By the time I climbed the stairs I was already half an hour late and they wouldn't let me in. Gu Huai's face changed at first and hurriedly wrapped her in his arms. Then why didn't you call me? She cried even harder. Because my little genius phone watch is broken too. Shinzeno was incredibly shocked. Then you went out and stepped on dog. Right, so unlucky? Shin Xiuyan raised his hand to slap him on the back of the head. Shinzeno held his head in pain. Why are you hitting me again? Shin Xiaoyan looked at him with hatred. You think it's her bad luck? She's being set up. Someone purposely didn't want her to participate in the competition. Shin Zeno was stunned and gradually reacted. Right, oh, these guys are very shady. I forgot about this one. Shin Jingji's face was grave. It must be He Qingqing. She's on the list of today's competition. Gu Huai's face was horribly gloomy as he wrapped Yan Lai in his arms. We'll take you up there and talk to that Mr. Fu. Shin Xiaoyan raised his hand. No, Mr. Fu's temper is particularly bad. Yan Lai has now been blacklisted by him. Maybe we'll be driven away before we can even wait to speak when we see him. We should think differently. Yan Lai huffed and looked at him. Shen Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes inscrutably. We should just let him see the show of absent coming, so that he's satisfied first, and after being attracted to us, then we'll say why. Yi was stunned. The others instantly understood. Shin Jingji looked at the bodyguard beside him. Go get my cello. Bodyguard, yes young master. Shin Xiaoyan also said. Go get my violin. Bodyguard, yes young master. Shin Zeno, go carry my drum set. Bodyguard, yes young master. Gu Huai, go get my piano. Bodyguard, well young master you're being a bit difficult, aren't you? Gu Huai's face was expressionless. I'll give you an extra 5,000 yuan bonus this month, which is considered the hard-earned money for lifting the piano today. The bodyguard slapped his chest. Don't worry young master. I'll bite it over for you even with my teeth. Yan Lai gradually calmed down and looked at them uncertainly. Gu Huai wiped her tears dry. Things will work out. Stop crying for now. Shin Xiaoyan looked condescendingly at her and coldly said, how come? If you are a member of Shin's family, wipe your tears clean. If someone wants to stop you, we will teach her what is called true strength. You have to be tough. Shen Jingji, however, squatted in front of her and smiled gently. Don't worry, with us accompanying you, you'll definitely stand out today. Shin Zeno, yes, my brother is right. Anyway, it's more right than me. She froze a bit, very unsure. But can you guys really help me? Shin Xiaoyan elegantly buttoned up his cufflinks. His tone light, don't underestimate us. Young master wouldn't be called young master if he didn't have the ability to solve problems. Shin Jingji confidently fastened the buttons of his shirt and proudly held his head high. Don't worry. Your brother's taking so many certificates is not just to look good. Gu Huai raised his lips in a smile and didn't say anything. Shin Zeno pulled out 2 drumsticks from his pants pocket, pulled a flower in his hand, hooked his lips to reveal a sharp tiger tooth. Come on Yan Lai, wipe your face clean, brothers take you dry up. Yan Lai's eyes instantly lit up and he nodded with incomparable anticipation. Aha! Chapter 200, what came of it? It's not an accident that he couldn't come to the game. After the competition in Studio 1001, Fu Xian directly announced the results. He Qingqing qualified. Please find another teacher for the other contestants. The students bemoaned and looked at He Qingqing with envy and jealousy. He Qingqing stood on the stage, the spotlight enveloping her, and she was even more radiant. See, that's strength. Li Yan on the judge's bench is not so happy. Like tugging on Fuznian's sleeve, you give Yan Lai another chance. If he came, the first place still do not know who it is. He Qingqing's smile suddenly disappeared as she swept her cold eyes toward Li Yan. Who else could it be? Of course it's her. Yan Lai can't beat her. But despite this, she looked nervously at Fusco. Fu Shernyan was unmoved. Li Lan, I told you, I won't have a child who doesn't value opportunities. She's late as late. He Qingqing sighed in relief. That's great. When Li Yan heard this, he dropped his eyes in a funereal manner, as if he were a big blonde hair shrugging its tail. Although Fuznian would listen to him for the vast majority of the time, but Yan Lai cooled off in front of him. It was useless for him to say anything else. Fu Shernyan looked at He Qingqing. You are now considered to have completed the preliminary examination. There are a series of subsequent tests ready for you. You first come back to the manor with me to learn a little something. Do you have time today? She nodded excitedly. Yes, Mr. Fu, I always have time. Fu Shernyan nodded, collected the disappointment between his eyebrows and walked out of the studio. And just around the corner of the elevator, Chu Tao probed his head and saw Fu Shernyan come out, taking out his phone to send a voice. Brother Huai Huai. There in the elevator. Gu Huai received the message and looked to Yan Lai. Get ready. Intention nodded nervously and looked up at the elevator that was slowly descending from the 10th floor. Suddenly, Shen Xiaoyan squatted in front of her and stared at the wound on her leg. Endure the pain. She was baffled. Shen Xiaoyan viciously tore open the wound on her leg. She was caught off guard and grunted. Ugh. Gu Huai's face changed. Shen Xiaoyan, what are you doing? Shen Jingji and Shen Jinya were also dumbfounded. Why seriously injure your own teammates? Shen Xiaoyan pushed up his glasses with a paralyzed face, saw the blood flowing down from Yan Lai's knee, and said blandly, you'll understand in a moment. He stood up with an expressionless face and picked up his violin, ready to go. Inside the elevator, Fu Shernyan watched the elevator floors slowly descending, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. For the past 3 days, He had been looking forward to the performance of Yen Lai, but she was surprisingly late. It's so disappointing to him. He Qingqing raised her eyes to look at his sunken, cold-side face, and knew that he was still angry because of his lack of intention to come. Her smile rose higher and higher as she locked eyes with Bai Miao and smiled knowingly. How does this victory taste so good? At the same time, the female voice of the elevator system announced, "Ding! The first floor is here." Fuznian stood with his arms folded and walked out of the elevator with a sullen face before turning the corner towards the door, but was subdued by the scene in front of him. He Qingqing's smile also suddenly disappeared. Bai Miao's smug expression was also gradually replaced by fear. In the midst of this dead silence, the annoyed Li Yan was surprised to see this scene and uttered, "Ouch!" Reflected in all of their eyes was a small band. Gu Huai sat in front of the piano, dressed in a white shirt and suit pants, a few strands of broken hair falling in front of his forehead as he haughtily withdrew his gaze. Shen Zeno sat diagonally in front of him, his shirt unbuttoned twice, his hair parted in 3s and 7s, gangly, cupping his drumsticks and raising an eyebrow at them. Shin Jingji held his cello in his hand and looked at them gracefully. Shin Xiuyan stood behind Yen Lai's side, resting his violin on his shoulder pad and playing the music. The melodious violin flowed out. Shen Zeno played the jazz drums, Gu Huai pressed the buttons, and Shin Jingji followed suit. And among the four teenagers, Yen Lai stood behind the microphone, stomping in place in her little Mary Jane shoes, blood trickling down her knees and hitting the ground in a bloom. Li Yan looked at the wounds on her body in shock. She fell and hurt herself? Fu Shernyan didn't say anything, his eyes fixed on her still bleeding leg before rising his gaze upwards. Yen Lai looked like she couldn't feel the pain, smiling sweetly and brightly, singing in standard H pronunciation. The day the snow became happy, the day the snow became smiling, the day the snow floated down like petals, blessing our love. The melody is familiar, obviously an old song that was popular years ago. He Qingqing, however, was particularly familiar with it. Love Song by the Seven Princesses? Seven Princesses is a children's group from many years ago, extremely appropriate for Yen Lai's age to sing, and her pronunciation is very standard, and her movements are carefully designed and her expressions are well managed, so it doesn't feel fake, but rather her whole being is full of aura. How? She looked absurdly at Fusco. Fu Shernyan's eyes gleamed as he stared at Yen Lai, his sight not even able to move away. The little girl had a trail of blood on her white calves and performed extremely professionally without any semblance of pain to speak of. Behind her, Shin Xiuyan elegantly played the violin, Shin Jingji cello as an aid, Shin Zeno banged on the drums, obviously enjoying himself, shaking his head and enjoying himself. Gu Huai stared intently at the score, obviously playing it for the first time, but there was no half-hearted pause to speak of. This little band, enough to be considered perfect. The music faded, and Yi lowered her hands and sang tenderly, I become your love, I become your forever, to love each other so much as this day and the day that God has given. The piano sounds like moonlight splashing down, and the song gradually turns stronger. Gu Huai, Shin Zeno and Shin Jingji opened their mouths to make harmonizing sounds. He Qingqing opened his mouth wide in absurdity. A few teenagers sang in low voices, lining the clear and translucent voice of Yi, ending the performance perfectly the moment Shin Zeno knocked down the drums. Yen Lai put her hands on her heart, smiling as sweet as peach juice. In an instant, all was silent. Fuzzy looked at her in a daze. Beside him, fire erupted directly from Li Yan's eyes. Awesome disciple. Yi panted and bowed 90 degrees directly. I'm sorry teacher. I'm late. I was supposed to be 30 minutes early, but because I got into 2 car accidents on the way, I was delayed. And when I went upstairs the elevator suddenly broke down, and I ran up to the 10th floor. But by that time your people had already prevented me from going in. Please believe me. I didn't mean to be late. She looked up, tears welling up under her eyes, and lit up her arm and injured palm. Yi didn't lie. There's surveillance to prove it. Everything Yi said is true. Li Yan was so excited that he slapped his palm. Look, I told you this kid wouldn't be late. Laozi's vision hasn't missed a beat. Fashinian, you have to forgive her. Fu Shernyan glanced at him indifferently. Need you say that? After saying that, he looked at Yen Lai's still bleeding leg. What kind of car hit you? Didn't he apologize to you? Yi nervously grabbed the hem of her skirt. It was an electric car. Yi didn't look where she was going. He knocked me down and ran away. Oh, Fu Shernyan's expression gradually became meaningful. Then your car is normal traveling was hit? She nodded, because the car on the other side of the street came out of nowhere. And luckily Yi was sitting on the other side. The words just fell. The driver hurriedly ran into the hall. Straight to Yen came, bent down to hold her shoulders. Miss sorry, that person has been pestering me. I how to say do not listen. You are all right. You have not participated in the race. Ah. She shook her head and patted the driver's shoulder soothingly. It's okay uncle. Yi is done performing. Instead, the driver's scalp went numb. But you're hurt. Fu Shirenyan's gaze swept over the glass door to the Rolls-Royce that was parked at the front entrance and had been deflated, and his eyes sank. He subconsciously looked at He Qingqing. He Qingqing gritted his teeth, veins rippling at the corners of his forehead, and stared dead at Yan Lai. Suddenly, she noticed Fu Zilian's gaze and hastily narrowed her expression. Damn, this Yan Lai was really shameless. To think that she would choose to perform at the entrance of the hall. She didn't mind that she couldn't get on the stage, and the guys actually helped her perform. Didn't they say that the Shin brothers didn't like Yan Lai that much? How could they help her so much? She looked at Bai Miao indignantly, looking for approval, but Bai Miao's face was pale, as if she was wincing at something. Fu Shirenyan ghost cold eye pupil mixed with sharp, cold voice, Xiaolu, I just told you, if Yan Lai late will not let her come in again, but she is all hurt, why do not you come in to notify me? Assistant Xiaolu was also confused and turned to his subordinate. Right, why didn't you inform me? The subordinate sheepishly lowered his head, his voicing, Sister Lu, didn't you say that no matter how Yen came to be, you can't let her in? I'm also just following your instructions. Xiaolu assistant hate iron not steel, then you also have to look at what kind of reason, right? This child has so many injuries on his body. You can talk to us, we are not a wolf, wood, tiger or leopard not able to understand other people's sudden accidents. Fortunately, this child is smart, or we have become what? The subordinate's eyes darted around, pursed his lips, and glanced at Bai Miao with his afterglow. Bai Miao hurriedly looked away, swallowing nervously. Gu Huai and Shin Xiuyan took it all in and narrowed their eyes. Gu Huai said, I'm afraid it's not that someone is intentionally blocking the contestants from wanting to make their debut, right? Fu Shirenyan's handsome cold face was colored with a huff. Well, it wasn't an accident. Chapter 201, what is the meaning of this? I'm the one who should say I'm sorry. Everyone looked at Fu Zilian with considerable surprise. His deep eyes seemed to be tumbling with flames as they landed on Yan Lai. Someone intentionally doesn't want Yan Lai to participate in my competition, so they're doing everything they can to block her. He looked indifferently at the staff member watching the door. Can you open your cell phone and let me see the tweets? Or look at the text messages you've received recently? The staff lowered his head. His palms were moistened with beads of sweat, and he shook his head in embarrassment. I can't, Mr. Fu. This involves personal privacy. I don't want to show you. I am really sorry. A cold light appeared under Fu Shirenyan's eyes. Is your privacy involved? Or is someone transferring money to you? The woman's body trembled and she opened her mouth to speak, but not a single word came out. She was so weak. Shin Xiuyan mockingly pulled up the corner of his mouth. It seems that someone really did transfer money to her. Fu Shirenyan glanced at Bai Miao, who was green and gray but still pretending to be calm, and looked at the other parents. Which one of you bought off my staff to prevent students from participating in the competition? Parents look at each other. No, it's a shame for them that they didn't win, but they didn't have to victimize other people's children. One parent decisively pulled out the transfer records. Look, I don't have it. Everyone who saw him like this also followed suit, showing the transfer records to Fu Zilian. I don't have any either. We don't have one at home either. We're all decent people. There's no need to do this. A loss is a loss. We're not as good as we are. Yeah, our family isn't the kind of shady people who would victimize other people's kids and can't set a good example for our own. Come and see if you don't believe me. All the parents held up their cell phones and frankly showed him their payment records. But in the midst of this flurry of self-incrimination, only one was the most rigid. Yan Lai looked to Bai Miao. Fu Shirenyan's gaze was also locked on Bai Miao, his tone intriguing. This parent, it seems that you are also involved in privacy? The parents looked at Bai Miao curiously. Bai Miao stood stiffly behind He Qingqing, like an ice sculpture, lifting her eyes to look at Fu Xin. Mr. Fu, my daughter is number one. No matter who comes, we won't do that kind of underhanded thing. Fuznian raised his eyebrows in a high, inscrutable manner and nodded. Good. He looked at the nervous staff member. Since you've taken someone's money you can pack up and leave. And you don't want the letter of recommendation. The staff member instantly broke down his defenses and panicked. Don't, Mr. Fu. I want to follow you as an apprentice with all my heart. Fu Shirenyan looked at her with contempt. Single-minded and still blocking me from accepting disciples? I think you're doing it for my fame and recommendation letter, right? The staff member's face changed greatly after being poked in the soft underbelly. Panicking and pointing at Bai Miao. She forced me to do this. I'm recently short of money. She said to give me 10,000. So I agreed to Mr. Fu. I won't dare anymore. I'll return the money to her right now. Bai Miao. Just sell her out? Did she think that Fu Zilian would still forgive her after she admitted it? Fu Shirenyan grew more and more mocking. $10,000 can make you like this. I had wanted to recommend you to other teachers. It seems you'll have to find someone else. Assistant Xiaolu instantly understood and pushed her away. Let's go. Go pack your things. Staff face pale, deliberately bypassing Xiaolu pleaded. Mr. Fu, I really no wrong Mr. Fu, I am a first offense Fu Shernyan is not moved. Cloudy and lightheartedly looked at Yen Lai. Does the leg hurt? Intentional looked back down at her knee, which was starting to scab over, and nodded. It hurts, but it's bearable, so you could say it doesn't. A trace of intolerance swept under Fu Shernyan's eyes. You still climbed up to the 10th floor? She nodded. Yes, because I don't want to be late. Sorry Mr. Fu. Fusilier narrowed his eyes and looked at her without saying anything. Li Yan squatted in front of her very distressed, meaningfully looked at Fu Xian, little Mr. Fu is not so bad to talk about people. You are like this. He will still not forgive you? Yen Lai looked at Fuznian uncertainly. Fuznian gazed at her expressionlessly for a moment and slowly hooked up a smile. I'm the one who should be apologizing. Absent the come on. She clutched her skirt in amazement and heard Fu Shernyan say seriously. I would like to apologize to you firstly for not recruiting my staff well, and secondly, I shouldn't have been petty to gauge your mind. You clearly made a full effort to meet me, but I was inclined to think that you were arrogant and rude, and I'm here to apologize to you, Fusilier said, leaning down to her. Yen Lai's heart gradually beat violently, pursed his lips and looked at him without saying anything. Fu Shernyan then turned his head to look at Gu Huai and the others behind her, and heartily praised. Although I didn't see your match, you mistakenly put on such an excellent show, and I realized that the people around you were also good. As soon as this was mentioned, Yen Lai got energized and nodded her head in agreement. Right, the older brothers are all very good, because the young master wouldn't be a young master if he didn't know talent. That's why they are super cool. Shun Xiuyan. No, he didn't say that in his original statement. Fu Shernyan couldn't help himself. Of course, the song you sang was also very good, so congratulations, you've been accepted, and based on your overall performance, I'm willing to give you 100 points. He ching 100%? She's only an 80. 2. Yen Lai's mouth could almost fit into an egg as she asked uncertainly. 100 points? Really? Fusinian's smile faded. Yes, congratulations on your absenteeism, you're today's champion. She jumped up and down in excitement, turning around and pouncing back at Shin Xiuyan. Great, great, got the win. I didn't live up to my efforts over the past few days. Shin Xiuyan subconsciously pocketed her and nodded stiffly. Congratulations. When it really came to her enthusiasm, he was a little uncomfortable instead. Shin Zeno whistled behind him. Yen Lai really deserves it. Today is another day to hit people in the face. Shin Jingji naively applauded, and Gu Huai stood behind her and smiled without saying a word. She came out of Shin Xiuyan's arms and pounced on Gu Huai again. I really have to thank you guys so much today. I'm going to treat you guys to dinner as well. She hasn't spent all that money she earned from Variety. I'm going to treat you all to flying on a cloud. Li Yan held her in his arms with one hand and flirted. What about me? I've been helping you put in a good word with Fuznian, and I also want to eat flying up into the clouds. Yen Lai was generous. No problem. Thanks for putting in a good word for me. She looked at Fu Xian again. Thank you Mr. Fu for being willing to give me a chance. Fu Shernyan raised his eyebrows and asked rhetorically. Why don't I give you a chance? You're coming with me now. She nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice and waved at Gu Huai and the others. She managed to get accepted. I'm so happy. Chapter 202, Yen Wu Gue, who dares to mess up my painting? He Qingqing stood beside them with a pale face, as if she was an extra. She is not a little cutie either. Naturally, she could see that Mama White had been exposed, and she was definitely going to be implicated. She tried warily. Mr. Fu, I'm the real champion, right? You've already promised me just now. You're not going to back out, are you? Fu Shernyan's expression turned cold and swept towards He Qingqing. He Qingqing shuddered at his look and bit her lip to cry. The others looked at each other, all feeling that Fuznian was going to drive He Qingqing away, but he spoke faintly. I'll do what I say. Both of you come with me. Yen Lai was stunned, but not surprised. He Qingqing jumped up in surprise. Thank you, Mr. Fu. Li Yan snorted. Fuznian, didn't you only accept one child? Besides, the real champion should be the one who belongs to Yen Lai. He Qingqing is not as capable as her, and Yen Lai was late because of her mother's underhanded maneuvering, so why do you still keep her? He Qingqing secretly glared at him. What's the old man talking about? Not much to show for it at first glance. And you dare to comment on her? Fu Shernyan looked gloomy, frankly responded. I said I would take her is that I would take her. He Qingqing is now only in the internship period. She and Yen Lai can only stay one. And parents do things that children do not necessarily know. We first take her away as cut. Li Yan rolled his eyes, hugging little Ee and coaxing with his voice. Anyway, I'm toward our family's little Ee, right? Our little Ee can be a little hacker, and is also multi-talented. It's not like some people who have to play dirty to win. He Qingqing. She looked at Li Burn with a grimace. Li Yan smirked. Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out. He Qingqing? She wimped her head away. her heart full of defiance. If it wasn't for Yen Lai having licking dogs around her, she wouldn't be qualified to stand next to Mr. Fu, bad old man with no taste. Fu Shiren glanced at her unconvinced look with his remaining light and coldly said, "Alright, that's it, let's go first." Yen Lai waved her hand towards Gu Huai and the others, and was carried away by Li Yan. Shen Jingji had some uneasiness. There shouldn't be a problem with Yen Lai. He Qingqing will definitely still lay his hands on it. Shen Xiuyan calmly said, "That's her own business. We can only help her here." Shen Zeno banged the drumstick. "Don't worry, Yen Lai's mind has more eyes than the holes inside a beehive. And based on the point that she can create evidence, she can go 50-50 with He Qingqing." Gu Huai looked at her well-behaved back and didn't say anything. Li Yan hugged her to sit inside the sports car. "Apprentice, you sing so well, why haven't you performed for me?" Yi sighed in a serious tone. "Grandpa Li Yan, I'm not your disciple. Plus there's nothing to show off about knowing how to sing, so I didn't sing." He Qingqing rolled her eyes slyly. Li Yan sat on the co-pilot, comfortably said, "You are Fuznian disciple, is my disciple. Yu Yan Wu Gue uncle is my disciple with him. You do not recognize it is not good to make ah." Yen Lai wrinkled her eyebrows and sighed as she looked at him helplessly like an old master. "You're so clingy, Li Yan." Fuznian pulled his lips into a smile and drove them to an estate full of roses. The air was thick with the scent of roses. Yen Lai looked around curiously. It wasn't the first time she had seen such a large area of roses, and her first thought was Yan Wu Gui's uncle's estate abroad. Speaking of which, she hadn't seen her third uncle in a long time, since he last went crazy. She followed Fusco through the heavy corridors, looking at landscape painting after landscape painting hanging in the corridors. There are some great-looking ones. There's some stream of consciousness. Can't read it. He Qingqing cupped his chin and tasted. This style could be Mr. Huainan. Fu Shiren gave her a rather surprised look. "You still know how to paint?" He Qingqing proudly raised her head. "Yes, teacher. It's my dream to be able to step into the art world. Mr. Huainan is even more of a painter that I revere. His painting style is sometimes mysterious and sometimes delicate and gentle, so I recognized this painting style and brushstrokes right away. But, why are all of Mr. Huainan's paintings here?" Yen Lai was dumbfounded by what he heard. Fu Shiren replied indifferently, "Huainan is my disciple. He will hang on the wall after every painting and find a time to hold a painting exhibition." He Qingqing was overjoyed. "So is Mr. Huainan here." He didn't deny it. "He's there, but he's got a bad temper and goes crazy, so remember to take a detour when you see him." He Qingqing, going crazy? A painter that good, is he crazy? When Yen Lai heard this, he had a vague feeling of familiarity in his heart, but he didn't think much of it and came to a study room. The room held drawing boards and dies, as well as a piano and other musical instruments. It's quite a messy mess. Fu Shiren glanced at the time. "I have an appointment to teach online. You guys rest here for an hour first. Don't move anything. The restroom is right next door. The food is also here. If there's anything, wait until I come back." After saying that, he pulled Li Yan and turned away without looking back. The room became solemnly dead silent. Intentionally sitting nicely on the couch, she nonchalantly picked up the large strawberry placed on the table and ate a bite. Sweet. And outside the door, Fu Shiren dragged Li Yan into the surveillance room and looked at the scene inside the study. Li Yan was dumbfounded. "You brought He Qingqing back just for this?" Fu Shiren clasped his hands in his arms with a stern look. "I'm trying to give her another chance to see if she's the same as her mother or not, who will not compromise in order to achieve her goals and set up her people." Inside the picture, He Qingqing walked straight towards the drawing board, staring at the completed painting and sighing. "Mr. Huainan is really a genius. Everyone doesn't know if he's a man or a woman, but he became a master who was hard to find in just 3 years. I heard that he doesn't even paint these days. I didn't expect that there are still such powerful paintings in here. Do you think such a person has a good or bad temper?" Yen Lai was an emotionless dazzling strawberry machine. "Mr. Fu has said he's a madman. Do you guess if he has a good temper?" He Qingqing raised her eyebrows and looked around. "No security cameras. That's good. It's a good time to do it." She turned to look at Yen Lai, her smile growing longer. "Then if you say so, I wonder, if Mr. Huainan knew that his paintings were ruined by you, do you think you'd still have a chance to stay?" With a vague sense of foreboding, Yi looked at her with the strawberries absurdly in hand. "No way you? Are you trying to shade me again?" He Qingqing didn't say anything, wrapped the brush around her handkerchief and scrawled a hard stroke on the rose painting. "Yen Lai?" He Qingqing direct pen stuffed in her hand, instantly into the state, absence of intention. "The paintbrush has your fingerprints, and there is no surveillance in here. You cannot wash clean. The strawberry in one hand and the paintbrush in the other are absurd. Are you seriously ill? Can't you just eat the strawberries here in peace? Do you know how sweet this strawberry is?" He Qingqing ignored it and ran out the door yelling in the hallway. "Mr. Fu, Yen came to mean that she ruined Mr. Huainan's paintings." Mr. Fu, come quickly. Li Yan behind the monitor looked sarcastically at Fuznian. Master Fu, is this in your plan as well? The corner of Fu Shinian's mouth twitched. Don't move first. Let the situation develop. See what else she can do. It wasn't long before the butler crossed the corridor in a hurry and knocked on the door of a room. Mr. Yan, there's a child who has soiled your work from last night. Please go over there now. Soon. There was a noise in the room and the sound of someone's grumpy footsteps came from far away. The door swished open. Yan Wugo's red bloodshot eyes met the butler's, his demeanor vaguely carrying a hint of insanity as he gritted his teeth. Which one of these lifeless ones is so bold as to dare to break my painting? Chapter 203, Eating Strawberries While Crying. Yan Wugue propped up the door with one hand. The room behind him had no curtains drawn, and it looked like Satan had come from hell. There was an extremely choking smell of smoke in his room, and there were piles and piles of cigarette butts scattered on the floor, making the whole room so smoky that it was as if he had entered a smoking room. The butler coughed twice and met his gaze. Yan Wugue stepped out of the darkness, his voice hoarse and tight. Did no one tell them not to touch what doesn't belong to them? The housekeeper shivered at his look and said fearfully, I'm sorry, Mr. Yan. These two children are apprentices that Teacher Fu just brought back not long ago, and I haven't had a chance to talk to them yet. Yan Wugue's eyes rolled up in anger as he picked up the last cigarette and held it in his mouth. Asterisk. Lately he's been so distracted that he's just come back to painting. But the painting doesn't give him the feeling he wants, and he doesn't know what's missing or what's extra. And the more he thinks about it, the worse it gets. That's his work. How can it be so easily destroyed? He took an expressionless drag on his cigarette, and between puffs, he felt for the gun at his waist. Take me there. The butler swallowed in horror and subconsciously looked into his pocket. That's two kids. Children? Yan Wugue grinned and said grimly, Old me hates ing kids. After saying that he remembered something and spoke. Nope. It's just as well that girl Yan Lai is a bit cuter. But on second thought, Yan Lai wasn't true to him either. Just get over it with him. His anger intensified and he pulled his legs out. The butler hurriedly followed him. You calm down. The other servants saw Yan Wugue walk by like a gust of wind and discussed in whispers. Mom, did you see that gun in his pants? It's scary. Mr. Yan Wugue is so unpredictable that we're all careful when we pass by him. What are these two kids doing but touching his paintings? The housekeeper pretended to be calm as he followed Yan Wugue, taking out a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat from his neck. There were two people he feared the most in the entire estate. One was Li Yan, and the other was Yan Wugue. Li Yan is not angry. There is that kind of persecution that emanates from the gunfire, and is so secretive that it does not show. Yan Wugue also has vigor, but he is more flamboyant. That kind of debauchery and madness can almost rush out from the bones, so that people can't catch their breath. Who in their right mind would mess with him? A big crazy batch that can draw. Yan Wugue rounded corridor after corridor, and suddenly there was a clear shout from not far away. Someone has soiled Mr. Huainan's painting. Someone has soiled Mr. Huainan's painting. He fixed his eyes. He Qingqing shouted loudly on the stairs and proclaimed it everywhere. Fearing that the world would not know, he strides toward her. Who soiled my painting? He Qingqing was the first to smell an extremely choking smell of smoke, and when she turned her head, she met Yan Wugo's phoenix eyes covered in red blood. He was dressed in simple black silk shirt pajamas, his shaggy hair falling in disarray and a strand of dorky hair sticking up on top of his head. There's just something decadently beautiful about being so unkempt. He Qingqing froze, feeling that it was an illusion. Maybe this uncle is too white-looking. Seeing that she didn't answer, Yan Wugue bellowed, Speak! He Qingqing snapped out of it, and was shocked into taking 2 steps back. Could it be that you are Mr. Huainan? Yan Wugue had no patience. I'm asking you who soiled my painting. Her eyelashes fluttered and she pointed to the other side of the corridor in panic. You will know if you go in and look. Yan Wugue pushed her away and rushed towards the end of the corridor in a rage. Indoors, Yan Lai ate a strawberry anxiously, drawing pictures on a drawing board with his other hand. Her little bushy eyebrows were furrowed in a tight frown as she drew and faked a cry. Well, why is she so unlucky? The most basic trust between people is gone. She sadly picked up another 3J Cheerios to eat. The reason why she was drawing here was because she had observed and really didn't see a camera. How does that make her defend herself? And He Qingqing said that the fingerprints were hers, and there were only 2 of her in the classroom. She's a bare age again, and rightfully so. She's going to be perceived as making a mistake. As long as He Qingqing was the one to bite the bullet, she could only eat this dumb loss. I'm sure I'll be kicked out by Mr. Fusco later. He sniffled sadly. She should at least do a backflip to avoid it. Yan Lai lowered his head and looked at the die. At first, she wanted to cover up this black paintbrush with white, but then she looked at the slightly solemn painting and had a flash of inspiration. How about she draws a gun on this? She'll buy the painting when it's finished. If you can't explain it, apologize to the person, and talk to Mayan's mom, who won't blame her. Plus, Now that she had art classes every day, her drawing could be quite a bit more refined than before. She drew carefully. Fuznian and Li Yan in the monitoring room had different expressions. The more Li Yan thought about it, the angrier she got. Fu S Nian, I told you that you shouldn't give this child a chance. She now bullies Yan Lai as long as she catches a chance to do so. Making this child is now erasing the paintings. Isn't that the more you erase, the worse it gets? Fu Shiren calmly switched viewpoints to look at the side of Yan Lai's face reflected in another pinhole camera. She's not wiping. Li Yan was stunned. Fu Shiren raised his eyebrows with interest. She's drawing. And then, as he zooms in on the audio, he hears the absent-minded talking to himself. If she's not a black magic fairy, she's a secret agent. She's Sadako. She's an Avenger. Can't we just eat strawberries in peace together? Yan Lai carefully depicted on the drawing paper, and gradually drew the prototype of the gun. I don't know how much this painting costs a pair. I can't afford to spend a single penny of the money I earned, and I still have to pay for it. My heart hurts so much. When he finished, he wailed and stuffed strawberries into his mouth with his other hand. Oh, strawberries are so good. Li Yan, FT, is it delicious crying? Or did you paint and cry? Yan Lai cried and choked a little, hurriedly turned her back and coughed in a small voice, and continued to stuff strawberries into her mouth. I don't know if I'll be beaten up in a while, so it's better to eat a little more strawberries first to appease myself. Li Yan, oofed. Fu Shiren also hooked up the corners of his mouth and smiled derisively. How could he be wrongly accused? He was over here watching all the time. The truth is clear to him. He won't be wrongly accused. What's more, Yan Wugue also knew that there was surveillance in here. Li Yan couldn't hold it down. Fuznian, let's go over there now, or this child will be scared out of his mind in a while. Fu Shiren disagreed. It's not over yet. Yan Wugue is here. As soon as the words fell, Yan Wugue pushed his way in and immediately rebuked Yan Lai's back when he saw him. Put your hand down. Who the hell let you touch my painting? Chapter 204, You're surprising me. Yan Lai trembled, and his brush fell to the ground with a crash. Yan Wugue narrowed his eyes viciously. I don't care how old you are, whose child you are. The old man won't give in to children. Get the hell out of here. He Ching hooked her lips in a smile. Yan Lai's face turned white with fear. For the first time he felt such a ferocious adult. He froze and didn't dare to move. Yan Wugue wrenched her over. I'm ing talking to you and you hear me, Yan Lai? He stared in dismay. How are you? Yan Lai was oblivious to the fact that he thought he was going to be beaten, holding his head in horror and shrinking himself into a ball. I'm sorry, it wasn't me who broke it. It was He Ching who drew it. She wanted to frame it to me, and I wanted to help you to remedy it. Yan Wugue's eyes froze. Do you want to see who I am? Li Yan and Yan Li Xing, who were watching the surveillance, both raised the corners of their mouths and looked askance at the scene with interest. With one eye closed, Yan Lai timidly raised her head and met Yan Wugue's dismayed gaze. Her, why you? Yan Wugue also blinked and snorted. I was going to ask, how come it's you? He Ching's smile faded. She watched Yan Wugue transform from a fierce and hungry wolf into a husky, squatting down and smiling at Yan Lai. Did you come to paint my picture on purpose? Wanting to surprise me? Ho Ching, huh? Surprise? Wasn't he angry just now? How's that for a surprise? She eagerly looked at Yan Lai and threw dirty water on her. Yan Lai, are you crazy? How could you do such a thing on a painting that doesn't belong to you? It's Mr. Huainan's painting. Yan Wugue, however, doted on the words, it's okay, it's nothing for a child to draw a picture. Isn't it right? Yan Lai was angry, pointing at He Ching and complaining. What's nothing? She framed me for painting black on purpose. I came here to remedy the situation. Yan Wugue was stunned. He Ching sarcastically said to her, Ha, you really know how to put gold on your own face. This is clearly something you did wrong, and you even want to push it onto me? She looked again at Yan Lai's handwriting, and painted such a big gray blob. Yan Lai was unconvinced. You don't know art. I drew a gun. He Ching laughed away. Gun? This is a painting of roses hanging in the window. Moonlight spilling down. It's very meaningful. The artist is painting the years. What kind of gun are you painting? You are insulting art. Right, Mr. Huainan. Yan Wugue stared blankly at the painting on the panel. On the painting, the moon is in the sky. The moonlight gently sprinkles on the window pane. The red roses are all tinted with moonlight, and through the window pane, you can vaguely see the clutter in the room. Beneath the mossy corner of the wall, a faintly visible prototype of a gun fell to the ground. The girl's drawing was extremely clumsy, but there was room for remedying the situation by just temporarily drawing a gun prototype without any details. The more he looked, the more he was mesmerized, and he looked curiously at Yan Lai. How did you come up with the idea of painting a gun? Honestly said, because He Ching drew a horizontal bar on it. I can't draw anything else if I don't draw a gun. When she finished, she looked at him carefully. Do you like it? Yan Wu Gue didn't say anything, staring at the drawing board obsessively, taking the brush to embellish the guns. In a few moments, though, a lifelike gun fell to the ground, surrounded by dots of scattered red petals. Now, this went from a picture of a commonplace age to a picture of uncertainty. Yan Wu Gui's gaze became more and more obsessed, and he approached the drawing board. Perfect. Intentional moved closer to him. What did you say? Yan Wu Gue suddenly picked her up and threw her to the ceiling. Yan Lai was caught off guard, and his body abruptly flew upwards, before he caught it in his hands and threw it upwards again. Her eyes widened in surprise as she looked down at Yan Gue, smiling tirelessly and excitedly. Perfect. It's perfect. I thought all night yesterday that something was missing from this painting, and it turned out to be this. It's my gun. My Yan Wu Gue's gun. Yan Lai dropped down in panic and was lifted up high by him. You wait. Yan Wu Gue didn't care about her and laughed like a era. Too happy. You're my baby. You helped me solve the problem. This is the inspiration I've always wanted. Yan Lai was confused and looked at him dumbfounded. I helped you? Really? Yan Wu Gue was so excited that his eyes reflected. Really? He barked at her cheek. Yan Lai pushed it away in disgust. It smells like smoke. Yan Wu Gue smiled naively. Uncle will take a bath in a while. Let me hug again. He took the disgusted Yan Lai into his arms. Why are you so smart? Yi disgustedly shrunk her body and twisted her head to look at He Qingqing. Watch it. Crazy again. It's all your fault. He Qingqing face are angry green, chest violently bullying. I do not understand, Mr. Huainan. Yan Lai, unauthorized movement of your painting. You should not punish her? Yan Wu Gue hugged Yi lovingly and turned to glare at her. Shut up. Don't need you to care. He Qingqing? How come I don't have to take care of it? I got this painting first. I'm the one who inspired you. Yan Wu Gui's laughter subsided and he swept his cold eyes toward her. What did you say? He Qingqing looked at him with certainty. I said, I'm the one who inspired you. Yan come to me nothing more than picking up the pieces. Yan Lai covered her lips in horror. You finally admitted it. You scheming black magic fairy. He Qingqing bit her lower lip, her eyes rolling with tears, so angry that she wanted to cry. If you don't admit it, do you still have to let you enjoy a bunch of benefits? Fu Shernyan and Li Yan pushed the door in just in time to hear the words. Both of their faces sank. The atmosphere gradually became gloomy. He Qingqing felt aggrieved. She didn't understand why she was unsuccessful in bullying Yan Lai every time, and now the most successful time. Instead, Yan Lai was liked by Mr. Huainan. Of course she was going to take the benefit. Yan Wu Gue put Yi down and his voice turned cold. Then why did you do it? He Qingqing lowered her head guiltily. Yi coiled her legs and said in a milky voice, because she wanted to frame duck and felt that she could only keep one between me and her. So when she saw that there was no surveillance around here, she grabbed the paintbrush with a handful of paper and shoved it into my hand to try to create the fact that there were only my fingerprints. She spread her hands helplessly. Didn't feel like she had a way to explain it. That's why she went along with the painting. I just hope it's not too ugly. Yan Wu Gui's expression gradually became sinister as he turned to look at the unconvinced He Qingqing. Who told you that there's no surveillance in here? Don't you know that there's a type of surveillance that's a pinhole camera? This kind of place where paintings are placed easily wouldn't put such obvious surveillance, for fear of someone hacking the camera. It's a little safer that way. He Qingqing looked at him incredulously. What? Yan Wu Gui took out his cell phone with a sullen face and opened the app. This pinhole camera is a newly developed product of our company, 2K Ultra HD, and recording function. He slid the monitor back to show her. See for yourself. What did you do in the picture? Chapter 205 EE is being bullied. Wei Yan Mom. He Qingqing's voice came unmistakably from inside. How come you can't wash your hands of it? He Qingqing face turned pale at first. Yan Lai stood beside her and marveled. Wow, it's really super high definition. He Qingqing, your thieving smile is still on it. He Qingqing looked at her ridiculously and she dodged out of the way. I've learned my lesson this time. You can't hit it. He Qingqing froze and became furious. How dare you hide? She raised her hand to strike her again, but before her hand could fall, it was violently captured in Yan Wu Gui's hands. His broad palms pinched her wrists, and his dark pupils were colored with anger. Do you want to try touching one more of my nieces? He Qingqing? Niece? She looked carefully at Yan Wu Gui's brows and eyes and suddenly reacted. You're a Yin family member? Yan Wu Gui raised his eyebrows and looked at her sarcastically. Right, I'm the third oldest member of the Yin family. Are you reacting now? Brain buzzing, right? He Qingqing took a step backward, looking at Yan Lai with fear and trepidation. That means that Mr. Huainan is your uncle. Your uncle is Mr. Huainan. Yan Lai ate the strawberries with an expressionless face. I don't know. I'm not interested either. Yan Wu Gui smiled dotingly. Right, my niece doesn't need to care how many identities I have outside, as long as she recognizes me as her uncle, right? Intent glanced at him. Nope. Yan Wu. He Qingqing was struck by lightning and turned to run. But as soon as he turned his head, he met the condescending gazes of Fu Shiren and Li Yin. Li Yin waved his hand with a bad smile. Yo little sister, just framed someone back ah? She was so scared that she drew a breath of cold air and almost sat on the floor. Her voice tone changed. Mr. Fu, why are you here? Didn't you go to class? Fu Shiren, eyes without waves and waves, slowly said, I did not leave. I have been watching you in the monitoring room, watching how you bully Yen Lai. He ching. What? Was even more surprised. Then I can prove my innocence even more? I don't have to buy the painting, do I? Fu Shiren raised his eyebrows and looked at her, remembering in a trance the way she had just cried and stuffed strawberries into her mouth. He couldn't help but smile. You've always been innocent. I've grown a brain. I can see that. Yen Wugue nodded heartily, in love with the painting, and this painting, also mistakenly poked my heart bar, can be used for collection. He Ching was trembling, feeling like a clown. Yen Lai looked at her like this and sympathized a bit. Sister, the black magic fairy won't have a future. Why don't you join my camp? How pretty the color pink is. Fu Shiren coldly grunted. Why not? She's already gotten 2 chances. No more third. He looked to the butler. Butler, send someone to take this young lady home. He Ching was horrified, shaking her head hastily. Don't, please Mr. Fu, I know I'm wrong. I wouldn't have dared to do it earlier. Fu Shiren lowered his eyes, gazing into her fearful eyes, and said with certainty, no, you'll do it again. He Ching, tears came out of her eyes, pitifully pleading, it won tea. I really won tea. I already know the wrong. Li Yin leaned against the door and snorted. You're not aware of your mistake. You're just regretting that you shouldn't have done it at the time, and you'll do it again when you get another chance. He Ching looked at him angrily. What's it got to do with you, old man? Are you some kind of artist? You shut up. Li Yin froze. Aren't I a master who can't talk to you? He Ching was furious. Since you're not a teacher, you can't educate me. I have dignity too. What's more, you didn't like me from the beginning. You explicitly and implicitly helped Yen Lai, and Yen Lai was late for you to speak up for her, and deliberately drove me away. Do you think I don't know you? You are just towards your own people. Li Yen, ridiculous, subconsciously wanted to pull out his pocket. A thought flashed in his head, pressed the anger to lower his hand. Fu Shiren, lousy is being bullied, don't you care? Fu Shiren's gaze was even more stern. Housekeeper. He Ching was grabbed by the housekeeper's hand and flailed to break away. Don't touch me. I want my mom to come pick me up. I don't want you guys to touch me. You're all bad guys. None of you like me. None of you are toward me. Yen Lai lowered her hand and looked at her indifferently. Why toward you? Ha, are you good? He Ching looked over at her and smiled maniacally with red eyes. Of course I'm excellent. I always get perfect scores. In my old school it was even the best of the best. No one ever dared to treat me like that. He walked up to her with her short legs. Then why are you doing this to me? He Ching was stunned. What? Was curious. You and He Jianing and He Jiayu all like to bully me. According to you guys, you're obviously very good. So why do you have to bully me? Aren't outstanding people not supposed to bully people? He Ching burst into tears and looked straight at her. Because I hate you. She raised an eyebrow. But we didn't know each other before. He Ching snorted. Yes, I don't know her, but I've heard of your mother. And your mother isn't a decent person, is she? Yen Lai's calm expression gradually changed. His tone lowered. No, don't lie, absent coming. He Ching looked at her contemptuously. The uncle I know once went to your mom. It's become an old acquaintance. He even beat you. You remember, right? You mother and daughter really don't mind dirty money at all, don't you? Yen Wugue's eyes steeply became vicious. He Ching. Shut up. He Ching tilted her head in confusion. Why shut up? Because I'm telling the truth? She met Yen Lai's gradually reddening eyes. I don't know much about it, but I can sense from what they're only saying that your mother is not at all capable of asking for money. Yen Lai roared in anger and lunged directly at her. He Ching was caught off guard and abruptly fell to the ground. Her face snapped and she was slapped. It didn't hurt, but it was a little kid hitting it with all his strength. She yelled, don't you dare hit me. Yen Lai sat on top of her. What's wrong with hitting you? He Ching's eardrums stung from her shouting, meeting Yen Lai's tear-filled eyes. Her eyes were filled with hatred, with a stubbornness that didn't belong to her age. You're not qualified to talk about my mom. He Ching's heart trembled at the tip of her heart and looked at the others. Help me. Yen Wugue sneered and drew out his snatch. How can I help? Shoot. He Ching? Yen Lai looked at him obediently. Third uncle, lend me your cell phone. Blameless unlocked the phone and tossed it to her. She skillfully dialed a number and put it to her ear. Yen Yan's voice rang out from over there. Hello? Yen Lai inhaled his nose, heard the voice. Suddenly felt thousands of grievances surging to his heart, choked and gripped the phone. Wei Yang mother, I was bullied. He Ching said that my mother is not a decent person. After a short silence, the other party's voice turned cold. You're with Yan Wu-gue? She responded. Yes. Yan Weiyang's tone grew colder. Then you have He Qingqing's parents come over to line up with me, and have her family look for as many people as possible. We'll be right there. Us? She was a little confused. Who else? Yan Weiyang glanced at the brothers and husbands and sons around her as well as Gu Huai, who she had called as a surprise for Yan Lai, and spoke in a sinister tone. Everyone around you. Chapter 206, Yan Wu-gue. Failed Experiment 03. After hanging up the phone, Yan Lai let go of He Qingqing and handed her the phone with a cold face. I've already called my parents. It's your turn, but I advise you to call as many people as you can, because a lot of people will be coming from my side. He Qingqing wolfishly snatched the phone, put down harsh words. Yan come intention. Don't think you have mom, I don't. He Qingqing is not something to be messed with. Fu Shernyan and Li Yan laughed and shook their heads, not putting her in their eyes at all. He Qingqing dialed by Miao's phone, avoiding everyone to mutter something in a low voice. It wasn't long before she hung up the phone, her expression already becoming smug. This time, not only will Auntie by Miao come, even Grandma Xia will come. You wait to die. When Yan Wu-gue heard this name, even more killing intent roamed up in his eyes. His voice low and hoarse. Xia Lian Ning is of no use to us at all. Don't get your hopes up, stupid. He Qingqing looked at him with a slightly complicated expression. I didn't realize that the Mr. Huainan she had always liked was him. What a collapsed room. She rolled her eyes contemptuously. Mr. Yan Wu-gue, don't try to be brave. I've seen the video process of those experiments when you were in your teens. Yan Wu-gue's voice turned sharp. What did you say? He Qingqing plucked up his voice and said loudly like he was deaf. I said, I've seen the videos of you and your brother's experiments. You were the worst experimental subject of them all, because you were cranky, uncooperative, and ended up being zapped with tranquilizers every time, and with a status like yours. What dare you show off in front of me? Yan Lai looked at Yan Wu-gue in surprise. He was an experiment? Yan Wu-gue's chest rose and fell violently twice. His expression didn't change much, and his tone became increasingly low. How did you see the video of my experiment? He Qingqing said lightly. You guys were the first batch of experimental subjects, and I was the third batch of experimental subjects, and because we were too good, Grandma Xia would always show us videos of you guys and tell us to make fun of you. She seemed to think of something and snorted away. But your video is the one that made us laugh the hardest because you look like a monkey in it. Your expression is so bad, ha 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 ha. Yan Wu-gue's dark pupils flipped up with murderous intent, directly drawing his gun and aiming it at her brow. Where's the lab? He Qingqing took 2 steps back in fear and feigned composure as she raised her chin. I won't tell you, but anyway, we all call you Failed Experiment 03, and everyone is looking forward to the day when we can meet you and laugh at you. Saying so, she held up her cell phone to record a video. Come on everyone. Experiment 03 is already in his 30s and still so crazy. How interesting. Yan Lai's face changed, snatching her cell phone and throwing it into the distance. You're too much. How can you laugh at a bullied person like that? Yan Wu-gue was stunned and looked at her in dismay. Is she doing him a favor? He Qingqing was unconvinced. What's wrong with my jokes? Who told you to touch my cell phone? You. Bang. The gunshot suddenly grazed her cheek and hit directly into a cell phone not far away. He Qingqing abruptly widened her eyes and looked at the source in shock. Yan Wu-gue held up the gun. Not much expression, just curly hair covering her eyes, revealing a vague outline that seemed to be able to lead her into the abyss. Shut up. 2 words. He Qingqing was pressured to breathe, felt a coolness pass through her limbs and subconsciously looked at Yan Lai. Yan Lai was closest to Yan Wu-gue, but was calm, a cold light flashing in the pupils of his eyes. Are all 3 generations of your experimental subjects so bad that you like to laugh at other people's pain? She shivered and subconsciously looked at Li Yan and Fu Shernyan. The pupils of Li Yan's eyes rolled with annoyance. Can't this kid be carried out by me? So annoying. Fu Shernyan waved his hand in disgust. The air is filled with a rotten smell of corrupted human character. It's better to hurry up and fix it. Yan Wu-gue smiled coldly and withdrew his hand, looking at her sarcastically. Yan Lai stood in the center and calmly asked back. Everyone doesn't like you anymore, He Qingqing. Are you happy? He Qingqing's heart tightened and she kind of wanted to cry. A calm female voice, however, rang out from behind. Sorry I'm late, but it just so happened that I was passing through the neighborhood, so I brought my people here. Yan Lai looked at the sound and saw Xia Lianning walking towards her in a black center-length dress. Behind her were Bai Miao and the other 3 children of the He family. When He Qingqing saw her backbone, all kinds of grievances surged to her heart, and with them tears came out of her eyes. Grandma Xie, Mama Bai, you're finally here. They're all bullying me. He Jianing took the lead and ran to her, saying heartily, Sister, are you alright? How did they bully you? He Qingqing pretended to be strong and shook her head, choking. I obviously didn't say anything, and they ostracized me, and Yan Wu-gue even shot at me and broke my cell phone. The He family was appalled. Shots fired? Bai Miao swept towards the broken cell phone in the corner and said in shock, "You're crazy, aren't you Yan Wu Gue? He Qingqing is a child, how could you shoot her? If anything happens to He Qingqing, you'll see how I'll punish you." Yan Wu Gue was stunned, raising an eyebrow and asking rhetorically, "Who are you putting words in your mouth?" Followed and spoke. It was He Qingqing who insulted people first. Only then did Xia Wanning look at her squarely. Without fear, she said, "He Qingqing mocked my uncle for being a failure 3 experiment and even took out her cell phone to record him getting angry. That's insulting." Yan Wu Gu was surprised. The annoyance in his heart gradually smoothed out. Staring at her with interest, the atmosphere gradually became condensed. Xia Evening Ning's afterglow swept toward the faint-hearted He Qingqing. "You did it?" He Qingqing hesitated and nodded. Xia Lanning's expression abruptly turned cold as she looked at Bai Miao. Bai Miao directly slapped He Qingqing. "Nonsense!" He Qingqing's body was so crooked from the beating that tears came out of her eyes. Biting her lower lip and not daring to say anything, Bai Miao rebuked, "Do you know that this Uncle Yan Wu Gue is your grandmother's son? How can you say that? Besides, no matter how much of a failure our experimental subjects are, you can't insult him. If there were no failed experimental subjects, how could it be your turn to succeed? You should be thanking Uncle Yan Wu Gue for that." He Qingqing quickly conceded and looked at Yan Wu Gue in tears. "I'm sorry, Uncle. I apologize to you. You are our senior. I shouldn't have insulted you." Yan Wu Gu sneered. "Don't call me senior. Disgusting." Xia Evening Ning smiled. "I usually always show them those videos of my predecessors that didn't work out, so that they would be grateful that they were successful experimental questions. There is no half-hearted attempt to insult you, so I hope that you won't go and get the wrong idea." Yan Wu Gue didn't say anything when he turned his head away. Xia Wanning was also used to his indifference, and then turned her eyes to Yan Lai. "Now let's start getting back to the point. Why are you bullying He Qingqing?" Yan Lai nuzzled her mouth and said irritably, "I didn't bully her. She insulted my mom first, that's why I fought with her." Xia Wanning, "He Qingqing, what did you say?" Chapter 207, Yan Lai can restrain Yan Wu Gue. He Qingqing was righteous. "I was just saying that her mom's business was good, and she got angry as a result." Bai Miao, pfft. He Jiayu let out a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha. He Qian and He Jianing laughed along with him. Yan Lai instantly felt her cheeks rolling. "Funny?" He Jiayu looked at her sarcastically and said, "Why isn't it funny? Your mom has a good business." Exasperated, she pushed him. "Not at all." He Jiayu backhanded her. "That's it." She staggered 2 steps and was just about to defend herself when Yan Wugue suddenly scooped her up with one hand and raised his gun to aim at He Jiayu. "Come on, why don't you try pushing one more?" He Jiayu's smile suddenly froze and he turned white with fear. Yan Wugue kicked him away. "I told you to push again." He Jiayu was caught off guard and fell to the ground. "Ah!" A gasp rang out around them. Looked at Yan Wugue in surprise. "Third uncle?" Yan Wugo held her effortlessly with one hand and raised his gun at He Jiayu. "Bullying Yan Lai in front of me. Ha, you bastard." He Jiayu shivered in fear. Bai Miao quickly blocked in front of his gun. "What are you doing? Do you have no conscience? How dare you bully a child?" Yan Wugu sneered and licked his backslotted teeth lazily. "With me, there is no difference between a child or not. Only the difference between messing with me or not." His eyes grew more and more ruthless. "Yan Zi, she is my sister in the end. These brats are nothing." After saying that, he directly aimed at Bai Miao and pulled the trigger. Before that, Xia Wanning reacted one step faster than him and grabbed Bai Miao to quickly dodge. Bai Miao screamed as the bullet grazed her hair, instantly breaking off a large strand of hair. He Jiayu's breath hitched and his pants instantly became wet. Yan Wu Gue was unfortunate. "Quite a quick response, old woman." He probed again and grinned wickedly at He Jiayu. "Young man scared to pee?" He Jiayu sat in a puddle of water, staring in horror. Bai Miao was also so scared that she fell on her, but Xia Wanning was even more alarmed as she looked toward Yan Wu Gue. For a moment, no one spoke. Was shocked. "Uncle, how do you shoot?" Yan Wu Gue looked at her with a smirk. His tone was a rare seriousness. "It's not true that I hate Yan Zishi, but I will defend her with you. Don't worry." Xia Wanning was stunned and shielded the overwhelmed Bai Miao behind her. "Are you crazy? You really dare to shoot?" Yan Wugue placed on the ground and ruffled his neck. "Why don't you dare? Do you guys think I can only paint in China?" He raised his white, slender hands in enjoyment, his demeanor gradually becoming maniacal. "These hands of mine that can paint, those take up blood. He. Bai Miao's soul was scared out of her mind as she looked at him horrified. Death was so close to her just now. If it wasn't for Xia Lianning, she would have been killed violently on the spot by that bullet that went through the bridge of her nose. She shuddered and shed tears. "You inhuman thing." Yan Wu Gue smiled and cocked his head. "Humanity?" He abruptly grabbed her, disliking the wall. "Bai Miao, ah." Yan Wu Gue bullied his way up to her and pressed the gun against the back of her head, whispering like a lover, "I'm the one who's inhuman. Young lady, and in order to shut you up, I'm going to use a simple mode of physical attack to keep you quiet. Bai Miao closed her eyes in fear and immediately wimped out, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, I won't say it. I'll never say it again. Yan Wugue smiled sweetly, two tiger teeth against his lower lip. I don't believe it. He turned around and pointed his gun at He Qingqing, apologized to Yan Lai. He Qingqing sucked in a mouthful of cold air and was too scared to speak. He shot her in the foot, raising an eyebrow and urging softly, come on, don't challenge my patience. He Qingqing was startled and turned to look at Yan Lai. Yan Wugue pressed against her temple. Apologize. He Qingqing and the other three children turned pale and shivered as they spoke. I'm sorry. Yan Wugue, can't hear you. He Qingqing, I'm sorry. Yan Wugue became more and more languid, scanning her up and down with his sideways glance. Where is the sincerity? Where are the actions? He Qingqing immediately bowed 90 degrees and cried. I'm sorry Yan Lai, please forgive me. I don't dare to bully you anymore. I won't dare anymore. He Jiayu bowed as well. I'm sorry for, I shouldn't have laughed at you. I'm sorry. He Jian was teary-eyed. Please forgive us. He Jianing cried until she couldn't catch her breath. Please persuade your uncle not to be angry. I'm scared. Yan Lai looked at them who bowed at a 90-degree angle and nodded. That's it for now. They'll do it again anyway. Fu Shiren angled his head. Yan Wugue, let go. Yan Wugue's throat knots rolled up and down. Not enough. Fuzzy? Li Yan was speechless. Went crazy again. You guys have nothing to mess with him for? Don't you know he's a crazy batch? Yan Lai looked toward Yan Wugue. Only his eyes were extremely wide. His hands were vaguely trembling, and his breathing gradually became rapid. Not enough. Not enough. He cocked his head. You will come back to mock me again. There will be more bullying of Yan Lai. I should have told you to be quiet, he said and laughed to himself, to keep you all quiet. He Qingqing was so scared that she hugged her siblings into a ball, crying and shaking her head. Please, don't. Fu Shiren and Li Yan looked at each other and quickly said, stop your uncle. Don't let him go crazy. Yan Lai returned to her senses, looked into Yan Wugo's gradually disoriented eyes, and softly said, that's enough, uncle. The pupils of Yan Wugo's eyes gradually regained a trace of sanity, and he looked at her sluggishly. What? She stepped forward and pressed down on his gun. That's enough. They're scared of you and won't dare again. Yan Wugu looked at her dumbfounded, and as if he thought of something, shook his head. It won't be Yan Lai. They'll come back again. They'll make fun of me, use me as a failed test subject, and bully you. He looked like a clueless little boy with tears flashing in his eyes. I haven't slept in 3 days. When I close my eyes it's all about the labs. They make fun of me for being a failed experiment and laugh at Yan Zishi. They deserve to die. Yan Lai stood on her tiptoes and clasped his palm, shaking her head. They're not worth it. Do you want to be taken because of them? I will protect you. Yan Wugue was ridiculous. How are you going to protect me? She waved her hand at him. Yan Wugue looked at her stupidly and half-kneeled in front of her. She reached out and hugged him, smoothing his hair one after the other. We're going to work things out calmly like adults. It's okay. Yan Wugu smelled the milky scent of her children's body lotion, his nerves slowly relaxing, feeling more at ease than ever before. He gradually regained his composure. But how do I remember it? You seem to be the first and least calm one. Yan Lai slapped him lightly on the head. I'm not listening, Yan Wu. He obediently sat cross-legged next to her. Okay, I'm only going to listen to you once. Yan came to be brilliant. That's a good boy. Yan Wugue raised his eyebrows at her and smiled diffidently. Only you can praise me like that for being a child. Chapter 208, coming to rescue you in a helicopter. Fusco and Li Yan had a heart-to-heart. It seemed like Yan Lai could really stop Yan Wugue. When Yan Wugue was young, the lab left a deep psychological shadow on him, and after that he would always go hysterical and crazy, resulting in tranquilizers. He can't hear anyone when he's really mad, and according to his psychiatrist, all those dissuasive voices automatically generate the staff talking. But absent the intention to come, it could unexpectedly touch his deepest sanity through those memories. Fu Shiren looked askance at Yan Lai with interest. It seems that this offbeat wild wolf has a guy who can calm him down. Li Yan was especially satisfied. The youngest sister calms the eldest brother. The needle does not poke. He Qingqing was in shock. He Jianing breathed heavily and asked uncertainly, is sister over? Is he really listening to the words of Yan Lai? He Qingqing nodded calmly. It seems so. Xia Lanning's gaze fell deep into Yan Lai's face. Yan Lai blocked in front of Yan Wugo and said with reason, since you guys apologized, I'll forgive for now, but don't go. Wei Yan's mom is still on her way. I want mommy to come and help me get justice. Xia Wanning didn't say anything and crossed over to look at Fu Xian. Mr. Fu, let's talk about He Qingqing first. I hope there's still room to turn this matter around. Fu Shiren smiled. There's no room for that, but I'm willing to share with you how He Qingqing set someone up. Please. Xia Wanning. What a mockery of her in words. Bai Miao followed behind Xia Wanning with trepidation. Afraid of being caught and beaten by Yan Wugui, a couple of kids quickly headed for the gate as well. They can't stay in this house for a moment. Yan Lai turned to look at Yan Wugui and said earnestly, "Third uncle, your eyes are very red. Why don't you either lean back and sleep for a while in this corridor, or go back to your room and rest?" Yan Wugui somehow got sleepy leaning against her side and couldn't keep his eyes open. "Where are you going?" She soothed him. "Yi is playing with her phone beside you." Yan Wugui gradually let go of his heart and drifted off to sleep against the wall. She breathed a sigh of relief and walked gingerly outside. He Qingqing and He Prayan had long been hiding in the doorway ready to shade her. Yan Lai's front foot stepped out the door. He Qian pushed her from behind. "You were quite imposing just now, weren't you?" Yi dodged violently. He Jian pounced and fell straight to the ground. He Qingqing? Yan Lai pinched his waist and made a smug face. "Hey!" Luckily, she had been on guard. He Qian climbed up from the ground and angrily rebuked. "Yan Lai, do you have eyes behind you? How dare you dodge it?" She smiled and nodded. "I've figured out your discussions now. He Qingqing will definitely block and frame me when she shows up. He Jiayu will definitely make a move against me. You like to shade me? He Jianing likes to sabotage me. You guys are really good at guessing." As she spoke, she stepped between them. "It's just a shame that one of you pissed your pants. One of you was expelled. One of you cried flowers, and one of you fell doggy style." He Qingqing was so furious that her eyes were wide open. "You're very complacent, aren't you? Do you think the whole world revolves around you?" Yi was just about to open his mouth to speak when a violent buzzing sound suddenly came from the sky. The ground shook with it. She and He Qingqing searched for the sound and looked, only to see something flying in the distant sky. Yes, a helicopter? She was stunned to see the helicopter approaching. The roses in the garden swaying from side to side, petals curling up, the scent all over her. Yi raised her hand, blocking the flurry of roses. The door of the helicopter suddenly opened, and Gu Huai poked his head out of it and shouted, "Why don't you come to? Are you okay?" The propeller is so loud that he can only shout at the top of his voice, and his broken hair is messed up by the wind, but he is still handsome. Yan Lai was confused on the spot. "Gu Huai, you how dash." Gu Huai grabbed the handle of the helicopter, and the faces of the three people Shin Xiuyan, Shin Zeno and Shin Jingji peeked out behind him. Shin Jingji raised his horn. "We're here to save you. How are you? Not being bullied, are you?" The foursome of the Yi family was struck by lightning. He Jianing, a helicopter? They even have helicopters at home? Is that so exaggerated? He Qian and He Jiayu had been dumbfounded. He Qingqing murmured and shook his head. "This is not true. Not true." Shin Jingzai expressionlessly held the microphone and said, "The four people underneath. The four people underneath. You've been surrounded by us. Quickly bind your hands and give me 5 steps away from Yanlai, or else I'll use a helicopter to create death for you." Shun Zeno, "Then won't we be created dead as well?" Shin Jingji breathlessly covered the sound receiver. "Blow powerful, won't you?" He Qingqing hurriedly brought her younger siblings 10 paces away from Yanlai and looked at them in horror. Shin Jingji, "Oh, they really believe it." Shin Zeno rolled up his sleeves and snatched the speaker from his hands. "Damn woman, you're bullying Yanlai again, aren't you? Let me tell you, our Shin family is not something to be bullied casually. Come, land." The helicopter slowly descended towards the ground. Yan Lai's heart suddenly beat a little faster. The way a few of them saved her was so cool. Gu Huai was ready to get off the plane. Shun Zeno, however, pulled him back and said coldly, "Let me go first. Even if I don't like Yan Lai, I will definitely not allow any of them to bully her. I'll let them know who will be the boss of Lanchang from now on." The corners of Gu Huai's mouth twitched, looking at him in disbelief. "Hate how the intention to come is still helping." Shin Zeno smiled coldly and hooked his lips, completely not noticing the disdainful eyes of the other 3 teenagers. "What do you know? This is called contrast." After saying that, he put the horn to his mouth. "You're the ones who dared to bully my Shin Zeno's sister, right?" He Qingqing was so scared that she hugged He Jianing, and He Jiayu hurriedly hugged He Qian. The 4 children shivered and cuddled together like frightened chickens. "This guy isn't going to hit anyone, is he?" Yan Lai stood in the center, her eyes full of little stars. "So cool, so cool." Shin Zeno smiled evilly at her, his slender legs stepping down from the helicopter. "Yan Lai, I've come to save you." After that, he handsomely threw away his horn and suddenly stepped off the helicopter. He barfed to the ground, fell on his ass. His pants were still hooked on the corner of the step, and he helped him right out of his pants, revealing the cartoon boxer briefs with piggy noses inside. Yan Lai, Gu Huai, Shun Xiuyan, Shin Jingji facepalmedly jumped in front of Shin Zeno and held up his cell phone. "Come on, everyone smile." Gu Huai and Shin Xiuyan facepalmed and raised their V hands. Shin Jingji smiled brightly. "Eggplant." Yan Lai. Shin Jingji looked at her. You come too." She changed her expression instantly and ran to him with joy. "Okay then." Shin Zeno? Chapter 209. What is the meaning of this? Your foster mother is a white lotus flower. Shinzano lifted his pants and bared his teeth as he looked at them. What a bunch of heartless ones. I fell down and you guys even took pictures? Shinjingji was particularly satisfied as he admired the photos he had just taken. I really didn't expect that this second brother of mine, who reigns supreme outside, would like to wear cartoon models. Look at this piggy-nosed butt. How shiny. How clear. Shinzano? Gu Huai teased. Don't people say that? This is called contrast? Shin Xiuyan didn't hold back, telling. Yen Lai stood on tiptoe to look at it. What kind of pig nose? Shinzano covered her eyes and said in annoyance, what are you looking at? Little girls are not allowed to look around. He looked at them with a red face. My mom bought me my underwear. Didn't she always like this cartoon stuff? Shin Xiuyan looked at him sarcastically. Stop it. We're a mom. We spend our own pocket money on the necessities of life. You can wear cartoon models if you like yourself. No one will laugh at you. With that, his thin lips hooked. The corners of Gu Huai's and Shinjingji's mouths rose as they nodded seriously. Yeah, we won't laugh at you at all. Shinzano exploded. No, you guys have been laughing at me. It hasn't stopped at all. He came to the four He family siblings aggressively. His eyes locked directly on He Jiayu's pants. Holy, did you pee your pants? He Jiayu had been quite eager to mock his underwear, but when he heard this he hurriedly took 2 steps back and pulled his clothes down to block it. Shinzano was happy. What are you still blocking? I saw it. He greeted the others. He Jiayu peed his pants. You guys take a quick look. He Jiayu's head was pressed extremely low. His face was so red that it could drip blood, and he kept backing away. Shinjingji covered his lips in surprise and pretended to exaggerate. Oh, my god. Is this something a 6th grader should do? Shen Xiuyan's gaze locked. Yelp. Gu Huai was even more disgusted. Is it because the house here is too big and you didn't find a toilet? But it's not that bad, right? Are your muscles that flabby? He Jiayu bowed his head and nuzzled his mouth, not daring to let out a single fart. Yen Lai explained for him. Uncle Sam shot at his mom and he just pissed himself in fear. And it was supposed to be Uncle Sam who wanted to shoot him. Shinzano laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. Nodded He Jiayu. To you shoot you wet your pants? Ha 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 ha, can't you be a little out of your league? Ah. Yen Lai also wanted to laugh a little, covering his lips and stealing a smile. Shinjingji laughed his ass off. How fun. Come take a picture. He Qingqing quickly blocked his camera and exasperatedly said, you guys are not allowed to insult my brother like this. My brother was scared by your uncle, and he didn't mean it. If it were you guys, you wouldn't necessarily do anything about it. Gu Huai stuck his hands in his pockets and looked lazy. Just because your family is wimpy doesn't mean we are. Don't compare us to you. Shinzei also waved his hand disgustedly. That's right. Yen Wugue is my uncle. What big storms have we not seen? Ah. Besides, our family has never produced a goon. Your brother is a goon. He Qingqing, you. Shen Xiuyan cleared his throat. Shinzano, don't laugh at people. After all, He Jiayu likes to bully others. There has to be some retribution. How can he show his unique charm without wetting his pants? He Qingqing was enraged. Shen Xiuyan, don't you dare to be shady here. My brother is not at fault. What's wrong is Yencum, and your family are all crazy. Yen Lai? How is Yi wrong again? Wasn't it you who set me up unsuccessfully? Shen Xiuyan's gaze gradually became cold and stern. He Qingqing, in front of me, be careful what you say. I'm in the same class as you. He Qingqing's face changed slightly, a bit scandalized. What? You want someone to bully me? She thought of something else and said proudly, don't think you can threaten me with such words. Your family is equal to ours. After all, behind me is Grandma Xie. As the words fell, the sound of the sports car's engine note came from far and near. A white Maserati drifted handsomely and settled down in front of them, and Yin Wei Yang stepped down from the walk in a murderous manner. Yi was overjoyed. Mama Wei Yang. Wei Yang came straight to her, looking at the wounds on her legs and palms. A hint of heartache spread between her brows. Does it hurt? She nodded and shook her head. It doesn't hurt. Yen frowned and blew on her heartily. The palms were covered in abrasions. How can it not hurt? She got up and looked coldly at He Qingqing. I don't think this is the first time you've bullied my daughter. Who taught you? He Qingqing instantly felt an oppressive force come over her, pressing her a bit out of breath. But she remained calm and collected as she raised her head and looked at her fixedly. It has nothing to do with you, you white lotus. Yen Lai, how dare you talk about my mom? Shinzano, how dare you talk about my mom? The siblings spoke in unison. The expressions of Shin and An and Yen Lingyun, who were right behind him, steeply became dangerous as they looked at He Qingqing. He Qingqing was a bit abashed, but still confident. What? Can't say it? Think I've slandered you? Yen Wei Yang's eyes sank. I'm a white lotus flower? He Qingqing nodded. Yes, you are, my mom said, saying that you've been spoiled until you're too old to know the hardships of the world. Yen Lai Milk Fierce pointed at her. Say one more word. The unseen didn't move, clasping her hand. Intentional looked up. Looking up from the bottom, Yan Weiyang's features were delicate and gentle, and she was mature and steady, even at her age, was still a beauty. She looked at her very gently and smiled. It's okay, He Qingqing is a child after all. Mommy isn't angry. Shin Jingji? Shin Zeno, huh? Shan Xiuyan. Yan Lai was ridiculous, but Mom, she bullied you. Is being kinda sin? Gu Huai also wrinkled his eyebrows as he looked at Yan Weiyang. Aunt Weiyang, you shouldn't have held back. If you think you don't dare to do it, we can help you now. Nodded her head and nodded. Yes, can curse back. Yan Weiyang looked at her in surprise. You're willing to help me curse? Yan Lai nodded firmly. Right. I want to protect you. Shen Anha was stunned and looked at each other with Yan Lingyun, and the two of them unspokenly hooked up the corners of their mouths. The kid's kinda mean. Yan Lixing was satisfied. This point of the child is not bad, knowing to protect his family. Yan Fengsheng looked at him in disgust. I don't need you to praise me. Crawl. Yan Lixing. Yan Weiyang was greatly touched and leaned down to touch Yan Lai's cheeks. Let's not talk about this first. You tell your mother first. What did Yi Qingqing say just now? Was offended. She said my mom's business is good. Yan Weiyang's eyes flickered slightly and said meaningfully. Oh, she even said this. She looked to Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing was emboldened. I heard that you don't get angry in any way, right? Chapter 210, who is the person who gave Yan Lai a show? Yan smiled and didn't say anything. As it happened, Xia Lianning walked out of the house with a sullen face. Yan greeted. Mom. Xia Wanning was in a bad mood because Yi Qingqing no longer had a chance to become Fuznian's disciple. In other words, she planned to fail once again, so she walked right past her, directly ignoring Yan Weiyang. Intentional gritted his teeth in anger and tried to step forward again. Yan Weiyang held her still and looked at Bai Miao who walked out with her. Things are all settled for now, right? I'm late, right? Bai Miao had already regained her composure and nodded her head with a fake smile. The matter has been resolved. And what should be apologized for? We've apologized for. If you guys keep pursuing the matter like this, it'll look like your Yan family doesn't have the temperament for it, right? Yan Weiyang smiled unconcernedly. Yes, let's put it this way, without fighting. Today I'm going to host a dinner party for Yan Lai. There will be a lot of successful people at the venue, and Mr. Fu and Mr. Li will be present as well, so you can bring your children to mix and mingle. Where does it come from? Invite them to a dinner party? He Qingqing looked at Bai Miao expectantly. Mom, are we going to the dinner party? He Jianing muttered in a low voice. The White Lotus actually came to invite us to a dinner party, and it doesn't seem to blame us at all. It really is the White Lotus. Yanwei smiled without saying a word. He Qingqing and the others were glowing. Bai Miao deliberated, and a smile climbed up to the corners of her mouth. Yan Weiyang, you're still a good old boy after all these years. Yan Weiyang arched her eyebrows. Yes, I'm a person who just doesn't like to hold grudges. Yan Lai was dumbfounded and puffed up his mouth to look at Yi Qingqing. She holds a grudge. She looked at Gu Huai accusingly. Gu Huai saw her sadness and was about to speak, but Yan Weiyang pressed his shoulder and gently shook her head. Don't argue. Yan Lai opinion this is like a thunderbolt. Stunned look at her. Yan Weiyang smiled at her and directly changed the topic. Mom bought you an ice-themed blue dress, and I've already bought Gu Huai's suit, so you'll make your debut together then, okay? That's not the point, is it? Yan Lai intended to veto it, but Yi Qingqing went along with it. What about us? We have to wear clothes too, right? Yan Lai looked at her absurdly. If you want to wear clothes, you can wear them yourself. Do you still want my mom to buy them for you? Yi Qingqing smiled. Isn't your mom a white lotus flower? Can't you buy it? Yi was furious and turned back to her three brothers and Gu Huai. Shenzeno rolled up his sleeves. Buy your mom's a. Yen, you can buy it. I'll buy whatever you guys want. Yan Lai and Shenzeno looked at her absurdly. Shen Xiuyan was incredulous. Mom, what happened to you? Have you been taken over? Gu Huai also held his breath. Auntie Weiyang, if you don't dare to go against your mother, we, the Gu family, can do it for you. Shin Jingji was disappointed. Mom, that's enough. Yan Weiyang ignored it and signaled Yi Qingqing. Please. Yi Qingqing pleasantly hooked her lips and looked at Yan Lai. See, I told you, your mom is a white lotus. He Jianing giggled and bounced off after her sister. Yan left with them and really took them shopping for clothes. Yan Lai stood back absurdly. 1,000 grievances could not be spoken. 2 hours later, she sat gamely at her dresser and lifted her eyes to herself in the mirror. Her curly hair was half pulled back with an extremely large aqua blue bow on the back of her head, and she was also wearing an aqua blue tutu, which was adorable. Gu Huai stood beside her in a white tuxedo like a prince. Shin Xiuyan and Shin Zeno and Shin Jingji were all dressed in black suits and were silent with a sullen face. She kind of wanted to cry. Why mommy is doing this? I really don't understand. They're just being bullies. Gu Huai looked grave. I heard that Yi Qingqing and He Jianing they want the most expensive clothes. They don't care if they look good on them or not. They only look at the price. Shin Zeno dropped something in annoyance. Grass. I don't care about them. We'll just beat them up later. Shin Jingji nodded with a grim face. We can't let them get that sore. Shin Xiaoyan pushed up his glasses inscrutably and didn't say anything. Yen came to be determined. Then I'll be the first. As the words fell, the door to her room was suddenly pushed open. He Qingqing shone in a dazzling red tutu. Her voice shrill. Why don't you come and let me see what you're dressed up as? Yi looked coldly, only to see He Qingqing wearing a red dress with Swarovski crystals on it. She was going blind, looking behind her at the trio of siblings also dressed in big jeweled sequins. At first glance, it's a heavy-duty build, but it's too earthy. She covered her eyes. Ah, Gu Huai. I can't see Gu Huai. Are you here? Gu Huai closed his eyes and clutched her outstretched hand. Absence of intention. I can't see either. Just now a group of ugly monsters suddenly appeared directly blinding me. He Jiayu? He Qian? The corners of He Qingqing's mouth twitched as she gritted her teeth. I think you're jealous, right? Your mom bought this dress. It's tens of thousands of dollars. He Jianing smiled badly. Yes, all we wanted were these expensive models. And your mom paid for us without saying a word. She really went through a lot of trouble trying to get us to be friends with you. Seeing as your mom is so nice to you, we'll temporarily spare you today. Yan Lai swished her eyes open and milked her fierce. It's not certain who spared who. With that, she leapt out of her chair and pounced like a monkey. Yan suddenly pushed his way in. Yan Lai slammed on the brakes and turned to hug Gu Huai to change his words. Gu Huai, are your eyes still blind? Gu Huai, thanks to your blessing, I was cured just by looking at you. Yan Wei Yang didn't know what had happened to them yet. She just smiled a warm and moving smile. Ready to start. He Qingqing proudly raised her chin, like a tall peacock walking straight outside. Yan Lai only felt aggrieved. Mom, they dash. Yan laughed. Stop talking and get out. Yan Lai choked and reddened in aggravation. Shin Jingji couldn't look away and took her hand. Let's go. She looked hesitantly to Yan, and without further ado, was led out the door. Shin Zeno didn't understand. Mom, they're going to on our heads. Yan Wei Yang smiled and nodded. I know. Go comfort your sister. Don't let her be sad. A couple of teenagers had no choice but to leave with their absent intentions. Shin Zeno close to the intention, crying what you a little wimp. A moment we beat them not just? I'll take you to beat them until they cry. Yi bit her lower lip and nodded as she looked towards He Qingqing who was strutting her stuff at the entrance of the banquet. He Qingqing stood in front of her and snorted. Following that, the doors to the ballroom were opened, and the staff came out. Which one is for today's headliner? Yan Wei Yang rushed up from behind and pointed at He Qingqing. They. Yan Lai was stunned. He Qingqing was even more surprised. Us? Chapter 211. Didn't you guys say you're all powerful? Yan Wei Yang smiled and put her hands behind her back and nodded. Yes, I would like you to perform for my daughter. Aren't you prodigies who can do everything? Yan Lai was a bit dispersed, teasingly looked at He Qingqing. So you guys are here to perform for me. That's okay. He Qingqing felt ridiculous. But Yan Wei Yang, you didn't say anything when you came? Yan Wei Yang blinks her beautiful eyes and tilts her head in doubt. Does this still need to be said? I bought you guys such expensive dresses just to let you perform for my daughter, wouldn't you? He Qingqing choked and puffed out her chest. Who said I wouldn't? He Jianing nodded angrily. Yeah, we're awesome. Yankee gave the staff a look. Go on then, boys. Her smile deepened. For the main event of the day. As soon as the doors opened, the guests inside quickly turned to look at them. The MC shouted, please welcome the tiny band that accompanies Miss Yan Lai. The four of them, He Qingqing, He Jiayu, He Qian, and He Jianing. They are the legends of Tongqing Academy, the self-proclaimed prodigies who know everything. And their self-introduction is that the Shen and Yin families are nothing but grains of dust. They are the future legends. When the guests heard this, they derided and scoffed. Ha! What is it? Dare to talk like that? As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. But this is too afraid of a tiger, isn't it? You're not afraid of the Yin family, but you work for them? How much do you pay for a song? That's funny. Don't mom and dad care? He Qingqing was standing at the gate, feeling that something was wrong, and looked at Yan Wei Yang. Yan was all smiles. Go on kid, perform. He Qingqing's chest rose and fell violently, biting her lower lip as she stepped inside with her younger siblings. Once the guests saw what they were wearing, they were even more in an uproar. Ha! What earthy clothes! What a half-assed aesthetic. What do you know? They bought all these clothes from Mr. Yen, and I heard that they don't want what suits them best, but only the most expensive ones. Ha! The most expensive? That's too shabby, isn't it? He Jianing cowered behind He Qingqing, unable to be happy. Sister, why are they all laughing at us? Unable to speak, He Qingqing walked to the stage and stood. The MC took the teleprompter card and handed it to her. Please read this welcome speech over. He Qingqing took it in a daze and unconsciously said, "Let's welcome today's protagonist to the stage." Her voice was so low that it spread through the microphone to every part of the ballroom, and the jeers of the guests grew thicker and couldn't be suppressed. "See?" The MC looked at her uncomprehendingly. "Kid, haven't you eaten? Speak up." He Qingqing, as if driving a duck onto a shelf, vibrated. "Let's invite today's protagonist to make an appearance." As soon as the words left his mouth, the venue suddenly turned off the lights. All the beams hit Yan Lai. She was overjoyed and found it amusing. Turning to Gu Huai smiled and extended his hand towards her. "Please, protagonist." Guests cheered. "Pretty Yan Lai. Long live the childhood friend CP. That's real taste. Much better looking than He Qingqing's gang." The bottom of Yan Lai's eyes shone brightly, and she stepped on the warm applause and walked towards He Qingqing, who was blushing fiercely. He Qingqing looked at her in the spotlight in shock. Nope. Yan Weiyang didn't come to beg for peace at all, but to insult them. She wanted them to set up and perform for Yan Lai. They have to go down, but it was too late to regret it now, because Yan Lai was taking Gu Huai's hand and was approaching her step by step. She stood in the very center of the room and was roughly ripped right out of the way by the MC. The MC was disgusted. "Why don't you know how to give up your position, you kid? He is the main character." He Qingqing blushed miserably as she looked at Yan Lai standing in front of her, unadorned with any jewels but shining brighter than them. A circle of handsome 30-something types were seated within a table near the stage. Gu Rin applauded. Son and daughter-in-law are so well matched. Yan Wugue whistled. "It's a beautiful day." Yan Lai, Shinan with narrowed his eyes and applauded her heartily. Yi smiled more and more shyly. The MC said, "Next, please ask our Pearl to choose a piano piece for He Jiayu to play for her." She ordered a random song. The MC handed it to He Jiayu. "Here." He Jiayu sat frozen on the piano, looking at the score with a slight change in his face. "This is difficult. At least 10 levels. His face turned pale with a swish and he opened his mouth to speak, but the MC stepped away from him. "Let's applaud." Yan Lai smiled and looked at He Jiayu. He Jiayu stiffly raised his hands, unable to say anything to refuse. He could only play on the piano, but the music had just started, and then it got stuck. Yan Lai frowned. Guests wrinkled their brows in displeasure as they heard the jangly piano music. "What's the situation? Can you play it?" He Jiayu was taut and stiff, playing the tune as it was written, but his fingers were a bit unable to keep up, stumbling and stumbling, as if he were practicing the piano. His diamond-encrusted suit glistened in the light, along with his beads of sweat. Comically, Gu Huai couldn't listen anymore. "Go down if you don't know how. Are you smashing the scene?" He Jiayu trembled in fear. I'm a 7th grade. I don't know how to play a 10th grade tune." When the words fell, the whole room was in an uproar. Yan Weiyang was even more surprised and walked up to the stage. "Boy, I didn't know you couldn't do that. I thought you were all powerful." Yan Weiyang's friend wondered from the stage. "What's going on, Weiyang? Why did you hire such a character? It's too much for the stage, isn't it?" Yan Weiyang guiltily took the microphone and apologized to everyone. Sorry, because these kids keep saying they're great and I took them seriously." She then turned her head to look at He Qingqing. "He Qingqing, didn't you say your family is all round?" "My family Jingji is younger than He Jiayu. The grade 10 piano certificate just finished this winter. But how come your brother is only at grade 7? Thanks to me also buying you guys such an expensive dress. How come your strengths don't match up? Is lying to me?" After saying that, she handed the microphone to He Qingqing. He Qingqing was at a loss for words and looked at the equally shocked Bai Miao at the bottom. Seeing that she couldn't say anything, Yan Weiyang continued to ask, "So, you're all bragging, right?" The people at the bottom roared with laughter. "Mr. Yan, you've been tricked by a child, haven't you? Whose child can compare to your child?" "Exactly. Who doesn't know that your kids are the best in the circle and that there are people who dare to brag in front of you?" Yan Weiyang smiled and waved her hand. "Don't say that, La. They were just confident in front of my daughter." After saying that, Yan Weiyang leaned down and patiently said, "He Qingqing, since you and your brothers have accomplished nothing, I don't want you to perform, but you have disturbed my daughter's excitement and failed to live up to my expectations of you, and you've taken in several tens of thousands of a skirt. Even though your virtue is not worthy of your position, I don't ask for a refund, I only ask for." She tugged He Qingqing, He Jianing, He Jian, and He Jiayu forward and stood in a line in front of Yan Lai. "You apologize to my daughter." He Qingqing was horrified. "You?" Yan Weiyang clasped her shoulder. "What? You've received all the gifts and want to take them for nothing? Didn't your mom teach you well?" She then looked at Bai Miao, who hated to vanish. "Bai Miao, these 4 children are your children, right? Then you should also hurry up and bring your children to apologize to my children." Bai Miao looked up in shock. Yan Weiyang gently squatted beside Yan Lai and hooked a meaningful smile. "Hurry up, don't spoil my family baby's pleasure." Chapter 212, Gu Rin, singing an unforgettable night to the 2 children. There was a dead silence in the meeting room. Everyone's expressions gradually became meaningful, collectively realizing Yan Weiyang's intentions. Shin Xiuyan Shinjingji Xingzhenye also understood in this instant. Gu Huai was quite surprised as he looked at Yan Weiyang. He thought that Yan Lai, the new mom, was a bit of a wimp and forgave the Yi family so easily. So that's what she was waiting for. Bai Miao was tense and sat down on the stage, her palms moistened with cold sweat, holding the microphone. Yan Weiyang gently prodded. Won't you apologize? Bai Miao's breathing stuttered, feeling the taunting looks coming from all directions, pulling up the corner of her mouth with extreme difficulty. Sorry, Yan, what? Bai Miao was trembling, veins bursting out at the corners of her forehead, and she pulled up her tone with difficulty. I'm sorry, she's got to be able to flex. Yan Lai sighed and said helplessly, you see Mama Weiyang, I told you a long time ago, they can't. She didn't see that Yan Weiyang was deliberately tricking them. Yan Weiyang smiled brightly and apologized to her. Yes, it's Mom's fault, so let them apologize to you and let this be over. She handed the microphone to He Qingqing again. Hurry up, don't waste everyone's time. He Qingqing looked at Bai Miao, who stared at her with a deadly glare, her eyes thick with blame. Suddenly a little frightened, she said with difficulty, yes, I'm sorry for not coming, please forgive us, we shouldn't hold you up in front of so many people, sweeping you off your feet. I'm sorry. Yan Lai was speechless. It seems like I've been forgiving you guys all day. I'm tired of saying it's okay. Once the words fell, the crowd roared with laughter and teased. Ha 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 ha. You're forgiven a few times, Yan, come on. What's the point? No long face? The more He Qingqing heard, the more she felt her cheeks rolling, and finally couldn't hold it in and ran off the stage in tears. He Jian hurriedly chased after him. Sister! He Jiayu got up stiffly and got off the stage. Gu Huai smoothly stretched his leg to trip him. He Jiayu barfed to the ground and fell straight to the ground. The scene got even more laughs. Ha 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 ha. He Jiayu was so humiliated that he sadly got up from the ground and looked at Gu Huai with indignation. Gu Huai stood in the spotlight in a white tuxedo, as reserved as a prince, sarcastically hooking his lips. Who let him pinch over the absent intention? He Jiayu climbed up with a miserable face and left in a hurry. Satisfied, Yan Weiyang raised her head and picked up the microphone. I now announce that the banquet will begin. The professional orchestra came on in time to play a lively piece of music. Yan Lai stood on the stage and listened to the MC introduce himself. Little Yan Lai is the posthumous daughter of Ms. Yan Zishi, the seventh daughter of the Yan family, and despite the fact that she is separated from her mother in heaven and earth, Ms. Weiyang will use all of her love to spoil her into a unique little princess under the heavens, and from now on, she will be the real daughter of Ms. Weiyang, and I hope that everyone will be able to give her more guidance. Looked at Yan Weiyang in surprise. Yan Weiyang was dressed in a moon-white slimming silk dress. Her ink hair was pulled low, and she smiled at her with her eyes downcast like a goddess. The people at the bottom murmured. What? Yan Lai is actually Yan Zishi's daughter? Didn't you say that Yan Zishi was removed from the Yan family? Yan Zishi's child is so good-looking? Come on. Yan Zishi is a serious big beauty of the thick-face department. Okay? It's just that her achievements don't count in the Yan family. She's on par with Yan Weiyang. In that case, Yan Lai really looks like Yan Zishi, eh? When she heard this, she touched her face and looked at Shinan with uncertainty. Shin Anha, dressed in a well-tailored suit, sat in a chair and looked at her, deep meaning running through his dark eyes. Yan Lai has grown up and is becoming less and less like him. This was also the reason why Yan Weiyang decided to announce her true identity. The corners of his mouth quirked up as he raised his champagne to Yan Lai and said wordlessly, Congratulations Yan Lai, you have a home. Slowly opened her eyes wide, suddenly feeling that they were hot, nodded her head, and looked at Yan Weiyang again. There were tears in Yan Weiyang's eyes as she held the microphone and said, I know that there are many rumors about Zishi, but no matter what version of the rumors outside, Zishi will always be the spirited young girl you once saw, and in my heart, she will always be 18 years old. I want to tell everyone that although Yan Lai is not my real daughter, she is the pearl of my Yan family and the treasure of the Shin family, and I will love her with my life. Gu Rin was quite moved and took the initiative to walk onto the stage. Future in-laws, let me say a few words as well. Yan Weiyang readily agreed and handed the microphone to Gu Rin. Yan Lai held hands with Gu Huai and looked at him curiously. Yan Wugui sat gangly at the table in displeasure. What's he doing up there? Isn't this Yan Lai's home turf? Yan Lingyun, the social humbugs are at it again? Yan Lixing was disgusted. Maybe we should sing a song to remember this night. Yan Fengsheng indifferently picked up the phone. Then I'll ask the driver to pick me up. Shinan and stared at Gu Rin, in a bad mood. Gu Rin took the microphone and put one hand on Gu Huai's shoulder. As you all know, my own son has only returned to me in the past few days. He and Yan Lai are the best of friends. And Yan Lai is also a child that I love very much, and I'm spoiling her as my daughter-in-law. Gu Huai, Yan Lai tiptoed closer to him. What's a daughter-in-law? He choked, reddened, and looked away. I don't know. Can't understand. Shin Jingji was struck by lightning. I don't agree with this marriage. Shun Zeno. This is a marriage engagement for Yan Lai? I don't think so. You can't just have Gu Wai as the only man with a face like this. At least there must be an ocean, right? Shin Xiuyan slapped him on the back of the head. Shen Zeno? Gu Rin looked at the two children rather emotionally. I want the two of them to be the most important companions in their lives. So in the future, if anyone bullies Yan Lai, it's the same as bullying my Gu Rin's daughter, and I won't let her go. When he said that, his eyes became steeply ruthless. Got it? The venue guests shook. The scene was silent. Yan Wei Yang was ridiculous and reminded in a low voice. Gu Rin, are you threatening the guests? Gu Rin stared straight at the guest without answering, until the guests' mouths twitched and they laughed dryly. Got it. Look how nervous you are. He laughed instantly. Cute and cuddly. I'm just kidding. Of course I won't do anything. Where am I that kind of person? Guest. Yan Wei. Shannon and. No, that's what you are. After saying that, Gu Rin squatted in front of Yan Lai and eagerly embraced her shoulders. Next I'm going to bring you a song unforgettable tonight. Goddaughter, will you sing with me? Yan Lai. Gu Huai. Yan Li Xing. He's really singing? Doesn't he know what level he sings at? It's one of those KTV singing that blows up the TV. Yan Wu Gue put the gun on the table. Can't be shot, can it? Yan Wu Gue, Yan Fengshang, Shinan and, support. Chapter 213, I bought you a little island. And just as Gu Rin strongly pulled Yan Lai to sing Unforgettable Tonight, He Qingqing was in the corridor, leaning against the door and bawling. That woman even deliberately insulted us. I'm too young. I can't believe I fell for that trick. He Jiayu was remorseful. Thanks to us thinking that this woman is here to please us. But it turns out that she's so scheming. She must know that I don't even know how to make a 10th level score. She just wants to humiliate us in public. Finally, the unforgettable night is over. Yan Lai ran out of the banquet hall as if he were fleeing, gasping for breath with terror on his face. Hard to hear. Uncle Gu Rin sings too hard. She never imagined that a whole song, in addition to the title of Unforgettable Tonight, Gu Rin said the whole song all out of tune, like a ghost howling. It's horrible. Listening to you get to pick your ears for 10 years. She was in shock against the front door when she suddenly heard He Qingqing yelling from the hallway. Yan Wei Yang is a. She took a decisive step towards her on her short legs. Say another word? He Qingqing was not expecting this and said tautly. You're eavesdropping? Yi was offended. You're talking bad about my mom in the hallway. Do I need to eavesdrop? He Qingqing choked back a sigh of relief, and sophisticatedly argued. You're just eavesdropping. Your mother likes to bully and act like a green tea whore. And what are you? Bai Miao came out of the restroom, and when she heard this, she sprinted over to her. He Qingqing, don't you have a long face? Don't you think I've lost enough face? He Qingqing looked at her in dismay, and her grievances turned into tears that came out of her eyes. Bai Mama was the one who insulted us first. They don't treat us like human beings. Looking for Yi, Yan Wei Yang happened to push out the door and walked up. Isn't it you who don't take yourselves seriously? Yan Lai looked back in surprise. Yan Wei Yan's posture was erect, pacing in front of them, taking out a pile of cash from her handbag. This is 10,000. It's the performance fee I prepared for you guys today. Thank you for your hard work. He Qingqing's anger subsided. Gig fee? They didn't even put on a good show. And there's a show fee? He Chen didn't believe it and was wary. We didn't even perform well and you're giving us money? Are you an ingrate? Yan Wei Yang smiled lightly. Take it. He Qingqing was a bit moved, licking her lips and looking at Bai Miao. Bai Miao was silent with a sullen face. She hesitated and reached for it, but the moment she had just touched it, the money suddenly grazed her fingertips and scattered to the ground. $100 bills were instantly scattered all over the floor. He Qingqing looked up in shock and looked at Yan Wei Yang. Yan Wei Yang's peach blossom eyes were streaming with cold light. The money is given to you guys as a fee for the loss of your heart. She was uncertain. Bai Miao's cell phone suddenly dinged and dinged. She took out her cell phone and was surprised to find that a video of the quartet disgracing themselves on the stage had gone viral in the class parent group of the 4 children at Tongqing School. Parents group messages keep coming in. That son of mine is so much smoother when you look at him like this. On the set, the comedy was explosive. Cold sweat moistened on Bai Miao's palms as she looked at Yan Wei Yang in horror. You actually sent out the video of their performance? Yan Lai was surprised and looked at her as well. Mama Wei Yang really? A gentle smile played at the corner of Yan Wei Yang's mouth. I didn't send it. She leaned down and looked at her with sincerity and eagerness. I'm just providing a laugh. Bai Miao was so angry that her lower lip was trembling. Then how do you explain that this video went viral? He Qingqing panicked and took her phone to look at it, not expecting to be so humiliated. Screaming, how did this get sent out? Yan Wei Yang hit her lips and smiled. Her tone was meaningful. I said, I'm just providing a venue. After all, I made a big row for today's dinner party. 11 out of 10 children are Tongqings. Do I still need to send them? EEO. Gave a cry of dawning understanding. So, now He Qingqing had lost a lot of face. The whole school knows her brother's stuttering on the piano. Ha 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 ha. The blood faded from He Qingqing's face and she squeezed her cell phone in desperation and questioned. Why are you doing this to me? We obviously didn't do anything. Yan Weiyan's red lips hooked. Mocking? Nothing? Didn't you say that my sister's business was good and bullied my daughter? Even your mom found a car to hit my daughter, didn't she? Her line of sight fell again to the speechless Bai Miao, and the appalling force of compulsion struck her like a Tarzan. Bai Miao subconsciously took 2 steps back. Yan Weiyang, however, stepped forward and grabbed her by the hair and pressed it down dead center. Bai Miao screamed miserably. Ah, let go of me. Yan Weiyang clasped her head, killing intent under her eyes. Her vocal lines squeezed out from between her teeth. Bai Miao, your daughter called me White Lotus. You taught her that, didn't you? Bai Miao couldn't struggle away. Her face was suffocating red, gasping for breath and not saying anything. Yan Weiyang hooked her lips and smiled, revealing her unkilling pear swirls. Our Yan family never raises idlers. You'd better come to your senses. If my daughter grazes a bit of skin because of you again, I'll do more than just make you guys lose face at school. With that, she pulled Yan Lai away. Yi's eyes lit up. Mommy's so cool. Mayan was smug, that's for sure. The mother and daughter entered the banquet, and Bai Miao froze in place for a moment and crouched down to pick up the money. He Qingqing felt humiliated. Mom, don't take it. They're just insulting us. Bai Miao backhanded her. He Qingqing was hit once again. Her face was wooden and she looked at her in awe. Bai Miao was hysterical. You useless punk. The road is paved for you and you still can't do it. He Qingqing's heart thumped and tears came to her eyes. I'm sorry, Mom. I'll try harder next time. Is it useful to be sorry? You caused me to be insulted. Bai Miao sat on the ground panting heavily, her body shivering uncontrollably. You give me to remember. The next time there is no permitted thing, not to make a move on Yan Lai, hear me. He Qingqing and the others trembled in fear and choked. Got it. Yan Weiyang led Yan Lai into the venue and squatted in front of her to check her wound. Angry with Mom? Yi shook her head and said sincerely. Mom, I just don't like you being insulted. I think you should not forgive them. They are too bullying. Yan Weiyang smiled brightly and cupped her face patiently. Little baby, Mommy has never forgiven them. The people who hurt you, it's not enough for Mommy to clean them up over and over again, so how can she possibly forgive? Her pretty eyes could only hold her. Don't be mad at me, okay? Yan Lai moved to purse her lips and nodded. Good. Yan Weiyang guffawed. I heard that you were able to suppress Yan Wugo and your relationship with your brothers has gotten much better. Mom is very relieved. After all, Mom is very busy with her work. She always has to fly back and forth. She can't be with you often, but I will have someone close to you to take care of you, okay? She nodded. Good. Yi will be obedient and won't embarrass Mommy. Yan Weiyang smiled more and more gently and nudged the tip of her nose. Don't say such words in the future. I will never be ashamed of you, because I am your mother. Yi nodded and showed herself beautifully. Yi has successfully recognized Mr. Fu as her master today, and in the future, Yi can also write songs for movies. Yan Weiyang had little stars under her eyes. Yes, our Yi is really great. Saying this, she took out a piece of paper from her handbag. Mommy has prepared a congratulatory gift for you this time too. She probed curiously, and saw Yan Weiyang unfold the paper. I bought you a little island. Where does it come from? Little island? Chapter 214, participating in a variety show with Gu Huai and his 2 brothers. Yan Weiyang nodded and showed her the contract. I'll go and do the final formalities in the next 2 days. This island has a good environment. It can be used as a vacation island, and you can see the northern lights and the Milky Way's sandy beaches. It is now rented out, starting from £9,800 a week, and the rent is also stored in your card. Even if there is a day in the future when you're too lazy to go out and work, the rent of the island is enough to keep you food and clothing without worry. She was surprised, but Yi is still a small child. This is too expensive. Yan Weiyang helplessly wrapped her arms around her and intoned. Don't think like that. You deserve it. Mom has also done the estate registration. If I die one day, all of my inheritance will be given to you. Your 3 brothers know about this. Plus Uncle Shen's inheritance is enough for the 3 of them to share equally, so there's no need to worry about them being jealous. She was even more surprised. Is Mommy going to die? Yan couldn't help herself. We're all going to die. It's just that Mom needs to be a little more insured. And who can tell what's going to happen in the future? Yi received the piece of paper dumbfounded, looking at the signature of Yan Lai, written on it in beautiful script. The agent in the back is Yan Wei. Relationship, mother and daughter. She bit her lower lip in emotion. Mom, thank you. Yan Weiyang held her in his arms. This island is now rented out to a variety show. It's a variety show organized by your uncle. There's a good chance that you'll be invited to take part in it as well. but I haven't been privy to the specifics, but I'm sure there'll be a lot of people who'll come up to the island to play after the variety show is over. Why don't you give this island a name now? EE hesitated and said, can we call it Starry Sky Island? Undine arched an eyebrow. Sure, I'll make the call. She got up to leave. A few moments later, Yen Wei Yang gave her a look signaling that her name had been changed and turned to climb up with the others. It wasn't long before Yen Lixing arrived at Yen Lai's side and handed her a phone. Yen Lai, Chen Duo is looking for you. EE took the phone and put it in her ear. Chen Duo was excited. EE, there is a variety show that wants to find you in Gu Huai and your two brothers. The variety show gives super money. Do you want to consider taking a look? The first 2 installments of the variety show will be on the island, and you can see the sea. She was stunned and curious. What's the name of the island? Chandler, you wait. After 5 minutes, she excitedly said, Starry Island. The island owner just named it. Fresh and hot. How's that for heartwarming? Yan Lai, isn't that her island? Bai Miao, who was crashing outside, received the message, slowed down and straightened up, looking at her cell phone. There's a variety show looking for your kids. All 4 of them will be in it. We'll go to the island for the variety show. There's a lot of money. Are you coming? An island? Bai Miao, what island? Private? Private. The owner of the island is open for rent. It's being rented by Yen Night Company to record a variety show, called Star Island. As soon as she heard this, she turned back to the downcast Qingqing and nodded her head firmly. I will let them go. At the same time, Yen Lai walked up to Gu Huai and invited them with some nervousness. Gu Huai and big brother, second brother, third brother, do you want to go with me to participate in the variety show? I can invite 3 people to participate in the variety show with me to form teammates. Oh, Shen Xiuyan vetoed. I don't like to show my face. I'm not going. Gu Huai didn't even think about it. Yes, accompany you. Shen Zeno was very heartfelt. Then will I burst into the entertainment industry, and my popularity will directly exceed that of Yen Lai? Shen Jingji, bragging, the person who bursts into the entertainment circle can only be me. I will become the strongest brother and sister duo on the Earth's surface with Yen Lai at that time, and you'll just eat the tail gas at the back. Shen Zeno, little master eating tail gas? You're thinking beautifully. I'm definitely the strongest sibling CP. Gu Huai was indifferent. A love of swearing should be blocked outright, never to be turned around again. Shen Zeno. Yen Lai wasn't on the same channel as them at all and jumped up in excitement. That's great. I'll tell sister Qian Duo. We'll go to the variety show together later. Shen Zeno? Good. Where is it good? I'm kind of banned by the system. Once a variety show with only children was previewed. Yen Lai and Gu Huai made their C-suite debut and caught fire all over the internet. The variety show was called, Mom, I'm Going on a Voyage. On the publicity picture of the variety show, Yen Lai and Gu Huai are wearing work clothes and taking pictures in the woods, and Shinzeno and Shinjingje each have their own styles, and the microblogging hotness is skyrocketing. I haven't seen our precious EE in a long time. So looking forward. Surprisingly, there's also Gu Huai. The program team is too good at this. This must be pursued. It's not Chinese if you don't. I heard that the link of this variety show into a small island. They seem to be in the island to complete the task in order to get something. A little bit like the foreign love variety of that Paradise Island. So look forward to Yen Lai's superb play-off. I can't wait for tomorrow's broadcast. Okay? Is Shinzeno Yen Lai's real brother? His face value is too high, isn't it? No wonder Yen Lai looks so good. So the family's genes are all so good. I think Shinzeno is so cool, so wild. What? Am I the only one who likes Shinjingjie? He looks so refined in the photos, like a little prince. This is simply the face group. On the contrary, the photos of He Qingqing's group went unnoticed, with only a few sporadic comments underneath. Or this kind of, so look at Yen Lai, that combination is really top. These kids can't fight at all. The comments. But with the show's constant warm-up, the live stream was already full of heat on the day the show aired. Yen Lai waved his hand at the drone. Have you started filming yet? As it happens, the live camera opens. Her watery eyes reflected in the crowd. Can anyone hear EE? Baby opened up, but it looks better than before. My big, thick this baby. Damn, this kid is getting too fast, isn't he? Is he really getting better looking? What about Gu Huai? Yen Lai waved her hand at the drone, which swayed from side to side with her. She looked surprised. Gu Huai, there's no uncle photographer following us this time. As the words fell, Gu Huai walked in front of the camera with a deadpan look on his face, wearing a blue floral shirt full of summer style. Aha, he's still so unsmiling. Auntie is really willing to wait a few years for you. Gu Huai was in a bad mood, not for any other reason. It's because all of his clothes were switched by Gu Rin before he left. He likes to wear black, white and gray when he dresses, but now a suitcase full of flowered shirts. His own father's bomb-like aesthetic. Gu Huai nodded annoyingly at the camera. Hello everyone, I'm Gu Huai. Shin Jingji and Shin Zeno also walked onto the deck and greeted the camera. Yo ho! EE stood on tiptoe to introduce. Between my second brother. Between my third brother. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The two brothers are also very handsome. Ow, 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 ow. It's 100 times better than it looks in the picture. It's over. How can I choose? Only children make choices. Adults make all the choices. Take it away when no one's looking. Put down my female goose in the front. The man from the program said. Your opponents have now boarded the island, and will not be accompanied by staff after boarding the island. And we have drone cameras throughout. Yan Lai nodded. Shin Zeno was dumbfounded. It's kind of exciting. So where are we going next? The staff said. Confidentiality. First blindfold all of you and follow us. He obediently blindfolded her eyes and held Gu Huai's hand as she was led along, until the soles of his feet hit the sand and the staff's voice came out of the drone's sound tube. Please remove the blindfold. She opened her eyes with immense anticipation and was greeted by a fine white sandy beach, as soft as if she had stepped on cotton. The turquoise water mixed with blue water is like a flowing emerald. She was too beautiful to close her mouth. Is that the island that Uncharted's mom gave her? The island that belongs to her alone? It's also too beautiful. Chapter 215 I will defend food with my life. Yan Lai suddenly felt a bit sniffly. She didn't know what the concept of having an island was like. Until you actually see a landscape like this, happiness comes over you. In this, even a grain of sand is hers. It was given to her by the Unchained's mom. Even if one day she had nowhere else to go, she would be able to look at the stars and play in the sand on this island without worrying about being kicked out. She pursed her lips happily and took the pink envelope that the drone had delivered clipped to her. The program's voice came from the drone. Please receive your mission. She handed it to Gu Huai. Look at what's on it. Gu Huai opened it. Please try to fill your stomachs by all means. And only after you fill your stomachs will we give you a mission. The intentional smile disappeared instantly. Fill your stomach? She looked around in bewilderment at nothing but the clear turquoise blue water and the coconut trees. Available at. She was dumbfounded. Didn't the director say that there were so many delicious food that he wouldn't let us eat to come? I didn't even eat the airplane meal. I'm just waiting for a big meal. Either you've been tricked by the program, or you've been tricked by the program. Take away the shoots now. Even the kids are fooled. Shin Jingji was also shocked and met the drone's camera. Director, you guys told us we'd have a big meal and told us to try not to eat. So how come here we're filling our own stomachs? Gu Huai pinched his brow breathlessly. We've been tricked. They looked to him. He pointed to the boat in the distance. Our stuff is still left on the boat, but they sailed away. Spare food and clothes are up there. They're trying to make us survive out here in the wild. Shin Zeno's eyelids jumped and he choked speechlessly. We've been starving since 8 o'clock, and now it's already 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and we're still not allowed to eat? And also wilderness survival? What is this program called? Shin Jingji, Mom, I'm going on a long voyage. Shin Zeno exploded. Where is this a voyage? Isn't this exile? Yan Lai coalesced his sight on the coconut tree, but came to the spirit, cheerfully climbed up. It's okay, brother, there are coconuts here. You wait, I'll go and pick them for you. With that, she climbed up as fast as her hands and feet could carry her. Shen Zeno? Gu Huai? Shin Jingji? Pop up. Is my daughter so strong? I can't even climb up there myself, but she's able to climb up there. How many more surprises do you have that I don't know about? Worthy of being my daughter. I'm proud of my mom. Yan Lai climbed to the top with a flourish and reached for the coconut, but her little hands kept touching the coconut, not even half as big as it was, and she couldn't pick it off anyway. She looked down with a crying face. It's over. EE can't hold it. Ha 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 ha. It takes only 30 seconds to play hard to get. Shinzano speechless under the tree to see. Yan Lai, you say your head is not as big as the coconut tree. With the coconut fight, if the coconut let you 3 strokes you cannot beat. Harm want to pick coconuts? Where does it come from? She's not so trashy, is she? Ha 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 ha. Shinzano is really his own brother. Goddamn coconut still has to make her 3 moves. Ha 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 ha. EE was devastated. What are we going to do? Can we still eat coconuts? Gu Huai nodded. Come down and let me do it. Shinzano snorted. Gu Huai, I don't think you're any good. Let me do it. With that, he leapt up into the coconut tree and climbed upwards as fast as a monkey. Yan Lai looked at him dumbfounded. Shinzano raised his eyebrows in arrears. Let brother show you what it means to be professional. He grabbed the coconut and slammed it down. Duck! Gu Huai and Shinjinji stepped backward, and 4 coconuts crackled and fell to the ground. Shinzano holding Yan Lai easily landed. Look at my speed. But a minute 4 drinks have. Tropical coconut juice. Yi's eyes were filled with little stars. Second brother is so cool. But how are you so awesome? Shinzano hooked his lips and smiled, revealing a small pointed tiger tooth stinking ass. I once survived alone on a small island. Not to mention other things, I have full marks for wilderness survival skills. Shinjingji scooted the coconut to the side and snorted. That's because he once did something bad that resulted in dad punishing him to the island for 2 days of self-survival. Where does it come from? Shannon is so strict with his uncle? Gu Huai was interested. What's the reason? Shinzano blared breathlessly at Shinjingji. The reason is that I accidentally burned an elder's hair with a candle because I didn't even see him there at the time. I thought it was just a polished ball. Shinjingji sneered. Yes, people were originally a Mediterranean Sea, specially waxed over to participate in the party. As a result, you gave people the right side of the burn, leaving only the left half of the piece standing there, with a big gobstopper. People cried for 3 days and 3 nights at home, did not slow down, and almost had to go down to the sea to feed the sharks. Yen Lai Yi, Gu Huai covered his lips. Ha 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 ha. No, 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 I can't live to laugh. My stomach hurts from laughing. Originally I wanted to go to the other side of those children to see it, but it turned out that Yen Lai Yi, they are so interesting. I cannot leave. Ha 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 ha. The 2 live streams are temporarily separated and not fused together. No one on He Qingqing's side was watching at all, but she was oblivious and glowing because she had done a lot of homework when she arrived. And Yen Lai Yi was famous because she knew how to behave. If she also wants to create a know-it-all persona, she's more than ready to come to her senses. She said gently with her siblings, let's just look around the neighborhood for any wild fruits, so we don't worry our uncles and aunts. However, there were just 5 people in her room. Even when 3 after hearing that, a pop-up drifted across the top. This kid knows his stuff, but I still want to go because it's so funny over there at Yen Lai Yi. My coworker is laughing her ass off. There's no point in staying. Sisters, let's both go together. They'll be able to merge together when they meet later. After all, Yen Lai Yi's side has already started to go looking for food. Yen Lai Yi put the 4 coconuts together. I'm going to get a rock to open this one up, so then we'll have something to drink. Gu Huai analyzed. Coconut meat can also be eaten, but outside of that we should take another look. After all, these things don't care about being full. Who knows if these programmers will still give us food? Shinjingshi thought it made sense. We need to hoard a little bit so that we can feel at ease. Shinzano said painfully. Yen Lai Yi is here to look at things. Let's go out and shop for food. Yi wrinkled her eyebrows, a bit unconvinced. Yi can also find food, and definitely won't drag you guys down. Gu Huai disagrees and wants to refuse, but the boy Yen Lai Yi is a bit stubborn. He rolled his eyes, but watching over the food is also an important task. What if someone takes it? Shinjingji instantly realized and pretended to be distressed. Yes, I can't watch it anyway. What should I do? Shinzano spread his hands innocently. That can't be helped. Who made it so that none of us can help? Little Yi was instantly convinced and softly hugged the coconut. I'll do it then. We can't let it get lost. The coconut is ours. Poof. This kid is trapped and doesn't even know it. Ha 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 ha. Gu Huai has too much heart. This would be considered reverse coaxing, wouldn't it? Gu Huai teasingly hooked up the corner of his mouth and pressed downward again. You can do it? She nodded her head decisively and even beat her chest. I will defend this food with my life. The corners of the teenager's mouth turned up and he nodded pleasantly. Good. Hard work. Chapter 216, their opponent is Yen Lai Yi. Yen Lai Yi sat cross-legged on the sand and carefully lined up the coconuts. Gu Huai watched her focus on splitting coconuts, and a smile climbed up the corners of his mouth as he turned to leave. Aha, I'm dead. Gu Huai smiles so sweetly. Gu Huai Yen come intention give me lock dead. Lock it up. They're so pampering and taking care of Yi. I envy Yen Lai Yi for having such a handsome brother at such a young age. If it were me, I could live to 99. Yen Lai Yi got a rock from the beach close by and smashed it against the coconut one by one. Mumbling, I have to do something so that my brothers can eat the coconut when they come back. Meanwhile, He Qingqing stood under the coconut tree and looked up at it. This is the only one we can eat. She shielded her eyes with one hand and looked at the coconuts against the blazing sun. At her wit's end, can one of you climb up there and get the coconuts? He Jiayu took the initiative to climb up, but just climbed for a while and then slid down powerlessly. No, there is not even a stirrup up here. Let's just take our time to find it. He Jianing covered her belly listlessly. Sister, I'm so hungry. I want to eat. He Qingqing was helpless and touched her sister's head. Forget it. Let's go get something else. Seeing that his siblings were all a bit out of spirits, He Jiayu found himself a topic of conversation. Speaking of which, I've never known who our other opponent is, even though it's been announced online. Ever since Yan Weiyang had sent the status of their disgrace at the banquet to Tangqing Academy, their academy had been isolated, though no one likes them per se, but the jeers about them have instead become more frequent. This may be their only chance to clear their name, as long as it's able to fire. It's not afraid to have no friends. He Qingqing was brimming with confidence. I don't know, but I believe that as long as we are united, we can definitely win. He Jianing was encouraged and came to some spirit. I heard that the owner of this island is a small child, and the island is a gift from her mother to join the family. So enviable. He Qian envisioned. If the age is about the same as ours, we might even become friends. He Qingqing smiled without picking up the conversation and looked into the distance, her expression suddenly disappearing. I saw a little girl on the fine white, silver sandy beach, wearing khaki overalls and a little tank top, her inked hair in two adorable pills, and she was tirelessly smashing away at the coconuts with a pointy rock. She was patient and had already smashed a tiny opening in each coconut that would open with just one more smash. Just in time, Gu Huai walked up with fruits in his hands. Yan Lai came to eat. He Qingqing's face changed. Only Gu Huai and Shinzano were seen taking a pocketful of fruits, and they even used their clothes to cover them. The results were surprisingly bountiful. Yan Lai was overjoyed. How did you get so much stuff? Gu Huai broke open a sesame banana and gave it to her to eat. There are many banana trees inside the forest, and there are also fruits placed by the staff that have edible written on them, but with only the fruits, it should be able to fill her stomach for the time being. Shin Jingji handed her the apple. Happy? Seeing so many things? She nodded. Happy, but she also shows off the results. Has done a lot too, and now the coconut has smashed a small opening so we can drink it. Gu Huai was stunned. His eyes steeply became gentle. Not tired? She laughed and shook her head. Not tired. Shinzano nonchalantly picked up the coconut and chiseled it open. Directly sipped it. Absent intention. But how did you get it open with such little strength? Yan Lai gorgeous. I chiseled I'm great. Ouch. Sweet baby. Of course baby is great. Originally just come here to see if Yan Lai is as fun as the legend. The results of this child is really perseverance smashing coconut sweaty and do not say that tired. Then some adults are stronger. I'm so impressed. Ree is a treasure girl. Not at all delicate. It's the right thing to do. The more He Qingqing looked at it, the angrier she got. It turns out that her opponent is Yan Lai. Sure enough this guy got so much stuff by being backstage. She bet it wasn't by virtue of her own efforts to get it. He Qingqing restrained the sharpness in her eyes and quickly walked over. Wow, how did you guys get so much food? Yan Lai turned around at the sound and was surprised. He Qingqing? Her opponent is actually her? He Qingqing feigned familiarity and walked up to her, hooking her lips in envy. Gosh you actually have so many delicious food. I'm so envious of you. My siblings and I don't have anything yet. Gu Huai glanced at the drone. This guy can really put on a show. He sarcastically said. He Qingqing, when did you get so nice to us? Didn't you bully Yan Lai before? Was equally terrified. That's right. You haven't smiled at me. What's wrong with you today? He Qingqing tilted her head dully. What are you guys talking about? I'm just envious of you guys. Envious that you have so many delicious food. Can't that be okay? Is it just me? Why do I think this He Qingqing feels? I thought she was a little bit loaded from the moment she came out, and I thought I was overthinking it, and it seems to be a little bit of an inside flavor. Do she and Yan Lai know each other? Informed people give you an expose. There is a beef between Yan Lai and He Qingqing. Both of them are students of Tongqing Academy. Among them, that boy with glasses bullied Yan Lai. Almost all of them are going to drop out of school. Seriously. Bai Miao, who was watching the live broadcast, frowned and argued. Are you guys disgracing yourselves by rumoring about a bunch of innocent kids? Who doesn't know that Yan Lai's family is especially rich, and she even bullies others based on her wealth? As a result the pop-up slamming her pressed on with a mountain of people. What? Then aren't you also a rumor monger? Do you have any proof? This little boy with glasses has to be in the 6th grade anyhow. Can a 6th grader be bullied by a kindergarten kid? Have you grown a brain? It's pathetic. Even Tofu has brains and you don't. This isn't a black fan of anyone's family, is it? Bai Miao was dumbfounded. She's not good at cursing. We have to get help from the water army. We can't let Yan Lai crush He Qingqing. Inside the live broadcast room, He Jianing also knew that he had to put on airs. Walking up to Yan Lai and staring blearily, little sister, where did you find this apple? Can you tell me about it? I want to get it too. Yan Lai stared blankly. He Jianing, do you want to check your mental health? Why are you talking to me like this? Aren't you mean? The corner of He Jianing's mouth twitched, pretending to be pitiful. So, you don't want to give it to me? Yan Lai, I don't think much of it if you're going to have this kind of posturing attitude. Hecka none. Chapter 217, no food for you because you're cheeky. A piece of the pop-up screen question drifted by. The more you look at it, the more wrong it is. Yan Lai has never targeted anyone but is not very nice to them. It feels like they really have a problem, just like what is rumored on the internet. Yan Lai is straightforward. Participate in other variety shows with the children, get along. It is impossible to not get along with this group of people. There is definitely something wrong. He Jiayu from our school. I heard that he secretly bullied Yan Lai, got beaten up and then also touched the porcelain. No one cares about him at all in Tongqing school. Yan Lai will never have a good attitude towards him. Is this true? Is this for real? Another set of people flocked into the live broadcast room. The pop-up screen inexplicably out of a bunch of strange rows of species. Our little friend is so poor she cannot even eat. Just Yen come intention is not very kind? Why don't you give her the fruit in your hand? Yan Lai said she is generous. You really believe it? This child is a green tea whore. She is just pretending. Where did you guys hire the water army from? This bunch of new kids have fans? Can't you see that has a problem with these people? What's going on? Rumor mongering a mouth little cute. I don't believe it, but it's definitely petty. If she can give me a handstand. As a result, this pop-up had just floated by when Yan Lai breathlessly gave them part of an apple banana. Hurry up, my eyes hurt when I see you guys. Pop up, put. Where's the brother with the upside down diarrhea? Hurry up and come to the show. Returns something with a disgusted look on her face. I'm getting more and more sure that our has a problem with them. Jianing took a bite of the apple given by Yan Lai and still said, I want to eat coconut. A smile flashed under He Qingqing's eyes. Yeah, just have to. With the camera in place, Yan Lai will definitely give it to her. Coldly vetoed. No, don't aggravate it. Go away. He Qingqing? He Jianing puffed up her mouth. Then you're also too petty. I heard that you can take care of people. And you can even cook. I didn't expect you to be such a stingy person. Are you all pretending? Tilted her head and looked at her. Let's not talk about anything else. I gave you these things and you don't say thank you, do you? He Jianing rationalized. You didn't give me coconuts, what am I saying thank you for? Yan Lai directly snatched back all the bananas and apples. Then you don't eat it. Ho family? Gu Huai smiled openly. Doing a good job. Yan Lai pinched her waist with a displeased face. Not saying thank you. Not knowing how to be polite. Obviously scolded my mom and hit me. Today even intensified to ask for the coconuts that we ourselves worked so hard to pick. Cheeky. He Qingqing estimated having to look at the drone. You're bloodthirsty. There are 4 coconuts, give my sister one can kill you? Yan Lai, who am I to give it to you? He Qingqing, because you did. With a start, cupped the coconut in her small hands and smashed it on the sand in one gulp. Nope, piss you off. Ho Qingqing, I can't believe I'm getting a kick out of this, ha 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 ha. His siblings shameless. These coconuts are shin in the wild picking. Yan Lai one by one chiseled out, tired and sweaty did not stop. They also dare to reach out for? I would have thought that Yan Lai overreacted, but these kids are too thick-skinned. How did mom and dad teach them? TSK, do all of you absent-minded fans have no sense of perspective? She's treated an innocent girl like this and you guys still support it? Even if you want her stuff, what can you do? We're all kids. Shouldn't we share? For coconuts can't be eaten by several of them. So what's wrong with giving them one? Why do you give it to me? I'll ask you absent-mindedly what they got by what right to give. Wait, 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 wait. Look who's here. Yan Lai was still confronting He Qingqing. Not far away came a sudden chortle. Who are you? She glanced back, only to see a group of extremely dark-skinned adults holding spears, dressed like a group of strange clansmen with feathers of various colors, looking at them with expressionless faces. Who has touched the sacred fruits on our island again? He Qingqing was so scared that she took 2 steps back, and decisively pointed to Yen to come. He Qian and He Jianing directly threw half of their leftover apples at Yan Lai's feet. Felt ridiculous. Didn't you guys eat it too? Why don't you admit it? He Qingqing spread her hands innocently. We didn't eat it. We don't think the things on this island are ours, so we didn't touch a single bite. He Jianing still had apple juice on the corner of her mouth. Aha! Didn't touch a single bite. Shenzheno was disgusted. Holy, how come the country of Huaxia hasn't researched making bulletproof vests out of your cheeks? This is a great loss for the country of Huaxia. Gu Huai looked at them with a dark face. He Qingqing lied without changing her face. Anyway, we didn't take it. She pointed to the absent intention. If you want to arrest them, arrest them. The head honcho's gaze instantly fell on Gu Huai decisively protected in front of her. We took all the fruits ourselves. It has nothing to do with this little girl. If you want to target it, target me. Little boyfriend Gu Huai. Gu Huai's boyfriend is so strong. Shenzheno mix not care. Big brother, how much do you pay for a caddy of this fruit? I weigh on the caddy, okay? We buy it. Shinjingji calmed and alert. Yes, there is something to be said. Everything is picked by us boys and has nothing to do with this girl. The ringleader looked at them askance with an expressionless, slightly oozing look in his eyes. Yan Lai stared nervously when she was suddenly taken in her arms. She screamed in terror. Gu Huai rushed towards her and was directly grabbed by the 2 adults. Shenzheno was in a hurry. Don't do it. Let go of them. Shinjingji was also imprisoned in it. Let go of my sister. This has nothing to do with my sister. He Qingqing and He Jiayu laughed their asses off. They got caught. He Jianing breathed a sigh of relief and said without changing her face, "Luckily I don't have a craving." He Qian, right. Luckily he was quick to throw that apple. The chief heard this and looked at them obediently. He Qingqing laughed. "Patriarch, we didn't eat anything. We're innocent." Yan Lai struggled in the adult's arms. "Nonsense. He Jianing and He Qianan obviously ate it too." He Qingqing shrugged her shoulders. "Didn't eat it? Who saw it?" Both his brother and sister shook their heads. "My day. I'm sick to death of these kids. I can't wait to rush in and slap these two kids twice. What a piece of..." The leader looked at He Qingqing indifferently. "You're sure you didn't eat it, right?" He Qingqing nodded decisively. "I'm sure I didn't eat it." The leader's face was expressionless. "Good, then you will be outsiders on our island, not having accepted God's guidance to eat the holy fruits of our island, and likewise not being qualified to save the matriarch. Please accept the punishment." He Qingqing froze, thinking she heard wrong. "What?" The leader of the group said in a single word. "Receive, punishment, penalty." He Qingqing, Ho Kayu, He Qian, Hekanan, Ha, accepting punishment? Yan Lai was dazedly held in his arms. "What about us?" The corners of the indifferent patriarch's mouth lifted slightly as he bent down respectfully. "You are the heavenly fates that our island has been waiting for, so please follow us up the mountain for a great meal." Yan Lai. This reversal? Cow wow wow wow. Chapter 218. He Qingqing, you won't get all the good things. But how? He Qingqing looked at the matriarch incredulously and said eagerly, "We didn't take anything from you guys, why would we be punished?" The director behind the screen was speechless. Why? It's because they had already received their quests when they arrived, and the quests explicitly stated that they must eat in order to get the next quest. But the fact that the kid could temporarily backtrack like this and deny in no uncertain terms what she'd done was something he hadn't expected. "This is awkward," the matriarch said indifferently to He Qingqing. "Did you receive a letter when you came?" He Qingqing nodded. The patriarch asked, "What was written on the envelope?" Yan Lai raised his hand. I know. The letter said for us to have a little something to eat, and that we wouldn't get the real mission until after we ate." The matriarch shrugged his shoulders. "Well, look, aren't the results already in? You didn't eat the food means you didn't complete the mission." He Qingqing was dumbfounded. Asterisk. Really got me high ha 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 ha. He Qingqing deserves it. This can be a really unimagined setup. Just now the program's people suddenly appeared all to me. I also thought that Yan Lai they were the program's people counterset. Fortunately the program's people have not been damaged to this extent. He Qingqing's denial just now really pissed me off. I really don't understand. No matter how you say it, you're helping her, but she won't even admit it. What has Yan come to help her with? The only food she was given was taken back, and she still has the cheek to say help? It's funny. Yes. We didn't help you guys, so it's only right that you, He Qingqing, have to be punished. It's best if she doesn't even admit it when she's captured. But in the next instant, He Qingqing panicked and said, "We ate the fruit. You should have seen us eat it." He Jianing nodded along, pointing to half an apple core on the ground. "Look, we really ate it." The matriarch casually scanned it. He is well aware of whether these children eat or not. He was asked to come over because the director saw that the kids were getting food. Who would have thought the kid wouldn't admit it? He looked to his co-workers. The colleague turned his back and asked the director in a whisper through the Bluetooth headset, "Director, to count He Qingqing finished the task?" The director looked at the pop-ups that were all sarcastic about He Qingqing, and then thought about what she had just done that was really underhanded, and seriously said, "Just now, I asked He Qingqing several times, and she said that she didn't have any, so we'll all deal with it as if she failed her mission." The matriarch realized, and said in a tone, "Didn't you just tell me that you didn't eat a single bite, and that it was all eaten by the other honored guests?" He Qingqing was a bit flustered. "That was just a mistake on my part. It's not too late for me to change my mind." The patriarch grunted coldly. "It's too late. Take it away." He Qingqing was grabbed by the left and right arms by several sisters, wanting to struggle but not daring to struggle too hard. Argued, "I really said the wrong thing just now. I didn't mean it. Please forgive me." "Okay." The clansmen were cold and silent. He Jianing had been scared to tears. "Sister, I'm so scared. I don't want them to punish us. What will they do to us?" He Qian blushed miserably. He Jiayu's face turned blue, not daring to say anything. If you're allowed to lie and cheat, the show is good. You shouldn't be condoned so much. At a young age, you already know that you don't admit when you do something wrong, and you gloat about other people. So how can you grow up? This kind of bare child I really vomit well. And He Qingqing's information shows that she is a junior high school student. Junior high school children which have her so unintelligent child? Sisters, can I say I'm happy too? Yan Lai is also happy. She was held in the arms of an older sister and asked in a milky voice, "Sister, isn't this called what happens to children who lie?" The NPC sister couldn't speak, and the corners of her mouth hooked upwards instead. He Ching had a belly full of fire. "Don't be complacent if you're not coming. Our food is obviously all given by you, and you didn't even help me out? Pop up? Why should I talk for you? Who do you think you are?" Yan Lai thought it was ridiculous. "It has nothing to do with me. It's you who wanted to lie. It's not me who asked you to lie. I just said you ate it too. Didn't you deny it?" He Ching exasperatedly said. "The reason I don't admit it either is because..." Yan Lai blinked at her. "Because you think we might be punished and you want to eat and you don't want to be punished, right?" He Ching was speechless. She sighed. "There won't be any good things coming your way all by yourself. You say you're a young man, how come you don't understand this point?" He Ching. Here we go again. The classic vicissitudes of absent-mindedness quotes ha 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 ha. He Ching is quite good as a human being. At least you can listen to Yi educate people ha ha ha. Although Yi dislikes people very much. But He Ching don't be so obnoxious can't you just kick her out? This girl was pretending to be so gentle just now, but after a few incidents, she's all over the place. How can she still participate in the program? Ho Ching, take your siblings and get out. Giving me a headache. Everyone don't get angry, focus on looking at my daughter. My daughter is decompressing. The program team came to a villa with a group of Yan Lai and He Ching and others. Entering the restaurant, the aroma of the food came out, and the wide array of food was so colorful and delicious that even Gu White's eyes lit up. Sure enough, it's a hearty meal. Asterisk. I'm craving it. The instant noodles in your hand suddenly don't smell good anymore. Yan Lai's mouth watered as he curiously turned his head to look at the Yi family. He Jianing was swallowing continuously. He Qian stared blearily at the roasted chicken on the table, but pretended to calmly skimmed his head without saying anything. He Jiayu licked his lips. He Ching closed his eyes in remorse. Yi suddenly snickered a little. Being guided by the matriarch to sit in the C-seat, she didn't even know how to put down her chopsticks. So much yummy de. Shenzeno comfortably took the coke. Can you guys really talk the talk? I thought you guys tricked us not to give us food. The matriarch stood beside them respectfully. We have to analyze to find out who exactly is our chosen one. So I'm really sorry for scaring you just now. As he spoke, He Ching and the others were brought to another small table. Sliced bread, ham sausage, and water sit on the table. That's it? What about the collar? Chapter 219, You Can Watch Me Eat. He Ching had a belly full of fire and looked hard at the group leader. Didn't you guys say this was punishment? Giving us food is still considered punishment? Yan Lai delightfully took a bite of French fries and said with a smile, "We can eat delicious food, you can't, and you can only watch me eat it. This is a great punishment." He Ching? He Jianing cried out with a wow. "We're so miserable. Ha 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 ha. But, you're taking away the bamboo shoots. Continues to dislike them at this level of intensity. I love it. I really can't stand it. Do you people have no sense of public morality? They are all just a bunch of kids, and they are so heartfelt that they bully some very innocent kids. Shut up. No one with a brain can say something like He Ching is innocent. She's not innocent at all. I really want to know who spent money to help He Ching to speak. We also have black people? Whose cake did she move as a little kid? So the other side got anxious and bought black powder? Gradually, there was no one on the pop-up screen to help He Ching speak. Bai Miao received a message. "I'm sorry, boss. I really can't think of words to help your daughter speak. She found her own death looking for the slightest gap. I can't boast with my eyes closed. The rest of the money I'd better give you back. I'm really sorry." Bai Miao. Row. True to her Ho Ching. The sailors aren't even helping her anymore. Meanwhile, Yan Lai eats pizza to his heart's content. He Ching grumbled as she ate the dry and unbuttered sliced bread, staring straight at Yan Lai. The clan turned on the projection and showed them the 4D roadmap of the house. The patriarch stood by the dining table and spoke at length. The reason why we would want to seek help from the heavenly fate is because a group of uninvited guests appeared on the island a few days ago, and they snatched away my lady. So I hope that you guys can save my lady, so that a few of our family members can be reunited. When heard this, the pizza in his hand stopped smelling good and he looked at him sympathetically. Then you're so pathetic. The patriarch nodded and said sadly, "My wife and I are very much in love, and our child, who is only 2 years old now, doesn't know that his mother has been taken, and misses her every day." She furrowed her brows and looked at the 4 teenagers. "Gu Huai, brother, the patriarch is so miserable. We have to go save his wife." The patriarch's eyes lit up. "Yeah, that's the plot. Keep going." Shenzeno was lazy. "It's not that simple. Can you lend me your cell phone?" The clansmen looked at each other in disbelief, and the patriarch handed over his cell phone with a confused look on his face. Shenzeno very naturally dialed a number. "Hello, 110? Someone is suspected of kidnapping dash. The patriarch snatched the phone away in a fiery rage and looked at him in horror. How could you call the police? Shinzano still held the position of the phone call. Inexplicably, your wife has been taken. Don't you call the police? The corners of the patriarch's mouth twitched, unsure of how to respond. Guhuai looked at him speechlessly. Shinzano, this is an NPC. We're here to do a game. It's not a real kidnapping. Do you really believe that? The corner of Shinzano's mouth twitched, awkwardly putting down his hand. No letter ah, fooling around. Shinjingji saw through it with a glance. No, you took it seriously. Shinzano ear tip hidden red, angry wrinkled eyebrows. Do not splash me dirty water ah. I said I did not believe is not believe. No, you believe it. Why else would you call the police? Deadly arrogant ha 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 ha. Believe it and say you don't. Laughing doesn't live. The hand the patriarch used to grab the phone just now has dragged out the stump. Matriarch, this wave of kids is so hard to bring up. They either lie or take the police seriously. But it seems to me that REE hasn't reacted yet, eh? Yanlai frowned as he was memorizing the map and looked at the patriarch with a grave expression. I will get your wife back, patriarch. Absence of coming, the only one who carries out the task seriously. Silly boy, did you just block out what your brother said? It's alright. Kids have to be taken seriously to have fun. That's the best thing about REE. The matriarch, seeing that Yanlai had given her so much face, re-entered the scene and said worriedly, look at the curtain. This is a map, and my wife is being held in one of the houses. After dinner, I will send 2 groups of you, and whoever rescues my wife first will be able to become our most honored man of destiny. But if you fail, you will be forced to live in the worst possible house with sliced bread, hot water, and ham hocks. Yanlai frowned and looked at He Qingqing. He Qingqing ate the bread with a cold face, swallowing it in one gulp and still choking and rolling her eyes. She was miserable. Welp, if that's the kind of treatment she'll experience if she loses, then she definitely wins. Definitely a must-win. Yanlai was incredibly determined. Fine, then send us away. The matriarch nodded and then looked at He Qingqing and the others. You are also qualified to save my lady. Come with us, we will be putting blindfolds on you, and then we will break you up and place you at every intersection where you can enter into this villa. He Qingqing nodded her head, exchanged eyes with her younger siblings, and whispered, this time we must get the victory and take back what belongs to us. The sibling was imperative. No problem. Yanlai stood in the doorway, also a little nervous. Guhuai's afterglow swept over her and reached out to hold her hand. His tone calm. Don't worry Yanlai, we will be victorious. Yi felt the thin calluses in his palm, a sense of reassurance creeping up, and nodded. Aha, we can definitely win. Ah, it's candy day again. If Guhuai's little wolf cub says there's no problem, then there's absolutely no problem. We, must win. I hate He Qingqing from the bottom of my heart. Hates Ho Qingqing +1. Hates He Qingqing plus pi. As far as He Qingqing is concerned, it's questionable whether she can participate in this program in the next installment. It's disgusting. Suddenly another pop-up with a different style of painting floated by. I quite like these family kids anyway. He Qingqing is very smart, responsive, and good-looking. Right, Yanlai is a green tea whore, isn't she? And quite good at pretending. Am I the only one who hates the idea of absenteeism? Raise his hand. I hate her too. This kid is fake, two-faced, and not a good person at first glance. What's with the black powder? Honestly, how much does it cost to send one? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to make it, but I'm sure I'll be able to make it with the help of my friends. Bai Miao, who was observing the results of the water army she sent a pop-up screen over. What? Why don't you let the truth be told? Do fans of Yanlai like to have their mouths covered so much? Chapter 220. Bye then. You little twerp. A group of water army along with Bai Miao surged up. Sisters, don't get angry with them. Let's just focus on watching Qingqing. Bai Miao was satisfied. She's paid double the price to hire a higher-ranking waterman. He is good at talking nonsense with his eyes open, seeing things as they are, and misrepresenting things, demeaning people. They're professionals. She wanted to bring He Qingqing's fame up, and if her fame overshadowed Yanlai, she could go and grab her resources. It's not impossible to raise a child star. At this point in the broadcast, Yanlai has been taken to her destination and the drone says to her, please remove your blindfold. She quickly removed the blindfold and looked around. Into the eyes. The outside decoration is very elegant white villa. In a trance she thought she came to Mr. Fu's manor. Intentionally staggered. It's this big here? The drone says, your mission now is to go find the matriarch's wife who is trapped in the room and get out safely with her. While your companions are separated from you, you can choose to go to the assembly first and then go to save the wife. Both are fine, but please hurry before the rest of your opponents or the mission fails. Also, remember to use all the conditions around you that you can to rescue the lady, and as long as you don't plant any other children, you won't be out of the game. Nodded with a grave expression on her face. So nervous. What if I didn't save madam and they tore the ticket? Is this some kind of bloody program? What? My daughter knows a lot? The drone was also a bit speechless. How did you know about the expression tearing up a ticket? She looked to the drone. The bad guys who captured people will tear up the tickets, yeah. Don't you think they will? The voice coming from the drone had been processed by the software to be that very low, fuzzy baritone that sounded a little naive. I don't think so? She sighed. Forget it. It doesn't make sense to you. You're a drone. You don't know anything about humans. Drone? Pop up? Is there a possibility that the drone is being operated by him? Absolute no way. Absolutely no way. Ha 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 ha. Yen Lai sneakily ran to the gate and crouched down. Quickly, hide. The drone flew behind her rather breathlessly, blinking her almond eyes. She looked at the door of the villa and wrinkled her eyebrows. It's a combination lock, but I don't know the combination. But there was a piece of paper taped next to the combination lock. Absolute Lai came up to the table. 10 tons of peanuts can extract 5 tons of peanut oil. The oil yield of peanuts is, and tons of peanuts are needed to extract 1 ton of peanut oil? Yen Lai. Ha! She looked at this math problem taped to this note in confusion. What is this? What is this math? What? If I'm not mistaken, this is a 6th grade math problem, right? I think it was 6th grade, and my brother had this similar problem in math. That. Weekly ask Yen Lai what grade he is in. She looks like she's in pre-kindergarten. Ha 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 ha. I can add and subtract within 100. That's over. The late emperor's business was not halfway through and he collapsed in the middle of the road, not being able to calculate multiplication and division. How dare you ask her to do multiplication and division? Little is only 4 years old. How dare you ask her to do multiplication and division? Yen Lai breaks his fingers and counts, muttering under his breath. 10 tons of peanut oil can be squeezed out of 5 tons of peanut oil, and the oil yield of peanuts is. She looked at the drone tearfully. It's over. I can't do the math. I don't have enough fingers. Ha 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 ha. Daughter, it's not that mom won't help you. You can't read the answer even if mom writes it on there now. It's too hard on the kids. It's making them cry. Let's go somewhere else if you can't do it. Mom can't let you shed tears. Desperate to cry, Yen Lai squatted on the ground and picked up a twig and counted on it in a decent manner. He Ching went to stand in front of her. How come you don't know how to multiply and divide? Met He Ching's sarcastic frown and honestly said, no. He Ching snorted, wanting to mock her, but taking into account the drone behind her, she swallowed back the words of mockery. Then you can count it slowly at the door. Stood up in surprise. You would? The corners of He Ching's mouth rose, clasping the combination lock with her hand to keep her from looking at it. Her tone contemptuous. If I remember correctly, this should be a 5th or 6th grade math problem. And I'm in my 2nd year of junior high school this year, so I can do it. The password was successfully unlocked at the end of the sentence. A pleasant ding sounded as she pulled the door open and entered the villa, waving at her. Bye, little twerp. Yen Lai, there's got to be another way. The drones had just told her that she just had to finish winning, no matter what it took. He looked around and suddenly noticed that a window was open. A low stool was placed under the window. In a flash of inspiration, she nimbly climbed onto a low stool and tumbled inside the window. The moment he tumbled in, he happened to see He Ching pass by the doorway of this room and walk forward. Yen Lai looked ahead. All the rooms in this house are interconnected, just like the hallway. She could keep walking with He Ching and still not be noticed by her. Intentional pushed the first door open to the dining room, which happened to be open. He Ching brushed past the restaurant door and suddenly took a few steps back. What are you doing? Hid under the table and saw He Ching being stopped by a few adults. The adult was dressed in a suit and sunglasses and looked cold. Who sent you? He Ching winced and wrinkled her eyebrows. I came in here right away. I know the password to your place. The man in black was expressionless. Completing the mission? Then it looks like you're here to save the matriarch's wife. And you dare to go straight through the main entrance? Please hurry up and leave for us now. Don't wait for us to be rude to you. After saying that, they reached out and drove He Ching outward. He Ching's head was full of questions as she turned around and questioned the drone. Why did you drive me away? I've already completed my mission perfectly. Right. Why are they still coming to arrest me? The drone's low male voice sounded. Have you ever seen anyone save someone's life by walking through someone's front door openly and honestly? Didn't I tell you just now that you can use all means to accomplish your victory? But if you go through the front door and still don't know how to avoid people, it's only strange if they don't kick you out. He Ching? Then you didn't say so earlier? As she spoke, her pupils suddenly shrank as she noticed Yen Lai under the dining table. He was thankful and muttered in a low voice. It's a good thing I don't know how to multiply or divide or I'd be kicked out too. He Ching only thought it was absurd. when a broadcast suddenly came from the room. He Qingqing was found by the enemy and driven out without saving the matriarch's wife. And He Qingqing is out. He Qingqing, out? Once again she looked defiantly at Yan Lai. Yan Lai looked at her curiously and said wordlessly, "You're getting out?" Following that, she raised her chubby little hand and waved, "Bye-bye then, little twerp." He Qingqing? Chapter 221, Saving People with Mouth Output? How can that be? This happened to be the company's lunch break. Shinanan came to the company cafeteria. Just stepping in, he heard a laughter. "Laughing my ass off. Yen, come on, is too funny. Yan Lai, this kid is interesting not just for a day or two. She's super fun to be around. Watching this kid is really addictive. I didn't realize she was so good at juggling. This reversal is so cool. He Qingqing just deserved it. Originally I didn't really like Yan Lai. I was just rushing to see Gu Huai, but it turned out that because of He Qingqing it made me feel that Yan Lai was also a lot smoother." "No? How dare you still don't like Yan Lai? The ones with the most sense of variety among these kids are her and Shinzano. As long as there's a sense of intention it's definitely interesting." Shinanan looked at the Yan Lai variety show playing on the cafeteria TV and narrowed their eyes. "Is she hot these days?" The assistant nodded. "Yan Lai is on the hot search every other day, and it's all hanging on the hot search right now. Ever since she argued with Yun Xingchan, her popularity is straight up to that of a second-tier star." Shinanan thoughtfully took out his cell phone and clicked on the live broadcast. The pop-up drifted by. A batch of cool on not to come to the intention. I suddenly reacted. Why do you have to go through the front door to save someone? I didn't realize that the program team had a setup. No wonder they said that they have to use all their strength to save someone. Feelings that this is a setup, not even behind someone's back. Anyway, my daughter was kind of given an opportunity by mistake. Happy. I'm happy. Thanks to Yan Lai, there is cool to me. What? What's so cool about it? You blind bastards. You're so cheap and disgusting. Can't you go to hell earlier? My Hey my Grow up quickly, hey. Shin Anha steeply blackened his face, locked these three pop-ups, and handed his cell phone to his assistant. Check their IPs and see where they are. He could understand that there would be black people online, but he could never allow anyone to disgust his children. The assistant took it and looked at it, suggesting, this might be someone's premeditated attempt to go to the black Yan Lai's. This kid doesn't have that many black fans. Should we dig deeper? He nodded. Double check. Yes. He Qingqing in the live broadcast room suddenly reacted, pointing at Yan Lai under the dining table and shouting, "Wait, there's another person in here. Aren't you guys going to arrest him?" Yan Lai's smile instantly withdrew, just in time to meet the black-clothed man's puzzled gaze thrown at her. The man in black was stunned for a moment and took a quick step toward her. She rushed. "Don't catch me." The drone quickly pulls away to show you a wide angle. He saw Yan Lai as flexible as a monkey dodging left and right, rushed out of the table and ran straight toward the kitchen. "Don't come to catch me." The man in black intentionally slowed his pace, following her and pretending to chase. After all, they had to let off steam to get these kids to finish. And He Qingqing is the kind that can't let go of water even if she wants to, so she can only be eliminated. He Qingqing hated the iron. "You guys hurry up. She's just a kid. Can't you even catch a kid?" The other men in black looked at her with cold eyes. "It's not up to you to say whether or not you can catch them. Hurry up and leave. Don't wait for us to ask you to leave." He Qingqing, does it have to be so contrasting? Do you have to bully her so much? Yan Lai darted down the corridor, looked back to see the man in black sprinting after her, panicked in fear, rushed into a room, then opened another door in the room, entered the new room, hid inside the cupboard and covered her mouth. Why do I feel as if my daughter is running away from a familiar face? She's so detailed. She doesn't just know how to dodge or even cover her mouth. This group of NPCs is letting off steam, but it's still a bit scary. I hope EE doesn't get kicked out. I knew that He Qingqing guy would snitch. It's disgusting. Yan Lai was nervous, listening to the footsteps outside. The man didn't come in, twisted the door, and left. She breathed a long sigh of relief and muttered with her little chubby hand along her heart, "Scared the hell out of me. Thought I was going to be torn up altogether." With that said, she silently pushed open the closet door and looked ahead, staring in dismay. Wait a minute. Which room did EE enter? Hostages in this room? Isn't this like a sheep in a tiger's mouth? Yan Lai was stunned, because what met her eyes were the four men in black guarding the hostages, and the hostages tied with twine. The five of them were turning their backs on her, seemingly unaware that she had entered the room. She had been gasping for air, covering her mouth and nose once more, tiptoeing behind a cupboard and peeking in. She was just talking, and these guys didn't even notice her? And in fact, the NPC side has seen touching in the door of the Yencom. The rules for this level are that you can attack from the front or from the back, but if you sneak in from the back, it won't trigger an NPC reaction. They know there's someone behind them. Yen Lai stared at the drones and said in an airy voice, "Did they not hear me when I just spoke?" NPC. They heard it, and they heard it well. The drone was speechless. "Stop talking or you'll be found out later." Yen Lai nodded, furtively cowering in the corner. "But there are so many of them. I'm sure I can't beat them. I should go to Gu Huai first, and a few of them will beat them together." Then she tried to feel her way out through the other door. But just then, the front door was suddenly opened, and He Jianing stepped in. Yen Lai retracted back and looked at her in consternation. He Jianing didn't know that Yen came to be here as well. Raising his chin condescendingly to the black-clothed man, "I really guessed it. This room is just haunted. You guys hurry up and release the lady. We all have less trouble." He Qian and He Jiayu stepped out from behind her, looking intently at the four men in black. The leader of the black-clothed men sneered and stood out and said viciously, "So you guys were sent by that patriarch. I knew he wouldn't die, but I think you guys better admit defeat. You can't beat us. The NPCs are acting quite real?" It seems to say that the NPCs of this variety show specialize in picking group actors with acting skills, and are still very professional in order to stay out of the way of small children. But it seems like I'm watching some kind of low-intelligence teenage drama. So really, I wouldn't suspect anything? I don't think a child would believe such a thing, right? The scene cuts to Yen Lai. Yi's expression was grave. "They're so bad. Drones, the two of us have to save the matriarch's wife." But there are still people who believe it. "You can always trust Yi, ha 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 ha." He Jianing hooked her lips proudly, knowing that it was nothing more than a group of NPCs in here. There was no killing power at all. "Alright, stop playing around. We've now come here as requested. Hurry up and release the people to us. Don't waste any time." The leader frowned and said in a cold voice, "I don't understand what you're talking about, but if you don't leave, we'll kick you out." He Qian sarcastically said, "Uncle, don't play dumb with us. Aren't you just NPCs? So let people go." The chief had a head full of questions. Are these kids expecting to get him to let this woman go just by talking? What brain? How can they say they have to move their hands? Chapter 222, the He family must have no brains. The leader prompted in a no-nonsense manner. "We won't let go until we're defeated." "Yeah, hit him. He's a bad guy. Do it." "Really not what I'm talking about, okay? There's something so noble and arrogant and stupid about the He kids. Like they don't give a damn about anyone and then they're not a thing themselves. How can you say people aren't a thing? They're not a thing in the first place, okay? These kids are no fun. At least respect the NPCs, right? Even if all the people here are pretending to be NPCs, they still have to be in the movie, right? Otherwise, what are we watching? Isn't it just to see how they feel when they are immersed in the scene like children? I'm really sorry that the only one who was there was my daughter E. Oh, you guys are just hard hacking. It's not good that the family's kids are so smart. Isn't it an original sin to be as stupid as Yen Lai? Who said it was an original sin? They pretend to be smart, disrespectful of the rules, and you defend them. Are you the dogs of the Ho family? He family team is the most, can't it? He Jianing in the camera ran out of patience and said irritably, "Uncle, you're all here to be NPCs, but it's just a character. Don't take it so seriously, okay? We don't want to argue with you guys much either." The leader was speechless, still not letting go of the rules. "If you want to save the people, you have to beat me, or I won't give it to you, and I will never betray my boss." He Qian's eyes widened absurdly and suddenly covered his stomach and laughed. "Ha ha 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 ha, boss? Ha 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 ha." The leader didn't understand why he was smiling. What's the smile? He Qian looked sarcastic, looked him up and down, and snorted lightly. "Uncle, did your mother raise you so well just to let you guys come here to play house? Don't you have any other proper things to do? Jeef, pop up?" He Jianing smiled innocently, softly. "What do you know? Third brother, they should be actors, right? People are chasing their dreams." The faces of the group actors instantly changed, and in unison, they said, "What do you mean?" He Jiayu pushed up his glasses and taunted. "It means that you adults are not doing your job, and you're playing house with us kids, and we can see that you're just pretending. So hurry up and let the people go. You'll make money, and we'll get the people. It's as simple as that." He Jianing smiled innocently. Hurry up and give us the matriarch's wife so that you can make money too." "No?" The faces of the black-clothed NPC and the matriarch's wife swished black. "Is that an insult to them? What? These kids are too disrespectful, aren't they? The group's personalities aren't personalities? They're here to work. Why should they be looked down upon by a bunch of kids who don't even know what they're doing? High and mighty, untouchable, profit-minded, refusing to admit when they have done something wrong, falsely accusing and planting evidence against others, selfish and self-serving. These four siblings really make me sick. Play or get out." He Jiayu is untouchable and feels smart. With that kind of talk, he's gonna get a lot of praise from the audience. He stuck his hands in his pockets and hooked his lips in a smile. "Don't waste time or the Yen family will be here in a while. The man in black looked at him and gritted his teeth, daring him to say something. He wanted to retort, but it was live. The assistant director's voice also came through the Bluetooth headset. This is a live broadcast. Make no mistake. Get them out. The director's tone was also impatient. What a bunch of things to look down on people. The leader heard this coldly. Can't understand. Anyway, I'm loyal to our boss. The boss wants us to watch over the matriarch's wife, so we'll watch over the matriarch's wife. And now that you're trespassing on our boss's mansion, you'll all be thrown out. The men in black instantly swarmed. He Jiayu's face changed drastically as he was pushed toward the door by several adults. What are you doing? He Qian struggled. Don't touch me. We want to save the matriarch's wife. You guys just put the people down for us and be done with it. Why are you doing this to me? He Jianing cried. You're targeting us. He Jiayu was even more indignant. A bunch of NPCs really think they're a thing. Aren't you just a bunch of group actors? The black-clothed man's body tensed stiffly, his fists slowly clenching. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just ordered to watch over the matriarch's wife. You will not have your way. Take away. With that said, the siblings were pushed out of the door directly and viciously. So what if they're a groupie? Groupies have dignity too. They are going to act until the last minute, until someone with respect for them comes along. Yes, I'm going to say this word 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times. Yes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So angry I dropped my cup. The HO family is so disgusting. Having watched so many live roundups, I've realized that kids have the advantage of saying whatever they have to say, but the candor of these kids makes me sick to my stomach. They have no respect for the group members. These group actors are good. The He family has no right to win. Yan Lai watched as the He family was pushed out by 3 bodyguards at the same time, locking the door again in the process. The He family kept knocking on the door outside. What are you doing? A bunch of group performers are going to turn the world upside down, aren't they? Let us go. Yan Lai was cowering in the corner and was particularly disgusted to hear this. Drone, do you think He Jiayu's brain is a bit problematic? The drone was puzzled. She expressed her disgust. How dare they say they're a group show? So little defense. People must be the real bad guys. If they're really actors, that's too realistic. Drones. The director ticked the corner of his mouth when he heard this. I'm done. The only Yan Lai who really got into the plot. And I can't believe I don't think she's childish. I think she's super nice. She's praising them. Not all kids look down on groupies. And there are those like EE who really think they're the bad guys. Though that's not a nice thing to say either. Ha ha ha. EE like this is a compliment. Not knowing that the bad guys are acting is a compliment to the acting. I also think the actors are professionally qualified. Yi punched the duck for mommy. The drone looked at Yanai. So what do you want to do now? She bit her lower lip. I'm afraid it's too late now. And it'll be over when his family comes in through the other door later. With that, she looked around. Notice a pink airbag piggyback hammer sitting in the room. She took the airbag hammer in her hand and stared nervously at the back of the man in black, tiptoeing closer to him. Go EE. Ha 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 ha. She walks like a crab. Oh, it's over. I'm over. I'm actually getting into the plot and getting nervous for EE when I know it's an NPC. Yan Lai's breathing gradually became rapid. Her small face flew up layers of redness, raised the hammer in her hand, ready to swing down. The leader of the men in black suddenly turned around and met her on all fours. Head. Yan Lai. Neither spoke for a moment, and she held up the hammer with an awkward smile. Hi, pop-up, Mrs. Matriarch, Man in Black. Chapter 223, If you want to bully my sister, go through me first. The leader raised an eyebrow, thinking that the boy had just come in before the He family came in. She should have heard what those kids were saying about him. His gaze gradually sharpened. You're here to save the matriarch's wife, aren't you? Ee's breath hitched and she put the hammer away behind her back. No, I'm just passing through. Jeef? Then what are you doing with a hammer? She lifted the hammer upward in style. Lift weights for exercise. The chief was stunned, a little tempted to laugh, and pressed the corners of his mouth. But you don't have any weights here either, do you? She reasoned. You don't understand. This is the kindergarten version. Head. Man in Black. The matriarch's wife almost laughed out loud. The pop-ups have been a ha-ha-ha drifting by. The leader also stifled his laughter and said in a serious manner, you came in through the back door, I guess. It seems you heard what the others said. Don't you think we're NPCs, just a bunch of dummies here to play house with you? Of course I don't think so. Ee's expression steeply became grave. I'm not stupid. Of course I can tell if you guys are real or fake. So don't you guys try to trick me with this kind of lies. You're just bad guys. I'm but very smart. After a pause, she asked tentatively, but what's an NPC? Is it an acronym? Man in Black. Pop up. The pop-up screen was silent for a few seconds before suddenly bursting into laughter. I can't live to laugh. My stomach hurts from laughing, and my coworkers who watched it with me have now laughed so hard they can't stand up straight. The leader almost laughed. his boredom instantly dissipating as he looked at her seriously. It seems that there are really people who can appreciate his acting skills. What a relief. He quickly found his form and said coldly, "None of your business. Tell me, what do you want?" Yan Lai got a little tight and dirty and gripped the piggy hammer. "I'm going to save the day." The leader raised an eyebrow. "Just you?" She was stunned and gambled. "Don't look down on EE. EE has ridden a big tiger. It's even fought bad guys with a gun." The ringleader was unimpressed. "Oh, is it one of those big tigers that you take pictures of for $20 a pop? Ha 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 ha. Taking the shoots now the man in black. I'm treating you like an enemy." Yan Lai nuzzled. "You look down on me, don't you? But I have skills." With that, she leapt forward and struck down at the black man's arm. Blah blah energy. Woo-la-woo. Heads up. The piggy hammer struck the man in black with an extremely childish toy squishing sound. Yan Lai was stunned, dumbfounded and looked at piggy hammer. How does this weapon make such a sound? I can't even fart louder than it. Pop up? Daughter, you're a girl. I'm not allowed to say you farted. Ha 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 ha. The corner of the leader's mouth twitched, and he sat down on the ground with a scream. Ouch! My arm! How dare you hurt me? Yan Lai was even more confused. Really? Did it really hurt you? Just this little airbag hammer. Did it really hurt your arm? The leader roared with red eyes. What do you think? The little ones, give it to me. She was startled and hurriedly grabbed the matriarch's wife and ran. Egu, my mother. How come all the adults' bodies are so bad nowadays? It must be from staying up all night. Man in black. Chieftain. Go after. Ha 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 ha. I can't. I'm laughing my ass off. I really can't. Ha 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 ha. Yan Lai grabbed the lady and ran towards the route she came from, looking back behind her in the process. Lady, I was ordered to save you. Don't be afraid. The matriarch's wife followed her. Thank you, little sister. Let's hurry. Yan Lai suddenly felt wrong and tilted her head to look at the woman. How tall are you, ma'am? The matriarch's wife smiled. 5'1". Where does it come from? Female goose is skeptical. Ha 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 ha. Yan Lai came back to her senses and reassured herself. It's okay. A tall lady is also a fragile lady. She majestically held up the hammer and pulled her running down the hallway. Jiayu Hiqian was still knocking at the door, turned around and overheard her pulling the matriarch's wife away, and said sharply. Yan Lai snatched the matriarch's wife away. Jianing slapped his thigh. After them. Yan Lai looked back and decisively skipped. Run! The villa alarm went off. Warning! Warning! The matriarch's wife has been taken by the enemy. Please bring her back quickly. I repeat, everyone, please bring the matriarch's wife back quickly. Yan Lai was even more nervous and was shocked to see the men in black from the other rooms rushing out of the room towards her. Jiayu stood at the forefront, raising his hands like a charging warrior and shouting, Absolute, come on, give us the lady. This is what we found first. This matriarch's wife is ours. Yan Lai was unconvinced and shouted at the top of his voice. I was the one who defeated those people. This is mine. It has nothing to do with you. As she turned the corner, she happened to meet Gu Huai. Gu Huai. Seeing all the enemies behind her, Gu Huai looked around calmly and found a shopping cart placed in the corner, grabbed the cart and rushed behind her. Duck! In this flash of lightning, Shenzeno scurried out from another room and stopped Gu Huai. Let me get in the car. With that he eloquently rolled over onto the shopping cart in a ready position. Let me put an end to this. It's cool. Shenzeno. Little gangster Shenzeno. Gu Huai Shenzeno has absolutely no problem adding them together. Gu Huai's face was stony as he pushed him harder and harder into the crowd. Shenzeno leapt forward. Suddenly his center of gravity was unsteady, and he fell violently towards the front. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The NPCs blanched and reached out to help him. Watch out. Shenzeno jumped into their arms and hugged one of the fierce men in shock. The others simply surrounded him. Is everything okay, little brother? Gu Huai was cut off from the crowd with a dumbfounded look, looking at Shenzeno, who was surrounded in the middle of the water. What about the promised end? How did you become a group favorite? He roared. Is this what you call the end? Can you not drop the ball when it counts? The corners of Shenzeno's mouth twitched as he awkwardly hugged his fierce big brother. What do you know? This is also in my plan. I'll use magic confinement to entangle them. After saying that he planted his head into his big brother's arms. I'm so dizzy. Man in black. Gu Huai was speechless, pushing the shopping cart and pulling Yan Lai into the car. Go. Yan Lai, however, was worried. Is it okay for second brother to stay? Shenzeno still holding a stupefied man, coldly pretending to be dizzy. Do not care about me, go away. A look of righteous devotion. Tears welled up in Yi's eyes. Second brother. Gu Huai's face was dark. Don't cry. Your second brother is using magic to entangle the other side. He'll be fine. Yan Lai nodded, and seeing He Jiayu ferociously chasing after her, she eagerly said, Gu Huai. He Jiayu is catching up. Gu Huai's face sank, and he decisively turned the shopping cart back with a drift. Hold on tight. But in this instant, Shinjingji walked out from another room, holding a pink water gun to protect in front of them. You guys go first. I'll block them. Yi was overjoyed. Third brother, Gu Huai didn't trust Shinjingji. Shinzeno has already flipped his car. Can you do it? Shinjingji coldly shouldered the water gun and looked at him with a sideways glance. Of course, live well with the wishes of Shinzeno and I. He Jiayu sneered. It's just a water gun. Can it still be lethal? Shinjingji carried a large pink water gun. His tone was wave-free. I know that ordinary water is naturally not capable of causing any lethality to you guys, but this isn't water. It's horse urine. Where does it come from? Ho-Kayu? Horse urine. Shinjingji cocked his head with coldness. Come on He Jiayu, if you want to bully my sister, you have to go through me first. Let's fight to the death. Chapter 224, No way. No way. There was a dead silence. He Jiayu looked uncertainly at the pink water gun he was holding in his hand and backed away nervously. Shinjingji, will you stop joking? Where did you get horse urine? Even the men in black behind him stalled and looked at them scornfully. Sure it's horse urine? If the horse pisses, how are they going to get past it? Shinjingzai expressionlessly held his gun in front of him. You guys come here, don't you even do a proper investigation beforehand? This island is a vacation island. There are quite a few people who ride horses and play games on the beach. You can also bet that what I'm holding is not horse urine. But do you dare? He Jiayu took a step backward in fear. He Jianing grabbed his arm, a bit abashed. Brother, why don't we forget about it? If they play with such dirty things, won't they be covered in horse urine? We can't even take a shower. Shinjingji sneered. What are you afraid of? Aren't you bold? Come on. With that said, he pulled the trigger and a yellow liquid violently shot towards the He family. He Jiayu's pupils suddenly shrunk, grabbing his sister and twisting his head to run. Come on my ass. Run. The man in black also turned his head to bolt. Don't be impulsive little brother. We're all just messing around. Shinjingji bared his water pistol at his family. Turn around and fight it out. He Jianing cried as she ran. Ah, it touched my ear. So disgusting. He Jiayu panicked. Run faster. The man in black ran toward the end of the hallway and turned left, right into the ringleader. The leader was stunned. I told you to arrest the matriarch's wife. What's the point of running back? A group of NPCs looked panicked. You have to run back as well. That Shinjingji kid's water gun is not filled with water but horse urine. Head, horse piss? When he looked up, he saw Shinjingji sprinting and twisting his head. Shinjingji followed them. Don't run. The group disappeared in a puff of smoke. Only then did Shinjingji lag in his steps, satisfied with the corridor he had invited down. That's clean. Yi stepped forward in shock. Sango, is this little pink squirt gun in your hand really horse urine? Shinjingji swept his cold eyes toward her. What do you think? She pinched her nose. It smells a little inside. He hooked his lips in a smug smile and said, It's not horse piss. It's my homemade water. Shinzeno was shocked as he sniffed the odor emanating from inside the water gun. How can this not be horse urine? This stuff smells so bad. Shinjingji smugly slung the gun over his shoulder. This is just the water I blended with aged vinegar and lemonade. The effect is remarkable, isn't it? Yan Lai, dumbstruck. JPG. What? Is this kid that smart? He's even pretending to be a horse with water. I'm so embarrassed. I just believed that it was really horse urine in his hand. I thought he was a bear. Right? Ah, this is a resort island. Resort island people have horses. Riding horses on the beach is really not at all unusual. He got horse urine I did not suspect. IQ it? OMG. What kind of immortal teammates does my daughter have? There's Gu Huai, Shun Zeno, and Shinjingji as the assistants. It's hard for my daughter not to win. What the Yin family sees will always be the Yin families. The team that is absent from the intention is the most. Yan Lai was full of praise for Shinjingji. Third brother, you're so smart. I've learned. Next time I'll do the same. Shinjingji raised his eyebrows. Non-committal, that's for sure. You don't look at who your brother is. After saying that, he looked behind him at this 1 meter 8.5 matriarch's wife and the corner of his mouth twitched. This is the matriarch's wife that we need to save? Shinzeno also just noticed the matriarch's wife. Surprised, I go, you this kind of grandeur sure need us to save? The matriarch's wife was wearing a rather ethnic-style waistless blouse. A few abdominal muscles hidden. Fake smile pouting. People are very weak. How do you not need it? I don't need it. Shun Zeno, Shinjingji. Yan Lai felt very agreeable. A tall girl is also a girl. We have to take good care of her. Gu Huai. Alright. He rubbed Yanai's head. Let's get going and finish the job before they react now. Yan Lai nodded and hurried towards the outside of the villa with the matriarch's wife. The matriarch had already been waiting outside the compound for a long time, and as soon as he saw them, He immediately took 3 steps to walk to them, saying gratefully, "You guys saved my wife back?" He Ching stood in shock and looked behind them again. "Where's the sibling? How could they fail?" He Ching quickly stepped forward. "Where did my family go? Your family is scared away by horse urine. Your sister even cried from the horse piss. Your brother was scared white with horse piss. Sisters, are you trying to laugh me to death so you can inherit my flowers?" Yan Lai directly ignored her and brought the matriarch's wife to the matriarch. "Matriarch, your wife has brought you back. Congratulations on your reunion." She smiled sweetly and the matriarch was suddenly overcome with adorableness, leaning down to take her hand and shake it eagerly. "Thank you so much, Destiny. I knew you would bring my lady back for me. Congratulations on completing your victory." Immediately following, a radio sounded inside the villa. "The game is over. The Absolute Lai group has won. Please gather all the people in the villa at the entrance." Yi turned around at the sound. The Yi family walked out of the doorway in a grayish manner, listless as if they had lost a battle. The man in black didn't dare to act without authorization, probing his head. "Did that horse piss lose it?" He Ching sank his face forward and questioned his younger siblings. "Didn't I tell you guys to come back after winning? How come you guys didn't win? Can't even do something simple for so long?" The He family trio lowered their heads and didn't say anything. He Jiayu didn't have the face to see anyone. "We were shaded by Shinjingji. He had horse urine in his hand. Otherwise we would have gotten the matriarch's wife." He Ching froze and questioned Yan's intention. "You guys take horse urine to scare people? Are you doing this in accordance with the rules?" Idea cocked her head. "Why is it out of order?" He Ching bared her teeth. "The law clearly states that you can't hurt other children, but you're hurting other people by doing this. What if there are germs? You're just cheating, playing dirty." Yan Lai snorted. "But that's not horse urine at all. That's just some liquid that my third brother blended with aged vinegar and lemonade. You guys fell for it." Man in black? Aged vinegar and lemonade? Really? If that's the case, then that's really Yogata. The He family, however, changed their faces drastically. "What? Tricked? How is that possible?" He Prayan, who had gotten some of the liquid, heard this and summoned up the courage to smell the flavor. Aged vinegar and lemon juice flavors come through, but the combination of the two seems to have a weird flavor. No wonder he didn't think he smelled as foul as horse piss, and thankfully, turns out it was a fake. He was shocked. "You lied to us?" Shin Jingji raised his chin condescendingly and said sarcastically. "Yeah, you don't think I can be dirty enough to touch horse urine, do you? No way, no way." Chapter 225, Have a nice life. Goodbye. He Qian was struck by lightning and looked at He Ching. He Ching already didn't have a good face. He's been inside this villa the whole time. Where is he going to get horse urine? Where's his brain? He Jiayu was unconvinced. "Sister, it's not that I'm saying anything, the point is that we wouldn't dare to bet on something like horse urine." He Ching, talkative. He Jiayu shut up instantly. He Ching could only admit defeat and looked at Yan Lai in defiance. "You're very proud of your win, aren't you?" Yan Lai smiled radiantly. "Of course I'm proud of my win. Are you jealous of me?" She added. "There's no use in being jealous of me. I won anyway. And you're the one who's stupid enough to walk right through the front door and have the nerve to talk about your siblings." He Ching. "That's it. Step it up. If it weren't for the fact that our EE is still a child, I really think that the quality of our EE needs to be lowered. E and her brothers are such a bunch of living treasures. It's so cool. Daughter is right. He Ching himself has failed, but also want to let the younger siblings to get people out. Whether it is 4-4, or 3-4, He Ching still cannot dry Yan Lai, but also have expectations of their own. Too ridiculous. No matter what, He Ching didn't win, so I'm cool with it. August 30th, the weather was sunny. He Ching failed her second mission. Her smile didn't disappear, it just shifted to my face. The NPCs were also laughing their asses off. What's more enjoyable than a bunch of bears who look down on them getting their asses handed to them? The patriarch began to go through the motions, bending down and bowing to Yan Lai. "Little friend Yan Lai, thank you very much for rescuing my wife. I will repay you and your brother with the highest courtesy of my clan by treating you to a suite tonight, a deluxe meal, unlimited Haagen-Dazs ice cream, and congratulations on completing your victory." He Jianning's heart tensed as he listened. "What about us?" The matriarch smiled. "You have a crew box lunch, 3 dishes and 1 soup, no ice cream. Sorry, after all you lost." "Hecka none." He Ching. "Can't she tell if she's lost or not? Do you need him to make up for it?" It's impossible for the matriarch to say this without getting personal. Ha 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 ha. Congratulations to Yan Lai on his victory. Yan Lai has this strength. It's just awesome. I love our so much. She's so smart. I just love smart kids like her. Congratulations. Let's congratulate Ho Ching again for not getting the win. We have to celebrate Yan Lai's victory first, and then He Ching's defeat. By the way, He Ching called that a defeat? She should be called a fiasco. Meanwhile, kind children are rewarded in the end. made it to the civic list of hot search phrases. The difference between He Qingqing and Yan Lai's performance was heaven and earth, and the heat level skyrocketed. Not so much because of how good Yan Lai was doing. Rather, He Qingqing is too annoying. People. It is. The whole family black fan organization was quickly formed. The heat on the live feed skyrocketed. The director and assistant director's eyes were glowing. As a result, a large wave of people flooding in were all scolding He Qingqing and exaggerating Yan's intentions. Come to see when Ho Qingqing is leaving? Then can the program team manage He Qingqing? Don't let He Qingqing make such a death. It's really annoying. Where did you all get the water army to bully our Qingqing so much? I think our Qingqing baby is really good. She didn't win this time, but I'm sure she'll win next time. No, you don't have to believe it. She won't win next time. How can anyone like a girl like He Qingqing? Have those who like her plucked out their ears and stuck them in their eyes? Blind and deaf? Yan Lai is she makes me sick. My son can't marry her in the future. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Mom, do you think that Gu Huai is a fool? Besides, my daughter couldn't even look at your son with half an eye. My son can't see her either. 3 years old sees old. This child will never grow up to be successful. Laughing, a small portion of your adoptive mom's savings can kill you, right? And you still say she has no talent? Yen come intention to marry me. I'm willing to wait for her. He. After all, I'm a man who is getting more and more flavorful. Right, etc. 80 years later you turned into ashes buried in the soil dugout, an urn put in the door. Millions of actresses lined up crying to marry you. Yen come to wanna have to line up to France. You then the flavor of the old Timmy rushed. The dogs are all moved by the look of it, and the pigs are all dying not to be mated. But you have to be the only one not to marry. I was strongly opposed to Ms. Milk Tea's desire to quit the literary world in the first place. Oh, some don't come to find scolding. We Yan Lai fans are not good at all to bully. Don't look at my female goose 4 years old can't swear. I am from the star chasing out of the fight. Come one I scolded one. By Meow, who had been watching the wins of the live broadcast, realized that the number of Yan Lai fans was getting bigger and bigger. The blacks she sent out couldn't be pressed at all. There were even He Qingqing's dedicated black fans coming out. He Qingqing black powder waving a big flag appeared. Have no feelings for Yan Lai, but I've never seen such a disgusting child in my life. Listening to her talk is like eating. Fans who like Ho Qingqing reward her for her tongue kiss with a greasy Mediterranean middle-aged man. Her hands shook with anger, and she reached for her cell phone to try to buy another blackie curse. The doorbell suddenly rang. I Meow got up and looked into the cat's eye. Outside the door stood a woman in a black Chanel suit. The other party ink hair with a hair grip lazily grabbed. Looks like it seems to be a workplace elite. Smiled at the video monitor. Hello Ms. White. I'm the secretary of Shin and Enshin General. I'm called Molly. There are things I want to talk to you about. Is it convenient for you to open the door? Bai Miao opened the door, blocking her from entering. Go ahead. The secretary smiled and took out some screenshots of the paper printout. Mr. Shin found out that you purchased a large number of water armies to insult Miss Yenlai, and even included excessive color conjecture, attacking personal safety. You are suspected of blatantly insulting others or fabricating facts to slander others, repeatedly sending obscene, insulting, intimidating, or other information about cyber violence, which harmed Miss Yan Lai's personal safety and her family's mental health. We have filed a lawsuit against you. Bai Miao was stunned and reacted. You are suing me? The secretary smiled. Yes, Mr. Shin said that he needs to give you another reminder. If you don't stop in time, it won't be as simple as taking you to court. This is just the beginning. Bai Miao's breath stuttered and she said sharply, then aren't you guys threatening me? The secretary smiled. Well, how's that for a threat? Bai Miao? The secretary took a step back and pulled on the doorknob. The word has been brought to you, so please think for yourself, or it won't be me who closes the door next time, and have a nice life. The door clicked shut. Bai Miao closed her eyes in chagrin. She forgot she had to handle it cleanly. After all, Yan Weiyang couldn't possibly stare at Yan Lai every day, and she'd even forgotten that Yan Lai had an incompetent father. And it's amazing that this dad was able to pop up in the first place when something happened to Yan Lai. Bai Miao gritted her teeth and looked at the screen inside the live broadcast. It's best if He Qingqing is the one who can give her a long face, otherwise she'd be working for nothing. However, what was presented within the screen was He Qingqing eyeing Yan Lai to accept the reward for the mission. Yan Lai is smiling like a flower. He Qingqing was empty-handed and his face was blue. Bai Miao couldn't look away and violently slammed her cell phone to the ground. She was hysterical. Not for adults. Not yet for kids. I'm so mad at you. Chapter 226. Who was that person she just kicked down? 7 hours later. It's getting late and the broadcast is over. He Qingqing flipped through her cell phone, looking at the microblogging hot search of a piece of cursing, with a complex mood. Not a single compliment for her. Can't the program grow a brain and find some normal kids to play with Yen Lai? Can you not introduce my daughter to something that is not human? We're watching a variety show for leisure and relaxation, not for stress boosting, and my blood pressure is rising. Never hated a bunch of bears so much I wanted to puke. He Chingching's knuckles whitened as she pinched the phone and violently threw it on the bed. He Jianing came out of the restroom. Sister, are you reading the comments? Did someone compliment us? He Chingching quickly adjusted her state and nodded her head with a smile. Of course there is. The comments section is all praising you. You are now more popular than Yan Lai. He Jianing's eyes lit up and she jumped into her arms. So does anyone like you? Her smile was stiff. Of course, I'm pretty popular too. 50,000 comments. 30,000 quarts of yuan came from that group. 20,000 scolded her. He Jianing breathed a sigh of relief and comfortably said, then I'm relieved. After all we've been failing at what we've been doing lately, I've been wanting a sunscreen for a long time, but Mother Bai said I wasn't qualified to not buy me one, and I haven't even had an ice cream in a long time, not even a Coke. She hugged He Chingching's waist, thinking freely, if everyone likes us, we'll be able to outshine the others, and then Mother Bai will be willing to buy me clothes, and I'll be able to eat more delicious food, right? He Chingching's smile gradually became bitter as she touched her cheeks. Yes, sister will find a way, and we, Jia Ning, will have whatever we want by then. If they keep failing like this, they will be removed from the lab. The days of being clothed and fed in this way and still having a constant supply of name tags will be gone for good. She had to do something. Something has to be done. Early one morning, Yen Lai shuffled down the stairs. Good morning. The drone followed her, watching her like a little bunny freckle leaping down the stairs. Fans have been eagerly waiting for it for a long time. Good morning EE. Last night I was dreaming that EE and I were cleaning up He Chingching together. Holy, sisters are so connected. I'm also cleaning up He Chingching in my dreams, ha 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 ha. Defeating He Chingching is our common goal. Gu Huai's fans will always guard you behind your single-minded fans. Are you guys so sweet? Must be sweet. We're on the same page as the little wolf cubs. Yen Lai flew to Gu Huai's side and picked up his fork to prepare his meal. She was dressed by Shin Jingji today. A low double ponytail with a straw hat, a white tank top with denim shorts, a pair of thick-soled white shoes on her feet, and a white sun suit over it. He Jianing's eyes lit up the moment she saw this dress. It's the same brand of sunbrella she was looking at, and it's all the exact same style. Yen came to be surprisingly available, and dressed the same as she was today. She looked down at her costume, with only a few subtle pattern differences, and pursed her lips in envy. Shenzeno lightly sked, yo Yen come intention. Today quite exquisite EE was gorgeous. That's right, third brother got it for me. Gu Huai combed my hair. Shinjingji favored him with a smile. Gu Huai pulled the corner of his mouth. Shenzeno snorted. Just combing hair and putting on clothes. See how happy you are. No interest. He gave her the sausage. There you go. Shinjingji handed EE a cup of soy milk. You've been drinking a little too much milk these past few days. Switch to soy milk this morning. No sugar added. Gu Huai placed his cut Western breakfast in front of her. Eat slowly. No choking. 3 teenagers, one on each side of the left and right, and Shenzeno sitting across from her, all looking at her attentively. She smiled sweetly. Thank you. You guys are so nice to ye. The 3 teens were stunned and pulled at the corners of their mouths in unison. A wave of envy drifted across the pop-up screen. Once again, I want to soul wear Yanai's intentions. Why wasn't I with a handsome little brother like Shenzeno Shinjingji when I was a kid? If this were my brother, he definitely wouldn't have let me have the sausage. Oh, I'll just already bring in the sausage I grabbed out of my brother's hand. How come other people's families are so peaceful and beautiful? I've heard that EE's current adoptive mother has given birth to 3 sons. One wanted a daughter but didn't. Her body can't give birth. Little EE is really pampered as a baby. Yen Lai E takes small bites of sausage, enjoying his breakfast. Suddenly, she felt a strange gaze sweep over her. He Chingching was staring straight at her. They sat across from her at the table, a hearty breakfast, but missing the pretty touches. The content is pretty much the same, but the way He Chingching looked at her was oozing, like the two of them had a lot of difference in resources. The matriarch stepped aside and said, the fact that you are able to eat all of these things today is a gift from the island owner of this island. So your task today is to look for clues on the beach that have information about the island owner, and collect all 10 clues to meet the island owner and get the special rewards that the island owner has prepared for you. EE came to life. Isn't she the owner of the island? But, maybe it's because they're filming for TV, so in addition preparing other islanders might be possible. She bit her lower lip and didn't say anything. Rather, it was He Chingching's side that came to have some spirit. He Jianing was looking forward to it. I'm so looking forward to what rewards this island master will give us. We'll definitely be able to succeed, right? He Chingching smiled comfortingly. Right. She looked again at Yen Lai. They're going to make it. Before the mission started, she dragged He-Chian to the toilet. He-Chian, don't you know how to hack websites? I just asked by Meow's mom for the website of this program's live broadcasting room. I'll give you the password later. You hacked the live broadcasting room. Your computer with it, right? Although He-Chian didn't understand why he did this, he didn't ask more questions and nodded calmly. Don't worry sis, leave it to me. Now that there was still a lack of daylight and the wind was still cool, the kids split up and started looking around on the beach. As per the requirement, group members are not allowed to hug each other. They can only find their own and then meet at a fixed time. He-Jianing followed Yan-Lai with greedy eyes, looking at her sunscreen clothes. It really gets better and better. Yi also noticed her following her and tried to get up to the small open-air second-story viewing tower. As a result, He-Jianing still followed her, as silent as a ghost. She couldn't hold back. What do you want, He-Jianing? He-Jianing trembled and was stubborn. Can't I just follow you? Don't I have no clues? Yan-Lai was on fire. Then you can't steal my clues. You can't learn from me. He-Jianing choked and stiffly held up her chin. I can do whatever I want. You have no control over me. Yan-Lai. She was speechless. Tell me, what do you want? You've been looking at me since you saw me just now. He-Jianing eyed her jacket and didn't deny it. I like your jacket. I've liked it for a long time. Yan-Lai. Is this it? She very painfully took her jacket off and handed it to her. I'll lend it to you. Can I have it back after the show? He-Jianing was flattered. Really? After saying that, she hastily hid her joy again and took the dress and put it on. Do I look good? Yi nodded her head, but also sincere. We are wearing almost the same. Brother Jingji said that this is called matching. Surely look good. He-Jianing loved this. Yeah, it's really pretty. Yan-Lai sighed. Then I'm leaving. Don't follow me anymore, you hear? He-Jianing didn't say anything, using the sunlight to look at the shiny crystals on his clothes. It's cool and cozy. He-Ching silently appeared in the corner, pretending to have no intention of looking for clues, but actually staring at the back of the upstairs. She noticed Yan-Lai and her sister coming this way. Yan-Lai was the only one on the viewing platform now. She picked up her phone watch and sent a message. Action. He-Prayan, who was hiding in the toilet, immediately hit return. The screens of the directors and programmers who were monitoring the program remotely suddenly went black. What the hell? A series of question marks also emerged from the live audience. What happened to the live feed? The live feed crashed? What's going on with the program? He-Ching took a deep breath and sent a voiceover. Did the surveillance of the other places go dark? He-Kian blacked out. Without saying a word, He-Ching rushed behind the person on the observation deck and kicked her down. Caught off guard, He-Janin rolled over and down. The girl's shrill, short voice came to an abrupt end. He-Ching didn't look down, pretending to be calm and turning around to prepare to leave, but met Yan-Lai's surprised gaze. She held the railing with one hand and wondered, what were you doing just now? The atmosphere was instantly dead silent. There was also a thin humming sound coming from the bottom of the second floor. He-Ching's eyes widened in shock, and a kind of fear climbed to her heart. Why don't you come here? That person she just kicked down. Who is it? Chapter 227, He-Ching, you spit blood. Yan-Lai looked at He-Ching in disbelief. Just now, she saw He-Ching do a flying kick into the air. I don't know what kicked in, but it didn't feel as if I was in very good spirits. She wasn't sure. Are you okay? He-Ching looked straight at her, her mouth open and unable to speak. No, something's wrong. She was very pale and her body was shaking vaguely. Why are you here? Where are your clothes? Yi looked down at herself, inexplicably, lent it to He-Jianing. What's wrong with it? He-Ching's eyes suddenly widened, as if she hadn't heard. You lent your clothes to He-Jianing? Baffled, she nodded. Yeah. As soon as the words fell out of her mouth, before she could see clearly, He-Ching suddenly wailed like an ape and lunged towards the stairs. Yan-Lai. What's wrong with her? She inexplicably followed He-Ching around to the front of the room and was shocked to see He-Jianing lying on the floor, face down and motionless. He-Ching wailed. My sister. Yan-Lai cried out in pain. My clothes. He-Ching turned He-Jianing over. Her face was covered in nosebleeds, and her wrists were twisted into an extremely curved posture that looked creepy. Yan-Lai sucked in a breath of cold air. Oh my god, she's fallen into rubbery mud. He-Ching was in pain, howling and hugging He-Jianing. Sister. Sister is sorry, sister. I'm sorry. Yi was speechless. What's the use of saying sorry? You call 120. Sorry won't cure her. Meanwhile, the program finally cleared the virus and turned the broadcast back on. But what caught the viewer's eyes was the scene of He-Ching hugging He-Jianing and crying bitterly. Yan-Lai stood gruffly, unable to hide his worry. The director was confused. The audience was also confused. Did any of my sisters see this? How come this is what happens when I open my eyes? What's going on? Mom, I'm afraid it's not that Yan-Lai and He-Jianing quarreled and Yan-Lai got He-Jianing down, right? What? You need evidence to spread rumors, don't you? Yi gave the clothes to Yi Jianing and left. The timing of the black screen is so coincidental. Why did something happen as soon as the screen went black? Is it man-made? He Qingqing's cries were too shrill, leading Gu Huai Group and He Jiayu and the others to seek out the cries. When He Jiayu saw this scene from a long distance away, his blood rushed to his heart and he pushed Yan Lai away. What did you do to my sister? Gu Huai's eyes darkened, and obediently pushed him away as well. Don't touch her. As it happens, the program team rushed in. The director pulled the furious two apart. Don't fight first. Hurry and send He Jianing to the island clinic for a checkup, and contact the nearest hospital to send her there. How is it that the screen goes black for a while and then something happens? Did someone screw him? He looked at Yan Lai eagerly. What happened between you two? He Qingqing had a bright idea and cried, pointing at her. Yan Lai pushed my sister down from the small second-story building. The whole room was in an uproar. Yan Lai was surprised. He Qingqing, you're lying. What does this have to do with me? He Qingqing's red eyes stared at her insistently. I saw you push my sister down with my own eyes. And you're still sophomoric. Yi was speechless and turned her head to look at the drone. You saw it, right? I lent He Jianing my own jacket. Then suddenly I thought that my hairpin was still inside. So I came back. And then I saw He Qingqing do a flying kick, and I even seemed to hear a scream pop up. He Qingqing did a flying kick? That means she kicked her sister down? But there's no reason for that. Although He Qingqing is not a good person, she's still very good to her siblings. He Qingqing laughed coldly and calmly said, how come you don't admit to doing something wrong and even falsely accuse me? Is this the attitude you make as an idol? She was speechless and didn't want to say more to her. Turning to look at the drone. I'm innocent. You recorded it right. The director's face was hard. Sorry, I didn't record it just now. Yi was stunned. What do you mean? The director looked at her with a dark face. Just now we had a virus invasion in the live room, so the camera went black at that moment and didn't record the process. Yan Lai, Gu Huai's face abruptly changed. If that's the case, then there's something fishy about this whole thing. He and Shinzano Shinjingju looked at each other. The deep meaning in his eyes spoke for itself. Yan Lai couldn't believe it. How could it break? Why should it be broken at this time? I witnessed He Qingqing made a kicking motion. It wasn't me who pushed at all. She wronged me while yet He Jianing was taller than me. I couldn't push her. He Qingqing was disdainful. But there's no evidence that can prove your innocence. And if you ask me, this surveillance breaking down should have been in your expectation, right? That's why you're pretending. Yi instantly turned white. He Qingqing, you slandered me. I was standing right behind you. The director signaled the assistant director and crew to disperse. Look at the surveillance elsewhere. But it didn't take long for the assistant director on the intercom to say, all of the surveillance in this neighborhood that could shine a light on this place was disconnected just now. And the owner of the surveillance didn't even notice. Yan Lai, the surveillance is down. This drone is also broken. What's with all the coincidences? He Qingqing sniffed her eyes and quickly erupted in emotion, pointing at her and roaring. See how it comes. I told you that this matter was done by you. You still denied it. What do you have to say now? If anything happens to my sister, I won't let you go. Yan Lai looked at her absurdly and then at the director. The director looked sad. The staff all stared at her with some suspicion. She then felt aggrieved and kind of wanted to cry. It wasn't Yi who did it. It really wasn't me. It was He Qingqing. He Qingqing was decisive and narrowed her eyes. Who believes you when you say you didn't do it? Who doesn't know that your family has the money to have whatever they want? Maybe you just instigated someone to hack the live broadcasting room and took this opportunity to push my sister down the stairs to kill her. Gu Huai, enough. As soon as he shielded Yan Lai behind him, he looked at He Qingqing intently. She's only 4 years old, an age where her speech is sometimes slurred. How can she push someone off the railing? She's not even as tall as the railing. How can she push someone off? He Qingqing was stunned, looking toward Xiao Xiaoyan's coming, and suddenly reacted a bit as well. The coldness in Gu Huai's eyes condensed like ice. He Qingqing, pay attention to your wording. If you dare to be so bloodthirsty again, beware that I'll be impolite to you. Chapter 228, let's see who dropped the little pearl. He Qingqing quickly saw a needle in the eye and pointed at Gu Huai, shouting, did you guys see that? Yan Lai and her childhood friend are like this. They're snakes and rats, like to use their power to coerce poor people like me like this. She let loose a vicious statement at Gu Huai. My sister's life and death are uncertain now, and you're even protecting this murderer. Lai. Gu Huai shouted angrily. Yan Lai won't do that. Throwback. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Gu Huai is so handsome. I don't know the full picture, but the odds of that happening are really low. Gu Huai rushes. Protect Yi. He Qingqing was shocked and abashed. A hint of weakness flashed between her eyebrows. I saw it with my own eyes. Gu Huai's expression was cold. He Qingqing, do you think that, by casually moving your lips, you can prove the offense of Yan Lai? Everything is about evidence. He Qingqing was unconvinced. That. Gu Huai sneered. I can. Yi looked at him in surprise. Gu Huai wrapped his arm around her shoulders. As long as I find evidence. He reached out and pointed straight at He Qingqing. You just pack up and leave. He Qingqing's pupils suddenly shrunk, gritting her teeth and not saying anything. Gu Huai tugged Yanlai and turned to leave. Shen Zeno and Xin Jingji followed up, and none of them had a grave expression. Yi tilted her head and looked at them. Am I giving you guys trouble? Shen Jingji put his hand on her head and rubbed it. Not really. How about the people who really want to find you trouble will find you trouble? Don't worry. She bit her bottom lip guiltily. But we don't get to do the quest. Who says there's no way? Shen Jingji smirked as he took out 7 envelopes and gave them to her. We've gathered 7 clues. Where does it come from? She took it in shock. That much? Shen Zeno laughed badly. Right. Now our only task is to complete the program mission and help you clarify your innocence. Don't worry about it, Yanlai. With me, you will absolutely prove innocence. Gu Huai looked at him indifferently. Don't believe it. Shen Zeno. Gu Huai said. I realized a problem just now. Yanlai's jacket is on He Jianing. The live broadcasting room was hacked and He Jianing was injured. Are these two things related? Shen Jingji's eyes were dark. If He Qingqing is really behind this, the reason why she kicked her sister is clear. Yanlai was stunned, a vague thought climbing up. Could it be that the person she wanted to kick was actually me? And He Jianing and I wear the same clothes. She kicked the wrong person and kicked He Jianing down? Shen Zeno surprised to look at her. The truth we mean this. You quite smart The 4 of them were walking side by side when they were suddenly stopped in their tracks by the program's crew. A few kids. We've made an urgent decision that your filming will have to be suspended. Yi froze. Why? The staff was in a difficult position. You're suspected of hurting other children, and this will put our program in a bad light, so you'll just have to pause the recording. But Yanlai is looking for evidence now. How can she prove her innocence if she doesn't look for evidence? Don't drive my daughter away. What are we going to watch if Yi is gone? Yanlai's fans can be really trippy. This can protect your master and wash your master's feet? Say we protect, no long brain it. He Jianing was pushed downstairs, wearing the clothes of Yanlai. It is very likely that He Qingqing want to hurt Yi but mistakenly hurt his own sister. No matter what, we want a truth. What truth do you want? Yanlai's family has money, so he'll probably be cleared of the temp's work, and Yanlai will definitely agree to end the recording. Yi angrily rebuked. I don't agree. The staff was stunned. The pop-ups were even more complimentary. Yanlai was aggravated. It's on the air now. People have already misunderstood me. If I don't settle this on the spot, everyone will think I'm a bad person. I want to prove my innocence. He Qingqing slandered her on the air. She also had to clarify herself on the air. She could never let herself be aggravated. Shen Jingji was quite moved and stood in front of Yanlai. We won't leave if the matter isn't resolved. We want to find this evidence in front of everyone. The staff fretted. We know you want a clean slate, but now that all the security footage in this neighborhood has been turned off, you won't find it. Gu Huai calmly looked around and suddenly fixed his eyes on a villa. The camera was far away, but the view was raised higher, so maybe it photographed it. He was imperative. Give us half an hour, and if we don't find the evidence, we'll leave. The staff hesitated and could only agree. Remember, you only have half an hour. Gu Huai dragged Yanlai away quickly. Yi was a bit sniffly. I obviously haven't done anything like this, yet they want me to leave. Do I have to be bullied by He Qingqing like this? Gu Huai pulled her small hand and didn't turn back. I won't let you be bullied. Trust me. Absent coming. His body was gilded under the sunlight, truly like a heavenly god descending. Yi looked a little lost in thought and suddenly didn't want to cry, and firmly nodded. Okay, the childhood friend CP flag waving for me. Gu Huai is really calm. So calm. I'm already mesmerized by him, with this childhood friend and brother by his side, believing in Yi and protecting Yi. Who wouldn't be envious if they looked at it? The blacks who say that our Yi doesn't dare to prove herself get out. We've never been afraid of anything. Okay? I think the more I think about this, the more wrong it gets. Planting evidence is all too possible. Right, our EE is not that kind of bad kid at all. She was planted by others. I believe her. You people really have no insight. In case Yen came to be pretending, He Qingqing didn't have to push her own sister, didn't she? I also stand for Ho Qingqing. To be honest, the absent intention kind of disappointed me. Yanlai arrived with Gu Huai and the others in front of this vacation villa and hesitated before ringing the doorbell. No one responded. She pressed again. A cool male voice came through. Hello, please stand in front of the doorbell. EE nervously bit her lower lip and stood on her tiptoes. Hello uncle, I'm already standing here, but I'm short and you can't see. The man didn't say anything. She choked a little. Uncle, my name is Yanlai. I don't have any other intention to bother you this time. It's someone who slandered me for bullying the other kids. I want to see your surveillance, whether you have any evidence of me. It didn't take long for the door to open. Yui looked to the doorway, only to be met by a pair of familiar eyes. Fu Shernyan was wearing a well-tailored white shirt, long sleeves pulled up to the arm, collar slightly open, broken hair scattered in front of the forehead. There is a kind of just the right amount of reserve and flavor. Her eyes widened in shock, and there was a sunglasses-wearing Li Yan poking out behind him, walking leisurely up to her. Let's see who dropped the little pearl. He bent down, raised his hand and gently wiped Yan Lai's teardrops. Oh, is the teacher's little ee-ah. Who bullied you? Say to the teacher to listen to it? Chapter 229, Absent Lai is definitely not a good boy. The news of He Qingqing and Yan Lai quickly made a hot topic. The phrase, Yan Lai allegedly pushed a guest to jump off a building, reached the top of the list in just over 20 minutes. The marketing number has a big tendency to be drawing out the war with the intention of hurting He Jianing. He Qingqing hugged his sister and cried in pain and also set the music. Yan Lai looked unsympathetic as he argued his case from the sidelines. The comment area is naturally also a piece of scolding. TSK. I have long been able to see that Yan Lai, this child, is not considered to be something good in her from the very beginning of the fight with our Yin Xingchan. I feel that this child is not simple at all. She is well organized. Logic is very fluent. Where a normal 4-year-old child is able to wool her like this? She is a natural green tea bencha. Smile. The little EE has a little disappointed. Originally at the beginning I see her is to think this child is particularly poor. Miserable life and there is no one around the companion. Now she is not only around the two good-looking brother and even a childhood friend Gu Huai accompanied, which completely deviated from the beginning of the original intention of the Yan Lai that I like. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on some of the most popular products and services in the world. Sister, you're fine. What is called deviated from the beginning of like Yan Lai's original intention? This child grandma's family is rich. And now there are a lot of people like her, isn't it? Is considered a good thing. Besides, if you because of the Yan Lai so favored you don't like her words, then you are serious like Yan Lai? I see certain people are just jealous as sour. Sour we intended to be someone heartbroken, someone love. What is the status of Yan Lai? Surprisingly still let us acid. Is she some kind of flawless babe? Don't argue. I do think this thing is very fishy. Everyone started to pay attention to her because she has a miserable life. There is a murderer mom. And now tell us, her childhood friend Gu Huai is the son of one of the richest men in China. And even they are rich enough to be ranked in the top 10 in the world. This is not hype, this is what it is? Ha 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 ha. There's no one who doesn't know that Gu Huai's dad owns a shopping mall, right? The most powerful shopping mall in the whole of China is owned by their family. He's the real prince of the family. Knowledgeable people with you to leak a little bit. Yan Lai's adoptive mother, thief rich, is a career-type strong woman. And the adoptive mother's relatives are also particularly rich. In fact, Yan Lai's birth mother was also in that circle, but for some reason was expelled from the circle. I cannot say too detailed. Anyway, is Yan Lai's family is so powerful to the life of the family to wait for the death of the problem. You say that this kind of identity she is not the hype out of the who believe it? If that's really the case, then why does EE still say she wants to earn her own living expenses? Since she's so rich, isn't it good to wait for death at home? Why come to the entertainment circle? A group of maids turn towards their own masters and help their own masters analyze the reasons. Laughing, I frankly say, I am just jealous of this child, good looking, low start high, smart and beautiful in her hands are clearly already a king of bomb. She even has such a good brother and childhood friend beside her. This life do not have to suffer to get so many good things. Life's so perfect people, must be more or less a little bit of a problem. Have not seen the full picture. Do not comment. Putting aside the relationship between the two people and the identity of the two people, I personally think that, behaviorally speaking, Yan Lai such a child cannot push He Jianing such a big child down. After all, there is a railing up there, and Yan Lai can only do it unless his strength is exceptionally strong. +1. I also remain neutral. Can't just accuse anyone. He Qingqing has no reason to push his sister down, but Yan Lai also can't do to push a 6-year-old child off the railing. Waiting for a truth. We, are clean and will never do anything to hurt others. Ha 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 ha. Then you guys dare to compare. If Yan Lai really hurts people, then how about you guys just stand upside down and dilute yourselves? Right. If you're innocent, I'll eat live. What's all the noise about? Watch the live broadcast. Yan Lai and Gu Huai have already found the surveillance. If this surveillance still works, then it will be able to prove what the truth really is. More and more people are crowding into the live stream, and at that moment, Yan Lai stood at the entrance of the vacation villa, his eyes wide open as he looked at the person in front of him. Although Li Yan was older, he could still see the pair of brilliant eyes like stars behind his eyes, and a wrinkle tugging at the end of his eyes. All looked very affable. Don't cry. Teacher will help you find your way back to the field. Do you want to eat ice cream? As if by magic, he pulled a sundae out of his back. Here, try one. Yan Lai's dislike instantly dissipated and looked at him in surprise. Li Yan hooked his lips in a smile. Her heart beat heavily for a few beats and she pursed her lips. This grandpa, although she had some bad blood with him before, But Grandpa was really cool this time. Oh, Yan Lai thought in his heart, picked up the spoon and took a bite, his eyes bursting with starlight. So delicious, it's cantaloupe-flavored ice cream. Li Yan stood up, his sharp gaze landing on the drone, and said faintly, "Come in, we'll investigate the surveillance." Fusilier swept his eyes over the drone and lazily walked into the inner room. What's the deal with these two handsome older men? Is it another person that Yan Lai knows? This white shirt I know. It's Fosco. He's a master of the music industry at the Hall of Fame. He wrote the music in many domestic and international blockbusters. Then who is this flower shirt uncle? Sisters, stabilize your mind. We're here to help EE prove her innocence. I just went to hot searching, all pissed me off. I'm sure EE must be innocent, so there can't be any problems with this surveillance. Oh, you're all absent, coming is just not dry. Waiting to hit you maids in the face. Li Yan walked to the surveillance room and maneuvered the computer. How long ago did this happen? Yan Lai was eating her sundae with such gusto that she was just about to speak when Gu Huai beat her to the punch by answering. It's probably within 30 minutes, maybe earlier, on the little white viewing second floor. Fu Shernyan clasped his hands in his arms, looking at Yan Lai's eyes that were a little red and swollen. His mood was not too cheerful. Then what? What happened to you? Shin Jingji replied. My sister was framed. Fosco's eyelids fluttered. Shin Zeno harbored a fire and said unhappily that he Chingching bites that Yan Lai pushed He Jianing, but Yan Lai didn't push at all. And she even saw He Chingching make a flying kicking motion, but no one believes us. Fu Shernyan quickly sank his face and looked at Li Yan. Yes? Li Yan licked the back of his teeth, not pleased. No, the surveillance was hacked. Chapter 230, the truth comes out. EE was stunned. Gu Huai was incredulous. They've done such a thorough job that this surveillance has been hacked. Li Yan operated the computer and blandly said, maybe it's a range. The devices within the range were hacked. Yan Lai suddenly felt that the sundae wasn't good enough to eat, and lost her mind as she placed the sundae on the table. But if I can't prove my innocence, I'm going to be kicked out. But it's clear that I didn't do it, and I don't have any way to prove it. TSK. Still pretending. It's disgusting. No wonder she's an actress. How well she can fake it. It doesn't matter if EE says she's innocent. She is. Not to take sides, but the probability that the absent intention is innocence is high. Ha 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 ha, laughed dead. Yan Lai pushed He Jianing down from the second floor. He Jianing coma, no way to prove that she and then the upper lip touched the lower lip to say that they are innocent. You guys even believe it? Your brain it really cannot be used at all? We, EE, can definitely prove ourselves. I'll kowtow on my knees if she's really wronged. Suddenly, Li Yan, who was on the air, said, although they hacked a lot of things, they didn't hack the drone I was holding and playing with. Pop up? EE was surprised. Drones? Only to see Li Yan give another operation, connecting the image of his drone to the computer screen. There are too many people trying to kill him for dead-end surveillance to be enough, and his drones will be patrolling regularly, and he has a bunch of this equipment. It's specifically to protect his dog's life. Li Yan bit down on a cigarette and leaned back in his chair in a gangly manner. Where did you just say? A small two-story house, right? E nodded heavily. Did your drone go? Li Yan hooked his lips and confidently exhaled a puff of smoke. That's my key protection spot, because that place is the best sniping spot. His long fingers tapped quickly on the keyboard, pressed enter, and a screen appeared. The incoming drones point their lenses at the screen. The camera is looking around, locking onto the presence of someone in a small two-story house before quickly pulling away to supervise at a remote location before pulling the camera in. It's Yan Lai and He Jianing. Couldn't hear what they were saying, but the expressions were clear. HD is 2K. And you could see Yan Lai and He Jianing's expressions. E impatiently handed her the clothes. He Jianing happily put it on. This is the time when Yan Lai gave clothes to He Jianing. After that, the absent-minded turned away. The drone then drew upward to get a better view and videotaped the goings-on of the absent-minded as well. But not a moment later, He Chingching silently appeared on the second floor. He Jianing was oblivious, tiptoeing prettily, leaning on the railing to see the scenery. He Chingching's expression was tense, and then she stomped He Jianing with a boost. Following her, she turned around just in time to meet Yan Lai, who had folded back. The pop-up instantly exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm really He Chingching. EE is innocent. I just know that our E is innocent. Ah, so happy. Ah, you guys, what to say? Yan Lai is innocent. How dare you say that we washed the ground for her? Apologize to Yan Lai. Immediately following the scene, Yan Lai and He Chingching went to find He Jianing together. He Chingching hugged He Jianing and cried in pain. And when the people came, they were incredibly smooth, pointing to Yan Lai, accusing her of being a murderer. The bottom of Li Yan's eyes flooded with anger. His voice line low, the results came out. This is your evidence. He stood behind him in shock, watching a familiar scene on the camera. Her thin body shivered a little, her face pale, Why did He Qingqing kick He Jianing? Her voice was sweet, but cold as ice, and she looked uncertainly at the teenager beside her. Is it because she thought I was standing there? Gu Huai frowned and opened his mouth to try to calm her down. However, was agitated. This is outrageous. How dare she try to hurt me when I've never hurt her? She turned her head furiously to the drone behind her. Now you should be recording this. If you record it, you nod your head. The corner of the mouth of the staff member watching the drone twitched, and had to manually adjust the lens to make it let down and move. Saw it, and it's clear. Not only is it afraid of it seems to be shivering. Ha 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 ha. Seriously, it's kind of cute. Don't be mad, baby, it's recorded. Not only did you record it, but I saw it. I even recorded it on your screen. Sisters, I've recorded the screen too. I told you my daughter is innocent. My daughter would never do such a thing. I believe in my daughter. Your mom's He Qingqing is dead or not, but she's wronged me. Where's the man who spoke to He Qingqing? Get out of here. Didn't you say He Qingqing wouldn't do such a thing? Now that the evidence is in front of you, what do you have to say? Line it. Sorry, I misunderstood her, but I really also was He Qingqing deceived. After all, that guy is at least a sister. How can he hurt his own sister? I told you that the kid Yen Lai wouldn't be able to do that. And with her height and weight, there's absolutely no way she would be able to do such a thing. I even said that if it was really possible, it would be to help run or to plunge He Jianing to send her down. Please call me Holmes Benz. I'm not a fan of Yen Lai, but I didn't guess wrong either. Ha 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 ha. What an accomplishment. I got it right. Fans are infinitely pleased. I knew our would never dare to do such a thing. Where is the person who just scolded Yen Lai? Mute. Don't curse, don't curse. Face hurts. He Qingqing is so bad. She even fooled us. I'm speechless. I so regret. I just said that the intention to come at the innocence of my upside down diarrhea. This how to pull. Yen Lai took a deep breath, calmed down watching the video that played over and over again, and turned to leave. Gu Huai followed closely behind. Where are you going now? Find them and confront them. She milked the ferocity, and then suddenly reacted after saying this. But, we need to finish the mission before we can do that. She needs to know if she's the owner of this island. If so, she wanted to give He Qingqing a big gift. Chapter 231. Guess who the island master is? The director received a call from the staff. The more he listened, the darker his face became. Is the information fidelity? The other side for sure. The director closed his eyes and pinched his brow. Okay, I get it. He entered the ward full of cries. He Jianing has been resuscitated for the time being and is ready to leave the island for a major hospital. He Qingqing was still guarding the side of the hospital bed bawling. My sister, how are you so miserable? Sister, so heartbroken you. Really heartbroken you sister. He Qian's eyes were red. He Jiayu was even more indignant. Sister. Yen Lai's injury to her sister cannot be tolerated. We must make her pay the price. We can't let her get away with it. He Qingqing was in pain, wiping her tears while saying, of course I know, but Yen Lai's family is so rich. We are just a bunch of kids from ordinary families. How can we possibly fight with her? Everyone likes her but not us. Don't you forget how the internet scolds us. She cried and looked at the drone. We're just a bunch of poor kids with no backstage. What can we do? The pop-ups were a cuss. Pretending. I'll make your mom pretend again. I'd like to give her a big pussy to make this kid shut her mouth. I threw up. How could He Qingqing be so shameless? We already know the truth. She is still pretending here. If I didn't already know the truth, I might have been fooled by her. I'm ashamed to say I'd been taken in by her. I really feel groundless right now. This He Qingqing guy even lied. He Qingqing was oblivious to the fact that she was being scolded, and looked at the director with righteous indignation. Director, where is Yen Lai? Isn't she coming to apologize to my sister yet? The director's face darkened horribly. He Qingqing, I want to ask you a question, but you must answer truthfully. He Qingqing was stunned and nodded heavily. You said, Director, was it you who pushed He Jianing down the stairs? He Qingqing? The scene was instantly silent. He Jiayu suddenly exploded and roared. Director, that's too much. How can you say that? My sister is very worried about my sister. She's been crying since just now. How dare you doubt her? He Qingqing licked her lips somewhat sheepishly and nodded. Right. You even suspected me. Could it be that you're the kind of director who is indiscriminate in order to protect the intention of Yen Lai? The director took a deep breath, having little patience, and looked at her seriously. He Qingqing, I'll give you one last chance. You were the second person who knew the truth at that time besides Yen Lai. If you tell the truth now, everything will be very good to salvage. His brow was suggestive. Hurry up and tell the truth. In front of everyone on the air. Stop lying. He Qingqing felt that his face is not right, vaguely have a sense of foreboding, but still red eyes, shrinking in the chair next to the hospital bed to cry, Yen Lai, how can be so cruel, so bullying my sister? There are a bunch of people to help her speak. Oh, 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 my sister. What to do? Director. He Jiayu hurriedly calmed his sister. Sister, don't cry. It's okay, we'll prove our innocence. She bawled. How can we prove it? The whole world is helping Yen Lai. We are just a bunch of ordinary kids. How can we compare to her who is rich and powerful? Any one of the people around her can throw us into the sea. The director was stunned. He Qingqing, don't talk nonsense. People don't do that. He Qingqing lost control and yelled. How does that work? Yen Lai pushed my sister down the stairs. And you even asked me if I was. You helped Yen Lai frame me. Who can give us a clean slate? Do kids like us deserve to be bullied? As the words fell, the door to the hospital room was violently pushed open. Yen Lai walked in murderously. He Qingqing, I didn't push your sister. He Qingqing was stunned, stood up and questioned. How come? My sister was messed up by you. Why did you just come? Yi's expression was flat. I went on a mission. He Qingqing? Doing a mission? My sister's life and death are still in the balance and you're doing a quest? Anger flickered in Yen Lai's eyes. Right. It's not like I pushed your sister down, so why can't I do the quest? He Qingqing laughed absurdly. Denying it again? I saw it with my own eyes. Yen Lai, what did you see with your own eyes? With a grimace, she picked up her borrowed cell phone and showed her the surveillance. Witnessed He Jianing wearing my clothes. You mistook her for me, and then you kicked her down with a running aid? He Qingqing's pupils suddenly shrunk. He Jiayu He Prayan came up to see it and was even more stunned. Yen Lai was furious. I didn't expect it, He Qingqing. Mr. Fu's surveillance just happened to take us in. I am innocent. You lied. You slandered me. Everyone knows about it. And you lied in front of the camera. The pop-ups must be all about you. Shinzano held up his cell phone. This one I proved. It's really all about scolding her. He Qingqing's pupils plummeted and her eyes widened in shock. What? Everyone knows? Everyone's cursing her? The evidence was provided by Mr. Fu. Her. She was exposed. Looked determined. Isn't it because you want to push me down the stairs because you don't want me to win? If you have to use such dirty tricks to win, I'm willing to give you the title this time because I don't care. She threw 10 more letters to He Qingqing. See for yourself what the 10 clues on this say? He Qingqing stiffened and didn't move. He Prayan blushed miserably as he picked it up and unwrapped it. The island owner is a 4-year-old girl. And this island is a gift from the island owner's mother for the island owner to join the family. The islander has big beautiful eyes and long fair skin. The islander has several handsome brothers and a handsome childhood friend. The more He Qingqing heard, the more she felt that something was wrong. He Prayan's hands were shaking as well. Picking up another clue and saying, the initials of the islander's name are Y. Said here, the rest of the several He Qian suddenly cannot speak. Raised his eyes to look at Yen Lai. He Qingqing's hands were also shaking, and her breathing gradually became rapid as she met Yen Lai's eyes. He tilted her head, having eyes that mirrored the description, and asked lightly, who is this islander? Do you think? The pop-up was silent. The pop-up exploded. Twitter blew up too. Suddenly, a pop-up drifted through a sea of question marks. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Nima, this island owner is surprisingly absent from the intention. This small child even has an island. Nima, this child took what the Skydraw Purple Star script. Chapter 232, giving an island as a gift. Everyone in the hospital room was stunned. Shinzano looked at Yen Lai with a confused face. Wait, my mom bought you an island? How did he not know about this? Wait, he seems to know. At breakfast mom said she'd give Yen Lai a present. Giving an island is a gift. Shinjingji also looked at her in a daze. My mom bought you an island and you didn't even tell us about it? Surprisingly, you didn't directly invite us to this island to play? Fu Shiren and Li Yan, who arrived later, also walked into the ward and said in surprise, our disciple is the owner of this island, and we even spent tens of thousands of dollars to rent this place for 7 days? Li Yan staggered. Little you're not going to give us a discount or anything? The corners of Yen Lai's mouth twitched, and with a bit of embarrassment, she looked at them. Master, I'm working things out, so don't make sudden noises, will you? It's delaying me. Li Yan reacted fiercely, tugging Fuznian backwards. That's fine, let's go. We're delaying little from pretending. Wrinkled her eyebrows again and looked at the dumbfounded He Qingqing. Things have come to this, see what else you have to say. The pop-ups, however, had also blown up. I go. Yen Lai is actually the island islander. What kind of Mary Sue script is this? I've always heard them say that Yen Lai's current adoptive mother is rich, but I didn't think it would be so rich that she would be able to be rich enough to buy a small island for her own daughter. Does Yen Lai's foster mom still need a child? Can you bring me one? I can call her mom. So happy. Ha 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 ha. You see, Shinzano and Shinjingji is also a face of confusion. Yi's adoptive mother, but their own mother. Adoptive mother to their own no-blood relationship with the daughter to buy a small island. The son of the pro-nothing can be still line? Preference for women over men? I like it. I love this, mom. Now I don't want to other. I want to take over every day to take away the body absent intention. Just this life on who is not cool script He Qingqing was slapped in the face ha 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 ha. At the same time, Yan Lai proved his innocence. Yan Lai is the Starry Sky Island's island master. Who exactly is Yan Lai's adoptive mother? Several consecutive items were on the hot search. I knew Yi was innocent. There's absolutely no way our Yi could have done such a thing. I was right. He Qingqing dared to frame others like this, obviously prepared for this matter long ago. She is absolutely sure that Yan Lai has no way to prove her innocence before she said so. She's responsible for the camera and the hacking of the studio. Who else could it be? He Qingqing gets out of the program. She pushed He Jianing down because she wanted to hurt Yan Lai, but she didn't expect these two kids to suddenly change their clothes. And this is retribution. Even the heavens are helping Yi. Yan Lai is innocent the first thought of, but I didn't think of Yan Lai being a small islander. This kid is actually the island's owner. Shocked my whole family. I thought she was rich, but I didn't expect him to be so rich. Star Island, this thing I pay attention to. When the circle is still making a fuss, because it is a Chinese country businesswoman to buy a small island. I heard that I look very beautiful, like a big star. Signing the name of the time said to be given to the youngest daughter. Shocked the old many people. I've seen those who bought houses and cars, but not those who bought an island and gave it away. Is this what a mom is capable of? Don't pay attention to the island first. He Qingqing hurry to apologize to my old man. How dare you wrongly accuse my daughter? Do you know what my daughter has been scolded for? He Qingqing, what do you owe my daughter here? What are you going to pay back? Inside the camera, He Qingqing's face had turned greenish gray. Her breathing even grew rapid, uttering like a bellows, her head a mess. Yan Lai is the owner of this island. She was unsuccessful in deliberately harming the islander and hitched a ride on her own sister. And it's live now. Everyone knows she did something wrong. Everyone. That's she. What about her? What's she gonna do now? Yi spoke coldly. He Qingqing, I've proven my innocence. It's your turn to speak. He Qingqing abruptly returned to her senses. Embarrassed. I didn't mean it. She licked the corner of her mouth and said hastily, I really didn't mean it. The only thing that's imperative now is to apologize. Only apologize. Tears coalesced in her eyes, and she walked straight to Yan Laigua decisively conceded. Wimped out that fast. I'm sorry. I was actually just a little panicked. I didn't know what I was thinking at the time that I would think that you were wrong. I promise you that this kind of thing will only happen once more. I'll never do it again, okay? Really good at pretending. You're just going to cry when you're poked and prodded? Ridiculous. What's wrong with you? You were so convincing just now. Definitely can't forgive her. She was aggressive towards you just now. She didn't think of forgiving you. She doesn't have a pure purpose. Yan Lai was unmoved. No forgiveness. He Qingqing was stunned. Was very angry and clenched her small fists. He Qingqing, you're not even sincere in wanting to apologize. You just think that you've been found out and can only apologize and admit that you're wrong. You don't even think that you're wrong. So you hurry up and leave. He Qingqing's pupils plummeted, somewhat breaking defense. Go? Who is she to let her go? The director was greatly disappointed in her. He Qingqing, I just told you that it's not too late for you to admit your mistake, but instead of admitting your mistake, you're still doing this. You'd better pack up and get ready to leave. We don't welcome lying kids like you here. He Qingqing's breath hitched as she urgently said, Director. The director got up and left mercilessly. I'm going to talk to your family about changing the guests, and you and your brother need to get out of here. He walked to the door and suddenly thought of something else and looked back at them irritably. Also, you still need to pay the liquidated damages. He Qingqing's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly followed behind the director. Director, you give us another chance, director. The director didn't even want to look at them, and directly turned around to leave the ward. Sharp, good for the program. He Qingqing deserved it. You think you can just say you're sorry? You'll have to pack up and get out. Shen Zeno scoffed at her. He Qingqing, how does it feel to steal a chicken but lose the rice and lose the money for breach of contract? Shen Jingji laughed derisively. It must feel very good. Exceptionally good. There won't be a better feeling than the one I have right now. Anyway, chapter 233, He Qingqing, aren't you transferring to another school? He Qingqing was enraged. You guys, Gu Huai was faint. You're to blame for all of this. He Qingqing steeply reddened her eyes and looked at Yan Lai very unwillingly. Yan Lai raised an eyebrow. Reward sent to you, okay? But as soon as the words left his mouth, the director pushed his way in and wrinkled his brows. He Qingqing can't even get a reward because it's considered foul play on her part. I've already spoken to her family, so get ready to go home. He Qingqing crumpled and swayed. The pop-ups were a hoot. Ha 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 ha. He Qingqing did this to our Yi. This is her retribution. Right, Yi, we don't forgive her. The blood on He Qingqing's face faded, as if she was in an ice cellar, so cold that she shivered. She glanced at the drone and cried without tears, Yen Lai, do you have to be so desperate? I apologize to you all, but this apology of yours isn't worth anything. Disliked. Every time you apologize you do it again. I'm not stupid. Who says it isn't? She's not stupid. The director walked over to Yen Lai and gave her the clues. Keep these 10 clues. And congratulations on completing your victory. Shrugged her shoulders. Fine. I win then. Fu Shiren and Li Yan stood beside her with smiles and laughter. Li Yan said, then since you won, you have to treat us to dinner. After all, we helped you get substantial evidence. She nodded heavily. Aha! I'll treat you. He Qingqing stood in a mortar and felt that they had ignored her. Why? Why did she go wrong even after making such a well-thought-out plan? How it had to go wrong? Couldn't she have won for once? She was so anxious she wanted to cry. The audience has already watched with pleasure. I'm happy once I see a face like He Qingqing's. Who made her want to hurt without thinking of completing the mission properly? Oomph. Ha laughs and gets rich. At a glance, our is really excellent. Rich, powerful and capable. Her character is good. How to look at how good. There is nothing wrong with powdered We bow yyds. Bow. You. Yes. I am. God. But inside the camera, Shenzeno and Shinjingji begin to doubt life. We should think about ourselves. Whether we are a mother's son or not. Why we do not have a small island. Shenzeno stammered. Mom is really biased, giving us just a few villas, but even directly to Yen Lai to buy a small island. We don't even have one. Raised her eyebrows and smiled. Mommy is really good to me. The two teenagers cast envious and jealous glances at her. Mom's being nice to you. We're not balanced. You have to do something? Stunned, she blinked her watery eyes and cocked her head. Do what? The round eyes were filled with great doubt. Shenzeno sucked in a breath of cool air. Shinjingji looked at her so cute and deflated his mouth. Okay, suddenly I understand why Mom bought you a small island. I'm fine on me. Shenzeno has a defeated look on his face. Suddenly I understand why Mom bought the island for Iba because our Iba is really cute and adorable. Aha, I love little brother Jingji. Jingji is so elegant and aggressive. I do feel that Shenzeno has a sense of aggression. I forbid you not to praise Gu Wai. I really sucked in a breath of cold skin when I saw that Yen Lai was so favored. What? You're taking advantage of the opportunity to eat cold skin, aren't you? In the midst of all this praise, Yen Lai snorted a smile and reached out her hand to grab Gu Wai's, and then extended her hand to them. Let's go collect our rewards together. She looked gratefully at the two masters again. Masters go too. Li Yan was stunned. Masters? His heart skipped a few beats and he pointed at himself uncertainly. What do you mean dash? Chimed in. Yeah, that's what it means. Li Yan was overjoyed and covered his mouth. Suddenly that felt a little excited. He wasn't even very excited the first time he made $1 billion. He and Fusilian looked at each other, surprised. He picked up. You recognize me? He has a new apprentice? Yen Lai giggled. Gu Huai is also coming, right? Li Yan was overjoyed and nodded. Right, Gu Huai is coming too. Ha 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 ha. He's got a new apprentice. We couldn't understand what this old grandpa was saying, but it felt as if he was very happy. I don't care. Anyway, it's just right that our is being looked at by the big man. I really envy Look at their lives. They're different. Today is another day because is happy. He Qingqing stood abruptly on the sidelines, feeling like an outsider, but she's also really an outsider. Yen Lai casually just gets what she wants, and whenever something happens to her, the world helps her target everyone else. And she's not. She's the one, the bad guy who hurts good people. He Qingqing lowered her head. The more she thought about it, the more sad she became, and suddenly fell on the hospital bed and broke down and cried. Both He Qian and He Jiayu were startled and stood beside her to try to calm her down, but they hesitated and didn't do it, because they feel suffocated too. It was a sure win in the innings, but my sister made it so that she can't be on TV in the future. LOL. Soon enough, there was a closing of things. A group of He Qingqing quit Variety, and Variety urgently looked for someone else to come in. Yen Lai and Shenzeno and Gu Huai's popularity began to skyrocket. There were even direct announcements approaching a few of them, trying to get them to do commercials, and He Qingqing still has nothing, and even made Bai Miao pay $1 million in breach of contract by virtue of his own strength. Bai Miao couldn't wait to make her famous from inside the program right now, punish her to kneel on the ground for 2 hours, point at her nose and yell, He Qingqing, I'm telling you, if you do this kind of thing again, you won't be able to return to the lab. Take your siblings and get the hell out of here. He Qingqing was so scared that she couldn't sleep at night and was haunted by what happened. Went to school and stood in front of the school locker room in a daze. He Qian was beside her and asked with concern, Sis, are you okay? He Qingqing came back to her senses. In a trance, it's fine, but I'm sorry brother. You did such a good job. I still screwed this up, thanks to you helping me hack the surveillance. He Qian worried. Sister, we're family. It's only right for me to help you, and I know you didn't mean to hurt your sister. Don't be stressed. He Qingqing nodded soulfully and opened the locker. Suddenly, something fell out of it. She backed away screaming. Clumps of snakes smashed out of it, crawled quickly on the ground. There were even snakes climbing up the tops of her feet. She screamed and backed away. Snakes! But she was in such a sorry state that laughter erupted behind her. He Qingqing turned around in dismay, and saw Shinzano and a group of students all standing in a row, jeering at her. Shinzano stood in the very center, smiling arrogantly and wildly. He Qingqing, why are you still in this school? I thought guys like you had no face left and were ready to transfer to another school. Chapter 234, what kind of intention hurt Si Jian? He Qingqing's chest rose and fell violently, her voice shaking. Did you put these snakes? Do you want to get me killed? Shinzano sneered. It's not a venomous snake. A prop specifically for us to use for observation. What are you afraid of? And it wasn't me who put it there. He Qingqing screamed. If not you then who? You must be helping Yan Lai bully me aren't you? Shinzano laughed more and more wildly. Ha! Your pattern is too small, isn't it? Lousy never targets women. He Qingqing was stunned. Shinzano licked his tiger's teeth, and his hand yanked a man out from behind him and pushed him in front of He Qingqing. He Jiayu staggered 2 steps and went to stand in front of the crowd. His glasses were already askew. His hair was disheveled. His body was stained with flour and water, and he looked over at He Qingqing in a state of disarray. Zhang Shua beside Shinzano called out. He Jiayu, how did you get this on you? Who bullied you? How can a bully of a little girl like you still allow yourself to be aggrieved? You mustn't pinch back? Scare people with the egg beater again. Ha! He Jiayu lowered his head, tears constantly swirling from his eyes, bullying and biting his lower lip not daring to raise his head. He Qingqing's face gradually turned pale. Shinzano hand inserted into his pocket, arrogantly and domineeringly stood in the middle, as if he was being flanked as a king, faintly said, He Qingqing, children's things children to solve, but you want to hurt our Shin family members is not right. Shinzano, this person is the most vindictive. After saying that, he kicked down He Jiayu. He Jiayu fell straight to the ground. He laughed even more wildly. I don't know what you guys are up to, and I don't know why you're targeting Yan Lai so much, but if today, the one with the broken nose was Yan Lai, and the one with the broken wrist was also Yan Lai, you guys wouldn't be as relaxed as you are now, okay? He Qingqing was unable to speak as if she had a lump in her throat, feeling a compelling force come over her. It was as if the teenager had brought his own dragnet to trap her in it. Shinzano hooked his lips in a smile and turned around. Let's go, class. He Qingqing came back to her senses and hurriedly assisted He Jiayu. He Jiayu, however, broke away from her. Don't touch me. Stunned, she froze in place and met He Jiayu's very reluctant gaze. He pained, why are you so stupid sister? Mom has said that we are not allowed to act without authorization, but you are still so unauthorized to drag us. I really thought that Yan Lai pushed his sister downstairs. That was a live broadcast. Everyone saw our He family and how vicious. Do you know what kind of popularity we are now? No one likes us anymore sis, just because of you. He Jiayu cried and got up. You have to offend Yan Lai. Don't you know how many people are standing behind her? Just the 4 people, Shun Zeno, Shun Xiuyan, Shin Jingzai, and Gu Huai, are enough to make it impossible for us to mix in the school. Can't you play dirty? With that, he walked away without looking back. He Qingqing was stunned in place, looking at the water that came out of the soles of his brother's shoes, and looking at the snakes crawling in all directions. He suddenly lost his soul and sat down on his knees, sobbing out loud. She didn't want to. She's taking things too literally. It's too easy. He Qian stood silently behind him, not saying anything, just grabbing the snakes one by one and sending them back to the reptile observation room. When he returned to the classroom, he suddenly realized that his desk was gone. Where's my desk? He wrinkled his nose at the others. The class ignored him. The only one who looked back at him was the class president. You still don't know? Gu Huai's family found someone to transfer you to the transcendent class. You won't be a student in our class from now on. Gu Huai, with a vague sense of foreboding in his heart, He Qian walked to the door of the transcendental class and pushed it in. The atmosphere of talking and laughing in the classroom suddenly stalled. He Qian stood in the doorway, looking for his seat. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on a certain spot. Gu Huai was wearing a school uniform shirt, his tie meticulously against the top, but his posture was lazy, lifting his eyes to look at him, as if he had been waiting for him for a long time. His desk was placed next to the trash can. He went up and looked at his empty desk and was surprised. Where are my books? Gu Huai indifferently leaned back in his chair and looked at him without saying anything. Shu Tao, the front table, hemmed and hawed. We don't know where your books have gone, but we purposely helped you move your chair here, so from now on you'll be a student in our class. So you mustn't thank us for that? He prayed and choked, stoically clenching his fists, before going to the window and peering out. There seemed to be books scattered on the wigwam not far away. His pupils plummeted and he rushed out the door without saying a word. As it happened, The three of them, Yen Lai and Lin Lucy as well as Little Fatty, crossed the wigwam. Lin Lucy was glowing. Little E, do you know that people are fighting for you? I heard that the Yi family members were all bullied badly today. Yen Lai was surprised. Really? Fatty nodded. Yeah, a lot of people were pissed off during the live broadcast, especially after you proved your innocence. So everyone was discussing how to help you clean up after people. Lin Lucy smiled and said, I've also heard that your brother is trying to find a way to clean up the Yi family, trying to force them to leave, and that brother Gu Huai has intentionally transferred He Prayan to his class. So everyone is guessing that Gu Huai is trying to trick He Prayan. She put her hands on her cheeks and said expectantly, I really envy you for this kind of life. How nice it would be if I had a handsome brother like you, just like a princess, and Gu Huai is your prince, right? However, was not pleased, but won't that get you written up? Lin Lucy choked and suddenly responded, right, it seems that this kind of will be dropped out of school. Her breath hitched and she became more anxious. And bullying? With that said, she suddenly noticed the books on the wigwam. It also has He Prayan's name written on it. She took a step, frowned, and said with Lin Lucy, you guys go to the classroom first, I'll come over later. Lin Lucy didn't think much about it, and still looked foolish. I also want a childhood friend. It's okay if you've memorized it. Fatty stood beside her nervously. We can both do it. Lin Lucy disliked it. No way. You like Masked Rider. I like Ultraman. We're not in the same boat. Fatty. Yen Lai waited until they were far away, took off his shoes and socks and went into the water to get the books out of the water. This must be Gu Huai's doing. She looked around worriedly, fearing the teacher would see her, trying to get the least amount of damage to each book. When He Qian arrived in a hurry, he saw this scene. In the sunlight, the little girl lifted her book and placed it carefully on the bank, her brow furrowed in a vague frown, wondering what she was thinking. He was stunned. What are you doing? Meanwhile, Gu Huai glanced out the window and frowned when he saw two figures in the wigwam pool. Shu Tao, give me the binoculars. Shu Tao quickly handed it to him, and he picked up the binoculars and aimed them into the distance, and saw Yen Lai dribbling to pick up the books. He cackled inwardly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The insult was like a murmur, and no one heard it before he put down his binoculars and walked out in a murderous rage. How dare you come to help this kid? Is this a heartache for her? Chapter 235, You are the first disciple and the last one. At this time, next to the wigwam, He Qian was surprised to see Yen come. Why are you helping me? Yi glanced at him and didn't say anything. She just picked up all of his books for him. Your books are all dirty and can't be used. I'll go home and talk to Mom about it and compensate you with new ones. With that, she grabbed her shoes and socks and left barefoot. He Qian, why do you come? Yen Lai turned his head with a defensive look on his face. He Qian looked at her with this look in his eyes and suddenly didn't know what to say, biting his lower lip and hesitatingly said, that day, the person who turned off the surveillance was actually me. Yen Lai was stunned. Under the sunlight, He Qian's pale and clear face was hidden with a sense of vulnerability, and he lowered his head without looking at her. To be honest, I didn't know that my sister wanted to make a move on you, but the reason why she made a move on you was just to make our parents happy. After all, we're not like you. You have people who like you and want whatever you want, but if we can't live up to the standard, we don't have anything. His somewhat apologetic gaze fell on her as he composed himself. So if you want to target our family, leave my sister alone. She's been working too hard lately and I'm willing to take it all on. Yen Lai turned around coldly, uninterested. I'll tell them to stop bullying you guys. After all, I'm not like your family. I don't need to bully others in order to get the good stuff. He Qian was stunned, cupping his books and staring blankly at her. She turned her back to him. You apologized and were punished. I won't let them do it again, but I advise you to grow up and leave Grandma Xiaowaning. She's not a good person. He Qian was a bit disbelieving. But you're willing to stop so Shinzei and the others will stop bullying us? She looked at him helplessly. I never let anyone bully you guys, and I didn't know you were being bullied, and I don't know who threw your books here, but I picked them up for you, and will pay you back, so it's over. Suddenly, a low voice came from the distance. Yan Lai. When she sniffed and looked, she saw Gu Huai walking towards her in a murderous manner. What are you doing in the water? Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? He doesn't know how to pick up a few books himself, does he? Do you need to do it yourself? He froze and looked at him steadily. So fierce. It seemed like he hadn't been this mean in a long time. Gu Huai didn't have a good temper and took out a handkerchief paper to wipe her. Lift your feet. Yen Lai obediently lifted her foot and whispered, Gu Huai, did you throw He Qian's books in? Gu Huai, so what if it is? He spoke in a sinister tone. He Qian is in league with them. He can't wash his hands of them. Yen Lai sighed. I know, but let's let him off the hook, okay? He already knows he's wrong. Gu Huai gave a start and lifted his eyes to look at her. His phoenix eyes tinged with caution. You're heartbroken? She was surprised. How could I be distressed? I just think it's an easy way to get a demerit. Have you forgotten how much trouble you got into last time? Gu Huai didn't care. If I'm marked, then I'm marked. What am I afraid of? Yan Lai. Gu Huai noticed her helpless eyes and was a bit enraged. I say, aren't you getting a bit carried away? Do I have to listen to whatever you say? Intentional was stunned and suddenly reminded. Right. She had forgotten that Gu Huai used to not care about anyone, and only when she spoke could he listen to a sentence or two. But lately, Gu Huai had been following her around for a long time, and she always had the illusion that Gu Huai would be obedient. It's not supposed to be like this. She apologized. I know. I'm sorry, Gu Huai. The corner of Gu Huai's mouth twitched, and he threw the paper in the trash can without a good mood. Looking at He Jian, you give me to remember. Today as Yen came to help you to intercede, and I agreed. But next time you guys know the wrong and do not change. It's useless for her to plead for leniency again, understand? Yi was surprised and overjoyed. You promise? Gu Huai looked at her askance. Or else, see you crying? With that, he leaned down and yanked her onto her back to carry her, threatening fiercely, the next time I see you cold water for anyone, you'll see how I punish you. She threw her arms around his neck with gusto. How are you going to punish me? Ignore me? You haven't punished me yet, Gu Huai. Gu Huai choked. He didn't really know how to punish her, and ignoring her is kind of punishing him, right? Yi wiggled her little feet and leaned close to his ear to mutter in a low voice. But Gu Huai, thank you for relieving me of my anger, and thank you for feeling sorry for me. She came close and kissed him on the cheek, leaning reassuringly into the crook of his neck. You're the best brother, Gu Huai. Gu Huai was stunned and gradually widened his eyes, his face silently reddening. The girl's sincere compliments just swung in her mind. You're the best Gu Huai brother. He bit his lower lip, the corners of his mouth vaguely hooking up as his anger instantly dissipated. All right, he's not angry anymore. After that, Gu Huai was true to his word, so He Qian had a very peaceful day. No one bullied him anymore, but no one paid any attention to him anymore. After school, he and He Qingqing got into the car, both reticent. He Jiayu said sullenly, I heard that Yan Lai sent word for Shenzano and the others not to look for trouble with us. He leaned against the car window with a resigned face. Don't look at Yan Lai, this guy seems to have no status in the Shen family. But Shenzano, the one who is the older brother, really listens to her. He Prayan didn't pick up the conversation. He Qingqing looked at him in dismay. Then Prayan, have you been bullied? He Qian returned to his senses and shook his head. No. He lowered his eyebrows and restrained his eyes, his mind conjuring up Yan Lai's well-behaved appearance standing in front of Gu Huai, soft and white, the little chubby hands squeezing the book look adorable. It was the kind of softness that wouldn't be found on Hekanen, a real little sister. Like that? He swept his gaze out the car window. As it happened, Yan Lai walked out from the school entrance. Gu Huai was waiting for her with his hands in his pockets and took her school bag in his hand, walking side by side with her. Yan Lai also had a handiwork in his hand and handed it to him. Gu Huai took it in disgust and didn't say anything, but just carefully placed it in his school bag. He Qian was inexplicably a bit annoyed and closed his eyes to stop looking. And outside the school gate, Gu Huai carried Yan Lai's school bag. Didn't you recognize Li Yan as your master 2 days ago? He said he's going to give us a lesson today. Yan Lai was surprised. So soon? Aren't all interest classes on Saturday and Sunday? Gu Huai indifferently. He said he doesn't look at Saturdays and Sundays when he's a master, and that if you want to learn something, you have to be on call. Yan Lai. So she's on board? She came with Gu Huai to Fu Shernyan's Rose Manor. Fu Shernyan was wearing silk pajamas, sitting comfortably on the sofa reading a score, lifting his eyes to look at them. Coming? Yi nodded. Fu Shernyan handed her the score. Didn't I let you learn pentatonic a while ago? This is my homework for you. Tomorrow I want you to piano record a video for me. He handed Yi another picture. Also, you have to learn how to draw. Follow the drawings on it and draw them 1-to-1 for me. 2 assignments in total. Have them sent over tomorrow? Simple, right? Yan Lai took it with a dumbfounded look, looking at the piano which obviously had some complicated tunes on it and drawings that were not very understandable. She couldn't help but wrinkle her eyebrows. Isn't Yi here to learn about computers? Fu Shernyan nodded easily. Yes, but you have to learn my stuff too. I'm bundled with Li Yan course, so you don't have to bother coming back again, do you? She broke down a bit, but Yi has her own stuff to do. Isn't it a bit hard to learn so much? Hard? Fu Shernyan picked up a cup of black tea and looked at her expressionlessly. Then don't be my disciple? Idea. So desperate. Gu Huai was unhappy. Mr. Fu, I know you're good, but aren't you a bit too strict? Fu Shernyan looked at him askance. Am I strict? What kind of strictness is this? The real strictness hasn't even started yet. He looked at Yan Lai again. Yan Lai, do you know how many people want to become my disciples? He slowly placed a cube of sugar in the black tea. For so many years, how many people have squeezed their heads for a letter of introduction from me? and I have been strict and selective with my young apprentices, all so many years with not a single apprentice in hand. He looked at her steadily. You are the first and the last. Chapter 236. Come and take the hacking test. Yi froze and looked at the score in her hand. Fu Shernyan sniffed the scent of black tea. His tone was diffuse. Becoming my disciple means intense training. I want you to be able to perform on stage at the age of 5. Casually pick you up and you'll be able to stand still. If you can't do that, you tell me now and I can find a new disciple. Her heart tightened and she nodded firmly. I can. Gu Huai's eyes flashed with heartache. Fu Shernyan pleasantly hooked his lips. It's good if you can. Li Yan and I don't accept goons. After all, Li Yan and I don't have any children. And when we die, the property is divided among you disciples. Especially me. I only have you as a disciple. You know what I mean, right? The intention to come is choked. That is, the inheritance is all for her alone? She was a bit embarrassed. But Yi didn't ask for the legacy to become your student. Yi wanted to learn specialties. Fu Shernyan seemed to smile. I didn't accept you as an apprentice just to give you an inheritance either. I just chose you because I'm old and need a child to keep me company. Li Yan's voice sounded from outside the door. Okay Fuznian, don't give our little disciple pressure. She is our daughter-like existence. Would you be so strict to your own daughter would be so strict? Yi lifted her eyes to look at Li Yan, who was wearing the same silk shirt pajamas with a cocktail head. Walking towards her, Fusilier asked rhetorically. Of course I'm going to be strict with my daughter. So what's wrong with me rightfully being strict with her? Li Yan sat beside him and patiently said, you have to be gentle. Fusilier raised an eyebrow. Then teach me how to be gentle? Gu Huai stood by as if he understood something. Feeling that the two were in a good mood, Yi spoke up. You two look dash. Gu Huai suddenly covered her mouth. Li Yan lifted his eyes to look at her. Got any homework you haven't done? She was covered by Gu Huai and nodded. Yes. Li Yan nodded. So what time would you better be home? Her mouth was released by Gu Huai. 6:30. But it's 5:30 now. That's only an hour away. Li Yan nodded. That's easy. He tossed her a notebook. Memorize the letters and numbers on this. You have 3 minutes. I'm going to take you on a hacking site competition later. Where does it come from? Li Yan put his hand on the back of the car. Begin. She was stunned. Wait. Li Yan didn't care about her and just clicked play. Yan Lai hurriedly crouched down in front of the computer and looked at the letters on it. The movement was quick and fast, but it was over after just a quick glance in front of her and Gu Huai. Even Gu Huai didn't see it clearly. She frowned. I haven't seen it yet. This is too fast. Li Yan smirked. Well, I know you didn't see it. The answer to this disarming virus is a total of 1 minute. You've used 1 minute now, and I'm only giving you 3 minutes, which means you still have 2 more chances to be able to memorize it. She was absurdly wide-eyed. How is this possible? Li Yan tilted his head. How is this impossible? Aren't you unforgettable? That's what you have to do if you're my disciple. He smiled wickedly and took away her school bag. If you don't meet my requirements, but there will be a punishment. Oh, and it's both you and Gu Huai. Yan Lai. Where's the tenderness in that? What the hell is the difference between him and Mr. Fu like this? Gu Huai was disgusted. This is how you teach your disciple, isn't it? Li Yan shrugged his shoulders with a deserving face. Of course, you all are already very happy. When I was teaching Yan Wu Gue, I was hanging him above the snake hole forcing him to hit the target. If he couldn't hit the target, he would just fall inside the snake hole. Look how excellent he is now. He looked to Yan Lai again. Ready, little baby? The second time is starting. Yi's breath hitched, and before he could say he was ready, Li Yan had already pressed enter. She rushed to watch carefully, trying to get every picture in her head. Soon, 2 times over, Li Yan handed the two of them a computer each. Listen to me to tell you. This website you're coming to now is a website for all the hacking enthusiasts around the world. Li Yan slowly said. The owner of the website is me. All the exam questions in here are from me. And many of them are also exam questions from your senior sister. The exam costs $50 a time. And the one who wins the first place in the exam can get $50, which is equivalent to a painless exam. There are chat rooms inside the exam room. It's a mixed bag of all kinds of guys. It's forbidden to say your real name and address or accept emoticon files from others. Everyone is a hacker. Don't get hacked. The other thing is, it's all communicated with a translator in here. You look at the chat room in Chinese on your side, but it's actually the website that automatically translates your side of the language based on your IP. And what you send out is also translated into the language of the other side's IP location. So there's no barriers to communication. Li Yan said. The answer to the exam question given to you by the primary exam is this. This is the solution to the anti-hacking means when you point the Trojan horse virus given to you by someone else. That is, to establish a firewall defense and to remove the virus. You are required to complete the exam in the shortest possible time clear of the virus. Got it? Yan Lai and Gu Huai nodded. Li Yan nodded. Okay, make up a screen name and go in. Sat in front of her laptop, clumsily tapping a few words. Great White Rabbit. Gu Huai's eyes slanted and he named it. The person next to the big white rabbit. The two of them hit enter together and went to the website. Presented to them was what appeared to be a chat room. Welcome novice, big white rabbit, to the novice A classroom. Welcome novice, person next to the great white rabbit, to the novice A classroom. You'll be part of novice A. You'll be given a placement test later. If you answer correctly, you'll be upgraded to the next classroom and rematched with a new classmate. If you answer incorrectly, you'll be allowed to stay in this classroom. Li Yan sat next to him and watched. If the two of you continue to stay in the novice village, even if you get a 0 on today's test, there will be corporal punishment. Looked at Gu Huai guiltily. I'm sorry Gu Huai, I've caused you to get on the pirate ship. What normal teacher has corporal punishment? The corner of Li Yan's mouth twitched. Apprentice, if you talk about master like this, master will be sad. Yan Lai glared at him grudgingly. I'm the one who's gutted about becoming your disciple. Li Yan. The chat room in novice A class was exceptionally lively. Who understands the pain of brother? Newcomer ah? Newcomers hurry up and take a picture. Tell me what country you're from. It's a pain in the ass to come up with a name. Shut up you. Perennial fish frying douchebag. You're already at intermediate level and you're still hanging out in the newbie village every day. Don't you think you're disgusting yourself? Brother's pain who understands, say who it. I call this fried fish? I call this communicating with newbies to exchange experience. Smooth sailing. Is the big white rabbit a girl? Are you two a couple? Is it a man and a woman? Or 2 men and 2 women? Harry, don't be ridiculous. Women are a rare treasure here. There must be 2 men. Brother's pain who understands, at Dubai Rabbit. Follow your brother. He's super fierce. Gu Huai frowned and looked to Yan Lai. Yan Lai didn't notice the chat box. She was still reviewing the viral letters she had just seen. He knocks on the word. People around the great white rabbit get lost. Chapter 237, Master. Someone scolded me. Furry, ha 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 ha, good cursing. It's so troublesome to make a name. The person next to me is a big brother so dignified. Who understands my pain? You're pissing me off. You know that? I'll kill you later during the game. People around the great white rabbit, you try one? While speaking, HQA entered the examination room. Brother's pain who understands, my big brother is here. At HQA, brother I'm being bullied. HQA. He frowned as he looked at the pandemonium of the exam room. He just wanted to come to this kind of hacker exam room to relieve his stress. Why did he have to fight with someone? It's hard to name names. Here comes the top student from our class. Top student. There's a new young couple in our class today. That kid is pretty wild. Brother's pain who understands, oh big brother. Brother I was bullied so badly. Brother I am so sad now Hikian was a bit speechless and typed. Who? The person next to the great white rabbit, me. Yan Lai finally came back to his senses, feeling like he remembered, and looked to the chat room. HQA, new here. Just play nice. Don't fight. Gu Huai knocked the word. I didn't quarrel. It's your own little brother who has a foul mouth and talks about my people. Brother's pain who understands, your people? I said the big white rabbit is my people can what? After today the big white rabbit absolutely obsessed brother you believe it or not? Yan Lai had a head full of question marks. Big white rabbit? What about her? She couldn't quite understand and clumsily replied. Why am I obsessed with you? Do you have any specialties? Gu Huai looked at her and just wanted to tell her not to talk in here. Instead, the chat room exploded at her comment. Mau at Dubai Rabbit. Payne's specialty is, don't listen to him brag about being awesome. He's just a who couldn't pass the test on the intermediate exam and was repeatedly knocked back to the novice exam to practice. Understood. Then it should be impossible for you to get me hooked on you. Everyone says you're not good. You need to learn to change so that everyone likes you and falls in love with you. Brother's pain who understands, I'll change your mom's $% hat. The latter curses a bunch of unpleasant things. Yan Lai couldn't quite read it and turned to look at Li Yan. Master. Li Yan ate strawberry ice cream prettily. What for? Milked. What the do you mean? Li Yan, pfft. Fu Shernyan violently choked on the black tea. Cough 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 cough. Gu Huai was powerless to hold his forehead. Blinked dully. Is he scolding me? Then I can scold him too. No way. Li Yan rushed forward with an arrow step and looked at the sentence inside the chat room. Brother's pain who understands, cursed with joy. Fu Shernyan was disgusted. This dog's cursing is too dirty. Hurry up and block him. Followed suit. Dog? Is he a dog? Is dog a curse? FT. Gu Huai's eyes were appallingly cold. Can you guys stop swearing in front of Yan Lai? Didn't feel it. Gu Huai you said it too. And you said before that it counts for nothing. Gu Huai. Then I'm a bad boy. Don't learn. She doesn't think so. You're not a bad kid. It's okay. Gu Huai. Li Yan changed his number and logged in on Yan Lai's computer, and directly blocked Brother's pain who understands. He was offended. Asterisk 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 asterisk. swearing in front of my disciple. Let's see how I'll fix him. Yi nodded heavily. Yeah, it. Li Yen. Gu Huai and Fu Shinian looked at him indifferently. Happy? He was helpless and slapped his mouth. I have a bad mouth. Okay. Yen Lai is not allowed to learn. If you learn it you will be slapped. Yi grunted and immediately obeyed, keeping her mouth shut. Meanwhile, a row of announcements floated across the site. Site owner, King, has permanently banned Brothers Payne who understands. The chat room suddenly exploded. The hackers communicating inside the other classrooms were even more surprised. King actually showed up of his own accord? King has always been a person who doesn't like to talk, right? Isn't it true that he never communicates and talks with us? This is the first user he's banned, right? This Brothers Payne who understands, what did he do? Who can tell me the truth? Just hot off the press. According to the newbie village B class, people set a class out of a person called Small White Rabbit and Small White Rabbit around the two newcomers. Brothers Payne who understand seems to be in one of the Small White Rabbit cursed. It didn't take long for King to ban them. What kind of platoon is the little White Rabbit? How dare she get King to ban her for her? So a large wave of people entered into the novice village class are ready to watch the battle. Inside, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers, all kinds of big shots, and bystanders are also allowed to chat within the chat room. Harry, so many people. Spectator, dear Mouth, who on earth has gotten the coveted attention of our king? And what is the status of this big white rabbit? She was scolded and King twisted his face and blocked her enemies? Smooth sailing, we're more confused than you guys. Okay? This Brothers Payne who understand. Just now also here to curse. The result of twisting face was our big brother to block. This is our hacker world boss. He will be boss a ban. Is a past life to repair the blessing of it. It's a pain in the ass to come up with a name. Who the hell are you? Big White Rabbit? Are you a man or a woman? Is it too late for me to call you Big Brother? I love beautiful women. Beautiful women love me. Big White Rabbit, you are my sister. You are my only sister. The person next to the Big White Rabbit, you are my brother. You are my only brother. Brother need thigh pendant? Mau, it seems that our novice A class is really hiding crouching tigers. There's a gifted player, HQA, and someone who's protected by the boss, King. That's awesome. Name really trouble. Payne brother, hurry to come out again. Jump feet. How not jump feet? Do you regret cursing? I'm not sure if you're a good person or a good person. I'm a lone wolf. I'm the Brothers Payne who understands. What's wrong with me jumping out? What's wrong with me jumping out? Permanently banned me? I'm going to build a small number in a hurry and come over to the line. What the hell did you say to King? Who was able to block my number? You don't know that's my number. Li Ran ploddingly bit down on a cigarette and leisurely operated it. King bans the lone wolf permanently. Crowd. The chat room was instantly filled with question marks. Li Yen continued to operate, and a golden name appeared in the live broadcast. King, anyone who dares to say one more swear word in front of this big white rabbit will get the hell out of here. And don't wait for me to crawl down the webbing to get to you. The chat room was silent, but it wasn't long before a sudden group of people swiped the message. I wouldn't dare. Absolutely not. From now on, the great white rabbit will be our second king, our god, our love offering. At Big White Rabbit, please make us as much as you want. We all listen to you. Yen Lai looked at Li Yen in a droll manner. Master, is Yi becoming a queen? Does that mean I don't have to take the test anymore? Li Yen, Chapter 238, Sister White Rabbit Charge. He Chen looked at the question marks that kept brushing on the screen, somewhat unable to accept it. He was the top student in this class. Or rather, he came first 8 times out of 10 in all the exams, big and small. The reason why I didn't leave the novice class is because this site has a mechanism whereby at the next stage of the exam, if you fail the exam you will be knocked straight back to your old class. The only way to become a level 2 hacker is to stand firm in the success exam. This is why many of the hackers in the class are familiar with each other. He couldn't remember how many times he'd been knocked back, but no matter what, he was the best guy in his class. How could these two newbies possibly surpass him in fame? Just because you know King? He was in a bad mood when, suddenly, the secret chat rang. The wind that cannot be felt, brother, it's me. I'm here again. Ho prayin', Payne brother? The wind that cannot be felt, it's me, it's my big brother. This new one is just a bit too rampant. Even with King covering him, I think you might as well challenge him. He Chian sneered, why do I need to initiate a challenge? Isn't it natural to count the challenge during the exam? Wind that can't be felt, then you have to make a big deal out of comparing yourself to her. She's provoking your authority. It's not necessary. He Kian looked at the big white rabbit's ID, his eyes sinking. He just needed to fight this guy in secret. There was no benefit in going head-on. So he said, don't take me for a ride. Creep. Can't feel the wind. Goonby. At this point, the classroom announcement broadcast, exam placement will begin in 5 minutes. Please get ready. Yen Lai is ready with his fists in the air. The chat room is still bristling. Dear Mouth, White Rabbit sister rushed. If you can't do it, I'll retreat to the novice class and wait for you. Smooth sailing. I'm curious to know what level the newbies being guarded by King are at. Is it a level where they can beat us up violently? Mao, I'm so nervous. Is King watching to see if we're swearing? But I have a little doubt. Isn't swearing a normal thing? Why does King care so much about us swearing in front of Sister Rabbit? I love Beauty loves me. It's not possible that our big sister is still underage. Is it? It's hard to come up with a name, not so much. How to be a hacker underage. Gu Huai raised his eyebrows. How come you can't be a hacker if you're underage? Yan Lai commented that everyone was talking about her and looked back at Li Yan. Li Yan, go on. Do what you have to do. She typed, come on everyone. Let's work together. The chat room exploded again. I've gained a buff. Queen's baptism. Queen charge. You're the hope of our village. She was a little happy. But another message caught her attention. The wind that cannot be felt. What's this? Don't think it's okay if you have King over your head. How can we say that we have to speak according to our strength? And it's only good if we can take the first place. Yan Lai tilted his head. I know. I'll try my best. There seems to be corporal punishment for failing to come in first. Wind that can't be felt. Heh, naive. Mao. This can't feel the wind, how a pain brother's flavor. As if that has a big disease. The wind that can't be felt. You guys just don't understand who I am. And you haven't experienced my pain. So you can't judge me. Yan Lai, how much pain are you in? Are your 5 senses and body paralyzed? Wind that can't be felt? Yan Lai thought they were strange, am I right? He can't feel the wind, must be paralyzed by his 5 senses. Otherwise how could he not feel the wind? Gu Huai hooked the corner of his mouth. Watch out. You're hurting my eyes. Wind that can't be felt. Are you shading me? Add Big White Rabbit. Great White Rabbit, why would you think I'm being shady? I'm just worried about your health. You can't even feel the wind. Sure you don't want to go to the hospital? Gu Huai. Lil Burn pressed his fist against the corner of his mouth as well. Yui looked at them both. Am I wrong? Li Yan nodded frantically. Yes. He didn't understand. Then why isn't he happy? Gu Huai seriously analyzed. He's very happy. And many people have even suggested that he go to the doctor. She sniffed and stared at the sentence that was rapidly going up in the chat room. Our sister Rabbit cares about you so much. And you don't go to the doctor? Get your ass to the doctor. How kind Sister Rabbit is. And letting you go to the doctor before it's too late. Look at our Rabbit sister's atmosphere. Worthy of being the person King looks at. Even after being so cynical about her, she still manages to maintain her normal mindset of caring about her rival's body. There are not many people like our Rabbit sister who are so nice anymore. Summarize, Sister Rabbit is awesome. She's happy. Yes, she's just good people. Gu Huai saw that she was glowing, and a hint of a smile slipped between his brows. The wind that cannot be felt. Okay, you guys are great. I'm not going to say anything to you. Just see if I get first place. Even if I can't get first place, HQA can still get first place. HQA? Yan Lai looked at the names on the class leaderboard. First place is HQA. Has competed in the Class A all-time record 10 times. Taking first place 9 times. Looks like a great character. The students in the chat room agreed. If we're talking about this, it's true. HQA is still great. Yes, Bunny, you have to work hard. The top student in our class isn't for nothing. He's really good. No, we Rabbit sisters will never admit defeat. Jian looked at the scene with indifference. He'll definitely outlast these 2 newcomers. Maybe even get the King's coveted attention. System announcing, the match is about to start. Please prepare your hackers. Yan Lai put his hands on the keyboard. The wind that cannot be felt. Big White Rabbit. If I lose, I'll call you daddy. Gu Huai snorted coldly. Heh, the wind that can't be felt. Boy, don't act like you're in the same boat. The game starts in 30 seconds. Took a deep breath. He keyed and stared at the screen with a grave expression on his face. Gu Huai rambled. Fusco and Li Yan stood behind the 2 children and watched. The female voice of the system announces, the match begins. Yan Lai's screen instantly went black for a split second, followed closely by the mouse becoming uncontrollable. She quickly got into the swing of things and maneuvered skillfully. Chapter 239, what is the meaning of? Li Yan gave a huff and narrowed his eyes at her state. Yan Lai responded quickly, his small fat hands typing rapidly on the keyboard, but it was very flexible. Gu Huai then appeared to be at ease, tapping the keyboard with ease and speed. He and Fusco looked at each other. It's not bad. It looks like this wave of exams has definitely passed. And in the exam room, there will be a leaderboard next to it showing everyone's progress. The fastest will come first. He prayed and glanced worriedly at the leaderboard next to him. Because it's him who is first. The wind that you can't feel is second. Yan Lai Gu Huai tied for third. But these 2 were exceptionally fast, and their speed was rising sharply. The wind that can't be felt is exceeded. And, wind that can't be felt, was kicked out the moment he was passed. System broadcast, player, can't feel the wind, has been successfully invaded by an operational error and is out of the game. The the wind that can't be felt. I just accidentally clicked the wrong one. Bystanders scoffed, you that which is not accidentally point wrong ah. I see you because our rabbit sister is about to overtake you. You are anxious so you fail it. Laugh and get rich. Wind that can't be felt, don't get cocky. I'm telling you guys, even if I lose, we still have our boss. HQA will definitely surpass them. They don't want to surpass the top students in our class. Leaderboard after leaderboard failed, with only a few still holding out. Prayan was anxious and skimmed the leaderboard. The big white rabbit, and the people around the big white rabbit, were looking to overtake him. He mentally tightened up and accidentally hit a wrong key. He wanted to press the enter key to delete, but Yen Lai and Gu Huai were like a fast car quickly overtaking him, directly pulling away by a large margin. The bystanders were shocked. I'll be damned. That's awesome speed. MS. Rabbit deserves to be the one king looks up to. It's true to her name. She's really fast. Rabbit sister punch. We'll always be by your side. Rabbit sister, 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 rabbit sister. Yen Lai and Gu Huai hit the enter key at the same time. System voice broadcast. The exam is over. Congratulations to Big White Rabbit and people around Big White Rabbit for winning. You will be randomly assigned to the advanced class by the system in half an hour. Please get ready. Yen Lai was overjoyed, and Gu Huai high-fived and cheered. Win win win. We did it. Gu Huai had a faint smile on the corner of his mouth and rubbed her head with his hand. I thought you wouldn't be able to overtake me, but I didn't realize that the two of us have the same speed. Yen Lai was proud, of course. I have a good memory. When I first learned this, I did it to save you, so I must have memorized it. Gu Huai was taken aback for a moment and suppressed the upturned corners of his mouth. Yeah, to save him. Kian sat down disheveled in his chair and pinched his brow. He was in a hurry this time. Just don't want to be passed by them and slip up for a moment. But even if he had maintained an average pace, there's a good chance he would have passed. Who the hell are these guys? Don't even use your brain to think? I love beautiful women. Beautiful women love me. Finished. HQA also lost. Pretend that the wind brother hurry out ah. People newbie has already hanged you. You must not give people a good apology. The wind that cannot be felt. What do I have to apologize for? It's just a novice exam. What's so difficult about it? It only makes sense that she can stay at the second rank. Spectator, dear mouth. Are you sure you don't want to go to the hospital to have your brain looked at? Are you really mentally healthy? The wind can't be felt, losing is losing. If you can afford to stay in the second order to continue to climb up, don't come back for the rest of your life, and come back to meet me again. I will still hang her. Smooth sailing, you hang a hairline. People just that one exam question on the whole service ranking. The first place is King 58 seconds. The second place is K is also 58 seconds. The third place is the Knife Sister. The fourth fifth is the Rabbit Sister and Rabbit Brother. What do you take in others then? Everyone opened the leaderboards and saw Yen Lai and Gu Huai's screen names. A newbie goes straight to the top of the rankings. This is to slaughter the newbie village, right? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I have a hunch that these two guys should be the future K. They're not King's disciples, are they? I'm so sour. Sister Rabbit, hurry up and come out to say ah. What is your identity in the end ah? The wind that can't be felt, there's nothing to say. They both must have given money. They're just bending King's ear. Harry, shut up you. You don't know anything and you're talking nonsense. Yen Lai didn't bother with these chat rooms at all. She looked at Li Yen with gusto. Master, EE has succeeded. Does that mean today's lesson is over and I can go home? Li Yen cried and laughed. What? You don't like spending time with Master that much? She nodded sincerely. A little bit. Li Yen sked lightly. And what if I gave you ice cream? Yen Lai quickly and obediently sat down. Then it's fine for me to stay a little longer. She sat back down in front of her computer beautifully and looked at the chat room. All of them are at her. Hopefully she will come forward and say something to everyone. She was just about to type when a string of yellow letters suddenly floated across the site's public screen. K posted a bounty recruiting, $2,000 for anyone who can solve the virus he himself developed. Yen Lai suddenly came to life. Virus bounty? So cool. Asterisk 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 K surprisingly popped up to post a bounty. What day is it today? Big Brother meeting? Then I'm definitely going to give it a try. Immediately after that, a pop-up box popped up in every personal computer. So are you willing to spend $52 to accept this bounty? The first person who solves the bounty will get $2,000. The $50 spent by the others who solved the bounty will be returned the way it was, and $50 will be deducted from the losers and go into K's account. Do you agree to this rule and participate in the contest? Yen Lai hesitated and nodded yes. Seeing this, Gu Huai followed suit and nodded yes. Li Yen came to deliver the ice cream and happened to see the scene, and said in relief, Yo, my little disciple has grown up, and knows how to take bounty orders? She was curious. EE wants to try it. Immediately following that, the system's service-wide channel prompted 2 messages. Novice, Great White Rabbit, accepted K's bounty order. The people around the novice Great White Rabbit accepted K's bounty order, one after another. There are also well-known bigwigs of the website accepting the bounty order, but they were the only 2 people who accepted the bounty order in the novice village. Prayan couldn't believe it. These 2 newbies are crazy, aren't they? Big Brother K's list they dare to take? Who doesn't know that Big Brother K is a very famous genius in the industry, and that the virus he released is still unbreakable? It's a front for him to draw people in so he can collect the money himself. The chat room is even hotter. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what do I see? The Big White Rabbit and the people around the Big White Rabbit even accepted K's bounty order. Do you guys have money to burn? Surprisingly throwing money to K? Chapter 240. What is the meaning of this? Make a bet with me. If you lose, you can go to my house to do your homework. Others are greatly distressed. If you have money with no place to spend it, you can give it to me. Don't waste it. It's worth $50 to take the bounty. But taking K's bounty is a waste of money. Not that I'm saying, although the 2 of them have King behind them, but isn't this pair of youngsters, the Great White Rabbit, a bit too wild, even daring to take K's bounty? Following closely behind, more and more people came to see what was going on and crowded into the A classroom. I'm going to see which rookie dares to take K's bounty order and see how long you can last. It's really a newborn calf that doesn't fear the tiger. This bounty order dare to take it. Even those of us who take it have to think about it. But something like KK issuing a bounty order is rather evil. He hasn't issued a bounty order for a long time. At this moment, within a villa, in an extremely dark room with the curtains drawn, the man wearing a loose white shirt and a fluffy self-curl curled up in a computer chair, biting his thumb with one hand and staring nervously at the computer screen. The mouse wheel slid over the list of those accepting the bounty one by one, and then looked at the message he had received on his cell phone. K, your virus is not good at all. It's just like an elementary school student's summer vacation homework. 2 elementary school students cracked this virus easily. You have to give me my money back. I've been turned into a nobody by the boss. His eyes darkened and he ignored it. The phone was still buzzing and vibrating. Why don't you answer? You don't want your money back, do you? No way. No way. No way. Let me tell you, those 2 kids are 4 years old and I don't know how old the other one is, but they are definitely elementary school students. The 2 kids unlocked your virus one after another, and you still have the nerve to say you're a big shot in the hacking world? You want to keep your money, don't you? Annoyed by the prodding, he simply transferred the money back, dropping his cell phone onto the bed in the process. Annoyed. No way. If, say, his virus was lifted by King, a big shot in the industry, he'd be okay with that. But there is absolutely no way that a 4-year-old child, who can't even walk properly, is clear of his virus. Someone must have played him. Kay clenched her lower lip and stared dead at the screen. There's a hidden dragon in here. Someone might show up. When the time comes, he'll follow the IP and find out who insulted his reputation. Kay chose a random room to go in and watch the battle. It just so happens to be a novice class in Yanai. Harry, wow, there's a lot of people here again. Spectator, I've come to see just who is going to dare take our K's bounty. I love beautiful women. Beautiful women love me. This is a big brother. King arranged for the red face, and even banned a classic pain in our class. The scum are trembling. Rabbit's sister is the most smooth sailing, friendly reminder of a down to watch our rabbit sister of the audience. You are now coming to the 5A level scenic area. Big White Rabbit, Rabbit Sister is the key protection object of our king. Prohibited in front of our rabbit sister swearing oh. Spectator 9527, so evil? I just scolded how to move. Big White Rabbit. Warning. Site owner King has banned user 9527. Dear mouth, oh ha ha ha. The rabbit god is awesome. It's so hard to make up names, CCC? The words come out of your mouth. Our rabbit sister is so powerful. King is watching. Spectator, I'm a big god, It's too scary, isn't it? Weekly Ask MS. Rabbit. With what kind of ability do you dare to accept K's bounty order? We old farts spend $50 even if it's okay. But you're a newbie. You have to know that K's bounty order is not something that ordinary people can be able to take. It's just spending money for nothing. Are you sure you're okay with it? Yen Lai frowned. Why not? I'm a god. Because you're new. You don't know how. EE was even more incomprehensible. Can't newcomers? Then why don't you participate if you are an old man? Is it because you're not old or new? I'm a god. Furry, ha 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 ha. Our rabbit sister never loses. Smooth sailing, if Sister Rabbit can talk more. I love it, ha 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 ha. System broadcast, the bounty will start soon. We will show you a service-wide bounty list. No matter which classroom you are in, you will be able to see this bounty list. EE couldn't wait, and then suddenly thought, speaking of which, this K, the name seems familiar. Gu Huai looked at her with interest. Do you remember that 3-minute code you were crying and knocking on in order to save me? It was him who did it. Yi was shocked. Really da? Gu Huai teased and hooked his lips. You still remember? She nodded heavily. Of course I remember. I remember it very well. Gu Huai's eyes rolled, and he had an idea. Yan Lai Yi. Let's race then. If I win, how about you come to my house tonight to do your homework and stay at my house? Li Yan and Fu Shirenyan's expression steeply became dangerous. Hey stinky lad, we are still here, abducting our disciple in front of us. Gu Huai completely ignored it and looked at Yan Lai with a smile on his face. Yan Lai, compare or not? Yi readily agreed. Why not compare? There's nothing to lose. Gu Huai narrowed his eyes and his tone was even more intriguing. No loss? You like coming to my house? Yan Lai was non-committal. Never been there, but don't hate it. The corners of his mouth quirked up pleasantly. Good, then it's a deal. At the moment, the chat room is full of people at Big White Rabbit. Wind that can't be felt. Why are you wimpy? Big White Rabbit? I've been talking to you. Can't you see? Yi hates him. I was busy. I didn't even look at you. Why are you so annoying? The wind that cannot be felt, I say. If you win this reward, not only will K give you $2,000, I'll also give you $500. But if you lose, you'll have to give me 1,000. I'm not sure if you're willing to do that or not. Yan Lai broke his fingers and counted. His eyes swished brightly. Dare. K frowned. How can this newbie be so confident? Is it stupidly confident? The kind that's actually nothing? The live broadcast room cheered even more. Sister Rabbit is awesome. Teach him to be a man. We'll be right here watching you, Rabbit Sister. Waiting for you to get the victory. Bunny, if you really succeed, we'll all recognize you as our boss. Immediately following that, a box suddenly popped up in the middle of the desktop. Please take your positions. Hackers. 5. He bit his lower lip and looked at the list of contestants that appeared next to him. 4. Gu Huai turned his neck and glanced at Yan Lai, an imperative light flickering in his eyes. 3. K's expression gradually became claustrophobic. He didn't believe that anyone could disarm his Trojan horse. 2. 1. Game on. Yan Lai took a deep breath and tapped quickly with her small hands. For $2,500. For being a big sister. Punch the duck. Chapter 241. Are these two people monsters? Surprisingly, it worked. The screen in front of Yan Lai instantly went black, and a familiar red skull gradually appeared in front of his eyes. She rubbed her hands together and leapt to her feet. Gu Huai looked at her. Absence of coming. Don't forget. Lose to my house. He glanced at him. And what if you lose? Gu Huai raised his sword brows, his tone meaningful. Then go to your house. Li Yan, are we saying there's a difference between the two? At this point, the virus has begun to invade the system. Yan Lai quickly began tapping on the keyboard. Virus hacking is suddenly faster. Is this the upgraded version? She was more than willing to relax, tapping away at the code with deliberation and attention to rhythm. One by one, the lights of the contestants next to them went out. Spectator, dear mouth, it's so hard. Y'all don't know how hard this stuff is. It's not a virus. It's not a meteor at this speed. Spectator, lang, it's so fast. It's worthy of being a virus made by K. I hadn't even waited to see it and thought about trying it with the code, but it just died. I love Beauty. Beauty loves me. Look, you guys, who else is holding out now? On the list, the names of Big White Rabbit and people around Big White Rabbit were still lit up. The two are already at 50% progress. 500 accepted this bounty, and 498 failed. Only 2 of their names stood firm. The wind that cannot be felt. Holy, these 2 guys are ING monsters. How could they possibly succeed? It's a trick. Definitely. Smooth sailing. Is this really a real bigot? Is this really a real bigot? He prayed couldn't believe it. The progress of the two is still growing upwards. He got goosebumps. How can it be so fast? Kay stared at the screen in shock, no longer knowing what to say. A group of people crowded into the live broadcast room and said in shock, I've come to watch the big man fight. No, 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 no. Now the first and second are 2 newbies. Am I crazy or is the world crazy? Wind that can't be felt. You guys just wait for their names to turn gray. But the progress of the 2 men continued to grow at an even pace. Yan Lai carefully recalled every single code inside his head. Gu Huai went down swimmingly. Li Yan stood behind him, looking pleased. Hey, look at these 2 disciples I've taken in now. One with 100 shots and one with a superb memory. I'm really looking forward to what the 2 of them will be like when they grow up. Fuzzy agreed. I'm looking forward to what they'll be like after they get married. Li Yan? Is still a child. And how could I possibly marry off our big baby so easily? Fu Shirenyan. Then is there a possibility that she is married to another disciple of yours? Li Yan was stunned and tapped his head. Right, oh, this Gu Huai brat is so draggy that he forgot about him being my disciple. Fuzzy? The chat room was still abuzz. Kay's eyes burned into the progress bar. These two newbies are 90% of the way there. 92% now. The two are still going exactly the same speed. Gu Huai maneuvered with ease and glanced at the rankings of the two. The distance isn't closing. He licked his back teeth. I didn't expect this little thing to be so skillful now that it could be indistinguishable from him. How else is this going to win? Gu Huai's eyes rolled. How come? Do you want fries for dinner? Yan Lai instantly went off. Of course I want to eat it. Gu Huai's name went right over her and pressed enter. Ding dong. The exam was successful. Congratulations to someone close to the Great White Rabbit for winning the selection bounty reward. Yan Lai looked confused. How did she lose? But the chat room cheered. Asterisk. Unraveled. My mom. My hairs are standing on end. I really can't believe that K's virus was disarmed by two newbies. Harry, can't feel the wind, get the hell out of here and see how good our big brother is. Didn't you say you'd give $500? Hurry up and get the money out quick. User, the wind you can't feel is offline. I love Beauty loves me. Sister Rabbit is awesome. Sister Rabbit is a god forever. It's hard to come up with a name. Don't go away. Rabbit's sister. Stay in our class as the new genius. EE beamed in chagrin, unable to figure out how. Why am I slow? Gu Huai patted her shoulder sympathetically. It's only by half a second. It's okay, you'll be fine next time. Li Yan and Fu Shiren? Who the hell is the reason for the failure of Yan Lai? How he had the cheek to appease people. Li Yan cleared his throat and hinted. Oh good disciple, do you want to reflect on why you lost? Were you lost in thought just now? Yan Lai listlessly crouched on the computer desk, like a rabbit with its ears hanging down. Maybe I'm just slow. After all, Gu Huai's speed is very fast. Li Yan. Gu Huai pleasantly hooked up the corner of his mouth. It's okay, I think you're better than me. I don't want these $2,000 for you. Yan Lai rose in surprise, as if her rabbit ears stood up. Really da? Gu Huai propped one hand on his jaw and looked at her derisively. Really? She was so touched that she swooped down and hugged him. Then you've been so good to me. Gu Huai hugged her with his backhand, a hint of cunning shaking the bottom of his eyes, and the corner of his mouth hooked slightly. Li Yan was dumbfounded. Not this stupid disciple of mine, being sold and still helping people count the money. Fu Shiren laughed meaningfully. Certain people might be like her. Don't disciples follow their masters? Gu Huai's smile was even more intriguing as he took out his cell phone to make a call. I'll go order the kitchen's menu for tonight. She nodded and pulled out her cell phone as well, ready to report to her family. Yan Fengsheng has been busy lately, and Wei Yan's mom is out of the country on a business trip, so she's going to be staying at Shinan and her uncle's house for the next 2 days. So a message was sent to Xin Jingjie. Brother, I'm going to stay at Gu Huai's house tonight. Xin Jingjie seconds back? No way. Yan Lai. EE lost a bet. Xin Jingjie, no. She was helpless. EE can't keep her word. That's all. Xin Jingjie, dare to go and break your legs. Where does it come from? Soon. Her cell phone started buzzing and vibrating again. Shinzano, I heard you're going to stay at Gu Huai's house? You're skipping work on your first day at our house? You're pretty wild. Shin Xiuyan, going home at night, or not going home as you see fit. She bit her lower lip and counted the minutes. Unchained Mom is on a business trip. There were only 3 older brothers in Shannon with their uncle inside the house. She returned to Shin Xiuyan. It doesn't matter if I'm there or not if Mama Wei Yang isn't there. EE has to be true to her word. Then back to Shinzano, brother, EE lost the bet. EE must go. Finally back to Shinjingji. I'm going to take a screenshot and tell my mom that you're going to beat me up. Shinjingji? That's just a descriptive sentence. Shenzano? I can't speak well? Shin Xiuyan, you dare to try? Chapter 242, He Qian, do you accept disciples? Yan Lai sighed. So strange. Except for brother Jingji, all of them don't like me much. Why do they all care about me? Gu Huai probed over and frowned when he saw the chat box. Give it to me. I'll communicate with them. She dutifully handed over her cell phone. Gu Huai pulled a group. Gu Huai. Enter the voice. The 3 teens quickly went into group voice. Shinzano's low voice was the first to ring out. Gu Huai, you, if you dare to let Yan Lai go to your house tonight to stay, you try. Lousy ing game with people are pushed. You talk to me about this? Shinjingji was very upset. Who let you move my sister's cell phone? Give it back. Her cell phone is still bought by me. Gu Huai, the cell phone can be returned to you and I'll buy her another one. Shinjingji, Shin Xiuyan, Gu Huai. Yan Lai is too small. She doesn't have the permission to be able to live in someone else's house yet. Gu Huai sneered. Shin Shou banquet. I, Gu Huai, am not someone else who is absent-minded. You brothers who came out halfway are. Shun Zeno. You. This kid is too ing rampant. Gu Huai, you give me out. Let's kowtow. Gu Huai took his cell phone and walked out of the room and went to break heads with them. Yen Lai waited dutifully and found a message. K requests to add you as a friend. She froze and accepted the chat request. At the same time, Prayan in the chat room also sent a message. Little White Rabbit and the people around the White Rabbit. You guys are great. Can you add a friend to exchange experience? He watched the match just now with glowing eyes. That was brilliant. It would have been upsetting for him to have the two of them overtake him. But this kind is the hidden bigot. He wanted to learn more, so he sent friend requests to two people. The Great White Rabbit agrees with your friend's demeanor. Kian's eyes swished brightly. It's okay to have one agree. A little nervously, he sent a message over. Hi, can we make friends? Yen Lai was still waiting for K to send her a message, and painfully said, it's okay. Qian couldn't hide his excitement. You guys are really awesome. Have you studied this virus? Oh yeah. Do you guys still take disciples? I'm willing to be your disciple. Yen Lai thought for a moment, but I don't seem to be able to take on disciples yet, and this isn't that hard. I know the answers after reading them a few times. Qian, how many times did you read it? This is genius. Then, he was even more excited. It's okay if we don't become master and disciple. We can make a friend. Are you from China? Can we add a WeChat? My WeChat is 17875. With that in mind, took the cell phone handed over by Gu Huai. Gu Huai was in a bad mood. Just now, he broke his head alone with the three brothers of Yen Lai. Winning though, but it's exhausting. He closed his eyes and pinched his brow. Absence of intention, then searched for a friend to add. The other party's name was still HQA, and her avatar was a kitten, so she chose to add it, and somewhat clumsily tapped out the words. Hello, I'm the Great White Rabbit. Qian was overjoyed and agreed, and sent a cat emoticon packet. Hello Sister Rabbit. In the future we can often exchange hacking experience. Please teach us more in the future. She couldn't help but smile, sending a bunny emoji and looking at the computer again. Kay hadn't said anything the whole time. Add her and say nothing. She hesitates and sends a hello emoticon. Kay was hidden in the darkness, looking at the somewhat bewildered absent-minded person inside the camera. The amber pupils of his eyes were laced with deep meaning. He hacked the guy's webcam the moment he added the Yankee intention. What a little 4-year-old girl, but it can't be. How could a 4-year-old get the Trojan horse virus he had been working on for 7 days? He grabbed his cell phone, snapped a picture of Yen Lai's somewhat bewildered face, looked up the address of where she was again, and moved to leave. Half an hour later, Yen Lai was going to Gu Huai's house. Before leaving, Li Yen handed her a card. Here, this is your bounty today, and the 10,000 bonus I gave you. Congratulations, you've become a celebrity in the hacker world. She was overjoyed and said sweetly, thank you, master, for cultivating me. Li Yen was stunned, crying and laughing. You're welcome, little apprentice. Will you come back next time? Successful once give 10,000. Oh, little nodded like garlic. Come on, this is the second bucket of gold Gu Huai and I have earned. Gu Huai helped her carry her book bag and nodded absently. Aha! She smiled even more happily. Even made a friend. That HQA added my friend. Said he wants to be my friend. Oh. Gu Huai was still lost in thought and casually responded. Aha! He was preparing the room for Yen Lai to rest on today, and pressed her to listen to what she had to say. Yen Lai got in the car with him and the car drove to the Gu residence. A Volkswagen followed their car. Kay drove the car, followed, and came to a familiar area. This isn't his family's villa area? Kay sat in the car and was even more shocked to see here two kids walk into the best and most imposing villa they had here. These two kids are even Gu family members? Kay bit her lower lip, growing more and more torn. I had long heard that the Gu family's eldest grandson was particularly smart and a true genius, but how old is this genius to be solving Trojan horses? Gu Huai pulled Yen Lai into the living room. Sit down for a while, I'll go get ready. He nodded and turned her head to look out the window. It was drizzling outside. A man in a white shirt stood in the rain, staring straight over. A little puzzled, she stood at the window and looked out. The man was still standing straight up in the rain, not moving a muscle. Is it to find someone? She hesitated and picked up the umbrella inside her school bag and walked towards him holding Gu Huaijia's umbrella again. Kay, who was standing outside, saw her come out and his breath caught in his throat as he twisted in fear. I ended up crashing headfirst into my own car. Well, Yen Lai took a few quick steps and ran to him with his umbrella. Brother, are you alright? Kay crouched on the floor in pain, doing his best to shrink himself down again and again, not daring to look back. Yen Lai felt strange. Brother, are you okay? Kay's body shook and she turned her head timidly to look at her, but what was reflected in his eyes was a small face that was even better looking and more delicate than in the video. Kay was momentarily stunned, looking at her stiffly without words. A flash of amazement also floated under Yen Lai's eyes. Brother, are you injured? The man, or rather the teenager, in front of him, looking 18 or 19 years old. His skin was pale and his bangs were visible in his watery eyes even though they grew over them. He was born androgynous, with a girlish showiness and a rare shyness and stiffness. It's as if they're rejecting people. In reality, the movements are secretly unnatural and tense, like a sociopath. How come the intention is confused? Not sure. Look again. How are you doing? She asked again. Kay sat on the floor and ducked back as if she could eat people, not daring to look her in the eye. No, it's fine. I'm fine. Chapter 243. Kay, I'm so scared. This kid is so good looking. He wasn't too afraid to talk to people in the first place, and he was even more nervous about good-looking people. Kay tries to keep his head down and down again. Was puzzled. Are you here looking for someone? Looking for Gu Huai? Kay lowered his head and said sullenly. No, I just passed by. You don't have to care about me. Understood and painfully handed him the spare small umbrella. I'll give you this then. Don't you have an umbrella? The teenager was stunned and tried to say he drove here. Kagan Lai simply left. I'm leaving. Kay choked and spoke. Wait a minute. Yan Lai turned back in surprise. In the continuous rain, the teenager nervously grabbed the corner of his coat and lowered his head, his watery eyes going to her rain-stained little leather shoes. My computer. Got a virus. Can you unlock it for me? He frowned in chagrin when he finished. Who in their right mind would just ask a 4-year-old to help them get rid of the virus? But said, it's okay. Kay was stunned and lifted his eyes to look at her. The little girl approached him with a black umbrella. Let me see. Kay's breath hitched and he fumbled to open the door for her, only to accidentally knock over the corner of the car again, holding his breath in pain. Please. Yan Lai didn't think much about it and went straight to his car. Kay looked at her timidly. The kid is really heartless. If he's a bad guy, he might just casually abduct her. He handed her his computer. My computer turned on just like that. It was commonplace for to see the familiar red skull. Oh, it's this one. Her small hands immediately operated skillfully. This is very simple. It can be done in 3 minutes, but you need to redo the system. Kay heard her say it so eloquently, and a glimmer of doubt floated in his eyes. Really? As a result, when 3 minutes arrived, Yan Lai handed him the computer. It's unlocked. His eyes were as wide as brass bells. It still works. Kay hurriedly took the computer and looked at the already good desktop and looked at her in surprise. How did you do that? Yan Lai was overjoyed. My master gave it to me. He was the first to unravel it. How's that? Trouble solved? Kay was stunned. Master? He opened his mouth to speak when there was a sudden knock on the window. Kay lifted his eyes to see that at some point, his car was surrounded by a group of bikers. The man standing in the center hooked his lips in a bad smile. Isn't this my waste of space, brother Ji Yen? What are you doing here? Get out. Yan Lai frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Brother, who are these people? Ji Yen eyebrows climbed up a trace of gravity. Did not say anything, just got out of the car and opened her door. Still lowered his head and did not look at her. You go home first. Thank you. I will thank you. Yan Lai was unsure and looked at these big brothers and these Ghostfire teens also looked at her gangly. Isn't this the big star Yen? Come on? The Ghostfire teenager looked at Ji Yen. You are looking for your idol's autograph? Iron Waist. Your idol is a little girl. Gee, she scoffed. How do I know? Maybe it's because he and I aren't the same mom? His mom died early, and he grew up in our family's utility room. An iron waist of a man. It's not surprising that his idol is a little girl. Ji Yan's head pressed extremely low. Don't talk nonsense. She just did me a favor. Gee, she sneered and hooked her lips. Getting help from a 4-year-old girl? Help you sign your report card? The others laughed out loud. Take away the bamboo shoots, not she shall. Saying that about your brother, people will be sad. She did not think, and then looked at Yan Lai. Yan Lai, I remember you seem to be quite smart. Let me tell you, this brother of mine is a waste. As long as it's a person, he doesn't dare to look at the right person. In exchange for a woman. And even more so, he doesn't dare to look at you. If you really want to be a friend, she am willing to make friends with you. He offered his hand and looked at her in a friendly manner. I'm the second son of the Akari family. Nice to meet you. The other teens were also sitting on their locomotives and looking at her with smiles. Hello, little yippee. Yan Lai didn't like it. Is that how you talk to your brother? Brother? Icky's smile faltered slightly. What? She looked at Ji Yan, who cowardly bowed his head and didn't dare to say anything. And fought. He's at least your brother. But you're laughing at him in front of so many people. You're not being polite. Ji Yan looked up in surprise, finally looking at her squarely. And she's defending him? He hurriedly tugged at her sleeve. Don't say it. I'm used to it. We can't afford to mess with him. Wrinkled her eyebrows. Can't afford to mess with it? Gee, she laughed even more wildly. See, what is he if not an iron waist? He just knows how to play with computers all day long, shrinks inside his home as a geek, and doesn't dare to raise his head when he sees other people. This kind of person living is a disgrace to our Chi family. He lowered his eyes and swept them to Yan Lai. So little You'd better be friends with me. I promise to introduce you to lots of little handsome men. The others cracked up laughing. Ha 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 ha, goddamn little handsome man. Yan Lai was unmoved and said indifferently, I don't lack brothers around me. I even have a bit more. Jishi smile stiffened slightly. So you're not giving face? Yi asked back. Don't you have a face? What more face do you need? Jishi's eyes steeply became dangerous. What are you talking about? Looking for a fight? Yan Lai was undaunted. I'm already polite. You're the one who's not. Iki's breath hitched and he raised his hand toward her. The fist stopped half an inch directly in Yan Lai's cheek. Iki hooked her lips in a smile. He wanted to scare her to tears, but in this instant, Ji Yan suddenly blackened his face, violently grabbed him by the fist, and threw him out with an over-the-shoulder drop. I told you it's none of her business. Ikari landed suddenly, the water startling her, and it hurt so much that she couldn't lift a breath. Shi Yan, who was protecting in front of Yan Lai, looked like a hound dog showing its teeth and said with red eyes, try touching her one more time. There was dead silence. Everyone froze. Yan Lai was dumbfounded and stood behind him with her mouth wide open. Brother Ji Yan. Ji Yan turned back angrily. What? Are you hurt? She shook her head dully and pointed at Iki, who was rolling around in pain on the ground. Are you that good? Ikien was stunned and snapped out of it, twisting his head to look at Ikshi. She closed his eyes and wailed. Ah, it hurts. A hint of shock colored the bottom of Ji Yan's eyes. Suddenly waking up in shock, covering his lips and backing away, falling on his butt. Did I do this? He tearfully grasped at the absence of intention. Will someone call the police? I didn't mean to, little sister. Saying that, Ji Yan hugged her and cried his heart out. I'm so scared. Yan Lai was frozen in his arms and looked over at the others who were filled with fear. It should be someone else who should be afraid? How could this big brother character be so cutthroat? Chapter 244, If you touch me, I will cry. She climbed up with a carp, pointing at Ji Yan and roaring, Ji Yan, you a guy who can't even eat in my house dares to beat up Lao Zi. Believe it or not, Lao Zi will beat you to death. He swung his fist violently at Ji Yan. Ji Yan's eyes darkened. Little Yi suddenly grabbed an umbrella and blocked in front of the two. Iki disliked the tip of the umbrella with one fist. Ah! He raised his eyes in dismay. And Yi, with a straight face, disliked him as he moved back. Back. The corner of Iki's mouth twitched. Don't mind your own business. Get up. Yan Lai, I don't. Surprised, Ji Yan stared at the little girl who was protecting herself. Although she was just up to his legs in height, she had a compelling aura, like a tiny hero, and looked resolutely at Iki. Don't you dare to make a move against us one try. Iki froze. The others in the room looked dumbfounded. They looked at each other and poofed. She didn't put her in her eyes at all and taunted. Yan Lai, do you want to look at your current height before you say such things to me? Do you think you have the power to fight? Yan Lai didn't hesitate. So what if I don't have it? As long as you touch me, I'll fall to the ground and cry. Iki? Crowd? Ji Yan? Did they hear wrong? How does this guy say the most wimpy things in the meanest tone of voice? She laughed in exasperation. Dare we say that this big star of ours is trying to blackmail someone? Justified. Right. I'll cry as soon as you touch me. When I cry, Gu Huai will come out. She scoffed. And Gu Huai is nothing. A lilting male voice came from the side. And what are you, then, that you dare to say my son is something he is not? Yan Lai was stunned and quickly looked to the source of the sound. Iki's body stiffened, like a wooden man slowly turning back to look behind him. Just beside a pristine white Maserati stood a man in a well-tailored suit. The man was about 1 meter 9, with short airy hair parted in 3s and 7s, and a pair of peach blossom eyes that had a few similarities to Gu Huai's curved with a smile. Strangely enough, he was clearly smiling, but his pupils were haunted by an unquenchable anger, and his tone was intriguing, bullying my future daughter-in-law and looking down on my son, right? Yan Lai was overjoyed and called out sweetly, Godfather. Iki was surprised. Godfather? The other boys blushed profusely and tugged at him. It's over, Chishi. This one is Mr. Gu. That's the same Mr. Gu who owns the big mall. Iki's breath hitched, like a blow to the head. Mr. Gu. Gu Rin reached out and gently patted him on the shoulder. He shook hard. Gu Rin looked at him in a particularly kind manner. What were you doing just now? Were you trying to beat up my goddaughter? Jishi's head shook like a rattledrum. No. Absolutely not. I was trying to hit my brother because my brother just knocked me down. Yan Lai grunted and added from the sidelines. No, Godfather. It was him who tried to hit me, but this brother protected me and beat him up. He was not convinced and wanted to fight back. Gu Rin suddenly realized. Then don't you still want to beat my goddaughter? Lying is not a good habit. She sucked in a mouthful of cool air and quickly conceded, bending down to his haunches. I'm sorry. I just got angry and impulsive in the heat of the moment. I shouldn't have quarreled with your goddaughter. Please forgive me. He turned his head again and looked at Yan Lai in panic. I'm sorry, little child star. I didn't mean to bully you. I was just confused for a moment. Please give me another chance. Please. The Gu family wasn't something their family could afford to offend. His dad is one of the Gu family's partners. He'll take a beating if he loses the Gu family's big client. EE was however surprised. Why did you recognize my godfather wrongly as soon as he came? Are you afraid of my godfather? She looked curiously at Gu Rin again. Godfather? Are you mean? Gu Rin's thin lips lifted up and smiled slightly. Of course I'm not mean. I'm gentle and speak well. Like where can I find such a good godfather as me? Gee, she nodded like garlic. Right. Mr. Gu is a very good person, and all of us want to learn from Mr. Gu, so it's because Mr. Gu is too nice, and we didn't want to make Mr. Gu sad that we apologized. Gu Rin faked a smile. Oh, so it's just me, my daughter is bad, and my son is bad. Gee, she blushed miserably. All good. Just me is not good. I'm the only one who's bad. A cold grunt spilled out of Gu Rin's nose. Then why don't you get lost? Icky hoofed it to the locomotive. Gu Rin frowned. Push. Immediately, like a grandson, Icky pushed the heavy locomotive away. Ji Yen stood stiffly and thanked Gu Rin. Thank you, Mr. Gu, for helping to clear the air. Gu Rin was indifferent. Ji Yen, if you're a man, take good care of yourself and stop being such a wimp, can you? Don't forget that your mother was pissed off by Ji Shi's mom. You can't let your mother die in peace, can you? Ji Yen's face changed slightly. A ghostly cold light slipped under his eyes, and he respectfully said, yes, I know. Gu Rin hated it. Go on. Ji Yen turned around and looked at Yen Lai. You helped me today. I'll thank you properly. I'll leave first. He drove off. Yen Lai watched his car go away in confusion and uncertainty. He wanted to give thanks. How can I thank you? Suddenly, she received a message. You received an out-of-state transfer of $66. 666. Where does it come from? At the same time, a simultaneous announcement was made on the hacker's website. K sent $9. 706 in red envelopes to Big White Rabbit. Instantly the whole service was abuzz. What? Why is my rabbit sister getting all bent out of shape again? Sister Rabbit is not online, but there is still the legend of Sister Rabbit in the jungle? Sister Rabbit was guarded by King, and now she is being transferred and remitted by K. Can anyone tell me why this amount of money transferred and remitted is this amount? Is it a symbol of something? I just converted it with Chinese and US dollars and realized that this amount converted to Chinese currency is 666 yuan. It's considered to be awesome meaning in Huaxia, and the amount is also very auspicious. It's definitely Brother K appreciating Sister Bunny. Is Sister Rabbit still missing thighs needing a pendant? I can. So envy Rabbit Sister MS. Rabbit is on the line. Share with us why K gave you money. I want to eat melon. Yen Lai also ahead of lunch meeting, puzzled to look at the cell phone inside the suddenly more than a foreign transfer. She WeChat received a message at the same time. HQA, Sister Rabbit, did you see that K transferred you more than $9,700, which converted to RMB is 666 yuan. Did you receive it? She was stunned. So that one was K for her? But the question is why? Why did K give her something? She had a head full of questions. Was there any connection between this and what Brother Ji Yen had told her? Chapter 245, Absolute Lai won't come back. I'll go get it. Li Yen was even more uncertain and sent a message asking, Little apprentice, I heard that K transferred $660 to you. Is there any private dealings between you and him? Isn't this guy the most withdrawn? How did he give you money? She sent a voice back. Neither does Li Yen. It's always not because you're cute, but you're really cute too. Yen Lai choked. Embarrassed. That's a lot of money. It's better to keep it well. Ji Yen drives home and looks at the hacker sites all discussing his relationship with Yen Lai. His mind unconsciously conjured up the look of Yen Lai. The little girl stood before him righteously, undaunted. It was the first person to help him since his mother died. He pondered for a moment, discreetly placing the frog umbrella that Yen Lai had given him inside the safe and gently closing the lid. On the other side, Gu Rin waved at Yen Lai. Goddaughter, hurry over. What are you gawking at outside? Yi came back to her senses, locked her cell phone and quickly followed him to the door. Just in time to meet Gu Wai's anxious expression. What have you been doing? She choked and was just about to speak when Gu Rin said easily, my goddaughter missed me and went to the door to greet me. Yen Lai looked at him in surprise. Gu Rin raised an eyebrow. Gu Wai would be angry if he knew she went out and minded her own business without permission. So he was considerate, right? Gu Wai didn't suspect anything and said in disgust, absence of intention. What are you doing thinking about him when you have nothing to do? He's annoying. Gu Rin, son, are you polite? Gu Wai rolled his eyes and led her upstairs. Follow me. Yen Lai followed him obediently to the side of Gu Huai's room. Gu Huai cleared his throat. a hint of redness flushing the tips of his ears, and twisted to cover her eyes. Move forward. Yi cautiously stepped into the room. The room was puffed with a very nice floral scent. The flavor is fresh and not pungent, and so soft that you want to inhale deeply. She was vaguely expectant. What is it? Gu Huai raised his lips. Take a guess. She couldn't hide her excitement. Is it a room for me? Gu Huai laughed lightly and slowly released his hand. Yan Lai quickly opened his eyes. What came into view was a set of extremely cozy and gentle milky purple rooms, as if falling into a dream. Her eyes widened in surprise. Wow! Princess-style French bed with leather all in an extremely gentle taro milky purple color. The rooms are also decorated with lace and tulle, which are popular with young girls, giving them a palace-like feel. Surprised, she ran inside the room and looked at the decorations sitting on the desk. So many little Baralala fairy transforming wands, and hand puppets and dolls, her favorite anime characters, as well as hand-me-downs, and all those beauty warriors she hadn't seen before, were all available in this room. The circular carpet painted with a 5-star on formation made her want to step on it twice. Reina Belle and Star Dew were sitting nicely on the couch. All the decor fits her aesthetic. How come it looks so good? She was surprised and delighted. Gu Huai, did you prepare all these? Gu Huai's color was light. His tone could not hide his pleasure. Besides me, who knows that you like milky purple? Yi was stunned and her eyes reddened without warning. Gu Huai froze and frowned nervously. What's going on? Why are you still crying? She sniffled and was greatly moved. I just think you're so good to me. This room is like a princess's room. Better than my own. Gu Huai choked and rubbed his nose and turned his head away. I just wanted you to feel that this room is even better than yours. That's why I prepared it. She was surprised. Why? The tips of the teenager's ears were vaguely red, and his voice was hushed. Because I was hoping you'd want to live here and not want to leave. Her eyes widened in surprise. Gu Huai gradually reddened, glaring at her. What are you looking at? Yan Lai froze, snorted a smile, and said sweetly, then if I follow you around every day, you mustn't be too annoyed with me? Gu Huai didn't look at her, his face so red that it could drip blood. The two of us have been together for so long. When have I ever hated you? Yan Lai froze, searching all the memories inside his head. Indeed not. So you don't have to think I'll hate you. Gu Huai said, we're meant to be together all the time. Best friends. Yan Lai's eyes instantly burst with radiance. Her heart tipped as if spring had blossomed, falling into this cloudy and steamy dream that Gu Huai had created for her. She was so happy that a smile unconsciously climbed up to the corners of her mouth. Yes, we're best friends for life, and when I grow up, I'm going to guard the best Gu Huai in the world. Gu Huai was surprised. Dirt dead. Just say these dirt words to make me happy. Yan Lai giggled and jumped onto the bed to roll around. So soft and cozy. This is the princess's room. Right. Gu Huai stood behind her, gazing at her tenderly. Suddenly, he felt a flash of sight coming from the side. Turning his head to look at the door, he saw Gu Rin holding her hands in her arms, looking at him with an ant's smile on her face. I'm still thinking, how did you spend this pocket money so hard lately? And I thought you were all playing the game, but I didn't expect you to sneak around and do a renovation here. He poked his head in and flirted. Ouch, a milky purple princess room. It's Yan Lai's favorite color. I'm so envious. Gu Huai. Yan Lai waved happily. Godfather, come in. Gu Rin froze and covered her mouth with her hand, pretending to be surprised. Can I? I don't seem to be qualified to step into the secret base of the two of you. If I come in, brother Gu Huai won't blame me, right? Yan came to mean. Ha? Gu Huai was speechless and pushed him back. Don't be shady, why are you here? Gu Rin couldn't hide the smile under her eyes, and instantly returned to normal. Why can't I be here? I want to watch how my son flirts with the girls, can't I? Gu Huai abruptly chilled his face. Any more nonsense and get out. Gu Rin, as if he couldn't hear, sighed. Hey, being young can be so good, loving without knowing it, being so green. Gu Huai blackened his face and slammed the door shut. If you can't talk, don't talk. Gu Rin laughed his head off. Oh, how old is this son? He's already booked himself a girlfriend. And shy. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Shinin with, Yan Lai in your house, right? Gu Rin's smile disappeared instantly and replied. No. Oh. Shinin with, don't pretend. Shinjingji said she's at your house now. Send her back to me. Gu Rin, no. My son spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to decorate my goddaughter's room. Just waiting for her to come and live in it. We will be extremely fast delivery of pro. Shinin with, not delivering is it? I'll fetch it back here. He put his cell phone straight down and gave his three sons a look. Depart. Chapter 246. What is the meaning of this? Have you forgotten that I'm your father? The Shin Xiuyan trio quickly walked out of the house, got into the car, and the group rushed towards the Gu family with a great deal of vigor. Fortunately, their two homes are relatively close to each other. Yan Lai was still oblivious, happily sitting on the sofa and eating fruit with Gu Huai. My room is really nice. I'll take a picture and send it to Wei Yang's mom later. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the doorbell rang. Gu Rin raised an eyebrow and glanced at the time. 10 minutes total to get here. 6. Still outside the situation. He looked up at the door and saw Shin Anha striding towards her with his long and slender legs, aggressively walking towards her. Yen came to be stunned. Shannon and uncle? She then staggered her eyes to Shannon and behind her. The three brothers, still in their school uniforms, had obviously not been home long before they came looking for her, equally murderous. Shen Xiuyan sank his face. Absence of coming. Don't play. Go home with us. She subconsciously shivered and cowered next to Gu Huai. When Shin Anha saw this movement of hers, his phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, surging with a black fog that could not be dispersed. Come here. He bit her lower lip and shook her head. Why are you guys here? I'm not welcome? Shin'an tilted their heads, exuding an aura around them that was difficult to defy, seemingly capable of subduing her at any time. Am I not your father? You're coming to stay at your dad's today, remember? She let out a small breath of cold air, a little frightened, but still muttered in her mind, abashedly, no it isn't. Shinzano put his hands in his pockets and said in a gangly manner, how come you want to go home after playing with your friends after school? Do you still need to be taught by your brother to do this kind of thing? Shin Jingji also agreed. His tone was still gentle. Aren't you a favorite to watch Balala Little Magic Fairy? Brother just opened a membership for you. You can go back and watch it now. Shen Xiuyan and Shannon with the doings, condescendingly looked at her. How come? Follow us. Gu Huai shot up. Why should I go with you guys? Yan Lai made an appointment with me to stay at my house today. The two of us made a bet and she lost, so she should stay at my place. Shen Xiuyan was not willing to show weakness. His voice line was deep and cold like ice. It's weird if you don't win a bet with a 4-year-old. You're just cheating. Gu Huai didn't deny it and looked at him fixedly. I won. I want her. It's as simple as that. Shen Xiuyan stepped forward. Gu Huai paced out and met him on all fours. The atmosphere suddenly became condensed. The Great War seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. Didn't dare to breathe a word, shrinking beside Gu Rin. Godfather. Shen Anha steeply clenched his fists, his dark eyes containing a destructive rage. Gu Rin calmed herself, circled her soothingly, and looked at Shin'an with, why do you have to have my goddaughter come back to live in your house? Isn't it the same to stay with me? Shin'an with not moved. Wei Yang business trip to be out for half a month. She cannot come back to take care of her during this period of time. Today it's my turn to take care of Yan Lai. I naturally take good care of it. No need for you to manage. Gu Rin nodded, dragging her voice. Oh I see. So you're not seriously concerned about your daughter, but because you're worried that Yan Wei Yang is angry. That's why you want to control your daughter, isn't it? If Yan Wei Yang doesn't like Yan Lai, you're not nice to Yan Lai either, right? Shen Anha abruptly sank his face. Yan Lai is my daughter. Can I treat her badly? Even if he really couldn't give her fatherly love, economic conditions, he would never condescend to her either. He subconsciously shivered and glared at him even more resistively. He was stabbed in the heart by the look and suppressed his anger. Why don't you come over here and don't wait for me to count to 3? Gu Rin's smile sank when he heard this. Shen Anha, don't pretend to be a father and daughter. Who doesn't know that you hate Yan Zishi? How can you still like her daughter? Aren't you doing this just to deliver with Yan Wei Yang? It's the same for me. Shen Anha's breath stuttered and looked at him decisively. I repeat, Yan Lai is Yan Lai, Yan Zishi is Yan Zishi. Even if Yan Lai was born from her mother's counting on me, Yan Lai is still my daughter, and I, Shen Anha, will not be irresponsible, and I am the one who will take this child. Unchained knew, he had nothing to hide. At first he did wrong, he admitted it and changed. It's that simple. So he needed time alone with Yan Lai to get to know each other well. Shin'an and his gaze gradually became sharp. Come here. Absent the intention. Grabbed the hem of Gu Rin's shirt. No go. He was stunned. Are you talking back? When these words came out, Shin Xiuyan and the others shivered reflexively. How dare you disobey your father? Any of them had to listen to Dad. Shinzano's disobedience and being thrown into the island to survive on his own is not just talk. Their father was really mean. Shin Jingji's eyes implied. Stop talking. Come with us. Yan Lai still shook his head. She was adamant. I don't want to. Uncle and I clearly hate me, but he's forcing me to go. I don't want to live in his house. Shin'an froze and laughed in anger. I can let it go if you come over now. Come to my side. Yan Lai still shook his head, but also softened his temper somewhat. Let's put it this way, Uncle Shin. Shivering, she took out her small cell phone and opened the chat box. I've earned a little bit of money recently from doing a variety show. I'll give you $10,000, so hurry up and go home. I'll stay at my godfather's place tonight. She transferred $10,000 over to him and held up her cell phone for him to see. That makes it okay, right? Shen Xiuyan? Shen Zano? Shin Jingji? Gu Huai? Gu Rin didn't tense up and was happy. Ha! Your daughter is bribing you, ha 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 ha. Shannon, with so much anger that he also wanted to laugh, took out his cell phone. Yanai received a transfer of $100. $000. She raised her head in surprise and met Shinanha's wolf-like gaze. I'll give you $100,000. Come home with me. Where does it come from? She took 2 steps backward in resistance. No, go. I don't want your money either. Shinnan pressed on step by step. Am I scary? Are you so afraid of me? The 3 sons nodded involuntarily. Gu Huai also looked grave. Gu Rin commented, birdseed. Shinnan and the veins at the corners of his forehead rippled as he stretched out his hand at Yi. Yan Lai cowered in the corner of the sofa in fear, thinking he was going to hit her. But the next moment, his hand gently covered her face. She was stunned. Shin Anha gently touched her face. The bottom of his eyes flashed with imperative light. Uncle Shin can assure you that I will never hit you. I just seem to be very bad-tempered only. You ask your brother which one was hit by me? Shin Zeno staggered. Dad, just your eyes alone are quite frightening. And you're throwing people off the island for survival at the drop of a hat, eh? Shinnan with look back at him. Shin Zeno quickly changed his words. Our dad is definitely a loving father. Yen Lai bit her lower lip, torn for a moment, but still shook her head. Uncle Shinnan with, I don't want you to be my father. Just be a good uncle and don't force me to go home, okay? Shin Anha's breathing stalled. The palm that stroked her abruptly became cold. You still don't want to go home, right? She nodded with utter certainty. Don't want to go home. Shinnan with, yes. He rose painfully. Then we'll stay here with you tonight. The 3 teens froze and nodded in unison. No problem. Where does it come from? No questions? She has a problem. Still a big problem. Chapter 247. What is the meaning of this? I have nothing against you. Gu Rin was also dumbfounded and said with a dull gaze, Shin Anha, the 2 of us have known each other for so many years. From kindergarten to college and back again. Every day we don't see each other with our heads down and our heads up. When did you ever want to come to live in my house? Shin Anha didn't say anything and only gave Shin Xiuyan a look. Shin Xiuyan went to the car and took out the toiletries they had already prepared long ago and came back. Shinnan with a relaxed tone. I can come and stay at your house now. He cocked his head at Yen Lai. Yen Lai, mind? Yen came to mind. Don't you guys want to go home? Shin Anha's face was expressionless, with a big feeling of fooling around with her. Since you don't want to go home, then we won't go home either. I'm willing to accompany you. After all, today is the first night you're coming to our home. There's no way I'm going to just let you live out of my home on your first day today. The plan has to go on as usual. Yen Lai was dumbfounded. What plan? Shinnan with picked up the phone. Come in. The doorbell rang again. The maid opened the door and a few people dressed in chef's clothes walked up to her nodding their heads. Ms. Yen Lai, please let us introduce ourselves. We are professional chefs of Hailualu Hot Pot. Saying that you like Hailualu, we will be on site to prepare the ingredients for you and invite you and your family to have dinner together. May I ask you to start cooking for you now? Where does it come from? She looked at Shinnan with a dull look. This is your plan? Shinnan did not deny it. Yes, it's up to you whether you eat it or not now. Yen Lai, not really. You have to invite someone to your home for fondue. Gu Wai finally couldn't bear it and said in a low voice. Today is the day that I have an intention with Yen Lai. I've already asked them to prepare the meal. I don't need them. Shinnan with the tone without waves. You first ready? Everything has to have a first come first served. Yen Lai come to live in my house has long been set 3 days ago. Ingredients and deposit I have paid in advance. If you really want to line up, it's me first. Gu Huai choked. Bit her lower lip, not really noticing that. For the sake of it, then let's eat together. She hadn't thought for a moment that they would catch up and have to live here. If she had known this, she wouldn't have made the bet with Gu Huai. Shinnan and Sure took their seats. Very well, you may begin. The chef nodded. The cooks at Gu Huai's house followed suit and got busy. Gu Rin stood aside like an outsider, but was still optimistic. That's fine. Eating the meal chosen by my son and then eating the meal ordered by my good brother is considered earning. Yen Lai blinked, but felt that it made some sense, and went along with the idea. Right, I'm both. It's kind of earned. Gu Huai sighed quietly when he saw her so happy. Forget it. It's good that she's happy. At the table, Shinnan didn't eat much. Yen Lai was particularly happy to eat. She had a Gu Huai on her left, a clingy Shin Jingji on her right, and opposite her were Shin Xiuyan and Shin Zeno. Pamper her. Shin Xiuyan pushed up his glasses and said rigorously, absence of coming, you're a small child. Try to drink as little juice as possible. Yen Lai. Shin Zeno was proud. Why don't you come and eat spicy food with me and compare who can eat spicy food with me? Yen Lai. Shin Jingji disliked. You're crazy. Compared with the child what to eat spicy. If she ate out of the disease injection when you coaxed her? Yen Lai. Gu Huai ignored them. I've prepared your favorite snow noodle bean paste for you. Come and try it. Yen Lai. She shrank back in her chair listlessly. They're so noisy. Yi beamed and lifted her eyes to look at Shinanwith. Shinanwith keep looking at her, for eyes met, and he still looked away in embarrassment. Yi suddenly became interested, looking at the clean bowl in front of him, curious. Uncle Shin, don't you eat? Shin Anha didn't expect her to care about herself. A hint of ghostly light swept across the bottom of his eyes. I don't have an appetite. Gu Rin said in a conspiratorial voice. Do you have no appetite, or are you unable to let go in front of your own daughter? Since you've decided to stay, you should let go a bit. Isn't it good for the few of us to live our lives? Shinan, with a vaguely greenish face, pressed his stomach. I'm not letting go. I just really don't have an appetite. After the wine and dinner, we all shuffled around and chatted for a while. Gu Huai came to the front of Yan Lai's room. Tonight, let me tell you a story. Though his face was expressionless, his eyes glittered with vague anticipation. He wanted to sleep with Yan Lai like he used to do in the orphanage, the two of them next to each other. He missed those times. Suddenly, Shinzano appeared behind him and grabbed him by the shoulders with a bad smile. Gu Huai, why are you sticking to my sister so much? What's it like for a boy your age to be with my sister? How about we play pillow fight together? Gu Huai broke away in disgust. Who wants to play pillow fight with you? It's dirt. Shinzano wrenched him over his shoulder and pushed him toward his room without saying a word. Let's go, let's go. Shinjingji Shinshioyan followed them, his afterglow skimming towards Shinanwith. Shinanen nodded in satisfaction. Yan Lai, still outside the situation, said good-naturedly, then Yi will sleep by herself. Good night. Gu Rin walked incomparably smoothly to her and said with a smile, wait a minute, daughter. I haven't had a daughter yet. I don't know what it's like to tell a bedtime story to a child. You should like listening to bedtime stories at your age. Why don't you just let me tell you one? Yan Lai surprised, but did not refuse. Yes, she does have a habit of listening to stories before bed, but she had lived with Yan Fengxing for so many days that she had boarded over the habit. It would be best if there were. Gu Rin was overjoyed, rubbing his hands together to head for her room. Then hurry up, I'll tell you about the daughter of the sea. Intentions turned and entered the room. Gu Rin followed close behind. Suddenly, Shinanen yanked Gu Rin toward the door, closing and locking it in the process. Gu Rin, who was suddenly pulled to the door, how he was yanked out. Yi was blissfully unaware of this and turned around, a smile just piling up on the corners of his mouth and collapsing directly the moment he saw Shinanwith. Uncle and how come it's you? Shinanen stood behind her, wearing a black shirt model men's silk sleeper, short hair washed and blow-dried, fluffy and with a hint of spontaneity, a far cry from the usual meticulous image, only he still had a cold color in his eyes. What? I'm not welcome? She shook her head with a complicated look. Welcome and not welcome, because I thought you didn't like Yi? Shinanwith a startled, the heart vaguely some seized pain, suppressing the unpleasantness, squatting in front of her, absence of intention. I used to be a little prejudiced against you, but you have to listen to understand. I'm not against you. She didn't believe me. No, you're just taking it personally because I'm the only one who can hear what you're saying and you're saying it to me. So how can you say you're not taking it personally? Chapter 248, it's over. I've made my father angry. Shinanwith a choke. Somehow, thin sweat vaguely seeped out of his face. Yes, I did target you, but there was a reason. He looked at her frankly. You're a child. You don't understand yet. You need to know that it's best to have two lovers for something like having a child. Yan Lai was stunned. A hint of anger climbed between Shinan and his brows. Your birth mother doesn't like me, and I likewise don't like her. And the only reason you exist is because your mother pretended to be way young to be with me. He closed his eyes, a little pained, as if that day was an indescribable memory. That day I drank too much. She came to me, dressed in Wei Yan's clothes, with makeup almost exactly like hers, and she took the initiative to ask for the lights to be turned off. So I really thought that she was Wei Yang, but when I woke up the next morning, and saw that it was her who was Yan Zixi, I felt that the sky was going to fall. Shinan with a green face asked her, if one day, I betrayed your ungrateful mother and had a new child with another woman, would you forgive me? Yan Lai was stunned and shook his head helplessly. Shinanwith pressed his stomach and said with difficulty, I have no way to forgive myself either. Beads of sweat slid down his jawline. I know your mother cares about Yan Zishi, but Yan Zishi she caused me to be unfaithful to my marriage. Even though she did it as a gamble, she did it because of her family. And what did I do? Shinan and the bottom of his eyes climbed up a trace of unwillingness, lifted his eyes to look at her. I know. Your mother also has your mother's not easy to get into today's situation. The relationship between the two of us now is very complicated. I do not expect you to understand. I'm also in the process of regulating my feelings for you. I shouldn't be in the beginning of the attitude towards you that way. No matter what happens to your mother, you are innocent. I'm sorry. Yan Lai was stunned. Shinan and his face gradually became pale, and he spat out words with difficulty. I don't expect that you can forgive me in the first place, because my feelings right now are also very complicated, but I will be your father. His tone was firm, since you are my daughter, no matter what you are my daughter, I will never treat you badly. But I can swear that if you're mine and Wei Young's child, I'll love you with all my life, and I'll be the man who loves you the most in this world. After a pause, a trace of regret climbed between Shinan and his brows. But now we can take it slow. You don't reject me, okay? Yan Lai had mixed feelings as she watched the beads of sweat falling down his face. She always knew what she was a part of. Never knew. She sincerely held his hand. Uncle Shun, I know that the relationship between me and you is awkward. I also know what kind of aggression my mother suffered. I don't blame you, and there is no need for you to go and do anything for me for the sake of Wei Young's mother. Yi is able to take care of herself, and I can help you to speak in front of Wei Young's mother, and the two of us can get by with it on the surface. Shinan with a startled, shocked voice, but I don't want to get by. I want to be your father. Don't you understand? After saying that, his expression suddenly became agonized and he slowly knelt down covering his stomach. Well, Yi was in shock. What's wrong with you? Shinan with small gasps of air, her bangs pressed against her moistened forehead. I'm fine, leave me alone and go to bed. She didn't listen, and asked handily, is it because you're angry because Yi spoke badly just now? Shinan with denied, no, you leave me alone. Yan Lai became more and more worried. How could I not care about you? Shinan with a big breath, finally a little unable to hold it, bent down and collapsed on the carpet. Yan Lai completely panicked and quickly ran out of the room to cry. Gu Huai, brother, godfather, my dad made me angry. Several rooms poked their heads out quickly, like little carrots plucked out one by one, and neatly said, ha, she was in tears without realizing it. Papa Shin collapsed while talking to me. He told me that the two of us had a complicated relationship, and then I didn't call him dad. I didn't want him to be my dad either. Then he collapsed, and now he's on the floor smoking. What if my dad died of anger? How am I going to explain this to my mom? Gu Rin was the first to calmly rush into her room. Shinan with, what's wrong? Shinan couldn't even speak with the words, and only after a long time did he squeeze out a sentence. I have a terrible stomach ache, and I'm still nauseous. Shin Xiuyan decisively took out his cell phone. I'll call 120. Dad, you hold on a little longer. Shin Zeno also panicked a bit. Dad, you mustn't have any missteps. We are still young and have no way to inherit your company. If anything happens to you, the other shareholders will be hungry for you. I just want to live a smooth life. I don't want to be the revenge hero. Shinan with, shut up you. Shin Jingji was so anxious that he stomped his feet. Yan Lai was terrified and stood in the doorway shivering. She pointed at herself helplessly. Is it my fault? Did I say something wrong that made Uncle uncomfortable? Gu Huai's heart ached, and as he held her in his arms to smooth her breath, it's not you. We'll take him to the hospital now to investigate properly. It's definitely not you. Don't worry. Gu Renga to pacify, that is Yan Lai. Your father what big storms have not seen. Yu Wei Yang mother was almost chased by me in the first place. He did not gas to heart attack? Shenan and, he's still sick. You have to be so mad at him, don't you? Shin Jingji hurriedly pacified Yan Lai. Don't be afraid. Dad just has a stomach ache. Maybe he ate something wrong. If anything, if he was really pissed off by you, he would most likely be in a coma right now. Dizziness, and his heart isn't feeling well. Right now he just has a stomach ache. Shinan with clenched teeth. Thank you for your science, son. I am doubly warned. Yan Lai was gradually comforted over and walked over to Shin Anha to assure him. Uncle Shun, I promise you, both of us need time to slowly sort out our relationship, but you can't die. If you die, your time will have to be fixed here. You won't have a future anymore. Shinan and the corners of his mouth twitched. A belly of fire, no place to vent. Don't worry about it. He looked up with difficulty and patted her head. I'll hold out until the day we both figure it out. Yan Lai choked and nodded. I can wait until you're 99 to forgive you. Shinan and, he fell to the ground with a thud. Shin Jingji, it's over. My dad fainted. Shin Zeno affirmed. This time he's definitely pissed off. I bet a Häagen-Dazs. Shin Xiuyan raised his hand and slapped him on the back of the head. Your father is in a coma and you're still betting on Häagen-Dazs. Shin Zeno covered the back of his head. Brother, can you not always hit the back of my head? What if you're hitting me stupid? Shin Xiuyan couldn't bear it. You're stupid now. Shinan and his ears buzzed, and he couldn't rest even with his eyes closed. Don't you guys argue around me. Everyone looked at each other and hurriedly shut their mouths and said no more. Yan Lai stood by his side and softly said, Uncle, if anything happens to you, I'll be responsible. I'll take care of you. Gu Rin was struck by a thought. Then what if your uncle dies? Won't your mother Wei Yan be lonely? Yan Lai's tearful eyes were hazy. Then Uncle Shin, I'll find another father for Mother Wei Yang, and I'll definitely go through a heavy screening process and choose a father who is the best looking and the best and most sincere to my mother. Don't worry, Shenan and, he reached out a trembling hand to cover her mouth, seemingly coaxing. Shut up, absent coming. Gu Rin bloated. Remember Shin Anha, There are still hordes of people lining up to marry your wife when you die. Shenan and Shin Xiaoyan looked out the window and said cheerfully, "The ambulance is here." Shenan with difficulty got up from the ground. "Hurry up. He's afraid he'll die here in a minute." Chapter 249. Don't you want to see how Yan Lai takes care of Shinanha? Gu Rin assisted Shinan with and pretended to be touched. "Good brother. No matter what the results of the examination will be later, I will stand by your side, and I won't mind you even if you have a urine bag hanging on you." Shinan with one hand pushed him away and gritted his teeth to go downstairs himself. Just in time, the staff came up with a stretcher. "Come lie down, lie down." Yan Lai followed him step by step, holding on to the corner of his coat. Shinan with noticed this detail and reached out to try to hold hers, but the next moment, Shinjinji wrapped Yan Lai in his arms and directly missed his hand. "It's okay sis, it'll be fine." Shenan and "No, he's up to something. Something big." Getting into the ambulance, the doctor said, "Only one family member can follow." "Who's coming up?" Gu Rin just wanted to get up. Yan Lai walked over to him righteously. I'll come. I want to come." She climbed into the ambulance and sat beside Shinan with, guarding him obsessively. Shinan looked at her, already a little uncertain. "Are you waiting for me to die and then find a new husband for your undying mother?" Yi was stunned and shook her head earnestly. "No, Mama Wei Yan likes you. If you can stay alive, you can stay alive." Shinan with, "I thank you." The paramedics were amused. "That's your daughter, isn't it?" Shinanha didn't deny it and nodded. Yan Lai looked anxiously at the accompanying doctor. "Doctor, is my father serious? Will he die?" The doctor looked at him. "What are you feeling now? And when did the abdominal pain start?" Shinan lay weakly, spitting out words still clear. "At first it was just a stomachache. After that it suddenly felt nauseous, and now it's just a pain in the right lower abdomen. It hurts a lot." The doctor drifted off. Then the initial diagnosis could be appendicitis. Just do a diagnostic later. Yan Lai was surprised. "Is appendicitis serious?" The doctor nodded. "If you had come in late, it could have been life-threatening, but you guys called 120 just in time. So don't worry little friend, it shouldn't be anything more than that." Yan Lai breathed a sigh of relief and tightly guarded Shinanha's side. "Divine negligence. Yi won't fight with you in the future, and after this evening passes, Yi will go home with you and take good care of you." Shinan looked at her fixedly. The girl's clean eyes seemed to be filled with stars. It was a pair of eyes that also bore some resemblance to his. It seemed like a spring breeze was blowing through his heart, and flowers were blooming on the mountains. "Is this what it's like to have a daughter?" Shinan looked at her dumbfounded. Yan Lai worriedly clutched his hand. Guilt was hard to hide. As expected, after arriving at the hospital, he was diagnosed with acute appendicitis. Because it was just the right time, it went straight to the operating table for a minimally invasive procedure, and a few days in the hospital was no big deal. Gu Rin is like a loudspeaker, filming Shinan with the sick horse on her wrist to send a friend circle. "Good brother, I'm always here for you." So everyone knew. Yan Weiyang is worried in video calls with Shinanha. "I'm sorry Anha, I'm too busy with work to go back to be with you. You must take good care of yourself. Remember to tell me if anything happens." Shinan with already feel much better. "Don't worry, it's just a minimally invasive. Opened a small wound. Not a big deal. You don't have to think about me. Just work well." Yan Lai walked into the room with hot water and hurriedly came in front of the camera. "Mom, I'll take care of an uncle. Don't worry." Yan Weiyang's expression quickly became soft when she saw her. Gu, my little cotton jacket is already functioning. This time it's hard for you to accompany the annoying Shinan and uncle. Mom will bring you a good gift when she goes back." "Okay, do you want to eat chocolate?" She nodded. "Want." Yan Weiyang smiled. "Okay, I'll buy you all kinds of chocolates. You take them back and share them with your fellow classmates. I have to go to work, so I'll hang up first." Shinanha looked at Yi with considerable relief. "What have you been doing?" She handed him a cup. "Pouring water for you. You need to drink more water and replenish your body." Shinanha's eyes twinkled as he looked at her with such a serious and gentle demeanor, and he hooked the corner of his mouth. "Thanks, but aren't you going to school today?" Yan Lai nodded. "Take a vacation. After all, I'm the eldest class. It's okay for me to take a vacation. Brother and Gu Huai can't take a vacation to take care of you. Plus Uncle Gu Rin is also very busy at work, so I'll take care of you. Don't worry uncle, I can take care of people." Shinan with a trace of consternation climbing on her cool face, suddenly snorted a laugh. Yan Lai was puzzled. "What are you laughing at?" Shinanha made a fist with her hand and covered her lips to hide her smile. "Your brother and the others are all very afraid of me. For the first time someone is taking care of me like this, so this is what it feels like to have a daughter." He looked at her from the bottom of his heart. "Thank you." Yan Lai choked and embarrassedly brushed her head away. Go make you food. Wait for me." Shinan were stunned and opened their mouths to say something. Yanai just panicked and ran. He watched her back, a tenderness in his smile that he didn't know was there, and drained the warm water in one gulp. Yan Lai scrambled through the hallway and brushed past a woman. The woman was wearing a very soft perfume that smelled so good she couldn't help but look back. The woman was seen wearing a pure white short skirt suit. Her inked hair lazily clipped with hairpins, delicate and intellectual. Her hand was still carrying a thermos box as she walked toward the front. Seems like a pretty sister? She didn't pause any longer, carrying her lunchbox and preparing to make a nutritious meal of instant noodles for Shinon with. Put in a ham hock and an egg. Hey, it definitely replenishes the body. Meanwhile, Yen Wugui clicked on the Yen family's video conference. One after another, the Yankee family enters the video. Yen Fengsheng was the most speechless. Yen Wugu, not everyone is a hobo like you. We still have jobs, okay? What the hell do you want? Yen Wugui smiled. Didn't I hear that Shinon was hospitalized with appendicitis? It just so happens that I invented an exceptionally small microdrone. Don't you guys want to know what kind of state he is in privately with Yen Lai? As soon as they heard this, the Yen family's eyebrows rose in interest. Yen Wugui knew them and maneuvered the drone into the hospital room. Come and see. When the drone squeezed through the small cracks in the hospital room, Yen Wugui stared at the screen with gusto, and suddenly saw a woman in a pure white suit sitting next to the hospital bed in a graceful manner, taking out a thermos box. Mr. Shin, this is the chicken soup that I boiled myself with my own hands, and I would like to replenish your body. Yen Lingyun? Yen Fengsheng? Yen Wugui's smile suddenly disappeared. Damn, Shin Anyu, this dog even betrayed my sister? Yen Lingyun, calm down. Don't move. Wait for a reaction. As expected, Shinon with repulsion wrinkled his eyebrows. Thank you. You can go back. After you go back, you give me the money for the ingredients of this chicken soup. I will combine it with the handmade fee and let the finance give it to you. The woman froze and snapped. Mr. Shun, look at you being so outgoing. This is just a favor. No need for you to give money. Yen Wugu couldn't bear it. I'll go and drink his chicken soup now. Yen Fengsheng, wait a minute. Look who's here. Yen Wugui fixed his eyes and saw Yen Lai enter the camera, carrying the same type of thermos box in his hand. The woman turned back toward her. Her smile suddenly froze on her face, with the look of Uncle Shun Anyu betraying Wei Yang's mother. Sister Yu who? The woman was stunned and stood up. Little Ee, I am an employee of your father's company. I specially came over to bring chicken soup for him to nourish his body. I heard that your mom doesn't have time to take care of him, so that's why I came to help. She smiled warmly. It's not good to have no one to take care of a successful person like Mr. Shun. Your mom cares too much about work too. Chicken soup? Yen Lai's alarm bells went off and she walked over to the hospital bed and retorted. Who says my mom doesn't have time? This is the chicken soup my mom brought back from France. This chicken soup due private jet back. Yen Wugue? Yen Lingyun wasn't sure. I thought airplanes didn't allow water? Yen Fengsheng narrowed his eyes inscrutably, tuned the camera to the Yen Lai lunchbox. Yen Wugue carefully maneuvered and aimed the camera at Yi's lunchbox. Intentional, apparently a bit sneaky, covered the lunchbox with her body and opened the insulated lunchbox. It was hot and steamy in no time, and an aroma hit my nose. She cut in. You sniff. How nice it smells. But what was reflected in these people's eyes was a bowl of instant noodles that haven't soaked yet, put in a ham hock, and a brined egg. Yen Wugue? Yen Lingyun? Yen Fengsheng, 6. The corner of the woman's mouth twitched, and she asked tentatively and uncertainly, why does the chicken soup your mom made smell like Master Khan's braised beef noodles? Yen Lai's breath stuttered, and he said in a bored manner, this is my mom's specialty, Kang Fu braised beef noodle flavored chicken soup. You can't make it, can you? Woman, Shenan and Yen Lingyun, Yen Wu. Yen Fengsheng puffed out an unkind low laugh. This niece of his is a real life treasure. Chapter 250, all of them like to be in the wrong place. It's so annoying. The woman's expression gradually became meaningful, as if she had seen through the disguise of Yan's intention. That's right. She looked at Shin Anha with a smile on her face. Her brows and eyes were fawning. Then Mr. Shin, do you want to drink this chicken soup flavored with braised beef noodles? Or do you want the chicken soup that I've been making for you for hours? Shin Anha looked at her expressionlessly and didn't say anything. He just picked up the absent-minded thermos and spooned off a ladleful of soup. Then, with a momentary stiffening of his expression, he leaned closer to Yen Lai and whispered, is it uncooked? Yen Lai muttered in a small voice, yes, didn't soak, and the seasoning packet hasn't even been stirred yet. Shenan and, he stiffened and lifted the corners of his mouth. Your mom's soup is just delicious. Woman, alright, this is a rejection for her. The opponent is still a Kangshir red-hot beef noodle. She got up with a dark face. Since mistress made it so delicious, then you can eat mistresses. If you don't like mine, it's okay to throw it away. I'll go first. I won't bother you all. The woman left at a quick pace. Shin Anha eyed her as she walked away, her brows gradually furrowing. Hard to drink. It's awful. He looked at Yen Lai with a complicated expression. You're quite quick to react. EE was non-committal. That's for sure. I'm very smart, she warned. And this sister looks like she wants to bully Mama Wei Yang. And so what if Mama Wei Yang can't see you? You have me to take care of you. It's not like a girl can only have her husband and children in her life. Shannon froze. Who told you that? Wei Yang mom. Yan Lai was decisive. Her voice soft. Wei Yang mom said that being strong myself is the only way to get everything I want for myself. I can't grasp what others give me. Shannon was surprised and a little bit cried and laughed. She does know how to educate her children. But, his tone became intriguing. But you take care of me and that's what you feed me? What's this called? EE was surprised. You don't even know this. This is the best instant noodles. Master Kong's, $2.50 a pack. I used to eat only $1 a pack. Shannon was choked and looked at the instant noodles inside the boxed lunch. I haven't eaten it. Yan Lai was even more stunned. Reached out and touched his head. Sympathizing. Instant noodles have never been eaten. Uncle, you've had a hard time. Shannon with. Yen Wu Gue laughed behind the screen. Ha 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 ha, my niece can be too good. Laughed me to death. Shannon, which is not having a hard time. That's having too good a time, ha 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 ha. Yen Lingyun also smiled and said, this child Yen Lai has always been very responsive, and has helped us solve quite a few troubles. Yen Fengsheng hooked the corner of his mouth. I won't deny that. Yen Wugue slapped his thigh. Speaking of which, this child hasn't been paid for taking care of Shananha. I'll go buy her a doll. Yen Lingyun wrinkled his brows. But didn't you go to take care of Shananha? You're leaving now? Yen Wugu snorted. I came here to see how Shannon end. Not dead on the line, ah. Besides, this little baby's so hard. I came empty-handed, how rude. Yen Lingyun thought it made sense. Then you go. We'll visit him together later. And I'll also call Yen Lixing and Gu Rin. Yen Lixing received a message from Yen Lingyun. In the afternoon we will make time to visit Shananha. Remember to prepare a gift. And the gift of Yen Lai. She is taking care of Shananha. As an uncle, no matter how much you don't like it, you have to show your sincerity. Remember. Yen Lixing endured the pain and sat on the toilet. Snorted. One by one. Just like being brainwashed by Yen Lai. A niece is not enough for them to treasure. With that said, he stood up from the toilet with pain and suddenly realized that the toilet was filled with a large amount of blood. Yen Lixing stared in dismay. It's amazing how he went to the bathroom and got the feeling of a murder scene. His hemorrhoids seemed to be getting worse again. Yen Lixing repeatedly wiped it many times, and the blood continued to flow. What can we do about this? He looked at his light-colored jeans, hesitated, and picked up his cell phone to call. Xian Duo. Don't you women use that thing every time you get your period? Bring me one. It wasn't long before Chandler walked into his office with a tampon. Yen Knight stepped out of the restroom with a stiff posture. Xian Duo's expression instantly became meaningful, teasing and testing. Boss, where's your girlfriend? Yen Lixing? He stood stiffly in the doorway of the bathroom, one hand over his ass. In the toilet. Xian Duo froze and laughed. Boss, you say you're so old. It's not easy to talk about a girlfriend. Why are you still hiding it? Yen Lixing was embarrassed. I'm not sure about this yet. He snatched up the tampon and turned to go into the restroom when it suddenly occurred to him. How do I use this thing? Chandler froze for a moment. She won't? Yen Lixing choked, unable to ask. Chagrined, you tell my driver to wait for me downstairs. I'll be down soon. Chandra nodded, watching him walk a little strangely, like a crab, grinding slowly to the toilet. This posture doesn't look like the boss's wife is having her period, rather like the boss is on her period. Xian Duo suddenly enlightened, took out his cell phone and entered the company gossip group, *********. You guys definitely don't know what I just found out. The reason why the boss didn't find a girlfriend for so many years was found. The boss is definitely a sufferer. The company gossip group instantly exploded. Pass it on. Their boss is a sufferer. Yen Lixing came out from inside the toilet with great difficulty, and when he went downstairs with a black face, the employees saw him and whispered. The female employees, in particular, had a hard to conceal excitement between their eyebrows. He was looked at weakly. It couldn't be that his hemorrhoids are getting in the way, could it? He got into the car and wrinkled his nose. Go to the best tertiary hospital in the city. They usually went to the best private hospitals in Lansao City when they visited the doctor. Shinan and must be in that private hospital. He would have to avoid Shinan with. After all, if people knew that his hallowed Yen Lixing Yen general manager, because of hemorrhoids to see the anorectal department, where to put his face. Yen Lixing sneaks into the hospital. Yen Lai, who was downstairs buying tabletop grilled sausages, happened to see him. Fourth uncle? She followed quickly with her short legs, wanting to call out to someone, but people were crowding her, so she could only tiptoe behind him to the anorectal department. Yen Lixing cowered in the corner with a stony look on his face. Little Ee likewise hid in another corner to watch him. She wanted to say hello, but she didn't quite dare. It felt as if my uncle was terminally ill. The female voice of the system broadcasts. Please Yan Knight to clinic room 3003. Yan Lixing quickly entered the consultation room, intentionally following close behind. She stood in the doorway and listened. In a moment, though, there was the sound of his screams. Chapter 251, Behave Yourself, help me keep the secret. The benefits will be great. Yan Lai was so scared that he didn't even eat his sausage, and listened in shock at the door. How hard this has to be. She tremblingly picked up her cell phone and wanted to take a picture to send to Yan Wei Yang. Suddenly, the door to the treatment room opened. Yan Lixing walked out with a gray head and was shocked to see her. Yan Lai was caught off guard. The two looked at each other in shock. Yan Lixing quickly grabbed her and ran to the corner to interrogate. Why are you here this? You followed me? Yi froze and shook her head decisively. No, it's just that I saw you outside. So I came over because Shinan and Uncle are also in here for surgery. Yan Lixing was stunned. Shinan and are also here. Shouldn't you guys go to a private hospital? She didn't understand. We called an ambulance last night, and the ambulance pulled us wherever we came from, and it's the best hospital in Lancaster. Yan Lixing closed his eyes in chagrin. How not to want something in favor of something? Meantime, he didn't look too good and tried to say, Fourth uncle, I just heard you screaming particularly badly. Are you not feeling well? Let me help you tell Mother Wei Yang. Yan Lixing instantly tightened his expression. Who said I'm not feeling well? I'm just dash. He got a little stuck and suddenly cut in. This is what I'm here for. Grooming. Where does it come from? Beauty? She looked up at the section. Do you cosmetize an anal? Yan Lixing nodded fervently. Right. I'm here to carve the intestines. I wanted to be stylish. Yan Lai was dumbfounded. Uncle, are you even fashionable to this extent? Even in the intestines you want to carve flowers? Yan Lixing shrugged his shoulders, pretending to be helpless. You also know that I am opening an entertainment company. I am so fashionable. So you hurry up and go. Do not delay me to intestines carved flowers, okay? Yi was obedient. Okay, I know. She turned to leave and picked up her cell phone to send a voice to Yan Wei Yang. Mom, I just saw Uncle Yan Lixing at the hospital. He's carving his intestines in the anal and intestinal department. Uncle is so awesome. Yan Lixing. He yanked her to her feet and grabbed his phone, fumbling to withdraw the voice message. Who told you to send it? Yi didn't know why. It's nothing. I'm just sharing. Isn't it a good thing? Her black and white eyes blinked. Couldn't this be something that we could let Mama Undine know about? Yan Lixing was speechless. It felt like it wasn't on the same channel as her. His sight was wrong and he saw Gu Rin. Gu Rin was holding flowers in his hand and was about to go up the stairs, obviously going to visit Shinan with. He was surprised. Gu Rin? Yan Lai stared back at the sound and was pleasantly surprised. Godfather. Yan Lixing's breath hitched and he tugged her to hide in the safe passage. Gu Rin seemed to have heard Yan Lai's voice and looked over this way in confusion. Is it an illusion? His sword brows furrowed as he searched the crowd. Yan Lai blinked at a loss for words as she stood in the darkened security tunnel with Yan Lixing covering her mouth. Suddenly, Gu Rin's phone call came. Yan Lixing was as nervous as if he was a thief. You pick it up now. Then you tell him that I took you to play Naughty Castle. Hurry up. Yan Lai was unsure, but did as he was told and picked up the phone. Gu Rin's father. Gu Rin's vibrant voice rang out. Goddaughter, where are you? Why did I feel like you called out to me just now? She hesitated and said slowly, I'm, right now, playing Naughty Castle with my fourth uncle. Yan Lixing grabbed her cell phone. Right. I'll take her back later. Don't worry about it. After he finished speaking he hung up the phone handily without waiting for Gu Rin to say anything else. Yan Lai still didn't understand and asked in a soft voice, Uncle, are you taking something into consideration? Why do you want me to lie? Yan Lixing broke out in a cold sweat and looked at her hesitantly. Looks like he can't hide. He sighed. Actually, within our family, if you carve flowers for your intestines you are removed from the family, which means that even though I enjoy this hobby, if my family knew about it, they would punish me. Little Yi was struck by lightning. Is it that serious? Yan Lixing nodded sadly. So you're willing to help me keep my secret? As long as you promise me not to tell anyone, I can treat you to everything you want to eat. Yan Lai was pleasantly surprised. Really? Then I want ice cream. Usually, Unchained's mom only gave her a small box, and she had to be on her best behavior to get it, because Mayan's mom says she's too young to eat too much ice cream and will get diarrhea. Even Gu Wai limits her need for ice cream. She cautiously tried. Can Yi eat until she's full? Yan Lixing agreed readily. As long as you can keep it a secret and help me take care of your other uncles so they don't find out about me, you can have as much as you want. Her eyes were glowing. That's great. Yan Lixing saw her so happy. A hint of a smile he hadn't yet noticed climbed to the corners of his mouth. I'll take you to buy 5 boxes of ice cream to appetize your stomach first. You stay with me for the checkup and don't wander off, okay? She didn't hesitate. Yes, Yan Lixing was relieved and decisively asked the driver to buy 5 boxes of the smallest box of ice cream to send up, equivalent to a box of 1 ball. Yan Lai carries a small bag and eats after him. She seemed to have been hungry for days, and in no time the 5 boxes were gone, and she was still smashing her mouth with intent. Yan Lixing had already finished the admission procedures and booked a single room. Still eating? Her stomach was a little upset, but the thought of ice cream until she was full made her nod decisively. Eat. She's going to eat enough. Yan Lixing snapped his fingers particularly painfully. No problem. I'll give you 5 more boxes. The nurse came in to check on her room and saw little Izzy sitting on the couch wiggling her feet and eating ice cream. She cocked her head. Are you the one who's absent to come? Lifted her eyes and nodded. Yeah. The nurse was overjoyed. It's really you. In a moment we'll both take a picture. Will you sign it for me? She readily agreed. Yes. The nurse arched her eyebrow, suddenly noticing the 4 empty ice cream cartons placed squarely next to her. Her smile faltered slightly. Are these the ones you ate? Yan Lai pressed her somewhat less comfortable stomach and swallowed the last bite of ice cream. Yes, my 4th uncle bought it for me, and I've eaten 10 boxes of it. Nurse, 10 boxes? She squatted in front of Yan Lai and grabbed her by the shoulders absurdly. Are you sure you ate 10 boxes? How can you eat 10 boxes of ice cream as a little kid? Do you know you'll hurt your body like that? She shook her head. No, it won't. Is usually fine with a box, and I don't feel anything right now. Chapter 252, Yan Lai's sudden abdominal pain. Yan Lixing cannot do anything. The nurse was shocked, and when she saw Yan Lixing come out of the restroom, the reprimand split on him. Parent, how can you give a 4-year-old child so many boxes of ice cream? What if she gets acute gastroenteritis? Yan Lixing stood in the doorway, only feeling puzzled, which is not so serious. I also eat so much ice cream. Besides that are the smallest box. Not much. The nurse was beyond ridiculous. Do you know how fragile a child's stomach is? It's easy for her to get sick even from the wind. And you're giving her 10 boxes of ice cream? What if she gets sick later? Do you know how unloving it is for a child to get sick? Yan Lixing was furious. No way. Which is so delicate. Hurriedly touched the nurse sister's hand soothingly. Sister, don't be angry. It's me who wants to eat. I'm fine. Before the words were out of her mouth, a sharp pain came from her abdomen. She suddenly covered her stomach, her body arching into a shrimp shape as she cringed in pain. The nurse giggled inwardly. What's wrong with you? Not feeling well? A little overwhelmed. She clutched the nurse's hand. My stomach hurts so much. I want to throw up. With that, she pushed the nurse out of the way and rushed to the bathroom, throwing up all the ice cream she had just eaten. The moment he finished spitting, Yan Lai suddenly felt the sky spinning and collapsed to the ground with a crash. The coldness of the floor made her shiver, but her stomach felt like it had been hardened by an electric drill, and she rolled on the ground in pain. It hurts. It hurts. Yan Lixing was terrified, had never seen such a situation, squatted in front of her and panicked. Yan Lai, where do you hurt? She was in so much pain that she wanted to cry, and without realizing it, she was also in tears. My stomach. It hurts. It hurts. The nurse looked at Yan Lixing in exasperation. You see, I told you the child can't eat so much cold. How can you be a parent? Yan Lixing's face was vaguely white, and without saying a word, he carried Yan Lai across his arms, not caring about his buttocks, and ran to the corridor in big strides. Doctor! Doctor! The duty room doctor looked at him baffled. He ran to her eagerly. My niece, she suddenly has a stomach ache. Should I call the pediatrician now? Something's not going to happen to her. The doctor was calm. Did you eat anything? Yan Lixing bit his lower lip, somewhat unable to speak. She ate 10 boxes of ice cream. The doctor's calm expression cracked instantly. 10 cartons of ice cream for a kid that age? Yan Lixing felt guilty. I usually like it too. I thought it was okay with her. Doctor, are you nuts? How old are you and how old is she? Can you two be the same? Yan Lixing was so yelled at that he didn't dare to breathe a single breath. Then what should I do now? The doctor thought for a moment and said, you go to the emergency room now. See if she has intestinal cramps or acute gastroenteritis. Do what you can, and try to get the child around someone who will take care of her. Don't take care of her blindly yourself. Yan Lixing hurriedly rushed towards the emergency hall with Yan Lai in his arms. Yan Lai weakly nestled in his arms, so painful that he didn't even have the strength to speak. Uncle, save me. Yan Lixing calmly pressed the elevator and smoothed her back. Don't worry. Don't worry. Uncle saved you. It's Uncle's fault. I don't know that children can't eat too much ice cream. I don't know this common sense. I'm sorry, it's me who caused you harm. Yan Lai opened his eyes and looked at the cold sweat seeping from the tip of his nose, and with difficulty raised his hand to wipe the tip of his nose. Yan Lixing frowned at her. She had tears in her eyes. I'm sorry, Uncle, for delaying you from carving your intestines. Yan Lixing? The corner of his mouth twitched, and he said awkwardly, let's not talk about that. What's important is that you can't be okay. If you're not okay, Everyone around us won't let me off the hook. EE leaned on his shoulder. Milky voice. Actually, it's EE is not good. I know that my mom does not give me ice cream. She said that if I eat too much ice cream, I will go into the hospital to get a needle. It's me who does not believe. Yan Lixing's heart tightened and he gritted his teeth to pacify her. I'm not good. It all boils down to my own lack of common sense. I don't know how to take care of a child. You're a little kid. You don't understand any of this at all. It's me who's bad. Yan Lai bit her lower lip, shivering in pain. It's okay. It's the first time this has happened to both of us. You don't have to feel guilty. EE can just take care of herself alone. Don't delay uncle from carving flowers for you. Yan Lixing frowned and closed his eyes. Yan Lai. Actually, I am not carving flowers for the intestines. I lied to you. Yan Lai looked at him in surprise, as if he had made a decision. He stared into her eyes. Actually, it's because I have a good-sized hemorrhoid on my buttocks, and I'm too embarrassed to let everyone know about it. So I hid it and said that I came to carve flowers, but I didn't think that my concealment would result in this kind of thing, and I'm really sorry. Don't worry, I will take responsibility for myself. Yan Lai was stunned and said listlessly, so, you're not here to beautify. You're actually here to see a doctor? Yan Lixing nodded heavily. Yes, and it's very serious. The doctor said that this is a mixed internal and external hemorrhoid for me, so it's even more important that I don't want others to know. I find it too embarrassing, and I won't lie. I still have a sanitary napkin pad on my butt right now. As the words left his mouth, the atmosphere suddenly became obtuse. The elevator stopped at some point. Yan Lixing suddenly had a bad feeling and looked at the door. At the entrance of the elevator, 4 people stood. Yan Wugui, Yan Fengsheng, Yan Lingyun and Gu Rin. Yan Lixing looked at them. They looked at him. Yan Wugui was holding a huge teddy bear in his hand and raised his eyebrows in a gangly manner. Mixed internal and external hemorrhoids? Yan Lingyun, ass padded with tampons? Yan Fengsheng, afraid we'll lose face if we find out? Yan Lai's face exploded with a bang, and he said with a green face, don't laugh. Yan Lai has acute enteritis. I have to take her to the doctor. Gu Rin's smile ended abruptly. What? Yan Lingyun instantly looked stern. What's wrong with you? The corners of Yan Lixing's mouth twitched, and he bowed his head guiltily. This child bumped into me at the anorectal department to see a doctor, and I was afraid that she would spill the beans, so I gave her 10 boxes of ice cream. The atmosphere instantly became condensed. Yan Lingyun gazed at him expressionlessly for a moment before fiercely disliking his ass with his foot. You! Yan Lixing leaped up in pain. Ah! Gu Rin pressed him down obediently and gritted his teeth. Even my old man knows that a child can't eat that much ice cream, and you're even giving her 10 boxes of it. You want to kill him. Yan Fengsheng held his arms and sneered. Yan Wugu, where's the gun? Dislike him on his hemorrhoids. Yan Wugu coldly loaded. Apologize to us again in the other world. Yan Lixing? Chapter 253, is this how you take care of your intentions? Just when there was a dead silence, Yan Lai leaned in Yan Lixing's arms and whimpered in a small voice, it hurts. The Yankees snapped out of it. Yan Fengsheng directly snatched her away from Yan Lixing's arms and said fiercely, we'll settle the score with you later. Yan Lixing pursed his lips in aggravation. His butt hurt so much that he also wanted to cry. I really have nothing to find a crime. Yan Wugu grunted coldly. I think it's retribution for you to get hemorrhoids. EE couldn't bear it. Please stop talking about fourth uncle. It's my own fault. She was teary-eyed. EE knows she can't eat too much ice cream, but she still wants to eat it. She's only like this because she's craving to eat it until she's over the top. I'm sorry. A few of the men's faces sank, looking askance at her expression in pain. She bowed her head listlessly, forcing her way through the pain. Don't blame him. Okay. Yan Lixing. Oops. The kid actually made his nose sore and a little bit touched? Yan Fengsheng glanced at him with a grim gaze. See? At a time when some people were still prejudiced against her birth, Yan Lai already knew that she was guilty of her own sins and took them on herself. If it wasn't for this child speaking so sincerely, I'd have to wonder if you're mistreating Yan Lai because you don't like her. He froze, feeling ridiculous. No brother, since you think of me so much, I'm not that nasty, okay? Besides, Yan Lai is my niece no matter what. Even if I bullied her, I wouldn't be like that. I couldn't possibly harm a child physically. Yan Wugu waved his hand in annoyance. Don't even talk nonsense. Hurry up and look at the child. She's not feeling well right now. Can't you see that? Several people instantly returned to their senses and surrounded EE in the center. Her face was covered in cold sweat as she hugged Yan Fengsheng tightly, her fleshy little face resting on his shoulder as well. A flash of heartache flashed under the Yin family's eyes, and they instantly moved apart. Those who registered, queued up and stood guard to give Yan Lai a diagnosis. When the blood was drawn, little EE wasn't doing anything yet, but Yan Fengsheng was red-eyed. He felt guilty. I'm supposed to be the one to take care of you. Absent the intention. EE leaned weakly into his arms, unable to speak either. The final result was acute gastroenteritis, and she also had a slight fever that required a trip to the pediatric ER for a bottle. Yan Lixing looked at the children bawling at the sight of the needle, and was scared. How about we call Wei Yang back? I am really afraid that I can't take good care of it. Yan Fengxing stood next to him, sweeping him with cold eyes. By the time Wei Yang comes back, the boy might even be seriously ill. Are you stupid? Yan Lixing. Yan Lingyun guarded Yan Lai's side. Afraid of needles? Yan Lai leaned on the hospital bed and shook her head. Not afraid. Yan Lingyun was very pleased. Our Yi is awesome. Not afraid of blood draws, not afraid of needles. And other children are not the same at all. She was a little bit happy to be praised, because when Yi used to be sick, she was accompanied by her aunt in the orphanage. But the aunt can't take care of me all the time, so I can't cry or make myself sad. And little Yi smiled contentedly, but this time, Yi has a lot of company around her, and she's even less afraid of sticking needles in. Yan Lingyun's breath stuttered, and his heart vaguely ached with a dull pain. It's all their fault. If they knew that Yan Zi had given birth to a child, they should have taken it over and raised it long ago, instead of leaving her out there to suffer. He took out a kid's mask and put it on her, soothingly saying, is great. When it's over, Uncle will buy you something, but you're at least a little trafficked now. It's better to wear a mask to avoid being photographed. She nodded and looked to the others. Will you all stay with Yi? Yan Wugo was so annoyed that he wanted to go out for a smoke, and when he heard this, he immediately put down his hand, like an obedient and submissive wolf. Well, stay with me. There were layers of deep meaning welling up under Yan Fengxing's eyes as he nodded. We'll take care of you, Yan Lai. Yan Lixing was filled with guilt. Who will accompany you if I don't? I've made you like this. I'm really sorry for you, ah. Yan Lingyun leaned down and tenderly touched her face. Sleep well, Yan Lai. When you wake up from your sleep, your body will be fine. She nodded, drowsy from her illness, gradually closing her eyes and drifting off to sleep. 4 men stood guard over her, drawing frequent glances from bystanders. All so handsome. Yeah, look at this one guarding, like a knight, ha 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 ha. And what's that lying in the center? Is it the princess? Ha 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 ha. They discussed in whispers and their eyes were even more eager. And one of the men felt good looking even though he was wearing a mask. Yan Lingyun wore a mask and glasses, purposely covering his face. Nonetheless, the few of them standing by the bedside were as much as untouchable knights, and called for the eyes to be averted. Around 5 o'clock, Gu Huai and the others got out of class early to visit Shinan with. Xin Jingji held a bouquet of flowers in his arms and glanced at Gu Huai with great displeasure. Gu Huai, are you here to see my father? Is your purpose not pure? Gu Huai looked back with the same look. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? It's not like I didn't bring your dad fruit. Shinzano lazily, it's so boring. Dad is hospitalized, and there's nothing good to do lately to have a good time. I really want to go record a variety show. I can't wait to bully the He family next time. Shin Xiuyan picked up his cell phone and spoke in a lazy tone. The He family won't be appearing anymore, and I've received an olive branch. The people from the program are interested in finding me to be your hostel. The 3 teenagers blushed and looked at him in surprise. The corners of Shin Xiuyan's mouth lifted into a smile, and he said slowly and methodically like a demon, and I promised. Shenzano? Shin Jingji? Gu Huai? The trio looked at him in disgust. I thought you didn't like to show your face? Shin Xiuyan seemed to smile, but the other party threw out a very tempting condition. Standing against you and bullying the 4 of you. Who can resist this? As he said that, his eyes inadvertently fixed on the children's infusion area, and his smile faltered slightly. Gu Huai followed his gaze. Just inside the kind of infusion room plastered with love stickers lay a very familiar person. A flicker of doubt spread across his brow. Shinzano heartlessly laughed. Eh? You guys see that girl's side face looks as if it's absent from the intention, ah? Just wearing a mask. Can't see clearly. After saying this, his face changed slightly as he suddenly thought of something. What do you look like? Shin Jingji and Gu Huai immediately had alarm bells ringing in their hearts and quickly rushed towards the infusion area to take a closer look. It's also really absent-minded. Yi was in a sling, drifting off to sleep, unaware. Gu Huai's heart clenched as he and the others looked around and did not find anyone who was here to watch over her. He directly blackened his face and questioned, is this how your family manages Yi? There's no one around to take care of her when she's sick. Chapter 254, I'm taking her away. Shen Xiuyan frowned, also feeling that something was wrong. No, this is not like our family's style. Shin Jingji was even angrier. What style, ah? I think they just still have prejudice against Yi. Then let me take care of her. Why are you leaving her out? Shinzano was also a bit intolerant. It is indeed excessive. Gu Huai swept an eye blade at them. I'll take her to change hospitals this time, and there's no need to stay at your house from now on. Shen Xiuyan. Gu Huai. Gu Huai's face was horribly dark. I'm trying to calm down. But what about you guys? She's still fine in my house, and she's like this after taking care of Mr. Shen for 1 day. Are you guys going to say that she wasn't mistreated? Suddenly, a male voice sounded behind him. Son, you guys got out of school? So soon? Gu Huai turned his head and wasn't surprised to see Gu Rin. You've come at the right time. Join me in transferring Yan Lai to the hospital. Gu Rin was puzzled. Why? Gu Huai grew more and more furious. What do you think? Yan Lai doesn't even have anyone around her to take care of her. You're asking me why? The corner of Gu Rin's mouth twitched, awkwardly raising his hand. Then is there a possibility that the person taking care of her is actually me? Gu Huai. Shen Xiuyan? Gu Rin smiled awkwardly. We've been guarding her for an hour now. Yan Wu Gu and the others had something to do and left for the time being. There was no one to replace me and I wanted to go to the restroom. Only then did I leave her here alone. Gu Huai had a hidden anger turning up under his eyes. You're the one who took care of Yan's intentions? Gu Rin nodded. It's me. Gu Huai's face sank as he quickly growled. Then what's wrong with you? Don't you know that she's still a little kid right now and can't leave people around? Won't you wait for someone else to come back before you go to the restroom? Yan Lai felt so noisy and opened her eyes in a daze to see Gu Huai rebuking Gu Rin. Gu Rin was confused by Gu Huai's fierceness, and when he noticed that she had woken up, his crying expression changed instantly. Geez Gu Huai, I'm your father. You're actually being mean to me for a girl. I won't live. Gu Huai. Frowned. Gu Huai, are you being mean to your godfather? Gu Huai's breath stuttered as he looked at her in dismay. You're awake? She nodded and chided. How can you say godfather? The corners of Gu Huai's mouth twitched as he tried to defend himself, but he saw Gu Rin sitting smoothly beside her and crying. Little listen to what godfather has to say to you. When you were sleeping just now, I just went to use the restroom, and when Gu Huai saw me, he rebuked me, scaring godfather to death. My mood swung. Wu Wu, Shun Zeno, Shen Jingji, Shun Xiuyan. The three people looked at Gu Huai neatly, their brows tinged with some sympathy. I didn't expect your father to be of this style. Gu Huai. Yan Lai lifted her eyes to look at him, a little disappointed. Gu Huai, godfather is so nice. You can't shout at him anyhow, don't you know? The corner of Gu Huai's mouth twitched, hopelessly. I know, I'll make it up to him. Gu Rin instantly smiled with joy. Then son, you owe me a meal between father and son. Oh. Gu Huai winced and gritted his teeth. Aha. Gu Rin floated away like a flower butterfly. Then you kids take your time chatting. I'll go outside and give you guys room to chat. Shen Zeno stammered. Gu Huai, it would be nice if my dad could neutralize your dad. My dad is really strict. Gu Huai had a belly full of fire. It's because he's like this, that's why I don't feel comfortable with him. He leaned down to tuck Yan Lai into the corner of the quilt and said heartily, did he do this to you if you're not feeling well? Yan Lixing happened to be coming back from somewhere else, and when he heard him say that, he stopped in his tracks. Yan Lai bit her lower lip, and Yan Liang's face surfaced inside her head. If the truth was told, according to Care Huai's nature, he would definitely go for a fight. Trouble will be plentiful. She looked at him timidly. No, I got myself into trouble. Yan Lixing was stunned. Gu Huai was anxious. What do you mean? Yan Lai bit her lower lip and cooed. Secretly ate 10 boxes of ice cream. The atmosphere was dead silent. Gu Huai's worried expression suddenly climbed into a hint of anger. Straightening up and looking at her condescendingly. Eaten 10 ice creams? His tone bit hard at 10 that word. Shen Jingji's gaze suddenly chilled. How come? I specifically told you. Right, ice cream can only be eaten in one ball. Shen Zeno speechless. Eat 10 cakes, you cannot eat 10 ice cream. What good people cannot afford to eat so? Shen Xiuyan coldly picked up his cell phone. I'll tell mom. Was startled and clasped his hand to plead for mercy. Big brother, promises not to eat again. Shen Xiuyan looked at her seriously. Does the guarantee work? Yan Lai beamed. How will you know if you don't try? Please. She shook his arm. Brother. Shen Xiuyan choked. The tips of his ears vaguely flushed pink. Hating the iron, does it work to be petulant? She milked it. How will I know if I don't try? Shen Xiuyan pursed his lips and took back his cell phone. Forget it. I'll measure you won't dare next time. Gu Huai's expression was even more sullen and cold. It's fine if you don't tell your parents, but you won't be able to get past us. You're just going to do that to your own body, aren't you? Yan Lai was struck by lightning. Done. Gu Huai was really angry. Yan Lixing couldn't hear it anymore and stood out. She didn't do it. It was me who condoned it. The 4 teenagers were stunned and turned their heads to look at him. He puffed out his chest and looked like he was willing to be scolded. I bought the ice cream. I thought it was okay for kids to eat it. Don't talk about her. Anger instantly welled up in Gu Huai's eyes. Are you sure you did it? Not harboring Yan Lai. Yan Lixing directly showed them the reimbursement. This is the money I transferred to the driver. A few teenagers instantly sank their faces. Gu Huai narrowed his eyes dangerously. What? Are you trying to abuse her? Yan Lai was speechless. Of course not. I just wanted Yan Lai to keep my secret. That's why I bribed her with ice cream. I didn't know that children shouldn't eat so much ice cream. Little sighed and said helplessly. Uncle, It's my fault. I knowingly did it. It's my own greed. Yan Lixing looked at her in a serious manner. No, my fault is my fault. I will never make excuses for myself. I put you in such a state. Fortunately you didn't say anything to your Wei Yang mom. If your mom knew, she would probably tear my heart out with her hands. He took out his phone and said sullenly, so to express my apology, I just bought you a dress. There's only one of this dress in the country of Huaxia, and it will be delivered to your home soon. Look, he showed the picture of the dress to Yi. It's a creamy purple Lolita tutu. Chapter 255, what would a unique dress feel like to wear? The skirt is layered with clever designs, like a fluffy marshmallow that smells of taro. Yan Lai was overjoyed, took the phone and loved it. How did you know Yi likes milky purple D? Yan Lixing was even more surprised. I just thought that this dress is the only one in the country of China. After all, don't you girls like this unique feeling? So I bought it, and if it's something you like then it couldn't be better. She couldn't move her gaze. Of course I like it. Thank you. Fourth uncle. Yan Lixing's heartbeat became faster. There was a little bit of a small snicker between his eyebrows, and he foolishly said, this is the first time I've ever bought something for a girl, and I'm relieved that I can get you to like it. Yan Lai waved at him radiantly. Yan Lixing froze and brought his head to her face. Yan Lai cupped him and gave him a gentle kiss on the cheek. It's suddenly worth the gastroenteritis for Yi to get such a nice little dress. Yan Lixing looked at her in dismay. Little Yi's eyebrows curved like a crescent moon that hooked into his heart. Thank you for the compensation, uncle. Yan Wugo's eyes glittered with light, suddenly feeling a little like laughing. You child, how, are so good at it? He was again inspired. In that case, wouldn't the two of us be even from now on? Is the matter of me treating you badly in the past over? Yi's smile disappeared and she put her hands in front of her body to make a fork. Fight blah. These two things can't be said together. I want to wait until I'm older to think about this. Yan Lixing choked, but did not force it. Okay, anyway, I'm just getting familiar with you. Take your time. Gu Huai, wait, let me interject. Yan Lixing raised his eyes and saw 4 teenagers standing across the room with a look of exuberance. Gu Huai was cold. What secrets are you letting Yan Lai keep for you anyway? Yan Lixing's heart tightened. What's a secret if you tell it? Gu Huai sneered. Don't say it. Right, then I'll ask my dad. Yan Lixing yanked him down. Why are you more annoying than your father? This kid. He looked around in chagrin and replied in a small voice. I just have a bit of hemorrhoids and I didn't want you guys to know about it. And I just happened to bump into Yan Lai watching me go to the doctor. So I wanted to get her to keep it a secret for me. Gu Huai was puzzled. Hemorrhoids? This also touched Shinzeno's knowledge blind spot. What hemorrhoids? Yan Lixing bit his lower lip and hesitantly said, it's a bit serious. Mixed internal and external hemorrhoids. Shinzeno was puzzled, didn't ask what species you are. I asked, what are hemorrhoids? What does it look like? Shin Xiaoyan cleared his throat and hooked his finger at them. A couple of teenagers got together. He spoke softly, and the other 3 instantly made an expression of dawning understanding. Oh, Gu Huai was disgusted. TSK. Shinzeno whispered with Shinjingji, have you heard? Old Yan's oldest 4 had hemorrhoids. Mixed internal and external hemorrhoids. So scary. Shinjingji waved his hand in disgust. It must be from playing with his cell phone. Yan Lai snorted. Yan Lixing felt bashful. Don't laugh at me. You guys grow up you'll have them too. Gu Huai's tone was wave-free. Oh, this is truly the most breathless curse I've ever heard. Shin Xiaoyan chimed in with a scoff. Ha, interesting. Shinzeno jumped at the chance. 4th uncle. Can you take a picture of me when you're done with the surgery? I'll send it to my friends to celebrate. Shinjingji teased and covered his lips. Brother, are you celebrating by sending a circle of friends? I'm too embarrassed to point you out. Yan Lixing was so angry that he was speechless and looked at Yan Lai. Yi was still in love with this dress inside his cell phone. Can Yi wear it today? Yan Lixing suddenly found Yan Lai pleasing to the eye. Look at people who don't laugh at his illness. How kind and simple. He nodded nervously. Sure, it should be at your house soon. Yanai is meant to be even more mesmerizing. She was the only one in the entire country of China who had the dress. What will it feel like to wear it? I heard that Yan Lai was hospitalized. Is that true? Bai Miao stood inside the shopping mall to pick clothes for her daughter, while making a phone call while smilingly said, it seems that God also knows retribution for her. She has been so smooth. God more or less have to take the balance. It is not possible that she has been blowing the east wind. Saying that, Bai Miao pressed on more and more. But since she's sick, then I have to go see her. Hang up first. She looked to Hedgeganin. Pick a dress to go and see how absent the intention is. He Jianing was overjoyed and immediately searched the hall. But in a moment, she fixed her eyes on one of the milky purple dresses. This dress is being wrapped by the teller. But she fell in love with the color at first sight. She pointed to the dress. I want this. The counter girl froze when she heard this and politely said, I'm sorry miss, this dress has already been sold. Bai Miao was unimpressed. Then take a similar one to her. The counter girl apologized. This is our family's unique plate. Only this one is on the whole of China. There are only 3 pieces in the world. There is no similar model. Just this one? Bai Miao was interested. How much? The counter girl smiled. $700,000. Bai Miao? $700,000? The counter girl nodded. Yes, this dress was handmade by our designer. He sewed every stitch himself, and the dress is actually a gown, but it can be worn on a daily basis. It's so expensive and limited. It's definitely dignified to wear it out. Bai Miao gives a look to the counter girl she knows. Can I borrow this dress for my daughter to wear? Just wear it for 2 hours. It won't get dirty. The counter girl blushed and was particularly embarrassed. But this dress has already been bought. We have to deliver it now. And you'll be noticed if you wear it. Bai Miao was unimpressed. Tell the buyer that this dress has been hanging for too long and needs to be sent for washing. And wouldn't it be better if I send it back to you tonight? The counter girl hesitated, but tried to shake her head. But Bai Miao transferred $20,000 to her. Be accommodating, just wear it for 2 hours. It would feel different if you could use a few tens of thousands of dollars to be able to put on a show in front of Yan Lai. The counter keeper hesitated, looked at each other with the other counter keeper, and nodded. Alright then, you mustn't wear it in front of the rightful owner. People are rich too. Bai Miao was disdainful. I know, there's no way that girl could wear a dress like that. She's not qualified, and no one would buy her such an expensive one. After saying that, she turned around with a smile and looked at the expectant He Jianing. Come on daughter, put it on and dress up. I'll take you to the hospital to see that injured child. This time, it's a good time for you to grow your face. He Jianing's blood boiled all over her body and she nodded heavily. Okay mom, what would it be like to wear the only dress in all of China to meet the woeful Yan Lai? She couldn't wait. Chapter 256. Let's just say, can we not let him break his power? There was a message posted by one of the millions of vloggers on Jitterbug. Huaxia country only this one skirt. See the first glance wanna buy for the baby, but I ask the price of the whole 700,000 yuan. Tangled for a month. Today wanna go again to tangled when, but found that this skirt has been bought. And until the moment it was bought the skirt suddenly became more eye-catching. It's just too pretty woo-woo. What you don't get is the best. The accompanying picture is the dress that Yan Lixing gave to Yan Lai. The reason this baby mama internet celebrity has a million followers on Jitterbug is because she's a rich, expensive baby mama. A dress that doesn't look like it has any features other than beauty is asking for $700,000, sparking a lively discussion inside the comments section. This dress costs $700,000? The threads in it aren't sewn with gold, are they? My ancestors' family all the clothes together also cannot come up with $700,000. Why is a dress more expensive than Hermes? I think it's right not to buy it, and only a rich ingrate would buy a dress like that. Really rich people. Spending $700,000 is as easy as spending $7,000. There are only 3 pieces of this dress in the world, and the owner of the other 2 pieces is a superstar's daughter, and one is the daughter of a famous tycoon. You'd have to be really rich to wear this. I wonder what little princess is wearing this dress. It's a little coveted. If I had the money, I would have bought this dress, but unfortunately I don't have it. Dog's head. But just as netizens were discussing it enthusiastically, He Jianing took out her newly received second-hand cell phone and sent this selfie wearing this dress to the dating group. This dating group was brought to her by He Qingqing, and it was all a group of girls. See if I look good in this dress. She only posts a picture without a head. One of them, a girl named Softy, replied, wow, I just saw this dress on Shakeology today. This dress is the one that is said to be $700,000 a piece, the one that is the only one in the entire country of China. Right? He Jianing was overjoyed and replied with her voice. How can you be so knowledgeable? This dress is indeed the only one in China. My mom bought it for me. The words fell, and the dating group exploded. The ones that voice, text, and send out love packets, whoosh and keep going up to the top. It's just a small group of 20 plus people that froze and chatted like a big group. I'm not sure Ning is the daughter of a rich man. I didn't expect Ning to be the daughter of a rich man. Yes. Usually see you and your sister are very low profile. Did not think that the two of you will be so rich, so envious of you even such a life. I'm so envious. Your mom is so willing to buy you something so expensive. Doesn't she think this dress is too expensive? He Jianing glanced at Bai Miao's back and replied, although I think it's expensive, I guess, but my mom loves me so much that she bought it knowing that I like it, and I'm going to wear this dress to meet a friend of mine later. That friend might be jealous of me. The group is even uproarious. Then you must tell us your friend's reaction when he sees you wearing a dress of 700,000 yuan. Yes. At the same time, there are some people He Jianing sent out voice to text, screenshots sent to the QQ wall, then someone passed it onto Twitter. It was an instant hit. Comments off on hundreds of flowers bloom in the area? It's true that young people are different. They post it on the QQ wall first before we can see it. Dog head. Don't tell me. This dress looks really pretty on you. It's like a milky purple cloud. Expensive clothes are naturally expensive for a reason. I don't know what kind of golden girl this is that can wear this $700,000 dress, so I want to see the face. Meanwhile, Yen Lai was lying on his bed playing with his cell phone in boredom. She really can't get enough of this dress. Ever since Yen Lixing sent her the picture of this dress, she had looked at it over and over again many times and couldn't get enough of it. Xian Duo sent her a message. Little E, has it been a long time since you tweeted to say hello to everyone recently? You'll be entering the theater in 2 days, so in order to avoid your heat going down, it's better to go and say hello to everyone. She obediently came to Twitter and tried to post a hello to her brother, sister, aunt and uncle, but felt something was missing. How about posting pictures? Yen Lai posted the modeling photos that Yen Lixing had sent her to Weibo, and attached her own sweet selfie, just like writing a diary. Hello brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts. I'm going to a theater production in a while, so I might be gone for a while. I'm sick today, but fourth uncle is very nice to me. He bought me a nice dress, just waiting for me to get out of the hospital to wear it. I'll take pictures then. Cute, cute. But as soon as this tweet was sent out, the comments section instantly exploded. Am I blind? Or is this dress exactly the same as that legendary $700,000 dress? That's the dress that's worth $700,000. There's only one in the whole of China, right? How come there's one in Yanlei? Daughter, what's the matter with you? You mustn't scare me. Isn't this dress the only one in the entire country of China? Some black fans should think before they speak. Our Yen Lai has already become the owner of an island at a young age. Do you know how much it costs to stay on her vacation island for a day? The minimum is 5 figures. Not to mention that her family is very rich, okay? And this dress is definitely available abroad. Don't go and accuse our daughter directly, okay? Not Stan but I just checked these 3 skirts, other 2 already have a buyer. There is a plutocrat in the H country small princess hands. Another is in the M country a superstar daughter hands. That is to say, if they did not resell this skirt, then there is only one left. Absent intention, and that little girl in the dress must be a lie. What? Is it stupid to say that people lie? People have already worn on the body, but also said that the mother to buy, and she just put on. Yen Lai tweeted to blow powerful. This cannot be seen? It's Yen Lai who's lying. Although I don't take sides. I don't think it's possible to lie about the meaning of the words, right? She's only 4 years old, and she doesn't know anything about this. Maybe it's just an adult teasing her and a child taking it seriously. No, there is an agent behind Yen Lai, and I think her persona is just carefully packaged. After all, how can a little girl be that good? How is she going to market her rich girl persona if she doesn't?